My wife's secretary attempted to climb the ranks and deliberately framed me for leaking company secrets. Just when the domineering CEO's wife was about to sign the divorce agreement, she suddenly heard my inner voice, "Great, 200 million. I can buy a lot of houses and support many beautiful women. My ex-wife is really generous." Bai Ningbing's deep and enchanting eyes suddenly widened. She confirmed that I hadn't spoken, yet that voice clearly reached her ears. Bai Ningbing was always cautious. She glanced at Secretary Wang beside her, only to see him staring at the divorce agreement in front of me with shining eyes. After Secretary Wang noticed Bai Ningbing's gaze, he immediately put on a sympathetic expression, as if he deeply regretted that we had come to this point of divorce. "Mr. Fong, you've caused a lot of trouble for president by this time. I hope you can live well after you leave," he said, forcing a smile while secretly counting down, hoping I would make a scene. If I caused a ruckus, perhaps the generous compensation would vanish, leaving me with nothing. However, I merely glanced at him and then, as if in a hurry to attend to something important, quickly signed my name on the divorce agreement. Although I was taking the blame, being able to divorce smoothly and receive such compensation, I decided not to hold grudges against the real culprit. Bai Ningbing took the divorce agreement I tossed over, and her movements instantly froze. "What? A scapegoat? The culprit?" Bai Ningbing was still reeling from the shock of hearing those inner thoughts when she was hit by this new piece of information. "It's time to sign." Secretary Wang, who was beside her, noticed that Bai Ningbing had not picked up the pen for a long time and immediately became anxious, his usually gentle and steady voice changing tone. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Ningbing suddenly felt that Secretary Wang seemed to be overstepping. Thinking of the earlier inner thoughts about the culprit, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. Secretary Wang was her college classmate, someone she had known for many years, and she had always trusted him deeply. How could he betray the company and do such a thing? At this moment, Secretary Wang was already eagerly handing over the pen, knowing that although Bai Ningbing appeared indifferent, she was actually very responsible and particularly protective of her family. With a soft heart, after several near divorces, it was finally time for her to sign, and he couldn't let anything go wrong with Bai Ningbing. This couldn't wait any longer. It seemed that Secretary Wang was feeling uneasy, afraid that all his efforts would go to waste. Bai Ningbing's expression suddenly changed. She twisted her wrist holding the pen, a move that left both me and Secretary Wang stunned. Bai Ningbing's beautiful and lively eyes looked at me. "I'll ask you one last time, did you really do this?" Bai Ningbing has always been cautious. If what she just heard is true, it not only wrongs someone but could also pose a huge risk to the group, so she must confirm it. Secretary Wang's face instantly became unnatural, but he didn't panic. After all, I couldn't prove my innocence. I felt a bit flustered under Bai Ningbing's oppressive gaze. "What do you mean, asking this at this time? Do you not want to give me 200 million? Are you regretting it? Can't we sign the papers first and then talk?" Bai Ningbing felt a blockage in her heart, just staring straight at me as if she had to get an answer. My eyes darted around, and I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Of course, I didn't do it. Why is everyone blind? Clearly, Secretary Wang also went in after I entered and left the office. When asked about suspicious personnel entering and exiting, they didn't check the surveillance but directly targeted me. This is a blind spot in their subconscious. Bai Ningbing was suddenly startled. At that time, I wasn't the only one who entered and exited her office. There were plenty of witnesses and evidence, and they directly pushed me out to take the blame without checking the surveillance. So, just as Bai Ningbing was about to speak, I suddenly said coldly, "I have nothing to say. Just sign the papers quickly." Bai Ningbing's expression gradually turned cold. She didn't understand why I, knowing the truth, wouldn't speak up. Was it because I was afraid she wouldn't believe me? Thinking of this, Bai Ningbing suddenly stood up, and Secretary Wang looked at her in surprise. With a glance from Bai Ningbing, that scrutinizing look made Secretary Wang's heart tremble. Before Secretary Wang could react, Bai Ningbing strode out, passing by me, who was still confused, and directly commanded in a deep voice, "Follow me." "Hey, what's going on?" I was completely at a loss. I saw Bai Ningbing open the door and say to the busy assistants outside, "Retrieve the surveillance footage from the evening of the 11th. The gentleman is not quite convinced. Let him see if he was the only one who came and went that night." When have I ever been unconvinced? My face is clearly written with very convinced. The employees of the Bai Group had long been complaining about my antics, especially those in the president's office. Wanting to see the surveillance footage was equivalent to accusing them of negligence and wronging me, right? They all witnessed it firsthand. Who would dare to say anything against the president? However, with Bai Ningbing's command, the surveillance footage quickly started playing on the big screen. In fast playback, it was clear to see that I entered the office and stayed for half an hour, seemingly waiting for someone, but then came out with a gloomy face. The people present couldn't help but snicker, thinking I wouldn't shed tears until I saw the coffin. Now they wanted to see how I would still be stubborn. Only Secretary Wang had fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, and when his figure appeared in the surveillance footage, His pupils suddenly constricted, and he cautiously glanced at Bai Ningbing. Those who judged the situation solely by their eyes were taken aback when they saw the footage. Some were stunned for a moment, while others remained unresponsive. As the video ended, a thick layer of frost seemed to settle on Bai Ningbing's face as she coldly uttered, "It's actually true." Bai Ningbing's sharp gaze turned towards those who had confidently claimed that only I had entered and exited her office, and she coldly questioned, "Only the gentleman?" However, before these people could react, an experienced assistant directly said, "President Bai, there's no problem, it was just the gentleman." The others nodded in agreement. I couldn't help but complain, these people really don't know how to read the situation. Hearing my complaints from the side, Bai Ningbing's expression grew even darker. Suddenly, a female voice spoke up, "Actually, if we count strictly, 2 people have entered and exited, one is the gentleman, and the other is Secretary Wang." There was actually someone sensible. Everyone turned to look, and at the back stood a young woman, the newly promoted assistant. Bai Ningbing had an excellent memory and recalled that when she pointed me out, this person was away on business. At this moment, others seemed to finally react, but upon careful thought, they found it absurd. "Don't talk nonsense. Secretary Wang often comes and goes. You just arrived and don't understand the situation. Secretary Wang is Bai's trusted aide. Do you suspect him of betraying the company?" The person's tone was exaggerated, as if such suspicion was a fantasy. Bai Ningbing suddenly snorted coldly, and in an instant, the scene became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Seeing this, I could only smile, thinking that if they knew the truth, their expressions would surely be wonderful. Secretary Wang's real name is Wang Tao. He has a neat short haircut, wears a sharp suit and tailored trousers, which accentuates his tall figure. His face is full of vigor, with no flaws to speak of. However, at this moment, his expression was extremely unnatural, and it was no wonder others reacted that way. After all, their attitude towards Secretary Wang and me completely depended on Bai Ningbing's opinion. Bai Ningbing felt a pang in her heart, indeed blaming herself. "Secretary Wang, do you have anything to explain? Mr. Bai, are you suspecting me?" Although Secretary Wang felt a bit guilty, he quickly calmed down and said in an undeniable tone, "I did go in, but Mr. Bai, have you forgotten? Every night I go to your office to prepare for your meetings the next day. I thought to myself, so it's more convenient to act when you go in and out alone. It seems like this has been planned for a long time. Very clever." I couldn't help but complain, but after listening for so long, do they really have to work overtime at night? I didn't expect Bai Ningbing to be such a capitalist who exploits employees. After her divorce, she should be given a labor law. Then I thought about the key point. So after listening to you for so long, the focus is here. This is related to your innocence, and we employees get triple pay for overtime. Bai Ningbing was almost thrown off by my complaint and quickly focused. "As long as you have entered and exited, you must accept an investigation. No one can be exempt." Secretary Wang suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. He really did not expect Bai Ningbing to suddenly treat him equally. Clearly, I have already admitted it, and he has accompanied Bai Ningbing for 10 years, never making a mistake in any matters. Other assistants also showed dissatisfaction, probably feeling that the president was too harsh. Someone thought to themselves, "Secretary Wang is trying to set me up. How could the one who made a mistake be me?" Treating Secretary Wang this way, aren't they afraid of hurting a trusted aide's feelings? And although the president seems unaware, everyone else can see it. In fact, Secretary Wang has always had a crush on the president, devoted to Bai, and although he could compete with me, he always gives way to me. How could he possibly betray the Bai group? Just as the atmosphere became tense, a sneer came from the entrance. Jaiheim looked over curiously. Only a few people walked in with a lot of gusto. The assistants in the president's office stepped back and vacated their seats. Distinguished by memory, the lead Mediterranean uncle was Don, director of the board, and the one who just snickered was the kid who jumped out from behind him, topped with yellow hair. That's Director Tang's son, named Tang Jun. At first glance, he's one of those cynical second-generation guys who hangs out at the company. At this moment, Tang Jun walked directly to Secretary Jin's side and turned his expression at Qin. "Qin Rank, I think you've lost your head. You talked a good game at the board meeting about divorcing this scourge, but as a result, what are you doing now? What else could be in doubt about that matter that warrants a big investigation and surveillance? And what's even funnier is what I just heard, that you're suspecting Secretary Kim, who's been loyal to you, putting her under investigation as well? You're afraid you're out of your mind." Director Tang faked scat at Tang Jun. "Nonsense. How to talk to Mr. Qin? Mr. Qin's strictness is an advantage. It's not like he can be said to be suspicious of Secretary Jin. I think it's probably because Madame refuses to admit her guilt. That's why there's such a thing." Tang Jun immediately glared hard at Jihim. "You woman, at a time like this, you still want to pull others down." Simply, not waiting for Tang Jun to say something insulting, Qin Jie took a step forward. his face cold as he blocked in front of GM and was about to open his mouth. Where the hell did a sewer manhole cover get stolen and let this thing out? Shinjan's words stuck in his mouth. Tang Jun, right? How dare you choke the bigwig of the group? Let's see what makes you so bold. The syndicate Chin title big man froze. What are you looking at? The director Tang has the highest status in the board of directors, and he is a bit of a rival to Qin Jie's meaning. If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Jun is really useless and Qin Jie is really excellent, when Qin Dad stepped down, Director Tang would really want to help his own son to get on the throne. No wonder Tang Jun is a bit confused about his position in front of Qin Jie. Qin was truly shocked this time. Obviously, GM did not know anything about the relationship of their group before, but it was surprising that all of a sudden, and just saw it? And before that, she obviously couldn't have known that there was a Secretary Kim who came in and out of the office after her. Surely, there was something wrong with her, wasn't there? Yikes. Oh, my god. Ah! Shin Rank was startled by Ji-him's sudden scream, while his mind was filled with what did she see again. All the while, he was perfunctorily listening to Tang Jun's words of defense for Secretary Kim. No wonder it's so personal and protective of Secretary Kim. So this Tang Jun is Secretary Kim's licking dog. Ha 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 ha. How can you lick like that? I'm laughing my ass off. Qin was alarmed. Tang Jun like Secretary Kim? Dog licking? That. More licking? Every day. Good morning, good afternoon and good night. Remember to bring an umbrella when it rains. Remember to add clothes when it's cold. And people don't return. He's been persistent for 2 years. He has perseverance. Shin title, how good to have this perseverance on the job. Once ran all over Paris to get something Secretary Kim casually said she liked, and ended up fainting with a fever. And Secretary Kim, who received the gift, only said to drink lots of hot water. And he cried to death. He cried his eyes out. Qin more redemption for the work There was also a time when he played the guitar and sang under her in the middle of the night, and was called by a neighbor to call the police to report a nuisance, and was arrested and taken to the police station to be educated. And Secretary Kim didn't even go to pick him up. He figured out how to get it out on his own, and apologized afterwards for possibly disturbing Secretary Kim's sleep. It's time to say no. It's scary how meticulous he can think about this. Shin title, so the work of frequent mistakes in the end, who is it? After all, the work cannot stay in his meticulous heart? I can't believe there's more. Shin title, and, after falling in love with Secretary Kim, never look for other women. Cleanliness, just will to Secretary Kim's photo. In the middle of the night in the quilt inside. You up. This kind of restrictive melons do not put up. I am not interested in other people's privacy. Shin title, you, and Tang Jun, who was righteously speaking in front of them at the moment, still didn't know that his bottom pants had been stripped by GM. It just felt like the two people in front of her were looking at her more and more subtly. What does it mean that there is also a hint of sympathy and hatred in the subtle? Ha 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 ha. So it's all Director Tang's fault. Shin Jia, what's that got to do with Mr. Tang? What's it got to do with Mr. Tang? Ugh, wait, what was he just going to take care of? Shin Rank's mind was in chaos, but he was eventually distracted by Ji-him's vocalized heartfelt voice. Gossip, that's a temptation that even the most serious person can't handle. Chapter 3, is she falling for the beautiful man's plan? At first it was Tang Director to seize the throne of the heart is not dead, before arranging Tang Jun to test the Secretary Kim, to see if you can pry away. Did not expect to lose his son to know that his son incarnated licking dog, but also not. Ha ha ha, now that he is supporting his son in this matter, I'm afraid he doesn't still think that his own son is buying people's hearts, and that's why he's here to support him. Losing my son and counting money for the other side. Director Tang, who was standing behind his own son, as solid as Tarzan, suddenly shivered, and saw Qin Zhan's eyes looking at him furtively. Director Tang was instantly pleased with himself, puffing out his chest and tucking in his stomach. It seems that this matter Qin Rank is indeed a disadvantage. This is not, where his baby son counted down the stage. Maybe we can pry Secretary Kim over while we're at it. Let's see who calls his son a two-timer and a loser in the future. Hey, Qin Rank, are you going to bully Secretary Kim for this woman? Tang Jun saw that Qin Rank hadn't responded, only his eyes changing for a moment. He couldn't help but say angrily, don't forget that only GM has met that company's vice president. There are photos and videos to prove it. Qin Bit, who had accidentally eaten his melon, hurriedly coughed, shifted his serious tone, and looked at Ji-him. Why did you see him? The last time I asked Ji-him was hysterical and didn't answer properly at all. This time, Qin felt that even if Ji-him was still uncooperative, at least he could know the truth through other means. Ji-him blinked, feeling that things had turned troublesome, not realizing that Qin Rank was really planning to investigate to the end. As far as character is concerned, Qin Rank is really good, and he is trying hard not to wrong anyone, but that's not what Ji-him wants. She wants a divorce. Just about to open his mouth, but suddenly on the face of Qin Rank looking over, sword eyebrow phoenix eyes, features deep, as the perfect proportion of the modeling, that is completely not lose any big star's looks, especially when he focuses on looking over, as if there is a second of soul stirring, so that GM cannot help but look at the dumbfounded for a second. Without $200 million, Shin Rang's face was still very deceiving, at least Ji-him was bluffed a little, only at this time, the handsome face was full of gravity, and his body was full of seriousness that did not allow playfulness. The sight that almost carried a look into her heart startled Ji-him so much that her heart trembled and her mouth went bald. A job arranged by the agent. After saying that, Ji-him regretted wanting to hammer the wall. Is she falling for the pretty boy trick? Why don't you just open your mouth? It's going to cause trouble. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Tang Jun was heard snorting. That's a stupid way to dump a pot. Your agent is crazy. Looking for the right family to get you a job? Shin's group has a cultural and entertainment company under its umbrella, and below the company there is a studio that specializes in serving GM, and as an agent employed by Shin's group, it is naturally impossible to take on a job given by a hostile company, unless it's intentional. Tang Jun didn't give GM another chance to say more, and directly had someone contact GM's agent, Sister Wei. The phone was quickly picked up and the situation explained. Sister Wei came at once. What? I didn't make such an arrangement. Mrs. Shin, you can't wrong me like this. I'm a small person who really can't afford to take such a blame. A small broker would surely not dare to wrong the president's wife. People didn't hear the stiffness in her tone. They just felt like everything was stone cold. The corners of Secretary Kim's mouth surreptitiously hooked up. Tang Jun said smugly, next time you lie, don't say something like this that can be dismantled at once. And then also mouthed to Jiheim, stupid. Jiheim was really a bit upset this time. Originally thought that it was just an ordinary frame-up, and a small person like Sister Wei was also pitched. I didn't expect the spread to be so big that even this Sister Wei had problems. Shin Jia also thought of this, and was thinking of sending someone to investigate Sister Wei later, when he heard Ji-him's heartfelt words. I'd like to see how much people paid her to set me up. Chin title. Does she get to see whatever information she wants to know? What? Is my innocence worth 2,000 red packets? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I must have missed a million words. Shin title also heard confused, full of brain question marks. On, $2,000? Wait, I see. What? After waiting for half a day, Ji-him still kept sighing. Shin Bian's originally cool temperament was about to be driven into a rage by Ji-him. Why don't you tell me? If you don't, how can I prove your innocence? Luckily, Jiheim was still invisible enough to recognize the time. No wonder you don't want the money. It turns out that the agent, Sister Wei, is Secretary Kim's cousin's wife, and it's pressed to be a family, so it's natural to be unanimous. So Secretary Kim has been planting pawns around me for a long time? The two were pretending not to recognize each other before. Cow. Kim, what are you praising her for? When Shin Rank heard the truth, he was a bit shocked. It turned out that Secretary Kim had made so many arrangements behind his back that early on, at this point, the henchman was carefully asking if it was okay to hang up on Sister Wei. After all, everything that needed to be said had been said. Shin title tone changed, said to the phone, surprisingly, the statement is not right. I will arrange for careful forensics. If the Wei agent does not have physical evidence, then it will be a careful line of investigation of your network of contacts. Instantly, everyone present looked at Shin Rank in shock. Crowd, all this and you want to take the bull by the horns? Ji-him, rub. Shin Bian's missteps are still so accurate? And no one noticed. Secretary Kim's panic and the sound of a backwards intake of breath on the other end of the line. What do you mean by that? Tang Jun continued to charge for love. Shin Rank calmly said, the argument is different. Even if the police case will not be biased, Ji-him's simple network of contacts. I know, before that it is impossible to have any connection with the other side, but this broker is not clear. Mr. Shin, how can I have a relationship with a rival company? The agent said anxiously. It's true that there isn't one, but if you look into it, you'll find out about her relationship with Secretary Kim, and the fact that no one else knows about this relationship smacks of willful concealment, and it also involves this time, so that's not saying much, Shin Bit directly said in a cold voice. Wait for the notification. After saying that, he didn't give the agent a chance to weasel out and hung up directly. In the next second, the icy sight swept toward Secretary Kim. Secretary Kim, who was already flustered, was instantly shocked and took a step back. Tang Jun immediately stepped forward to protect the flower, saying angrily, I see that you're determined to defend this woman today. I now suspect that you're planning to let Secretary Jean take the fall for her. But unfortunately, Secretary Kim has never been in contact with anyone from a rival company. In those 2 days, she was either at the company or at home. Secretary Jean also slowed down, looking at Shin Rank with sorrow in her heart, but her tone was firm. If Mr. Sheen doesn't believe me. I'm willing to accept all investigations. According to the general investigation procedure, it is definitely necessary to investigate Secretary Kim's recent whereabouts as well as all the electronic devices in her hands. From what Tang Jun had just said, it was safe to assume that Secretary Kim hadn't met anyone from the other side, but Secretary Kim dared to say that then there was nothing left to chance. Were there no clues left in the electronics either? Kin was frowning in thought. I told you how she was so confident. So it was designed that way. Kin immediately perked up his ears. So it seemed that he didn't need to think about it. I didn't realize the arrangement was so seamless. Sheen title, don't sigh. You tell me instead. Email sent on the morning of the 12th. But if you go to her computer, you won't find it even if you use technology to recover all the deleted records. Kin's heart tightened. How could this be possible? Because she is simply using Tang Jun the too little cute. Tang Jun trusts her so much that he never puts up a defense in his office. And his password is her birthday. So that even if she is suspected, she can't find out anything from her computer. Taking a step back, if a rival company backtracks and betrays, the one investigated will only be Tang Jun. Shin Jie's face had completely changed, his unkind gaze sweeping from Secretary Jin to Tang Jun. However, it leaves a crack. Probably too confident in his position in the company, Kin instantly concentrated on listening to see what was broken. As a result, Jaehyun didn't continue to think about it. Forget it, it's not like I can say anything about these secrets I know. In the end, it's irrelevant to Secretary Kim except for the fact that Sister Wei might have investigated a little bit. Just hurry up and end this boring farce. Shin Jie's eyes changed slightly, and he let out a cold snort in his heart. Farce indeed. Call tech up and query Secretary Kim's electronic devices. Chapter 4, Shin Rank, do you still want to harbor Ji-him? Secretary Jin didn't expect Shin Rank to really embarrass her on the spot, and her face turned green. Pursing her lips tightly, her expression was as aggrieved as it could be. Grudgingly, she looked at Shin Jie with eyes as if Shin Jie was a negative man. Tang Jun was even more furious at the red face. You actually really want to do such a desperate thing? It's simply an insult to Secretary Jin's character. But in the face of Shin Bit's really chilled down aura and icy line of sight, Tang Jun raged a bit in anger saying, if you can't find out, you'll have to apologize to Secretary Jin. The others didn't say anything, but their expressions were indignant. The fiasco had already attracted the attention of the entire group, and many people from the leadership had come. After all, a high-level talent like Secretary Kim is still important. They also thought that it was Shin Rank who was crazy. After all, everyone in the circle knew that Shin Rank could be without Ji-him, the Lady Shin who only caused trouble and had no value whatsoever, by his side. But he definitely couldn't be without Secretary Jin. But Jaehyun suspected that they had gathered here, more or less, to eat. Look at those gossipy little eyes. After all, one was Shin Rank's nominal wife, and the other was the golden secretary who could make the unattractive Shin Rank put by his side for so long and be so close to him. This battle is probably all bets are off. Ji-him, who had always only eaten melons, did not expect to become a melon. Really, the clown is actually myself. Ji-him could only stare fiercely at Shin Rank with eyes filled with resentment, and Shin Bit only offered his pine-like straight back for Ji-him's resentment to attack, though his ears were about to die from Jaehyun's broken voice. Did she used to be such a character? Soon, the results of the investigation came out. There's no doubt about it. There's no suspicion. Tang Jun immediately toed the line. Shin Rank, do you still want to harbor Ji-him? Kin felt that the sight behind her back was already on fire. Mr. Shin, you should believe me now. Secretary Jin's eyes were tearful, as if she could cry out in the next second. Shin Rank glanced down at his cell phone before looking up at Secretary Jin. In a flash, the cold sight made Secretary Kim inexplicably have a not-so-good feeling. The crowd had thought that it was a done deal, but they saw that Shin Rank no longer talked nonsense to Secretary Jin, but directly turned his head to look at the big screen behind him. Puzzled, he followed along and saw that the top had suddenly changed to a surveillance video. The moment the image appeared, many people recognized that it was the entrance to Tang Jun's office, and the image was exactly how Secretary Kim entered Tang Jun's office. The crowd was confused. What's with the feeling of a sudden sharp turn? And there was only one person present, Secretary Kim, whose face suddenly changed, chilled all over, and whose pupils followed the earthquake. Tang Jun pointed at the screen and said angrily, Shin Rank, what the hell are you up to? Secretary Jin came to deliver the information and still had to be monitored by you? Shin Rank ignored him and just looked at the screen coldly. And at this moment, the sophisticated director Tang's expression was a bit subtle when he saw the monitoring time. After seeing his son leave the office alone, leaving Secretary Jin alone, his face turned even more ironclad for a split second. Soon after, Secretary Kim leaves and Tang Jun comes back happily with a fruit plate, only to lose his temper when he doesn't see anyone. The crowd was confused when they saw the screen pop up with a recording of a computer screen in action. That computer desktop turned out to be a beautiful picture of Secretary Kim. The crowd looked at Tang Jun with subtle glances, and Director Tang instantly wanted to vomit blood. Tang Jun became infuriated and jumped to his feet. Shin Rank, you still sent someone to touch my computer? It was indeed a technician who had cracked the password to Tang Jun's computer in an attempt to recover all the deleted correspondence of the emails. Tang Jun had just finished yelling when he felt Secretary Kim beside him seem to sway. Tang Jun was instantly nervous about the beauty and hadn't realized what the problem was. And the anger on Director Tang's face was about to be overwhelming. Many people in the room seemed to realize a possibility, and the atmosphere in the room instantly froze. A pin drop could be heard, as if the heartbeats of different people could be heard. Until the recovery of emails containing confidential documents, the interface of the operation is specially enlarged with the time of sending. Then compare it to the time inside the surveillance record. Who else can't see the truth? It's still true. Tang Jun looked at the screen and reacted for a moment, then immediately and angrily reprimanded Shin Rank. You are designated as crazy, even in order to harbor him, but also send people to synthesize such a video to slander. As a result, before he could finish screaming, he was slapped on the back of the head by his own old man. Tang Jun directly fell headfirst to the ground. Dad, you can shut up you. After finishing his speech, Director Tang hurriedly said to Shin Rank and the rest of the leadership, as you can see, my son had nothing to do with this matter. He was being utilized. He's just a dumbass. This is also the time to admit that your son is a. If this was not cleared up, if he was suspected of being a joint effort between Tang Jun and Secretary Kim, then he wouldn't be able to say anything with several mouths. Secretary Jean, you have an evil heart. Using my son and framing Mrs. Shin. What did Mr. Shin do wrong to you that you have to betray him like this? Director Tang hated to dig up some love-hate gossip to distract the crowd. At that moment everyone's eyes went to Secretary Kim. There was shock, disbelief, and resentful rage, especially those assistants in the president's office. Each one of them was trembling with anger, their eyes red. They had not long ago justifiably vouched for Secretary Jean to identify Mrs. Shin. Now it's simply so humiliating and angry that I can't wait to dig a hole and bury myself. According to Mr. Shin's nature, he would definitely fire all of them. They were really victimized by Secretary Jean, but they had not dared to say a word nowadays, and could only minimize their presence. And by now Secretary Kim had no blood at all on her face, breathing heavily and trembling. She looked at Kin in despair, still unwillingly trying to hang on. Shin Rank, I didn't. Agent Wei is your cousin's wife. You teamed up with her to set up Jiheim, didn't you? Shin Bian's sentence was almost like the last straw that crushed the camel. The whole room was in an uproar. How could you? Did you already? Secretary Kim's spirit was completely crushed. The crowd was also stunned as they looked at Shin Rank. After all, who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Jiheim's brain went down from when the video just came out. Even if she saw all the truth for herself, how could Shin Rank be so contrary? It was only after the mention of her agent this moment that Jiheim reacted. Could it be that Shin Rank already knew about Sister Wei's identity and that's why he suspected Secretary Jean? But how did it come to be on Tang Jun? Director Tang was also depressed as to how the investigation came to his son's head. Shin Rank swept a glance at the dumbfounded Jihim. Can't say in public that all the truth comes from Jihim's heart. The agent thing aside, once you're under suspicion, it's only natural to pull up all the surveillance of all your solo movements and investigate all the electronic equipment you may have access to. Secretary Kim didn't bother deleting the surveillance that could have been evidence, and that's what Jihim said was broken. Chapter 5, Moonlight? It's just a matter of time before we get divorced. Such a drip lineup is totally treating her like the only prisoner, looking for evidence of her guilt. Secretary Jean had always felt that even if the matter of her going in and out of the office was told, Shin Jia would not be meticulous to that extent if he investigated out of rigor. That's why she hadn't deleted the surveillance records. She really didn't expect Shin Rank to be so cold and ruthless even when dealing with matters related to her. Secretary Kim was woefully paralyzed, the realization crushing her. And the person who was even more devastated was Tang Jun. This is really what you did. You, why did you Tang Jun's eyes were red. His emotions were unusually agitated, and he raised his hand to grab Secretary Jin's arm, frantically questioning. Director Tang felt that his son was too humiliated like this and hurriedly pulled Tang Jun back. What else could it be? Jealousy, wanting to squeeze out Mrs. Shin and rise to the top herself. Tang Jun, however, seemed like a bolt from the blue. You like Shin Rank? No, it's impossible. Director Tang wanted to hold his forehead. How blind was this son of his? He couldn't see what so many people could see. Jiheim felt the same way. Tang Jun is really blind. He likes Secretary Kim so much that he doesn't know that Secretary Kim likes Shin Rank. After Jihim finished slandering in her mind, she looked up and saw the color of surprise flashing through Shin Rank's calm demeanor. Good guy. Could it be that Shin Rank never saw that Secretary Kim liked him? What kind of absolute straight man is this? Shin Rank's earlobes were already burning with embarrassment because of Ji-him's heartfelt words, and his handsome face gradually became unnatural. What's the situation? Wasn't this thing about the enemy bribing Secretary Kim to steal trade secrets and making Ji-him the scapegoat? Secretary Kim likes him? How can that be? She's not. No, it's not like that. I don't have anything personal. Secretary Kim suddenly shouted in panic. She nervously looked at Kin and said, I admit that I did all this, but it's definitely not what everyone thinks. I did this to help Yuji. In a flash, the whole room was quiet. Yuji, that's... Kin's face also changed. What did you say? Secretary Jean hurriedly said. Yuji is going back to China. Shinjan's pupils trembled slightly, and he uncomfortably swept a glance at Ji-him. Ji-him, Yuji? I know. Shin Rank's white moonlight. Years ago he mercilessly abandoned his first girlfriend. Once the golden couple, male talent and female beauty. They are the most popular couple in the circle of the mansion. Shin title. You know again. Jiheim, but what does this have to do with Secretary Kim? Shin Rank looked at Secretary Jean with a straight face. Yeah, what does it have to do with what she did? Secretary Jean as if grabbed a life-saving straw. A brain. I and Yuji but the best girlfriends. When she left you was forced. I do not want the two of you because of misunderstandings to miss the fate. I know that you will not casually divorce, so I would rather be the villain himself, hoping to help you and Yuji to beg for a chance. After saying that, Secretary Kim lowered this head with a sad look, as if she had no choice but to do this. Secretary Jean is indeed Yuji's bosom friend. Because of this layer of relationship they are familiar with. Otherwise when she was recruited into the group, she would not have been assured to let her stay in the position of secretary, giving the greatest trust. During the youthful period of the university, Secretary Jean witnessed the whole romance and helped to set them up from time to time. So when he heard people speculate that Secretary Jean liked him before, Kin thought it was impossible. The people present were a little surprised, and always felt that it was a peak, but not many people believe. After all, no one is blind. This gold secretary full of heart and eyes are Shin Rank. It is just that it is the first time I heard that the original Secretary Jean is the BFF of Mr. Shin's white moonlight. I hadn't heard Secretary Kim reveal the slightest bit before. Everyone could see what she was up to now. Wait, there's an even heavier melon yet. Mr. Shin's first love is coming back? Was the breakup a misunderstanding? The crowd's eyes frantically stole a glance at Shin Rank, thinking that he would pursue the matter. Only now Mrs. Shin Ji-him was present. Everyone's excited. Shura, what compulsion? What misunderstanding? I see. Kin hurriedly interrupted. He didn't want to be spied on by Ji-him for gossip. For the sake of one's own selfish desires, causing our group to lose so much money and implicating others in false accusations. It's impossible for any reason to escape accountability. Kin coldly declared. Right. Not to mention that the reasons are all made up. Ji-him's attention was diverted at once. After all, it's hard for young people to concentrate. But why did you make up this reason out of the blue? Let me see. Shin Rank was going to talk about the treatment program. But in the end, when he heard this, he also became a bit curious. The first thing I want to do is to get rid of the problem. Previously, it has always been explicitly and implicitly implied that her relationship with Shin Rank is not simple. Induced me to go crazy and make a fuss. Is thinking of slow and easy to drive me away? And then attacked Shin Rank. But do not want to. Yuji is going to return to the country. She knows that she is not the opponent of the white moonlight. So she wants to Yuji before she returns to the country to buy herself a little time to become Mrs. Shin. It's no wonder that I was so anxious to lay my hands on me. Regardless of the fact that there are so many breaks in this trap, now that she's been dismantled, she can only use Yuji as an excuse, in a vain attempt to pretend that she was all a moment of confusion for the sake of someone else, so that Shin-jan will be less severely punished. But if she lets Shin Rank know that she likes him, and that everything is her evil for her selfish desires, then Shin Rank will definitely not let her go, and she will never have a chance again. Ha 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 ha. She's also sick and desperate. Even if Shin Rank is stupid, he won't believe this reason. Right. Almost had a throwback to believing in the Chin title. Thinking of all the past, every time Ji-in came to him calmly, not a moment later, he was messing with Secretary Jean, and Secretary Jean always played the aggrieved and helpless look, setting off Ji-in to become more and more crazy. Shin Jia, however, had always felt that it was Ji-in's problem before, but now that he thought about it, he felt guilty. The heart also grew more and more disgusted with Secretary Kim. He wasn't interested in questioning a so-and-so, and simply said in a cold voice, "Call the police to deal with it." Secretary Jean snapped her head up, and for a moment it was as if all her strength had been drained out of her body. Unbelievably, she said, "Shin Rank, I am for. If you have something to say it to the police." Shin Rank's ruthless determination made the crowd's hearts tighten, and in the end, the most serious disposition was chosen. Shin Rank, Secretary Jean broke down and went crazy, trying to pull Chin rank, but was dodged. She unwillingly and angrily pointed at Jihim and said, "Her turn is to divorce. Leave her a way out. Why are you so hard on me? I don't have credit but also hard work. Followed you for 10 years. You treat me like this?" It was only then that Chin rank gave her a look. "Because you are not my wife." One sentence seemed to conceal many layers of meaning, like a sharp sword running through the chest. Secretary Kim was dumbfounded. Soon, the people involved were taken away by the police, and Jihim was forced to follow along on a trip to the police station. During this time, Tang Jun even tried to take the blame on himself because he believed the bull ***** that Secretary Kim was trying to help his best friend, so he continued to be a lickspill, and he was so angry that Director Tang directly fainted. Fortunately, the evidence is overwhelming, and Tang Jun can't take the blame even if he wants to. When she finally saw Secretary Jean frantically screamed at Jihim, "When Yuji comes back, Chin Jia will definitely divorce you. Don't be too happy." What a villainous statement. But Jihim was filled with an expectant tone. "Really? Then hurry up." Spoiler alert. Don't worry, the hero is clean in body and mind. No poison. The heroine is never aggrieved. And the salsa is cheerful to the end. Chapter 6, Eating the Melon System to Read Minds. Jihim had crossed over 3 days ago. It started when she was hooked up with the wrong soul by a messenger from the underworld. And because she had no father or mother, her body was quickly disposed of and could not be resurrected. To make up for a job well done, the joy of crossing is a great gift. And so, Jihim came, inherited the original body's memories and assumed the original body's identity. The original body was originally a delicate young lady, not based on the ability. Both parents had accidents, and on their deathbeds, fearing that their orphaned daughter would be bullied by her relatives, they entrusted her directly to the Chin family, a close family friend. The Chin family took pity on her pitifulness and raised her in the Chin family as if she were their own daughter. However, the original body suffered a change of heart, a lot of thoughts, and sensitive. Never make friends with the Chin family, gloomy and strange, but it was love at first sight for the Chin rank, worrying that after he graduated from the university there will be no reason to continue to stay in the Chin family, so it is the Chin rank of the hand. Getting drunk, sleeping together, being caught, Chin rank loathes her, seeing her seeking death but having to take responsibility, can only be forced to get a license. Aggrieved by this incident, he gave himself up and shut himself up in his house for several days, and died suddenly of a heart palpitation. That's what made Jihim wear it. Faces and names are replaced in this world with a single click. Jihim does not want to become a woman in a deep bosom. Although this Chin rank handsome and gold, but can only see cannot eat. What is going on? Jihim does not want to keep a widow. A man's hand wasn't even touched in his last life, so he had to make it up to himself in this life anyhow. It just so happens that the other guy doesn't treat himself well, thinking that if he divorces such a rich guy, he can get a big ticket all at once, and he'll be able to feed and clothe himself in the future. As a result, the messenger of the netherworld tells her that Jihim can't divorce for the original body unless Chin Jia takes the initiative to do so. This is called fate, because the original body could not divorce Chin rank even in death. Jihim protested. The Undertaker then adds a compensatory giveaway to her, a melon eating system. The melon eating system is the gold finger that can dig out all the secrets that you brought out of your mother's womb. Very satisfying to Jihim's desire to gossip. Later think about. In fact, according to the Chin family character, as long as they do not die after that, that day is also good. Rich and idle husband still does not go home, is also considered a good life, by the time it really cannot hold back. To the Chin rank with a cuckold, that also blame the Chin rank does not fulfill the obligations of the husband. I didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly though. The ruling on this setup turned into a divorce. Isn't that a coincidence? Leave right away. But now, it was already evening when they came out of the police station, and Chin rank took Jihim in his car, ready to go home first. The car was awfully quiet. Jihim leaned a bit demoralized against one of the car windows. I blame myself for not behaving hysterically, being rejected by him, and passing by $200 million, which was an amount she couldn't even think of winning the lottery in her previous life. Chin rank didn't hear anything else. He could only hear 200 million. 200 million, kept circulating in Jihim's mind. Is she short of money? Chin rank picked up his cell phone, and it didn't take long for a reminder to pop up on Jihim's phone. Jihim flipped it open in boredom, to the tune of $3 million. Jihim instantly caught his breath, dumbstruck, and mechanically turned his head to look at Chin rank. Shouldn't be transferring to the wrong person. Chin rank was looking at her, and when he saw her looking over, his long, thick eyelashes drooped slightly, falling a layer of shadow under his phoenix eyes, appearing somewhat sincere. Only then did he speak solemnly. I'm sorry for wronging you before. I apologize to you. This is an indemnity. Chin rank is very sorry, but also do not know how to compensate. In fact, he and Ji-him is really not familiar with, get along with too little time, completely do not know her preferences, listen to her constantly read the money, just directly transfer money is good. Oh, Ji-him surface combatch, seems to be broken-hearted, indifferent to everything, yet the fact is, holy, 3 million, shark me, $3 million in cell phone arrivals, is that what the limit allows? Lighten up, to Her Highness, who missed out on $200 million, 3 million is nothing, oh ho, being wrongly accused for a while, you can get $3 million compensation, Chin title, you people are still strange good Lou, I don't mind at all if I'm wronged a few more times in the future. The corner of Chin Bit's mouth twitched, I did not expect Ji-him to be like this inside, too superficial, sure enough, you can't look at people too superficially, and today is the only day that you really know Ji-him as a person. Chin Rank swept a glance, only to see the corners of the other party's mouth desperately pressed, a pair of eyes large and round, sparkling, adding a spiritual color to her already beautiful features, nose, lips, sideburns like clouds, a head of green silk draped over the shoulders, the flow of neon light outside the window and her porcelain skin jumping, as if into the bustle of the night elves. Although Chin Rank does not like her, but also have to admit, Ji-him has a stunning beauty, before not to see, probably because her expression is always gloomy, as if anyone owes her, now the natural aura, as if the whole person is enlightened. Why would a person suddenly transform so dramatically? Kin had to think in terms of weirdness. She seemed to know the cause and effect of many things, even if she couldn't touch them, maybe because of the sudden appearance of this supernormal ability, knowing too many things, see everything is transparent, so began to live freely and casually. For the time being, Chin Rank could only justify himself in this way, but remembering this incident, Chin Rank still can't help but ask, why don't you argue more than a few times after the incident? Ji-him pondered for a moment, and with a bright idea, tried to pontificate. You've wanted to divorce me for a long time anyway, this time is just an excuse. It makes no difference if it's true or not. Chin Rank frowned and said unhappily, true or false is important, and, I never intended to seek reasons to divorce you, though their marriage had begun in a mess. It wasn't as if he wanted to stay so stagnant. Ji-him was a bit surprised, but in her mind she picked up the words, brother ex-husband, you are a good person. Chin Jie's face turned green, we're not divorced yet, can you not call anything ex-husband brother? Or does she think they will definitely get divorced? Without waiting for Chin Rank to think more, Ji-him's heartbeat gave an answer, but a twisted melon isn't sweet, so why waste your time? After all, your white moonlight will soon return home, why don't I make room in advance? Before Secretary Kim has said, people have bitter reasons for breaking up with you, there is a misunderstanding between you, how does this look like it's going to be a broken rhythm? I don't want to stay as cannon fodder, don't put on a bitter show and turn it into marital infidelity, how ugly that would be. I'm doing this for your own good. Chin Jie's breath stuttered. He and that guy were long in the past, he had moved on, how could he be attached to his ex when he already had a wife? He wasn't that kind of guy, so he didn't even think of asking Secretary Kim the truth. If he couldn't risk saying that he could hear her heart, Chin Rank really wanted to argue with her, probably a bit of gambling, not waiting for Ji-him's surface to answer. Chin Rank directly said, do not think nonsense, as long as you live a good life, we will not divorce. In the future, Chin Rank will definitely prove to her that he is not the kind of person she thinks he is. Ji-him swept a glance at Chin Rank and said perfunctorily, oh, the heart is singing hard against it. I'll slap that in your face when you're flirting and pulling with the white moonlight limit. Chin Rank sucked in a sharp breath. Her own words she just don't believe? Ugh. No. Chin Bit, believe it? The firmer the ex-husband brother is now, the better as long as one behaves a little better during this time. When the ex-husband brother comes to me for the sake of the white moonlight to get a peaceful divorce, maybe because of the shame, give me more breakup money. Chin Jie's face darkened. These days, think of it as saving money to invest on your ex-husband's brother's side. It's so cool to think about it. I'm such a money manager. As soon as the divorce, are my independent life capital by the time the house, the little puppy, Chin Rank was short of breath. You can't get over the little puppy, can you? Or is there already an alternative? That's why the divorce from him was accepted so quickly. Calm down, it's your own fault this time. You can't think of GM like that. A little wolfhound is not bad. It's all about the 8-pack abs anyway. Chin title. I also have 8 pieces. Just waiting for Chin Jie to mention divorce to me. Chin Jie's hands were clenched into fists in an unseen corner. He couldn't tell if GM really wanted a divorce or if he was hurt by the incident and gave up on himself. After all, if he really wanted a divorce, Ji-him could have brought it up himself. She probably still doesn't want to divorce him if she doesn't bring it up voluntarily. It's certainly not about trying to save up more for the breakup. The car drove slowly into the estate. There were other people's cars parked on the square with visitors. The two had just stepped through the front door when they heard voices coming from the other side of the living room. Mom and Dad, this is the child Qin Yan and I are going to adopt, named Li Ziqiao. Qin instantly understood that it was his elder sister and her husband who had come. Before he could react to anything about adopting a child, he felt the otherwise graceful woman beside him suddenly quicken her pace. I wipe, there are melons to eat again. The luxury circle really drama much, which makes me have a throw to shed divorce. This divorce is just like leaving a melon field. Eyes on Jiheim took 3 steps, eager eyes glowing. Qin title, that's certainly not why she didn't initiate the divorce. And what a melon again. Wait for me. Chapter 7, the whole family reads minds? As soon as Jiheim and Qin Rank appeared, the strange atmosphere in the room was interrupted and the crowd looked over. The butler came forward to take the outer garments for the second young master and his wife. Back. As soon as Mother Qin saw the two come in, she immediately stood up nervously from the sofa and went forward to carefully take Jiheim's hand, observing the two's complexion. Qin's father also looked over nervously, but on the surface he still took out the majesty of a great patriarch and loomed large. When Jiheim was picked up this morning, Qin mother was still worried and asked Qin Rank. Qin Jie just coldly told his mother to leave it alone this time. Qin father also just sighed. Everything let his son deal with it. After all, this time Jiheim is making a big mistake. If his son does not deal with it, then it is really unconvincing. The worst case scenario that comes to mind for them is that the two get divorced. Originally did not want to let the eldest daughter's family door today, but did not want the eldest daughter seems to have suffered some kind of aggravation. The phone inside the panic. Want to go home as soon as possible. There are things to say, so they can only let them come. Who knew that their daughter and son-in-law had also brought them heavy dynamite? Jiheim followed the memorized pattern of getting along, nodding his head in a widowed manner, looking like he didn't know how to get along and was alone in the world. Qinbit didn't mention anything else and greeted his big sister's family first. Jiheim swept a curious glance. Only 4 people were seen sitting on a long couch to one side. A somewhat mean-faced old woman was holding an 8 or 9-year-old boy in her arms, looking very precious. The little boy was clutching a Rubik's Cube in his hand, looking at it uneasily, and the person was a bit thin. Next to him sat a lean man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a man with a smiling face but who appeared to be cold and detached. Beside the man was a woman whose smile was a bit forced, but whose face looked very warm and friendly. Qin's father and mother were not in a position to ask Qin Rank and Jiheim how it turned out in public, and were planning to deal with their eldest daughter's family first. As a result, I heard an old voice saying, the 2 oldest family members are divorced? Why are they still coming back after the divorce? The scene went cold for a moment. Mom! Qin Yan immediately raised her voice to stop, but with the character raised by a big girl, her voice sounded airless. She looked at Jiheim with some concern. Her husband, Li Shik, on the other hand, did not say a word, as if the matter did not concern him, and allowed his mother to speak out of turn. Qin Title frowned slightly, still maintaining his education. We're not divorced, so naturally we'll go home together. This time, both Father Qin and Mother Qin looked over in surprise. Finally, there was a good thing. Li's mother was puzzled. It's all over the upper circles that she made a mistake. Qin Jie looked unhappy and was about to explain, when he heard Jiheim, who was on the side, suddenly open his mouth and said, when did the Li family enter the upper class circle? You can even hear news from the circle? The Li family is an average family, but Li Ji study medical success, is considered a young talent, and in the past few years and because of the Qin family's help with the cooperation of a private hospital, only to save a little bottom, far from reaching the level of the circle of the magnates. But some people don't like the truth, and Li's mother's face turned blue and her voice shook. What did you say? How dare you humiliate our Li family? Jiheim waved his hand with an innocent face and said, how can you still be sensitive when you're old? Where did I say anything wrong? How did I humiliate your Li family? Just humiliate, stick a dog's tail in the grass, just pretend to be a big tail with me here, give you face. Hearing her curse so directly in her heart, Qin immediately stopped speaking, since it was Mother Li who was rude in the first place. Qin Jie naturally wouldn't let his wife be aggrieved for the sake of superficial harmony. By the way, he also pulled Jiheim to sit down and talk slowly. How tiring it is to stand and talk. As a result, as soon as he sat down, from Qin Jie's angle, he saw the shocked expressions of Qin's father and mother diagonally across from him. That look, Father Qin and Mother Qin were dumbfounded. Were they hallucinating? Those arrogant words were Jiheim's voice, but she didn't seem to have opened her mouth. Qin Bit's eyes changed slightly and he immediately looked at his big sister Qin Yan, only to see Qin Yan also looking at Jiheim with a dumbfounded expression. And the battle between Jiheim and Li's mother continued. Li's mother was already furious. The wrinkles on her face were a bit hideous. Surely an uneducated one. These words instantly caused the faces of the Chin family members present to sink, not to mention the fact that the original Ji family was a family friend of theirs. Even now Ji-him was considered to have been raised in their family for a few years and had already married into the Chin family and was considered a member of the Chin family. Where to allow this old woman to preach? Chin's mother was about to retort, but ended up being unable to grab Ji-him. That is also true that I have not been taught how to be downwardly compatible. After saying that, Ji-him also purposely swept Lee's mother up and down. Dislike was written on her face. You're the only one who was educated. You used to be sarcastic to my face when there was something going on, and cursed me every day to be the wife of the next wife so that I could introduce Chin rank to the daughters of my relatives. And I see that you're quite an ugly-looking old hag, but you're quite beautiful in your thoughts. Although Ji-him used to go crazy from time to time when faced with the matter of Chin rank, but never to other people like this. Usually just not good to get along with. The main one to ignore. Do not take care of. It was still the first time that there was anger coming out on the spot. So not only the Lee family, even the Chin family was dumbfounded. Of course what made the Chin family even more foolish was that they had also heard Ji-him's heartfelt words. Chin's father and mother looked at each other in shock before realizing that they weren't the only ones like this, and then looked over at Chin rank, seeing that he was shaking his head suggestively at them, which confirmed that it really wasn't their problem. What did I just say? It turns out that Motherly treats their daughter-in-law so badly every time she comes to their house. It's just so shameless. Chin's father and Chin's mother, who had originally thought that it wasn't a bit too much for Ji-him to treat the elders this way, were now completely on their daughter-in-law's side. Bah! Don't even think about cursing my son and daughter-in-law to divorce. And right at this moment, Chin Yen couldn't hold back her shock and said in shock, Ji-him, you, big sister. Kin suddenly spoke up, his sharp eyes as if he was trying to stop something. But to the others, it seems like it's just Ji-him scolding Motherly, and Chin Yen tries to stop it, but is warned by Chin rank. Chin Yan's heart was a mess, and she didn't dare to say that weird thing at that moment. And Li Ji, who had been acting as a mute, was a bit huffy at the moment, because Ji-him's sentence stabbed him both downward and in a compatible way. Supporting his mother, who was about to faint from anger and would only keep saying you, he looked at Chin Yen in displeasure. The icy lenses of his glasses flashed coldly, implying instructions. After all, this kind of shrewish occasion does not need him to appear and lose face. Chin Yen was a little difficult left and right, and in the end, she could only say to her mother-in-law, Mom, don't be angry. Ji-him, she is still young. More simple, no malice. The 24-year-old Ji-him almost laughed at Chin Yan's argument for pulling the strings. However, Li Ji was not satisfied with Chin Yan's performance, and his eyes were somewhat stern as he looked at Chin Yan, already bringing with him a reprimand. Chin Yan was instinctively flustered and lowered her eyes to avoid the sight. Chin's father and Chin's mother couldn't stand to watch. Not wanting her daughter to be embarrassed, Chin's mother took the initiative to speak up. Well, in-laws don't generalize with the juniors. My daughter-in-law is in a bad mood today, and she's a bit straight-talking. This is said, bias without bounds, is simply another wave of the Lee mother taunted. But unlike Ji-him, Chin mother has said so. Even if again angry, the Lee family is not good with Chin mother quarrel. One could only mutter a little. Humph. I had come here today to share in the joyous occasion, but someone is not long for it and spoils the fun as much as they can. But no one paid any attention to her, or even chose to hang her out to dry, letting her savor her own embarrassment. Mother Chin turned her head to speak to Ji-him in a nice voice. Coming back so late, has him eaten? Ji-him was a him got goosebumps. After all, there is no affinity for her. She did not try to be so close to the name. But, Mother Chin is so nice. Chin mother immediately excited to hear. After all, usually Ji-him rarely close to them, always like a layer. Did not expect Ji-him hard as so think of her. Definitely a shy kid, not very expressive. When Ji-him shook her head to indicate that she hadn't eaten yet, Mother Chin immediately asked, What do you want to eat? Ji-him said, Whatever. Chin mother directly shouted, Jung mom, to him to get 3 dishes and 1 soup over. Just get the usual him love to eat those dishes. Hard work. Finished. Rare pulling Ji-him's hand said, Chin rank this child is also, take you busy so late back. Also do not know first let you eat full. Hungry panic it. The corner of Chin Jia's mouth twitched at the side. Mom, I was with her, and I didn't eat either. Mother Chin listened and added perfunctorily, Bring 1 for the second young master. Chin title. Ji-him wanted to laugh, but looked at Chin rank's eyes that swept over and didn't dare. Suddenly there were more plates of cut fruit at hand. Eat some fruit first to pad your stomach. Chin's father's voice was calm and steady, and his movements were natural as he pushed the fruit tray of hospitality over. Ji-him thanked him. Father Chin is also very good at caring for his juniors. What a gentle couple. Chin's father sat upright. Chin Yan's sad mood couldn't help but turn a little better as she listened to Ji-him's heartfelt words and watched her parents' amused behavior. However, she was soon left gasping for breath again from the 2 displeased lines of sight. She knew that her mother-in-law and husband were resenting her uselessness and neglect by her mother's family, but she knew her family didn't mean that. Noticing the predicament on his big sister's side, Kin's eyes changed slightly, looking at the kid who was a bit scared from the beginning to the end, just fiddling with the Rubik's Cube in his hand. He looked a bit self-conscious and self-absorbed, but looking at the almost finished Rubik's Cube, he was not a stupid one. He and his third brother liked to play with Rubik's Cubes when they were kids, too. Thinking about what Jiheim said earlier about having melons. Speaking directly, he said, "And this child is?" Chapter 8, Xiu'er, Tian Xiu. Finally getting to the point, Li Ji collected his unhappy emotions and spoke in a calm tone. "His name is Li Ziqiao. Xinyan and I are going to adopt him. In the future, he will be our son. Ziqiao, this is your second uncle and second aunt. Call someone." Li Ziqiao was about to stand up and timidly open his mouth, but he was interrupted by Father Qin. Qin's father's face was a bit ugly and said, "Slow down. This matter has not been made clear. Do not panic and call someone." Li Ziqiao's face went white and he could only sit down with his head hung low. Mother Qin's heart was soft, and seeing that the child was pitiful, she said, "Why don't we let Ziqiao go outside to play first? There's something to be said that can't be said in front of the kids." "It's okay." Li Shik, however, didn't care much about the look of the boy's emotions. Qin's father has actually been suppressing his anger, and spoke directly. "Then I'll be blunt. Yen Yen is only 30 years old, not old enough to have a child. Right, you guys don't even say hello, and you directly lead the child back to inform us. Is this how you Li family people do things?" Li mother said, "In-laws, this matter cannot blame us since Yen Yen first difficult birth body is injured. The doctor said that the future pregnancy difficulties, we cannot wait to waste time 9 years ago Qin Yan gave birth to a stillborn baby, and after that she couldn't get pregnant, but the Qin family felt that with the development of medicine, Qin Yan is still so young, there is always a chance, but I didn't want the Li family to directly lead a child today." Speaking here, Qin Yan's eyes directly turned red, waiting so impatiently. Is Li Ji going to die? The Li family is going to cut off the fragrance? Jiheim was eating fruit while being venomous. The Qin family members who were holding their breath almost didn't hold it when they heard this. Even the sad Qin Yan's emotions were stuck. Qin Rang coughed and pressed down on Jiheim's arm and said, "Eat right away. Eat less fruit." Then he opened his mouth and said to Li Ji, "Waiting so impatiently? Even if you guys are not hopeful and have to adopt, you shouldn't be this age." Jiheim obediently put down her fruit fork, but when she heard Qin Rang's question, she immediately complimented it in her heart. "Wow, Watson, you found the blind spot." Qin Bit gave a start. "Is there really a problem?" Qin's father and Qin's mother froze with him. What? Qin Yin shivered and looked at Jiheim in shock. Without waiting for Li Ji to open his mouth, Qin Bian said in a sharp tone, "What's so special about this child that your Li family chose him?" Li mother and Li Ji face stiff. Li mother immediately dry smile, "Is just 9 years old. With my son and Yen Yen are a bit like. Thinking is not some kind of fate. So only, this is said to poke people's heart." So Qin father Qin mother cannot help but look carefully at Li Ziqiao. Not to mention, really a little like Li Ji and Qin Yen. However, once Qin Yen heard this, her face became even more ugly, and she couldn't help the tears that were welling up in her eyes. And that Li Ziqiao didn't know why his head was buried even lower, as if he was very vain. Xiu'er, Tian Xiu, Li Ji to adopt is actually his own son, Qin Yan, and did not give birth to, then it is not equal to the outside of the illegitimate child? Now hard stuff to Qin Yan to raise. How good to say this kind of words. This skin is simply thicker than the city wall. Qin family. A sentence was like a thunderbolt. The Qin family members were all stunned, looking at the several people on the opposite side of the sofa in disbelief. And naturally, Qin Yan looked at Jiheim with even more disbelief, completely not understanding how Jiheim knew, and also let Qin Yan to help hide the origin of this child, said what the child must be adopted. If the truth, the Qin family will certainly have to make a fuss. They let Qin Yan do not pick things, make the two families unhappy, to blame her for not being able to give birth to a child, cannot let their family flame broken. My ass, does your family have a throne to inherit? Qin Yan even hesitated. My goodness, is she a murderer and arsonist seen by Li Ji? This kind of aggression still have to endure? The Qin family members were shocked, and shocked again, eyes on the verge of glaring out at Qin Yan. Qin Yan seemed like a balloon, being poked a little. Instantly all the aggression poured out, almost hiding her face and crying. Qin Jie's face turned blue, finally realizing what Jiheim said about melons. The Li family still didn't understand how a few people from the Qin family instantly changed the atmosphere. Qin Bit directly said in a cold voice, "Then what about this child's original biological parents? Who are they? Have you investigated clearly? If you haven't investigated, I'll do it. Becoming a relative of my family is bound to have a clear origin." When these words came out, Mother Li and Li Ji immediately blushed. and their behavior also made Chin's father and mother, who were shocked by Ji-him, react. Ji-him's heart was true. Immediately, he was so angry that he nearly jumped up and hit someone. This child is mine. Li Ji knew what Qin Jia was like, so he didn't struggle and directly opened his mouth to admit it. As soon as Qin's father heard that Li Ji didn't even feel any shame, he slammed the marble countertop, causing the butler who had just come over to help deliver the meal to jump. After all, Qin's father seldom got so angry after his retirement. Uncle Butler put down his dinner plate and was already considering going to get the punching weapon for Qin's father. Li Ji's face turned white or he braced himself and said, I didn't do anything wrong to Qin Yin about this child. It was my ex-girlfriend who left it behind my back. Li mother also hurriedly said, right. In-laws, you first don't be angry. We also just know that there is this child's existence. When the two families' marriage is what is going on, we all know. Now Yin Yen can't give birth to. Just have our old Li family's blood flow outside. This is thinking of adopting the child back. This child's own mother and ran out of shadow. Absolutely will not shake Yin Yen's position in our Li family. Mother Qin was immediately furious and her face turned red. So, my daughter still has to be grateful that you guys are giving this opportunity to help your son and his ex-girlfriend raise an illegitimate child. You guys are thinking pretty good. If you guys think so, Yun doesn't have to bear the pressure of having a child. She has a ready-made son, and once she goes through the legal process, it's no different from a biological one. Mother Li continued. Qin mother was so angry that she didn't even know what to say. She only felt that it was too bullying. It turned out that their daughter had been wronged in this way, blaming the couple for raising their eldest daughter to be too docile, probably not knowing how to deal with this kind of thing anymore, before instinctively wanting to go home. Thinking of this, Mother Qin didn't care if it was cruel to the child or not, and directly said, then our Qin family will just say that we don't agree. Qin's father also had a stern face, expressing his support for Qin's mother's statement. Qin Bit was even more silent, and as a result, when he turned his eyes, he saw that Ji-him was already holding a rice bowl and eating gakkus, immediately speechless. Really hungry for her? But watching her eat, and listening intently as she did so, she instantly felt hungry as well, and picked up his by the way bowl and chopsticks. Well, it's good to eat so you can handle things calmly. The swords were drawn over there, but they didn't pay attention to these two guys who didn't look at the atmosphere. Li mother's face is a bit stinky. Li Jilis liked the feeling of being suppressed by the Yu family, but let him talk back also dare not. Can only pick up the soft pinches, tone of voice. Qin Yen, you tell me, you did not object before? That's right, should I kick out my only real grandson? Mother Li followed suit with her moral abduction. Enough, Qin father directly raged. Qin Yen, what do you think? Don't worry, no matter what the decision is, we'll always back you up. No one can bully you. Mother Li and Li Ji's faces suddenly became even more ugly. Dad, Qin Yen was flustered and looked down at Li Ziqiao. Although she took care of the child for 2 days, the child was also very well behaved, and Li Ji also looked as if he did not want to see the child, so that she was slightly relieved. But inside the diaphragm of the difficult, if it was another child, she thought she could be this adoptive mother. But this child, Li Ziqiao, Xiao Meng, that woman's name. Qin Yen, Li Ji said in an intimidating tone. Qin Yen was even more flustered and spoke helpfully. I really don't know. Mom and Dad, what do you think? Qin's father and Qin's mother were immediately filled with disappointment. The former Qin Yen was just good-tempered. How did she become so weak and unassertive after marrying someone else? Qin Jia stopped her chopsticks, sighed, and was thinking of making a decision for this indisputable sister to forget about it. This child should never be raised in front of her. The result is to hear Ji-him inner growl, *******. What's not to know? People are writing to your head too. This kind of not divorce, stay in the new year? Chapter 9. Did you blow yourself up or something? The 3 members of the Qin family were all jolted, as if they had been pierced through their veins. Qin Yen, however, blanched. The worst she thought was non-adoption, but she didn't want to mention divorce, and her first reaction was no. Qin family members actually know that Qin Yen will not divorce. Although gentle, the bones of the face is stubborn temper. Persuade not listen. If not by virtue of the usual Li Ji that to Qin Yan's attitude of love and disregard, has let them divorce 100 times. But after what Ji-him just said, the Qin family couldn't help but feel stupid. It's so hard to persuade points. It's so hard to persuade points. It's so hard to persuade points. The 3 men looked at each other. Qin title hit the head. The child is out. That proves that what happened back then was a mistake. I suggest, just divorce. Li mother and Li Ji instantly trembled. Their expressions were shocked as they looked at Qin Jie. For a moment they actually did not react. After all, a powerful family. Who does not have a few illegitimate children? Looking at the Qin family's parents again, he realized that they surprisingly didn't have any opposing thoughts. But at this time, Qin Yan opened her mouth without arguing. This is not considered Li Ji sorry for me. The three members of the Qin family looked at Qin Yan with hatred. Jiheim almost spat out a mouthful of rice as well. Qin Yan knew that she had let her family down and hung her head low. This look was really similar to the look of Li Ziqiao next to her. Li Ji immediately snorted and said, also, if we want to talk about who has wronged whom, we really don't know how to start counting. Although this was said in a whisper, everyone could hear it, and in an instant, Qin family members held their breath and were dumbfounded, especially Qin Yan, whose face was directly grayed out, as if she didn't want to dwell on the issue of adopting a child anymore. It was just like being pinched 7 inches. Jiheim sniffed out the gossip. At least is the Qin family miss, obviously married. How to spend the days so aggrieved and how can this Li Ji have an illegitimate child and still be so righteous? Let me check. Qin Rank reacted and was trying to interrupt Jiheim's thoughts before he poked his big sister's wounds, but it was already too late. It turns out that Qin Yan and Li Ji are senior siblings, because Li Ji broke up with Xiao Meng, so he drowned his sorrows in alcohol during a college student event, and was taken care of by Qin Yan, who was also at the same event, and then it became indescribable. Why does this scene look familiar? Why does this scene look familiar? Qin Rank wanted to hold his forehead in embarrassment. What did you do? You are forgetting completely. The next day, Xiao Meng found over to see the two together, heartbroken, directly far away from home. Li Ji sobered up, furious. Think it was originally secretly in love with him. Qin Yan took advantage of his unconsciousness despicable possession of him, destroying his and Xiao Meng's love, so that he could not recover his lover. Soon after, Qin Yan pregnant, Qin family had no choice but to go to Li Ji, ask him what he meant. Li Ji which is responsible for marrying Qin Yan. So Qin Yan has been feeling sorry for Li Ji? After the child is gone, Qin Yan also wanted to divorce to Li Ji freedom, but Li Ji refused, because he did not want to be treated as a child cannot be born on the divorce of the scum. His industry reputation is not good, but also bluntly said that everything is caused by Qin Yan, so Qin Yan is not qualified to take the initiative to mention divorce. Because of Jiheim's recollection, the Qin family members were all silenced, and when Mother Li and Li Ji saw that they were quiet, their bottom line became even stronger. Li Ji's tone was even more cold and arrogant as he said to Qin Yan, think about it yourself, as if giving Qin Yan the freedom to choose, but making Qin Yan look more and more resigned. He was about to open his mouth, when he heard a yin and yang heartfelt voice from the opposite side. This is a master of soft food and heart eating. I've seen a lot of shameless ones, but this is the first time I've seen such a shameless one. This time the Qin family is not much of a common enemy. The Qin family to help the Li family. It is true that a bit of soft rice, but they took the initiative to give. Talk about shameless. After all, married is a family. Still, it warmed their hearts that Jiheim was so oriented towards their family, but Qin Yan heard Jiheim so insulted. Li Ji heart is still a little uncomfortable. Instinctively want to retort, Jiheim spit but a steady stream of cum. Drunkenness is an excuse. Men if there is no consciousness, simply cannot get up. Recognize the wrong. Amnesia is a lie. In fact, on the spot subconsciously know who it is. It is a decline in self-control. Want to take someone else as a tool. People indulge in just a little. After waking up do not want to recognize, and then dumping pot to others. Qin Hai has had his share of experience with being screwed, and he doesn't know how to draw an analogy to his sister's situation. Doesn't he know the truth about that night either? Qin Rank? Wait, did you blow yourself up or something? Qin's parents, did they hear something they shouldn't have? Qin Yan, however, froze, the blood on her face receding, pale as paper. That was the biggest mistake she had ever done in her life. When Li Shik drunkenly pounced on her, she had struggled but Li Shik said, I want to hold you, I am so sad. A soft word made Qin Yan's heart soften and she went along with it. She assumed that Li Shik, looking at her with his eyes open and still reacting to her, had the intention to be with her. Who knows that after Li Ji woke up, he said that he was completely unconscious and questioned that she took the initiative, making Qin Yan also think that she was guilty of inducing the other party on her own initiative under the atmosphere. That kind of secrecy will certainly not be discussed in detail, and naturally, there is no way to tell truth from falsehood. So, it's a fake? Li Sik took the initiative that night, and that Qin Yan ruined his love for Xiao Meng, using the child to bind him? I laughed my ass off. Wasn't it that he wanted an internship at a top hospital, couldn't compete with others, was frustrated with his future, knew that some things do depend on connections and backgrounds, and weighed the pros and cons under his mother's constant chanting before he didn't go after Xiao Meng and chose to marry Qin Yan? It is also really when and stand the Qin family has threatened him? Did Qin Yan morally kidnap him? No, I don't think so. Qin's family, that's certainly not true. After all, the daughter took the initiative in that matter, and she took the consequences of her own wrongdoing. When Li Ji said no, their Qin family will take the child to go well, but Li Ji agreed to get married. and they thought it was because Li Ji had a commitment, but they didn't want to keep being nonchalant about Qin Yan afterward. It turns out that he has always blamed Qin Yan and the Qin family, but now according to Ji-him, that Li Ji simply wanted to marry Qin Yan for his own sake. At this time, Qin Yan was greatly stimulated and looked at Li Ji with disbelief. After all, Li Ji has always been shown to be noble and ambitious. People are also really capable and excellent. A look of disdain for their family to help. Relying on their own will also be fine. This is a complete reversal of impression reversed to the point where she felt that it was Ji-him who was maliciously speculating. And Ji-him's tirade continued. If you are really kidnapped by the child problem, no child cannot be divorced? The reason said a bunch of reasons. The crown, but cannot afford to give up the resources given by the Qin family. Want to continue to eat soft rice? Do not want to kneel to eat. Want to stand to eat the soft rice? After eating but also to spit out a couple of meals are not good. TSK, TSK, TSK. Qin Yan's brain was in a bit of a trance as if another slit had been chiseled open. In fact, there was once a bosom friend who speculated about Li Ji in this way, and they were all angrily refuted by Qin Yan. Eating soft rice is eating soft rice, let it be, but even have the inch to make his wife adopt his illegitimate child. I really wonder what is inside Qin Yan's brain. By this time, the Qin family members also silently looked at Qin Yan, that powerlessness in their hearts. Ugh, surprisingly, he told Qin Yan that if it wasn't for Qin Yan in the first place, he and his ex-girlfriend would have made up and their child wouldn't have become a bastard. So she's in no position to reject that child. I see Qin Yan has long been suppressed over the years denying PUA stupidity, right? Do people should be less introspection themselves? More blame others now also rush to be the wrongdoer not? Qin Yan's eyes reddened at the scolding. Ask yourself this. Yeah, is it really all her fault? Chapter 10 Grasshopper. The Qin family doesn't know how to keep an eye on things. Shouldn't all powerful families have a lot of heart? How can a family of stupid white sweet buy a phoenix man to take the family I'm especially disappointed in Qin Hai. Shouldn't Mr. Ba be able to strategize? He looked so smart before. Qin title. That kind of human nature deep thought. How he investigated. Only Ji-him can use the system to find out just. He has always felt that Li Ji is not good, but his elder sister likes it. Although it is not a loving couple, Li Ji has not done anything to bully his elder sister, except for this one today. He has never intervened in the lives of siblings, and at most mentioned 2 sentences. Where do I know that there are so many minds buried inside? Ji-him is eating melon eat you. Appetite are poor. Hand bowl and chopsticks finally put down. No, it's too annoying. It's better for me to be eyeless for once. Although I can't directly reveal the secrets I've found out, I can be a stirrer. Watch me find a way to stir up this sinful relationship. The corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at the meditating stirrer. Forget it, it's better if he does it. Qin Rank corrected his expression and directly said, Elder sister, our family's opinion remains the same. We hope that you guys get a divorce, and if you don't, our family can't afford to lose face. And after that, we will choose to draw a line with the Li family in all matters. Qin family members quickly understood that Qin Rank is considered a fishing law enforcement, to see whether that Li Ji is for power or not. Even though Qin Rank completely believed Ji-him's words, the others still had some reservations. After all, Li Ji's original intention was no longer verifiable. This was sort of like Qin Rank was helping Ji-him to verify it for everyone to see, and for his big sister to wipe the slate clean. What do you mean by that? Mother Li immediately became anxious and hurriedly looked at the Qin family's parents. Qin's father directly said, Our Qin family is now headed by Qin Rank. Whatever he decides is what he decides. Li Ji's face changed, and irritation soon crept over his expression, as if he had been humiliated, making the Qin family members really think that Ji-him had made a mistake in his speculation. But soon, everyone felt that it was a bit subtle, because Li Ji hadn't opened his mouth. Only Li's mother was so anxious that she pulled Qin Yan and said, Listen to what your brother said. He doesn't treat you as a family at all, and you're forcing our family to cut off our grandchildren. If you have the ability, you can give birth to one. We don't have to be like this. The words were hard to hear, and Mother Qin directly blackened her face, reaching forward and pulling her daughter back to sit by her side. Now it's for your son to get a new wife. No one is stopping him from having as many as he wants. Get back the mother of this child all you want. What? Do you guys want to divorce my daughter that badly? Mother Li hurriedly pulled her son, and Li Ji looked at Qin Jie, frowning as he was about to speak. Qin Rank then coldly laughed. If you care about reputation, you can rest assured that if the real divorce, say that our family cannot tolerate illegitimate children, so force the big sister to divorce, will not affect you in the slightest. So many years our family to your Li family to help quite a lot. You will not still feel that my sister owes you it. One sentence directly blocked all the false reasons, and Li Ji's face turned green. The Qin family has finally stood up. looks like I won't be needed to make an appearance. Listening to Ji-him's cheerful voice, the corner of Chin Jie's mouth slowly hooked up. The Chin family naturally didn't want innocent children to be homeless, but they also couldn't bear the thought of their precious daughter being sad and upset every day. An indifferent husband is enough. Look at what Qin Yan has become now. Add another child. That will definitely suffocate the disease. So divorce is the best option. Li Ji's eyes flashed viciously, and his tone of voice took on a hint of threatening intimidation as he said, Qin Yan, since your family said so, I'll take it that you mean the same thing? If it was in the past, but were Li Jia unhappy, Qin Yan have to immediately coaxed in accordance with its heart. It was time to plead with the Qin family in order to preserve Li Ji's dignity and the interests of the Li family for a while. But Qin Yan was finally silent this time. She hadn't recovered from the shock that Ji-him had given her. Li Ji's high and cold expression was unsteady for a moment. Li mother, however, immediately shouted, No, you can't get a divorce Yan Yan you can't even give birth. Who else would want you? Humph, our Qin family's eldest miss. There are many people who want to marry her. Father Qin said in a cold voice. But, she can't have a baby. Other families must have disliked it as well. And marrying her would have been a heartbreaker. Then don't marry. Our Qin family stays pampered. Mother Qin said, If you want children, adopt orphans, as long as my daughter is happy. If you want me to say that not being able to have a child is not a person's business, maybe Li Ji this kid's genes are not good, not worthy of Qin Yan's. After the divorce, change a good, comfortable mood. Children want to give birth to a few. Needless to say, Ji-hin provided a new thought. It made the Qin family look forward to the days after the divorce. Even the thoughts of Qin Yan, who was indulging in the onslaught, were carried away. Could she possibly have had her own children if she was a different person? Right, I can help Qin Yan check it out. Doctors aren't always as accurate as I am. Qin family members, it can still be like that? Let's see. Oh, it's true that bad health makes it difficult to have children, but it's not impossible. The Qin family was disappointed, much like the doctor said, but it's all 9 years later. So let's just say that the doctors are just not willing to state the possibilities as absolute. But Ji-him suddenly staggered. Holy, no wonder you can't have kids. The blame has to be split in half. Qin's family? 9 years Li Ji this guy just go home a few days every month. Do not know a few times a year to cohabitate. Would have been the chances are low. This is also a fart to give birth to a fart. If you can really give birth to a fart, he has to suspect that to give him with a cuckolded. Heavy news. The Qin family members all looked at Qin Yan in shock. Qin Yan directly reddened her face. How could she know this? Faced with this kind of thing, she was already shy. How could a woman be ashamed to say it? And originally she thought that it must be her own physical problems, so she didn't think much about the rest. Qin's family hates their teeth. How can Li Ji have the face to blame Qin Yan for not being able to give birth to a child, without even trying? But it's not like they can bring such things up for questioning, and they unanimously feel there's no need for questioning anymore. This marriage must be divorced. It's too bullying. If Qin Yan is persistent again, it would be better to force her to leave by force. But Ji-him's side of the thinking ran off again. What's so strange? Even if he doesn't like Qin Yan and doesn't want to share a room, where can he go if he doesn't go home? Stay at the hospital? Is he really so busy that he doesn't go home? Isn't he the dean now? It can't be what I think it is. The Qin family members' hearts thumped, vaguely unpleasant, which, Ji-him did not have a preconceived notion of Li Ji's puritanical persona. And when he thought about it, with his melon-eating intuitive reaction, it was that this guy wouldn't have raised a little one outside. Bold assumptions are made, careful evidence is sought, and false accusations are not freely made. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 grass. Foul language. Seems like a serious problem. The hearts of the Qin family were in their throats, waiting with bated breath for Ji-him to break the news. Even Qin Yan's brain emptied and her emotions stagnated. The 18th floor of the high-class apartment next to the hospital, in which these 9 years, Li Ji and Xiaomeng have been living as husband and wife. Chapter 11 I'm going to divorce you. Qin Yan's body shook, her eyes went black, and she almost fainted. Qin mother's expression was almost twisted as she supported Qin Yan. Qin's father was even more veiny on his forehead, as if he was a lion king who had retreated from his throne, once again exuding a bloodthirsty aura as he stared deathly at the prey that had encroached on his territory. With a gesture, the butler not far away took the hint and turned around, and the new Lion King Qin title was already looking down and pulling out his cell phone to send commands. The Li family hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Seeing that the Qin family was determined to stir up the water, Li Ji couldn't help but stare at Qin Yan and pressurized, just because of such a trivial matter. You want to mess with me? When did you become so small-minded? Qin Yan slowly raised her head. Her eyes were covered with desperate blood. Looking at Li Ji's heart jumped. Why? Qin Yan only felt ridiculous. She thought that he could not recover his true love, and because he was responsible for the child, he chose to marry her as a second best option. But now she was told that they had actually been together all along. Then why don't you get a divorce? Why drag her around? Even blaming her for all the crimes. How can he be so righteous? What for? The line? If you're really that tolerant, the kid's not for adoption, and I'm sending the kid back tomorrow. Tonight, Qin Yan's strange behavior made Li Ji feel unmanageable, and after thinking for a while, he decided to take a step back first. Qin Yan looked at Li Ji with a look of charity. Really cannot help a burst of revulsion. Once by that excellent senior confused illusion finally faded, leaving only a piece of disgusting true face. Ji Him was also disgusted. She did not know that Qin Yan and the others had heard the truth, but just eating such a big melon. The parties involved were still kept in the dark. She really couldn't hold back wanting to expose, but she couldn't say it outright, so she had to curve it. Sending the child away? I said earlier that the child's mother was nowhere to be found, so it seems you know the child's mother's whereabouts well. It's not that you've been in touch with her, is it? It seems that our family needs to check whether you and Xiaomeng have been in contact and seen each other over the years. We can't let our big sister be a cuckold and still have to raise a child for you. Li Ji was shocked. His pupils fluttered unnoticeably, and his tone was finally a bit chaotic. Rumor about me? My mom was really right when she said you have no education. Qin Rank instantly said, shut up. 2 words, not too loud, but like ice arrows flying, seriously injuring Li Ji's nerves, making him stunned for a moment. If they hadn't been unable to expose the fact that they could hear Ji Him's heart, they would have exposed this hypocrite on the spot. Ji Him instead snorted and shook her index finger at Li Ji. Then her long, glistening white fingers suddenly pointed at the little boy who had been silent. Look at the expression on your son's face before you refute me. Small children are not as good at lying as adults. Ji Him a hypothesis to say the truth. Small children look panicked, not waiting for Li Ji to react. Qin's mother also hurriedly assisted. Little friend, tell me, have you seen your father before? A good boy can't lie. Li Ziqiao finally could not tense up, pulling Li Ji's sleeve and said, Dad, let us go back. Mom Li Ji's breathing stagnated, and in a hurry he reflexively pulled his sleeve. Only the movement was too big, and a wave of his hand hit Li Ziqiao's face. Li Ziqiao was hit so hard that he fell off the couch, shocking everyone present. Very obvious slap marks on the small white face. The scene was instantly noisy. Ji Him was even more startled and hurriedly got up to pull the child to her side. She didn't want to involve the child. The child had already cried. Qin Yan's heart was soft, and seeing how Ji Him would not coax the child, she could only take the child into her arms and gently pat him. Li Ziqiao's heart became even more sad. He felt that this aunt was really gentle and nice, but mom and dad were trying to bully this aunt. His conscience really couldn't get over it. Finally, summoning up the courage to say, Mom and Dad have always lived together. They only separate occasionally. They say I'm a bastard, and that the only way I can see the light is to trick my aunt into adopting me. And I don't understand. I really don't. But I know that all of this is wrong. After one sentence, a pin drop could be heard. He finished clutching Qin Yan's sleeve and choked on a small voice saying he was sorry, apologizing for almost becoming an accomplice in deceiving her. And Qin Yan finally cried out when she heard this. Mother Li pulled her own son in a panic, her face full of confusion. Son, could it be that you really? Li Ji's face has completely changed. Dare to do, but not dare to be exposed in front of the Qin family. Still stiff upper lip. Nonsense. I didn't expect this child to be taught to lie and frame me like this. He is just trying to get me to be with his mother before playing smart and talking nonsense. Qin Yan, you won't suspect me too. Li Ziqiao looked incredulously at his father who was full of lies. If it wasn't for Ji Him's melon eating skills, it was estimated that the Qin family would have been coaxed by Li Ji's show of righteous indignation. But now Li Ji is just like a jumping clown. Li Ji cannot easily admit, now in his opinion everything is Ji Him mistakenly randomly guessed. He has always had a good image to the outside world. These 9 years have been very careful, never left any handle. The Qin family was also, if they really knew anything, they would have dealt with him long ago. And the words of little children are a little more believable. Not to mention, Xiaomeng was about to be arranged to leave the country. So even if the Qin family suspected afterward and wanted to find it, they wouldn't be able to find anyone. Li Ji was frantically thinking of countermeasures. Qin Yan suddenly stood up, caught off guard, copied the half-eaten fruit plate on the stage and smashed it towards Li Ji. The fruit plate was quite heavy, and only a thud was heard, staring both Mother Li and Li Ziqiao into screaming. Li Ji instantly had a head full of blood, fruits, pieces of utensils were all scattered on his body, and the svelte glasses were smashed away. He held his forehead, stunned, looking at the way the always gentle woman suddenly lost her temper. You're crazy. Li Sik had the shameful anger of being provoked by an inferior. Li Ji, I never wronged you. It's you who wronged me. It's you and Xiaomeng who treat me like a little cutie. It's you who have no conscience. Finally, Qin Yan hissed and roared out, and along with the roar, The aggression that had been suppressed for many years also rushed out, and everything seemed to be enlightened. Li Ji really panicked. He knew that he couldn't suppress Qin Yan anymore. He could only say in consternation, You less wronged me, I. Without waiting for Li Ji to finish, Qin Bit suddenly flung his cell phone onto the desktop, only to see the video call turn on. A shout came from the cell phone, Let go of me, who are you people? You're trespassing. On the screen was a room where Zhou Dream and his housecoat was being held down forcefully in a chair. It's Mom. Li Ziqiao was in a hurry. Li Ji also blushed profusely when he heard other voices coming from inside. Mr. Qin, I found it. Here are Mr. Li's work information and traces of his life, as well as some photos of the place where the family of 3 lived. The manpower inside said in a businesslike manner. This time, Li Ji was completely stunned. Not waiting for him to react, a whip across the air was drawn, directly on Li Ji's face to draw a blood scar. Li Ji screamed miserably, even retreated a few steps, but the whip chased after it, and kept making a crackling sound. It was a riding whip, which the butler had taken to Qin's father, cheating for many years, and also presuming to let Qin Yan raise their illegitimate child. His own daughters suffered such insults. Qin father, even if he was more educated, he was angry to kill. Li Shik was beaten and stumbled to the ground in a sorry state, facing the furious Qin father. His whole body was in a trance, and he couldn't even think of escaping. Li's mother cried out and pounced on her son to save him. Li Ziqiao also rushed over. Don't hit my father. Don't hit my father. Please, don't hit. Looking at the small child blocking the front of the whip, Qin's father finally stopped. And at this time Li Ji has been full of unbearable whip marks, the pain of his body straight twitching. Divorce? Li Ji, I want to divorce you. Qin Yan's voice finally came tearing through. Chapter 12, surprisingly a reverse melon. Collect all the proofs of Li Ji's cheating. Qin Jie ordered directly to the other end of the cell phone. This statement basically intends to resort to the law, that the end will only be Li Jinet family. Years of hard work, a dynasty empty. Li Ji came back to his senses and finally couldn't tense up and shouted, You can't do this. Qin Yan, you were the one who triggered everything in the first place, so who are you to blame me now? Although I'm with Xiao Meng, I also gave you a name. What more do you want? Such a brazen statement caused the Qin family members present to become furious. Was it me who begged you to give me a name? Qin Yan, who was exactly hating it right now, asked back incredulously. Li Ji choked. It was your family's great power that invariably coerced me. At that time, if I didn't marry you, could I still be in the medical profession? Qin Yan simply cried in anger. Li Ji, your hypocrisy is disgusting. Li Ji was dumbfounded. It was the first time Qin Yan scolded him like this. Qin Yan finally came to her senses. You're right. Li Ji is a coward who puts down his chopsticks and curses his mother. Qin Yan, who was almost incontinent with tears, heard this sentence and instantly raised her chin strongly, glaring viciously at Li Ji. You're a soft touch. Li Ji's most taboo name was scolded out by Qin Yan. Qin Yan, what did you say? I say you're on a soft diet. You bring your mistress along as a parasite. Shame on you. Shame on you. Qin Yan, you, who are you talking about? It's clearly you who stole my man and everything I have. You're the one who's shameless. Presumably finally realizing what was happening, Jomon on the other end of the video finally broke into song when she heard the commotion. Qin Yan owed her and she would never forget the disgusting way her boyfriend slept with Qin Yan. They just quarreled and broke up impulsively, and Qin Yan climbed into Li Shik's bed, all of which impacted the Xiao Meng of that year. Afterward, she finds out that she is pregnant and endures her resentment, intending to turn back to Li Ji, but she hears that Li Ji was forced to get married. She wanted to abort the baby, but couldn't spare it until. Then why didn't you snatch it back all these years? Your man refused to divorce for the sake of power. You're just an adopted mistress. What qualifications do you have to yell and scream? Qin Yan was like turning on some organ, sharply countering everything. That's not your family's power to bully others, using Li Ji's future as a blackmail. Otherwise I wouldn't hold my breath. Even if he doesn't marry me, he will always love me and keep me. Let you alone. This is the revenge for you. Ji Yim really couldn't help but spit out when he heard this. It seems that this Li Ji is really a master of PUA, and this junior is also being fooled a lot. Qin Yan snorted. I am stupid. Xiao Meng, you are also stupid. Li Ji, you know in your heart whether our whole family threatened you in the beginning. Now, you still want to pretend to be a victim? You want to hold me at the moral high ground. You chose to climb up the ladder of the Qin family for your own future and gave up your so-called true love. Don't throw everything at me? I can't take it. This sentence said by Qin Yan is simply in Li Ji's self-esteem repeatedly trampled. As if being poked in the heart of the most secret shameful ideas, Li Ji face are uncontrollable hideous. Xiao Meng immediately said, Don't you slander Li Ji. Qin Yan suddenly felt very funny, and immediately said, Fine, since you all think so, Our Qin family will simply sit down and wait for our divorce to let you know what is meant by threatening and what is meant by bullying. This threat was no joke coming from the Qin family's eldest miss. Li Ji immediately blurted out, Qin Yan, how did you become like this? Sure enough, you're flustered now? In other words, you know that the Qin family had no intention of dealing with you before. Qin Yan's brain finally sobered up and all became flexible. Li Ji was truly indisputable this time. Motherly looked at Qin Yan's appearance, finally realized that this is not the former daughter-in-law who fell back on her own son, and hurriedly tried to pull Qin Yan's hand with her eyes full of tears. Yan, Mom will definitely not recognize her. Li Ji is also confused. You give Li Ji another chance. Just consider Mom begging you. Look at how badly Li Ji is being beaten now. It's already enough. But she was blocked away by Mother Qin, who was protective of her calf. Li Mother could only pull Li Ji and force him to apologize, promising, you quickly say it. You quickly apologize. Do you want to see our Li family destroyed? Li Shik was pressed by Li's mother and almost knelt down. His eyes gradually panicked. It seems to be a heavenly battle before he finally opened his mouth. I'm not divorcing. Yan, I'm wrong. I'm just reluctant and unconvinced. In fact, I do care about you. Li Ji. Xiaomeng went crazy when she heard that. At this point in time, is there still a need to maintain the illusion? Could it be that what Qin Yan said was true, and that he had really been deceived by Li Ji? You shut up! Without waiting for Xiaomeng to say anything else, Li Ji yelled at her instead. It's sickening to be able to bend and know what's right to the point of being disgusting. Ji-him couldn't help but curse. Qin Jie also snorted coldly. Breaking the fantasy, the evidence of cheating is conclusive. Li Ji, you don't have a choice, so there's no need to act. Li Ji immediately looked at Qin Yan anxiously, but he could only see disgusted eyes. The moment Qin Yan turned her head and stopped looking at him, Li Ji realized that this problem was impossible to solve. And Xiaomeng finally started to go crazy because of that yell from Li Ji. Li Ji, don't you forget that the child. Li Ji was suddenly like being hit by electricity and roared in horror. I told you to shut up. You don't want the baby inside your belly. Do you want to die? A baby? Xiaomeng is pregnant? This one directly disgusted everyone in the Qin family. Even Li Ziqiao seemed to have just realized it. Stupidly, perhaps the tone was too menacing, and Zhou Dream simply wilted. Li Ji's expression also changed a few times, finally resigning himself to his fate. He stood up with a body full of injuries, pulling the crying Li Mother with one hand and grabbing Li Ziqiao's arm with the other. I'm the one who is sorry for this matter, Yun. I'm willing to get a divorce. You guys can get back at me any way you want. I just hope I don't implicate anyone else. It was like a different person for a moment, decisive, and quick to turn around and stop pestering, running so fast. Is he afraid that everyone will beat him up again? Ji-him couldn't help but be suspicious. Ji-him always felt that Li Ji changed his face too quickly. She thought that such a shameless thing would still stalk her for a while. The Qin family didn't think much about it. At the moment they just hated for the Li family to disappear as soon as possible and didn't want to stay in the same space with them anymore. The three Li family members left with unsteady steps, and only Li Ziqiao sneaked a glance back at the crowd. And Qin Yan, who was grieving in the arms of Qin Mother, did not know why she suddenly raised her eyes and met Li Ziqiao's eyes, and for a moment, her heart seemed to thump, seemingly noticing Li Ziqiao's behavior. Li Ji, who was grabbing him, suddenly pulled strongly. Li Ziqiao stumbled as he was pulled, and when he looked up, he met Li Ji's fierce expression. Li Ziqiao's heart instantly cringed in fear. Li Ji withdrew his resentful gaze and secretly gritted his teeth, turning his back to the Qin family, but the corner of his mouth was curved in a cruel arc. Dare to bully me like this? Qin Yan, Qin family, you will regret it. Twisted excitement flashed across Li Ji's face. Watching the bad guys about to exit, Ji-him couldn't help but spit out. If it wasn't for the bullying, it wouldn't have eaten its own. One can only say that the heavens are just. Qin Rank swept a glance at Ji-him, and a complex color flashed under his eyes. But it's a pity for the child. I guess I'll have to go back and get beaten. My conscience is a bit painful. How could a scummy man and a scummy woman give birth to such a child? It's really a good shoot from an outlawed bamboo. But it is also strange. Why let their children recognize the enemy as their mother? In order to retaliate? And really willing to give up? What the hell were they thinking? Qin Rank listened to Ji-him's rambling heart, but he didn't feel the need to worry much about it. What else could it be? In order for this child to be eligible to inherit the shares of their Qin family and everything in the Li family, if at a certain point, Qin Yan really cannot have a child, it can only be adopted. It is not his own biological. Li Ji certainly do not do. Plus, Jomon was pregnant with another one, so it made sense to sacrifice one out. Anyway, the kid was old enough to know the relationship between his own mom and dad, and ultimately the only person in that family who was an outsider was Qin Yan. Such a situation was frightening to think about, but fortunately there was Ji-him. As Qin Jia was thinking, he suddenly felt Ji-him beside him like an arrow off the string. swooshing towards the 3 Li family members who were almost at the gate. Ah! That screaming heartbeat startled the Qin family members so much that they almost didn't stand still, only to see Ji-him pull Li Ziqiao's arm, then rush Li Ji's back and kicked it, the same as robbing someone. Li Ziqiao was pulled backwards by the reverse pull, and if it wasn't for the fact that Qin right behind him happened to catch it, he almost fell down. As for Li Ji, he was miserable. He was caught off guard by such a kick. His brain was still contemplating the arrangement for Li Ziqiao afterward. He could not react at all, and he took Li's mother along with him and flung himself to the ground. The screams echoed throughout the estate as his nose came into close contact with the marble floor, but no one cared about them. The Qin family was listening to Ji-him's inner rant. System, you're sick, giving me melons, with a reversal? It's almost a big deal. Do you still blame me for not asking carefully? What I found out is that Li Sik is adopting his own son. I can only think of illegitimate children. This dogman even dared to swap the child born at the same time. 9 years later, he even asked Qin Yan to adopt him again. How crazy can he be to do such a disgusting thing? I really didn't think that Li Ziqiao was actually Qin Yan's real son. Chapter 13. He has no problem with it, right? A series of roars swept through the Qin family members in the entire hall like a raging storm. Too much shocking information made everyone's brains go blank and their eyes shot straight to the 9-year-old boy. Everyone's brains were rumbling at the same time. How could this be? How is this possible? Qin Yan's brain almost stopped functioning. She didn't dare to think that her child actually didn't die, that it had been raised by Li Ji by Qiao Meng's side? Is that her baby? Li Ziqiao didn't pay attention to the way the others were looking at him. Horrified by the tragic state of his father and grandmother, he hurriedly tried to go to their side, but he was instantly grabbed by Qin Jie's arm. Qin Jie was the first to return to his senses. Gazing down at the childish face, Ji-him said that this is his own nephew? Back then, Qin Yan suddenly went into premature labor, and when their family rushed over there all they saw was dead babies. That's the private hospital their family supported Li Sik to create. Everything has room for maneuver. Qin's brows were tightly locked, his expression deep and terrifying. Ji-him rudely kicked the person to stand and stabilize the body. Is in a disturbed state of mind? Just to see what she kicked over Li Ji holding a face full of blood. Has been in pain, cannot care about any image. Crazy stormy roar, you. But suddenly, he saw Li Ziqiao, who was being grabbed by Qin Jie behind Ji-him, as well as Qin Jie turning his head over to look at him with eyes that were almost looking at a dead person. Li Ji felt like the blood in his body was flowing backwards. Ji-him hardened his head and made an excuse. I felt something was wrong before. Li Ziqiao looks too much like Qin's family, and I just saw the mistress you raised in the video, and it's surprising that their mother and son don't resemble each other at all. Li Ji panicked and stuttered. What are you talking nonsense about? It's her again. It's her again with her wild speculations. Ji-him also knew that he was too uninformed to say this, and would probably cause the Qin family to be unhappy. After all, this is not the kind of thing to be used for nonsense, especially for a woman who has lost a child and may never be able to have one of her own. An empty joy can be fatal, but there's no way. As outrageous as it is, this is too big to let the dogman take that innocent child. Who knows what he'll do to the child? Ji-him could only prayerfully turn her head to look at Qin Rank. Do you feel like? Well, he looks so much like his big sister that I can't believe it's a coincidence. A calm voice rang out, and Ji-him looked up in surprise, right into Qin Bian's firm black eyes. There wasn't even the slightest bit of questioning in those eyes, as if they unconditionally believed in her and stood on her side, causing Ji-him to freeze. He has no problem with it, right? The corners of Qin Jie's mouth twitched as he turned his head to Li Ji and said, our Qin family has doubts about this child's identity and will verify it. Li Ji stared at everything dumbfounded, just now still fantasizing about how to retaliate against the Qin family. This moment the peak turn, completely unexpected. You guys are crazy. Li Ziqiao is mine and Xiao Meng's, Qin Yan's child back then. Until this moment, he didn't realize that he couldn't bear the consequences of this matter being revealed at all. He even forgot to breathe in fear, let alone retort out loud, especially after meeting Qin Rank's icy cold eyes. The rest of his words were completely unspeakable, and he understood that even if he was as truthful as he could be in his sophistry, it wouldn't change Qin Rank's decision. The end is in sight, and his dumbness had sidestepped everything. Li Ziqiao was still small, seemed to understand something, but his head couldn't figure it out, and instinctively wanted to break away from Qin Rank and go to his father. Even if dad has been cold to him, even if mom has been bad to him, but isn't that his mom and dad? Suddenly a warm embrace with a hoarse whimper swooped in. As soon as Li Ziqiao looked up, he saw that gentle aunt, grabbing his shoulders, full of shock, those beautiful eyes full of tears, but desperately staring at him, trying to see him clearly. Li Ziqiao was infected in general, and for a moment his heart ached with sadness. Auntie. Qin Yan looked at Li Ziqiao as if something was calling out to her. and with a trembling hand, she gently stroked Li Ziqiao's cheek. That bloodline intuition made her unable to say a single word in pain, and she could only let out an unconscious ah. Oh, that's 9 years of life and death. He ended up fainting right on the spot, propped up by the kid's hands and feet. Qin mother also pounced over, hugging Li Ziqiao and giving him a look. Like, my big grandson. It's my big grandson. Nephew like uncle. A reminder. Qin mother finally no longer to the face of goodness to find excuses. This child and childhood Qin title and Qin Chao clearly have 7 or 8 points like. And Father Qin, trembling with anger, walked over to Li Ji and silently dragged the man outside. The housekeeper, on the other hand, held down the clueless mother Li. Half an hour later, Qin Rank calmly called for an ambulance. Draped in the color of the night, the whole Qin family went out to another hospital that the Qin family had invested in. Zhouman was also forcibly escorted. It wasn't until this moment that Xiao Meng saw Li Ji, who had multiple fractures and was unconscious, as well as Li Ziqiao, who was being escorted by the entire Qin family. The paternity test came out quickly. Holding the appraisal report, Qin Yan hugged Li Ziqiao to death and cried as if she would drain her tears for the rest of her life. Li Ziqiao looked dumbfounded at the wretched Xiao Meng, opened his mouth, and a mom didn't come out after all. He could only dumbly say, why? And Xiao Meng had already broken down and cursed indignantly. This is what you mother and son owe us, mother and son. You little bastard. I should have gotten you killed in the first place, so that you could pay for my son's life. It wasn't his mother. It was the demon that had taken him away from his own mother for 9 years. Li Ziqiao finally broke down and cried, and his feelings for his children were completely shattered. This life tragedy put Jihim in no mood to eat, so he could only look at Xiao Meng's situation. Usually when Jihim wants to eat a melon, he has to know the name of the person and what he looks like. If one had known Zhou Dreams in the first place, then there probably wouldn't have been a reverse melon. Xiao Meng at that time gave birth to a dead baby, then frantically with Li Ji. The two are agreed that her Qin Yan caused them to go through all this. So when Qin Yan's baby was born, Xiao Meng asked Li Ji to compensate her for the baby. Jihim's comment, crazy, and Li Shik, out of defense of that pathetic pride, agreed, as if it would make him raise his eyebrows. Jihim rated it was worse than a dog. But how can Xiao Meng take good care of her love rival's child? So Li Ziqiao was raised by this pair of dogs to be inferior and sensitive and thin. Jihim's comment, poor baby, until Xiao Meng pregnant again. They just want to love their children wholeheartedly. Keep Li Ziqiao too obtrusive. They have this evil idea. Before the Qin family's men came looking for her, Xiao Meng was still fantasizing, mocking Qin Yan for not having the eyes to recognize her own son near her eyes. And in the future, she would also be raised as a love rival's child diaphragm, forever centrifuged. And Li Ziqiao will always be on her and Li Ji's side. And when the time is right, everything will be given to their own son. With 2 slaps, the elegant mother Qin disregarded any decorum and slapped Xiao Meng's face like a madwoman, directly giving Xiao Meng swollen cheeks and bleeding from the corners of her mouth. Xiao Meng had just been crazy. This moment to see the Qin family really do something to her also confused for a moment, and then looked up to see the Qin father looking at her grimly. Even if a word is not said, but the aura emitted is already enough to scare people. I'm pregnant. You guys can't hurt me. Xiao Meng finally wimped out. Qin bit, on the other hand, stepped forward and said in a cold voice, we won't touch your child, but you'll pay for everything you've done. If the Qin family is not law-abiding, then maybe now these people will not have a life. But there are times when being alive is even scarier, especially for these hypocrites. Chapter 14, 8-pack abs. Because it was too late, everything could only be dealt with afterwards. Li Ziqiao was renamed Qin Shi on the spot by Qin's father, and went back to live with Qin Yan in the Qin family. After arriving home, Qin Shi was already drowsy. Even with all the emotions, in the end, he was still a growing child, too tired to hold on. Qin Yan guarded the child, unable to take a step away. Qin's father and mother also came over to take a look at their grandson, their faces full of love. Eventually Qin Rank came along. Where's Himiko? Mother Qin asked. Qin Jie said, go back to the house and rest. The Qin family immediately focused over, except for the little Qin Shi who was huffing and puffing. What the hell is going on here? Can we really hear Himiko's heart? Father Qin asked. Qin then told the company what happened during the day. Only a few of us can hear it at the moment. Is it hard to hear now? Qin's mother wondered. It's a matter of distance. Just like normal people talking. You can't hear them when they're far away. Qin Rank said. This time thanks to her. Saved me and Xiaoxi. Those are playing where now? Qin Yan to now still in a trance. Everything happened too fast, too unreal. Like a dream. If Jihim hadn't revealed the truth, she and Qin Shi might not have recognized each other for the rest of their lives. And it was scary to think about it. I think it's just that recently, she gained the superpower to look up everything. And it should be an accident that she can be heard by us in her heart. So I'd suggest keeping things as they are for the time being. When the third brother and fourth sister return, we'll see if they can hear it as well. No one has a way to deal with this kind of weirdness, and can only respond to changes for the time being. It always feels like Himiko has changed. Chin Yen sighed somewhat. When she married, Ji-him had just been taken back to the Chin family, so the two of them spent very little time together, and only felt that Ji-him was a bit withdrawn in nature. And after that Oolong got married, and had always heard her mother complaining that Chin Rank and Ji-him had become a pair of spiteful couples. In fact, Himiko was so quirky when she was a child. Since her parents passed away and she was embarrassed by the family's gang of relatives, she was probably left with a psychological shadow. So her personality has changed drastically, and it's rather like her when she was a child for a while now. Chin mother suddenly recalled. In short, not only did Himiko help you purge the trouble around you, she also saved your big sister and great nephew. Chin father patted Chin Title's shoulder and said, be well rewarded. Mother Chin remembered today's events and laughed. Himiko is just tongue-tied, but she's actually a warm-hearted person, so you'll usually be more tolerant. Chin Yen was also worried. Since the marriage was something you agreed to, don't let her live like me. What they are looking forward to is that Chin Rank can be enlightened to discover the good of Ji-him, and the relationship between the two couples can be improved. If this is not possible, it is also good to get together and not end up with resentment. Mind you, they don't share a room so far. Chin Bid didn't think much about it, only remembering Ji-him's little money grubber. I'll call her the Three Chins. Is it possible that people want you? Not money. Can money be compared to love? As if he could see the eyes of the three, Kin said, she likes money, and she was happy when I paid her for what happened during the day. The three of them were non-committal, feeling that Chin Rank's emotional intelligence was bad enough. As a result, in the next second, I saw Chin Bit suddenly frown and said, forget it, she won't be able to manage the money. I'll just invest it for her. The three of them were unsure but still happy. In their opinion, Chin Rank was willing to go through the trouble for Ji-him. Actually, Chin Rank was suddenly remembering those wild ideas of Ji-him. The corners of his mouth twitched. If he did get a divorce, there would be no shortage of her, and if he didn't, he wasn't so generous as to give his wife the capital to go looking for a little puppy. But he had 1,000 precautions against home invasion. When Chin Jia went back, he planned to talk to Ji-him first about helping her with her investment. As a result, before he even knocked on the door, he heard screaming heartbeats coming from inside the house. There are still some differences between heart sounds and normal speech, and you can tell the difference when you hear it more often. Aha! I'm rich. Why are you transferring money to me? Chin Dad, Chin Mom and Chin Yen. I'm a good person too. I'm a good person too. It's true that good people have good rewards, plus the previous ones, totaling $10 million. I can't believe I got $10 million in one day. Oh roar roar roar. From now on, even if I divorce Chin Jia, I won't be afraid of little puppy, little wolf dog, 8-pack abs, hey hey black. Inside the house, Ji-him was holding her cell phone and rolling around on her bed, sending messages of thanks one by one, when she heard a dull knock on the door. Ji-him was puzzled and went to open the door, just to see Chin Rank's tall figure blocking the doorway, his expression a bit bizarre. He looks down at people with his head hanging down, his dark eyes and long eyelashes, his sight sinking down, which can give people an inexplicable sense of oppression. What's wrong? Ji-him couldn't help but feel her heart racing. This can't be blamed on Ji-him, who can be calm when being gazed at by such a cool and reserved big handsome guy. What's he doing here? Ah, I see. Also here to send me a thank you note. The principal has increased again. Oh yeah, Chin Title, give me all the money you have in your hand. Ji-him, I'll set you up with investments to make a steady profit with your money. Ji-him, come see me when you've thought it over. After saying that, Kin went back to his room. Ji-him was a laborer in his last life, and to be honest, it was exhausting, and in this life, he just wanted to lay flat and swing. Crossing over he checked his original body's account, and when he saw the balance, Ji-him cried, not a dime. Although the original body is working in the entertainment industry, it belongs to the type of playing with the ticket, because it has no talent and only has a face, so it shoots more commercials. This kind of advertisement is mostly taken down depending on connections, so the share of money in the hands of the original body is not much, and the elders of the Chin family used to give the original body pocket money, but after the marriage, the original body relied on Chin Rank for all expenses. Although Chin Rank has a stiff relationship with the original body, he never restricts the original body's spending, and the subsidiary card is always open, so the original body has never cared about money. But Ji-him was different. She didn't feel safe swiping a man's card. It's safer to keep the money in your own name. Now Ji-him had on him just today's day to get his hands on various transfers. It wasn't her character to sit around and eat nothing, so she was still heartened regarding Chin Rank's suggestion. After all, she, a laborer, surely couldn't compare to a genius who could run a large conglomerate at a young age would invest. After thinking clearly, Ji-him went and knocked on Shin Rank's door. After knocking for half a day and still not opening the door, Ji-him are impatiently bellyaching in his mind. What's going on? Didn't you tell me to come to him? And at this time, Ji-him was in the corridor. The sound of his heart spread farther, causing the three people in Shin Yan's house in the distance to hear it, and they were curious to come to the door, open a crack, and peek. What's going on? Did Shin Jie get the hang of it and finally let Ji-him into his room to share his bed? The three members of the Chin family were thrilled, and just as Ji-him was finally about to give up an annoyance, the door to the room opened. In an instant, a slight vapor wrapped in hormones hit his face, fully suppressing Ji-him's fire. Kin was wearing a bathrobe and topping his wet hair, wiping it with a white towel in one hand while maintaining the posture of opening the door. Ink-like haloed eyebrows appear to be deeper eyes. Cheeks heat steam out a little red but not as red as the lips. The wet man was less strict and cool than usual, and more soft and casual, because of the slightly forward-leaning position. The collar of the bathrobe, which was already hastily put on, opened even wider and was visible. The warm white light was reflected by the watermarks left on his chest, shimmering as if it were water, reflecting the perfect muscular lines even more. Ji-him's apricot eyes rounded, and she was about to forget what she was doing here, having just been upset. 2, 3. Shin Rank was looking at Ji-him strangely, when he heard Ji-him sucking in. I wipe. These shoulders, these abs, this body is so absolute. I'm going to faint. Shin Rank first cheeks were hot, then could not help but stand up straight, inhaled, and did not pull the clothes tight. A frank look. Heck. See, 8-pack abs. Chapter 15. Shin Rank surprisingly still. Shin's family couldn't help but feel embarrassed when they heard that shy, heartfelt voice, but they were still very much looking forward to what was going to happen next. Is it going to be tonight? Was just in the shower and opened the door late. Oh, it's fine. Nice. Good job. Ji-him acted calmly, tearing his eyes away from the beauty very hard. The corner of Chin Jie's mouth twitched. Thinking about it? The Chin family tensed their side ears. Well, I've got $10 million here that you're investing for me. Chin family. Shin Rank nodded. But I need to know, how can you be sure of a sure thing? Investments are all risky, Ji-him said seriously. Kin said, I'll be responsible for any losses, and will completely ensure that your principal will not be in trouble. Ji-him was a bit overwhelmed by such a pie. Shin Bit said directly, thank you for helping the family again. This is my thank you gift. Ji-him instantly accepted it well. She also felt like a big help. It was nothing to be modest about. Then I'll transfer you. Later Nope. Better invest $9 million. Shin Rank was wondering when he heard Ji-him Xin voice, keep $1 million on hand for emergencies. Can I choose the kind of investment that pays dividends every month? Ji-him added. This way you have a regular income every month and can lie down in peace. Shin Bit frowned slightly. You need to use money. Just swipe your card directly. I know, but I want to feel the joy of the harvest every month, can't I? Ji-him laughed. It's only strange. That card is under your name. The president is the best thing to do is to suspend the card to give a lesson. I don't want to offend you one day to be suspended and fall into the penniless end. Ji-him acting in such an insecure manner caused Shin Jie's eyes to flash. Good. I remember the final payment from your last job has come in, and I should be calling you tomorrow. Probably $1 million or so as well. So the investment is still $10 million, I guess. What? Really? I'm not a paste curry can only dabble in commercials? Can it cost that much? Ji-him was shocked, remembering not much from memory. Could it be because the original body wasn't paying attention and remembered it wrong? It's higher this time. When Shin Rank lied blandly, Ji-him was completely convinced. Her happy laughter echoed all over her head. The eavesdropping trio looked at each other, heartbroken for Ji-him, thinking that it was because Shin Rank hadn't given Ji-him a sense of security. It's just a big deal. In the future, they'll just give Ji-him more red packets, so that the child will feel more secure. Shin Rank suddenly felt a cold chill behind his back, always feeling that there is some hidden danger. After thinking about it, he opened his mouth and said, in the future, if there is still extra money you can continue to hand it over to me, I'll help you to keep investing in it. Shin Harmony, you really, except for the fact that you can't give me a married life. You're perfect. Shin Title, can't give couples life? The eavesdropping trio points the finger. If only I could sleep with him once. Shin Jie's ears began to burn, and his originally breathless gaze couldn't even focus on Ji-him's face. The eavesdropping trio secretly cheered. Anyway, Shin Rank can hear. Maybe Heim straight ball can break the ice. Shin Title, have you blown yourself up again or something? The eavesdropping trio were all helpless. When the incident first happened, they weren't sure. It was just that so many people knew about it that they had to make Shin Rank responsible. I'm leaning. Really? Eavesdropping trio, what's wrong? Why so surprised all of a sudden? Sheen title, inexplicably have a bad feeling what is going on. Sheen Harmony is still a virgin. Wow 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 wow. Sheen title, eavesdropping trio, what virgin? Our son, second brother, has had girlfriends, married, mixed with the world of fame and fortune. Looking back is still 28 years of virginity. Goosey, 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 goosey. Sheen Rank's eyes fluttered and heat began to rise uncontrollably on his face, so he could only glare. What's so funny about that? This is really too much. Ji-him not only laughed exaggeratedly in his heart, but even on his surface face, he was about to hold in his laughter and distort it. And, Sheen Title's sharp eyes instantly swept to the far room of the corridor. He seemed to hear a few muffled laughter. The eavesdropping trio immediately avoided the gap in the room. Blame them for being bad. Eavesdropping on some corner, it's a family member's privacy. They don't want to hear about it. It's all an accident. After looking at the sky and the ground for a few seconds, the three of them still couldn't help but join in the fun. And as a result, they had just looked over to see Sheen Title pulling Ji-him into the room amidst a sea of goose-stepping laughter. The eavesdropping trio? Drama? Hurrying to squeeze towards the doorway, but with the door closed over there, it was hard to hear Ji-him's heart. And by now Ji-him's heartbeat had paused and there was only the sound of a frightened heartbeat. She was stunned as she looked at Sheen Rank, who suddenly pulled her into the room. What for? Sheen Rank couldn't hear those annoying laughter and finally found a bit of composure, sweeping Ji-him with some grumbling. A quick excuse, to write you a proxy agreement. Although Ji-him felt a bit puzzled, she was still satisfied with Sheen Jie's efficiency when she was able to quickly finalize the investment matters. But Sheen Rank was very dissatisfied. Although he stopped Ji-him from exposing his secret, but he could not afford to have someone chanting in his ear all the time, in favor of the fact that he was still powerless to stop it. He could only redden the tips of his ears and get the agreement faster. It's really unbelievable that a person with a background like Sheen Jie's circle of life is still a child's chicken up to now. Even if he's clean, is his first love so pure? It's not like, doesn't work, is it? There's no reason for that. 8-pack abs. With a snap, the printed agreement was slapped on the table, stopping Ji-him from continuing to think shamelessly down the road. Ji-him stared at the written agreement, so he didn't pay attention to Sheen Jie's iron face. I went back happily with the agreement and slept until sunrise, when I was woken up by a message that the final payment had arrived. Sure enough, there's $1 million. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Sheen Mother and Sheen Yan accompanying Sheen Shi to talk, and when they heard the commotion, they both raised their heads to look up. Awake? Mother Sheen smiled amiably. Ji-him was a bit embarrassed. The original body seemed to rarely sleep. I was a bit tired yesterday and got up late. Sheen Mother and Sheen Yan looked complicated. Originally Ji-him rose late. They could fantasize as much as they wanted, but at breakfast, when Mother Sheen carefully hinted at whether or not she wanted to prepare food for Ji-him to replenish her blood, Sheen Bit's face darkened to indicate that she didn't need it. They knew it didn't work out, so it's a shame that Ji-him got up late and had nothing to do with Sheen Rank at all. Looking at the faces of the crowd, Ji-him thought to himself, surely it's too unruly to sleep in? Mother Sheen came back to her senses and laughed. You can sleep until whenever you want. If you're tired, you can sleep more. Your young people's work and rest is originally different from ours. Sheen Yan laughed along. I used to get up late when I was at home too. When Sheen Shi, who was beside him, heard this, he looked at Sheen Yan curiously. After all, when he woke up this morning, he saw his mom guarding his side, and it seemed that she had woken up a long time ago. When Sheen Yan saw her son looking at her, she became a little embarrassed and whispered, not anymore. It was meant to be words of relief for Ji-him, and Ji-him could naturally feel the good intentions. After going downstairs, Sheen Mother let the aunt prepare simple food for Ji-him to pad his stomach, and later we will have lunch together. Today, neither the old man nor Sheen Rank will come back to eat, so we'll just accompany Xiao Shi. Mother Sheen smiled. Sheen Jia hadn't been coming back for lunch much, not to mention the follow-up to yesterday's matter with Secretary Jean, and since it was rare for Sheen's father to go out, he naturally wanted to personally deal with the Lee family's affairs. Ji-him came straight to the couch and sat down. Hello, Auntie. Sheen She greeted nicely, her eyes still a little uneasy. It was obvious that Sheen She still wasn't used to her new family, and although she had a smile on her face, it was hard to dispel her nervousness. After all, it's a family member who's been away for 9 years, and it's going to take time to get used to it. Sheen Mother and Sheen Yan can also see Sheen She's discomfort, but cannot think of a better way, can only be careful and caring close to the heart, and cannot help but rise to Li Ji and Xiao Meng's resentment, as well as the original various assumptions of remorse. In this case, the atmosphere can easily become awkward. Ji-him's eyes rolled. Sheen She likes to play with Rubik's Cube, Lego, and models, but other than Rubik's Cube, he has only tried to play with them in the store because Xiao Meng said they were expensive, so she didn't buy them for him. In fact, how can you think it's expensive? Just don't want to waste a penny more on Qinshi. Qin Mother and Qin Yan's face instantly froze. Just now they asked Qinshi. Qinshi only replied that he liked magic cubes. Guess it's customary good behavior not to talk about the expensive stuff. This made the two men even more distressed. Not waiting for Ji's side to find a reason to say it, Qin Mother and Qin Yan will cooperate with the tacit understanding of the Qin title and third brother Qin Chao as the words lead to the Qin family children like Lego and models. The family storehouse put a bunch of it. Does Hoshi know how to play? Want to. I want it. I like it. Qin immediately responded. Not only because he really liked it, but also because that one reason to be like the Qin family made him more grounded here. Of course, Qin Mother and Qin Yan said are true. The storehouse is indeed a lot, but they hate 10 times to make up for the loss of those 9 years of affection. So not only the storehouse inside the any Qinshi to choose, but also specially let a lot of new products sent continuously. In the evening, Qin Father and Qin title back, was the housekeeper smilingly led to the first floor of the empty room, which placed a set of floor space huge Lego blocks. 3 women and a boy sitting on the floor, are playing together not happy. That scene raised a warm feeling in the hearts of the tired father and son after a long day. After dinner, Qin's father and Qin Rank joined the game. A week later, much of the dust settled. Qin's father took the plunge, divorcing, calling the police, suing, and arranging for all of them. The Li family's private hospital collapsed outright, and Li Ji, burdened with huge debts, had to declare bankruptcy. All of the Li family members are living on the street, but it is Li's mother who has come to make trouble a few times, but she is no longer an in-law. So naturally, she can't even break through the gate of this piece of property. Qin's father was not going to give any of the Li family a chance to see Qin Yan and Qinshi again. Both Li Ji and Xiao Meng are going to jail, but because Xiao Meng is pregnant, Li Ji is tough for once and takes all the blame so that Xiao Meng can be acquitted. But Xiao Meng did not move. I do not know because there is no hope for the future, or feel that at first Li Ji lied to her. Li Mother did not look. Xiao Meng directly aborted the child, and then disappeared without a trace. After all, the big trouble is flying separately, and Li Ji, who was informed of the situation, went crazy in the prison and increased the sentence. In 10 days, the Li family disappeared from the city. Immediately after the Qinshi was arranged to transfer to another school, and everything started all over again. Of course, before that, the Qin family arranged a recognition banquet for Qinshi. Looking at the list of invitations to the banquet, Ji-him expressed his pity. I know the name. I can't match the face, otherwise I can still see if there are melons to eat in advance. Usually this kind of luxury circle has the most melons. The Qin family members discussing the list on the sofa were suddenly distracted. No way. Gossip. Who can resist not listening? Recently in the Ji-him around but ate a lot of melon. Even the housekeeper uncle is crushing on the housekeeping aunt of the melon they ate. Every day secretly poking and prodding high CP it. By the way, can that kid Qin Chao catch up? Didn't he say before that he was filming in a deep forest with no signal? Qin's father asked. The third member of the Qin family, Qin Chao, an actor, is exactly the kind of top stream that is blazing in the entertainment industry today. Qin Rank spoke. Third brother contacted me. Just came out and said he would definitely come back and had something important to say. The moment these words came out, the Qin family members all quieted down, their expressions somewhat subtle. Ji-him looked around curiously and couldn't help but turn on the melon eating system. I see. Qin Chao's desire to change the object of his marriage contract seems a bit impressive. Originally, there was a marriage contract with the Chu family's eldest daughter, but Qin Chao has always liked the Chu family's youngest daughter. It seems that the older daughter has a bad reputation, but the younger daughter is praised by everyone. Qin family heard this. No surprise. These years, Qin Chao has shown enough obvious. Their family does not oppose the child to choose free love. Just afraid of Qin Chao that quick temper make the scene ugly. Since Ji-him had already determined that Qin Chao had come back and really wanted to change the marriage contract, when the person came back, they would discuss an appropriate way to handle the matter together. The crowd was just thinking about it when they heard a sigh from Ji-him. The matter of love really can't be said. Qin Chao almost died when he was a child. Obviously it was the Chu family's eldest daughter who saved his life. He fell in love with her sister. Didn't like her. Qin family members. Wait, what did they hear? Wasn't it the youngest daughter of the Chu family who saved Qin Chao as a child? Chapter 16, Twins. The day of the party. Qin Rank came back early to make preparations. Inside the house that had been purposely vacated for the whole family to do their modeling, Qin Bian met Ji-him who had done her makeup. Today's Ji-him is especially different. Before she likes heavy makeup, we'll put all the gorgeous objects decorated in their own body, thick like the most eye-catching roses in the garden, as if she must get the stunning color in his eyes before giving up. But today's Ji-him simple and generous. A light goose yellow dress, a pearl necklace, such as waterfalls of long hair simply rolled a little arc to end. The overall lightweight and dynamic. When she saw him coming, she lifted her skirt and came up to him with a brisk step. Mom just explained for us to go out together to meet the guests. Kin nodded and was about to question when he saw Ji-him looking himself up and down. Well, it's already pretty cool, so it shouldn't need to be styled. Shin Rank looked slightly unnatural. He was not going to do any styling in the first place. It's not like he's a senior. Shin Rank hid his embarrassment and said, "Let's go." The two were about to leave when they encountered Qin Yan, who had brought Qin Shi in for styling. Qin Yan and Qin Shi's eyes were filled with amazement when they saw Ji-him. Qin Yan laughed. "Look how beautiful your second aunt is." Qin Shi nodded her head obediently. "Well, beautiful." Ji-him was still a little embarrassed by the compliment. The way to avoid embarrassment is to divert it. Looking down at Qin Shi, "So is it me who is pretty, or is it your mom?" Qin Shi really blushed. "Mommy is the prettiest." Qin Yan moved to touch her son's head. Probably the blood relationship. These days, the distance between mother and son quickly close. The two are now good with the previous 9 years without missing the general. As for Li Ji and Xiaomeng, they were blamed for giving too little love. So Qin Shi accepted it quickly, and now she only thinks about it occasionally. By the way, Rong Rong's picking activity is a rare opportunity, so I'm sure I won't be able to come back. Qin Yan helplessly said. She apologized to me by video before, and also sent Xiaoxi a gift. Xin Rong, the fourth young lady of the family, is still in college and is now picking up and painting on the other side of the world. Qin Rank indicated that he knew. Qin Rank then led Ji-him to the front door to wait for the guests. One by one, guests arrived, and Ji-hime noticed a number of people's eyes lingering on herself, with less goodwill. Most of it was scowling, scrutinizing and hostile. After all, before the Qin's group of things made quite a fuss, not only opened the General Assembly to officially clarify, but also dealt with a number of employees. Especially Ji-him's agent directly blocked to claim compensation. This is considered to be Qin Rank completely sticking up for his seemingly united lady. At first, many people who were watching thought that they would definitely divorce that time, and many of the ladies of the rich families were waiting to marry the best and most promising heir of this generation. Even if it was a second marriage, all sorts of union plans are presumably on the minds of these guests. It's a pity that the old lady didn't abdicate, so I guess it ended without any problems. Ha 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 ha. Qin Jia's sword brows moved slightly, listening to Ji-him's gloating arrogant heart while greeting and entertaining the guests without showing his face. Soon, the Chu family arrived. It's just that when 4 people were supposed to be there, now only 3 have come. Behind the middle-aged couple followed a woman with a scanty face, while others came with a 3/4 smile. She seemed to be less interested in everything around her, and was permeated with an out-of-place air of coolness. Black-based dress, a long straight black head, no decoration on her body, completely vegetarian, not at all like a big lady of the mansion. Qin Rank, it's been a long time, you've gotten better and better. Mr. Shu went forward and pulled Qin to greet him warmly. Mrs. Shu also smiled and cooperated with the chit-chat. Like many noble women with high eyes, her passion was only on Qin Rank, completely ignoring Ji-him. Ji-hime was fine with that, and surveyed them curiously. With facial recognition, it's easy to eat melon. Her eyes swept to the woman in the back, who met her eyes on, but nodded her head, quite politely. Are you Chu Crescent Moon or Chu Sweki? Ji-him asked bluntly. Although the face was in my memory and I had probably seen it a few times, who could tell the difference if I didn't know it well? After all, their sisters are twins. Probably for the first time, someone was unobtrusive and asked bluntly. Chu Crescent froze for a moment, and Mr. and Mrs. Chu beside her also looked over with some surprise. I'm Chu Crescent. Oh, the Chu family's first miss. What about the second miss? Didn't come along? Ji-him asked curiously. Chu Crescent Moon's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom, her tone sinking. Someone brought her here. Mr. and Mrs. Chu seemed to notice that Chu Crescent's tone was not right, immediately swept a glance at her unhappily, and then smiled as if showing off. My family Sweki is filming, and it's definitely too late to join us. So, not waiting for them to finish, a sports car drove in. The guests' cars were all parked outside, and only the Qin family's own cars would drive in. As the car door opened and a pair of long legs stepped out, a stylishly dressed man stepped out, just like a walking runway model. Take off the sunglasses. Almost with the Qin Rank has 6 or 7 points like face, less a point of reserved and solemn, more a wave of arrogance and evil, probably for the camera. So the figure is on the thin side compared to Qin Bit, but it is also a clothes rack, so I can only say that the Qin family's genes are good. Because of Top Stream's charm, a number of young guests chattered and gathered around to gossip. Wow, it's Qin Chao. I just recently caught up with his drama. So handsome. I'm becoming a fan. I'll get a picture with him later. Unfortunately, there is an owner, or else, alas, I just heard that the one who followed his parents here is Qin Chao's nominal fiancé Chu Xinu. So you guys say that the one on his passenger side is. No need to guess more, only to see Qin Chao has gentlemanly gone to help the passenger side to open the door. Not only that, he also bowed into the car, assisting a woman out. That woman also had a long, straight black head and exactly the same face as Chu Crescent Moon, only she was wearing a long, clean white dress, and her eyebrows and eyes were all a delicate color. Thank you, brother Asahi, be careful, I'll hold you up. There were quite a few guests coming in and out of the surrounding area, and there were basically no secrets within the upper class circle, so everyone started to whisper as if they were watching the show. The Chu family couple saw at a glance that their youngest daughter seemed to be a little uncomfortable, and immediately came up to them nervously, and that look was really the attitude of treating the treasure of their hearts. What's wrong, baby? Injured? Mrs. Chu asked, distressed. No la, I just twisted a bit while filming. It's actually no big deal. It's all because of Brother Chow. It's too exaggerated. Chu Sweki explained shyly. I told you not to work too hard on the movie. What if you really hurt it? I'll help. Not waiting for Mr. Chu to finish, he was pummeled by Mrs. Chu with her elbow. Qin Chao didn't pay attention and supported the man. Let's go in first. Sweki can't stand up. With that, several people escorted Chu Sweki over, and Chu Xin stayed in place like a transparent person, not going up to care for her sister, nor did she bother to look at her fiancé's overly intimate behavior with her sister, probably used to it. GM gossiped and looked around until the person came to heel and they seemed to see Chu Xinu. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across the Chu family couple's faces. Qin Chao frowned, then he felt that Chu Sweki, who was being supported by him, tried to push away his support as if she was frightened. Sister, you're here, don't misunderstand. Brother Chow is just going to pick me up because I'm injured. There's no other meaning. You, don't get angry. While saying that, he also shrunk his body, as if he was very afraid of Chu Xinu. This caused the eyes of everyone around to change. I had heard that Chu Crescent Moon often bullied her sister, so it seems to be true. Look at this fright. Qin Chao pulled Chu Sweki's arm and didn't give her back, as if he deliberately showed his attitude in front of Chu Xinyue. He warned in a low voice, don't scare her. This is the Qin family. If you dare to bully Sweki, I won't give you face. Chu Crescent Moon didn't even look at Qin Chao. Only the corner of her mouth hooked up a mocking bitter smile. Crescent Moon, your sister is injured. You don't know to care. Who are you showing a cold face to? Mrs. Chu said in dissatisfaction. Alright, don't lose your temper in the guest's house. Shame on you. All go in. Mr. Chu said in a deep voice. Qin Chao no longer cares about Chu Xinyue, raised his head and signaled with his second brother, and was about to bring people in. He didn't see that his second brother's expression was permeated with disapproval. As a result, before he even lifted his foot, he heard a distinctive voice, and by the sound of it, it should be his second sister-in-law, whom he didn't treat very well, the GM who screwed over his second brother. What the hell? Did I just go blind for a short period of time? It's obviously happening right in front of my eyes. How come I didn't see anything? Angry, scary, cold face, temper tantrum? Are they talking about Chu Xinu? Chu Xinu didn't seem to have exchanged even a single glance with them from start to finish, right? Splitting caps? Kids, do you have a lot of question marks? Qin Chao. No, I have a lot of question marks. Is this Jihin talking? Why don't you see her open her mouth? And what a load of she said. Chapter 17 Green Tea Segment. When Qin Rank heard Jihim spitting for a while, he saw Qin Chao stopping his steps to go and looking over with a hellish expression, and his heart immediately understood. Without waiting for Qin Chao to open his mouth, Qin said, Chao, stay and entertain the guests with second brother. Qin Bit's tone was heavy, and although it wasn't a command, it made people instinctively be diverted. I will help Sweki to go in first. She is not easy to move. Not to be finished by Qin Chao, the raucous voice reappeared. This guy is afraid not a little cute. People's mom, dad and sister are all there. It's his turn to hold up. It's the boyfriend. It doesn't need to be like this. Not to mention that the status is still so awkward now. Qin Jia is obviously reminding him that this move is inappropriate. Could it be that when faced with a sweetheart, the brain is selectively hosted? It should be. Or else he wouldn't have been blind enough to mindlessly dislike Chu Crescent just now. Qin Chao was scolded by that crackling output in his head for a while, and in a flash of shame and anger, he turned his eyes to Jihim and said angrily, Jihim was unsure. Jihim thought Qin Chao was greeting her. It was the tone that didn't sound too good, but from memory, Jihim and the grumpy oldest three did not get along. Qin Chao has been a great admirer of his second brother since he was a child. Because of the marriage of Qin Rank, Qin Chao can be said to be full of malice towards Jihim, who is similar in age. So also working in the entertainment industry, Qin Chao does not want to escort Jihim at all, and even refuses to call out even a second sister-in-law in front of and behind people. Just out of upbringing, Qin Chao had not gone toe-to-toe with Jihim. Qin Chao was not expecting Jihim to dare to say this about him. Brother Chao? The unknown Chu Sweki saw Qin Chao stay. From her perspective she didn't see that Qin Chao was glaring at Jiam. She thought he was looking at Chu Xinyue who was next to Jiam. Chu Sweki immediately bit her lower lip in aggravation, pushed Qin Chao and said, "Brother Chao should still accompany sister. It's okay for me to be alone." Chu Xinyue had actually been very quiet, but this moment she finally couldn't help but open her mouth. It was second young Qin who wanted third young Qin to stay behind to entertain the guests. So why involve me? Chu Sweki was instantly choked, somewhat shocked as she looked at Chu Crescent Moon, and then her eyes reddened as if she was much aggrieved. What kind of attitude is that? You have to bully your sister to feel good, don't you? I shouldn't have brought you out here. It was as if the Chu family couple was conditioned to be provoked into a fire. Qin Chao, however, froze, not paying attention to the crying of the girl beside him, and turned his head to meet the pair of cool eyes. Wait, did she just call him Qin San Xiao? Isn't he always called Qin Chao? A twisted feeling inexplicably bubbled up in Qin Chao before he was interrupted by some kind of voice. Aha, this violent temper of mine. Even though I'm not familiar with Chu Crescent, I just can't look at it anymore. Just now my husband has only let Qin Chao stay right. Did not mention Chu Xinua. You point this sentence, is there any suggestion? Ji-him didn't have an accusatory tone. Instead, he asked questions with a sincere "I don't understand, I don't get it, please enlighten me" attitude. That's why they say sincerity is a must. When Ji-him asked this question, those present were quiet. The atmosphere was inexplicably weird, and many people reacted. Yeah, what's this all of a sudden? Let Qin Chao stay as a guest. It is impossible to let Chu Xinu also stay as a guest, right? Then how did Chu Shueqi's mouth become Qin Chao accompanying Chu Xinu? The Chu family members took a breath and instinctively felt that Jiam was not kind to Chu Shueqi, so they wanted to retort something. As a result, Qin Rank suddenly came with a sentence. Did you all misunderstand something? I did only mention my third brother. After saying that, he swept a glance at the leaping Jiam. That my husband just now was better than ex-husband brother. The inexplicable tacit understanding between the two people directly made Chu Shueqi redden her face, and for a while, she was actually speechless, and could only look at Qin Chao with an innocent face at a loss. Qin Chao was also confused. And just now your sister was just correcting you on what you were saying. Why did she make it sound like she was bullying you? What are you aggrieved by? Jiam swept his gaze from Chu Shueqi to the Chu family. Having your father reprimand your sister in public makes it difficult for our main family as well. What conflicts are there for us to help resolve? Chu Shueqi, who had always had a smooth and unbeatable life, seemed to be frozen as if she had invariably planted a heel. Chu family members were also dumbfounded. How did it turn out like this for a good reason? They looked at Qin Rank in dismay. Qin Rank asked expressionlessly, "It's our hospitality that's not good enough." The Chu family members looked embarrassed and subconsciously wanted to lash out towards Chu Crescent Moon, but remembering what had just happened, they couldn't. As a result, in the next second, he saw Jian smiling and said to Chu Shueqi in a very friendly manner, "And you just said one sentence wrong. What do you mean by letting Qin Chao accompany Chu Xinyue? It's okay for you to be alone. That's not something you can say." The surrounding people froze, listening to the meaning of these words. Is it possible that Ji-him is going to represent the Qin family to acquiesce that Qin Chao and Chu Shueqi are a couple? Let Chu Shueqi not say such self-denying words? Chu Shueqi also forgot about the conflict just now for a moment and looked at Ji-him with some anticipation. Ji-him immediately said bitterly, "Your parents, two big living people, are standing next to you. How can you not have your parents in your eyes? Really can't. There is still your own sister in it. Definitely will not let you alone. A person. Just now Chu Shueqi was saying that it's okay to be alone. This is a little too." The onlookers' expressions changed a few times. Someone in the crowd eventually couldn't help but say, "Isn't this green tea?" "I am not." Chu Shueqi finally became anxious. Tears filled her eyes in a flash, and as she was about to say something, she was patted on the shoulder by Ji-him. It also pressed her tear ducts. Ji-him was pleased. "Good. You realize you're not alone." Chu Shueqi immediately had green, orange, yellow, green and purple on her face. Ha 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 ha. This little green tea segment is also too low. Right. Speak without logic. Too easy to be caught by the loopholes. But it may also be that the people around her are all brainless to spoil her, so she thinks she can just say whatever she wants. But sorry, Auntie, I specialize in tasting tea. Qin Chao looked at everything in shock. What all just happened? Ji-him was relieved to make a scene, and Qin Rank was responsible for closing it. When Chu Shueqi was about to perform a big cry to salvage everything, Qin directly bowed and made a please gesture to end everything. The Chu family members then felt as if they had been born with a belly full of nameless anger, and in a confused manner, they passively led Chu Shueqi into the hall. Before Chu Crescent Moon, who was following at the end, glanced at them before she left, a starry light shining through her eyes, a bewildered movement overflowing from her eyes. Seemingly for the first time, she was a bit overwhelmed by the situation. When everyone left, Qin Chao reacted. What were you guys doing just now? Sweki is so simple. Surely she didn't do it on purpose. But she just said the wrong thing. Why did you let her down so much? In Qin Chao's opinion, they like each other. But because of the marriage contract with Chu Xinu is there, they are like a true love that is being hindered. Chu Sweki is occasionally uneasy, and her behavioral mistakes are justifiable. So Chu Crescent Moon, who did nothing, deserves to be put down? Ji-him asked curiously. Qin Chao was choked. Chu Crescent usually often makes Sweki cry. It's nothing to get off the stage once. Ji-him looked at Qin Chao in surprise, then looked at Qin Rank. Is it really your own brother? Qin Rank listened to Ji-him's heart and couldn't help but feel a little angry. Indeed, he was his own brother. Qin Ah Chao. Mom and Dad didn't teach us to treat people but not things. You can be biased and partial, but the reasoning of treating things as they are should be understood. Don't look at Qin Chao 20-something, but in the face of the second brother's reprimand instinctive heart trembled. Obediently listened to the training, but the eyes penetrate the dissatisfaction. I find it hard to understand him. Does the Qin family have the sweet and stupid gene? The green tea has 3 tiers and acts until he is in tears. Did he not get those acting awards from the Qin family? How can he not see that green tea is acting? Hey, you! Qin Chao finally couldn't help himself and wanted to open his mouth. It's finished. He likes green tea so much. If he marries green tea in the future, if he marries a green tea, then the Qin family will be a theater every day. Although I'm not afraid of it, but it's annoying. I don't want to be sisters-in-law with such a person. Or I'd better think of a way to let Qin Jia and I divorce earlier. Qin Chao choked on his words and looked at his brother in shock. How could this woman who was dead set on marrying his brother think of divorce? Wait, what the hell was he hearing? The corners of Qin Jia's mouth twitched and he coughed, interrupting Ji-him's rambling thoughts. Leave this place to me and Chao. You go in, Qin said. Ji-him immediately nodded. Good lord, go in and recognize someone for a melon. Looking at Ji-him's cheerful back, Qin Chao pressed his temples with trembling fingers and looked at Qin Rank with questioning eyes. Qin Bid didn't beat around the bush. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no guests at the door right now, he directly revealed the matter of Ji-him. Qin Chao stayed for half a day before he spoke. Should we hire a psychiatrist for our whole family? No, we should invite a master too. Qin Rank's cold eyes forced back Qin Chao's thoughts. Qin Chao bristled. Curious, so she really knows everything? Qin title, for now she can know whatever she wants to know. Ha, is she the best paparazzi in the entertainment industry? Qin Chao remained skeptical. Qin Bit's gaze flickered. You're planning to talk about switching marriage partners today? Qin Chao froze and said, well, yes, but don't worry, it won't ruin my little nephew's recognition banquet. I told the Chu family to save it for the end, and our 2 families will talk about it privately first. Qin Rank nodded his head to indicate that he knew. Qin Chao carefully said, everyone doesn't object, right? Are you sure it's Chu Sweki you want, not Chu Xin Yue? Qin said. Qin Chao's eyes flashed in his mind, Chu Crescent Moon's eyes, and his heart was in discomfort. But on his mouth, he said, of course, Sweki is too soft and weak, and needs me to protect her. Chu Crescent Moon is jealous of her sister, and treats Sweki very badly. I don't like her like that. When Qin Chao finished speaking, he saw Qin Rank's unresponsive face and wondered why he had a feeling of bottomlessness. You don't know how much Sweki has suffered because of that twin face. Qin directly interrupted. You are responsible for your own life. Just decide. Qin Chao choked and hummed somewhat gamely. A turn of the head, through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the parlor, saw that outside the bustling crowd, a black-dressed Chu Xinyue leaned alone in the corner, looking down at the wine glass in her hand, not knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly, Chu Crescent Moon raised her head to look outside. Qin Chao subconsciously hurriedly retracted his sight. What's with the inexplicable beating of the heart when the engagement is about to be broken off? Chapter 18, he made a mistake. He deserved it. Qin Chao's mind was a little messed up, perfunctorily accompanying the second brother to greet the guests for a while before slipping away. Qin Rank didn't care about him. After all, he had left him here to say something about Ji-him. On the other hand, Chu Crescent Moon watched her parents constantly brag about Chu Sweki within their social circle, completely ignoring her, and had long since felt nothing. There was just always a stream of eyes that made her uncomfortable lingering on her. She looked around and there were too many people to find who it was, so she had to leave where she was and go to the restroom to transition. The Qin family's arrangement for guests was at the end of the corridor, with men and women separated. Chu Crescent was about to enter the women's restroom when a huge push came from behind her, directly pushing her violently into the restroom. Chu Crescent Moon was startled and gave a short cry, but her mouth was covered. Not long after, Chu Crescent was pressed against the wall of the restroom by a man. Only now did Chu Crescent see the visitor clearly. It seemed to be a male son within the circle of the mansion. She had seen him a few times, but could not be considered to know him. Chu Crescent Moon looked at the visitor angrily, angered by the look in her eyes. The man reached out and tugged at her skirt. Asterisk 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 still pretending with me. Right. I want to let you know today. Mess with little master me. No matter whose fiancé you are. Lousy still. Chu Crescent heard the sound of the skirt being torn. Did not expect to encounter this situation. The brain is a slurry. Cannot shout. Eyes are anxious red. Can only desperately struggle. Feeling the other person's breath coming up to her neck. Chu Crescent Moon cried. In desperation. The door was pushed open with a loud bang. Damn. You're looking for death. In an instant Chu Crescent Moon felt the force pressing her loosen. Chu Crescent Moon fell to the ground in a sorry state and looked up helplessly, only to see Qin Chao choking the back of the man's neck. Full of anger, a fist went over and the man was spun around. When Qin Chao turned his head to meet Chu Xinyue's eyes, he saw that the hem of her skirt was torn, revealing her snow-white thighs, and hurriedly moved his eyes away. Organize yourself. After saying that, he threw his jacket at Chu Crescent Moon, dragging the man right out of the restroom. Qin Chao was too angry. His fists clenched and a nameless fire kept running. Rather sensibly, he didn't make a scene and just dragged the man to the unoccupied backyard and flung him on the ground. Up kicked several feet, waiting for the people to react. They hurriedly shouted, Qin Chao, you are sick. You even defend her. Didn't you screw with her sister? And you don't recognize her as your fiancé. Still come to catch the adultery, can't you? Qin Chao's face instantly darkened. No matter what kind of person she is to me, this can't happen in our Qin family. If she doesn't want it, do you still want to force it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You know what? That's a couple's conflict between us. Couples love. Qin Chao was stunned out of his mind for a moment. What did you say? The man climbed up from the ground and laughed. It's not that I cuckolded you. It's that this took the initiative to seduce me into bed. And as a result, after we dated for 3 months, she dumped me. So can I not come and find a way to say it? Qin Chao's face suddenly changed. Instinctively raised his hand and pinched the man's neck. Say that again. The man instantly became angry too. What the hell? If you don't want a woman, can't other people want her? What kind of jealousy are you playing for me here? Qin Chao blared angrily and was about to make a move in a flash, only to be stopped by the butler who suddenly appeared. Ah, my third young master, how can you hit a guest? Have something to say slowly. The housekeeper hurriedly separated the two men, seemingly realizing that Qin Chao was really angry, and hurriedly pulled the rowdy man away. Third young master, you should quickly go back to entertain the guests. Everyone has arrived and the second young master is looking for you. Qin Chao froze in place. Emotions rolled over, and when he reacted, he turned back to look. At some point, Chu Xinyue was holding his clothes with a miserable face and froze. Qin Chao grimaced and was about to cross over and leave her. Chu Crescent Moon suddenly spoke. It wasn't me. When Qin Chao looked over, he saw Chu Crescent Moon looking at him as if she had summoned up courage and looked at him as if she were dying, saying, It's Chu Sweki. It must be her again. It's her who has caused things. Again. Chu Crescent Moon. Qin Chao roared. Chu Crescent froze. When she looked at Qin Chao's eyes, it was like a pot of cold water pouring down. Qin Chao said with a mocking expression on his face, forget about those previous times. You want to dump on Sweki for something so outrageous. The blood on Chu Crescent's face gradually faded, and her eyes gradually lost their luster. She wanted to say that those before were not her either, but she couldn't say it. Qin Chao sneered. Thanks to Sweki who has been feeling ashamed of you because of what happened to us, and also in order to respect the issue of the marriage contract, we have not been formally dating, and now it really feels like it's not worth it at all. Chu Crescent. I don't care if you like me or not, but I started from when I was a child and Sweki risked her life to save me. I only have her in my heart. So, we broke off the marriage contract, and the person I'm going to marry is only Chu Sweki. The light under Chu Xinyu's eyes completely disappeared, and the clothes she was holding in her hands slipped to the ground. Even though I knew this day would come, it still hurt like hell. So you know I like you. Chu Crescent Moon suddenly said. Qin Chao stopped looking at Chu Xinu. Chu Crescent Moon, however, let out a bitter smile and said, don't worry, it won't happen in the future. I promise to break off the engagement. It was true that apart from grandma, in this world both mom and dad and that little boy who said he would marry her and protect her forever would only trust Chu Sweki and choose Chu Sweki. Qin Chao heard Chu Crescent's answer. His heart still strangely seized, but his mouth still couldn't help but say, it's good that you're willing to cooperate. I warn you, in the future, if you're unfavorable to Sweki again, I won't be able to care about it. TSK, 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 it's a crematorium. A sudden voice interrupted Qin Chao's words. Qin Chao was not used to hearing Jihim's heart and instinctively looked in the direction of the speech, only to see that in the corridor behind Chu Crescent Moon, there were Jihim and Qin Rank standing. The two seemed to have come in pairs to find someone. Not waiting for Qin Chao to speak, Qin Jia then frowned. What happened? Why are you making a scene here? Didn't we agree to deal with this afterward? Chin Title and Ji-him came late, only heard Chin Chao fierce Chu Crescent Moon screaming to break off the marriage contract, and did not know what happened before. Chin Chao frowned, still did not open his mouth to say what just happened in the restroom. In the end, it was too bad for the reputation. Nothing. Chin Chao gambled. Chin Jie's gaze swept over, naturally noticing that Chu Xinu's skirt was broken, and although it wasn't so bad as to be naked, it was indecent. He lowered his head and lowered his eyes as he whispered to Ji-him, "Take her up to change." Ji-him noticed too, nodding. When she came over to take Chu Crescent away, seeing Chu Crescent's numb look, Ji-him couldn't help but scrape Chin Chao. Chin Chao was instantly offended in general and wanted to ask her what she was looking at. As a result, he just said something about having Chu Sweki in his heart from the time she saved him. Should I find a way to tell this little cutie or not? I'm not sure if I want to tell this little cutie, but I think he's mistaken about his savior. The one who saved him in the first place was Chu Crescent, not Chu Sweki. Looking at him like this dead, kind of hate to tell him he got it wrong and he deserved it. Chin Chao heard this, briefly his brain blanked for a moment. Then there was a sense of annoyance at being teased with fond memories. Opening his mouth to roar towards Ji-him, a breath was sucked in. Just then I heard Chin bit coldly say, "Chin Chao, shut up." Chin Chao froze and looked at Qin incredulously. Ji-him was uncertain, but still took Chu Xinu, who was already completely unconcerned about anything else, and left, waiting for the two to leave. Chin Chao finally couldn't help but point angrily in the direction Ji-him left. "Second brother, did you hear that?" Chin bit frowned. "You said that you want to marry Chu Sweki. If the person who saved you when you were a child was Chu Xinu instead of Chu Sweki, would you have made the same decision?" Chin Chao incredulously stared with wide eyes, thinking that he had hallucinated, but he shouldn't have heard such outrageous words even if he had hallucinated again. "Second brother, when Ji-him goes crazy, do you follow suit?" Chin bit, however, just looked at him quietly and didn't say anything. Seeing that Chin bit's expression didn't look like a joke, Chin Chao couldn't tense up. "I'm the one involved. Can I still not be clear about who saved me? Moreover, the Chu family couple and Sweki. Yes, there's also Chu Crescent Moon all know that it was Sweki who saved me in the first place. Even Chu Crescent Moon has never refuted it. How can this still be wrong?" Chin Chao felt that it was simply ridiculous. It was because they knew that Chin Chao would say so. That's why Chin family members didn't immediately inform Chin Chao on the matter of recognizing the wrong life-saving benefactor. The Chin family was completely convinced of Ji-him's story. That was bound to be the truth. But things are too far back to check unless the person himself overturns everything. So he thought of finishing today's banquet first, waiting for Chin Chao to mention the matter of the marriage contract, and then bring this matter up, so that Chin Chao could make his own decision. In Chin Rank's opinion, no matter how much weight this false impression holds in his brother's heart, at least he shouldn't decide his other half with the false impression. "I just didn't expect it to break out early." Chin Chao's emotions were about to explode, and he suddenly mouthed, "Could it be that Chu Xinyue is unwilling again? And wants to take the chance of claiming the favor of saving me in the first place, thinking that I will choose her because of this? Oh, no way. Don't flatter yourself. It's just a secret your sister-in-law knows. As for whether it's a mistake or not, we can ask again in person when the time comes, but you have to think about who you choose in case it's wrong." Chin Rank directly said, "What I like is Sweki's innocence and kindness. Even if I didn't have the favor of saving my life, I would have chosen Sweki." Chin bit frowned. He wasn't sure what kind of person Chu Crescent was, but Chu Sweki was definitely not a virtuous person. "Brother blind so annoying ah." Suddenly, I felt that what Ji-him said also made sense. He got it wrong. He deserved it. Chapter 19, Beginning to Eat Melon. When Chu Crescent Moon came out after changing her clothes, Ji-him wanted to say something but didn't know how to open her mouth. Having just read about Chu Crescent's experience through the melon eating system, it really made Ji-him's heart clog up. Ji-him grew up without a family and felt that she was already miserable. Not realizing that Chu Crescent, who had both parents and was still a wealthy family member, was living a life that was even more miserable than she, an orphan, obviously twins, just because Chu Sweki was born with insufficient body weakness, sick and weak, so the Chu family couple had to take the children abroad to cure and nourish their bodies. Although Chu Crescent Moon was brought along, the couple had limited energy and both circled around the often ill Chu Sweki. Several times he completely forgot about Chu Crescent Moon, and although there were servants to take care of him, there were inevitably problems of all sizes, and the one who was in charge at that time was the grandmother of the Chu family. And when the grandmother of the Chu family heard that her eldest granddaughter had been neglected in this way, she immediately decided to get the child back, and she brought it with her personally. So Chu Crescent Moon left her parents at a young age and was raised next to Grandma Chu, so naturally she was not close to her parents, and Chu Sweki grew up getting full of love, even sort of coddling, and with her sister's shadow around her infrequently. She got used to monopolizing everything. When her body was healed and she was picked up, She couldn't tolerate someone who seemed like her doppelganger taking what was hers. And so Chu Crescent's miserable life began. It seems that since that family of three came back, Chu Crescent Moon at home has not really laughed. Not depressed is also considered to be her inner strength. Immersed in research and study, the two went downstairs together. Ji-hyeon couldn't help but say, "You've really decided to break off your engagement with Chin Chao?" According to the gossip provided by the system, Chu Crescent Moon. But from the age of 5 years old in the eyes of the heart is Chin Chao. Though Ji-hyeon had absolutely no idea what was so great about that stinker. But Chu Crescent nodded without hesitation this time. She gave up. Ji-hyeon thought for a moment and said, "Good thing too. He doesn't deserve it. You're so good. You can live a happier life away from these awful people." Chu Crescent froze and looked at Ji-hyeon in surprise. She didn't expect Ji-hyeon to speak to her heart. Not only Chin Chao, mom, dad and sister. She has completely died. So she intends to find an opportunity to cut off relations with her family and never come back to each other again. In this life, he only wished that his life would no longer be disturbed by Chu Sweki. "Thanks, I will." Chu Crescent smiled faintly. Arriving at the banquet hall, it was just the turn for the Chu family to come up and congratulate Chin Yen. It's just that family of three seems to have forgotten that they have a daughter. The Chu family couple supported Chu Sweki on the left and right. "Congratulations to Hoshi for getting it back. This is a bittersweet moment for my great niece. Congratulations, Sister Yun." "Xiao Shi, congratulations. I was angry and cried when I heard Brother Chao talk about this before. Fortunately the heavens have eyes to bless good people like Sister Yun who are kind. By the way, Shirkei brought a gift." The Chu family couple tried their best to help Chu Sweki show her face, but because of the matter of lying about saving their lives, the Chin family was a bit uncomfortable facing them. "Ha, where's New Moon?" Mother Chin asked. The Chu family couple froze, as if they had just realized the Chu Crescent Moon was not there. "This girl, too unruly, I don't know where she ran off to." Mrs. Chu had a look of impatience, feeling that Chu Xinu had lost face for them, and was not too happy for others to mention this insensitive daughter. Chu Sweki looked at Chin Chao who was not far away, since just now when Chin Chao came back, he had been sullen. Chu Sweki kinda understood him and knew that he was in a bad mood at the moment. She doubted if Chu Xinyue shamelessly went to pester Chin Chao and made a conflict, so she didn't dare to appear now. Thinking of this, Chu Sweki could not help but feel smug in her heart and hooked the corners of her mouth. But her tone was worried. "Why don't I go look for my sister? Sister is definitely unhappy. I'll go find her and come back." That well-behaved look set off how unreasonable Chu Crescent Moon, who was not present, was in general. "Our family Sweki is just good. Don't mind your sister. She doesn't move. She plays with her temper and throws tantrums. Your foot injury isn't healed yet. Don't move around. Mr. Chu lovingly touched Chu Sweki's head and said. As a result, a voice was heard in the next second. "Ah, I just took you to change your clothes. How come?" Ji-him's lustful voice made the crowd look over, only to see that Ji-him, who was the host family, was accompanying Chu Xinu's side. And Chu Crescent Moon's low-profile black dress had been replaced with a small blue dress like the sky, which very much complemented her snow-white skin. Chu Crescent Moon looked expressionlessly at her relatives who had just made up her story. The scene was a bit awkward. It was only then that Chin Bit spoke up. "The guest's skirt accidentally got wet, so I had Madam take the guest to take care of it." "Why didn't you say anything just now?" Chin's mother asked. Kin swept a glance at the three members of the Chu family and said, "Can't interject." One sentence immediately caused the three members of the Chu family to blush. After all, they were the ones who had just directly convicted Chu Crescent Moon with one word from you and one word from me, not giving anyone else a chance to speak at all. Chu Sweki felt the teasingly probing eyes around her and couldn't wait to dig a hole and bury herself. How is it that after coming to the Chin family, everything has gone so wrong? Blame it on Chu Crescent. Chu Sweki glared dissatisfiedly at Chu Crescent Moon who walked over, and could only look for a remedy. Sister turned out to have just gone to change her clothes. I thought you were angry with me. The Chu family's parents also blamed Chu Crescent Moon for this embarrassment, blaming her for changing whatever clothes she was wearing. However, this time, Chu Crescent Moon was coldly staring at Chu Sweki upon her return, and it was as if the anger in her eyes was about to burn out. Chu Sweki's heart trembled as she thought about it. Could it be that Chin Chao had mentioned the marriage contract matter to Chu Xinu? That was why Chu Crescent was so angry now. The corners of Chu Sweki's mouth almost didn't suppress, and she only vaguely showed a smug expression at Chu Crescent Moon. If it wasn't someone else's party, Chu Crescent probably wouldn't have put up with it anymore. What just happened in the restroom? Chu Crescent Moon was sure that it had something to do with Chu Sweki, and she didn't know when she was forced to top Chu Sweki's pot again. Chu Crescent Moon suppressed her fire and sat down without saying a word. Chu's family also ignored her and continued to socialize, and Chin Chao, who had been lost in thought before, only came back to his senses when he saw Chu Xinu. Chin Chao's face kept changing and his brain was even more confused. No way. The person who saved me as a child was clearly, "Hey, what are Mr. and Mrs. Chu's names?" Qin Chao turned his head, and saw Ji-him asking Qin Rank in a low voice. And after Qin Rank replied, their whole family except Qin Shi surprisingly all sat up straight. Although the surface is still pleasantries with people, but inside the eyes is unable to hide the gossip fire. The body also subconsciously tilted in the direction of Ji-him. What is this? So that's how it was. I said how could I get the wrong rescuer? It turned out to be that family of 3 who were working together to cheat people. The Qin family also speculated that this is the case, but it does not make sense. How Chu Xinyue did not know it. Qin Chao's face changed again and again, secretly glaring angrily at Ji-him. He would like to see how Ji-him made rumors. Chapter 20 Grabbing favors for objects. Counting it that way, this is the first time Chu Sueki has snatched something that belongs to Chu Crescent Moon. Qin Chao's face changed slightly and his gaze secretly swept over Chu Xinu. Qin Chao and Chu Xinyue were classmates in China, and the country where the summer camp in that accident went to happened to be the country where Chu Sueki was treated. Although Qin Chao was still a teenager at that time, he had already become Chu Crescent's fiancé under the agreement of the grandmothers of the 2 families. Naturally, he had to meet the Chu family in passing. That was the first time Qin Chao met Chu Sueki, who lived in the ward but was as delicate as a little princess. Because Chu Sueki saw a handsome little brother like Qin Chao for the first time, and heard that it was her sister's fiancé, which is considered to be the only person who belongs to her sister. So she clamored to stay with Qin Chao. Jealousy makes one's face change. Obviously compared to Chu Crescent Moon, she's already got the perfect love and all the companionship of her parents. Yet she still wants to snatch Chu Crescent Moon's things because Chu Sueki feels that without Chu Crescent Moon, those would have been hers. Qin Chao breathed a sigh of relief as he listened. No, Sueki is not like that. She's not. At that time, Chu Sueki did cry in the hospital room. He just felt at that time, the sick little girl was pitiful, and hoped that there was someone to play with her. And to that face, which was the same as Chu Crescent's, Qin Chao was sympathetic. But just now Ji-him said so. Chu Sueki has the perfect love and all the company of her parents. What did Chu Xinyue have at that time? There is him as a fiancé. Thinking of this, Qin Chao's head buzzed as if he had been knocked on the head. The activity that should have been attended by Qin Chao and Chu Crescent, because the hospitalized Chu Sueki made a lot of noise, wanted to go by herself to play with Qin Chao, and also forbade her sister to go. Originally that activity was impossible to participate in temporarily, so finally the Chu family parents let Chu Crescent give up participating in it, and Chu Sueki, who has the same face, took her place and asked Qin Chao to take care of her. Qin Chao did not look too good. At that time, he thought it was no big deal, did not care about Chu Crescent's thoughts, and agreed on the spot to the Chu family's parents' request to take care of Chu Sueki. He took it for granted that Chu Crescent would definitely let his sister, and should. What Chu Crescent Moon's expression was at that time, he couldn't even remember. And what the Qin family had heard was that the older sister had offered to give her sicker sister the chance to go play, and they used to marvel at the depth of sisterly love. I didn't realize that it was the result of my parents' imposition and my sister's ostracism of my sister. Then, in that case, when Qin Chao had an accident, the one who accompanied him should be Chu Sueki. So how did the one who saved him become Chu Xinu? Qin Chao couldn't figure it out either. He remembers that their campsite was thickly forested, and the staff took them on a tour of the forest, recognizing plants and learning some general wilderness survival knowledge. But he was very naughty at the time and took Chu Sueki with him to act privately. As a result, he accidentally fell down a steep slope and was seriously injured. And all he could remember was Chu Sueki crying out in fear at the top of the slope. In his daze, he was about to bleed to death when he saw Chu Sueki again. Chu Sueki found him in tears and carried him hard out of the depression before meeting the rescuers. It was clearly Chu Sueki who saved his life. Estimated Chu family parents also quite speechless. Qin Chao simply will not take care of people. With Chu Xinyue like good health okay, jumping up and down are okay. Chu Sueki even if it, after Qin Chao accident, Chu Sueki running back in tears, because of the body weak fainted, was waiting outside the Chu family parents in a hurry to send to the hospital. Simply do not know Qin Chao accident. Qin Chao's pupils shrunk. The Chu family couple had originally waited outside the campground with Chu Crescent, but as a result of receiving their youngest daughter they forgot that their oldest daughter hadn't gotten on the bus yet, and left directly. Chu Crescent was left outside the campground. Qin Chao is also lucky. To say that this world in addition to the Qin family probably only Chu Crescent full of eyes remember him. She saw her sister are out. Qin Chao could not come out, so go in to look for. That time the activities are not yet over. No one knows Qin Chao accident. If not Chu Crescent re-entered, then wait for the crowd to find out that something is not right. Qin Chao was afraid that it would have long been blood loss and shock. Qin Chao's heart seemed to have been hit by an arrow. Even the Qin family members who were eavesdropping had fear in their hearts. Eyes had gratefully peeked at Chu Crescent Moon, who was not far away. so much so that the guests who were exchanging pleasantries with them began to speculate if the third young master's marriage was really going to change. Ji-him ate his melon and continued to watch with relish. Rescuers learned of Qin Chao's disappearance and acted immediately. Originally Chu Xinyue should not have participated, but she secretly followed, also because she recognized the leftover objects belonging to Qin Chao. Only then she found the unconscious Qin Chao in the mountain pass and carried the person out. And surprised and frightened, overworked Chu Xinyue, on the spot launched a high fever, was sent to the hospital together. Now all the Qin family members were filled with question marks. So why did become Chu Sueki? A little girl went through so much that she forgot about the experience after her fever went down, and Qin Chao thought he was seeing Chu Sueki, and was the first to ask Chu Sueki when he woke up. The Chu family had a bright idea and the lies began. In the end, Chu Shueyu all thought that it was her sister who saved the day before she got tired and sick again, and that her fever was just a shock. And for the camp staff, it was just the fainting little girl who was worried about her little friend coming back after she got better. Everything was articulated flawlessly and dead on arrival. True. Too damn dog blood right. Qin Chao's body had stiffened. What Ji-him said was so true that all his memories seemed to be collapsing, but he was not willing to believe that so many years were false. Why did the Chu family parents have to do this? At that time their relationship wasn't as crumbling as it is now. The Qin family members were also puzzled, and their family style was probably such that they would never be able to understand the behavior of the Chu family's parents. Only Ji-him cursed in his mind for half a day before he came to say something. It turns out that they wanted to exchange marriage partners at that time, not only because of their youngest daughter's childish and selfish grabbing behavior, but because they felt that Chu Crescent was healthy enough to eat up any marriage with anyone. But Chu Sueki was not in good health, so naturally she wanted to marry a good person from a good family that wouldn't cut her down, and still had the strength to support her to get well and wouldn't dislike her. It dawned on the Qin family that after all, there were too few children of the world's most powerful families who were not aiming for a family marriage like theirs. The Chu family has just 2 daughters, destined for a business marriage. At first, the Chu family's grandmother had pestered the Qin family's grandmother for several years before the marriage was finalized. Originally, none of their families were in the habit of making engagements in advance. When they first heard of Grandma Chu's engagement to Qin Chao, they were dissatisfied, thinking that Grandma was biased, thinking only of the eldest granddaughter and not the youngest granddaughter. Grandma Chu immediately disliked them and said, "Anyway, you only think about the little one and not the big one. So if I don't think about the big one while I'm still alive, will you irresponsible parents think about the big one when you've got years to think about the big one?" Yeah, Grandma, that's a beautiful thing to say. Qin family members sighed in their hearts. Qin grandmother passed away a long time ago. The Chu family has always had the idea of changing the object, but they were all pressed down by the Chu grandmother. Their side naturally will not violate the contract. Until the Chu grandmother died a short time ago, the Chu family intentions become more and more obvious. And what about their family Qin Chaoan? The Qin family members sneaked a glance at Qin Chao and saw that his face was darkened to a black color, and they didn't know whether they believed it or not. After all, Qin dynasty is a stubborn donkey. Qin Chao is indeed still unwilling to believe that. What was all this that Ji-him was spewing? Is there any proof of this? Is it possible that whatever Ji-him says is what it is? She has a vivid imagination. Obviously the truth that Chu Sueki saved him made more sense. Qin Chao looked viciously at Ji-him, inexplicably furious, all already wanting to lose control and curse. As a result, Qin Rank suddenly blocked his line of sight. Qin Chao looked at Qin Jie with aggravation and anger. Qin Rank frowned slightly, really not wanting to care about his stupid brother. But when he just listened to Ji-him's heart, he did find a piece of evidence that wasn't really evidence. After thinking about it, Qin Rank whispered while the surrounding area was still quite noisy. "You were quite a bit taller than the current Qin Shi when you were 10 years old, weren't you?" Qin Chao's mood was interrupted and he looked at his second brother inexplicably. Qin Bit's eyes sank. There probably aren't many girls who can move you on their backs. A healthy Chu Crescent, a sickly Chu Sueki. Who could possibly carry him out of the depression? The blood color on Qin Chao's face faded away inch by inch. Maybe it's human potential, the miracle of life. Maybe it's Chu Crescent Moon and Chu Sueki's faces kept flashing in Qin Chao's mind. Chu Crescent was smashed by the cabinet, broke his hand cold sweat, but did not say a word. Chu Sueki twisted her ankle, her eyes swollen from crying. Chu Crescent to move the experimental equipment. A male student accosted to help her. She refused. The thin figure also carried. Chu Sueki could only last 3 seconds when she had to carry a child in her acting. And afterwards she had to call him to complain about how tired she was and ask him to find a relationship to help her change her scene. The party went on to its conclusion with the eating of melons. Someone asked the Chu family to leave together to discuss things. And Mr. Chu said with a smile, "We have an appointment with the Qin family, so we really don't have time today." When the crowd heard this, they couldn't wait to stay and join in the fun to see how the engagement would end. But people want to talk privately, so it's not good to force them to stay. Those who were ready to leave were reluctant to leave, but just then, someone broke into the parlor. Chu Crescent Moon. Chu Crescent Moon. I heard that you guys are withdrawing from the marriage. Then I'll propose marriage to your Chu family today. I'll marry you. You're already mine anyway. I'm responsible for you. Chu Crescent and Xin Chao looked up at the same time and saw that the man who embarrassed Chu Crescent in the restroom before was drunk and reappeared. Chapter 21, Dissolution of Marriage. The person who rushed in was a notorious playboy from the mansion circle called Wu Tian. In addition to a fairly good face, the other is simply nothing. Is a rich mongrel, illegal and disorderly things to do a lot, but also the police station regulars. No scandal would surprise anyone, but today was the Qin family's venue, and Wu Tian had slapped the Qin family in the face by making such a scene. The Wu family came from Wu Tian's aunt and uncle, who immediately stood out to pull Wu Tian. Promising to bring you here didn't mean you'd make a scene. Sorry, this great nephew of mine is drunk. We're taking him away. However, Wu Tian pushed away his uncle and aunt, and before, he clashed with Qin Chao and was thrown in the face by that woman Chu Xinu. He was already angry, and then he also suddenly learned a news. Angry, he pounded several bottles of wine. The more he drank, the more angry. A brain rushed back. Wu Tian directly came to the Chu family's front and said with a bad smile to the stunned Chu family couple, "Uncle and auntie, since you want to change the marriage contract, then today, while everyone is here, let's finalize mine and Chu Crescent's together." Then, like a viper, he looked sinisterly at Chu Crescent Moon on the side. Chu Xinu's brain went blank for a moment. She did not look at Wu Tian but turned her head to look at Chu Xueqi, who was cowering behind her parents. Chu Xueqi's face was pale, her eyes darted around, and the moment she saw Chu Xinyue looking at her, she immediately avoided her sight in a vain manner. While Wu Tian's side said that he was about to grab Chu Crescent's wrist, he was firmly grabbed by a large hand that came out from across the room. Wu Tian was drunk and even more of a criminal than before, glaring angrily at the person who stopped him. "Damn it, Xin Chao, I'm picking up what you don't want. I don't even mind. You should be grateful to me. You're sick." Saying that, Xin Chao was about to punch someone. Originally he had held a tummy of messy emotions. Chaotic as a trapped beast, this kid also ran out to look for a fight. So a fist went down without hesitation, directly knocked Wu Tian to the ground. Xin Chao wanted to hit again, but he was pulled by Chu Xinu's wrist. Xin Chao turned back in anger, only to see Chu Xinu's expression was cold, as if she didn't want him to meddle in his business, and her face was already crawling with frost, and she was currently looking at Wu Tian in a daze. Xin Chao instantly felt a mouthful of blood suffocating in his chest. Although they were angry at Wu Tian's behavior, the Wu family couldn't just let others beat their own children. "What are you doing? Wu Tian is drunk. How can you hit him? Is this how you Qin family treats guests?" Aunt Wu said angrily. "Our Qin family is treating our guests well, but you guys are causing trouble in our house. Is this how you Wu family treats your guests?" Qin Ma also stood out unwillingly and said, "And you even uttered insults." Aunt Wu's face reddened and said, "It's meaningless for Mrs. Qin to say that. Plain people don't speak in the dark. Aren't you guys trying to break off the engagement with Chu Xinu? Then what's going on here is between my nephew and Chu Xinu. It's your family's oldest who jumped out and interfered, and my nephew is only proposing marriage. It's not like he did anything." Mother Qin sneered. "Then your nephew is too eager." Aunt Wu choked. After all, the marriage contract between the Qin family and the Chu family has not yet been returned. Wu Tian jumped out to say those unclean words. To the serious is considered to put a green hat on Qin Chao. Indeed hit the face of the Qin family. Everyone is a friend. There's no need to cause unhappiness for the sake of the juniors. Everyone calm down. It's all my daughter's fault. Mr. Chu hurriedly jumped out to be a peacemaker. It's all New Moon's fault. How could she go out with Mr. Wu when there was still a marriage contract? But then again, maybe it's a double happiness thing. Let's all sit down and take our time to discuss. Mrs. Chu also persuaded, but her face turned from bewilderment to a smile. The current Chu family was already somewhat in decline, and facing the Qin family and the Wu family, both of them could not afford to be offended. They had thought that it would be fine to exchange the marriage contract smoothly today, but they hadn't expected that another Wu family would jump out and want to join forces with their family. This is simply pie in the sky. It was also considered to make up for Chu Xinu, lest people outside always say that they favored their youngest daughter and robbed their eldest daughter's marriage contract for their youngest daughter. The original guests who were reluctant to disperse actually wanted to eat the melon of two women fighting over a husband. The results peaked. It seems like a good thing is on the way. While everyone is here today, it's good to give a witness to the three of you. Remember to treat us to wedding wine later. That's right. So they all have their own happiness. You youngsters are quite a tosser, but it's all heavenly. The pair of Chu Crescent Moon and Wu Tian with bad reputation, and the pair of Qin Chao and Chu Xueqi with good reputation. It seems that everything is happy. and it is just a pleasure for everyone to witness it. If the marriage of the three families really succeeded, then everyone's business layout might have to be fine-tuned in the future. It's still useful to have first-hand information. Shin Jie stayed out of it and watched everything, while Ji Him beside him, his brain was about to go up in smoke. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Eat the big melon. This sentence directly distracted the Qin family, but Lao San's lifelong matters still needed to be managed. The Qin family couple looked at each other and just went along with it. Although they were protective of their shortcomings, they wouldn't bring things to a standstill. Now that the scene has become like this, the guests have stayed behind to watch the fun, and it's best to settle this matter on the spot today, so as not to blackmail and have a bad influence. Qin father coughed and said, since everyone has heard about it, we won't hide it. The marriage contract was an agreement between the older generation back then. Nowadays young people are concerned about free love. Our Qin family won't interfere with the child's decision. Mother Qin also spoke up. I only hope that the children will take responsibility for their own lives and not make decisions that they will regret. After saying that, Qin father and Qin mother both gave Qin Chao a meaningful look. After all, having just learned that the Chu family had lied to them, they were extremely displeased with Chu Sueki as well as the Chu family couple, because this matter was tantamount to them lying and cheating Qin Chao the whole time, and stealing other people's credit. But well, marriage and love are personal decisions. Anyway, what should be known Qin Chao knows. Believe it or not, it depends on Qin Chao himself. It's just a shame about that Crescent Moon kid. How did he get involved with Wu Tian? Never mind. They now handed the stage over to Qin Chao, and then immediately pricked up their ears to listen to what gossip was coming online from Ji Him's side. The result of listening to half of it is, eek. Oh, geez. Holy, seriously, it's so scary. Qin's family, alas. No, you don't emote. Tell us how scary it is to hear it. Even after being so appetizing, Qin Chao was not distracted. His thoughts were in chaos. The Chu family couple instead enthusiastically came forward and said, it's still your Qin family that's enlightened. Ah, Chao. Ah, it's better to talk about it. Saying that, he even pulled Chu Sueki and pushed her towards Qin Chao. Completely not noticing how unnatural their daughter's face looked, Qin Chao moved his mouth, eager to ask who the person who saved him in the first place was. But does matter? Saving your life is not the same as love. Maybe taking credit is just a matter of loving him too much, but why is it so hard for him to talk? This hesitant looked mad. The scene eerily quiet, and the crowd of onlookers began to stifle their whispers. Have things changed? Wow. Wonderful. At this time as in the heart uneasy Chu Sueki did not wait for Qin Chao to speak. Immediately anxious pulled Qin Chao's sleeve. Brother Chao. Qin Chao froze, glanced at Chu Sueki, the woman he had doted on for years, and looked dumbfounded at Chu Xinyue, as if she had once been very close but in reality was estranged. On the other hand, the Qin family members over here who were eavesdropping on their hearts and preparing to eat the first handful of melons did not realize that Qin Chao was not right. Instead, Jiheim went off on a tangent for a moment. What's Qin Chao doing? He's not really thinking about who to pick, is he? The Qin family didn't react for a moment before they heard Ji Him cursing. Why does he think that if he wants to pick someone, they'll definitely want to be picked by him? Chu Xinu is not Chu Shueqi. She doesn't want to participate in your play. He's so self-righteous. Does his family know? Qin's family. Now no. Qin Chao? Suddenly scolded. But, isn't he the one making the decisions now? While he shouldn't hesitate. A marriage contract is a matter between two people. Shouldn't you ask my opinion as well? Chu Crescent Moon suddenly spoke. Everyone instantly looked at Chu Crescent Moon. Qin Chao also froze and looked over. Is she not willing to let go? An inexplicable giddiness welled up in his heart that he didn't even notice. The Chu family couple immediately became impatient. Crescent Moon, stop it. We'll help you settle with the Wu family. You can't be too greedy as a human being. We know you always like to get on your sister's nerves, but this is about their lifelong happiness. And the Qin family has said that they will let the children decide for themselves. And Qin Chao is dead set against marrying you. So are you still going to be dead set against letting it happen? Even if you don't let it, it's useless. The Chu family couple spoke to Chu Crescent Moon in a really mean way. But nowadays, Chu Crescent Moon was already like a bronze wall, and would no longer be harmed in the slightest by their words. Chu Xinyue turned her head to look at Qin Chao. Her gaze was bland, causing a tremor in the heart of Qin Chao who locked eyes with her. Today, I officially announce that I will break off the marriage contract relationship with you, Chu Xinyue said here, surprisingly released a smile and said, Qin Chao, I don't want you anymore. As soon as these words came out, Qin Chao felt as if a piece of his heart was empty and froze in place. This should have been a scene he had been looking forward to for a long time, but why was it as if he had the feeling of being in a nightmare? And although the whole crowd was a bit surprised, they didn't think much about it, thinking that it should be that Chu Xinu was really with Wu Tian. So she was quick to break off the engagement. The Chu family couple and Chu Sweki were relieved. Chu family members are also hypocritical. Knowingly no Chu Xinu's heart is still here to pretend. Before many times forced Chu Xinu to go to Chu grandmother's side to repent the marriage. Chu Xinu are gritting their teeth and refused. Usually how by Chu Sweki rob things. She all let. The only thing that do not want to let is Qin Chao. Now also let. It seems to be true that everything has been looked away from. Qin Chao, this stupid fool, picked up the sesame and lost the watermelon. You'll have to cry later. Qin family members listening to the heart are quite surprised. Chu Crescent Moon turned out to still like the oldest three. Qin Chao's lips trembled. Right, Chu Xinyue liked him, but now she completely gave up. That's right, there is a spare tire. But in his mind flashed Chu Xinu's expression when he said not me. Suddenly, the body was slapped. When Qin Chao came back to his senses, he saw Chu's family members looking at him with an expectant face, as if they were waiting for him to announce his engagement to Chu Sweki. However, Qin Chao did not open his mouth. He always felt that something was not right anywhere, and a wave of regret welled up in his heart. While Wu Tian couldn't wait to come over, as if he was in a better mood, he came to Chu Crescent Moon and said, "You finally figured it out, so from now on, you're my fiancé." Qin Chao's gaze flickered, his hand unconsciously clenched his fist, and he looked at Chu Crescent Moon. And Chu Crescent Moon's gaze no longer lingered on him as she looked at Wu Tian as if she was looking at a little cutie. Generally, she let out a cold smile. "Who are you? Do I know you? Open your dog's eyes and see clearly. I, Chu Crescent, have never met you in private. You keep rumoring about our relationship in public. I have the right to sue you." A single sentence, like a sound of thunder from the flat earth, shocked everyone's jaws off. Oh ho! It's going to be a slap in the face. Eat melon, eat melon, eat melon. The Qin family members, who were still in the clouds, instinctively made a judgment once they heard this heartfelt voice of Jiam. Well, Chu Crescent is telling the truth. Ha, what do you mean? Was all that Wu Tian said a lie? The scene in the backyard once again flashed in Qin Chao's mind. At that time Chu Crescent Moon's desperate eyes. In an instant, Qin Chao only felt that his palms were sweaty. Chapter 22. I'm not the only one with this face. Is this, the little couple having a falling out? But I don't think Chu Crescent Moon's expression looks like she's telling lies. Even if Wu Tian is not a good person, he is at least the young master of the Wu family. Is it necessary to make up lies? Chu Crescent has said she's going to sue someone. How can it be false? The crowd was murmuring. It was indeed too unbelievable. Wu Tian didn't expect Chu Xinu to even deny it on the spot, and was instantly infuriated with scarlet eyes. How dare you not admit it? Damn it, no wonder you said that you were afraid of being found out by Qin's family that you, your fiancé, were with me, so you hid it and didn't dare to make it public. So it turns out that you were waiting for me here. You think you can pretend you haven't been with me just like that? You're dreaming. Chu Xinu, I'm giving you face now. You'd better have face, otherwise I'll tell you everything and you'll have no face. I know all those things you're hiding. Chu Crescent Moon's expression, however, had no ripples, and only laughed even more derisively. Then you have the ability to say it. I want to see who the faceless person is. After saying that, his eyes swept over Chu Sweki, and sure enough, he saw her look flustered. Wu Tian was furious, seeing that they were about to quarrel. Mr. Chu was also worried that something indecent would really be said, so he hurriedly pulled Chu Crescent for a bit. What are you making a scene about? Don't play with your temper. You don't want fame. Our Chu family still wants it. Mrs. Chu also went forward and pulled Chu Crescent and said, if a good happy event is lost by you, I'll see who wants you in the future. Apologized to Wu Tian. After saying this, he also smiled and apologized to the Wu family's aunt and uncle. This daughter of our family has a bad temper. When she gets married she will understand. So please bear with us. Wu family aunts and uncles actually do not treat this girl with a bad reputation at all. But there is no way. Wu Tian is not stingy. The reputation is even worse. So a comparison. Half a caddy. The family is suitable. Naturally, is a good marriage object. This eldest daughter of your family looks quite a personality. But it's okay. Wait for their young couple to get married and slowly grind it out. Without waiting for the two elders to smile hypocritically at each other, they were interrupted by Chu Crescent Moon. What? Is it now buying and selling women regardless of one's wishes? Chu Crescent Moon directly mocked. After saying that, she directly shook off her parents' hands that were pulling her, just like shaking off two shackles in general. The surrounding people were stunned by Chu Crescent Moon's sudden hard words. Good job. If we don't speak harshly, these people act as if they don't understand human language, and will talk themselves into deciding other people's lives. Qin family members listening to also feel that the Chu family couple is a little excessive. Chu Xinyue obviously unwilling, as parents still do this, is really chilling. But the Chu family didn't feel it. Mr. Chu reacted and said angrily, how do you talk? It's really getting more and more unruly. This is how you talk to your parents. Mrs. Chu also tone of voice also suddenly became as if being let down in general, painfully said, you yourself do not know what is going on. The intention to mess up. We help you to make a decision is also for your own good. You really don't know what's good for you. You even talked to Wu Tian. Whether or not there was a breakup. That is, there are feelings, and now people want to marry you. How can you not be willing? Listen to us? Sit down properly and get this engagement done. Chu Crescent sneered. I'm an adult. You guys aren't qualified to decide my matters. Chu Crescent actually rarely spoke to them in a cold tone like this, and although she was usually a bit cold-hearted, she would go along with their wishes as much as possible. That's why the current Chu Crescent moon is simply all rebellious. Too rebellious, dazzling them all as parents. What are you mad about? We're your parents. Mr. Chu was shocked. Chu Crescent moon's expression finally looked a bit different and snorted. Are you guys? I thought you guys were just Chu Sweki's parents. These words immediately made the Chu family's parents blush. Shut up, you rebellious daughter. What kind of asshole words are you saying? Yo. Annoyed, did not say in the words why so angry I really suspect that the Chu family couple actually simply know how biased and outrageous they are, but they just won't allow Chu Crescent to say it. It's disgusting. The Chin family members also felt that the Chu parents were now jumping in place as if they had been poked and prodded at some point that shouldn't have been revealed. But Chu Crescent Moon would never again back down for the sake of filial piety. I clearly said that I don't know this person. You guys don't believe me? You have to push me to him. And you're not afraid of harming me for the rest of my life. What? You would rather believe the words of an outsider than those of your own daughter. Just like that, and you still say you are my parents? Who made you lie all day long? And were wrong for not believing you? Mr. Chu angrily rebuked. Right. Wu Tian is a truthful person. More worthy of your trust. GM's sentence of spitting directly made Qin's father and Qin's mother didn't collapse. And even Qin Yen, who was silently eating melon, almost sprayed out. It made the others look over. Qin Rank could only calmly find a compliment. That would depend on Miss Chu and Mr. Wu. Who is more worthy of everyone's trust? The crowd froze, remembering Wu Tian's brilliant battle record, and then comparing Chu Crescent Moon. Mr. Chu's face froze. Qin Rank was still very intimidating, and as soon as he opened his mouth, everyone was skeptical about the matter. Wu Tian was instantly irritated, and then looking at Chu Xinyu's expression, Wu Tian directly laughed in anger, broke the pot, and said to Chu Xinyu sinisterly, "This is what you forced me to do." After saying that, he didn't care about it, and directly rushed to the audiovisual player not far from the parlor. The electronic device that originally played the photos of Qin Shi and Qin Yan was connected to a cell phone. The next second, an intimate photo that almost needed to be mosaicked was dropped on the big screen, mostly still in hotel beds. The mesmerizing eyes, ambiguous atmosphere, and seductive look were as mature and charming as a vixen. It was completely unimaginable that it came from the now expressionless Chu Crescent Moon. The final photo stops at a picture of a man and a woman kissing. That pretty face with the half-closed eyes. The crowd gasped in shock. This was hard evidence. It seemed that Wu Tian and Chu Xinu had really talked. Humph. I'm about to sleep with you. You still don't admit it? Wu Tian grimaced. But Chu Crescent laughed and laughed. Qin Shao stared at the photo with an iron face as a wave of anger went straight to his brain. Because he surprisingly decided at first that it couldn't be Chu Crescent Moon who could make such an expression. But who could it be? Crescent Moon? At that second, Qin Shao actually didn't dare to think down. As a result, GM's heartfelt voice still snowballed and kept coming to press all of his retorts to death. I did not expect Chu Sweki private play real flower. Before I also questioned her acting skills. Is my presumptuous? See her usually can put the little white flower play so well. A little love play traces are not proper after the movie Chu Sweki is also powerful. Just because Qin Chao closed for shooting, she is not willing to be lonely to find someone to play. Originally thought to find a similarly playful flowers. Briefly enjoy a period of time will be able to decently separate, each to keep their secrets. I did not expect to be wrapped up in a rogue. I guess she herself did not think that there will be such a thing as today. Look at that. Her face is all white. But looking at her parents' expression, it's a complete lack of knowledge. I wonder if Wu Tian will reveal a bigger secret later. If he does, the evidence will be clear as day. Ji-him gloated and continued to eat melon. The Qin family listened to the half and half heartfelt voice, scratching their ears. What else? Only the Qin dynasty world collapsed. It was because he had indeed closed his eyes for more than 3 months before without contacting Chu Sweki. If it's really Sweki, then it's assuming that Sweki is using Chu Crescent's name to play around outside and letting Chu Crescent take the blame. How bad does it have to be to do something like that? At this moment, it was as if Qin Chao's worldview was being turned upside down. Is what he has always thought and believed to be false? These are all fake. Chu Crescent Moon laughed enough and said slowly, fake? Should not say that this photo of me is synthesized. Right, Chu Xin you really. The photo is real. The person is fake. Chu Crescent Moon's gaze finally pinned on Chu Sweki and said, that face is not my monopoly. Young Master Wu had better differentiate well next time he sleeps with someone, whoever someone else's family says it is. You should take it seriously. Wu Tian was stunned on the spot. Everyone was quiet. Doesn't that statement imply that the cute little princess who was well protected by her family and generally unblemished is the woman in the photo? Not to mention the crowd. Even Wu Tian swept over with a glance and questioned it at first. And the Trumps can be crazy. Chapter 23 I can't carry it anymore. And don't want to carry it anymore. Adverse daughter. What are you implying? Simply crazy. Mr. Chu was enraged. Rushing forward, he raised his hand to slap. However, Chu Crescent sidestepped and dodged it. And as a result, Mr. Chu almost fell out because of the excessive force. When the staggering Mr. Chu stood still, he raised his hand and pointed at Chu Crescent Moon, his hands trembling with anger. She is your sister. How can you throw dirty water on your sister after causing trouble yourself? Mrs. Chu was even more incredulous, tightly hugging Chu Sweki as if she was afraid that Chu Xin would harm her precious daughter. TSK, bias, is really too biased. Those indecent photos appeared. The Chu family couple just a face of disdain look at Chu Crescent, but also secretly a little blame her do not listen to her parents, asking for trouble. After the result said Chu Sweki, this parent's reaction, is the reaction of normal biological parents? Right, if not the same face, really doubt that Chu Xinyue is not their biological. The Qin family members shook their heads along with GM as they listened to her heartfelt words. The difference in treatment between the Chu family couple was a little too obvious. It's almost like one of them hurts like an eyeball and the other one stomps on it like a fish eye. How can you have parents like that? And Chu Crescent Moon had long since become numb to such a situation, and just watched her parents go crazy with an expressionless face. Look at Chu Crescent's expression. It is really accustomed to it. It seems that the Chu family couple usually do not have less like this. This is the brain does not intend to use. To be left to Chu Sweki as a family heirloom. I'm just LOL. How can a person who is favored by his parents be hurt? It must be that person who is neglected by his parents who will be hurt. The Qin family members secretly nodded along, agreeing with Jihim. Xin Chao, on the other hand, remembered all the past. So many times, all that was seen was a scene. Chu Crescent Moon stood aside with a cold expression. Chu Sweki's red eyes, aggrieved and crying. The Chu family couple protected Chu Sweki, angrily rebuking Chu Crescent Moon for being bad and mean to her sister. It seemed like they had never seen the Chu family couple on Chu Crescent Moon's side before. How can someone who was favored by their parents be committed? However, in the past, Qin Chao only thought that it was because Chu Xinu did not fall on her because of that bit of favoritism, so she became jealous and bore hatred against Chu Shuiqi. Qin Chao was in a bit of a trance, and all the memories of the past became no longer real. Chu Crescent Moon looked at Chu Sweki and said in a cold voice, Chu Sweki, who did you say is up there? Chu Sweki shrank weakly and helplessly in her mother's arms, trembling all over, but firmly putting on an aggrieved look. Sister, what on earth are you talking about? You are indeed incorrigible. Chu Crescent Moon laughed coldly. Chu Crescent said this about their precious daughter. The Chu family couple gasped in anger and kept cursing the family for being unfortunate and disobedient. Wu Tian angrily stepped forward and said, Chu Xinu, I see that you really don't see the coffin. Fine, then I'll let you die. He sneered and finally tapped his cell phone again. The intimate photo on the projection disappeared and was replaced by various photos of people going in and out of the hospital, which kept changing and finally settled on an abortion consent form. Name, Chu Crescent. You carried my child, but you aborted it behind my back. Chu Xinu, you owe me, so you can't escape today. At this moment, Chu Crescent Moon could not help but open her eyes wide, and then she looked at Chu Sweki incredulously, and Chu Sweki was already trembling. It was clearly a fear of having her secret torn apart, yet she quickly calmed down. Qin Chao's face, however, went white to new heights. He stared at the list dead in the face, his world taking a beating no matter who he imagined had gotten knocked up to get an abortion. It finally came to light. Jaiheim almost laughed out loud. Qin family members also understand that this is the big melon that GM said, and, indeed, it is considered evidence, depending on whether some people dare to verify it. The chatter in the room also overshadowed Chu Sweki's flash of weakness. Ugh, I think I know this one. She's my college senior. There was a rumor that she had a messy relationship with men and women, and pictures of her getting an abortion were circulated on the campus website. The crowd's hearts instantly strayed. So then it seems to be true? I didn't expect her mouth to be so hard. She won't even admit this. If you ask me what's wrong with marrying Wu Tian, you almost had someone else's child. Didn't they say it was a messy relationship? Maybe there's more than one. Wu Tian still thought he had one, and proudly tried to grab Chu Xinu's arm. Chu Xin took a step back and turned her head towards the person who said he was her schoolmate, saying, "You should know that our school's forum will only delete posts if they are rumor mongering, so why don't you just say this out?" Those posts would have been deleted a long time ago, and the person who posted them would have been banned as well. The young master choked and bowed his head in embarrassment. Why else? He chased you. You refused. Men are like this. Cannot get you, want to find opportunities to destroy you? In those posts under the jump, the most joyful is him. Jumping bean clowns only. Gee, him spat. And the Chin family looked over obediently to ascertain which family it was, and such a classless person would have less dealings in the future. Qin Chao also instinctively looked over. Remembering that face, his eyes flashed with viciousness. The young master was instantly like a man in a boat. Chu Crescent Moon, however, was too lazy to care about this kind of person, but instead remained calm and said to Wu Tian, "I still say that. How do you prove that it's me? Wearing the same face and reporting my name is also a simple operation, right? It's all like this, and you still won't admit it?" Wu Tian was simply furious and laughed. And even more angry than Wu Tian was the Chu family couple. "You've been pregnant and done such dirty things, and you're shifting the blame to your sister?" Mr. Chu was out of his mind with anger. Sinning, "How did I give birth to such a shameless daughter like you? Chu Crescent Moon, if you are still stubborn, we'll pretend we don't have a daughter like you," Mrs. Chu warned bitterly, as if that would force the rebellious daughter back from her madness. Chu Crescent snorted, "I have long since stopped wanting to be your daughter." One sentence made the Chu family couple freeze on the spot. "What did you say? Good for you. Simply treacherous and lawless." Chu Xian, you finally brought resentment in her tone. "What's so good about being your daughter? You guys can't even tell who the photo is. And also, why are you guys so surprised? Did you really not suspect anything? It's just as well that other people don't know. Since childhood, has she done fewer things under my name? Is this one more thing rare?" The Chu family couple were both stunned, and because of Chu Crescent Moon's reminder, it was as if they had finally regained their memories, and their faces suddenly turned weird. They were afraid that Chu Crescent would accidentally say something, and they planned to keep their mouths shut. But this time, Chu Crescent Moon did not give them a chance. Grandma was seriously ill. I went to the Buddhist temple to pray for her, kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times to climb the mountain gate, only to have the media turn around and make a big deal out of the fact that it was Chu Sweki who did it. In fact, at that time, my sister didn't even guard Grandma's hospital room. She was only hospitalized at home because she was greedy and ate more ice cream. The melon eaters were shocked. What's the situation? Wasn't this beautiful talk done by Chu Sweki? When it was first reported with great fanfare that her sister, who was not in good health, fainted and was hospitalized on her knees in order to bless her grandmother, people praised her filial piety, which made her reputation in the celebrity circle a hit when she returned to China. The sister, who was raised by her grandmother, is silent and breathless. They also often used this as a topic of conversation when they met the Chu family couple, and never saw the Chu family couple deny it. Qin Chao also remembered that at that time, he specially went to see Chu Sweki, who was white with a smiling face, and said that it was all what he should do. It was a heart-stoppingly important moment for him. Now tell him that it was actually Chu Crescent who did it. At that time you guys told me that since the media misunderstood, don't bother arguing about it. It's all about filial piety and sincerity, tossing for fame and fortune instead. Chu Xin, you laughed to herself. I would like to ask, do you guys really think that way? Or do you just want to use my hard work to add to my sister's success? Obviously you can't spare her a bit of suffering, but you want her to have a beautiful name? The Chu family couple's faces turned green, and Chu Sweki's eyes were even wider, not daring to believe that Chu Crescent would turn over old scores in general. Say, what nonsense! It is all for your grandmother. Sisters who do not do the same. Your sister's health is not good. If it is good, can not do? You are relying on your own good health to go. Mr. Chu was immediately annoyed and angry. So you're so calculating. You're also praying for your grandmother's blessing for the sake of making a show? Mrs. Chu also immediately pulled up her voice and said, I rub, this kind of crooked reasoning can say? Whether he's a showman or a true believer, it's all Chu Crescent's fruits, and being picked by someone else. It's a shame that Chu Crescent can endure it, probably also because Chu grandmother late body will not be able to. Otherwise also cannot let Chu Crescent Moon and the Chu family suffered aggrieved into that. And this is the first time that the Qin dynasty, including the melon-eating crowds, have clearly seen how the Chu family members use crooked reasoning to favor their own interests. And many people have begun to think in the same way as GM. Isn't this bull asterisk 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 asterisk? It's fine that no one praises the coverage of what I've worked so hard for, but it's not like someone else can take the credit for it. But the Chu family couple justified it and felt that Chu Crescent was too calculating. Chu Crescent Moon, however, said, so you guys admit that it was Chu Sweki who took my place? The crowd came back to their senses. Does this count as a previous offense? The Chu family couple, however, said, That was not at all Sweki's intentional act. It was an accident. What about her crashing her car? She broke a kid's leg, leaving him slightly disabled, and although the other party was willing to settle, she was afraid of blackmail after her debut and pretended to be me when she was being investigated, reporting my name. Afterwards, Chu Sweki made a trance-like appearance to gag me, making me feel bad that she only reported my name wrongly because she was scared. Now that I think about it, she was pretending, and you guys didn't say anything. You only instructed me not to spill the beans outside. You said that you would arrange for that child's follow-up, but in the end, you guys forgot about it. Chu Sweki also forgot about it, and the child's parents made a scene directly to me. And in the end, it was still me who resolved it. The crowd was once again in an uproar. This matter was also one of the rumors that Chu Crescent was bad, so it was also a topper? Xin Chao's face, however, instantly changed. Because of that one incident, he had publicly accused Chu Crescent. A car accident may be an accident, but not making good follow-up compensation is a character problem. That was the pivotal point at which he began to loathe Chu Crescent. At that time, Chu Crescent seemed to want to say something, while he was pulled away by Chu Sweki, only to see Chu Crescent redden his eyes for a moment before leaving. Xin Chao gritted his teeth fiercely. This is also fake? No, sister, why are you? Chu Sweki finally panicked and began to whimper and cry. Once the Chu family couple took a look at Chu Sweki like this, they were worried that their daughter wouldn't be able to withstand it, and immediately wanted to open their mouths to force Chu Xinu to change her words. As a result, Chu Crescent Moon directly said, "Do you need me to produce evidence?" I attended an academic exchange meeting that day. The Chu family couple was dumbfounded and shocked as they looked at the defiant Chu Crescent Moon. Chu Sweki also did not expect Chu Crescent to be able to do this step. Before or not all keep their mouths shut? No matter how she bullied in the end, as Chu Crescent Moon admitted. Because the most important thing for Chu Crescent Moon is that the parents agree. Sister dependence. But now Chu Crescent seems like she doesn't even want it anymore. This is determined not to care if she lives or dies. To reveal everything? Not waiting for Chu Sweki to panic, Chu Crescent Moon exhaled a breath, as if she wanted to empty all the shackles on her body. Representing the Chu family disaster relief for charity, I was the one who went, labeled with your name, the concert of the century, where you went to great lengths to qualify, only to know that you weren't up to par before the competition and purposely injure yourself, forcing me to go in your place, offend the Chu family partners, know that they are in trouble, but also report my name. Chu family relatives are blaming me for letting the Chu family lose a huge amount of money, depriving me of the right to inherit shares. After I stayed away from you guys, you still went to school every now and then and posed as me, messing up the relationships of my friends, mentors, and classmates, as well as messing up my reputation at school. Chu Xin, you finished everything in one breath. Seeing Chu Shuiqi's tear-stained face, knowing that she was trying to salvage everything with her tears again, she couldn't help but ask, where exactly have I wronged you that you want to do this to me? You came to rob me of my honor. I'll carry your black pot, but do I have to carry this kind of thing as well? Sorry, I can't carry it anymore, nor do I want to carry it anymore. Chapter 24, Self-Incrimination, Severance of Ties. After Chu Crescent Moon finished speaking, she took a deep breath and said, I am responsible for what I say, and any evidence can be provided. What I haven't done, I won't admit, and what I have done, no one will try to rob. Everyone froze because the messages were just too shocking. It can be said that the good and bad impression of the two sisters in the circle is because of the accumulation of those things. If they are all false, then the two people's reputation have to be switched, right? No, why would you do that? Don't you know what kind of bad reputation you have out there? Someone in the crowd just couldn't figure it out and couldn't help but ask. Chu Crescent smiled, only the smile was very bitter. Yeah, she didn't know how she got to this point. Perhaps the fantasized image of a family of four making peace was too tempting. Or perhaps she was too lonely and lost herself in a step backward, acting out her bitterness. That shouldn't be her. In order to find herself, she decided to break away. Who knows, maybe I'm just stupid. At this moment, the voices of the people around them talking and their mocking eyes all landed on that family of three. The Chu family couple didn't seem to understand why everyone was looking at them so much. Although those things were technically a bit unfair to Chu Crescent, was it right for her to be so small-minded as to say all of them? Not only spoiling Chu Shuiqi's reputation, but also dragging their Chu family along with her to be mocked? This is simply an ungrateful daughter who puts the interests of her entire family at risk. It's all family. You, what are you doing? Mr. Chu gritted his teeth and fumed. You didn't see how your sister was crying. Those things she didn't do on purpose. Are you now rehashing old scores to accuse us to the crowd of treating you unfairly? Mrs. Chu said. How can there be any absolute fairness in any family with many children? Yeah, I've always lied to myself like that in the past. Chu Crescent mocked. Alas, the bitter waif. This is the legendary kinship brain, right? If it wasn't for the fact that their family was really excessive and exploitative, I guess Chu Crescent Moon would have stayed like this for the sake of that bit of illusory kinship. Fortunately, she awakened. Chin's family also nodded along. From the things that just overturned the case, the little girl is really very good and kind. Cannot be dragged down again. It's just a shame that there's one in their family that has eyes and misses out on a good match too. Oh, the Chin family members silently cast their eyes on Chin Chao. And at this time, Chin Chao just looked at Chu Crescent dumbly, looking at his soulful face. It was also pitiful. Chin's father and mother looked at each other and felt that there were some things that were just right to say now. So Chin mother opened her mouth and said, Mrs. Chu is wrong to say so. For children in our family, even if we can't do absolute fairness, relative fairness is still possible. I've never seen you guys like this completely favoring another person. I didn't expect the Chin family to suddenly open their mouths. The Chu family panicked. They still had a marriage contract pending. No, it's all because this girl has a high heart. That's why. Chu Sueki also panicked. While crying, she looked at Chin Chao and said, Brother Chao, do you also think I am a bad person? I'm not. Those things, I can explain. I really didn't expect my sister to care so much. I know it's all my fault. It's all my fault, but I didn't do it on purpose. Then let me ask you, was it really you who saved me in the beginning? Chin Chao didn't wait for Chin mother to speak. He spoke himself. And when he said that, the Chu family members all froze for a moment. How to talk about this matter for a good reason. The onlookers were colossal. After all, the initial claim of the candidate for the marriage exchange stemmed from this life-saving favor. Chu Crescent Moon, who was originally still cold-hearted, looked at the Chu family in shock at this moment. It was something even she didn't know. Because of that life-saving favor Chu Crescent Moon couldn't even defend her marriage contract. She obviously never dared to face her feelings, but because of this she was struggling. How pathetic to tell her now that it was again Chu Sueki who took the credit from her. Is it you, guys? Chu Crescent finally felt the heartache again. I had a fever at the time and forgot about it. So you guys lied to me? Just for your little daughter to get this favor? You guys even did this kind of thing. Chu family members face a burst of change. This kind of thing is demolished is really difficult to find excuses. Do they want to spread out that is want to give the eldest daughter's fiancé to the youngest daughter? Because more heartbroken young daughter? Even they felt that they couldn't say it, which was why they even hid it from Chu Crescent Moon in the first place. They no longer dared to weasel their way out of the facts. After all, there were too many things that had blown up, and in case the Chin family wanted to check the evidence, they didn't dare to say that they were infallible in that year's events, because they didn't think that they would be investigated. They didn't envision eliminating the evidence at all, so they didn't dare say a word. No, it's me. It's not my sister. Brother Chao, you believe me. Chu Sueki was really flustered this time. Seeing Chin Chao's eyes, she knew that he didn't believe her, and could only say, I don't remember. I got sick, and I asked you off. You said that what you like is me. It has nothing to do with the gift of saving your life. A scarlet color flashed in Chin Chao's eyes and he spoke again. His tone was a coldness that Chu Sueki had never heard before. Then is it the real you that I like? Or the disguised you? Chu Sueki's face turned white, and her tears kept slipping down as if they were like no money. But Chin Chao would no longer look at her pathetic appearance, but turned his head to look at Chu Xinu. Chu Crescent Moon, however, averted her gaze. Everything was over. Even if she knew the truth of what happened in the first place, it was meaningless to Chu Crescent Moon. It just made her even more disappointed in those three people for one point. Looking at Chu Xinu's avoided sight, Chin Chao only felt a general pain in his heart when he was stabbed by something. He seems to have really lost something important. What the hell is going on right now? Who can give me an answer to who the person who followed me for 3 months and aborted my child is? Wu Tian's brain had already exploded, angrily pointing at the Chu family. You Chu family must give me an explanation. No matter if it's my sister or my sister. I can't be fooled just like this. Without waiting for the Chu family to come back to their senses, Chu Crescent Moon looked at Wu Tian and said, I've said so much, and you still can't judge? Wu Tian's gaze shifted from Chu Crescent Moon to Chu Sueki, and suddenly raised his hand to grab Chu Sueki. Was it you? Isn't it? It's this year's May to July. Almost every night with me. If it wasn't you, where were you all those nights? Chu Sueki was so scared that she immediately hid behind her parents. It's not me. It's definitely not me. I'm at home. I'm all good at home. As for the Chu family couple, their faces were pale and their eyes constantly shifted. In the end, the two of them looked at each other and swept a glance at Chu Crescent Moon, secretly gritting their teeth. The past is not to be mentioned. This matter is definitely not Sueki. She was at home during those times. Our couple can testify. Mr. Chu suddenly spoke. Mrs. Chu nodded and added, and during that time, Crescent was not at home, and we don't know where she went. As soon as these words came out, Wu Tian looked at Chu Crescent Moon suspiciously again. The crowd was also confused. After all, They wouldn't have thought that there would be parents who would victimize another daughter for the sake of one daughter. No matter what, right? Chu Crescent Moon's eyes looking at her parents were so cold that they were almost freezing. For her sake, you guys don't hesitate to perjure yourselves? Chu Xin said incredulously. What perjury? What grievances do you have coming at us? Do you have to ruin your sister's reputation before you're satisfied? Mr. Chu warned. Your reputation is bad. You also want to drag your sister to sink together? Who am I getting a bad reputation because of? Chu Crescent said in amusement. Mr. Chu choked. However, he still looked at Chu Crescent with indignation, because in his opinion, if Chu Crescent didn't make a fuss and agreed to the engagement properly, people wouldn't have come up with such a humiliating evidence, which really disgraced their Chu family. If the current Chu Sweki were to admit to everything, wouldn't that completely ruin Sweki's reputation? And it was Chu Crescent who caused all this. She should bear the consequences. Those things before. It's true that we did something wrong, but your sister is innocent. She was too well protected by us and didn't understand anything at all. Moreover, your sister's body failed since she was young. It's also because you sucked away her nutrition in the first place. You originally owed her. Mrs. Chu also hinted viciously. Chu Xin laughed. I understand. You guys know that I went to the mountains to do research during that time and couldn't prove it to myself. That's why you guys thought of perjuring Chu Sweki. You guys thought that you could press the scandalous things that she had done on my head? So you guys have already determined that the one who was with Wu Tian was her. She's using my name all the time when she's doing this kind of thing. And you guys don't care why she's doing it. And you want me to take the fall for her when it happens? Facing Chu Crescent's questioning, the Chu family couple's eyes flickered. The previous things Chu Crescent can still find excuses to lie to themselves. The whole family whitewash. And this time, the parents broke. Without any disguise. Without any excuse. Clearly chose to protect Chu Sweki and backstab her. It's all really cruel. Chu Crescent Moon was just like the isolated person traveling alone on a snowy day. And Chu Sweki was still well protected by her parents, showing only resentful eyes and an ungrateful mouth. As the saying goes, parents without virtue, children without harmony. No wonder Chu Sweki can be so justified in hurting others. It's all because of the pot of this pair of oddball parents. They really want to what good only want to leave the youngest daughter. Even from the hands of the eldest daughter to grab it does not matter. If you don't keep her with you, you don't have any feelings for her. So you can take whatever you want without fear of harm? Do you think Chu Xinu is healthy and it doesn't matter how you treat her? Why are there such biased parents like the Chu family? Listening to GM's doubts, Shin Rank didn't feel much surprise. In economic terms, it's all about sunk costs. Because the Chu family couple had put too much effort into Chu Sweki, and Chu Crescent Moon was just like an unfamiliar relative to them. Naturally, there was a difference in closeness. Perhaps initially at first, they also realized that they owed Chu Crescent, but human nature is to instinctively avoid their mistakes. They are not willing to face the fact that they owe Chu Crescent Moon. They will treat Chu Crescent Moon more and more to prove that they are right, and even look for faults in Chu Crescent Moon to cover up their own weaknesses, thus moving towards a pathological situation, turning a blind eye to Chu Crescent's aggravation while amplifying Chu Sweki's unhappiness. Having come this far, it's even more impossible to turn back, and once they do, doesn't that mean they're doing something wrong as parents? Sure enough, the next second he heard Mr. Chu say, Crescent Moon, stop fooling around. Usually when you contradict your parents and hurt your sister at home, did we say anything about you? Before, just take it as you playing with your temper, and it should be enough. Mrs. Chu stepped forward and grabbed Chu Crescent's wrist, her tone aggravated. This time you can't act arbitrarily, otherwise we really won't forgive you. Be good and obedient. If you have any grievances, we'll go back and talk about it, and what should be compensated to you will be given to you. How much Chu Crescent Moon cares about them, they are still clear. The words have been said to this point. I think Chu Crescent Moon should know the difference. Chu Crescent Moon, however, suddenly murmured and repeated, topping your parents? Ji-him couldn't help but bellyache. Yes, it's backstabbing the parents, because when the younger sister falsely accused the older sister argued that she was backstabbing them. Hurt your sister? Yes, it's hurtful, because not giving up all one's things to one sister, and one sister crying, isn't that hurtful to her young mind? The Qin family listened to a pleasure. Qin Chao, however, kept recalling the past, and his heart was pierced with arrow after arrow. Arbitrarily? Chu Crescent Moon looked deeply at the Chu family couple and said, I don't want your forgiveness or compensation, I only need to return my innocence. The Chu family couple froze and looked at Chu Xinu with some anxiety, about to think of a way to gag again. He heard Chu Xinu say to Wu Tian, I'm willing to go with you to any hospital to receive a checkup to see if I've had a miscarriage or not. The whole room exploded at these words. To be honest, this has to resist how much shame to dare to do. After all, it is the Hall Chu family miss. which can be so self-incriminating. This later how to do people? There are still people in the circle who dare to marry such a sharp girl? But then again, it does seem to be ironic. Of course it's hard evidence. I'm still a clean and innocent young woman. Chin family members have also long thought, as long as exempted, no matter how Chu family members how to sophistry, everything is not broken, can only say that Chu family members are too stupid, simply did not think Chu crescent moon will be so defiantly self-evidence, but for a person forced to the cliff, and how will care about this face it, she just wants her innocence. I dare to do it. Do you dare? Chu crescent moon had looked at Chu Sweki. Chu Sweki was completely dumbfounded. She did not expect Chu crescent moon to really go this far, and Wu Tian was already staring at Chu Sweki like a poisonous snake, because Chu crescent moon dared to say that she had completely proved her innocence. You're crazy, you're crazy. Do you realize what you're saying? We forbid you to spoil yourself like that. Mr. Chu was anxious. Mrs. Chu all cried. Daughter, how did you become like this? You, simply, if they chose to preserve one, they would preserve Chu Sweki no matter what. That was why Chu crescent moon didn't have any attachment to them anymore. Seeing their expressions grow more and more disgusted, the hatred that could not be suppressed surged up and finally spoke. Since I am so unbearable in your eyes, from this moment onwards, I announce that I am severing my relationship with the three of you, and from now on, I am detaching myself from the Chu family. I will have nothing more to do with you guys. Chapter 25, finally blowing himself up. Quiet. The whole place was eerily quiet. Round after round of big melons, eating them all up. Break off the engagement and get out of the Chu family. It's about shedding the rhythm of being together. I've only heard of illegitimate children desperately trying to squeeze into their circle. I've never heard of a first lady giving up her identity to get out of the circle. How much determination does it take to say something like that? However, looking at what the Chu family had done, if Chu crescent moon didn't leave again, there was no telling what it would be used for. You, rebellious daughter. It was as if Mr. Chu no longer knew what to curse. Mrs. Chu cried, Chu crescent, we gave birth to you and raised you, and this is how you repay us? You guys gave birth to me and didn't feed me? If I had a choice, I would rather not have been born by you guys. It's better than being treated as a toolman by you guys to break your tendons and bones to feed Chu Sweki. The Chu family couple looked at Chu crescent moon with their jaws almost agape. Sister, will you stop? Even if you gamble, you can't say such words. Aren't you afraid that your parents will be chilled? Chu Sweki suddenly rushed up and fiercely grabbed Chu Xinyue's wrist. The force was so great that it made Chu Xinyue frown. Sister, if you don't want to marry Wu Tian, just don't. You guys break up and forget about it. There's really no need to make a scene like this. Chu Sweki stared at her in death, her face as pale as a dead person, as if she grabbed a life-saving straw and grabbed Chu Xinyue without letting go, but her tone whimpered. I was wrong before. I did take your place for a variety of reasons, so I don't blame you, sister, for wanting to push this over me this time, because I know you like Brother Chow, and you don't want to break off the engagement, so you want to get back at me, but it doesn't matter. I'm okay with that. Let's go home, okay? Let's talk about it at home. It's true that people who can bully their own sister for a long period of time have a strong mentality. All of them are like this and are still dying. Does she think that Chu crescent moon will still change her mind for her in the end? This Chu crescent moon usually has to coax them more to give them such an illusion. Chu Sweki, are you unable to understand human language? Chu crescent moon spoke in a cold voice, directly shaking off Chu Sweki. I've already testified against myself. What about you? Chu Sweki's face almost twisted up as madness flashed in her eyes. As a daughter of the Chu family, how can you do this kind of proof? Sister, do you want to piss off mom and dad? Or do you want to use this method to humiliate me? I'm innocent. I don't know him at all. If you force me any further, I'll die now. After saying that, Chu Sweki unexpectedly rushed to the buffet table not far away, picked up the scissors on it that dealt with crab shells, and pointed them at her neck. While crying, she roared, it's always okay for me to prove it with my death. The scene took everyone by surprise. The Chu family panicked and cried out, no, it's all your fault. Look what you've done. You're killing your sister. Mrs. Chu pounded Chu crescent. Mr. Chu also turned his head towards Chu crescent to spread his anger. Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied? Is this the result you want? You still don't apologize to your sister. The one who is with Wu Tian is you. You still don't admit it. Do you really want to see your sister die? Chu crescent moon looked at Chu Sweki in a daze. The expression on her face was indescribable, and in the end it seemed like she was crying or laughing. Every time it was like this, it was clear that she was the one who had endured the harm and aggravation, and as long as Chu Sweki cried and made a scene, she could pretend that nothing had happened, and would still trap her in injustice, as if it was she who was in the wrong. Why did she have to go through all this? Will she never get rid of it? At this moment, Chu crescent moon really suffocated to the point where she didn't want to say a word. The crowd just assumed that she was also shocked by her sister's behavior. Everyone backed away in an uproar as well. The Chin family members' faces did not look good. As a result, in the next second, the expression was shocked. Without waiting for the crowd to react, they saw a silhouette flash behind Chu Sueki, and a tray slapped out horizontally from left to right with a bang. Chu Sueki's head was slapped out of the stump in an instant, directly staggering and planting, the scissors in her hand flying off. Everyone looked at the woman who suddenly appeared with their mouths wide open. Shin's family, when exactly did Himiko go over there? Ji-him put down the tray that was vibrating badly. Luckily my mother saw her trick idea in advance, wanting to use death seeking to dump the pot, and also wanting to morally kidnap Chu Xinu by the way. Thinking beautifully, it's rare that young lady can get out of her own life, before she can't be destroyed by this kind of selfish and self-serving demon. In this situation, but whenever Chu Sueki hurt herself a little, Chu Shinue would have to carry a curse in her life. Even if she was innocent in this matter it would be useless. There would only be rumors outside that she was aggressive and forced her sister to commit suicide. The Chin family members' faces were ugly. If something happened at their family banquet, it would really be unreasonable. Fortunately there was Ji-him. Chin Rang's face was grim, and with a wave of his hand, the family's bodyguards rushed in, suppressing Chu Sueki, who was still dazed on the ground. When the crowd didn't react, "What are you doing?" The Chu family couple was in a hurry. Shin Bit said in a cold voice, "Your daughter is suicidal and mentally unstable. For her safety, before you leave the Chin family, we are obligated to restrict her behavior to prevent her from accidentally injuring our guests." The others finally breathed a sigh of relief, praising Ji-him's sharp strike and Shin Jie's decisive arrangement. They just stayed behind to eat melon. They didn't want to experience any bloodshed. It's really true that you can't tell the difference between a person and a person. Chu Sueki, this person is simply sick. The Chu family's faces were as ugly as they could be, watching their daughter being treated like a mental patient. It's all in the family. You, Chu Xinu has already withdrawn from my brother. Our two families are not family. Qin purposely did not mention Chu Sueki and Qin Chao's matter. That was to represent the Qin family's attitude. The Chu family couple barely stood still this time. Just now they are dead set against admitting it, is afraid that Chu Sueki will be pestered by that uneducated guy and lose Qin Chao, the golden son-in-law. But the state of affairs now seems to be beyond redemption. Brother Chao, save me. Chu Sueki slowed down, pained and helpless, crying and struggling. However, Qin Chao did not look at her, but looked at Chu Xinu on the side, because there was something strange about Chu Crescent Moon. She looked down at the scissors she had just flung off to her feet without moving, and her body's air pressure was terribly low. Wu Tian rushed over and pinched Chu Sueki's chin. "Wasn't it you who was with me? You let go of our daughter." Mr. Chu rushed up and pushed Wu Tian away as he angrily rebuked. "Wu family members, you don't care. No matter how our family Wu Tian is, he won't disguise himself as someone else to cheat on his feelings and seek death when he's dismantled. So there's no need for us to manage it. The one who should manage the child is your Chu family, right?" The Chu family couple's faces instantly turned red. Wu Tian laughed. Wu Tian, can't be teased like this. Don't admit it, right? I still have even more powerful photos here. I'll release them right now. I don't believe that every inch of your twins' bodies are exactly the same." These words immediately made everyone shocked. They even took that kind of photo and want to release it? Then how could they still be human in the future? Seeing that Wu Tian was about to take out his cell phone, Chu Sueki finally lost control and yelled, "You lied. You didn't even shoot it." On the other hand, Chu Crescent Moon on the other side was unresponsive. The contrast was obvious. This time, everyone's eyes burned towards Chu Sueki. Chu Sueki reacted, all expressions on her face empty. The Chu family couple's faces were ashen. "Yeah, I didn't. I lied to you, Chu Sueki. This time, let's see how you can still weasel your way out." Wu Tian laughed fiercely. Then he turned his head to Chu Xinu. "I'm sorry, before I was also tricked by this lying sister of yours before I found trouble with you. Apologize to you. It can't be blamed on me. Who made you guys look the same?" Chu Crescent Moon's lips trembled slightly. There was no response, nor was there any joy after being cleared of suspicion. Chu Crescent Moon, a little depressed. This is stimulated. Qin Chao was shocked, depressed. Chu Crescent Moon has already been tossed sick by the Chu family? It's not me. It's not me. Chu Sueki began to yell. "Brother Chao, don't look at her. Look at me. I was wrongly accused. I didn't wrong you. Mom and Dad, prove it to me. Prove it's my sister, not me." Even if the Chu family couple was biased and defensive, they knew at this point that there was no turning back. But Chu Sueki was unwilling to accept this sudden change of heart. Fame ruined, all her good name ruined. She finally had a hard time hiding her true colors and roared at Chu Crescent Moon. "Chu Crescent Moon, you quickly admit that it's you. In the past, no matter what I robbed you of, Didn't you always obediently admit it? Chu Crescent Moon looked at Chu Sweki and said, On what grounds? On what grounds? On the grounds that you owe me. It's because of you that I'm so frail. You don't know the pain of living in a hospital room taking medication and surgery since you were a child and fighting death every day. All of this is because of you. If I was healthy I could have a better life than you. So it's up to you to bear all the bad that I've had. You were born to be stepped on by me and to give your all for me. At those words, everyone in the room fell silent. They looked at Chu Crescent with sympathy and swept over Chu Sweki with disgust. But in the end, their eyes were fixed on the Chu family couple. Previously, when Mrs. Chu mentioned it, everyone just took it as an excuse to persuade Chu Crescent to feel a little guilty so that Chu Crescent would back off. But he didn't want even Chu Sweki to have such strange ideas. It was a moment as if I could imagine them unintentionally being at the hospital bedside, complaining to the difficult little girl that the reason she was so difficult was because her twin sister was taking in more nutrients. They blame another innocent child for their misadventures so that the sick one can have someone to hold a grudge against. It's still true that children don't get along when their parents are immoral. While at this moment, the Chu family couple looked at Chu Sweki in shock. They feel that the truth is a matter of fact, but in their hearts, Chu Sweki simple and lovely, even if childish to do wrong, but also just sick from childhood. The environment is different to create a small problem. Cannot blame her. However, Chu Sweki's sudden outburst of true colors exposed her evil heart, which dashed the Chu family couple's illusions. Ha, no wonder you always used to seem to speak up for me, but in reality you were adding fuel to the fire, or else you were corrupting my reputation out of nothing, framing me, and hurting me. It turns out that you hate me and you blame me for all your misfortunes. Chu Xin muttered. It wasn't just as simple as competing for her parents' favor. Chu Sweki truly hated her and wanted to torture and destroy her. Even she might not love Qin Chao at all. She just wanted to steal away the person Chu Xin liked. The blood color on Chu Sweki's face also gradually faded. Her body trembled with fear, but she refused to back down. It was already your fault. You're wearing the same face as me. This is God's meaning, because you owe me. So let you repay me more conveniently like this. Chu Sweki looked at that identical face and said in a trance, It doesn't matter if you don't admit it now. There will be more in the future. You don't want to get rid of me. Psycho. Ji-Him's heartfelt words represent the heartfelt words of every single person right now. I don't know how the Chu family raised such a sick person, but the next second, I heard Chu Crescent Moon's trembling voice say, No, you'll never try to take my place again. Probably tortured out by something like this. Chu Xin even directly picked up the scissors on the ground towards his face to be cut down. The crowd exclaimed. Only a figure quickly flashed and reached out to block the scissors. The crowd was shocked and watched everything, but it was Qin Chao who saved Chu Xinyue. Otherwise the scissors went down. Chu Xinyue's face at least a scar. Actually, it wasn't that Qin Chao was fast, but when Chu Xinu acted, Ji-Him saw the message and exclaimed in shock, so Qin Chao was able to act first. Chu Crescent did not expect to be stopped and looked at Qin Chao dumbfounded, looking at his palm that seemed to bleed as he grasped the scissors. Chu Xinu coldly said, Let go. I no longer want to clean up her messes for her. I no longer want to be robbed by her and take the blame for her. I've had enough. I want to completely distinguish myself from her. Chapter 26, He was blackballed. Miss, you want to distinguish. You destroy the face of that troublemaking guy. You destroy your own do? Ji-Him excitedly spat, and the Qin family members couldn't help but think, shouldn't the one who should be hurt be the one who did the harm? But also can't really let Chu Crescent hurt people. Such a clean and virtuous person is not easy to clear himself. Shouldn't be forced out of such a stain. The Chu family couple looked at Chu Crescent Moon dumbfounded, in a trance, almost unable to stand. I guess their hearts can't take all the changes of the day anymore. Instead, Chu Sweki just stared at Chu Xinyue and Qin Chao, who were standing together, with bloodshot eyes. Chu Xinu was still confronting Qin Chao. She had no other way. No matter how the appearance was changed, Chu Sweki always had a way to make it look the same as her. She really had no other way. Qin Chao's heart ached as he looked at Chu Xinu's almost about to collapse. You are firmly intending to leave all behind. And why should you hurt yourself for the irrelevant people? Qin Chao said. Doesn't wanting to leave them mean that you intend to love yourself? Then what are you doing now? Wow. Lao-san is finally speaking human words, breaking away from the little white flower, and his IQ is back online? Qin Chao does not care about Ji-Him spitting. Instead, he looks at his family for help. He knows that he cannot listen to what Chu Xinu is persuading now. After all, he just stood on the opposite side of her. Ji-Him stepped forward and patted Chu Xinu's shoulder and said, You've already done a good job. Don't punish yourself because of other people's mistakes. Yes, girl, it's not worth it. Qin mother hurriedly went up to persuade. Qin Yan also came up to help pull Chu Xinu. Just now Xiaoxi also told me that you are so beautiful. That belongs to you. I think everyone present now will be able to tell you apart in the future. and there will never be a situation like the one before, Father Chin said in a deep voice. Seeing the Chin family members who surrounded them and could feel real warmth, Chu Crescent Moon's eyes reddened at once. The others also finally looked away and advised. The distinction is clear, and it's so clear now that even if there are any more incidents of truth or falsehood in the future, we'll all be able to tell the difference properly. It was a lack of understanding before. Now we're not cuties anymore. Qin Chao takes the opportunity to grab the scissors and fling them away. Chu Crescent Moon took a deep breath and said, "Many thanks, it was my impulse. In fact, Chu Xianyu was just a bit depressed and lost control under the stimulation. Calm down and she wouldn't do such stupid things anymore." Chu Crescent Moon looked at those three people and said, "All that needs to be said has been said. It's over." "Daughter, you," cried Mrs. Chu, somewhat uneasily. Chu Crescent Moon said in a cold voice, "I said I'm not your daughter anymore, okay? Stop it." Mr. Chu frowned. Chu Xianyu recoiled when she saw that they still looked like daughters who don't know any better. No matter what she said to them, they never seemed to understand. They thought that severing their relationship was just a word of anger, but they didn't understand that Chu Crescent Moon's feelings for them had been sapped by all these years of favoritism, and it wasn't a momentary whim at all. "Don't contact me again, and I don't want to see you guys, and if you have to press me to be your daughter, then go ahead and sue me, and I'll pay whatever alimony is due each month according to the court's ruling, and nothing more." Speaking in such detail, it's obvious that he's thought this through very thoroughly. The Chu family couple looked at Chu Xianyu with disbelief, probably understanding that she was really planning to do this. At this moment, they panicked, no longer able to be emboldened. Their bodies felt as if they were off their feet. Wasn't the previous Chu Crescent able to endure any grievances and suffer any wrongs? Today is just for her to save her sister and suffer a little more. So if you don't do it, how come you have to break up with them? But Chu Crescent Moon no longer gave them a chance to be confused anymore. She bowed to the Chin family and said, "Sorry for ruining your banquet. I'm sorry." The banquet was about to end. "You didn't ruin anything," Qin Chao hurriedly said. Chu Crescent glanced at Qin Chao and simply said, "Farewell. I'll send you." Qin Chao almost blurted out. Chu Crescent Moon only coldly said, "No need." After saying that, he directly turned around and left. Only Qin Chao seemed to be frozen in place. The crowd automatically made way for her. It was her path to a new life. The calls of the Chu family couple began to ring out continuously, and no matter if it was in an angry or sad tone, it didn't make Chu Crescent turn back, and just disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. When the Chu family couple turned around, they realized that Chu Sueki had fainted, but it never aroused anyone's sympathy again. The Chu family couple left with Chu Sueki in a sorry state, and Wu Tian even followed up to pester them. The uncle and aunt of the Wu family apologized to the Qin family. After all, this matter was indeed considered to be caused by Wu Tian, and it also caused an oops, putting them all in an awkward situation. Alas, we are also victims. I really don't know how the Chu family can be so blind. Let's pretend we didn't hear you. Maybe you'll even become in-laws. False pleasantries were exchanged between the two hostesses. Wu family aunt awkwardly said, "This kind of woman can never enter our family door. I don't know whether that brat Wu Tian really likes it or is unwilling to do so. Still, your family's children are good. That, your family's fourth girl." Qin mother's face instantly sank and she was about to start disliking her, when she heard Ji Him chortling from the side. "Why your family Wu Tian chasing not let go? Can you not know? Is not because Wu Tian is very difficult to let a woman pregnant. At first indeed feel dumped want to get back the scene, but also because of the relationship of Chu Xin Yue, want to give Qin Chao ugly, but after the conflict have the guts to kill back again on the spot to make such a mess. It is because he found that Chu Sueki pregnant with his child, that shall not catch that let him have the opportunity to be the father of the woman ah." Qin mother's face was subtle, kind of wanting to scoff, but it was so hard to keep up the vegetation. But behind her, Qin Yan, cough cough. Qin Chao, hoof. Qin Rank did not move, but looked at Ji Him somewhat helplessly. "What dirty things are you looking at? Wu's family? I wish for your two families to tie the knot," Father Qin said in a cold voice. The Wu family couldn't stay any longer and could only leave with the guests. This banquet, everyone attended too worthwhile. Go back. All kinds of news in the circle exploded. Those who did not have time to participate, or did not receive an invitation are regretful. I can't even imagine how cool it would be to eat melon on the spot. This night the whole upper-class circle was destined to have no sleep. When the family cleared the scene, the family sat together in silence to increase the meal. The party is difficult to eat well. It was just that everyone's eyes swept towards Qin Chao from time to time. Qin Chao couldn't stand the sights. "If you have something to say, say it." "Ugh, are you still going out with Chu Sueki?" Qin Yan asked curiously. Qin Chao's face was ugly and said, "Am I crazy? Those are all illusions. What I like is not Chu Sueki at all." "So you like New Moon?" Qin's mother gossiped. Qin Chao choked and couldn't open his mouth. Of course he likes it. He regrets it all. Qin Chao instantly looked at Jihim with shame and urgency. And Jihim, who was sitting on the side, was feasting on the food, completely oblivious to the sight of others. Ahem, it's useless to like it, she doesn't want you. Qin bit killed his heart. Qin Chao's breath stuttered. Finally, Qin father patted Qin Chao's shoulder, fatherly love without words, shook his head and took his well-fed wife upstairs to rest. Qin Yen carried Qin Shi, who had finally eaten well, to bed. Seeing that Jihim had eaten almost all of her fruit, Qin Rank opened his mouth and said, Jihim, go upstairs, there's something to tell you. What? Your studio, making money. After all, only Qin Chao was left alone in the lively restaurant. Qin Chao leaned on the sofa, fuming, when suddenly his cell phone rang. Qin Chao went to pick it up and realized it was his little sister. After picking up, the younger sister's surprised voice came. Third brother, what's going on? Are the rumors in the circle true? You backed out of your engagement with Sister Crescent, and got the wrong person. So Sister Sweki is really a bad person? No wonder I've always preferred Sister Crescent Moon. Qin Chao didn't want to rub salt into his wounds, so he wanted to hang up the phone. He was annoyed. As a result, he heard Qin Rong speak. Too bad. I always thought that Sister Crescent would be my third sister-in-law. After all, she's the woman you've known for the longest time and got along with the most. Qin Chao froze. Is it? Why didn't he have an impression? Yes, you grew up together. Childhood sweethearts. You don't like to take me to play. You only take Sister Crescent to play. I remember when I was a child playing the game. You asked me to be your daughter, and asked her to be your wife, and also swore that when you grow up you will take Sister Crescent as your bride, and give her a complete family. At that time you even kissed Sister Crescent's face. Grandma and Grandma Chu saw that, and that's why they thought of betrothing you. Qin Chao froze. A bitter laugh ensued. It turned out that the marriage contract was because of him, a pact that belonged exclusively between them. He had given her that promise, a complete home, such an important promise. How could he have forgotten? He was such an asshole. Brother, you're crying? Qin Rong's surprised voice came. Qin Chao covered it with one hand and said dumbly, you have a good memory. Tell me more about your childhood. Ha, I actually don't remember much. It's not like we're in the same grade. Qin Rong murmured softly. I just remember that you didn't really take Sister Crescent to play with me after school, and you didn't take me to play with me either. You said something about boys should play with boys. One time you even threw a tantrum about people in your class knowing about your engagement and teasing you about it, making you feel ashamed. And then it hasn't been much of a sight for Sister Crescent to come over to the house and play. After that, it seems like all of a sudden, you started focusing only on Chu Sweki. Qin Chao gritted his teeth, and that was because of the favor of saving his life. Growing up, he naturally remembered that he would be instructed by his family to visit the Chu family because of the marriage contract. But in fact, back then, the two families only had a verbal marriage contract between the elders, not even an engagement ceremony. So when the Qin dynasty's conception of their unmarried couple's bond was very weak, and they had never even been in love, it was just a name. So he had always felt that he could be justified if he adored someone else, and had not apologized to Chu Xinu. Going over there was also mostly to visit the sick Chu Sweki. However, every time they came into contact, the Chu family's parents would keep praising Chu Sweki and complaining about Chu Crescent Moon, while Chu Crescent Moon would only quietly listen and watch from the sidelines. It was true that he had wronged Chu Crescent many times back then, but whenever he questioned Chu Crescent for Chu Sweki, Chu Crescent never really defended herself. It should be that before his arrival she failed to argue with her parents, and then seeing him who was loving towards Chu Sweki, she couldn't afford to have any defense and would only look indifferent. Qin Chao couldn't help but think, but if Chu Xinu argued with him a few more times, would he come to his senses, go for verification and believe for once? At least initially for sure, but one time he defended himself for not having it, letting his misunderstanding of her accumulate, and in the end it turned into unconditional trust in Chu Sweki. Gradually, it was as if he had been brainwashed. He couldn't complain about Chu Crescent in that kind of living environment. He was the one who didn't realize Chu Crescent's situation. Sure enough, he was the one who was stupid and lost the treasure. He was wrong. He woke up, and he didn't want to let go. Does he still have a chance? Qin Chao couldn't wait and desperately wanted to contact Chu Xinyue, even regretting that he didn't insist on sending her just now. He should have been brazen to the end. No one answered the phone. He then sends a message. Got a place to stay? Say when you need help. I still owe you an unreturned favor for saving my life, so let me know you're all safe now, okay? No response. Call again and suddenly you can't get through. Message again and you see a red exclamation mark. He was blacked out. Spoiler alert. Transparent law. Because too many readers misunderstand. Go to the book review area to the new readers to avoid the lightning comment low score. Really no way. Can only be in the front chapter of the drama about the problems we care about. No matter what the next plot is, did not write them together. did not write them together, did not write them together. Important things to say 3 times. It's not easy to write a book. Please don't jump to conclusions. XX. Chapter 27, less work, more money, no tiredness. Because his previous manager was shut down, Ji-him can only stay at home now. Although Jaehyun decided to swing for the fences and enjoy life, it's just too boring to go on like this all the time. She goes to school, and Shin Yen is put back in touch with the hospital side of the company by Shin dad. Shin's mom and various other old sisters had afternoon tea, and only Ji-him had no friends, no job, and nothing to do. Come to think of it, she can't waste her superior appearance. She still has to go back to the entertainment industry to play. This is not only can close to eat melon, surrounded by handsome men and women can always prepare for the next spring, but also easy to earn a lot of money to accumulate a divorce fund waiting for the future of the Chin rank for the first love to kick her. It was wonderful to think about, so I mentioned it to Chin rank. Chin rank said he would help her rearrange the studio, but Ji-him didn't expect Chin rank to let her interview her own agent. Anyone who could come to interview in front of a pasteurized curmudgeon like her was not a great agent. That's even if the ones who are out in the showbiz dystopia are in the minority in terms of good character. Even if it was well hidden, it was all the same as running around naked in front of Ji-him. That interview, one side and no squeak. Later on, Ji-him was worried that Chin rank was impatient, but it turned out that Chin rank didn't say a word, and there was no agent to sign up as far as the eye could see. Chin rank directly sent Ji-him packing to Chin Chao's studio. When she was received, Jaehyun was dumbfounded. Inside the office, there were only 2 people. Chin Chao reclined on a side couch, sitting with his head down fiddling with his cell phone, and when he saw her come in, he raised his head in a gesture. Not to mention, the kid has been treating her a lot better since the last incident. It's true that the bitterness of love makes you grow. Chin Chao's movements stiffened and held back. Sitting at the conference table was his agent. Good day Mr. G. I'm Mr. Chin's agent Gao Hao. Mr. Chin's side has already come with instructions. From now on I'll be the one to bring you in the entertainment industry. This is your contract. After signing the contract, you'll be the second artist in our studio. Gao Hao is a middle-aged man wearing glasses, smiling. Look at the face is relatively kind. But in the entertainment industry, that basically belongs to the type of smiling tiger. Ji-him looked at Gao Hao and then at Chin Chao, who was emitting the aura of a resentful husband in the distance. You agree? Weren't you dead set against it before? Jaehyun asked bluntly. I don't want the guy to reluctantly admit it and then squirm afterward. Who don't squirm? Chin Chao gritted his teeth and said somewhat uncomfortably. In the past was in the past. Since you're my second sister-in-law, placing it on my side, second brother can feel more at ease. Ha, yeah, ha, I'm getting goosebumps all over. Okay, is he on the wrong medication? Qin Dynasty kind of questioned Ergo's original intent in stuffing her in my place. Is it really not for her to piss me off? Gao Hao looked around somewhat awkwardly. In the past, General Manager Qin did mention it, but was vetoed by Chin Chao in front of Ji-him, and threatened that if he let her in, he would leave. Apparently the uncle and sister-in-law have a very bad relationship, so Gao Hao didn't understand how this top stream was suddenly willing to accept his sister-in-law in his studio. In fact, Chin Chao is also to thank Ji-him. Chu Xin use matter. If there is no Ji-him, he still does not know what stupid things he will do, but he was on too bad terms with Jaehyun before to get friendly all of a sudden. So when second brother inquired again, he answered. It was inconvenient for Ji-him to disclose his identity in the entertainment industry. It was better to have him escorting him. Ji-him was still skeptical. Although you're the boss of this studio, I won't listen to you all the time, and I'll have to decide for myself what kind of work I want. Is that okay? Gao Hao immediately smiled and said, don't worry about this. You can look at the contract first. It was only then that Ji-him looked down at the contract, and after scanning through it, they were all shocked. Everything worked. She was free to do as she chose. She could take a break whenever she wanted to, and the most important thing was the split. In the old days, studios used to do a 280 split of income. Here directly let Ji-him receive all the income, equivalent to the titular. Also do not charge service fees, completely unpaid. You don't want a paycheck? Ji-him was surprised. Gao Hao laughed. Our salary is naturally driven by Mr. Qin. Gao Hao didn't think it was strange, and took it as a brother-in-law honoring his sister-in-law. Ji-him also reacted and looked at Chin Chao in shock. Chin Chao thought that Ji-him should have nothing to say now, and continued to look down at his cell phone. As a result, we heard Ji-him's heartfelt voice. He was really stimulated by the painful loss of his love, and he doesn't care about anything anymore. Chin Chao took a deep breath. Are you signing or not? It's natural to take advantage of such a bargain and sign it in a hurry. Ji-him was calm on the surface, but inside he was already singing with joy. Just none of the notes are on the beat, and she's singing pretty high and adapting. For an all-around power top streamer who sings, dances and acts well, this is torture for the ears. Gao Hao smiled and took the contract. What type of work does Ms. G probably want to do? I've checked and you've mainly shot print ads before. Jaehyun said. Oh, previous experience doesn't count. Now I just want less work for more money and no exhaustion. Gao's smile was barely maintained. Qin Chao also had a blank expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Isn't this the ultimate dream of a laborer? Don't you guys want this if there are options? Gao Hao froze at the words, as if that was the case. Qin Chao, who was born with a golden spoon, naturally couldn't understand, but he didn't bother to argue with Jiam. Good. Little work for little money and no fatigue. Find her according to this standard. Qin Chao spoke. By the way, rule out the singer route option. Jaehyun? Gao Hao had also seen big waves and immediately raised a formulaic smile and said, okay, no problem. Qin Chao saw that things were almost done. He didn't have much heart anymore, and said somewhat shriveled, then I'll go, and I'll leave the rest to you, brother Gao. After saying that, he asked to Jaehyun, no problem, right? Jaehyun nodded. TSK, 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 look at his widower face. He's probably still sad because he can't contact Chu Crescent. Qin Chao swept a breathless glance at Jiam, really too lazy to argue. His mind power seemed to have been drained away just that night. Should I tell him that Chu Xinu is ready to apply abroad? Forget it, the world has no pills of regret. Late deep love is more cheap than grass. It is true that the drama of chasing a wife's crematorium is not staged casually. Qin Chao's face sank and his breath caught. I can't believe she's leaving? These days, not only could he not contact Chu Xinu, even going to her school to look for her could not see anyone. He didn't know anyone in Chu Crescent's social circle, and there was really nothing he could do but stare at her various social software all day long to see what new developments there were. But Chu Crescent Moon was not the type of person who would post dynamics in the first place. It was as if as long as she didn't initiate contact, she would disappear from his world, leaving him without even a single chance to regret it. The man wouldn't even look back at him if he knew he was wrong again. It's still so difficult to be in the same city, and if she goes abroad again, that's really... Qin Chao's face was horrified, and he immediately turned around and was about to walk out. This time, even if he had to guard the entrance to their school's lab, day and night, he wanted to see someone. He still had a lot to say, and he didn't want to leave any regrets. When Gao Hao saw Qin Chao about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and said, then tonight's industry wine tasting. You, Qin Chao's footsteps lurched, as if he remembered something, his face chilled. Push it. Gao Hao was not surprised. Recently Qin Chao had pushed off almost all of his activities and ran to colleges and universities to look for people. As his manager, he naturally knew what was happening. There were good and bad things for him. The good thing was that he finally didn't have to care about Chu Sueki, that troublemaker, who obviously wasn't her manager but always had to clean up her messes, and had to be pushed into the deepest pit by her in the softest of tones, and had no place to talk about it. The new teacher Ji felt much better than Chu Sueki even though her identity was not simple either. The bad thing is that the money tree does not shake the money. Struggling in the love quagmire, like Qin Chao, such a heavy feelings of people do not know how long it will be able to recover, so that he, the agent, is also very helpless. As for the red wine tasting meeting that was just mentioned, he did know that Qin Chao would not attend it because originally that was an invitation that was accepted in order to help Chu Sueki introduce her contacts. Now Qin Chao naturally would not be redundant. It was only just now that Gao Hao thought that he could make use of this event, so he spoke up. I do think that this event can allow Teacher Ji to take part in it, even though there's no money in it. It's kind of paving the way for the future. Teacher Ji is technically a newcomer to our studio, and needs to be recognized by people in the industry, so that someone will hand over a job. Otherwise, it's a lot less selective if we just rely on us to actively look for it. Originally I wanted you to take Ms. Ji with you, but since you don't want to go, it's okay if I take Ms. Ji. The event is out of town though, so it might require an overnight stay. Qin Chao looked at Ji-him and said, see if you wish, just tell second brother, I have something to do, I'm very busy, if you want to go let Gao accompany you. Ji-him gave an okay sign. Qin Chao turned his head and headed out. Ji-him curiously asked Gao Hao, where is the location? Gao Hao then smiled and said, Cloudwood Hotel. So familiar. Of course, a very famous hotel. Not that this sounds familiar. Oh, I remember. The research sponsorship event shared by Chu Crescent's circle of friends. The location is this hotel. There was a thud, causing Ji-him and Gao Hao to jump and look back, only to see Qin Chao step out of the door with one foot. The other foot was still inside the door. As if he couldn't get out in time, the door closed back, pinning him, as it was so out of character with his top stream image. Jaehyun, Koho, endure. Ahem. What's wrong? Chao, Gao Hao said suspiciously. Have something. Forgot to take it. Qin Chao topped the red mark on his forehead from being hit, and walked towards the sofa with some soulfulness. His eyes kept glancing at Ji-him. Circle of friends, Ji-him could actually see Chu Xinu's circle of friends? When did they add the contact info? Neither the eldest sister nor the second brother had Chu Crescent's contact information, and the youngest sister did, but pulled the plug after helping him with a few words. How on earth did Ji-him do that? There's a sense of shortcuts being right around the corner and being blind. The contact information was added before when Ji-him lent his skirt to Chu Xinu. Because Ji-him didn't look for Chu Xinu to speak from beginning to end, so Chu Xinu forgot to block it. That activity connection was also shared as requested, and Chu Crescent didn't expect to be seen. Over here, Gao Hao continued to talk to Ji-him about the hotel issue. Eat, drink, play and have fun all in one package. Teacher Ji, just take it as a vacation. It's not tiring. I came to see. Sure enough, Chu Xinyue and her classmates and teachers have already set off to pull sponsorship. Tonight should also stay in the hotel. Just can ask her to play together. I kinda like her, but also fortunate that Qin Chao does not go, or else surely cannot ask Chu Xinyue. Alas, it's not that second sister-in-law won't help. It's really because you're destined to be together, but not destined to be together. Qin Dynasty, Chapter 28. Eating everywhere. After explaining to Qin Rank, he got into the nanny car prepared by the studio. Broker Gao, new assistant Xiao Tao, team of stylists. A huge group of people arrived at the Cloudwood Hotel in the neighboring city. Gao faced her as a small paste curry, and made such a big battle. The unknown people thought it was Qin Chao who came. An acquaintance came up to greet them and was shocked to see a bright and beautiful great beauty come out. There are ears in the industry that know that Qin Chao broke up with Chu Sueki, and he didn't expect to let his team escort another woman in the blink of an eye, which is big news, and sharp-eyed people will feel that Ji-him is a bit familiar. After all, it is on various magazines, and most billboards related to Qin Group, which is even more subtle relationship with Qin Chao. Brother Gao is here. What is Mr. Qin busy with that he can't see anyone else lately? This is our studio's newly signed artist, called Ji-him. You all have a lot of guidance in the future. Brother Gao, let me tell you something. It's with Mr. Qin, not the lover-lover type, not a simple identity. They're in the upper circles, coming in for a playdate. In order to avoid trouble, Gao Hao naturally emphasized clearly and with the ability to find out her identity for sure. At the tasting, all the pleasantries and socializing were left to Gao Hao. Ji-him just had to follow behind and raise his glass and smile politely, recognizing faces and names. Such protection naturally made the crowd think much more highly of Ji-him. So the whole scene is Gao Hao interpersonal communication long-sleeve dance. Ji-him crunching eat melon, happy to play the drums, but for such occasions, there are more people behind the scenes than artists, and the gossip is limited. After a long time, Ji-him didn't have much to look at. Being bored, he turned his head, startling Ji-him so much that he almost didn't hold his wine glass steady, only to see Chu Sueki suddenly appear and walk towards their direction in a hurry. Kind of understand why Chu Crescent wanted to destroy her own face in the first place, because when that face appeared, it would really put people in a trance for a moment to question who was who, and just that moment of trance would make Chu Crescent feel sick, right? But what's she doing here? Chu Sueki came for Gao Hao. She saw Gao Hao from afar and thought Qin Chao was there, but she didn't want that the one following Gao Hao was Ji-him. She froze for a moment, but didn't dare to offend Ji-him. Instead she anxiously asked Gao Hao, Brother Gao, has Brother Chao come? Gao Hao was impatient, but maintained a professional smile. Nope, but Chu Sueki didn't believe it. Is it possible that he came and refused to see me? Although Chu Sueki didn't speak too loudly, such a disturbance still caused many people present to reveal a look of amusement. This made Gao Hao very upset. In case he was photographed by the media, then he would not be happy to mention the hot search. The previous gossip between the two was already enough to make his head big. As an agent, one would not allow their artist to suffer such trouble. Knowing that Chu Sueki was a person who didn't listen to people, Gao Hao could only use a delaying tactic. Teacher Chu, why don't we go out and talk? Okay, you take me to see Brother Chao. Gao Hao's face froze and he turned his head to look at Ji-him. Ji-him also had a big head. Chu Crescent Moon's luck was really backward. In case the two sisters bumped into each other, he was really afraid that Chu Sueki would go crazy and toss people. Seeing Gao Hao look over, Ji-him said, I'm tired and plan to go out for a stroll. Little Peach will just follow me. Gao Hao nodded and the few people quickly left the venue, leaving behind a group of people who wanted to eat melon but could only look on. The Cloudwood Hotel is divided into 3 buildings, one for eating and drinking, one for lodging, and one for gathering for meetings and other activities. As soon as Ji-him separated from Gao Hao and the others, he first went back to his hotel room to change his clothes, while sending a message to contact New Moon. Crescent Moon, I'm attending an event at the Cloudwood Hotel. I think I saw you just now. Are you there too? No response. Ji-him didn't know if the other party didn't see it or didn't want to respond. After all, she was Qin Chao's second sister-in-law, so maybe she wanted to clean it all up. But Ji-him still kindly reminded, by the way, I just saw Chu Sweki at the event, so I hope you won't run into her. There was still no response, so that was as far as GM could go. Pulling Peach with him, he rushed to the food and drink section. As a result, just after arriving at the hall on the first floor, he saw that there were many people stopping to watch the fun. Where can this be missed? GM and Xiao Tao immediately made a sharp stop and came forward to look inside. Nice guy, just a man on his knees holding a woman's leg, both in their 20s. The man roared, "Yeah, I love you, I can't live without you. If you don't want me, I'll die." The woman's eyes were red. So many people are watching. Don't do this, Xiao Ya, I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. I did it all because I love you too much. I care about you too much. I did it on impulse. Who let you get so close to that man? Don't you talk nonsense, you know that's my professor. You always do this indiscriminately. Just forget it, I don't want to talk about it. We've broken up. I don't want a breakup. Just give me a chance to make things right. I'm begging you. The man's tone rose in agitation. The woman could only aggrievedly say, "You've been indiscriminately jealous, hitting the opposite sex around me more than once. You've made me owe a lot of people. And my friend said that this is a psychological problem for you, and you can't change it. I was advised to break up before. I gave you a chance, but this time you did it again. I am completely disappointed in you. Those people must have something in mind. You're not a man. You don't know what they're thinking. I know. I'm trying to protect you. You don't make any sense. I should have listened to her and never seen you again. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'll say whatever you want as long as you can forgive me. I punished myself by hitting the wrong person." After saying this, the man began to slap his own face. The people around them watched and whispered. The woman held back for a moment, couldn't hold back any longer, and hurriedly grabbed his hands, still heartbroken. "Stop fighting. Our problem is not that simple. I know, you still care about the accident, and I've told you, I have nothing to do with her. I've cut her off completely, but my friend said she saw you together again. She said you lied to me and told me not to look back." The man's face twisted up. "Nonsense, let her get proof. Didn't you say that your friend was in a bad relationship? She's clearly jealous of our relationship. She won't. She's nice and good. You can't say that about her. She's doing it for my own good. So many times we've had fights and she's the one who took me in and comforted me. For your own good. Will you stir up trouble?" I was a bit impulsive, but everything I did was out of jealousy and love for you. Can you deny that? Did she even deny my feelings for you? She just can't see you as good. It's not true. Though her mouth said no, her eyes visibly wavered. We've been together for so many years. Would you rather trust an outsider than me? Even if I'm a little bit faulty, I really love you. We used to be fine. Since you've been hanging out with her, you've changed. You used to be so well behaved, but now you're picking on me at every turn. It must be because she's been picking on you in your ear that you've been brainwashed. It's not. What she said makes sense. You're too much in charge of me. I don't even have freedom. I can't even make up my own mind about what to wear. Other people have advised me. It's me who's in authority. The woman looked struggling and said, "Those are small things. I'm the one who wants to take care of you. And one thing you don't know is that your friend actually has a crush on me." The woman exclaimed. "What? No way. She's clearly, every time I go to see you, she stares at me and keeps urging you to break up with me. What is it if it's not a crush on me? She just wants to break us up, but old me can't look at her and won't give her this chance." The man spoke with righteous indignation. The woman's entire body was dumbfounded, seemingly shocked by the possibility. She's so pretty, like a big star. Why don't you look at her? It's you I love. Even if a heavenly fairy strips naked in front of me, I can't look at you. I will go back and ask her. If it is true, I will forgive you and give you another chance. If it is false, let's forget about it. I don't want to be sad for you anymore. The woman struggled a bit, but still pushed the man away and turned to run. And the man's legs were numb from kneeling for so long, which gave him no chance to catch up with the woman. "What are you looking at? Get lost." The man seemed to have just reacted to the anger of so many people around him watching his ugliness. Ji-him and Xiao Tao also dispersed along with the crowd of people watching, gossiping while strolling. "Sister Him, do you think they will make up?" Peach was curious. "Will," Ji-him guessed. Since she didn't know the exact name, she couldn't use the system and didn't know if it was true or not, so she just ate her melon casually. "Ugh, so then you think what that man just said is true?" Xiao Tao said doubtfully, "But I feel like that man is not a good person. I don't know if it's true or not, just based on that woman's attitude just now. It's only a matter of time before they make up." Ji-him said, "If what the man said is true, then there's nothing to say, but if what the man said is false, then I can only sympathize with the woman's friend." Peach also spoke up. "That's right, the evil girl who is obviously helping out but is fantasized by men to be the one who has a crush on him and stirs up relationships. It's not the scariest." Peach looked over quizzically as she nibbled on a crepe. Ji-him dangled an iced gourd in his mouth and said vaguely, "The most frightening thing is that that woman transferred all the conflicts to her friend. The result is that the man will only hate the friend for stirring up trouble. Afterward, if they make up, this friend will not be a friend inside or out. This is the so-called devourer friend. Little Peach, when you make friends in the future, stay away from such." Peach hurriedly nodded her head, indicating that she was definitely making friends with her eyes wide open. As a result, the next moment Peach exclaimed, "That woman!" As soon as Ji-him turned his head, he saw the woman named Xiaoya who had just walked into a nearby cafe. That cafe has huge glass windows facing the pedestrian corridor outside, but Ji-him didn't pay attention to that woman. Instead, his eyes were glaring like bronze bells as he looked at the 2 rows of elegant seats inside. In the cafeteria in the eating and drinking area, 4 college-looking men were sitting together discussing things over coffee. "Our project is too advanced. Domestic investors are more conservative. It is estimated that it is difficult to succeed this time. Turn back and wait for the country. Can only find foreign venture capitalists to try. Although we have to cooperate with foreign research organizations, the professor still wants the dominant power to be in the hands of his own family, or else he wouldn't be working so hard to find investment in the country. Why don't we think of something else? Crescent Moon, you are not a Chu family." Someone was about to say something when they were suddenly interrupted. The 3 people in the same seat awkwardly looked at Chu Crescent Moon. "Sorry, my mouth was quick." The person who spoke hurriedly apologized, and Chu Crescent, who was sitting over there, just smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing, think of something else." Chu Crescent at the moment had a sharp short hair, short like a boy's sports head, with black framed glasses for decoration, wearing a plain white village shirt. Even if she sat in a place with such a large amount of foot traffic, no one would associate her with the newest little flower. "Chu Sweki." As they were talking, suddenly a nice male voice came from the yatai they were backed up against. "Is it convenient to include me in the discussion? I'm interested in your research program and have a willingness to invest." Chu Crescent Moon stiffened, while the others looked up in confusion, only to see a slender man with a hat, sunglasses and a black mask, one hand propped on the backrest of the elegant seat sofa, one hand hooked under the mask, revealing a good-looking lip shape, and slowly opened his mouth. "Can I sit down?" The crowd reacted with wide eyes, their eyes constantly glancing towards Chu Crescent Moon's side. The matter that Chu Xinu's fiancé was the big star Qin Chao. Those of them who had been classmates with Chu Xinu for many years still knew a little bit about it, and they had also seen it several times from afar. Occasionally, curiosity was aroused by the heat storm around them, as if this fiancé was closer to Chu Crescent's twin sister. Not long ago Chu Crescent came back to make up her mind to go abroad with the team to do research. The professor asked her about her personal problems. She said that they were all dealt with. It was then that they realized that Chu Crescent had broken off her engagement and severed her ties with the family. They then guessed that it was really the fiancé who got involved with his sister, who made them busy researchers and couldn't see anyone. People are in the entertainment industry can see each other every day. They feel sorry for Chu Crescent. After all, they have known each other for so many years. Even if they are not sensitive, they know that Chu Crescent has someone in her heart, which is why she refuses everyone's pursuit. But Chu Crescent Moon didn't seem to need them to comfort her, and everyone could only try not to mention it. Just how did this former fiancé, Top Stream's biggest star, show up here in disguise? What did you just say? You're going to invest in them? Obviously it's for Chu Crescent, isn't it? Could be getting back together? Even the scientific research maniac with a heart like water, at this moment could not help but ignite the soul of gossip. The female researcher sitting next to Chu Xinyue simply got up directly and scurried to the opposite position, and the 3 of them served coffee together, not daring to come out of the atmosphere. And Qin Chao's heart jumped out of his chest the moment he saw the new image of Chu Crescent Moon. It wasn't his preference, but Qin Chao had never been so sure. Turned out to be so missed. It turned out to be so heartwarming. Crescent Moon. Qin Chao nervously opened his mouth. Although Mr. Qin is a star, we want a lot of investment, and Mr. Qin doesn't seem to have the strength. Chu Xianu suddenly spoke. Yet, she did not even look at him. Chu Crescent would not be intent on playing temper tantrums and refusing. After all, it was a matter for their entire team. No matter what Qin Chao's purpose is, they need to invest. Qin Chao wants to invest. That is official business. Qin Chao choked and immediately said, "Don't worry, your research is so meaningful. My second brother will also be interested. I'm not using my star status to invest in you, but I'm negotiating with you on behalf of Qin Clan Group." When the crowd heard this, they became excited, because Qin's group was completely incompatible with their research. They hadn't considered it. If Mr. Qin is really interested in investing, he should go and talk to our professor directly. There is no need to talk to us. Chu Xinu's expression was indifferent. Then she turned to the person across the table and said, "Senior, please take Mr. Qin to the professor." Qin Chao immediately became anxious. "I don't want it. I'll talk to you." Chu Crescent Moon's face sank as she finally looked at Qin Chao, the obvious impatience in her eyes piercing Qin Chao. Qin Chao's eyes reddened uncontrollably. He couldn't stand Chu Xianu looking at him like this. Can't I talk to you? I have so much more to tell you. Forcing me with money and power? So you know this trick too. Qin Chao's face instantly collapsed. After a few seconds, he couldn't stand Chu Xinyue's eyes. He didn't want to make Chu Xinyue angry again. Anyway, as long as he can invest, he will have the opportunity to know her movements in the future. Okay, I know. I'll go see your professor. Qin Chao hung his head and stood up straight. Don't you worry. I'll take care of the investment. Chu Xianu had a moment of surprise. After all, according to Qin Chao's temperament when facing her all these years, it was impossible to back down to this point. This moment made her a little trance, as if she saw Qin Chao, who made her angry when she was a child, would also shrug his head like this and say that he would listen to her in everything. Chu Crescent Moon returned to her senses, noticing the inner turmoil, and hurriedly lowered her head to drink her coffee. Qin Chao reluctantly looked at Chu Xinyue, and finally had no choice but to raise his head and leave. The result was a short, direct gasp of surprise the moment he looked up, staring out the glass wall in dismay. The crowd was startled by him, and their attention shifted outside, only to be surprised as well. Only two girls with big bags were standing by the glass wall, and the prettiest one of them was looking straight at them. One eye was full of curiosity and stared. Is this Mr. Qin's fan? Someone asked. Chu Crescent Moon was stunned as she looked at Ji-him, who was locking eyes with her. Is his second sister-in-law. Chapter 29. Hey, you're a good judge of character. Ji-him asked Xiao Tao to send the purchases back, but he squeezed in to join in the fun. On the elegant seat, across from them sat a trio of researchers waiting with bated breath to eat, and on this side of the bench sat Chu Xianu, Ji-him, and Qin Chao. Ji-him very nonchalantly sat in the center, but this was also the result Chu Xianu wanted. Hello guys, Ji-him greeted warmly and sunny. Tired of shopping? Just ready to come in for a cup of coffee. Didn't expect a coincidence. Even more so, I didn't expect you to be there. Ji-him smiled and looked at Qin Chao, meaning to say, live version of the wife-chasing crematorium. Oh ho! Qin Chao's face stiffened, but because of Ji-him's interruption, it left him, who was just about to be driven away, a chance to catch his breath. And for that, Qin Chao was still grateful to Ji-him. Chu Crescent Moon still had a good attitude towards Ji-him. You didn't come together? Chu Crescent Moon wondered. Ji-him instantly understood. I sent you a message. You probably didn't see it. I came to participate in the circle activities as the new artist of Qin Chao Studio. As for why Qin Chao came here, you'll have to ask him. He obviously refused to accompany me, his sister-in-law, to participate in the activities, but the person appeared here. Ji-him's tone was tinged with complaint, and the three people across the table immediately made crazy eyes at each other. Seeing that Qin Chao didn't have a word of explanation, the three of them gossiped even more. Isn't this admitting that he is rushing towards Chu Xianu? Chu Crescent Moon pretended not to hear what followed, and when she heard that Ji-him had sent her a message, she took out her phone from her bag to look at it. Sorry, it's been on mute because I was at a conference and forgot to turn it back up. As he was talking, Chu Crescent's face suddenly changed. Ji-him picked up his coffee and took a sip, not surprised by Chu Crescent's current reaction. Even though Qin Chao's field of vision was obstructed, he had been stealing glances at Chu Crescent Moon, so he naturally discovered the problem at the first time. What's wrong? Chu Crescent Moon frowned slightly at Ji-him. Ji-him smiled, then turned her head sideways to Qin Chao and whispered, Oh, nothing. It's just that I met Chu Sweki when I participated in the event and reminded Crescent Moon to be more careful. It was a small voice, but everyone could hear it, and it got even quieter. Qin Chao's face chilled, looking anxiously at Chu Xianu. I didn't know she was in. I've long since blacked her out in all ways. However, Chu Crescent Moon withdrew her gaze expressionlessly. That's between you two. There's no need to talk to me. Ji-him watched to see what was going on. She's here to look for you, and she's been snubbed by Gao for the time being. Do you want to take care of it? Qin Chao instantly gave Ji-him a look without any good humor, picked up his cell phone and directly sent a message to Gao Hao. Don't need me. Gao knows that I won't see her again and will find a way to make her leave. Good man. What's the point of being a man of honor? Qin Chao secretly looked at Chu Xianu, but the other party was still unresponsive, so his heart could not help but lose heart. Ji-him was rather interested in asking them about the meeting they had come to. Hearing Qin Chao's operation was a bit of a surprise. Originally thought Qin Chao was here to stalk. How come he also engaged in investment? Qin San Shao. This is to throw $1,000 for the redhead. Seeing that Ji-him was completely aware of it, Chu Xianu suddenly said, Our project will not be able to make a profit in the short term, and it has nothing to do with the direction of the Qin Group's business. Qin's group is headed by Mr. Qin Rank. I think if Mr. Qin is really interested, we can talk to Mr. Qin directly without having to trouble Mr. Qin San Shao. Jiheim instantly looked at the decaying boy next to him with some sympathy. Only Qin Chao's face was a blue color. Sure enough, Chu Crescent's cold response. Not at all in the take Joe. Acting what she fled. He chased. She wings difficult to fly. People are really put down, and do not want to be entangled again. Qin Chao's heart was already hurting, and Jihim's heartbeat was still stabbing knives into him. But Qin Chao is also getting more and more frustrated, and even sneakily pulling the hem of Jihim's coat from below, exchanging crazy glances. What? I cramp? Qin Chao, I have a request to make. I will endure. If my second brother listens to your report, he will have to follow the company's process, but if I am allowed to listen to it first, ascertain the situation, and go inward from my side, it will save a lot of time. After all, I am also a member of the board of directors, and aren't you in a hurry? Chu Crescent Moon's eyes looked at Jihim with some uncertainty. The only one who could verify it here was Jihim. Really? Jihim did not expect the first out of the cultivation of the field was actually staged on her, and it is true that eating melon is risky. Gossip needs to be careful, and if you are not careful, you will lead to a fire. As much as I'd like to girl helps girl. Second sister-in-law, your cell phone seems to be vibrating. Probably someone is contacting you. Suddenly, Qin Chao interrupted eagerly. Jihim froze. Obviously no. Ha, there really was a vibration. Jihim picked it up and his eyes lit up. Transfer information, $500,000. Note, stay out of it. This is worth $500,000. Is money that easy to make? Who do you think I am? Hey, you're a good judge of character. Jihim put down his cell phone and said with a straight face, I don't know. Qin Chao breathed a sigh of relief. However, he heard Jihim stifle a laugh in his mind. I really will fall pie in the sky. I originally did not know. I'm just a superficial couple with Qinbit. I can know their company's internal process as a ghost well. Qin Chao is really a wrongdoer, ha ha ha. Qin Chao snapped to react. Immediately breath stagnant. Also anxious confused. Also really trans default Jihim and the second brother is a harmonious relationship between husband and wife. In fact, what he said was also true. That is, he was afraid that Jihim would be nosy and eager to pull the strings. And with the current attitude of the second brother towards Jihim, he might really make an exception for her to push inside. So he stopped it. Qin Jia, who was far away in the group office diligently generating income for the family, inexplicably felt his ears burning a little. Chu Crescent could only give up when she heard the reply. She wasn't curious why Qin Chao was pestering her now. She just didn't want to have any more contact with him. She didn't expect it to be so hard. It was just as hard as it had been when she tried to get close to him. Qin Chao was afraid that Chu Xinu would then ask him to talk to the professor, so he immediately asked the three people across the room. I don't need to see the professor. I definitely don't understand what he said. You guys just tell me roughly about the prospects, and your future plans. I just heard you guys talking about going abroad? Then how much do you need in terms of funding? In fact, the issue that Qin Chao is most concerned about is going abroad. And after hearing the word abroad, Chu Crescent obviously relaxed. Apparently she was thinking that no matter how hard it was now, she would be gone soon anyway. The three men across the street honestly cooperated by saying something. Hearing the key information, Qin Chao looked tense and said, so your professor, including the members of your entire research team, will have to go abroad to participate in the research, and the cycle will be at least 5 years? It's not just 5 years. People's new moon is mentally prepared to completely move abroad this time out and never come back. Qin Chao's breath stuttered. Waiting for 1,000 years waiting for you to come back. Accompanied by Ji Himon's off-key singing, Qin Chao only felt an icy chill around his body, probably sensing Qin Chao's sad aura. The female companion of the trio was still a bit intolerant, so she said more. The three of us were determined to go from the start. Crescent was initially hesitant and is now determined. And there's still one who's currently undecided. Qin Chao's eyes flickered, and the grief under his eyes became even harder to hide. It's all his fault. In fact, what the female companion meant was that Chu Crescent might be leaving because she had fallen out with him, so it was highly likely that she would be coaxed back. After all, they have the kind of relationships in this group that fall apart and come back at the drop of a hat. Chu Crescent Moon naturally knew what her several eager companions meant, but could only helplessly give a winking hint. The eyes brought over to see Qin Chao's sad expression. She was slightly stunned that Qin Chao would still have such an expression. However, Qin Chao quickly recovered. He was not one to give up lightly. He snapped back to look at Chu Xinu. The bottom of his eyes was a burning light, as if he had 1,000 words to say. Chu Xinu froze for a moment. It seemed that this was the ever-radiant Qin Chao she knew. After that, Qin Chao asked some specific questions in detail. In fact, his idea was to see if there was any chance to invite the foreign organizations back to China. Just chatting will realize that there is little hope. Qin Chao can only think of another way. As he was talking, someone suddenly approached, accompanied by a surprised female voice. Ha, you are. The voice was like recognizing Qin Chao. Because of the problem of speaking politely, Xin Chao took off his sunglasses, only wearing a hat, and the mask was pulled at the position of his chin. This moment Xin Chao instinctively wanted to pull down the brim of his hat, only to see the opposite researcher hurriedly get up and pull the visitor to sit down. Don't be loud and exposed. People are talking to us about business. But, Xin Chao, this is Xin Chao. How can? Hello, Xin Chao greeted politely. And Jiheim had just finished the last bite of her small dessert, only to look up and almost choke on the still melting chocolate in her mouth. She stared in disbelief. What a coincidence. Yeah, what's taking you so long to go out to get a file? Why is this face wet and eyes red? What's wrong? The concerned inquiries of her companion didn't get Chao Ya's attention. Naturally, a sight of Jiheim Ha too didn't either. On the contrary, it was Chu Crescent Moon, who was sitting next to Jihim, who heard this unkind aura and looked at Jihim strangely. Chapter 30 Seeing dirty things. I got my face dirty and came back and went to the restroom here first to clean it up. So, Chao Ya explained vaguely, still in the midst of being surprised by the sight of top stream stars here. Chu Xin you did notice the details. Chao Ya's eyes were red at the end and she had obviously cried. Remembering the past situation, she was worried. Chao Ya, tell the truth. Is it that man who chased after you? At these words, the other three fellows present looked at Chao Ya with nervous concern. Two of the men frowned even more tightly, as if remembering some bad experience. As soon as Chao Ya heard Chu Xinu's words, her heart trembled and she said with a complicated expression, Xinu, you, I'm going to throw up when I see the filth. Xin Chao, the only one who could hear Jihim's heart, suddenly heard such a clueless sentence and looked over suspiciously. Chu Crescent Moon and the other three were filled with disapproval when they heard Chao Ya speak in such a manner. The other two men couldn't speak up well. After all, they had been suspected and beaten up. They wouldn't dare to say a word more, lest they get into trouble again. The female companion instead opened her mouth to persuade. Xiao Ya, is it possible that he came after you and put on some exaggerated show with you again? Don't be fooled again. You can't be soft in the face of such a man. But, Xiao Ya lowered his head and whispered, it's really hard to part with our feelings for so many years. Maybe he will really change this time. I see that his expression is different from the past. Chu Xinu frowned. Xiao Ya, you should know that his kind of situation belongs to the category of having violent tendencies, and he is also suspicious. At first he treats outsiders indiscriminately, and in the future, he may swing his fist at you. If you really want to give up the opportunity to go abroad for him, that's really... Before Chu Crescent Moon could finish speaking, suddenly the hand below was pressed by Jihim, interrupting her words. Chu Crescent Moon froze, and without waiting for her to look at Jihim, she felt Chao Ya's intense dissatisfaction across the room. Crescent, why are you talking about Chi like that? Do you just expect me to treat him like a demon? I'm the one who has known him since he was a child. I know him better than anyone else. It's really bad for you to say this. Obviously two people persuaded her, but she only targeted the new moon. Without using the heart of Jihim, Xin Chao instantly sharp erect spikes. How do you talk? New moon means well. You should know basic manners if you don't agree with her. Qin family members are all protective of their shortcomings. Xin Chao is even more so now, simply looking at Chu Xinu as his own scales. Whoever dares to speak out of turn, Xin San Shao won't give a single bit of face. It's still scary to see someone who was just talking nicely suddenly flip out at this moment, especially Chao Ya, who didn't recognize Qin Chao at all, was scared and directly shivered, looking at Qin Chao in shock. No, I meant no harm. Then Crescent Moon didn't mean any harm. Chao Ya's face flashed with a confused and difficult expression, as if silently saying, who knows? Why are you helping her? It's not like you know the whole story. Chao Ya also commiserated, but the words came out uncomfortably. Xin Chao wanted to say I don't help her to speak. Do I help you to speak? What the hell I'd be happy to, you man. Xin Chao. Xin Chao was just about to dislike him back when he was interrupted by Chu Crescent. Although it was a somewhat ferocious tone, but he advanced from Mr. Qin to Qin Chao. Qin Chao then felt that his bones were crispy, and his body was like an electric shock. He couldn't wait to beg Chu Xinyue to call him twice more on the spot. It's been a long time since he heard her call him by his name. Qin Chao looked over blearily, with an expression of you call me, I'll listen, I'm good. It caused Jihim, who was sitting in the center, to stand up and sweat and shrink his neck. Chu Xinyue also shouted at him because of the urgency. After all, Chao Ya is a member of their group. It is not good to be lectured by Qin Chao, an outsider. Chao Ya, our group will soon be leaving the country. Think about your own things. Chu Crescent had persuaded too many times. Really some tired. If not the other party may jeopardize the safety. Xiao Ya every time described woefully crying miserably. Chu Crescent would not have been so meddlesome. Now that it has suffered a complaint, it is even more forgettable. Chao Ya's eyes flickered, looking at Chu Xinu with some suspicion still. Even if Chu Xinu was going abroad, Forget it, let's not talk about my personal matters. I'm sorry for making everyone unhappy because of me, Chaoya said softly. The atmosphere improves a little. People also talk about other things and digress. Only then did Chaoya dare to throw out her curiosity. So Mr. Qin is here to invest? Why would a star think of investing in? Qin Chao did not treat this person, but for Chu Xinyu's face, he still intended to crown some reasons. As a result, Ji Him, who had been unmoving, suddenly spoke. Oh, because he's New Moon's former fiancé. A single sentence instantly made the scene instantly quiet to the point of eeriness. The others were the ones who had been careful to avoid these kinds of words, but they didn't expect Ji-him to stab it out directly without looking at the atmosphere so much. Chu Crescent Moon also looked at Ji-him in shock. Qin Chao frowned. First of all, he doesn't like the word X. Secondly, sister-in-law don't do any harm. If we talk about this now, Crescent Moon is definitely going to be upset. Couldn't understand what Ji-him was up to, planning to spend money to keep her quiet. As a result, he heard Ji-him belaboring painfully in his heart. How about it? Silly. Chu Xinyu's former fiancé was Qin Chao. Do you know what level? Qin Chao reacted. Ji-him is targeting Chaoya? Fiancé? New Moon's. Chaoya's mouth couldn't close in surprise. A whole big dumbfounded. Because Chaoya appeared in the Chu Crescent social circle, Qin Chao has completely not with Chu Crescent dealings. Fellow researchers know what the situation is, also try not to mention. So by mistake Chaoya until now do not know the relationship between the two people in front of them. At this moment, Chaoya's gaze hovered over the two with disbelief. She even instinctively denied it, pointing blankly at Ji-him and Qin Chao. You're not a pair? Qin Chao was filled with resistance. Ji-him, I'm Crescent Moon's ex-preparatory sister-in-law. His second sister-in-law. Chaoya's expression became even more subtle. Not only her ex-fiancé, but also her family members came over together to look for Chu Xinu. Is it here to persuade? Chu Crescent Moon said uncomfortably. We're not related anymore. He just happened to be passing by, heard our conversation, and wanted to talk about investment projects. Qin Chao swept Chu Xinyue with a grudging glance, and did not dare to say something else to his face. As a result, Ji-him spoke up again. Right. Qin Chao couldn't grasp Crescent Moon's heart and has been dumped hard, so he can only poorly think of ways to coincide. The crowd once again looked at Ji-him in shock. Although it was true, she hadn't just said it so bluntly. Although I don't think this is anything to be ashamed of. What's wrong with her? As if she's deliberately showing off something. Ji-him ignored Chaoya's gradually iron-green face, turned his head and looked at the stagnant Chu Xinu with a smiling face and said, Alas, excellent female researcher, looks so beautiful. This later in the end, how good a man can get into your eyes. Surely it is more handsome than Qin Chao, more rich than Qin Chao, more capable than Qin Chao, more background than Qin Chao chant. Qin Chao was inexplicably hit by many arrows. Hey, what's going on here? The trio of researchers couldn't help but laugh. Crescent Moon is indeed excellent. Many people pursue Crescent Moon. She ignores them all. Qin Chao instantly tensed up when he heard this. Instead, it was Chu Crescent Moon who looked at Ji-him helplessly and inexplicably. But Ji-him had already turned her head to look at Chaoya, whose face was a shade of green and red, as if she wanted to disappear in place, and said, So what your ex-boyfriend said just now is definitely not right. Crescent Moon can't even look at such a big star like my family's little uncle. And surely she won't secretly have a crush on him. A sentence, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, struck down, thundering everyone outside, even suspecting that they were hallucinating. The trio of researchers questioned in unison. Who suspects who has a crush on who? Chaoya was already trembling with shame, and her eyes were red with accusation. Chu Crescent Moon looked at Chaoya with disbelief, and Qin Chao's face had completely sunk. Your trashy boyfriend. Even putting him in the same picture with Crescent Moon is too much to ruin the composition. He also dared to think that Chu Xinu was secretly in love with him, and this pig brain of yours even almost believed it. Doubting Chu Xinu's original intention of helping you. I'm sure the love brain is not eaten by zombies. Chapter 31, Nima, where's my knife? Originally Ji-him watched to see what happened, but he did not expect the farce to be around. The Chu Crescent that Ji-him knows is resolute and brave, fighting depression alone, breaking all the chains by her own efforts, and opening a new life with great difficulty. It turned out to be something else entirely in their mouths and eyes. Now that he recalled the conversation between those two, Ji-him was really disgusted enough. Ji-him was frantically outputting in her head, practically sarcasticizing what she had just seen from beginning to end. Other people couldn't hear it, but the air pressure in Qin Chao's body beside him was getting lower and lower, and his eyes were about to fling knives when he looked at Chaoya. There's nothing more infuriating than having your sweetheart fantasized about by other dogmen. If the other party was not a woman, Qin Chao would have already punched his fist over. T at a misunderstanding? The female researcher said incredulously. How could Kongji have such an idea? Of course, She wasn't defending Chaoya and questioning Jihim. She just found it unbelievable and very ridiculous. Ah, he talked nonsense. I know. Chaoya reddened her face and said anxiously. Probably the rational side still knows right from wrong. Jihim, however, pretended to be surprised. So you know, then I get it. Just in the hall on the first floor when you argued. You are planning to use the retardation plan to stall your ex-boyfriend first. Only then you will behave believe his words. But also said to come back to ask the new moon. I also when you really misunderstand the new moon. Only to kindly help to prove it. Didn't believe in it. Just as well. Ha ha ha. GM had a fake smile on his face. And was extremely unemotional as he uncovered someone's cover-up. Not caring that he was making the atmosphere of the scene even more awkward. Everyone was dumbfounded. Staring daggers at Chaoya. At this time, everyone remembered Chaoya's attitude towards Chu Crescent Moon just after she returned. And it suddenly became clear in their minds. And their faces became more ugly than one another. Even more breathless than Kong Chi's rumors was Chaoya's suspicion. Chaoya never expected Jihim to say this, and looked at her with a dumbfounded expression, followed by an expression of resignation to the extreme, as if she was being deliberately targeted. Chu Crescent's face had gotten quite bad. You think I'm interested in your ex-boyfriend? Chu Crescent was too disgusted to speak. Chaoya lowered her head and didn't even dare to meet Chu Xinu's eyes, and with a sobbing voice, she said, I didn't. I was just perfunctory to him. Ha! Chu Crescent Moon was already too angry to speak. A male researcher couldn't help but say, a perfunctory statement? Shouldn't you be firm and deny it for Crescent Moon? It's the same as when she firmly responded to your request for help every time. If you hadn't turned to her for help every time you had a fight with your boyfriend, she wouldn't even know who your boyfriend is. I've only heard of toads wanting to eat swan meat. I've never heard of a toad fantasizing about a swan taking the initiative to send meat to the door. Xiao Ya, this ex-boyfriend of yours probably still has fantasies. Another male researcher finally couldn't help but taunt as well. Chaoya felt like she was being bullied by everyone, and her aggrieved tears were rolling in her eyes, looking very pitiful. At that time, Chi said it with certainty. Xin Chao couldn't hold back any longer and let out a cold laugh. Confident? The person I can't even beg on my knees to have a crush on your ex-boyfriend. Where the hell did he get his confidence? Him? Is he chucking personal items? Chu Crescent Moon, who had just been disgusted, froze when she heard this, and any angry thoughts seemed to be washed away by the flood, leaving only a piece of panic. This is kind of the first time Xin Chao openly picks out his heart towards Chu Xianu. As a result, the person himself has not reacted yet and just continues to rage. Why don't you call him here and show me just how good of a man he really is so that I can learn from him? Looking at the chilling Xin Chao, and the hand that was placed on the tabletop and clenched into a fist, the trio of researchers trembled. There was not the slightest doubt in anyone's mind that once the man was called, the iron fist of justice would not hesitate to crack that shameless man's head open. And do you know how to spell the word white-eyed wolf? Chaoya's thin skin. This moment by a man like Xin Chao in the face of sarcasm. Almost breathless. I didn't think that. I was just panicked and didn't react on the spot. It's not like I did it on purpose. It could have been handled privately. Why? Instead of reflecting, she mentally blamed Jihim. How could such an embarrassing thing be brought out in public? What's more, she had already seen Xin Chao's existence. Even if the other party didn't want her to misunderstand Chu Crescent, she should still point it out and consider her face. How is this going to make her look good in the future? Feeling Chaoya's resentful sight, Jihim smiled gracefully. She hadn't plastered her face open wide yet. Sort of a face for the girls. In this world, good people must be rewarded. We can't let the white-eyed wolf spoil the goodness like this. Since Xin Chao had already acted as a flower protector, Jihim naturally retreated to the back of the curtain and began to eat melon in boredom. I ended up being disgusted just eating it. She reads Chaoya's gossip. This guy can really. It turns out that every time she and her ex-boyfriend have a bad time, the object of her complaint is not only their research group, but also various sisters far away from home. It is simply to transfer all the negative energy given by the dogman to other people, and then go back to love the dogman with her after she releases all the negative emotions. If you have a friend like her, you must have sinned in your past life. Holy, just went to the restroom for so long. In fact, is secretly contact with other sisters? Will Chu Xin use suspicions out to explore? It just so happens that a sister who is far away from home can only hear the news from Chaoya's mouth. Biased conclusion that Chu Xinu is trying to separate their couple. Steal the boyfriend. Is the heart of the green tea table. Chaoya even returned a really? Poor innocent emoticon. I vomit. The other party also complimented Chaoya, thinking that the fact that someone of Chu Crescent Moon's level was in love with her man proved Chaoya's charm. Chaoya also returned an embarrassed and shy emoji. Oh my god, she really thought it was? Where did this vanity come from? So outrageous. Just how despicable is she in her bones to create such vain fantasies? The other party also said that as long as Chaoya doesn't break up with the dogman, she'll always be the main palace and all others are concubines. Concubine? When Chu Xin was a concubine? Chaoya also returned a 2 tears in my eyes emoji. Nima, where's my knife? A sudden thud shook everyone in the room. Ji-him also came back to his senses. And then he saw that Qin Chao's expression was almost murderous, and he was the one who couldn't restrain himself from slamming the tabletop with his fist. At this moment, he was staring viciously at Chaoya who was rambling in his defense. Chaoya felt the hostility that came to her face and froze in fear. Her face was pale and her tears kept flowing. You! Qin Chao was simply furious. Qin Chao! Chu Crescent Moon suddenly interrupted. Qin Chao stopped like a dog that was pulled on its leash. Wanted to say something but couldn't, and could only look at Chu Crescent in aggravation. She insulted you. Chu Crescent froze. She is not stopping this. Too much commotion. Do you want to get caught on camera? Indeed. Their sight had attracted a lot of attention. Ji-him also patted Qin Chao, signaling him to stabilize his focus. Although he didn't know what was going on with Qin Chao, probably because he cared too much, yet she fully identifies with the word folded. Surely some people shouldn't give her a face. Chapter 32, What an Injustice. Ji-him smilingly took over and said, Qin Chao is just a bit short-tempered. I was there at the time. I believe you were panicked and didn't react. Chaoya choked and her tears stopped, not expecting Ji-him to speak for herself. Is it obvious that she started it? Is she having a guilty conscience? As a result, the next second to hear Ji-him said, after all, there are brains and eyes of the people know that the new moon is impossible to look at that kind of guy. The new moon is not an oddball hobby. Aesthetic normal. The stars cannot see. Even more cannot look at the ugly man. And there is no masochistic tendencies. Encounter violent men are expected to hide far away? So you must know that new moon can't look at your ex-boyfriend. Although as the saying goes, you can't sleep under one blanket with 2 kinds of people. But I believe that you and your ex-boyfriend have essential differences. It can't be that your ex-boyfriend loves to fantasize about other guys stealing his girlfriend from him, and you like to fantasize about other women stealing your boyfriend from you, right? Your boyfriend is sick, and you're definitely not. Chaoya was stunned for a long time, but finally broke down emotionally and cried out at the words. Ah, why are you crying? Am I not helping you out? Is there too much water inside your head and it's overflowing? Besides, the person who should be crying is Crescent. Ah, how innocent to help out with good intentions but somehow get rumored. Ji-him continued to speak venomously. The trio of researchers were dumbfounded, and the 2 men outright squealed with laughter that they couldn't hold back. Ms. G, talking really straight. The female researcher awkwardly tried to ease up, or else everyone around would have to crowd around them. Ji-him shrugged innocently. There are some things that must be straightforward and clear. If you leave any thorns in your heart, it's not good. It's too embarrassing for you acquaintances to talk about it. But it doesn't matter if I'm an outsider. You can't bend the rules with this kind of person. And it's even worse to deal with it privately. She has to point out Chaoya's self-righteous fantasies to her face, so that Chaoya can face her outrageous ideas. Don't turn around and find all sorts of excuses for self-imagination. Have to make imaginary enemies to emphasize their love. It always felt like Chaoya could do something like this. Crescent, just in case, why don't you make another stern statement about your attitude? Chu Xin frowned at the crying and pitiful Chaoya and slowly spoke. In order to avoid misunderstandings, in the future, please don't mention the matter between you and him in front of me again. I only have one emotion towards your ex-boyfriend and that is dislike. So feel free to rest assured. Chu Crescent Moon taking such a stance was tantamount to directly slapping Chaoya's face. Chaoya suddenly bottomed out and her anger surged. It wasn't just that Kong Ji misunderstood a little bit and doubted herself. Was it necessary to besiege her so much? She, Chu Xin, is a high and mighty young lady. Is she just a grass and weeds? To be reprimanded like this is a disgrace. New Moon, this matter is actually just a misunderstanding. Let's just talk it out. Why are you being so aggressive? And let outsiders humiliate me like this? Aren't we friends? Not from now on. I won't be friends with someone who offends me. Chu Crescent Moon spoke without hesitation. From the moment her life reopened, she prepared her mind for everything to be prioritized by loving herself. She would no longer bend over backwards for anyone. Chaoya's expression directly froze, and finally ran away directly crying. Probably didn't expect to just cut ties after so much as a moment. The others were embarrassed too. Although Chaoya went overboard, we're still a team. How are we going to get along in the future? Someone said bitterly. Could it be that her position in your research program is irreplaceable? Qin Chao asked. Not really, she basically just works as our assistant. Then kick it off. Qin Chao directly said in a cold voice. Such a person staying around will only bring you trouble. Everyone is very soft-hearted. After all, they have been together for a long time. Qin Chao decided anyway. He became an investor cannot decide a dispensable candidate? He couldn't keep this kind of person to diaphragm Chu Xin. Qin Chao invariably found the right way to open the capitalist. On the spur of the moment they are going to go to their professors and make it clear. And by the way, hint at the possibility of keeping the research program in the country. At Qin Chao's urging, the others contacted the professor, but it turned out that the professor had already gone back to his hotel room to rest after a tiring day. Qin Chao, as a token of respect, plans to visit the professor again tomorrow morning. It was already late. Everyone walked together towards another building. Halfway there, he unexpectedly met Chaoya and Kongji who were quarreling. I didn't know what was being said from a distance, but I seemed to hear Chaoya yell, "Because of your nonsense, Crescent Moon has cut me off. How am I supposed to stay within the team in the future? They are right. You are simply paranoid, wanting to monopolize me, leaving me isolated. Let's break up, this time for good." After saying that, Chaoya cried and ran away without seeing anyone else, and Kanji chased them out just in time to run into them. A pair of eyes that were almost filled with red bloodshot eyes viciously swept over them, especially lingering on Chu Crescent Moon's side for a split second. Qin Chao was instantly enraged by that look and was about to rush up, but Kangji turned around and ran away without giving Qin Chao a chance. During this period of time, you guys be careful. I think that kid is a bit dangerous. Qin Chao frowned. Actually, if it weren't for Chaoya, people wouldn't normally have any contact with him at all. Someone spat. Let's go. Chu Crescent Moon didn't want to bother with other people's business and led the way into the elevator. Once the crowd was inside together, the man who took the initiative to press the elevator spoke up and asked, "Which floor do you live on?" Qin Chao directly said, 17 floors. The others were surprised. Such a coincidence? Xu Xinyue, however, frowned at Qin Chao, and resistance rose under her eyes. Qin Chao's heart was weak. Of course it was coincidental. He investigated it all before he came, but he insistently nodded. Yeah, it just so happens that there are rooms left on this floor. The others asked Jihim. Jihim's eyes rolled and he was about to answer when he heard Qin Chao return a same. Qin Chao is a little bit of a small mind. If he adds a second sister-in-law, maybe Chu Xinyue's resistance to him won't be so direct. The crowd marveled. What a coincidence. Jihim? Jihim raised his eyebrows at Qin Chao, probably afraid that Jihim would not cooperate and retort on the spot. Qin Chao immediately took out his cell phone and pretended to say, "Second sister-in-law. Brother Gao just told me that there is a slight problem with your room and it was temporarily transferred to the 17th floor. After saying that, he disliked his cell phone screen to GM. Transfer screen. 500,000. Ding. Arrival. Anyway, second brother had said that Jihim loved money, and that weakness should allow her to cooperate. Actually, what Qin Rank said is that GM loves money, and if you want to thank her, just send red envelopes. Sure enough, I heard GM open his mouth. What a coincidence. Ha ha ha. I also live on the 17th floor. I didn't expect you guys to be on this floor as well. You're all acquaintances. Let's have a late night snack together later? Qin Chao just breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear Jihim's thieving laughter again. Really wrong, ah ha ha ha. I was going to say that I live on the 17th floor. This kind of wife-chasing crematorium, not close to eat melon. I go back and cannot sleep ah. I'm not counting this as a cheap but also a good boy ah. Kagagaga. Qin Chao sucked in a sharp breath and swallowed a mouthful of blood. How could he have forgotten about this hilarious nature of Jihim? The elevator doors slowly closed, but a man scurried out from the corner of the hall, not catching the elevator, and could only watch in fascination as the elevator stopped at the 17th floor. Chapter 33, Alas, I'm betting against it. In order to avoid wearing out, Qin Chao played his acting skills and improved his affinity, baking up an atmosphere on the spot with the two male fellows to play cards and have a late-night snack together. Chu Crescent Moon naturally would not cater to it, turning around and going back to her room alone. The others looked at each other in dismay. Everyone knew that Qin Chao was just intentionally looking for an excuse to spend more time with Chu Xinu. Now that the main characters are gone, everyone's eyes are on the ground, so they plan to go back to their respective houses. What I didn't expect was that Qin Chao was really planning to treat everyone to a late-night snack. The research trio was quite surprised and would have politely declined. Qin Chao, actually, I should have invited you guys to dinner long ago. Earlier years do not fulfill the obligations of the fiancé to invite the fiancé's friends to dinner. This moment the marriage contract are lifted. Alas, the horse after the cannon ah. For the time being, there was nowhere to go but to follow them. Jihim couldn't help but spit. Qin Chao's smile stiffened at the heartfelt impact, and the trio is also quite embarrassed. After all, Chu Crescent just went back to her room as to send a signal. Clearly do not want to get involved in a personal relationship with Qin Chao, although they feel that the two are quite compatible, but still have a bottom line. Do not want to make Chu Crescent too difficult to get angry. One can be zealous, but one cannot morally kidnap someone. Seeing their hesitation, Qin Chao could only immediately change his excuse and said, Actually, I want to know more about your group members, and after that, I will invest well to control the details carefully. It's highly likely that it's an excuse, but they've said so, so if you push back, You'll be offending the Gold Master. So everyone was wrapped up in the atmosphere and went to the room of the two male fellows for a late-night snack. Qin Chao directly ordered luxury night snacks to all the people, and at once any sense of distance is gone. Even let go of begging for autographs and asking for pictures, even if they are not fans of Qin Chao. But Qin Chao is the top stream, sent in the circle of friends that is also the crazy harvester of praise. Not long after, Qin Chao contacted Brother Gao and asked him to arrange 2 rooms on this floor. Qin Chao also picked the room opposite Chu Xinu with special care. In the end, Gao and Xiaodao found their way here and successfully lied. However, seeing that Gao called away Qin Chao alone to whisper, I guess it's still Chu Sweki's problem. Just obviously Qin Chao never want to hear about that person again. With Qin Chao's attitude, then Gao Hao naturally let go of his hand to send a signal to the outside world, cutting off all the resources previously provided to Chu Sweki. Ji Him's side pulled Xiao Tao to eat barbecue together, and was having a good time when Qin Chao came over and whispered, accompany me later to bring food to New Moon. Is this a case of not daring to go alone and using Ji Him as a buffer? Jiheim said no. She never wanted to help set up Qin Chao and Chu Xinu. Qin Chao gritted his teeth. But I just transferred $1 million. The money is still hot. Ji Him righteously said, one size fits all. This is a different price. Qin Chao choked and looked incredulously at this very principled, money-minded guy, who had obviously just screwed him out of his money, but had no heart? Eventually had to take out my cell phone again to transfer money. Couldn't help but spit out. It feels like I'm going to form a conditioned reflex at this rate. As soon as you ask for it, you hand out money. Ji Him smiled and collected the money. It's true that the prodigal son returns to gold, but isn't he stupid? Find here who accompanied him to send are more than I can buffer. People will also easily agree to. In favor of looking for me, this is not to give me the treatment of the first-class audience. The first time I met this kind of spending money to invite people to eat melon. But really looking at the third brother is getting more and more obedient. Qin Chao heard the voice of the heart. Has been numb. Right. Why he had to find Ji Him? Could it be that the bones when Ji Him is a family member? The thought of the possibility brought on uncomfortable goosebumps. Forget it. Just have some company. After picking out some food for Chu Crescent Moon, Ji Him suggested, this eggplant is roasted well. She doesn't eat eggplant. Jiheim was surprised. You remembered her preferences. Aha. Qin Chao said without thinking. I have to say that Ji Him was still quite surprised. After all, before their relationship was so distant, I thought Qin Chao would only remember everything related to Chu Sweki. The two came to the door of Chu Crescent's room, and Qin Chao knocked on the door. Not a moment later Chu Crescent Moon's clear and cold voice rang out from inside. Who? Qin Chao said. It's me and my second sister-in-law who came to bring you some evening snacks. It was quiet inside for a split second, and it was clear that Chu Crescent was very hesitant to open the door after a while. Just as soon as the door opened, Chu Crescent Moon looked over at Ji Him, the temperature of her voice obviously raised. Thanks a lot, but I don't eat late-night snacks, so don't waste it. Looking at the way Chu Crescent Moon stood at the door, it was clear that she did not intend to invite them in. Ji Him instantly understood that Chu Crescent Moon was truly on strict defense, but without waiting for Qin Chao to get anxious, he heard Chu Xinyue suddenly open her mouth. By the way, Sister Ji Him froze, feeling that Chu Crescent Moon had addressed her in a much more intimate manner. Chu Crescent Moon said very seriously, regarding Chao Ye's matter, thank you very much. I will remember this favor, and in the future, if there is any need for me, just ask. After saying that, Chu Crescent Moon revealed a quiet and sincere smile, genuinely expressing her gratitude to Ji Him. If Ji Him hadn't seen and broken up Chaoya and Kongji, she would still be in the dark. She would have wanted to find a chance to say thank you to Ji Him, but Qin Chao was always there, so she couldn't do anything about it. She could only take this opportunity to say it. Ji Him waved his hand. A show of hands can also show that it is your good luck, so that I accidentally saw their true face, or else wait for you to help continue. One day, that violent man will target on you. Chu Xinyue frowned and also had this premonition. I originally looked at her poorly, and I didn't expect to be wrong. The so-called pitiful people will be hateful. The wisdom of the ancients honestly does not deceive me. Ji Him sighed. Qin Chao remembered those messages conveyed by Ji Him's heart voice and couldn't help but grit his teeth. People like Chaoya are actually bad and stupid, wasting your goodwill. You didn't do anything wrong. Sort of doing it wrong, actually. Jiheim picked up the barbecue inside the plate and nibbled on it as she spoke. Qin Chao, hey. Chu Crescent Moon looked at Ji Him. Ji Him said, when you first persuade her to break up, and then get back together after she agrees, you should see that her type of person is not the type that listens to persuasion, and at such a time, you should avoid her emotional problems forever. Instead of persuading her 3 times, some people do need help with guidance, but some don't. She only needs the catharsis of her feelings and the approval of her thinking. So when you meet this type of person you have to give up the helping plot and respect the destiny of others. Otherwise sooner or later you will damage your own life because of the karma of others. Chu Crescent froze after hearing this, then nodded her head and said, yes, what you said makes sense. Xin Chao also quite surprised and even with a little appreciation to look at this sudden transformation of his second sister-in-law. Is it really because of the ability to see through other people's lives and the supernormal capabilities? Him really great enlightenment? No, that's not right. A great enlightened person wouldn't be so greedy for money. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Him-chan say with a smile, just like me. Basically, I don't advise division or peace to anyone else. After meaningfully finishing her sentence, Chu Crescent froze, then laughed. Yes, I'll learn from Sister Him in the future. Jihim smiled, waved his hand, and went back. Chu Xianyu did not look at Xin Chao in front of her and said in a low voice, it's alright, I'm going to rest. After saying that, she is going to close the door. Wait, Xin Chao was in a hurry and reached out directly, only to hear Xin Chao stifled a grunt. It was his hand that was caught in the door. Chu Crescent Moon hurriedly let go of the doorknob with a shock, but without waiting for Chu Crescent to close the door again. Xin Chao had already pressed one hand against the door, not giving Chu Crescent a chance to close the door again. New Moon, I have something to say to you. Xin Chao's tone was urgent, and he lowered his head and lowered his eyes, gazing deeply. Chu Xianyu then felt as if she was being pressed by an invisible air pressure. The aura that belonged exclusively to Xin Chao completely enveloped her, making her physiologically uncomfortable. She frowned, and when she looked up to meet her eyes were cold, making Xin Chao's heart feel bad, but she hardened her heart and didn't back down. Silly dear, Xin Chao froze. How can he still hear Him's heart? Isn't she gone? The afterglow caught a glimpse of the door to the next room not closed at all, and there was more than one figure in the doorway. Apparently there's a bunch of people huddled over there eating melon. Xin Chao's face instantly turned red. The original him was arrogant, excellent in himself, and used to being courted. There was no way he would let himself be in such an awkward huddle. But now that he no longer wanted to be cheeky, he couldn't afford to miss another chance to talk to Chu Crescent anyway. Xin Chao was about to open his mouth. Just heard Him over there spitting again. Ugh, I'm betting on no. Xin Chao, no, he hasn't started yet. Don't sing the praises. It's not that the posture is low enough to pretend that the past hurts don't exist. Chu Xianyu is now waiting for Xin Chao to finish saying what he needs to say and end everything completely. If he doesn't say it right this time, Xin Chao will be completely finished. Xin Chao was suddenly shocked and stunned, looking at Chu Xinyu's cold as ice face. Although he guessed that it would definitely not be too smooth, he didn't want to be almost lifeless. It was almost like a death row inmate's last plea before sentencing, and his throat began to tighten with tension. However, he couldn't help but say that he still owed Chu Crescent Moon 3 words. Chapter 34, A man's tears are soft to bite. Thinking of this, Xin Chao's gaze became firm, seemingly sensing the change in the other party's eyes. Chu Crescent Moon also composed herself. What are you going to say? Xin Chao said in a deep voice. Thank you. Chu Crescent froze, probably not expecting Xin Chao to say this in his first sentence. Xin Chao said, thank you for going to me and carrying me out that year. You saved my life. Thank you. Chu Crescent froze. The confrontational mentality wasn't as strong. I'll accept your thanks. In fact, I don't have that memory, so I won't feel that you owe me anything. Everything is in the past. But he didn't want to go over there. Xin Chao's heart was twisted, but he still spoke. My life can't be simply thanked verbally, so if my investment in your project makes you uncomfortable in your heart, just take it as if I'm returning the favor of saving my life and accept it without any burden. Chu Xinyue paused. In fact, she could not possibly stop the advancement of the project for the sake of her personal emotions. Even if she might be unhappy because of this, she would solve it in her own way. But at this moment, Xin Chao said this. Chu Xinyue's mental acceptance was higher. In the end, Chu Crescent nodded. It was reasonable for her to be rewarded for saving her life. Xin Chao breathed a sigh of relief. I also wanted to tell you that I'm sorry. Chu Crescent Moon's expression changed slightly, and she somewhat resisted. You didn't apologize to me for anything. From your perspective, you haven't done anything wrong. Xin Chao's eyes flashed with grief. I know you don't care about my apology. All the harm I caused to you when I was deceived does not qualify to ask for forgiveness. What I really want to apologize for is that when I was a child, I clearly promised but forgot, and didn't always stand firmly by your side and believe in you. I'm the one who broke my word. I'm sorry, Crescent. Chu Crescent Moon's eyes finally managed to flicker for a moment, took a deep breath, and was about to open her mouth. Just heard Xin Chao said, the last sentence, I like you. Can you give me another chance? This time we'll never break my promise. Chu Xinyue stiffened and took a deep breath to look at Xin Chao, but she met a pair of eyes with tears in them. Chu Crescent Moon all of a sudden all of her aura froze. Since she had the memory, she had never seen Xin Chao cry. Never. You got it wrong. Chu Crescent Moon's voice was a little unsteady at the beginning, but gradually became firm and calm as she spoke. It's just because you realized you were lied to, and it's just me you think you should have liked. I know you're remorseful now, but please don't try to make up for that remorse by deceiving yourself, let alone dragging me into your deception. No, I am sincere, Qin Chao said anxiously. Chu Xianyu admitted that she was shocked by Qin Chao's confession. That was something she fantasized about a long time ago, but not anymore. So what if you are sincere? Chu Xianyu faintly smiled and said, I answer you, I don't love you anymore, so I am not going to give you a chance. Qin Chao, you are very excellent and charming. You will meet a better partner. I will remember my childhood playmate friendship far across the ocean to bless you. This is what I sincerely think. Don't dwell on it. I release it, and you let it go. Watching Chu Crescent turn around and close the door of the room, Qin Chao stood in the doorway in a state of disorientation and punishment. Ji-him closed the door, and when he turned around, the crowd didn't look too good. It's also true that you can watch the fun, but you feel like you've had a bitter melon shoved into your mouth. I've never seen Qin Chao like this. It's over. He probably won't recover for a long time. Gao Hao began to worry about the future of their studio. That's just the way Crescent Moon is. Once she makes up her mind, she won't change it, the female researcher said. The crowd sighed and waited awkwardly for a while, making sure Qin Chao returned to his room before everyone came out. The female researcher and Chu Xinyu's room swiped the card to open the door. As soon as they went in, they saw sitting in front of the floor window Chu Xinyue fuming. In fact, you still have him in your heart, after liking him for so many years. It's impossible to suddenly. Chu Crescent smiled back and didn't say anything. The female researcher hurriedly waved her hand and said, forget it, when we leave the country, as far as a girl as good as Crescent Moon is concerned, there will definitely be a bunch of big handsome guys chasing after her, and sooner or later, we'll be able to meet one that we like better. On the other side, Gao Hao was going to check on Qin Chao, and Ji-him was going to take Xiao Tao back to rest. As a result, he was pulled back by Gao Hao. Teacher Ji, at least it's a family member. Not going to visit? I haven't faced the lost love of Qin Chao. I'm so weak, Gao Hao awkwardly said. Will it be alcoholism? Will you take medicine indiscriminately? Will you not be able to think? Would you have too much imagination? I didn't realize Gao was like that. Ji-him thought about it. Forget it, at least it is an old patron. Go and see it, in case he can't think. To help him call an ambulance, Gao Hao had a card and knocked on the door first, with no response, before swiping in directly. Only when Gao Hao went in to make sure there wasn't any scenes he couldn't watch did Ji-him walk in. As soon as he entered, he saw Qin Chao holding his cell phone and constantly tapping something. Ah Chao, what are you? Gao Hao cautiously came closer to take a look, and saw Qin Chao researching Chu Xianyu and their team's research project, the country they are going to go to, the information of the research organization, and so on. Doesn't look like he's giving up. Qin Chao ignored the other voices and frantically queried all kinds of information as if he was blocking a breath. His expression was calm and self-possessed as if nothing could defeat him. Alas, Chu Crescent's side is determined. Unless it is an extraordinary means, or else this life is hopeless. It is true that there is no regret medicine sold in the world. Some destiny, missed is missed. Qin Chao stiffened, and one or two, blurred the cell phone screen. Gao Hao's eyes widened in horror and he turned around. Since you're fine, we'll go out. He wouldn't dare to see his boss cry. Ji-him also looked in surprise. Just now was not a good reason? Hao suddenly cried OMG. It's a really good shocking image of such a big man crying. When Gao Hao pushed Ji-him out the door, he could already hear Qin Chao crying a lot. The two of them exchanged glances at the doorway, and Gao Hao could only say awkwardly, this floor is full. I'll stay on the next floor. In case there's any commotion over here at night, I'll trouble you to keep an eye on it. At a time like this, Ji-him naturally nodded in response. When he went back and was just about to rest, he received a message from Qin Rank. Got to the hotel room yet? Your brother also lives here. Is here to chase Chu Xianyu, but was ruthlessly rejected. In fact, Ji-him usually won't say much to Qin Rank. Just today such a big melon. It's hard not to share it. Oh, he shouldn't give up, but he cried. Feeling the deafening silence from Qin Rank's side, Ji-him cooled off. Cao doesn't trust him and told me to keep an eye out for movement at night. There's no need to care about him. Nothing serious can happen. You take care of your rest. My own brother. Ji-him laughed and smoked, and then transferred today's entry to Qin Rank to make up a whole, and then shuffled off to sleep. He ended up sleeping in a daze before being pushed awake by Peach. Mr. G, there's movement next door. Looking at Xiao Tao, who was in high spirits and not sleeping at all, Ji-him thought that it is still good to be young, so able to stay up all night. As far as the knocking on the door next door is concerned, it is only when Ji-him wakes up and the other party knocks for a long time that he can hear a little bit. Ji-him wondered. In the middle of the night, it couldn't be Gao running around looking for someone again. Ji-him, draped in his outer robe and snorting, was about to open the door when he heard the sound of the door opening from next door at the same time. Brother Chow, I miss you so much. Ji-him woke up with a direct shiver. Only one person shouted Chin Chow, so the gossip radar kicked in. The opening of the door was terminated, and he hurriedly peeked through the doorway. Sure enough, he saw Chu Sueki standing at the door, and Chin Chow, who opened the door, was obviously shocked. How could you? Please leave. Chin Chow lowered his voice in warning. He didn't want to be seen by Chu Xinyue in such a bad situation standing with Chu Sueki again. Ji-him couldn't really see. He could only hear Chu Sueki sobbing. Brother Chow, although I lied to you about a lot of things, but I really like you. We've loved each other for so many years. Can you say you don't love it? This question simply stepped on Chin Chow's thunder spot. Chu Crescent was skeptical, and Chu Sueki didn't believe it either. Did he have to cut open his heart to prove it? Chin Chow took a deep breath. Don't talk about love. I'm disgusted when I see you now. You've lied to me for so long. I have nothing but disgust for you. If you don't leave, I will call security. Chu Sueki was silent. You've been drinking? None of your business. You don't love me. Love your sister? Right. Suddenly, Chu Sueki ripped off the coat wrapped around her body, and an almost see-through nightgown wrapped around her delicate curves. Then it's fine for me to be my sister's double. I only need you for one night. Chin Chow, hug me. It had to be said that Chu Sueki was really good at pretending to be Chu Crescent Moon, and in an instant, even her tone of voice was learned tenfold, and her act of pretending to be Chu Crescent ignited Chin Chow's anger almost instantly. Facing Chu Sueki, who pounced over to try to hug him, he directly kicked away. Get out! In fact, Chin Chow is really unlikely to make a move on a woman, unless it is unbearable. This time it really pushed him, and it's really inevitable that such a situation makes a ruckus. In an instant, two of the adjoining doors opened just in time to researcher them, but seemed to shrink back immediately at the sight of something unimaginable. Chu Crescent's side of the door opened. The door is a female researcher. Saw almost half-naked Chu Sueki shocked. Chu Crescent's face stiffened. Immediately want to close the door. Sister, why do you have to steal a man from me? You're shameless. Chu Sueki immediately cried out. Are you planning to seduce Chin Chow tonight and get into his bed? Chin Chow was simply infuriated and was about to go forward. A sudden cry of alarm came. Naturally, this exclamation of surprise could only be heard by Chin Chow. Frightening him to his feet, he turned his head to look over, only to see that he didn't know when Ji-him unexpectedly jumped out instead of sneaking to eat his melon. Looking at him and Chu Sueki in consternation. It was being unknown. Just heard a heartbeat. I'm grassy. Infectious disease. Chu Sueki contracted an infectious disease on Wu Tian's side. Then she and Chin Chow together for so long won't also be bad. How do I open my mouth? Luckily, Crescent Moon didn't. Chin Chow shocked has been unable to react. That is only the heart of Ji-him. Looking at Ji-him's skeptical gaze, and the opposite side of the Chu Crescent Moon, with a hot head, he yelled, I didn't touch her. I'm a ing virgin. For a moment, the corridor was silent. Chapter 35, Shock. A top star in the middle of the night. Both those in the hallway who had opened their doors and those who had silently eavesdropped were half awake. Everyone didn't think much about this sudden headless sentence, but only thought that there was a woman throwing herself at him, and Chin Chow was afraid that Chu Xinyue would misunderstand, so he came up with such a sentence. But like the Qin dynasty, such a good-looking man, all the conditions are also very suitable for flirtation. To the present is still a boy chicken. They don't believe it. Even Chu Crescent Moon was tacitly admitting that he and Chu Sueki had been in a relationship together for a long time. After all, they had been alone so much that there were times when her parents had hinted at it in front of her, signaling her early resignation. So this is really not credible now. This side of Chin Chow reacted to what he exposed. Suddenly his face reddened. Is ashamed of hate to disappear in place? The result is to see the opposite side of the Chu Crescent Moon, that a look of obvious disbelief. Anxious. It's not just about innocence now. It could develop into a serious health problem in the future. Not caring about losing face, he directly ignored Chu Sueki on the ground with an iron face and rushed towards Chu Crescent Moon. But because he ran in too much panic, he stumbled and slipped and knelt directly in front of Chu Crescent Moon's door. Chu Crescent reflexively bent down and reached out to help, just as Chin Chow grabbed his hands, and it was too late to stand up. Eyes staring straight at the person with a look of sincerity. Our marriage contract at that time had not been broken. How could I possibly touch her? I guarantee that I am clean and innocent. Absolutely did not stain anything. I swear. You must believe me. Everyone looked dumbfounded. Said so sincerely, all kneeling, must be true. It is the impression of the big star Chin Chow is completely broken this time. Holy, it's true. Is this guy so principled? You can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. Obviously living in the most colorful world of flowers. It's amazing that he hasn't lost his eyes. Saying that he's a virgin. I'm afraid that the fans won't believe it either. Cough cough cough. I secretly filmed it, shouldn't be noticed by anyone. It can't be helped. The picture is too comical. Jiheim also finally let out a tsunami of maniacal laughter at her heartbeat. Ha 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 ha. Qin Chao was disturbed by those heartfelt voices. He was really humiliated, annoyed and unable to do anything. After all, this kind of critical time can't be distracted. He looked at Chu Crescent's eyes even more hot, as if he wanted to increase his credibility in this way. And Chu Crescent's side seems to be taken in by someone's soul. People are stupid, reacting to a burning attack on her face, desperately wanting to draw back her hand. A man grabbing you to emphatically declare that he is a virgin. This scene is really too powerful. It is not easy to put an end to the sinful relationship between them. Chu Xinyue, completely unable to tense up, draw back his hand, backhandedly closed the door. In the air came Chu Crescent Moon's rare panic tone. No, it's none of my business. That's just like running away. Qin Chao hurriedly knocked on the door. But what I said is true. You have to believe me. Qin Chao. Chu Sueki suddenly roared, her eyes almost bloodshot as she glared at Qin Chao. Do you only have Chu Crescent in your eyes now? All those years of pampering were fake? You are also too ruthless. Qin Chao stopped, and only then turned back to look at Chu Sueki, and his eyes that had just shown true feelings instantly became ice cold. Why did you come to me tonight? Qin Chao was now suspicious of Chu Sueki's purpose for coming tonight. Chu Sueki stiffened, her expression flashing with a hint of strangeness. So that's how it is. It's so vicious. Leaving behind to continue watching the fun, GM smoothly checked this popping melon. Previously, Chu Sueki had been avoiding Wu Tian, and as a result of being notified by Wu Tian about getting the disease not long ago, Chu Sueki was so scared that she went to get checked out and found out that she had really been hit. She blamed all these on Qin Chao's head, thinking that it was Qin Chao who had been refusing to touch her, and she also had to disguise her little white flower persona not to be able to take the initiative to seduce, and could only go outside to find someone to relieve her boredom when she couldn't hold it in. She felt that if it wasn't for Qin Chao, she wouldn't have fallen to such a state, and now she had to be abandoned by him, which is why she planned to pull Qin Chao along to share the same sinking. TSK, TSK, TSK. Qin Chao's face was already chilly, not waiting for Chu Sueki to find another excuse. Qin Chao directly took out his cell phone to let Gao come up to deal with the problem. Chu Sueki immediately said anxiously, "You really don't care about old feelings at all? Even if I would rather be my sister's double? Ha! You are not worthy," Qin Chao said in a cold voice. "But sister doesn't want you now. Her nature, she won't turn back. At least this face of mine can still comfort you," Chu Sueki frantically said. Qin Chao coldly said, "In my life, except for that time when I was about to die and misrecognized you guys, you have never been completely different in my eyes. You are guilty of your own offense. Don't spoil others." Being scolded like this, Chu Sueki's expression twisted. Qin Chao continued, "Chu Sueki, I'm warning. With this face, just be yourself. Don't think of impersonating Crescent Moon at any time. If you have to find out once more, I guarantee you'll regret it." Chu Sueki couldn't stop her body from trembling. It wasn't fear. It was hatred. She hated it so much. It was true that Chu Crescent Moon was born to be her nemesis. As long as she was around, she didn't want to live well. When Qin Chao finished speaking, Gao Hao had already rushed up with his assistant in a dusty manner. Gao Hao has already been considered to give her face during the day. This moment is also some anger. What if it is photographed? "Ms. Chu, if you don't cooperate, we'll just ask the hotel security to come up and handle it. Do you want to be on the hot seat?" Chu Sueki sank into silence, surprisingly really do not cry, and was pulled away by the assistant. Just before leaving, the glance back let people know that she is with hate. Qin Chao thought for a while, but still came to Gao Hao's ear and whispered about the infectious disease. Gao Hao was shocked and stunned, looking at Qin Chao. "You," that expression instantly annoyed Qin Chao. "I didn't touch her. How can you not trust him?" GM watched the show from the side, seeing Qin Chao emphasizing over there again, thinking that it should be Gao worrying that Qin Chao had fallen into Chu Sueki's way tonight, so he inquired about it. Gao breathed a sigh of relief before going down to deal with Chu Sueki. Qin Chao looked at the corridor and saw that only GM was left. Remembering the situation in the chaos just now, he couldn't help but come forward and said, "Did you just shoot something?" GM immediately denied it. "Which is not." Qin Chao did not have the good sense to say, "I'll transfer money to you and you delete it." GM instantly showed a remorseful expression. Qin Chao was puzzled. "What for?" GM cried without tears. "You told me earlier. I sent it to the group." "Qin Dynasty, group? What group?" "Qin Family Group." Qin Chao was just about to let out a sigh of relief, and then reacted. That image to his own family saw. He could dig out a castle with his toes. Okay? Qin Chao hurriedly took out his cell phone to look, but it turned out that there was no family group at all. It's temporary small group. Well, before going to bed, except for Qin Rank who contacted her, Qin Dad, Qin Mom and Qin Yan all cared about her, who stayed out alone and inquired about the situation. GM felt that it was troublesome to reply one by one, and simply pulled a group, and then released the desire to gossip that hadn't been ventilated with Chin rank. Everyone responded quite vehemently, and Jiheim was content to say that he would be sure to tell them immediately if he had any first-hand information. It's a coincidence. Who can sleep without sharing such a powerful melon? Xin Chao looked at Jihim, and saw Jihim awkwardly light up his cell phone. Time out. Withdrew not to return. Everyone saw it. I did not think that everyone likes to stay up all night. The interface didn't have much in it, and at the top was what Jiheim had posted. Surprise! Top stream star actually slides and kneels in front of his ex-fiance's door in the middle of the night to loudly prove that he's video dump. Here are the responses from the crowd. Father Chin. Pro Mom. Chin Yen. The screen reflected a twisted and distorted handsome face of Chin Chao. Chapter 36 Brother. I'm being bullied by your wife. It really didn't occur to me that Jihim had a talent for being a marketing number. Jihim was vain. I didn't mean to. We are all family, and everyone is concerned about you and New Moon. And you think in case you and New Moon really have a chance in the future, this video might still be a good memory. Chin Chao, I can thank you for that, though I think they're definitely going to be. So let's fool him for a while before the fire burns on me. Chin Chao, you damn. Apologizing is not even sincere. Right, about Chu Sweki. Jihim saw Chin Chao's face was not right and hurriedly changed the topic. What should I say? It's a matter of human life and death. I can't help it, but how can I explain my source? Chin Chao did not have the good taste to look at Jihim, but also took the initiative to solve the problem. Chu Sweki out of the problem. Just now Brother Gao told me. Afraid of her to do what overreaching behavior. In the future to see her to avoid far away. Chin Chao is also considered to be hidden from both sides, and neither Gao nor Jihim will suspect anything. Jiheim was surprised, not realizing that someone already knew, which was reassuring. Jihim smiled and said, luckily you still, dodged a bullet. Chin Chao was green in the face. Hurry up and get your sleep. Out of sight, out of mind. Jiheim shrugged. Why are you so angry? Is it a shame to be a virgin? Your family is full of virgins. Your brother is still a virgin, and he's not ashamed of it. I understand. It's a family trait. Chin Chao looked at Jihim in shock. What did he hear? Did she blow herself up? Was it really a lie back then? No. The point is that Ergo is just like me. He seemed to understand that the exclamation point in that group should not be just for him. At least I had my brother with me. That was the only bit of comfort tonight. Far away from the Chin family, Chin Jia, who had just finished dealing with official business, suddenly felt out of sorts. Immediately afterward, it seemed as if he heard a whispering commotion coming from somewhere in the supposedly quiet Chin family estate. You're up late at night? Chin rank puzzled. Before going to bed to check the cell phone memo, the result is to find that there is a video forwarded to him by his mother. Puzzled, he clicked on it. Chin title. When Chin Chao returned to the house exhausted, he received a call from Kin. Calling so late at night, Chin Chao seriously suspected that someone had also seen the video. But facing other people, he was still ashamed for a bit, facing the same situation of the second brother. The second brother not only longer than him to get married, but also have a wife. The inexplicable desire to win made Chin Chao pick up the phone with a straight back. Kin had wanted to call to care about the situation of this brother who had cried and knelt down again, but then he heard his brother's complaint. You saw the video? Brother, I'm being bullied by your wife. I think you're pretty spry right now. Brother, you've changed. Are you still my real brother? Why is it that my brother has become less decent after a trip out with GM? Yes, you're my own brother. And just now my second sister-in-law said we're both in one family. Family traits. Had an itchy hand and wanted to hit his brother. Hang on. Alas. Wait. Brother, I have something serious to tell you. Chin Chao didn't look for psychological balance anymore and hurriedly took the opportunity to talk about the investment. I did hear Jiheim mention it. So, come pick you guys up tomorrow and take care of this on the way. Just say yes. You don't need to make the trip yourself. I can handle it. This is an area that Chin's group has not embraced. Chin Chao was anxious. It's really inconvenient for you to come. Don't steal my thunder. I still want to use this method to brush my face in front of New Moon. Chin rank was silent for a split second. You can't coerce the other side. What do you take me for? I sure as hell don't. So really don't give up? Chin Chao gave a silent cry. I don't want to give up. Really, don't want to. I like her very much. Why I didn't realize until now that I actually liked very much like her a long time ago. Chin Bit was somewhat speechless as he listened to that crying voice. After waiting for a while, the other party calmed his emotions. By the way, about Chu Sweki, Chin Chao said the situation, then said grimly, want to harm me? I want to make her unable to get a foothold in the upper class circle. Chin Bit also didn't expect there to be such a vicious incident, and immediately exuded chills all over his body. Well, leave it to me to deal with it. The next morning, Qin Chao is cheeky, like nothing, took the initiative to ask to meet the professor. Is just about in the downstairs hotel provides breakfast buffet restaurant. All the people in the nature research team will follow along. Only Chaoya was not there, and the professor was puzzled for a moment. In fact, Chaoya had a sister here, and couldn't face the others last night, so she directly left the hotel and went to her sister's side to stay. The professor did not think much, heard that there is an investment, full of red face, saw the hope of the general happy to introduce the project with Qin Chao. Qin Chao gave a high degree of affirmation and said that he would take them to Qin Group to formally sign the contract when they prepared the information report. The crowd was a bit incredulous, feeling that this was all too easy, except for the professor. Everyone else couldn't help but look at Chu Crescent. Everyone understood in their hearts that it was all because of Chu Crescent. Chu Crescent is actually a bit uncomfortable, but see, the professor can fulfill his long-cherished wish in this life, to make scientific research for the country, or the heart is relieved. Couldn't help but look up, only to see the sunlight through the glass window spilling over someone's shoulder. The moment she met her eyes on Chu Crescent, smiled bashfully. Many thanks. Qin Chao froze and did not feel happy because of Chu Xinu's good attitude. With all the things that happened yesterday, Chu Crescent could have been avoiding, resisting, or even embarrassed, which were all considered different for him. The greatest fear was her blandness, which was like an invisible fist smashing his illusions. In his heart, he realized that although Ji-him spoke badly, he was truthful every time. It was almost impossible for them to be together, but he could do nothing but run away from it, and even one more look would be nice. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao, who was madly dazzling the buffet at the hotel, happened to see them, and she, who had already been influenced out of her melon eating habit, immediately sent a message to Ji-him, who was still sleeping. Saw Mr. Qin and Miss Chu. Ji-him woke up and took a look, and with a jolt, she busily asked, "Which Chu?" Pretty researcher's sister. Ji-him thought to himself that he was also stupid. How could he think it was Chu Sweki? After reacting, the thought of eating melon on the spot was born. Lee got up to clean up. "Take my place. I'll be there soon." But they seemed to be almost done eating. Ji-him didn't return, so Xiao Tao could only hold the cell phone and always look at the situation over there. When we discussed the investment issue, the professor was excited and wanted to hurry back to make his report, and we were not going to stay in this hotel. We're leaving after breakfast. Peach had no choice but to send a message to Ji-him, but soon, Ji-him called. "Stop them quickly. There's danger." A voice, almost yelling as it ran, came from the other end of the phone. Peach was confused for a moment and rushed out to look for them, but the hotel was so well connected that they had no idea which way they went back. At the same time, Ji-him also happened to come down from the elevator. Her face went white, and she saw a group of people walking towards the elevator from afar. Ji-him was just about to let out a sigh of relief when he suddenly saw dark shadows flying close behind them. Ji-him couldn't see who was coming, so he could only yell, "Crescent Moon, watch your back." The crowd froze and reflexively turned back to look. Only Qin Chao's first reaction was to take the lead and run out 2 steps to block behind Crescent Moon first. Chapter 37. This is pretty hard to review, because there was no time to turn around and look at the situation. He could only use his tall figure to block Chu Crescent in the nick of time. The knife that was originally going to chop on Chu Crescent's head directly chopped on Qin Chao's shoulder. In an instant, blood stained the white shirt. By the time Chu Crescent Moon turned her head to look over, Qin Chao had already faltered. Chu Xinu's pupils shrunk. "Qin Chao!" The hall screamed. Reacting, the 2 male fellows rushed up to block the man who was still going to swing the knife. "It's you, Kanji. You're crazy." The female researcher held the startled professor as she kept backing away. "Shameless. I'll kill you. Let's see how you dare to chew your tongue in the future." The person wearing a black hooded sweatshirt raised his head to angrily look in the direction of Chu Crescent Moon. This person was none other than Chaoya's ex-boyfriend. His jaws were gaping and he roared and was about to rush up. "If it wasn't for you, Xiaoya wouldn't have abandoned me to go abroad. It's all because you can't see us well." But several security guards quickly surged up from the rear to surround Kongji, and the security guards were followed by Peach, who had reported the incident. Kongji went crazy and waved his machete randomly, trying to break through the encirclement, but he was driven gradually away from the crowd by the security guards. Qin Chao had been paralyzed on the ground because he had no strength from the loss of blood. Chu Crescent Moon completely lost his bearings. As if in a trance, he saw the boy who fell at the bottom of the hillside covered in blood back then. She was so anxious that her face turned white and she could only hurriedly press Qin Chao's shoulder to help him stop the bleeding. Voice trembled, "Ambulance! Quickly call an ambulance!" The manager of the hotel ran over with a sweaty head, and seeing that someone was injured, he hurriedly took out his walkie-talkie to contact someone. "Our hotel has its own medical department. Very professional. We'll be right there. Don't worry, we will be able to handle it." While saying that, an ambulance was still called just in case. The crowd gathered around worriedly. "Luckily it's not a major artery. It only hurts the muscle. The wound isn't deep. Don't panic. However, Chu Xinyue's hand was still trembling continuously, and Qin Chao, who was pressed by her on the wound, could naturally feel it. At the moment his lips were off color and he smiled weakly. Don't be afraid. I'm fine. You, Chu Crescent Moon bit her lip, not knowing what to say, only her eyes were red. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me being nosy. The crowd listened to the heart is difficult. This kind of bad thing is really Humitsu bad luck. Qin Chao could only pat her with his other hand, clumsily comforting her. It has nothing to do with you. It's their bad. At that moment, Jiheim also came over with a frown on her face. When Qin Chao saw her come over, he immediately said, "Second sister-in-law, thanks to you, thank you." This time it was really incomparably sincere thanks to Jiheim. If not for Jiheim's timely reminder, that knife would really have taken Chu Xinyu's life. When he thought of that possibility, Qin Chao really didn't know how he should live in the next second. Qin Chao has never known. Chu Crescent Moon as clearly as he did when he was just on the line of life and death has been an existence that weighs more than his life. Chu Crescent Moon reacted and also looked at Jiheim gratefully, and the others also sighed. Jiheim, however, frowned and his vision fluttered without responding. Qin Chao thought that she was frightened and was about to say something that she was fine when he heard Jiheim's puzzled heartfelt voice. Strange, why is it Kong Chi? Qin Chao? What I saw was clearly a message that Chu Sueki was ambushing Crescent Moon in the hall, trying to infect Crescent Moon with the disease using a syringe, before running down to stop it. Qin Dynasty. It was when Jiheim had just gotten up. He thought about Gao Hao knowing about Chu Sueki having an infectious disease, and was quite curious about what would happen to Chu Sueki next, so he used the system to look it up. If Kongji rushing over was an accident, then Chu Sueki should still be ambushed in which dark corner ready to strike at any time. Qin Chao's face instantly changed drastically and instinctively grabbed onto Chu Xinyue beside him. Chu Crescent Moon thought something was wrong with his wound and didn't resist, worrying, "What's wrong?" And Qin Chao was already looking around nervously. As a result, the next second, shouts came from the far corridor. That corridor was the exact direction Kanji had fled, and because there was a woman's voice in the screams, everyone's faces changed when they heard it. "Did you hurt someone by mistake?" Just at this time, people from the medical department rushed over to treat Qin Chao's wound, and the anxious lobby manager immediately rushed to the corridor with a doctor. The two male fellows were also very curious, so they followed them over to look. This kind of situation that could jeopardize his life. Jiheim still didn't dare to move up, and he also had to always be on guard against the Chusueki that might appear. And Qin Chao, who had lost a lot of blood and was all a bit dizzy, hardened his spirit and was even more alert to his surroundings than Jiheim. But not a moment later, the manager returned with a pale face and two male researchers. Their panicked gazes fell on Qin Chao and Chu Xinyue. Qin Chao's wound at this time had been treated to stop the bleeding. "What happened?" Qin Chao asked. "People ran away?" The manager said. "The man was caught. He just cut up the others." As he spoke, the manager looked at Chu Crescent Moon and said, "This young lady should be related to Miss Chu Sueki if she's not mistaken. While they shouldn't pry into the privacy of their clients, this is after all the same face on top." Chu Crescent Moon instinctively frowned in revulsion when she heard such words. "Qin Chao, did you guys see Chu Sueki?" Jiheim was also quite surprised and couldn't help but check with the system. "My goodness, this is still hard to review." Qin Chao was even more puzzled. The male researcher finally couldn't help but be surprised. Chu Sueki was cut down by Kongji. When I went there I heard Kongji was still screaming over there. Apparently he saw Chu Sueki's face under madness and mistook it for Crescent Moonyu. So, what is this called? The previous Chu Sueki took Chu Xinyue's identity as she pleased, regardless of what kind of harm it would do to Chu Xinyue, and now it's being treated as if Chu Xinyue had suffered this kind of accident. The crowd froze as they listened. The manager hurriedly said, "Miss Chu Sueki is seriously injured. She definitely needs to go to the ambulance. So Mississippi Chu Crescent Moon, can you please join us?" Chu Crescent Moon's face was as heavy as water. After thinking about it, she still got up, intending to accompany the manager on a trip. "Stay out of it. You are no longer a Chu family member. Don't get entangled." How could Qin Chao let Chu Crescent come into contact with such a dangerous person? And it's hard to say how the Chu family couple will treat Chu Crescent Moon when they find out the reason why Chu Sueki was cut. Qin Chao tugged Chu Xinyue and reported a string of numbers to the manager. "Contact the Chu family's parents directly." The manager looked hesitant but still picked up his cell phone and made a call under Qin Chao's forced gaze. Chu Xinyue let out a silent breath. She indeed didn't want to have anything more to do with that family. After contacting the Chu family's parents, the manager was about to leave, but Qin Chao suddenly spoke. "Have your medical staff be careful. Chu Sueki has an infectious disease." Qin Chao reported the name of the infectious disease, and then the whole hall was silent. "You're just going to tell me such a big news in front of a big audience? You don't care about people's privacy at all?" Qin Chao laughed coldly. "Just for what Chu Sueki is going to do. he still cares about, and also avoid that crazy to involve other medical staff. Chapter 38, I'm going to stop the trouble this time. Chu Crescent was stunned. How? Wu Tian infected it. When Qin Xiao finished speaking, he immediately changed his face and said, I only just realized it, but what I said last night is true. If you don't believe me, I can go and check it. Chu Crescent Moon's shocked emotion was suddenly made speechless by Qin Xiao, and at that moment, as if recalling something, the manager's face changed drastically and he rushed away. The researcher on the sidelines also said as an afterthought, wait, so the syringe she was just holding in her hand, which was filled with a liquid that looked like blood, was last night also intended to be. The crowd looked at Qin Xiao in shock. Last night it was to harm Qin Xiao, but now the person to be harmed has indeed turned out to be Crescent Moon. What a crazy. Ji him sighed. Qin Xiao coldly grunted. Who knows? Anyway, when she appears in the future, let's all be vigilant. Chu Xianyu was in a bit of a trance. It was hard to imagine things ending up like this. Because it was a vicious assault, they all had to stay and cooperate with the police after questioning before they could leave the city. Qin Xiao was sent directly to the hospital, followed by Gao Hao, because his wound was large and still needed stitches. When Ji Him came out of the police station, he saw a slender man in front of a black business car wearing a gray coat with a black suit visible inside, meticulously dressed, standing at attention. Under the thick long eyelashes are deep eyes, like cold stars, looking straight at the door of the police station, seriously waiting for someone. Although Ji Him didn't have any feelings for Qin Rank, he had to admit that the moment he appeared, it would really give people a sense of security that their hearts had fallen into place. Ji Him walked over with light steps, and Qin Rank did not wait in place, but took the initiative to approach. His legs are very long. Ji Him has not taken a few steps. He crossed to Ji Him's front, lowered his head and scanned her up and down for a few seconds before he opened his mouth and said, Are there any injuries? Ji Him waved his hand and said, I didn't. Why are you here? Didn't Brother Gao arrange for a lawyer to come over to take care of it? Qin Xiao can be directly transferred back to the hospital once his wound is stitched up. Didn't he tell you that? Qin Rank looked at the way Ji Him was still in good spirits and knew that she hadn't been shocked. No contact. He fell asleep from the anesthetic. So we're going to the hospital now? Jai Him asked. Qin Rank nodded. Ji Him called on Xiao Tao to join him, only to see Chu Xinyue quickly walk over and say to Qin, I'm sorry, Qin Xiao's injury is all because of me. I already understand what happened. It has nothing to do with you. As a boy protecting a girl is the upbringing he should have. Ms. Chu doesn't need to be too concerned about it, and there won't be any repercussions regarding the investment, Qin Rank said in a businesslike manner. Ji Him looked at Qin Bid with some surprise. He didn't attribute this to saving his life. That is, he didn't want to emotionally put Chu Crescent, who had rejected Qin Xiao, in some kind of shackle and forced to back down. Chu Xianyu also comprehended the other party's meaning and lowered her eyes. Qin Bit remembered his unlucky brother, but then spoke. We're going to the hospital to pick up Qin Xiao. Do you want to go and take a look together? After all, his own brother had even put his life on the line, so he still hoped that his brother would be slightly happier. Chu Crescent did not hesitate this time and was just about to nod when her cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but the moment it was picked up, the roar over there made Chu Xianyu recognize that it was Mr. Chu's voice. Since I had long ago blacked out all contact information for the Chu family, this was probably a call from someone else's cell phone. Chu Xianyu, you unfilial daughter. It's fine to gamble and leave home, but now you've even dragged your sister to suffer such a great crime. You clearly know that your sister's health is not good, and you even messed with such a person, letting your sister block the night for you. Even if you have a grudge, do you still want your sister to die? Get over here. Get over here. Look at what sins you've created. Crescent Moon, hurry up and come to the hospital. Your sister was stabbed many times by that madman and, you hurry up and come to the hospital to see your sister. The Chu family couple's words were shouted out sharply, as if they were afraid of being hung up by Chu Crescent. The anxious sadness in his tone caused Chu Crescent Moon to wrinkle her eyebrows for a split second. Could it be that Chu Sweki is seriously injured? Although she had already coldly hardened her heart towards the Chu family, Chu Crescent Moon had not thought of retaliating back. And now that Chu Sweki had died because of her, then she would feel like she was being haunted by Chu Sweki for the rest of her life. It felt like a nightmare. Chu Crescent almost didn't stand still and was held up by Ji Him. Who knew that Ji Him snatched the cell phone, hung it up directly and finally turned it off? Sister Ji Him? Chu Crescent Moon looked at Ji Him dumbfounded. Ji Him made an excuse. It's definitely fine. Or else the police at the police station just now would have been the first to say that the Chu family couple would definitely want to find you to take the piss. So I would suggest that you go back with your team, close the door and organize the investment report. And whoever contacts you to find you should be ignored. When it was broken, then after that, life and death do not matter. You can't go. Your parents have lied to you many times. They're just waiting for you to go over there and use you. Chu Crescent thought about it, then said, but Qin Dynasty. Qin Rank heard Jihim's heartfelt words and frowned straight away. If something really happened, his own brother would definitely have to fold again. So he spoke up. We'll say something for you, and when we go back, you're always welcome to come and visit him. Chu Crescent eventually left with the team and kept her cell phone turned off. And Qin Rank with Jihim just came to Qin Chao's hospital room. Qin Chao woke up. As soon as he woke up did not see Chu Xinyue, suddenly full of disappointment. Moody, Gao Hao couldn't look at such Qin Chao and cowl. Didn't help complaining. Qin Chao was injured to save her, and she didn't even come to visit? Qin Chao instantly reacted with a cold voice, Brother Gao, don't say that. I know why she didn't come. She must be afraid that I will use this favor to kidnap her feelings. How could I do that? No, I have to contact her and declare it to her. Jihim raised his eyebrows. These two brothers were thinking the same way. As a result, Qin Chao picked up his cell phone, only to remember that he was blacked out and was being disappointed. Qin Rank went up and patted Qin Chao's head and said, she was going to come. Qin Chao's eyes instantly lit up. That is, even if she doesn't accept you, but this bit of morality, she still has it. Qin Chao immediately felt hit by an arrow. If you can't talk, don't talk. Qin title. Then why didn't you come? Gao Hao asked instead, getting curious. Because the Chu family couple is in this hospital. When Qin Rank mentioned it, Qin Chao exploded. Are they blaming Crescent Moon for this and are they going to find Crescent Moon unpleasant again? It's more than just looking for a bad time. He's trying to get Crescent Moon to come over as a spare part. Qin Chao's face suddenly changed, staring Gao Hao on the opposite side. What's going on here? Qin Rank frowned slightly, and then he heard Jihim spit non-stop in his mind. Chu Sueki was hit by 3 knives. The reason why rushed to Chu Xinyue over, because 2 of the knives hurt the kidneys. Chu Sueki since childhood organs are not working. This time both are hurt, although not to the point of organ failure to death, but destined to not be able to withstand a few years of wear and tear. So that 2 people made up their minds to take advantage of this time, so that she contributes to a healthy kidney for Chu Sueki to use. Not only that, they also consulted the matter of skin transplantation, because the last knife cut in the face of Chu Sueki, she disfigured, need to implant skin repair, but Chu Sueki body cannot eat the pain. They thought of transplanting the skin from the Chu Crescent to Chu Sueki, because it is the twins basically does not exist in the case of rejection, the most suitable. What strange parents, as if the child they gave birth to should be given all the things in their body to be distributed evenly as if they deserve it. Vomit. Jihim was sputtering when he saw Qin Chao on the hospital bed suddenly jump up. Chao, Gao Hao said in shock. Qin Bit frowned slightly. Stop it, I'll handle it. Qin Chao, however, was already on the verge of anger, his eyes bloodshot. I'm only injured in my arm. It's not like I can't move. I'm going to put an end to it forever this time. With that, he rushed toward the outside of the hospital bed. Chapter 39, he is a living father and mother, not a living king of hell. GM heart spit Qin Chao fire quite big. No, the Chu family couple looking for Chu Crescent Moon is so angry. In case you know the Chu family couple's strange ideas, not to be angry to the sky following along to watch the fun. They soon arrived at Chu Sueki's hospital room. Sure enough, they didn't even stay in the intensive care unit, and they were still lying to Chu Xinu inside the cell phone, talking as if Chu Sueki was dying, not afraid of cursing their precious daughter. And at this time, the Chu family couple was in a hurry because they couldn't contact Chu Crescent Moon, their mouths cursing continuously. The rebellious daughter is so heartless. My sister was victimized by her and didn't even come to see her. What to do? Is New Moon determined not to care? If she's so heartless, even if we find her, she won't agree to give Sueki a transplant, right? Something happened because of her, and she's just heartless if she refuses. When the time comes, I'll go to the school and look for her. I'd like to see how their school accepts people with such low character. What a testimony to the diversity of species. This kind of idea doesn't sneak up on me, but even says it with a straight face. So it seems that he doesn't think he has a problem. Just being heard by Qin Chao. I guess it will end up worse than being heard by Chu Xinu. Sure enough, Qin Chao on the side was mad with anger and directly rushed over, without waiting for the person to react. With his uninjured hand, he grabbed Mr. Chu's collar and violently flung the person towards the wall. Ah, Mr. Chu let out a miserable scream. Gao Hao was so scared that he hurriedly paid attention to whether there was anyone around. It was the first time he had seen Qin Chao get so angry, so he directly gave up blocking and chose to help with the sentry. After the pain, Mr. Chu saw the visitor and was directly confused, probably not expecting to be treated like this by his juniors one day. Qin Chao, it's you. What are you doing? Qin Chao, let go of your uncle. How can you? Mrs. Chu dumbfounded back to God, suddenly anxious, want to pull away Qin Chao, but found that it cannot be pulled at all. Xin Chao is just like the angry pit bull general. Mrs. Chu could only turn toward others for help, and found that not far away was standing people's second brother and sister-in-law. Xin Rank, Ji Him, you guys hurry up. Ji Him blinked, leisurely turned around and sat down on the bench next to him. Just ran over a little tired. Sit down and eat melon and watch the show well. Mrs. Chu was shocked, and will be begging for help stared dead in the Qin title. The Qin family heir should not be so. Xin Rank looked at Ji Him who was on the side, followed and sat down, then said to Qin Chao, be careful not to add injury to injury. Go back and mom and dad will be worried. When he finished speaking, he saw that Ji Him, who was on the side, had already started to secretly shoot a small video. Qin title, maybe mom and dad's worries will be less than the expectations of the foodies. Mrs. Chu opened her mouth, unable to say a word, and could only hold the back of her head, nearly fainting from the excitement. Mr. Chu was furious, but being suppressed by the tall Qin Chao almost carrying his collar with his feet dangling in the air. He couldn't struggle even if he wanted to, and he was furious and red in the face. We're your elders. Are you crazy? I think you're the ones who are crazy. You guys are worthy of being parents. It's lucky that Crescent Moon has severed ties with your family, or else you'd have been diced to death. The Chu family couple looked at Qin Chao with disbelief. How long has it been since they saw each other? Qin Chao even did this for Chu Xinu. What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't you also injured? Do you dare to say that all this is not because of Chu Xinu? As a sister, even if she doesn't protect her sister, she even dragged her sister into this. If it wasn't for her, Sweki's face, her kidneys could have gone wrong? Even if she's not willing to dedicate herself, she should still make up for her mistakes. Is it possible that she guessed something and purposely avoided us and didn't save her sister? How could she be so cruel? Facing such parents, Qin Chao seemed to have finally experienced the suffocating feeling that Chu Xinu had felt for those 20 years in the past. Qin Chao's hands trembled with anger, and his eyes glared angrily, as if he was about to punch someone the next second. Ji Him couldn't help but mock. Listening to what you guys are saying is that you intend to ask for a piece of skin and a kidney. I'm just wondering, Chu Sweki's disfigurement with her own skin, how come it doesn't work? The kidney problem is waiting for the kidney source. She is not going to die soon. Do we have to get it from Chu Xinu? Do you guys hate Chu Xinu so much that you can't see her well? What are you babbling about? We are her parents. How can we not see her well? Sweki's body is weak and can't afford to be tossed around over and over again. The twins are the most stable and the most suitable for transplantation. It can't be helped. Families should help each other. Qin Chao's blood churned in anger and viciously said, helping each other? Then you guys tell us what Chu Sweki has helped Chu Xinyu since she was born. The Chu family couple immediately seemed as if they had been strangled, probably racking their brains to realize that they really couldn't say a single thing. Qin Chao coldly laughed. It's all about Chu Crescent unilaterally subsidizing Chu Sweki, right? Last time, Chu Sweki's true colors of a villain were exposed like that. You guys even treated her as a treasure and treated Crescent Moon so poorly for her. Qin Chao all feel unbelievable. He and the Chu family couple are considered to be the same people who were deceived by Chu Sweki's persona. He is now disgusted in retrospect. He did not expect that the Chu family couple had not the slightest repentance. If we don't continue to hurt Chu Sweki, then all those years of life before weren't in vain. Qin Rank interjected with rare venom, poking straight to the heart. Jaiheim nodded in agreement. It's really more work to get older people to admit they're wrong than it is to pry open the panels of their coffins. Mr. Chu's face flickered with faltering and weakness, and he quickly said with a strained neck, in the end this is a matter of our family. Here it comes, the same old story, reasoning doesn't work, so feelings and attitudes rise. Qin Rank felt amused at Ji-Him's words and suddenly spoke. A family? So, you guys did the matching? This time, everyone froze. Something electric seemed to hit the brain. Those who can be more suitable than outsiders. Aside from the twin sisters, aren't you two parents the most likely? Qin Rank said indifferently. The Chu family couple's brains seemed to have gone down, and they couldn't react for a while. Ji-Him was disgusted enough in a split second. Husband, how can you be so skeptical of uncle and aunt, even if they hard eyes bias to the outer space? In the end are their daughters. Daughters in trouble. As a parent the first time certainly think of their own to help. Do not drag children. Do not expect a daughter to fill another daughter. Impossible. Qin Rank was jolted by that husband and reflexively cooperated. Yes, of course. It must be that the mating is not successful, and only then had no choice but to rescue Chu Crescent. It can't be that it is clear that they may also be able to help. But let a daughter who is in the prime of her youth and has not yet fallen in love and married and had a child leave two big scars. And from then on, she lost the freedom to wear clothes, health and vitality, and can only be careful to live. Well, you have a point. That is, people are living parents, not living Hades. A tiger's venom still doesn't eat its children. Chapter 40, their good little sister has been captured by a boar. Ji-Hyun's mocking value was pulled to full capacity, and his conspiratorial tones filled the entire corridor, each word turning into a vine whip that lashed at the two men. The humiliation is literally doubled compared to pointing your nose at them. The blood faded from both of their faces. It felt like one step short of being able to gasp my back. As a result, Ji-Hyun even came back with, "Am I right, uncle and auntie? It's a shame that your match failed." Gao Hao was about to give this sister a thumbs up. "It's so relieving to hear." Mrs. Chu couldn't stand up this time, paralyzed and trembling, her eyes red, not daring to look at any of them, but still didn't want to admit that they were wrong. "It's not that we are older. So, it's actually that they didn't think of it at all. Just accustomed to it so rightfully feel that it should choose Xin Yue's sacrifice." "Ha, you are shameless," Xin Chao said in a cold voice, letting go of Mr. Chu and letting him lean against the wall in a lousy manner. Being scolded like this by a junior was no different from a direct slap. It was a great insult. Mr. Chu finally fell to the ground in a sorry state. Yet, he still roared, "It's not your turn for outsiders like you to point fingers at our Chu family's affairs. Get out, all of you." Jaiheim, not only do I want to point fingers, I'm going to turn around and help you guys publicize your family's character in your circle. "No way. What are you trying to do?" Mrs. Chu immediately screamed. "Yo, ain't that justified? Don't you think you're doing the right thing? Why are you so ashamed of yourself?" Gao Hao couldn't help but follow Yin Yang up when he saw this. Before, he also said that he wanted the school to look at Chu Crescent's character. First take a piss and look at your own character. Mrs. Chu froze completely. Ji-Him and Gao Hao looked at each other and gave each other a nod. The Chin title in the middle of the partition. He just helped out too. "Mr. Chu, you guys are crazy. What the hell does it have to do with you? Chu Xianu has already withdrawn from your Chin family." Xin Chao said in a cold voice, "Being withdrawn from the marriage is unworthy of me. I deserve it. But listen carefully, Chu Crescent's matter. This young master is in charge to the end." Xin Chao condescendingly looked at the couple and said fiercely, "There's something you guys don't know yet, right? Your precious daughter was infected with the disease by Wu Tian. She was chopped today because she wanted to harm Crescent Moon with a syringe and showed up over there with all her heart and soul, and then ate the consequences of her own actions. Doesn't she love to pretend to be Chu Crescent Moon? She deserved it." When these words came out, the Chu family couple froze. "What disease? How is it transmitted?" "No, it can't be," screamed Mrs. Chu. Suddenly, they remembered that the doctors and nurses seemed to have some strange attitudes earlier, as if they were hiding something from them. Moreover, the police also said that they had something important to pursue Chu Sweki, which had nothing to do with the chopping incident. If it's really as Chin Chao said, then Chu Sweki is deliberately spreading the disease. It's a crime. If this is the case, and you guys still feel that you should let Chu Crescent Moon save Chu Sweki, then you guys are really inferior. The Chu family couple was red in the face, their faces constantly changing, clearly shaken by this matter. Chin Chao didn't care how they reacted. He came to set out his attitude and give a warning. "Remember my words. In the future, take your precious daughter and hide farther away. Never appear in the world of Chu Crescent and I. No seeing, no contact. If I let me find out that you guys still come to Chu Crescent and jump in front of her, even if it's just once, I'll use up all of my connections and resources to make your family of three a perpetual scandal in the secular world. Let you all know what it means to be a true street rat that everyone shouts at. Even if he doesn't rely on the power of the Qin family, he can do it by his ability." This is the words of the top-stream Qin dynasty. Gao Hao can't help but straighten his back. The Chu family couple trembled up, being threatened with some indignation, yet a wave of fear still arose. "The big deal is that she won't be allowed to have a transplant. So you're as bad as making us cut off our family ties? Don't be shy and talk about affection. Have you ever given it to her? She doesn't want anything to do with you now. Can you have the face to recognize the truth? Do you really think you can be a parent?" Qin dynasty upbringing had completely collapsed in front of this couple. You, Mr. Chu are too angry to say a complete sentence. Mrs. Chu was directly scolded to tears and looked at Qin bit. "Is this the family education of your Qin family? Openly threatening and intimidating the elders of your family. Our two families have been friends for 4 generations. Qin Jia expressionlessly said, "I would also like to ask, your tutelage is to let your daughter with an infectious disease go knocking on the door of my brother's room in the middle of the night. What does she want to do?" There was little rise and fall in the tone of the voice, but it shot at the two men like an ice arrow. "How can?" The Chu family couple instantly realized something. Their faces suddenly changed. "Misunderstanding, it must be." Qin Rank got up and said, "Just now it was my brother's warning, now it is our Qin family's warning. If you guys go against my brother's wishes again, I will concentrate the Qin group's power to suppress all of the Chu family's industries until the Chu family expels your family of 3 from the family. So, Uncle Chu, Aunt Chu, for the sake of the past 2 families' worldly friendship, Be at peace, we don't want to make too much of a mess. After that I will inform the Chu family's second uncle of our side. As if the Chu family couple had their souls drained away in an instant. Their faces were as if they were dead gray as they looked at Qin Jie and then Qin Chao. And then under the absolute shock, they finally couldn't say a word. Shortly after, Chu Sueki woke up from the anesthesia, and she, who had rarely suffered, began to wail, especially when she touched the scar on her face that was almost halfway across her face, deep enough to be seen on her bones. Her love is ruined. Her career is ruined. Her life is ruined. In the midst of the screaming, the parents were clearly seen to be there, but they didn't come up to coax her like they always did. Chu Sueki realized afterward that something was wrong and looked at her parents in dismay. You got a contagious disease? You still want to infect your sister and Qin Chao with it? Why? Daughter, why on earth have you become like this? Do you realize what you're doing? It's all your fault. I shouldn't have given birth to Chu Xinu when I was born. I'm going to infect them. If Chu Xinu had withdrawn from the marriage earlier and didn't drag me along, I would have been together with Qin Chao in a proper way. If it wasn't for Qin Chao's dead brain, refusing to touch me, I wouldn't have gone to Wu Tian. It's all because of them. I shall not die a good death. I want them to be buried with me. Pa, mister. Chu's slap went down, causing all the wounds on Chu Sueki's face to split open and bleed once again. Chu Sueki looked at her father with disbelief. You hit me. You've never hit me before. Husband, Don, Mrs. Chu wanted to stop, but didn't know who to stop. Mr. Chu also froze and looked at his palm. Remembering how many times this palm had hit Chu Xinu, he laughed out in a disembodied manner. Only it was worse than crying. Soon they received a call from the current head of the Chu family, an angry tone with a warning, telling them to pretend that there was no such child as Chu Crescent and not to shamelessly come together again. Otherwise, get out of the Chu family. After hanging up the phone, the Chu family couple didn't open their mouths to say a word for a long time, and just accompanied the child with both eyes. As in the past many years of accompanying children abroad, only the state of mind was completely reversed. Since then, the three members of the Chu family completely disappeared into Chu Crescent Moon's world. Soon after Chu Crescent Moon turned on her computer, she took the initiative to contact Qin Chao, wanting to ascertain his injury. Qin Chao, who was recuperating from his injuries at home, suddenly took off with an in-place catapult. He's not on the blacklist anymore. He's been released. Hooray! Determined that Chu Xinyue will come to visit him at Qin's house later, Qin Chao directly ran downstairs, tossing the movement of the Qin mother Qin Yan and Jihim, who were chasing the TV series together, were all startled. Upon inquiry, everyone instantly followed suit and got excited about the melon. Qin Chao took the initiative to run out and pick them up. The three of them waited at home, and as a result, Qin Chao soon returned, and it's still angrily dragging one back. Fixing his eyes, it was none other than Qin Rong who was expected to go home today. What's going on here? Why is one angry and the other aggrieved? Jaiheim couldn't help but look for melons in advance. Oh, so it's Qin Rong who has found a boyfriend behind her family's back. Qin mother Qin Yan. When Qin Chao ran to the intersection to pick up someone, he saw Qin Rong standing with a yellow hair. In public, the yellow hair smoked and sprayed in Qin Rong's face, stopped Qin Rong's waist with one hand, and touched her thighs with the hem of her skirt with the other hand. When Qin Chao saw this scene, he exploded. Qin mother Qin Yan, wait, we blew up too. Their good little girl little sister was arched by a boar? Chapter 41, what's the point of attraction when it's his job? Although there was a memory inheritance, this was the first time Jihim had seen Qin Rong. Qin Rong looks good and cute. Agar nose, cherry lips, round fawn eyes penetrate the clarity that belongs exclusively to college students. White baby fat skin looks soft and sticky. More accurately described, is the ivory tower of the unworldly princess, can be seen at once her silly white sweet nature. Sango, didn't you hurt your hand? Don't pull. Qin Rong weakly resisted. Qin Chao directly threw Qin Rong to Qin Ma. Mom, I just saw my little sister pulling with a punk in an unclear manner. Interrogate her properly. Don't be cheated by some unsavory person. When Qin Rong heard this, she immediately and aggrievedly and eagerly tried to explain. But when she spoke, her tone was still soft and without any momentum. Third brother, you can't say that about brother Chengyu. He's not a gangster. How can you judge people by their appearance? Just because he dyed his hair with earrings and got a tattoo, do you think he's bad? Speaking here, Qin Rong's eyes reddened, as if she was sad that the paintings she had drawn were being devalued as worthless. Not daring to talk back more, she still couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. A lot of your showbiz artists are like that too, apart from the fact that you don't have any tattoos. Sango, you've dyed your hair colorful. Am I talking about appearance? I'm talking about behavior, just the way he is. Qin Rong immediately blushed. Third brother, Qin Chao couldn't say anything else. He was so angry that he turned around and said, I don't have time to talk about you right now. I'm going to pick up New Moon. After saying that, Qin Chao ran out. Qin Rong bowed her head in mourning and still didn't forget to greet politely. Mom, big sister, second sister-in-law, I'm back. You guys don't listen to third brother's nonsense. Brother Chang Yu is a good person. The Qin family is still relatively open-minded, as evidenced by the children's marital problems. It's just that they've already learned the specifics from Jihim's side, and as Qin Rong's family members, they really can't help but look at people with tinted glasses. Just this appearance. With that behavior, the whole thing is a flow. They couldn't imagine their little munchkin standing with a boy like that. Qin Ma said anxiously, when did you secretly fall in love behind our backs? What kind of person is he? A student? Or already working? How long have you known him? Qin Yan also frowned. Little sister, didn't we agree today that you would send a message to the driver to pick you up before you got on the airplane? Could it be that you were picked up by this man? You didn't even report your return? Or did he teach you not to tell your family? Being cheated and hurt by men. Qin Yan, this in the aspect of the performance of particularly vigilant and sensitive. Qin Rong stood in the living room, as if she was being interrogated by three chambers, although only Qin Ma and Qin Yan looked serious, and Jihim was purely and simply a melon eater. She still gave Qin Rong a great deal of pressure. After all, it's the first time I've ever been in a relationship, and I'm actually panicking on the inside. He's Chang Miao's brother. We've known each other for a long time. Qin Rong hurriedly said, Chang Miao, you guys always believe it. Once these words came out, Qin Ma and Qin Yan were slightly reassured that at least it wasn't someone of unknown origin. Chang Miao? Oh, Qin Rong's college roommate's sister. Very close. Used to come over to Qin's house to play. Qin Rong just about to nod. Did not think that usually ignore her second sister-in-law also know who Chang Miao. It seems that the second sister-in-law will also secretly pay attention to her well. It is true that the second sister-in-law has changed. A little happy. However, when Qin Rong turned her head to look at Jihim, she realized that Jihim wasn't looking at her at all, acting as if she wasn't the one who had just spoken. Qin Mother said anxiously, then when did you start dating? Why don't you tell your family? You know your family won't interfere with your relationship, but we need to know about it. Qin Rong hurriedly answered honestly, I didn't want to hide it from you. It was only because of this outing to pick Wind that I agreed to go out with him. Saying that, Qin Rong became shy. Before he chased me, I was always hesitant. But this time when we traveled together, I found out that he is really good. Not only can he properly take care of our whole team, when he encounters troublesome things, he can also rush to the front to help us solve them. He is simply brave and responsible. As Qin Rong spoke, her eyes were starry, and the bottom of her eyes were tender and sweet, obviously having fallen in love for the first time. Qin Mother and Qin Yan are still a little worried. After all, in the eyes of the lover, there is a Western beauty. Qin Rong's words were made accurate. Qin's mother wondered, is he also a student studying art at your school? Qin Rong answered honestly, he's not. He was hired by our professor on a temporary basis to assist us in our picking trip. Qin Rong had just finished speaking, and the others were about to continue asking, when they were interrupted by an abrupt voice. So all those awesome things Qin Rong just said are his job? Qin Rong immediately looked at Jihim in shock. Qin Ma and Qin Yan also reacted at this moment and were about to open their mouths to stop this unexpected event. As a result, I saw Qin Rong anxiously explaining, but he's really nice and gentle to me. Even if I'm clumsy and get something wrong, he's super patient. Didn't see the problem? Because she wasn't looking at Jihim as she spoke. Qin Rong just thought she heard Jihim spit and felt her boyfriend being questioned, so she hurriedly explained. Although Jihim felt that it was a bit strange for Qin Rong to suddenly look at herself and talk, she didn't think much of it, thinking that Qin Rong was probably showing off her boyfriend and then looking for approval. Qin Ma and Qin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Ma hurriedly said, forget it, your father and second brother are away for a while. Let's talk about it when they come back in the evening. You've just arrived home. Rest first. Qin Rong nodded her head obediently, and Qin Yan hurriedly accompanied her sister upstairs, intending to find an opportunity to talk about Jihim's situation. Not a moment later, Qin Rong sat dumbfounded on the bed, her eyes rounded as she looked at Qin Yan. Elder sister? You, Qin Yan said helplessly. You'll know after you experience it for yourself. I just hope you don't get shocked by then and let Himiko see it. For now it's just mom and dad and a few of our siblings who can hear. Qin Rong said, if that's true, why don't we let second sister-in-law know that we can hear? Qin Yan sighed and said, this kind of unimaginable thing, we are worried that if we let him know, it will backfire on him, and normal people wouldn't want their hearts to be heard. Right, although we have gotten a lot of help through this, and also, listen to the gossip together to have fun. But in fact, your second brother has been secretly searching for a real master of wonders in the hope that there will be an effective solution. At least I hope that Himiko's heart will not be leaked out again in the future. Know what she herself sneakily happy on the good. Qin Rong was uncertain, but still obediently nodded her head and obeyed. Qin Yan patted Qin Rong's head, then said in the most serious tone, "Remember, this is Himiko's secret. This matter should never be mentioned to outsiders in even a single word. If one is not handled well, Himiko will be in danger." It was rare for her big sister to speak with such an attitude, so Chin-rong naturally nodded her head seriously, but she was actually still skeptical about this matter. Chin-yen then, still uneasy to ask about the progress of the couple. It was a relief to know that no boundaries had been crossed. Chin-rong's cell phone soon rang, and one look at her expression told her that it was her boyfriend calling. Chin-rong watched with bated breath, and Chin-yen was about to leave to give her space, when the sound of wailing suddenly came from downstairs. Is that the sound of the Qin dynasty? Chapter 42. Going abroad isn't a funeral. Are airplane tickets expensive? Chin-rong and Chin-yen had just gone up when Qin Chao cheerfully brought Chu Xanu through the door. The people briefly exchanged pleasantries for a while, and at the frantic hint of Qin Chao's eyes, Qin-ma pulled him to make room for the two of them. Waiting for the light bulb to leave, Qin Chao hurriedly set all the fruits and snacks on the table towards Chu Xinu. This behavior made Chu Crescent Moon go into a trance for a while, as if the person sitting next to her was the Qin Chao who gave her everything good when she was a child. Don't bother with your injuries. Qin Chao immediately transformed into a one-handed operation and smiled foolishly at Chu Xinu. I'm fine, didn't I just say so? My wound heals quickly. Chu Crescent Moon nodded reassuringly, and then spoke. I came to find you today, and there is actually one more thing to say. You say. Qin Chao put on an appearance of listening quietly, as if all the patience could be given to Chu Xinyue now. Chu Xinyue frowned. I hope that our group's plan to go abroad to collaborate with other institutes for research will not be changed. Qin Chao's eyes changed slightly. Chu Crescent Moon expression firmly said, our research abroad more convenient to research, because your investment additional proposal let the professor is very hesitant. Since we have already said open, I would like to ask you to. Qin Chao was anxious and hurriedly said, I didn't use the investment as a blackmail to want to keep you by my side. How could I possibly give you a hard time in your new life path? Speaking here, Qin Chao lowered his eyes and said with a very low mood, I admit that I have selfishness, but if I can stay in the country to research even additional investment without interfering with your research, I want to do it. Chu Xinyue's eyes shook for a moment, but still firmly said, research to the nuances not money can be solved. Otherwise people are not willing to leave their homes for 5 years' time. We also cannot let Qin's group to do a losing business. I hope that you withdraw the additional conditions. We want to go abroad. Qin Chao looked at Chu Xinyu's clear and cold face. The corner of his mouth trembled slightly. Okay, I know. I will talk to my brother. Chu Crescent Moon was like completing a task, not willing to stay a second longer. Thanks a lot. I'll go back now to inform everyone to prepare to leave the country. We can't delay the research progress any longer. With that, he stood up. Qin Chao immediately stood up after him in a panic. You are injured. No need to send. Chu Xinyue smiled at Qin Chao and said, I hope everything is fine after you. Qin Chao suddenly spoke. I don't have any chance. No chance at all? Chu Xinyue looked at Qin Chao and saw that his eyes were red. She seemed to take Qin Chao in this state a little helpless, but a smart person learns from his mistakes. Her wounds have not yet scabbed over. How could she turn back? I just want to live my life and do good research now. If it's possible, I won't be back in 5 years. I'll be settled overseas for a long time to study and research, so it's hard to see you again. Because she really doesn't resent Qin Chao. She also doesn't want the other party to wait foolishly. She won't come back. After saying this, Chu Crescent Moon turned around and left without hesitation, while Qin Chao's feet were like lead. He couldn't move a step, and tears were rolling in his eyes. Oh no, 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 no. It's better to hurry and pull Qin Ma, in case they go up to comfort and are discovered that they were eavesdropping. How devastating. Qin Chao's originally chaotic brain. As soon as he heard this voice, he immediately fell on the sofa with a wow and cried out. It was useless for him to repress it since he was seen anyway, so he simply cried his eyes out. Rubbing, it's not the first time I've been rejected by Chu Crescent, as to be so devastated? Qin Chao, what do you know? It's a total rejection. She's leaving the country. She's never coming back. Can't figure out his brain circuits, although I think it's better for the two of them to separate and start their lives anew. But, how is he the same as life and death? Qin Chao, to lose what you love is the pain of separation. Going abroad isn't a funeral. Are plane tickets expensive? Why do I remember that the Qin family still has a private jet? Qin Chao, burp, all on the same planet. Would it be ridiculous to be so grief-stricken? Qin dynasty, is he stupid, or is he just taking the bull by the horns, and he doesn't realize it himself? At this time Qin Yan and Qin Rong, who were worried about the situation, also came to the corridor and were about to inquire, when they saw Qin Chao stand up with a prancing movement and fly out, tears floating in the air. Soon the entire manor heard a roar from Qin Chao from outside. Chu Crescent. Remember, if one day you are hurt, you are tired, you want to find someone to keep you company, remember that I am the one person who exists. Go forward and live your new life. Not long after, Qin Chao came back. Tears had been wiped dry, picked up his cell phone and called. Second brother. That additional condition removed. Let them go abroad. Well, I'm fine. Don't need to care about me. If their project investment fails, I'll cover all the funds. Another call was made. Brother Gao, I think my studio can be transferred overseas. Do you want to join me to break into the foreign entertainment market? In fact, he understood that if he kept pestering Chu Xinu, he would only keep reminding her of those pains in the past, and he didn't want to be the source of her unhappiness. He didn't know if there was any chance of getting this precious girl back in his life. Maybe it wouldn't work for the rest of his life, but he wanted to secretly stay by the man's side, just hoping that when the man was in need, he would be the first to be there. It was the only thing he could and wanted to do at the moment. The few people listening to Qin Chao's call were frozen, and the one who was most shocked was Jim. Wait, isn't that her current workplace? She hasn't even had a job. She hasn't even gotten a dime yet, so she's going to be laid off from her job? Qin Chao, who was excitedly planning his future career map, immediately remembered that there was another drag in the studio, and Gao on the phone also mentioned Jim. Qin Chao looked at the people in the distance. Don't worry, my work transfer is not that fast. We'll arrange for you before leaving. Gao also said that he will get you some more work before leaving, and after the fame is out of the way, everything will be fine. Him. It's nice to be laid off and not really that eager to go to work. The others couldn't help overhearing the heartbeat, and Qin Rong standing above finally accidentally heard Jim's heart voice. She had not yet had the experience to distinguish the difference between the sound quality of the mouth and the heart voice, and from her point of view was not sure whether Jim had moved his mouth or not. After all, Sango's return words were not abrupt. When she went back, Qin Rong's cell phone was ringing like crazy, making a lot of consecutive calls. Qin Rong hurriedly picked it up. Why don't you answer my calls? The other party opened his mouth with a question. Then, as if realizing that the tone was wrong, he pressed down and said, I'll be worried if I can't contact you. Next time don't be like this. Chapter 43, I suggest you break up. Qin Rong froze for a moment. Shen Yu hadn't been this mean to her, but knowing that the other party was worried, she hurriedly said, I'm sorry, brother Changyu. There was just a delay and I didn't receive it. Could it be that your third brother is giving you a hard time about us? The concerned tone came. Don't worry, brother Changyu, I'm fine. My third brother is just quick-tempered because I'm in love without informing my family in advance. It'll be fine when I officially explain it to them. A disdainful voice came out from the phone. What do you care at such a big age? Wrong. You have to remember that you are an adult, an independent and free soul. You can make your own decisions about anything. You don't need to inform others about everything at all. I'm the youngest in my family. Everyone just cares about me. Qin Rong simply smiled. By the way, my big sister just told me. Suddenly the words trailed off, and she instinctively wanted to share anecdotes with her beloved, but stopped immediately when she remembered her big sister's warning. What? Nothing? A slightly grumbling voice came from across the room. You're hiding something from me? Couples shouldn't have secrets. After all, we're the ones who will be with each other for the rest of our lives, the ones who are most important to each other. You see, I have no secrets from you. What you want to know I tell you. You should also have no reservations about me. You're like this, I'm so sad. It seems that I still love you more deeply. Qin Rong reddened and hurriedly explained. No law. Qin Rong hesitated, the upbringing in her bones preventing her from speaking. His own secret can certainly be handed over to brother Changyu without reservation, but that is the secret of his second sister-in-law. Qin Rong's hesitation made the opposite party uneasy, and the opposite party tried. I see. Is it that your family looks down on me? Think I'm not good enough for you? Qin Rong was shocked. How could you think that? You're obviously very good. You're the Qin clan's first lady, and I'm nothing but a lowly person in your family's eyes. The other party spoke in a mocking tone. Qin Rong instantly anxious, as if afraid of her boyfriend's misunderstanding of her family and sensitive sadness, hurriedly said, our family does not pay attention to those external, as long as they like it. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if they don't agree. We love each other anyway. I'll take you. No one can separate us, the other party said in a domineering manner. Qin Rong sounded very shy and softly mumbled twice. In the evening, at the dinner table, the family gathered for the first time. Qin Rong happily recognized her great-nephew Qin Shi, and stuffed a lot of gifts and snacks to the younger generation, feeling very happy that she is finally not the youngest in the family. It wasn't until Qin Yan sent the small children upstairs to rest that everyone gathered on the sofa to talk. The subject of the talk was naturally Qin Rong's romance. Qin Dad and Qin Rank had heard information from all over the place when they came back, and basically understood a general idea. Obviously Chang Yu gave Qin Chao a very bad first impression, so he directly sued. The reason, in public, those behaviors are just flirty and disrespectful to women. After all, men know how men think, but it is not easy to say that this is problematic. After all, nowadays, young people in love with each other do some intimate actions in public, which can also be interpreted as a difficult love. So they're not talking about that for now. Qin's father thought about it and wondered. You said it was a temporary employment for your professor to have so much free time with you. Doesn't he have a formal job? Qin Rong said. He is preparing to start a business to open a gallery, and is now teaching himself about it, waiting for Chang Mao and I to graduate from university, and specializing in helping us to open painting exhibitions and distributing our paintings. When these words came out, the whole family, except Jihim, were all stunned. Qin's mother was puzzled. Didn't you always used to say that art was priceless and that your paintings were only exhibited for free and would not be sold? Qin Rong froze for a moment. Ha ha, that's young and unintelligent nonsense. The more money the painting sells for, the better it proves that my paintings are better. And brother Cheng, you said that the money from the sale can be used for charity. It's more meaningful. The whole family was silent. Not that what people say is wrong. The world is so, just always feel we're strange. While the Qin family members were pondering, Jihim thought elsewhere. So now he's a hobo? Can he support himself? As soon as these words came out, Qin Rong immediately looked at Jihim, her eyes filled with disbelief. Surprisingly, it's true. The Qin family members reacted and immediately coughed, reminding Qin Rong. But Jihim's words also reminded them. Then what does he live on now? Qin Chao immediately questioned. It's not gnawing on his old age, or gnawing on you. Qin Rong was anxious. Her body sitting on the sofa tensed up, agitatedly said, Third brother, how can you speak so harshly? Besides, we just fell in love. How can I ask people how to live, how to make money? It's too strange. However, I know that he is renting a house outside, occasionally taking some short-term jobs from our college, mainly to spend time to contact and learn this industry well. His original major had nothing to do with this business? Qin's dad asked. Qin Rong immediately shook his head somewhat timidly. He didn't go to college. It was a vocational and technical school. Not only did he never go to college, he never went to high school, and now he's 22 years old. So then it's been many years since he got out of school and into society. Jihim didn't have a look-down attitude, but merely elaborated on the fact that Qin Rong hadn't unfolded. It was only Jihim's addition that still caused all of Qin's family members, except for Qin Rank, to change their faces. Although the Qin family never interfered with their children's marriages, this difference was already a world of difference. Their little princess is still so simple. It could be said that from this moment onwards, the hearts of everyone in the Qin family were lifted. Qin Rong heard Jihim's heart, pursed her lips, some worried little eyes looked back and forth and said, Academic qualifications do not mean character. And he does not continue to read not because he does not learn, because his family's economic level is limited, but also for Meow Meow to read the fine arts, so did not insist on reading. You guys won't look down on him and think he's a lower class person and then object to me dating him. Naturally, the Qin family couldn't speak up. Their usual code of conduct was at the moment in constant conflict with their concern for their youngest daughter. Suddenly, Qin spoke. Why would you think that? Qin Rong froze for a moment, as if she didn't understand why Qin Rank asked such a question. The crowd didn't react either. Qin Rank's expression remained scarce. The old Rong Rong wouldn't have thought that our family had such thinking. Who made you think that way? Although these words were not heavy, they were like a stone entering the water, rippling in waves, causing the faces of the crowd to begin to change slightly. No one. Isn't this general logic? Qin Rong panicked when she saw Qin Rank sink his face. Ugh, silly girl, you look so vain. I don't need to check it out. I know it must be your boyfriend who mentioned it to you. Qin Rong was even more flustered when she heard it. That looks like the sister can't lie. Look at the panic. Qin Rong, oh, you don't say it. I'm panicking even more. But don't wait for the little girl to calm down. Qin bit, however, spoke bluntly. You're not suitable. I suggest you break up. Chapter 44, Am I Not Making Peace? Qin Rong immediately eyes red. Nose also followed a red, probably tearing countenance body. Surprisingly, a retort did not say a word. Tears began to spin. A grieved corner of the mouth is skimming. Sinning, I really can't see my little sister crying, and Qin Rank is too fierce. Qin title. He just said a suggestion very calmly. Today, I saw two Qins crying. Qin dad and Qin title? Who else? Qin Chao, cough cough cough. Do all their families cry so much? And they all cry for affection. Qin Rong, almost crying. Qin Chao Qin Yen, the heart is weak and looks at the sky. Quinn parent, no, absolutely not. We just don't. Probably, maybe. Qin dad suddenly poked Qin mom aggressively, implying with his eyes, you bullied me to tears when you were young. Ma looked back angrily. You were the one who cried at me first. As the only man in the Chin family who hadn't cried over his feelings, Chin Rank, this moment sat with his head held high. Maybe Chin Bit also cried. He was dumped. Ha 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 ha. I missed it. I'd love to see a high-flying flower like him cry. It'd be hilarious. When can he cry again? I'll definitely film it for him. The more Jaehyun thought about it, the happier she became. Next to him, Chin Rank's face grew darker and darker, taking the opportunity to speak Chin Rong's words to say, you can express your opinion if you object. Maintain emotional stability. Don't cry. I've never cried since I was 6 years old. You should learn from me as well. Don't learn from your third brother. Don't move to cry over your feelings. Chin Chow, hey, what did I do? Lie down and get shot? Chin Rong wanted to cry, but again, her emotions were so mixed up by her second sister-in-law's various messy heartbeats and her second brother's strange reprimands that not a single tear could fall. Ji-him listened to the corners of his mouth straight twitching. Is he crazy? Why would a soft and fragrant girl want to learn from a straight man of steel like him? Chin Rong, boing boing. That's right. Second sister-in-law is right. Chin title, no. I just want to emphasize that I haven't cried for any other woman. Listen to the words and listen to the point. Also want to see me cry. Not in this lifetime. The crowd was so interrupted that the atmosphere improved a little. Chin Rong sniffled, and really didn't lose her tears, but just commiserated. Since the family doesn't have the idea of looking down on him, what's inappropriate? Chin Rank also seriously replied. Your three views do not match. You think that people are precious to get along with each other. Not to the high and low, noble and low, but he has just dated you to emphasize this point. Is it in the chase you before he did not know the difference between you? Can't you suffer from low self-esteem and sensitivity because you like me too much? He could care, but if he really cherished you, he wouldn't have mentioned it in front of you. And there's only one outcome to his behavior like this, putting us on the wrong side of your family before he even touches them, just like before when you started fighting for him against your family before we even said anything. Chin Rank was so convincing in all his words that one couldn't help but meditate and listen. Maybe it's because the oldest sister and third brother are also emotionally unavailable. He, being the only one in the family who would not be swayed by his feelings, had finally abandoned the principle of total non-interference. Chin Rong was said to be frozen. She seemed to have heard something, but couldn't help but want to retort, meditating for half a day. Second brother. Brother Chengyu is not as good and smart as you. How can you hold him to your standards? Qin was really choked by this little white rabbit sister for a moment. When the others heard it, it seemed to make sense. In fact, even if the background of the bottom of the background is poor, good training, as long as practical and willing to work hard to get ahead, should not deny people. The three views also need to be rubbed together. I didn't think it was still a steel-toothed white rabbit quite able to talk about it. It's rare to see the Chin title defeated. Ha ha ha. Chin Rong was a bit pleased to be complimented. Chin Rank, however, looked helplessly at Ji-him. How could he tear down his own people? Ji-him blinks innocently. Chin Xian is out of options with Chin Rong and wants to seek help from me? That's really sick and desperate. What can I say? Can I say that the melon I just saw? That kid is really subconsciously trying to push the Chin family into an antagonistic position? Chin family. Chin Rong immediately panicked. No, how could brother Chengyu? Ji-him naturally wouldn't talk nonsense, but she couldn't help but bellyache about it. I don't know whether the kid is intentional or unintentional. Chin Rong but said to report with the family love affair. This Chengyu said with Chin Rong Chin family take Chin Rong as a small child discipline. Normal people do not, or she would not be up to now have not smoked, died over the head, fought, soaked in the internet cafe, have been to the bar. Chin Rong was confused for a moment, as if she only just reacted. This word is also considered to push her family to the opposite side? But that's just brother Chengyu defending her and he's right, he really hasn't experienced it himself. Riverall said, such youth is not complete. Is to say, is it possible that normal people 20-year-old female college students have not experienced also a lot of Chin Rong's head twitched. Is it? And why does Chin Rong have to go through the same thing as him to be called normal? That Chin Rong also went to high school. Can't we also say that it's not normal for his family not to give him high school? Chin Rong froze, her head began to knot, and she was speechless for a moment. Is it really an inferiority complex sensitive to want to deny the other side to strengthen their own bottom line? Ji-him was shattering himself for half a day, and Chin Rong was already in a trance. Jaehyun saw that the room was quiet. Were they all waiting for her to speak? Having no choice but to make peace with the situation, he said, ahem, since none of us know Chin Rong's boyfriend, naturally it's not good to say anything, so just find a chance to let the family get to know him. Chin Rong, however, faltered and stood up. I am tired. I go back to rest. Didn't you just dislike Chin Bit? Why did you suddenly wilt? Chin Rong left in a state of disorientation. The others naturally dispersed, only before Ji-him got up. Chin Dad patted Ji-him on the shoulder with a look of relief. Ji-him? Then Chin Ma, Chin Yen, and even Chin Chao came and took a shot. Ji-him silently looked at his shoulder to make sure there was no dirt, and then looked up at Chin Rank, who was to the side. As a result, Chin Rank also patted Ji-him on the shoulder. Well said. Ji-him, what did I say? Am I not making peace with this? Ji-him went back with a head full of questions, passing by Chin Rong's room and hearing the sound of talking. It seems to be on the phone. First love, which is so easy to cut off. Chin Chao and Chin Dad went to Chin Rank's study together instead. In fact, when Chin Rong first chose to live in college, Chin Rank on the two-dormitory roommate Chang Miao carried out a simple investigation to determine the other family is a normal family of 4. There is no criminal record is almost the same. Will not go to investigate other people's privacy. After all, the person is good or bad, but also let Chin Rong learn to screen themselves. But as an object, that would certainly have to be scrutinized. The men of the Chin family conferred and came up with a solution. Early the next morning, Chin Chao called out to Chin Rong who wanted to avoid them for breakfast. What are you running for? No, I want to go back to my room to eat. Instead of the trance she was in last night, Chin Rong kind of wanted to avoid everyone. Chin Jie's eyes darkened. Father Chin said, Ahem, if you don't want to break up, we won't force you. Since he's not working for the time being, let him come to our company, so that your second brother can get to know your boyfriend up close. Chin Rong looked at Chin Rank with disbelief. Really? Chin Rank nodded. What your second sister-in-law said makes sense, and we're not qualified to give you advice until we understand it. Chin Rong was instantly filled with surprise. Good, I'll talk to him right away. If he's willing, when will he be allowed to go? Watching his little sister being so active with other men, the 3 men of the Chin family were not feeling it. Just for today, I'll say hello to the HR department. Chin Rank got up and left after saying that. Chin Rong went back to the phone with joy. When Ji-him came out for brunch, he heard about it and received a thank you from Chin Rong. Ji-him really was just mentioning it off the top of her head, but Chin Rank's approach to them was quite good. As a result, just before noon, bursts of crying came from Chin Rong's drawing room. When Chin Ma and Ji-him rushed over, Chin Rong jumped into her mother's arms and cried her heart out. Mom, brother Chung Yu broke up with me, because second brother insulted him and he said he couldn't afford me. Woo 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 woo. Chapter 45, Death by Laughter? What's your status? The emperor's son-in-law? Chin Rong cried so much that Chin Ma's heart broke, and an eye blade was flung at the door. At this time, Chin Dad, who heard the commotion, was about to step in. A look at the little cotton-padded jacket cried. Suddenly his hands trembled. How is the situation? Your second brother certainly will not insult people. Is there any misunderstanding? Chin Rong cried with a sob and said, second brother asked brother Cheng Yu to be the company's driver. Chin's dad didn't respond for a moment. So, Chin Ma reacted instead. Is it possible that Cheng Yu dislikes this job? Chin Rong choked. Dad, you said let him go to the company. Cheng Yu brother so solemnly prepared. The result arrived, let him as a driver. You do not know Cheng Yu brother how disappointed angry. He questioned me if I look down on him. Want to play him? With this way of insulting him, the purpose is to break up with him. He said that I did it, so that I do not even go to him in the future. And then he pulled all my contact information black. I contacted Meow Meow, and Meow Meow was all angry with me, saying that her brother had never been so angry, and that he couldn't reach me, so he just pretended that he hadn't talked about it. Chin Rong cried. Why did you guys lie to me? I thought you guys really wanted to get to know him. Are you guys just intentionally trying to sabotage my relationship? Is what brother Cheng Yu said true? You guys just don't believe me and want to manipulate my life? Probably because it was the first time I broke up. I was so sad that I was incoherent and all I could think about was venting my emotions. Chin father and Chin mother are confused. Chin Rong from childhood has always been a well-behaved and understanding to save people's heart baby. The first time to see her so outburst, so that the old father and mother are at a loss, can only surround the coaxing. Swear to God, they didn't mean it, neither did any of the other siblings. It must be a misunderstanding. Looking at Chin Rong crying so much that she was going to draw over, Ji-him was also quite embarrassed. After all, in the morning, this girl was still thanking her, curtly sharing desserts to her, full of longing for the future. How could she suddenly be dumped? The breakup came as unexpectedly as the storm. If it wasn't for the fact that he had also seen the breakup from the eater system, Ji-him would have felt like he was dreaming. Cheng Yu was indeed very angry and was close to cursing at Chin Rong, as if he had really suffered a humiliation. Ji-him carefully checked again from Chin Rang's perspective, but the result was that the more he looked, the more speechless he became. Not to mention, I overlooked it too, and was almost led by the nose by Sungak's anger. Is this guy being funny? The words came out, so that the crying Chin Rong almost jumped up. Originally being dumped is very sad, but the result is that there are still people who say bad things about brother Chunyu in front of the face. Even if it is a white rabbit will jump up and bite people. It was still Chin's father and Chin's mother who had the experience to immediately hold down Chin Rong. They knew that it must be Ji-him who had discovered something. Perhaps there was no need to wait for Chin Rank's explanation to know the truth. Chunyu did cheerfully go to the interview. Chin Rank also explained to the personnel department. But how can people's personnel department not expect the president to account for the person is a three products even if he doesn't have a degree? He's obviously been in the community for years, but he doesn't even have a decent work experience. Which means he's been moping around for all these years? Chin Dad and Chin Mom were both confused and looked at Chin Rong with disbelief. It was no wonder that at first, Chin Dad felt that something was strange, because he had initially subconsciously prejudged Chunyu's potential, and once he heard about the driver, he did not initially feel that something was wrong. Wrong. Tell Dad honestly, does he have no work experience? Otherwise the HR department wouldn't have made him just a driver. Chin Ma's head also buzzed. Really? Wrong? They initially thought that the other person was just not working because they had recently been preparing for the startup phase, but they didn't realize that they hadn't had a proper job since they graduated from school. What is this if not a punk? Looks like Mom and Dad realized something was wrong, too, so I didn't have to remind them. Chin Rong was first confused for a moment, then anxious and panicked. That is because of harboring talent. Chunyu brother is obviously very capable, but because of the academic qualifications cannot find a good job. Was discriminated against? Cannot meet the goal? Bad luck, so that is why. Facing her parents' gradually out of place eyes, Chin Rong didn't know why the more she spoke, the less she had the courage to do so. Undiscovered talent? Laughing. He has talent? He doesn't even have a skill. If he didn't have a driver's license, even if the personnel department racked their brains and relaxed all the conditions, they could only assign him a cleaning job, and he couldn't even mix with the physical fitness required by the security guards. Chin Rong heard her beloved being degraded in such a venomous manner, instantly annoyed and saddened. Looking at Ji-him, second sister-in-law. Ji-him thought Chin Rong was calling her for help. You want me to talk? This really can't be said in good conscience. Sister, drivers are because the president of the account and extra accommodation. That is the Chin Group. A driver monthly income of several tens of thousands of it. The welfare and top. People are crowded want to go in. He is good, but also feel that it is an insult to him. What's even funnier is also in the personnel department to move out the name of the Chin title. Questioning the personnel department is not unaware of what he is the identity. Laughing to death? What identity? The emperor's son-in-law? He even said he was going to give him a manager when he was asked to come here. Oh my god, is he thinking of eating farts? He doesn't even ask himself what he's got? By virtue of his thick skin, by virtue of his shamelessness? Even if he's the emperor's son-in-law, he's got to step aside if he's not capable. If Chin's group was nepotistic, letting its connections run amok, it would have closed down long ago. How could it have developed into what it is today? Suddenly good sympathy for Chin Ranko. In order to help his sister to examine the object, this time the joke is estimated to be able to make the reputation of Chin Rank and the Chin group loss of a wave of this backdoor walk. TSK Wrong. Ji-him had a burst of passionate output, but his face didn't show it, and he was planning to crowningly fool this newly developed love brain. But then he heard Chin Rong wow and cry even more broken. He just wants to do something to prove to you guys that he's worthy of me. You guys don't think of him like that. He's not like that. Oh. And this time Chin Dad and Chin Mom didn't even comfort her, but stood aside with ugly faces. Wrong. This man is no good. Chin Dad directly said, high-eyed, self-righteous, can't recognize himself, his character is too bad. Chin Ma also couldn't help but say, our family had good intentions, but it turned out to be so misinterpreted. Your second brother was right. The three views are different. It's not appropriate. Hearing her mom and dad say the same thing, Chin Rong became even more anxious, crying and breathing hard, her face suffocating red. People don't know the real brother Chunyu at all. He's obviously a very good person. As long as they really get in touch they'll definitely appreciate him. Mom, Dad, second sister-in-law, can you help beg second brother to give brother Chunyu a new job? Give him the chance to prove himself. Chapter 46, it's not a love brain, it's a wild vegetable digger. Although they spoiled their daughter, the Chin parents had principles when it came to key issues. Wrong. Chin's group's recruiting standards won't be lowered to the point of losing their bottom line for the sake of a person's status. Your second brother has already backed down enough on that boy's matter. When Himiko entered Chin's group, she only set up a small studio under a subsidiary, self-financing, and the big investment projects in the entertainment industry don't give her a backdoor. Otherwise your second sister-in-law with the identity of the president's wife would still be able to just take prints and work as a small 18-line model? Sheen dad said seriously. Him? Should have been complimented. Yes, that's right, totally rely on the face to eat. No professional strength. Certainly cannot participate in any serious project, but even so the photo shoot is dedicated. Did not give the group a black eye. There is no diamond drill, do not take porcelain work. The driver how? Do not know anything, still want to step up to heaven? What not to do step by step Sheen mom also serious. If Chengyu is willing to step by step people, already have work experience, is not all day thinking about a step to heaven will be like this. Him followed the spit. From this matter, Him also think that this man is not good, divided just right. Shin Rong heard everyone say this, and it seemed that she could no longer find any reason to undo what she was doing now, and finally couldn't hold on any longer, and tearfully ran out the door, locking herself in her bedroom. Afterwards, probably after hearing about Chang Yu's pressurized entry, Shin Rank contacted Ji-him to inquire about Shin Rong's situation. Ji-him told the truth. Shin Rank didn't have much of a reaction, only saying, I know. Ji-him felt that Shin Bit was quite pitiful as well, and it was rare that he managed to control his sister a bit more, but he still caused a lot of trouble. Anyway, mom and dad and I think it's the man's problem, so work hard and leave it alone. There seemed to be a pause on the other side of the phone. I didn't care. That kind of result is expected. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Ji-him always felt that when he said this, Shin Bit's tone carried a bit of laughter. Ji-him, is it possible that it is really deliberately arranged to let the other party know that it is difficult to retreat? I didn't expect Shin Rank actually has such a dark side. At night, Shin Rong still locked herself inside the house, one after another. Everyone came back and heard about what happened during the day. Shin Chao snorted with contempt. Do not listen to people's explanations to break up directly. It is obvious that it is headstrong people. This little sister was too well protected by us. The ears are soft. What others say is what? If it is not that the boy looked down on the driver's job, the little sister will not think there is something wrong. If I say break up, this thing is quite good. Do not have to do anything. Time is long. Naturally think open. Back to me to bring a few more showbiz handsome over to introduce to the sister to know. Little wolf dog. Little milk dog, and what kind of style at her disposal to pick. Still can be worse than a small punk? Ji-him instantly had a jolt. Her radar went off. Her eyes glowing as she reported a bunch of names to Chin Chao. Can I pick from these? Little puppy. Little wolf dog. Oh ho. Chin Chao? I'm picking it out for my sister. Not for her. Why is she so positive? Suddenly felt a trace of icy breath. Chin Chao stole a glance. Good guy. The second brother's face is a little green. What do you want? Chin Chao asked the exit in favor of his second brother. I've been following their dramas lately. They're quite handsome. Meet the real people to feed your eyes. Ji-him smiled heartlessly. Shin Yan had also chased together and nodded in agreement when she heard it. Chin Chao immediately quit. Just based on the face value of second brother and I, do you guys still need to look at others to feed your eyes? It's a matter of freshness. Ji-him said with a straight face. You two are handsome, but also useless. Is the kind of strangeness and constrained little handsome? Be molested by the red face looks only interesting. These guys can be in the TV show The Upper Body. The body workout can be very good. May also have the opportunity to touch the abs. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and the corners of Ji-him's mouth rose wildly. Shin Yan, cough cough cough. I'm going up to see my sister. Shin Chao, I'll go too. Damn girl, you don't even eat dinner. You want to revolt, the two said, slipping away as fast as they could. Ji-him was at a loss. Wait, haven't settled on which little dudes to get to comfort your sister? As soon as she turned around, she saw Chin Bit looking at her expressionlessly. Just how the eyes looked a bit dangerous. Ji-him blinks without thinking too much and follows the pace of the two in front of him to check on Chin Rong's condition. Shin Rank sighed quietly and was about to leave when the sound of Chin Dad and Chin Mom's footsteps came from behind him. Chin Dad went up and patted Chin Title. Ahem. Love the heart of beauty people all have. Young girls, love to chase the stars. According to young people, him just a little bit too much wall. But, him if you are so open-minded, to you really no longer on the heart. Shin Dad came to Chin Title ear whispered, you are going to have no wife. Shin Ma also stepped forward and slanted a glance, taking a step back. Aren't you at fault? You can't blame Himiko either. What kind of husband doesn't give a touch? You can only look for a substitute elsewhere. Shin Bit, what did he say? He didn't say anything. Ji-him also did not try. How do you know you don't give a touch? Can't think about it anymore? Kin feels like he's going to get his head immoderately. Upstairs, Ji-him went up and saw Chin Chao standing in Chin Rong's doorway fuming. Yeah, I just don't like that punk and am just adamantly against you guys being together. A muffled voice came from inside the door, but I could feel that the other party was desperately defending something. You, Can't see other people in two loves when your own love affair is fruitless. I still think you don't deserve Sister Crescent Moon. You. Commentary by Jihan Ruthless. Shin Rong vs. Shin Chao. Shin Rong wins. Shin Yan stopped Shin Chao, who was furiously trying to kick the door, and sighed. Wrong. It's big sister. Shin Rong, who was sat inside the room, thought that her sister would be on her side, but Shin Yan also did not hold back. Said, in fact, originally I also do not quite agree with you and that boy. Girls really best not down to fine objects, not snobbery. Gold worship is in the male-dominated social system. It is very difficult to have that kind of in the case of female strength and male weakness to maintain a balanced mentality of the man. Shin Yan looked like she was remembering someone. Her eyes gradually covered with disgust as she said, if you guys get together, in the future, he's bound to suffer indignities and grievances, and in the end, it's highly likely that he'll just suppress you and bully you elsewhere in order to repair his male dignity. Shin Yan had just finished speaking when she heard Shin Rong cry out, elder sister, you can't assume that everyone else is like this just because you've been entrusted with the wrong person. Shin Yan said, but based on his behavior today, he definitely wouldn't be the type of person who could maintain a balanced mindset or be willing to compromise himself for your sake either. That's because you guys hit him too hard. You can't hold him to such a high standard. I'm the one who's with him, not you guys. Didn't you have no choice but to try in the first place, big sister? Why not me? Shin Yan was dumbfounded. Shin Rong vs. Shin Yan. Shin Rong wins. Shin Yan and Shin Chao both looked at Jihim with indescribable expressions, then silently made a pleased gesture at Jihim. I don't want to do it. This kind of first love is the easiest to fall into. The bullseye. Say more is just a waste of words. Besides, anyway, it is the other party to mention the breakup. Since the self-esteem is strong to that extent, then certainly will not turn back. What is there to comfort? The end is set. Shin Yan Shin Dynasty. Shin Rong vs. Jihim. Jihim wins. The next week, Shin Rong at home alone to mend the wounds of lost love. Although still very sad, but not a temperamental child. Long to go with the family and make up, but with Cheng Yu as a little bit of back together no sign. Until the school opened. Wilting with suitcases back to school to live. One afternoon a month later, afternoon tea in the back garden, Shin Ma suddenly received a phone call. Hello, it's me, Professor Wang. It's been a long time since we've been in touch. What's up? Shin Ma was originally smiling, but suddenly her face changed. What? You said Rong gave up applying for the foreign art exchange student program? How can that be? We haven't heard about it. Okay, I know. I'll find her and ask. Thanks for taking the trouble, Professor. Shin's mom was anxious and immediately called the contact person. Shin Yan also waited anxiously at the side. After all, that program was the main reason why her sister chose to attend this school in the first place. For this reason, no matter how hard have been trying to maintain the position of the professional ranking, how could she give up to go abroad to further study in the Hall of Art? As a result, the phone was connected to a male voice. What kind of note is this? Who are you? Isn't this my daughter Shin Rong's phone? Shin Rong's notes to her family are all world-famous paintings, so others can't really tell the difference. As a result, Shin Ma had just finished speaking when the other party hung up. Shin Ma instantly became anxious, thinking that Shin Rong had encountered something. I wipe. How long have I not been paying attention? This is a direct miss of $1 billion of information. What the hell? It's too bold. Due to being overly shocked, Jihim didn't even realize that the two people next to her swished and looked at her. Shin Rong has even learned to hide it from her family? As early as 3 weeks ago, she had already gotten back together with Cheng Yu. The reason why she gave up her place to further her studies abroad was because Cheng Yu refused to be in a long-distance relationship and broke up if she wanted to go abroad. So Shin Rong isn't going abroad anymore. This is not a love brain, this is a wild vegetable digger. Chapter 47, Mom, are you going to hit me? Listening to Jihim's heartfelt words, the good-tempered Shin mother and Shin Yan were shaken with rage. This time it was too late to even inform the men at home, and directly pulled Jihim along to kill the academy. Just after getting off the bus at the school entrance, they received a call back from Shin Rong, which saved them from having to look for it. Shin Ma took the phone. Her hands were trembling. After all, such a well-behaved and understanding daughter suddenly one day deceived, completely changed like a person. Who can accept it? Shin Yan took her cell phone and pressed the speakerphone, and Jihim immediately curiously came forward. Mom, you wanted to see me? Unexpectedly. Shin Rong's voice is so frank, it seems to be really deeply influenced, and such Shin Rong naturally made it even more unacceptable to her mother's sister. Who just answered your phone? Shin's mom directly questioned. It's a male student. Which male classmate? Mom, what are you doing here? Shin Rong's tone was tinged with a bit of dissatisfaction, as if she resented her mother for being too much of a disciplinarian, completely unaware that she had been exposed by Jihim. You, said Shin's mother, almost out of breath. Wrong. Where are you now? Qin Yan directly picked up the conversation. Big sister? I'm in the school drawing room. Weakness of heart? Lying? Maybe he's dating Sungyak. Let's see. Qin Yan directly said in a cold voice. We're right in front of your school. Since you're in the drawing room, come to Professor Wang's office within 10 minutes. We are waiting for you in the office. Big sister. Qin Rong instantly panicked. The moment she heard Professor Wang, she naturally knew that the matter had been exposed. You, guys, how could you come without telling me? Didn't you not tell us about it either? Qin Yan said meaningfully, also taking out the sternness that a parent should have. Be there within 10 minutes. After saying that, he hung up the phone, helping Qin's mom towards the campus. 10 minutes. I'm afraid I can't get there. Qin Yan guessed that he was also on a date, and he was probably off campus right now, so the more he thought about it, the more disappointed he was. As a result, he heard Ji-him, who was following behind, come in off guard. She's cleaning the rental house right now. Qin Yan and Qin Ma's feet lurched as they looked at each other in disbelief. It wasn't hard to imagine that it should be Qin Yu's rented house, and their Qin family's precious fourth young miss should have been painting in the studio at this time in the past with a brush in her hand, and even if there was paint sticking to her face she would not have noticed it due to her full concentration. But now what? What is she doing? Crazy. Qin Yan, Qin Mom, yes, this love simply talk about the brain are gone. But in the next second, they realized that they were naive. A situation that could be described as crazy by Jihan was not that simple. Turns out it's not just getting back together. Qin Rong actually isn't living at the school anymore. She's been taken to a rental house to live with Changyu. A bolt from the blue. 5 thunderbolts. Qin Ma's legs went straight to the ground. Mom! Qin Yan was shocked and hurriedly supported her mother. Ji-him, who was originally eating melon in the system, saw it and hurried forward to help support it. I didn't expect Qin Rong's private decision not to go abroad to hit Qin Ma so hard. If she knew that they got back together and even cohabited, all for that punk, she'd be so angry that she'd be hospitalized. Qin Ma really wants to slow down. To Qin Yan, voice trembling, said, go to Rong's dormitory. Directly help her to withdraw from the dormitory. It's good to retreat from the dormitory. And I guess Qin's mom feels that Qin Rong's education has gone wrong, and she has to bring her home to teach her properly. Qin Yan is also angry, face green. Will Qin Ma hand it over to Ji-him? Turned his head to call on the driver uncle. Together went to Qin Rong's dormitory, looking for relations to find people, using all means. Today must Qin Rong to bring home. Ji-him then accompanied Qin Ma to meet Professor Wang, a middle-aged woman. Whether it was because of talent appreciation or because of the Qin family's status to take care of other people's little princesses, Professor Wang wanted to persuade Qin Rong of her irrational behavior before contacting Qin Ma. Professor Wang was also a man of the people, and as soon as he saw Qin Mother, he began to hint if Qin Rong was in love. Since the last time I returned home from the picnic, I've been out of shape, and lately it's even more so that I'm not concentrating on my painting, and my homework has been delayed, and I've occasionally bumped into a boy picking her up and dropping her off. Of course, it's normal for her to fall in love at her age, but it can't be held back because of this. After all, she's a very gifted painter. Qin Ma's face turned blue. Yes, don't worry, this child has taken a crooked path. We will definitely correct her. Originally, he was waiting for Qin Rong to come over. But as a result, Qin Yan had finished her business and came over, and only then did Qin Rong come up for air and run over. Mom, big sister, second sister-in-law, Professor Wang. Qin Rong's politeness was still there. It's just that everyone was not looking at her very well right now, especially Qin Ma and Qin Yan. Qin Ma pointed to the application form on the table and said, you have met all the criteria required by your academy, so fill out the application form now. Qin Rong's face changed, and she finally managed to speak. Mom, I'm an adult and have the freedom to choose my own future path. I don't want to go. Hearing such words to her face, Qin's mother was already overly angry. So angry that she was unexpectedly calm. Just because of a punk, you're even going to give up the dream you've been working on for years? Qin Rong's face went white and she was just about to speak. Just then, he heard Ji-him spit out. It seems that Qin Ma has already guessed it, being the same woman. Of course I know that the first option that can destroy a woman's strong will and cause her temperament to change drastically in a short period of time is a man's sugar-coated bombs. Qin Rong swallowed back the words that were on her lips. Just heard Qin Yan said, Wrong, I just went to your dormitory. The dormitory table and bed are all dusty. Do you think you can hide it from your family? No wonder you haven't been home on weekends for the past 3 weeks. We really thought you were into painting. Wrong, you've really let us down too much. Qin Rong's face instantly turned white. Living with a man. This kind of thing was already a heavenly challenge for a good girl like her, and now that she had been found out, she was literally trembling with fear. No, I'm not trying to hide it from you guys. It was when you guys made up that Chengyu said that Qin's family would do everything they could to break you up. So that's why you were told to hide from your family. Still really obedient and not afraid of meeting bad people. I didn't realize that between her family of 20 years and her boyfriend of 1 month, she chose her boyfriend. Shin-rong was immediately overwhelmed by the irony, and her hands and feet didn't know how to swing. And hearing this truth, Shin-ma and Shin-yan's faces were as ugly as they could be. So, you still haven't come to your senses after what happened last time? Or do you still think we're the ones who are making it difficult for you to be with that punk? Shin-ma painfully said. He's not a punk, it's you all who misunderstand him. As soon as Shin-rong's words started, Shin-ma raised her hand, and if it wasn't for Shin-yan stopping her, that elegant noblewoman would have really slapped her precious daughter this time. Mom, go back and teach your little sister to take care of this first. Shin-rong was also stunned and her eyes instantly became moist. Mom, are you going to hit me? Ever since she was a child, even Shin-jia had been beaten, only Shin-rong hadn't, and the first time she faced such a furious mother, her whole body was confused. Shin-ma's eyes were also red. She really wanted to wake up this daughter. How is it that all of a sudden she doesn't feel like she recognizes this daughter she worked so hard and had a difficult labor to give birth to? Prof. Wang spoke up at the right time to ease the tense atmosphere. Why don't we let Shin-rong submit the application form first? Tomorrow is the deadline. Any later and it will be too late. Shin-yan hurriedly pushed Shin-rong. Go, don't make mom angry again. However, Shin-rong only swayed for a moment, but as if her feet were born nails, she did not move a muscle. Chapter 48, Once Unheard, Never Persuaded. Shin-yan didn't expect that by now. Shin-rong was still so stubborn and looked at her incredulously. Do you really want to ruin your future and waste your talent for a man who doesn't take responsibility and is not responsible? A person's talent is innate. Even if I don't go, I have the talent. With my strength, I don't need to go abroad to draw achievements. Shin-rong tried to speak forcefully while her tears still couldn't stop flowing. Shin-ma was also shocked beyond belief as she looked at Shin-rong. Then during this period of time, have you ever painted properly? Shin-rong's face was instantly filled with emptiness. Even Professor Wang couldn't stand to look at him and said, Student Shin-rong, you are talented, but not a genius. Your talent needs a lot of time, money, effort, and study to pile up before you can achieve anything. I thought that according to the level of effort you used to put in, you are aware of your own situation, and you know all these truths as well. Even the professor said so. Shin-rong's face was even more embarrassed, instinctively wanting to open her mouth to defend again. Alas, the previous Shin-rong certainly understand this reasoning. Now well, those words are not her words. Is her completely brainless trust rely on the boyfriend said, and then convinced her. Shin-rong is turned into Changyu's most devout believer. So irresponsible words, she also believe as a creed. Love brain is really scary. Shin-rong instantly looked at Ji-him in annoyance. She wasn't. She had judgment. She felt that Changyu had a point. She made the decision of her own free will. When Ji-him saw Shin-rong looking at herself, she thought it was because she hadn't opened her mouth, so Shin-rong expected that she would speak for her. Ji-him directly avoided the eyes. Joking aside, my principle with relationship brain is, once don't listen, never persuade. The only people who can repeatedly endure the risk of being pissed off and try to pull you out of a deep hole are close relatives. And I don't want to meddle and end up in the wrong place. Shin-rong was shocked. She thought that Ji-him had sarcastically said in her mind that she also wanted to educate her, criticize her, and force her to listen and change her mind. But she didn't expect that she actually didn't want to care at all. This time instead to Shin-rong that confrontation psychology hole will not. Is the family pulling her? Her brain grew a little, but Naru's domineering, determined face flashed through her mind and her brain shriveled back up. Professor Wang also sighed and said, Student Shin-rong is worried about going abroad and breaking up in a long-distance relationship, right? Although that was the way things were, Shin-rong wondered why she had a moment of shame in the face of the professor's questioning, as if for such a reason it was an insult to those artistic paintings of hers. Mom, sister, professor, I'm sorry, I know I'm letting you down like this, but I don't want to give up. It was hard for us to make up. This relationship was hard one. I have to cherish it. Looking at the determination in Shin-rong's eyes, as if she was a person who bravely fought against the world for love. These words almost didn't cause the two Chin families to get brain bruises. Ji-him felt that he was fortunate to only be a melon-eating crowd, or else he definitely could not control the fist of sobriety that wanted to hammer him. Looking at that outsider, Professor Wang's expression was barely maintained at the moment. Young people, is to believe that love is the great time, but Shin-rong, really love a person will always feel indebted. The right one will want you to bright future rather than for their own selfish desires. Dragging you, do not let you go forward. It's not that he's dragging me around, it's that he loves me and just wants to be with me. Shin-rong was anxious to speak for Changyu, but there's an example right next to me. Is Shin-rong blind? Look at Chin Chao, because he's really stuck in it. Even if it's a foreign country, Even if he knows in his heart that that person has already chosen to devote himself to scientific research and will never look back, he still wants to at least see them once in a while, and for that reason, he's moved his career over there. Compared to your true love? Oh, if you really like it, how could you use it as a reason to threaten to break up? Him speaking so soberly caused the Chin family to finally exhale a breath of turbid air. Shin Rong, however, was sarcasm, but the rebelliousness became even more serious, having to find over a reason to refute as if love requires bonding and mutual sacrifice. Brother Chang, you and I love each other. It's not like anyone is in unrequited love. It's all by choice. I'm willing to back down for him. Nice guy. I'm ing straight up nice guy. And what about him? Back down for you on what? Shin's mom really couldn't listen. Shin Rong said, if it wasn't for liking me, under that kind of humiliation, it's simply impossible for him to give up his dignity and get back together with me again. The silence of the moment was deafening for all. Professor Wang is really afraid of their own this office happened blood. She cannot afford to offend the people can only do a piece of the heart of the road. Now you have to give up such a good opportunity to study. But it cannot be asserted that you must not be able to do it in the future. But, to catch up with the process of this road now, you are afraid that you will have to spend another 10 times the effort. I hope that for the sake of their own sake to consider clearly. Love others before you love yourself. Jian thought that Qin Ma Qin Yen would continue to talk, but they seemed to be really chilled and tired. They just took the application form with them and dragged Qin Rong away, ready to go home. It wasn't until she got into the car that Qin Rong realized that some of the things she had left behind in the dormitory were all there. Qin Rong's face finally changed. What is this for? Qin Yen said. The dormitory helped you to retire and live at home in the future. Qin Rong immediately said anxiously, but was interrupted by Qin Ma. Our Qin family has never had a precedent of unmarried cohabitation. What does this have to do with anything? You guys are old thinking. New age. Qin Yen couldn't help but say. You're still a college student, without a marriage contract, without meeting both parents. Unmarried cohabitation, do you know what it means? Even if you do have a future, are you really not afraid of being looked down upon by the man's family in the future and not getting respect? People won't think your true love is great. They will only think you don't love yourself. Qin Yen is the most qualified to say these words. When but an accident, she was unmarried and pregnant, and since then on the side of her ex-husband cannot lift his head. She woke up from the nightmare countless times with remorse. She did not want her sister to go her old way. Big sister. Qin Rong's tears swished and fell. These words exceeded the limits of what she could bear, and her body trembled as she cried. But she had to have a backbone, so she bit her lower lip fiercely and didn't make a sound at all, just staring at Qin Yen with wide eyes, as if she was silently rebuking her for hurting her. Qin Yen was also tired and didn't want to say anymore. Qin Rong was surprisingly even more obsessive than she was back then. The atmosphere in the car was depressing and no words were spoken throughout the trip to the house. Just after getting out of the car, Qin Ma thought about forcibly seizing her cell phone, but her hands were tied because the Qin family had never done anything like this before. Qin Rong then rushed back to her room and locked herself up. In fact, such a family style to raise children out of the heart are no problem. Will live a happy and carefree, if they are not smart enough, as long as the life of the smooth will not be a big mistake. The Qin family's children had really bad luck in marriage, and all of them were planted on this. Qin Ma and Qin Yen began to contact the rest of the family. Jiheim had nothing else to do, so he went to his room first, whose open balcony door was open, and was about to close it. As a result, a paper ball was seen flying out from the direction of the next balcony. Looking at the ball of paper vaguely glittering with the gold dust logo, it resembled the application form that would lead to the brightest future of an art student. Jiheim blinked and silently closed the door. Soon, the men of the Qin family all rushed back, and there was another triple trial. Only this time Qin Rong seems intent on being a charging warrior for love and fighting back to the end. Jiheim sat directly to the far side, narrowing his presence, very curious as to how this battle against the love brain would end. Chapter 49, the other person doesn't love you at all, so you are pure cerebral palsy. The first one who couldn't help himself was Qin Chao. Damn, I told you that punk was no good. You even went so far as to live with him. Do you have in your head? Qin Chao was already so angry that he was bursting into foul language in every sentence, even in the face of his sister, who was being ferociously blanched. There was no ceasefire at all. Tell me honestly, you guys are living together. Did he bully you? Qin Chao angrily questioned. Everyone's faces were a little embarrassed, knowing that they were living together before. Even Qin Ma and Qin Yen didn't ask much about it. Although as an older brother he shouldn't be in charge of privacy issues. The thought of a trashy guy like that touching his sister literally made him spit out his New Year's Eve dinner from 10 years ago. Qin Rong was too ashamed to raise her head at the words, but she still opened her mouth and firmly said, although we are living together, but it's 2 rooms. He really loves me and said he won't do anything to me before marriage. It's just a matter of wanting to spend more time with me. He's really nice. She's an adult. She's fine with her own boyfriend even if something happens. So many of her classmates are. So contrasted. She feels that brother Changyu is incomparably cherishing her, is rare and precious. Shin Rong, however, made the others dumbfounded with this reply. While this answer should be delightful, who doesn't understand what kind of mind a normal man is hiding when he wants you to live with him? So Qin Chao's first reaction was that Shin Rong was lying. But the next moment, Ji Him's heartfelt voice was heard far away. Surprisingly, it's true? Strange. The expression on the faces of the crowd was almost the same. What a hell. The punk who had to touch a girl's thigh in public to play pure love after tricking someone into living with him? Ji Him was just as puzzled as the crowd, and couldn't help but look for gossip information to see the details. It doesn't make sense. Young people are bloodthirsty, but living together and doing nothing is a no-no? Let's see. The crowd's expressions were subtle. Shin Rong's cheeks directly reddened at this interruption. Definitely not. There was a time when brother Chun Yu hugged her and she felt it. It was only interrupted by Chang Mao, otherwise it might have been. And although Ji Him's side couldn't find out if the other side couldn't do it, they did find out something else. My god, aha. The crowd's hearts lifted at the exclamation, and they peeped in with bated breath. Shin Rong, who wasn't too familiar with Ji Him's situation, was also a bit flustered. Remembering her second sister-in-law's attitude before, Shin Rong had actually been quite skeptical. If the second sister-in-law really knew everything, how could she hate brother Chun Yu who was so nice? Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Ji Him say in an almost unbelievable tone, "No, Shin Rong, is this lard blinded? Or is this mud muddled?" Shin Rong was confused by the scolding. Shen Yu said, "I'm good enough for you. Look at other people's girlfriends, moving in together, laundry and cooking to take care of their boyfriends, and all the money is given to their boyfriends to manage. A good woman is like that. But you're my baby. I don't mind if you don't grow up to understand things." So Shin Rong, who felt she was incompetent, moved in with him. Shang Yu said, "Let you help me hand wash jerseys. You can be bad. Which girl will not wash clothes? I'm not even angry with you. Did not dislike you. In the future the jerseys are counted as my. I'll help you wash. Where can you find a boyfriend who favors you like I do?" So, Shin Rong apologized and found it sweet that she was being pampered by her boyfriend. My eyes. I can't look at it anymore. My three views are polluted. My intellect is being rubbed against the ground. Not to mention Ji Him. Everyone else's face was like a traffic light as they looked at Shin Rong with burning eyes. It wasn't a look at family anymore. It was a look at some novel species. Shin Rong froze. Those couple conversations that only felt sweet when she initially heard them, and for some reason after listening to Ji Him learn so eerily, a sense of shame surged through her heart. Shin Rong then felt as if something was wrong, but it was more the aggravation of her boyfriend being humiliated. Her voice trembled and she tried to say something else. You love brain. Shin Chao really couldn't help himself and directly pointed at Shin Rong's nose and cursed. "I'm not." Shin Rong was in a hurry. Right. Love brain is the name of the people who still love each other. Obviously the other party does not love you at all. So you are pure cerebral palsy. Shin Chao nonchalantly said. "Back then mom difficult to give birth to you. Is not your brain fall pregnant belly inside did not bring out Shin Rong were Shin Chao's fighting strength. For love charge halfway collapsed. Can only tears in the eyes to emphasize. No, he loves me. What about you guys? Do you guys have any success stories in terms of love? You guys are simply not qualified to lecture me in this regard." Shin Rong had already started attacking the other three siblings to prove herself right. When the three siblings heard it, they looked different, and the one who was the parent couldn't listen anymore and was about to open his mouth. And rightly so. It does not qualify. The rest of the Qin family, hey, which side are you on? Shin Rong instantly felt empowered. Speaking of which, it seems like the whole family is stupid white sweet nature either being cheated, Shin Yen, Shin title, Shin Chao, or on the way to be cheated, Shin Rong. Is it hereditary? Also don't know when Shin dad Shin mom was young. Shin's father and Shin's mother had a jolt. This thread is not appropriate to carry on. Shin Ma coughed and said, "Since it doesn't make sense." Wrong. You'll stay at home for a while. Shin Rong was incredulous. "You guys are going to lock me up? I'm an adult. You guys can't. Are we going to let us watch you continue to go and live with that awful man? Unless you are no longer my child." Shin's mom went straight for the jugular this time. "Even if you become rebellious because of your relationship brain, ultimately your underlying nature remains the same." Shin Rong cried with sadness and disappointment, but she didn't dare to say anything else. Shin's father said coldly, "Well, forget the rest for now. Fill out the application form and send it in tonight." "I don't want it," Shin Rong suddenly said. "Say that again?" Shin dad's tone grew cold. "I don't want to go abroad." Shin Rong seemed to be more confrontational about other things because of her previous compromise with her mother. "I've lost the application form." Shin's dad sucked in a breath. You. Shin Chao couldn't help himself again. Did that punk give you eyeball removal surgery or brain polishing surgery? Shin Rong bit the bullet and didn't respond. Kin suddenly spoke. Good. Jaeheim, who was hesitant to open his mouth to tell everyone where the paper ball was interrupted by this sound. Everyone looked at Shin Rank, who had finally opened his mouth. Shin Rong said with some disbelief. Second brother, you are willing to understand me? No, I just respect your choice for your own future. Shin Rank spoke seriously. Whether you want to cherish or spoil it, as long as you think about it clearly, it's your choice. Don't blame your family for not advising you in the future. Shin Rong's heart missed a beat, as if something was being lost, making her want to grab it for a split second. Probably apart from Shin Rong, who was still a bit confused. The rest of the Shin family seemed to understand what Shin title meant. One must always pay a small price for the folly of one's youth. Because of the Shin family's existence, this price might not be painful, but it would still leave Shin Rong with an eternal lesson. Shin Rong had been locked up for 3 days when someone finally came looking for her. Chapter 50, he cooked a meal for me. They didn't take the initiative to find Chungyu because Chungyu didn't have that qualification yet, but what they never expected was that the butler led the people in and the one who came was actually Chang Miao. Since it was evening, everyone was there. A gaze fell on the visitor, a girl with a reputation for good looks, polite and decent on the face, the kind of looks that parents would feel comfortable letting their children play with each other. Before, the Chin family treated her well and sent her gifts from time to time, but ever since her brother got together with Chin Rong, everyone has been treating her poorly. She stood in the lobby somewhat awkwardly taking in the unfriendly looks. One of them was very piercing, and as she searched for it, it seemed to be Chin Rong's second sister-in-law, but she hadn't seen much of this person. It was just so strange the way she looked over at me, like she was unfocused. Shin Ma had wanted to say a few words from the perspective of an elder, but then the sound of Chin Rong's hurried footsteps came. River, Rong. Good sisters meeting looks like a very good relationship. Chin Chao directly turned on his mocking skills. When the girlfriend is desperately fighting back for their love, the boyfriend presses on without wanting to risk his head and sends his own sister. How tight and gutless of a man is this? Chin Rong immediately said, I don't want you guys to make things difficult for brother Changyu. I'm the one who didn't let him come over. Chang Miao was also worried. I just came to see Rong Rong. My brother is also worried about her, knowing that you guys might get angry when you see him. That's why he didn't dare to come over and disturb. It was my brother's fault for cohabiting without informing the Chin family in the past, but my brother really likes Rong Rong too much. That's why he's like this. I apologize for my brother. After saying that, he bowed at the Chin family. The Chin family had no intention of making things difficult for the other girls, so naturally they wouldn't say anything more. Chin Rong immediately pulled Chang Miao back to her room. In the living room, Chin Chao's mouth kept mocking Chengyu, who was hiding his head and tail. Only he had inadvertently bumped into it once among the people present, and according to him, although he looked like a human being, he was gangly and was not a good person at a glance. But bad boys like that seem to have a fatal attraction to good girls. The family lamented and agonized, not knowing how to handle the situation. And since meeting Chang Miao, Ji Him, who was sitting on the sofa, had been quiet. It wasn't until Chin Bit brought yogurt to fish out for Ji Him that he saw her frown getting tighter and couldn't help but say, "What's wrong?" The corners of Ji Him's mouth twitched as she looked at Chin Rank, her gaze sweeping back to the others. It's nothing. Although his mouth said so, that expression could be quite complicated. Chin's family? What's with the bad feeling? How should I tell them? Why don't we ask the bodyguards to beef up the security at home? And we should be able to put an end to it. The Chin family, guards? What is the situation? Don't say half the words. You're panicking. I feel like I've been bludgeoned by sinister human nature, which can really be evil beyond imagination. The Chin family is starting to get nervous. Why are they talking so seriously? I did not expect. Always thought it was Pushin greasy punk poor white rich beauty. I did not think it was the devil's enemy honey want to step on the bones of the silly white sweet on the throne. Chin family, not. Isn't this statement a little too scary? Is it saying that girl Chang Miao is actually worse than Chengyu? Kin's eyes, however, changed for a moment. Just then, there was a movement from upstairs. Chin Rong sent Chang Miao down. She should be planning to leave. At this moment, the crowd looked at Chang Miao even more wrongly. Chang Miao was furtive in her heart and was about to say goodbye when Chin Jie suddenly spoke. Chin Rong gave up her spot as an international exchange student, and I heard that it just happened to be deferred to you. Ji Him instantly had a jolt of excitement and looked at Qin with some admiration. Awesome, to have discovered the key issue so quickly. When the others heard this, their eyes sharpened instantly as they looked at Chang Miao. Is that what this is about? Faced with the overbearing aura that Chin Rank brought with him, Chang Miao's expression was almost out of control. Yes, I happen to be in line behind Rong Rong, but I've advised Rong Rong before. It's just, Chang Miao had a hopeless look on his face. In fact, it was also emphasizing sideways that it wasn't her who grabbed the quota. It was Chin Rong herself who didn't want it, and she just picked up a bargain. Qin Chao snorted. Such a coincidence? It shouldn't be that you two siblings have discussed this, right? One of you is flirting with my sister's feelings, and the other is designing my sister's quota. Yes, it's a negotiation to coax silly white people together. Of course there is more to it than that. The Qin family was even more flustered. What else? And Chang Miao's eyes turned red all of a sudden, as if she had suffered humiliation, and gently pulled the sleeve of Qin Rong next to her. However, she realized that Qin Rong's face was a bit ugly and her eyes were fluttering, and after she reacted, she hurriedly said, "My choice has nothing to do with Miao Miao. Second brother, third brother, don't make things difficult for Miao Miao. This is what you call a fool who gets cheated and counts the money for the cheater." Qin Rong's aura immediately stalled with sarcasm. Stealing a glance at GM, why did everyone just think that what second sister-in-law said must be true? It's hard to say for sure about such god-awful things, isn't it? She still chose to trust her friend, holding back, pretending not to hear. Chang Miao saw that Qin Rong was as determined as ever and knew that she had not wavered, but there was another offer that she had not yet agreed to. With a twinkle in his eye, he suddenly spoke with a sincere face. "The exchange student thing is really a coincidence. I know that everyone has a problem with me because my brother is dating Rong Rong. I also know that my brother doesn't deserve Rong Rong, but he really likes Rong Rong and wants to be good to her for the rest of his life. So I hope that you guys can give them a chance and don't be cruel and separate them." Qin Chao was immediately enraged. "Really like it? Then have you shown your sincerity? All a bunch of liars. Less pretending in front of our family. Today the words are down. Our Qin family will never allow a punk like that to be Qin Rong's boyfriend. Never." At these words, Qin Rong stiffened. Although Qin Chao was impulsive, the others did not refute it, which meant that it was the meaning of the entire Qin family. Chang Miao's eyes flashed as she looked at Qin Rong, but the corners of her mouth secretly hooked up. "That should always make up your mind. Why? Do you guys have to be so determined? Even if you don't like it, are you guys not even willing to give a little chance?" Qin Rong's eyes reddened. Chang Miao hurriedly supported Qin Rong, wordlessly comforting her as if two isolated people were fighting against the forces of evil together. "Originally I didn't want to say it to make you guys worry, but you guys are just too much. Do you know that before I went abroad to pick up the wind? If it wasn't for Brother Chunyu saving me, I might have gotten into trouble." "What?" Qin's father and Qin's mother immediately sat back in shock. "What's going on?" It was then that Qin Rong recounted the reasons why she had gradually opened her heart to Chunyu. In the past, Qin Rong was addicted to painting, and if no one was watching, she would often get dizzy from hunger and even faint from hypoglycemia. One night, she was left alone in the drawing room, and she got lost in her drawing, and finally fainted from hunger, which was discovered by Chunyu and carried back to the dormitory. "When I woke up, the smell of food was all over the room, as if there was an invisible hand pulling me out of a dark and cold place. I've heard before that he never cooks, but that day, he used the kitchenware inside the rented room to cook 3 dishes and a soup for me, and for the rest of the time after that, he kept an eye on me every day, and whenever I forgot to eat again, he'd make sure to bring me a meal that he'd made himself. He wasn't like that with his own family, only me. Such a good person. If I miss out, who else will treat me like that?" Qin Rong was falling into self-motion. Qin Chao, however, couldn't listen. "That's it? Our family's nanny aunt can still make you 7 dishes and 1 soup. Qin Rong instantly retorted. "It's different. It's a cozy feeling. Those meals contain care and love. Even if it's not the most delicious, I can still eat the difference. It's the first time I've ever eaten." Qin Yan also couldn't hear it anymore. "Little sister, are you forgetting? When I was a child, our mom also tried to cook for us personally, but she is a kitchen killer. Once caused you food poisoning, which did not allow mom to enter the kitchen. What first time? What care and love? Our family give less?" The whole family looked at Qin Rong, and the condemnation in those eyes made Qin Rong instantly stand still. Qin Rong choked and was about to say something. Just then, she heard Ji-Him's heart exaggeratedly laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, I'm laughing my ass off. So that's the heart point?" For this reason Qin Rong is planning to go behind her family's back and elope with Pushin Greasy Man. She didn't even realize that the meal was nothing more than a replated takeout order from the scumbag. Chapter 51, Just Playing Sickly. Quiet. Eerily quiet. The Qin family members almost stood up from the sofa in unison for a split second. "What? Elope?" GMO felt a fluctuation on the same seat sofa, but when he turned his eyes to see that everyone was sitting in the same place and didn't move, but instead looked up and looked at Qin Rong dead in the face, presumably being exasperated by those retarded statements Qin Rong had just made. Qin Rong's face was in a state of panic at this point. She didn't think that the informed agreement could even be known by her second sister-in-law. She didn't really want to elope. She simply didn't have the guts to do such a thing. It was just that she hesitated after being taught to buy Chang Miao all the time. She still hoped to get through to her family, but the determination everyone had just shown did irritate her. She thought that as long as she broke her own, her family would have to accept Brother Chunyu, and as long as they did, They wouldn't lock her up or force her to leave the country, and then the two parties would slowly get to know each other, and they would know that brother Chungyu wasn't as bad as they thought he was. But in this instant, facing the unbelieving eyes of her family, Jin Rong felt groundless, even almost ignoring Ji Him's latter sentence. On the side of the ignorant and unaware, Chang Miao also pushed her. Chang Miao does not want this little cutie being turned, but she attracted Jaihan's attention with such a movement. Ji Him laughed coldly in his heart. Takeout, or this devil's best friend helped to order it. The little punk only knows how to heat up the takeout just, and finally pretends to be a personal chef after Chin Rong wakes up to fool people. Chin Rong's confused brain received another heavy blow. No, how could it be fake? Impossible. Chin Rong even said that she ate out of the care and love. That can really have to thank the chef of the Chinese fast food chain. 3 dishes and a soup converted to not more than $30. It's good value for money. Chin Rong's eyes gradually widened. Even though she didn't believe it, what Ji Him said was too much. How do I remember that there is also this chain store in China? Why don't we take advantage of her being at home and give her some every day, so that she can feel the care and love, and eat it for a month in a row? I don't believe that she won't vomit. Chin Rong's body shook and she almost didn't stand still. Chang Miao hurriedly supported Chin Rong, then said with a sad face, please don't make things difficult for Rong Rong anymore. Maybe in your eyes, my brother cooking for Rong Rong isn't much, but that's also a piece of my brother's heart, and my brother is never like this to other people. But isn't that because he can't cook at all? Chang Miao continued with righteous indignation. Even if you don't like my brother, please don't feel free to trample on other people's true hearts. With this kind of righteous, defiant speech, if it wasn't for Ji Him's heartfelt words, they might have been fooled. Now that they heard this girl's credulity, everyone was almost on the verge of laughing in anger. And right at this moment, Chin Rank spoke. Fine, since you say so, then ask your brother to come over. This one sentence made the emotional Sung Mio Hole won't be able to. Let your brother come over to our side and cook a meal himself. And if we also feel his true intentions, we won't stand in the way. Chin Rank dark eyes deep said. Laughed to death. Chin Rank is also talented, although I do not know what he wants to do. But let people come to cook a meal can be a direct way to demolish the lie. Sweating it out. Chang Miao's face suddenly changed. Her body stiffened, and for a moment, she didn't know how to answer. Just as she was panicking, Chin Rong grabbed her as if she was grasping for a life-saving straw. Let brother Chungyu come over. Just burn a meal and we'll be together. Chang Miao's face was already a bit green. Wrong. You know my brother's temperament. He won't agree. Why? Can't he cook for me? Doesn't he want to be with me? Chang Miao's face immediately sank. Because brother knows that you guys are changing ways to make things difficult for him. What cooking a meal can be promised? How can it be? Although brother loves you, but also cannot be humiliated like this. And how can you bear to see him suffer such teasing? Don't you love my brother? With this, Chin Rong's face changed again, as if she was caught in endless confusion. Chin Chao sneered. How come my sister living with him and taking care of his living and drinking is not an insult, and in turn letting him cook a meal for us is an insult? You guys can't be so double standard. They live together is between them. Cooking for you guys is. Chang Miao heart panic anxious. Do not know how to turn the situation. Chin's father and Chin's mother were too lazy to pay attention to the jumping clowns. Wrong. Look, you can't even agree to such a small request. This is the man you chose? You say he loves you. Where exactly does he love you? Verbally? Love that's all talk and no action? Refused to do the slightest effort for you to get the approval of us as parents, and only thought of cheating you to secretly fall in love and live with him. But also, this is no sense of responsibility, no bearing to show. In the eyes of your father and me, he can't even be considered a qualified man. From start to finish, as your boyfriend, he hasn't been brave enough to stand up for you even once. It's always been you fighting, sacrificing, giving in. He just wanted to sit back and enjoy the ride. Do you really want to choose someone like that? Not waiting for Chin Rong to react, Chang Miao was anxious. You can't talk about my brother like that. That genuine defense did cause the Chin family to be stunned for a moment. As a result, in the next second, I heard Ji Him say, it's true love, so protective, is playing quite perverted, and so on. What did they hear? True love? Who and who? Everyone's gaze is shot to Chang Miao in shock, only to see Chang Miao furious and anxious, as if his eyes were red. This look could be interpreted as defending a loved one, or, cough. No way. So strange? Chin Rong was also shocked, her pupils quake, shaking her head in disbelief. What kind of heavenly fantasy is this? And even felt that it was Ji Him who was crazy, but suddenly a voice broke the eerie atmosphere. Although you siblings are a reorganized family with no blood relationship, you look like you are closer than brother and sister. Chin Bit came with such a sentence in a salty manner, but it was like the hammer of the god of thunder smashing down. All were quiet as they savored the melon they had just inadvertently eaten. The information that Chin Rank had investigated, coupled with Ji-him's heartfelt words, so the half-brothers and half-sisters are kind of related. Thunder! Thunder rolls from the sky. Wrong. Did you know that they are not related by blood? Chin-ma asked Chin Rong incredulously, only to find out that Chin Rong was already frozen, as if her soul was out of her body, so it was obvious that she didn't know this secret at all. And Ji-him's words hit her so hard that she was in a straight-up stimulated state where she couldn't take in any information. Why are you saying this now? Chin Dad asked Chin Rank. They were too young when the family reorganized and moved, so externally they are all related as one family. Chin Rank has always felt that this is irrelevant information. Where could I have thought that there would be such a bizarre thing happen, only to think that growing up together, that is bound to be like a brother and sister And now the Chin family also finally reacted to YG-him after seeing Cheng Miao. Expression that called a complex. This is comparable to the roller coaster relationship turn. If they were brother and sister as a pair, then what the hell was Chin Rong doing in this relationship? Chapter 52, Everything is a trick against Chin Rong. What are you guys doing talking about this all of a sudden? How can you guys just investigate other people's family's private matters? Cheng Miao's forehead was covered in fine sweat, and her reaction was not one of feeling offended, but of downright weakness. You guess. Qin Chao smiled evilly. Cheng Miao's face went white, but his body couldn't stop trembling. Ji-him was also surprised. Qin Jia suddenly mentioned this matter. Could it be that he had already investigated something and suspected that their sibling relationship was not normal? But aren't they so secretive that no one has noticed? And this is all traceable? Awesome. Qin title. Shame on me for not checking it out. Blame me for not thinking enough. Qin Ron was really unlucky to come across such a strange pair of siblings. Obviously, they are ambiguously fond of each other. Although the identity relationship of the reorganized family is a hindrance, but it is not helpless. But they have been living with their parents since they were young, and they are completely like a family, so they are afraid to face their parents' friends and relatives, and they do not dare to rebel against the worldly gossips. Sneaking around for a long time is not a solution, because Cheng Yu is not doing his job all day long. His family expects him to mature when he gets married, so they start frantically urging him to get married. And naturally, Cheng Miao doesn't want strangers to snatch her brother, so she thought of such a wicked method. The crowd's hearts chilled as their gazes swept towards Qin Rong. The expression on Qin Rong's face was full of numbness and bewilderment. She felt as if she was listening to someone else's story. This couldn't possibly be something that happened to her. Qin Rong happened to become roommates with Cheng Miao, and looks so silly and sweet, so easy to fool, and she knows that Cheng Yu is most annoyed with rich family good girls, which is why she chose Qin Rong to be her future sister-in-law. Oh, my god, are you nuts? You have to drag honest people here to join your weird play? According to Cheng Miao's idea is, I can't be with my brother anyway, so I'll find a stupid one who is good at controlling and can still help my brother, because she can't afford to let her brother go out and work hard either. Good lord, she's in love with her brain too, thinking of lulling other women into helping her support her brother. One word, absolutely. Others are feeling shocked, cannot help but look at Cheng Miao. A small age, malicious intentions, simply creepy. Really, the more you look at it, the more like a psychopath. Cheng Miao was already weak, and when she saw the crowd looking at her more and more strangely, she couldn't help but want to run away. He was about to move back, but Qin Rong grabbed his arm. Cheng Miao looked at Qin Rong in shock, but found that Qin Rong's eyes were empty and lifeless, not looking at her at all. Did she sense something was wrong? No way. She's so stupid. Wrong. My brother and I grew up together. Although we don't have blood, we're still the closest relatives. And you're my best friend. I just want to help you guys out. But since your family is making things so difficult for us, I'd better go first. Indeed she has been helping out. At first I was quite surprised. There are quite a few noble dudes in the same circle. Qin Rong couldn't look at an uneducated piece of trash any more than she could. Qin's family members were all sitting upright at once. Yes, this is the most unbelievable place. A good girl. How can she be blind? Is it just for a meal? It's not that simple. They didn't want to believe that Qin Rong was truly brainless. Cheng Miao is very smart, never take the initiative to sell Cheng Yu. But because of this BFF undercover in what hobbies habits style, Cheng Yu can disguise, simply a knitted brows and a smile. A frame and a painting are all tailor-made to make Qin Rong's heart move. Just like that meal. For example, probably Qin Rong was still sighing when she ate it that Cheng Yu was really into her, that he knew her tastes, the farts he knew. All of this was planned and led by Cheng Miao, and Cheng Yu was passive and cooperative. That's why he was so emotionally unstable, and a lot of things that he had to bow down to. Qin Rong probably wouldn't have thought that all those nights that kept her up at night, the passionate and love-filled textual pursuits were actually all chatted by Cheng Miao with Cheng Yu's cell phone, and so easily walked into Qin Rong's heart. Living together in different rooms is not at all a precious love for her either. It is Cheng Miao who does not allow it. Although she is the one who found her sister-in-law, she still does not want to see them together with her own eyes. So she spills her guts and asks Chinyu to wait for her to leave the country before she is allowed to touch Chin Rong. This woman is quite powerful in a sense. She also wants to grasp both career and love, while fooling Chin Rong to give her the quota, and then funding to send her abroad for further study, while trying to find a way to make Chinyu and Chin Rong's marriage settled. After all, compared to other women of unknown origin, Chin Rong will never have the brains to be a stumbling block on the path of her and Chinyu's medal. Anyway, Chin Rong is the candidate who carries the double buff of shield and quota abroad in Chang Miao's eyes. TSK, 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 what kind of twisted and perverted mentality is this? As if it's cool to screw your own brother behind your best friend's back. After hearing this, the Chin family members were already out of their minds with anger that everything was a scam against Chin Rong. These two siblings were so bold as to treat Chin Rong like a monkey. That's why it's important to be careful with boyfriends and even more so with friends. Chin dad grimaced. Chin Rong, your friend wants to leave. Are you going to let her go? Chang Miao froze. What did this mean? Could she not be allowed to go? As a result, as soon as he turned his head, he saw Chin Rong's bloodshot eyes, her pupils shaking and her head bobbing gently, as if she couldn't accept anything, in constant self-denial. Chang Miao inexplicably felt a pang of fear and couldn't help but want to pull out her hand. Wrong. My brother won't come to cook for others. He will only cook for you, so don't even think about making things difficult for him. It's insulting to your relationship. I'll come back for you next time. After saying that, he actually broke free and ran away. Qin Chao was so angry that he jumped up on the spot but was stopped by Qin Jie, who directly said to Qin Rong, "We suspect that you've been cheated from start to finish, and you're not willing to admit it?" Qin Rong's face was devoid of any blood color at all. Her eyes lost focus as she swept over the crowd, then took a silent step back to her room. The other Qin family members knew what Qin Rong was struggling with. They had struggled initially, because the truth of all that had just happened was nothing more than Jiim's word alone, and there was no evidence to prove it unless they really caught the adulterer in the act, or those two admitted it themselves. So it's hard for Qin Rong to admit it, but is she really unfazed? Anyway, Jiim didn't hold back and intentionally ordered the chain restaurant's 3 dishes and 1 soup to reload, lying to Auntie that she personally cooked and burned it for her unhappy fourth sister. Auntie praised it again and again. It was the other people who saw it though they would also praise it, just with a very subtle expression. 3 days later, Qin Rong ran out of the manor. I don't know if it's the 3-course meal that's irritating her, or if her brain still isn't clear enough to run away with someone. But looking under the security camera footage, it's obvious that it wasn't an elopement when there was absolutely no one to pick it up. The Qin family quickly locked onto Qin Rong's location, but didn't make any direct arrests. They wanted to see what Qin Rong was going to do. Chapter 53, Expecting Money from the Wrong Person. Ordinary community parking lot. Qin dad, Qin mom and temporarily rushed back to the Qin rank with want to eat melon on the spot. Jian together 4 people sitting in the car, and they could see the figure of Qin Rong standing behind the building entrance not far away, seemingly waiting for someone. She still came to find Changyu? The indescribable disappointment in the eyes of Qin's father and Qin's mother. When he saw it, Qin Jie said slowly, maybe he's here to question, or to make an end of it. After all, Qin Rong's expression no longer looked like that thirst for love, but a face of condensation. There are grandparents gathering in the parking lot in the small area to chatter, and the sound is getting louder and louder, worthy of being the strongest intelligence network in the neighborhood. All of them can't escape their eyes. Bored of waiting, Ji-him listened to their gossip, but the next second the atmosphere in the car pressed down, because those people were gossiping about none other than Qin Rong at this moment. Qin Rong's side also seemed to have sensed something and looked up at the intelligence center. What? Did Sunjiul's mom really say that? Yes. She said before that it is not certain whether to get married or not. Cohabitation is no big deal. Her baby son has to find a woman to relieve the boredom before marriage. Just whatever woman he brings home can be. What a big mouth. It would be bad luck for anyone's daughter to follow her son. If you ask me, it's also the kind of girl who casually lives with a man who is self-absorbed and has no shame. She doesn't even respect herself, so why should anyone else respect her? Gee, what an era. These words made the faces of the Qin family members in the car darken. Although they knew that these kinds of rumors were definitely rare, but when they really heard them, they still felt very painful. Ji-him narrowed his eyes at Qin Rong, feeling that the expression on her face at this moment would be completely different from when she had said such things to the Qin family before. But wasn't Changyu's mom quite close to the other girl last time she came over? The way she loved her like a baby girl. Ah, for theater, as soon as the girl left, she blew up with us, said also Shady and learned to speak like Changyu's mom. She is a rich family miss? Fan my home Changyu fan do not want. Rush to chase over to have to live in our home. I said miss so what? The future still have to serve us this family, or I do not let her into our door. Everyone else doubled over in laughter, not knowing whether to laugh at the confused little girl or the bragging Sungai's mom. Chengyu's mom also showed us that it won't take long to get married, because other girls can't wait, afraid that their boyfriends will be snatched away, otherwise they wouldn't have come over to cohabitate and keep an eye on them. Her son, who has no sense of humor, except for his face, is idle and overambitious all day long, so who can look at him? But, she also bragged that her son has the ability, her family to marry the girl to keep a dowry do not have to pay, because it is the girl backward. Then in order to let her son to the girl a little bit better, maybe their family will also give a lot of dowry it. Alas, this I know. The last time I heard from Chung Yu's sister, that girl's side of the family not only has to pay for his sister to study abroad, but also has to buy a car and a house for Chung Yu to find a job. Their family dreams, when someone else's family is a cutie pie. It's hard to say oh, after all, have been premarital cohabitation, worthless, spread the word, and then find someone else's equivalent to a second marriage. If accidentally pregnant, the girl's family can only pinch the nose to recognize the marriage. I didn't realize that after 3 weeks of living together, there were already so many rumors going around, or that Sungai's mom and Sungmyo were working together to sell them. It is estimated that they want to spoil Chin Rong's reputation, and if they also add elopement and Chin Rong is more confused, then it is really difficult to ride the tiger. As soon as Ji-him turned around, he saw that Chin Ma was already holding back her tears, and Chin Dad wrapped his arms around Chin Ma to pacify her. It's all my fault for not strictly disciplining Chin Rong, and raising her to be so naive and innocent. No, it's my fault for being too protective of her. It's all my fault. Chin Ma's voice choked. Chin Bit's sword brows frowned slightly. It's not your fault. People always have to go through some in order to grow up. The Chin family had given them rich material conditions. They hadn't touched the ground. They had always been held up by the outside world, and there was great harmony within the family, so it was naturally easy for them to lose out on people's relationships. Ji-him didn't know what to say, and could only say, fortunately, Chin Rong looks like she's come to her senses, though it seemed to Ji-him that Chin Rong's condition for awakening was only because the other party wouldn't condescend to come to Chin's house to cook a meal, or discover the secret of that meal. It was assumed that there was no suspicion to go anywhere else. As a result, once Ji-him finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes looked at her in unison, and their expressions softened a lot. What's wrong? Ji-him wondered. Suddenly Kin said, Rong is gone. Ji-him turned around, and sure enough, he saw Chin Rong answering the phone and scampering out. The driver rushed to keep up and was soon back at the school. Oh, the original Scum family are in the school. Is accompanying Chang Miao for the exchange student procedures, but to save money in advance. The Chang family couple ordinary occupation simply cannot afford, unless the sale of the house. So Chang Miao is counting on Chin Rong swiped the card. Just did not expect to delay until today to contact the Chin Rong. This is in a hurry to let Chin Rong to pay for the payment of the Chin family members' faces were ugly, and they secretly vowed that if Chin Rong continued to be confused, they would break this daughter's legs on the spot. Soon, Chin Rong rushed into the office and saw but a family of 3. The Chang family couple. Chin Rong was personally entertained. Rong, you're here. It was Mother Chang who was the first to greet her. But Chin Rong was sick to her stomach at the thought of Mother Chang talking about herself like that behind her back and pretending to be close on the surface. She avoided Sung's mother's hand holding and walked towards Sung Miao. Rong, I was worried that you couldn't get out. Chang Miao, as if the events of that day hadn't happened, hurriedly tried to find a way to fool Chin Rong. Rong, the situation is urgent. Can you help me? I've gotten everything done, and now it's just a little bit of money, so you can help me pay for it first, and then I'll return it to you afterward. The staff members in charge of processing couldn't help but pass a glance to each other once they heard this. After all, Chin Rong gave up her place for love, deferred to her boyfriend's sister, and now she has to pay the fees for others. How do you think the girl's brain is wired? That kind of look had never entered Chin Rong's eyes before, but this time she swept it over with a single glance. Seeing the other's contemptuous mockery of her clearly, Chin Rong only felt like she could barely breathe in her chest. Where's Chung Yu? Chin Rong asked, holding back her nausea. Chang Miao felt that Chin Rong was a bit strange. Surprisingly, she wasn't calling out to brother Chung Yu, but still opened his mouth. I just heard that you were coming, and thought that you must not have eaten lunch at this time, so my brother went home to cook for you, and he will pack and bring it over later. After all, it's kinda delayed here, and my brother said that he can't starve you. After saying this, he also whispered into Chin Rong's ear. Look, how brother cooks for you is fine, but you can't be confused and then think of letting him go to your family as a cook. It's too much for my brother's face. Chang Miao had just finished speaking when she saw Chin Rong unexpectedly glaring at her with a death glare, an expression that looked like she wanted to pounce and bite her to death, causing her to take a step back. On the other hand, the 4 members of the Chin family's group were walking towards the office building when they suddenly saw a man carrying something walking quickly into the building. Taking a closer look, it's in good shape. Ha, Ji-him, what's wrong? Chin Rank asked. Yikes, it's really Naruyake. The dog man has finally shown his face. Chapter 54, pouring water out of the brain. Wrong, what's wrong with you? I won't advance you any money. Don't even think about this spot. Shinrong suddenly spoke in a cold voice. Chang Miao's face changed drastically. Wrong. What do you mean by that? Naruto's father and mother tensed up all of a sudden. Father Chang frowned. Aren't you my son's girlfriend? Or my daughter's best friend? What's wrong with you helping out? How can you speak so harshly? If we don't have time to get the money together, we don't need you. It's not like we won't return it. After saying that, she also looked at Mother Chang unhappily and said, just like that, you still want to marry my son? Chang mother also unhappy. Wrong. We but you as a family to see. You are not because Chung Yu this period of time did not go to you in temper that also have to look at your family or what attitude your family does not respect people. My son naturally cannot go. Even if you want to lose your temper cannot be in the critical time pit Chang Miao loss you are still good girlfriends it. Mother Chang looked like she was laughing lightly when she finished saying, it's fine to make a scene at other times, but not now when it's such an emergency. How much backbone can a woman who moves in with her son after less than a week of dating have? Mother Chang felt completely comfortable taking it, already putting up the stink of a mother-in-law. Shinron's expression stiffened as she looked at Mother Chang, not making much of a menacing expression, but it was considered somewhat hideous. What kind of a man is your son? What kind of face does my family give him, to demand my family's respect, and he deserves it? At these words, the three members of the Sung family were dumbfounded. Chang Miao looked at Shinron with disbelief and tried to pull Shinron's sleeve, but was shrugged off by Shinron. I came here today to find Chengyu to break up with him, and to take away the paintings that I left in his rented house. I didn't come here to be an ingrate for you. The words were almost yelled and could be heard throughout the office and even down the hallway. The four members of the Chin family who had just exited the elevator also heard it. Unity froze in place. Have you emptied your head of all the water? There was an instant red glow on the faces of the Chin family members. It was the first time they had heard Chin Rong yell like that, but soon their hearts lifted as Sungak just happened to step through the doorway. They hurried to follow. Wrong. What are you talking about? Chang Yu questioned, suppressing his anger. Chin Rong finally saw Chang Yu. In the past, she felt that he was gangly looking and very cool, and she felt immensely happy when such a person who was as unrestrained as the wind was on the other hand, full of heart and eyes for herself. But now in Chin Rong's eyes, it was the uneducated, impolite and self-righteous punk. She knew she'd been too on top of things before, like she'd been under a compulsion. But it had been stupid of her to have her world shattered that night by news after news, and when she'd come back to her senses, she'd realized that everything was in order. The things that supposedly attracted her were simply a million layers of their own filters. She'd thrown away her future and ruined it for such a piece of crap, and she was going to be so stupid over herself. In retrospect, I must have been obsessed with how I could love something so disgusting that it makes me puke just thinking about it. Chang Yu saw Chin Rong just staring at himself tightly without saying anything. He also didn't know what to say. After all, when they were together he had been in a high position. At most he teased Chin Rong. Where would he be gentle and small-minded? The line of sight swept to Chang Miao, who hurriedly hinted with his eyes, signaling him to coax. Thinking about what Chin Rong had just said, if this moment was not coaxed well, Chang Miao's money to go abroad would be in trouble. Chang Yu was a little impatient, but still picked up the lunchbox he was carrying in his hand. No, don't be angry. You're hungry. I made it for you. Eat your fill first. Every time he used this trick, he could remind Chin Rong of what he did to save her in the first place, and then Chin Rong would forget all her worries and continue to obediently stay by his side. And this time, Chin Rong still took the lunchbox, not waiting for the crowd to react. Chin Rong opened the lid, raised her arm, grabbed the lunchbox and snapped it fiercely towards Chun Yu's face, along with the rice splatters and crushed. A scream spread throughout the entire floor. It drew more people over to eat their melon. Naruyake screamed as he was scalded, woefully picking at the hot rice on his face. The Cheng family was directly confused and froze in place. Chen Yu couldn't suppress his temper in pain and reflexively exposed his nature, raising his hand to hit someone. But just as the hand was about to swing down, it was tackled by a hand as strong as iron. Without waiting for Cheng Yu to see the visitor, he was already kicked away. With a muffled grunt, he fell to the ground. Raising his head again, he only saw an imposing-looking couple standing behind Chin Rong, and the person who kicked him was even more familiar. After all, before going to Chin's group, he must have still crammed in some basic information to see who his backer was. Now this backer to the front of the station, Waya Ora fell. The icy cold line of sight swept, immediately let Chun Yu legs wobble. Stand cannot stand up. Chun Yu what temper are instantly annihilated. He still knows what people he cannot afford to offend. Cheng's family rushed over to help Chun Yu up, and Cheng's mother was the first to scream as she looked at her precious son in heartache. How can you do it? 1 by 1, 2 by 2, so uneducated. My son kindly cooked. Ahem. That plastic bag for the lunchbox looks like it's from a Chinese food chain restaurant. I think. Ji-him leaned in the doorway and self-examined. Not long ago my sister didn't have an appetite, so I fooled around and said I'd personally cook for her. But I didn't realize that my own cooking skills were sparse, so I just ordered Chinese takeout and pretended that it was something I'd made myself to give to her to eat. And it just happened to be this one yet. Ji-him winked and laughed. Your son and I thought of the same thing, but it's also really stupid. If you're going to pack it, at least change the bag. This one directly amused the surrounding people who sneaked around to watch and eat. Chang's mother instantly blushed. She naturally knew that it was a takeaway. Did not expect to be demolished on the spot, but still stiff upper lip. It is. Just reusing the bag. This mouth is harder than a duck that's been dead for a few days. Why don't I make a phone call on the spot and call for takeout to come and compare? Ji-him continued to laugh. You? What's it to you? Mother Chang said angrily. Chang Miao awkwardly pulled Chang's mother's hand. Don't argue. That's also a member of the Qin family. Sangmu choked at once. Chang Miao felt that it was probably because Ji-him had mistakenly dismantled it. That was why Qin Rong was so angry. Wrong. Even if my brother lied to you about cooking, his feelings for you are real. After all, you're living with my brother. You should be able to feel it. As soon as Ji-him heard something bad, he hurriedly took out his cell phone to shoot inside. Her move directly caused a chain reaction, and many in the eating crowd followed suit. Ji-him did not do this to leave Qin Rong with any dark information, but he was worried about the people. Anyway, Qin Rong's head is clear, and she will be able to talk about anything later, in case she doesn't leave a complete video evidence. According to Chang Miao and Chang's mother's nature, which is so good at rumor mongering, she might leave some kind of trouble. Although the Qin family was not afraid, it was also weirdly disgusting, so Ji-him simply guided to utilize the power of the masses. As long as there were more of these types of videos, it would be harder for the Chang family to turn the tables. As a result, Ji-him never expected that Qin Rong would give a powerful headline as soon as she came up. Cohabitation? Meaning snubbing me to babysit your brother and take care of him, but not letting us have a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? The crowd was stunned, embarrassed, bemused, curious, and gossipy. The Chang family's parents didn't know what was going on. Changyu and Chang Miao were both dumbfounded as they looked at Qin Rong. The Qin Rong with that kind of temperament dared to say it so directly. Qin Rong stepped forward and stared viciously at the two men. And then, you guys messed around behind my back. You guys are disgusting. Chapter 55, if you want a thrill challenge, follow through with it? A sentence like a thunderbolt exploded in the whole room. Inside and outside the office, a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was frozen in place. What did they hear? Messy? Disgusting? Them? They mean Changyu and Chang Miao. Aren't they brother and sister? Everyone's body directly rose a layer of goosebumps, and they all looked at that family of four with disbelief. When Changyu and Chang Miao faced Qin Rong's accusations, their heads first went blank, and then they felt those burning sights as if they could turn into hellish karmic fires that would burn them out. What are you babbling about? Are you crazy? I get it. You're crazy with jealousy, even of your siblings. You're hypochondriac, aren't you? Chang Miao looked flustered and hideous. Changyu's face turned blue as he immediately followed and screamed. Qin Rong, if you keep this up, we'll break up. Ha, I was going to break up with you. I'm sick of seeing you now. Jealous? You guys are also worthy. You are just stink bugs inside the gutter, forever entangled together, waiting for the sun to appear to dry you filthy things into ashes. Qin Rong's eyes glowed red as she roared in anger, as if she wanted to roar out all her pent-up anger. God, really is steel teeth white rabbit initiated the rage is really scolding. Look, Changyu and Chang Miao, two fools' eyes are straight. Probably did not expect honest people pushed. Crazy, they cannot control awe. Not only were their eyes straight, Qin family members were also stunned as they looked at Qin Rong, not expecting their daughter to become like this. Son's father and mother's faces looked skeptical for a split second, but they were soon in unison. You little girl is simply full of, believe what you say. How can you rumorize about such things? Beware of us suing you. Crazy, just crazy. How can this kind of sewage be poured on a clean and innocent family like ours? You are trying to force my children to die with rumors. The onlookers also reacted. This kind of statement is too much if it is a slur. How can you talk about family siblings like this? How can you think it is an inexplicable accusation? Not to mention that some Stepford wives are just jealous of even having a female mosquito next to their boyfriends. And according to all those crazy moves that Goddess Jean did for her boyfriend earlier, I doubt that she really is likely to be jealous of anything. Maybe she's jealous and comes here to make a scene when people are a little bit closer as siblings. Not good. If this goes on, the people around will definitely think Qin Rong is crazy. And no matter what she says later, her credibility will drop. But how did Qin Rong know about this matter? The Qin family's parents were anxious. They knew that Qin Rong would say this because she heard Ji-him's heart, but saying it on such an occasion couldn't expose Ji-him's situation. But if he didn't say a word, Everyone else would think that Qin Rong was sick, seeing the way the Cheng family members gradually got a bottom line. Just as he was in a hurry, he heard Qin Rank said in a deep voice, "You are originally a reorganized family, and they know that there is no blood relationship between them. Haven't you ever noticed any abnormalities? Why did the younger sister go to college, and the older brother had to rent a house in the neighborhood? It's obvious that brother doesn't even have a dry job, so why doesn't he live with his parents to save money?" In one sentence, the cause, the logic, the suspicion, the guided guess, all are included, and at once the situation is reversed. Everyone felt as if their brains had been slashed and cleared. If it was pro, then everyone instinctively felt that it was impossible and hard to accept, but if it was a reorganized family, and none of these idle dramas were rare in the past, all of a sudden everyone accepted the possibility of this gossip, especially the latter sentence. Yeah, why would I want to move near my sister? I have a real brother who won't even take care of me. Being close will make you feel less free instead. Are they trying to do something shady behind their parents' backs? So much so that people's girlfriends live with him for so long and nothing has happened yet. No wonder they are suspected. Maybe Qin Rong saw something and made such a crazy scene. This is not going to go crazy on anyone. I'm in the same profession as them. I've never heard of a restructured family. Chang Miao is still Qin Rong's best friend. It's kind of like Chang Miao set up her brother and Qin Rong together. If things are really like this, it's just too disgusting. If I were Qin Rong, I'd have to stab these two doggy coin contraptions to death. Hey, give us a word on whether it's a reorganized family or not. A good person couldn't help but shout. Inside, the four members of the Cheng family begin to fidget, with Cheng's mother looking at her stepdaughter, Chang Miao, and Cheng's father staring at his stepson, Chang Yu, his face changing and changing. Some clues are gradually taking shape in their minds. After all, anything like the wind leaves traces. If you want, people do not know unless they do not do. And the person in question is the most afraid to face this situation. Qin Rong, just because I don't touch you, you're making rumors about me? Cheng Yu was so scared that he began to frantically climb and bite Qin Rong. Chang Miao also started to splash dirty water madly. Brother doesn't touch you because he respects you. I didn't expect you to be so impatient. You still suspect us and let your brother investigate our family's privacy. You really are sick. Qin Rong wanted to cry and laugh in the face of the two hideous faces. They didn't dare to face the world, but they dared to do evil to others. I saw it. Suddenly, Qin Rong spoke the coldest truth in her soft voice. I saw it with my own eyes, and don't you dare say you weren't doing something in the room I was staying in at the rental house. When these words came out, both the Cheng family and the Qin family were shocked. Qin family members cannot believe it, because it is impossible. If you really see, how until now to break out. Qin Rong, even if it is more simple and good coaxing, will not be to the extent of self-deception. No, she hasn't seen it with her own eyes. Oh, I see. She's swindling them. Look at those two weak-hearted eyes are shaking. It is estimated that the brain is blank. It seems that Qin Rong nonsense, right? They also really in the Qin Rong temporary living room inside what has been done. This, to challenge the stimulus to follow through to the end? Qin Rong's eyes were moist with anger. Actually, it was because after Jiheim had said it, she recalled some details breaking. Why do they occasionally go back and realize that something is wrong with the room? They learn to draw and paint are inherently more sensitive to picture composition than the average person. Especially since that room was supposed to be decorated and cleaned by her. How could the picture be so very different? Unless someone had used that room while she was away. The thought of that possibility really made me want to burn that room down. Because Qin Rong said it with too much certainty. And they did actually do it. The two of them had a short circuit in their brains for a while and didn't know how to refute it. The eyes of Cheng's father and mother as they looked at each other's sons and daughters turned fierce. No, you're making up rumors. You're talking nonsense. My brother and I are innocent. Do you? You have proof? If not, I'll sue you. Let you pay for the money. Although Chang Mao's expression had completely betrayed her, her mouth still firmly retorted. It's just that people don't really believe it anymore. Qin Rong took out her cell phone at this time, however, and said, "You forgot that I have the habit of recording my painting process, so I secretly pressed the monitor in that room. Want to see the video? I can play it for everyone to see." Chapter 56, Youth Has No Price Tag. Slap scum wildly. This time everyone's eyes excitedly looked at Qin Rong's cell phone. A big powerful melon. No, why is she saying it with such certainty? Is it true? I want to see it. No way. What if I dirty my eyes? But, wants to see it. Qin family members were also stunned, looking at Qin Rong with disbelief. But Qin Rong was in the habit of doing this, and there was surveillance equipment in the drawing room at home. Chang Miao also knows Qin Rong this habit, but do not want to also brought to the humble rental house. Saw her light up the phone. The brain can no longer care about other. Directly panic rush up to snatch. Qin Jie stepped forward to block Chang Miao while Cheng Yu took advantage of the gap to rush towards Qin Rong to grab the cell phone. In the next second, Qin Rong violently retracted her hand. Her other hand swung out in a large circle, and a loud slap was called out on Chang Yu's face. Chang Yu, who was strong on the outside, was directly staggered, and before he could react, he ended up with Qin Rong backhanding him with another slap. Everyone looked confused. Qin bit, however, was so shocked that he forgot to stop him, allowing Chang Miao to pounce on him at once. Who let you hit my brother? The result was another resounding slap in the face. Everyone, Qin school flower, goddess, deceived stupid white sweet the, civilized little white flower, struck a shockingly loud 4 slaps. Looking at the 2 piles of red on Chang Yu and Chang Miao's faces, everyone fell silent. Sure enough, being slagged makes people grow up. Youth has no selling price. Wildly slapped the scummouth. Give you credit. GM couldn't help but give Qin Rong a round of applause, and surprisingly, the others followed suit, with others whistling and shouting that they did a great job. When the 2 scumbags froze and looked at Qin Rong laughed ruefully but mockingly. I've blackmailed you all, thanks to your vain self-evidence. One sentence even caused the whole room to roar in derision. Like jumping clowns, the 2 men looked at Qin Rong with eyes quenched with poison, looking like they still wanted to take revenge, but as a result, without waiting for them to make a move, the 2 men behind them had already rushed up. Sun's father slammed his fist into his stepson's face and then kicked him furiously with his foot. Damn, how dare you screw my daughter? I took you mother and son home, and this is how you repay me? You're so heartless. Sengoku's mother had gripped her stepdaughter's hair and kept slapping her. You little hoof. It must be you who seduced my son. Otherwise how could my son have done such a thing? It's all because of you. You shameless thing, just like your own mother. You made our family lose face. Dad, don't hit brother. Brother, help me. Mom, don't you hit my woman. Let go. You awful old man. The 4 were almost stirring together. For a while the family of 4, who had just been unanimous, were at loggerheads. The Qin family members hurriedly escorted Qin Rong back, lest they be splashed with something dirty, but the staff in the office had to call a halt, and while it was tempting to keep watching the tearing and eating, they were the ones who would be in trouble if anything went wrong with the fight. This is the place to check in for exchange students. If you don't have the money, go get it together. It closes at 6 tonight. Don't make a scene here or I'll call security. The staff seriously scolded, a word that snapped the family back to reality. I know, you're just using my son to get in to help you cheat the funds for the quota to go abroad. Now you can't go, can you? Go and do your spring dream. Who says you can't go? Go back and sell your house. My daughter just want to go far away from your son, so as not to be coveted by the little. Don't you dare. That house was promised to my son. My son has to support you in your old age. It's for my daughter. If she flies away, who can you count on? Then at least it's my seed. Unlike your son who still really wants the old man's money too. And he won't let go of the old man's daughter. He's so greedy. The parents quarreled. Naruyake watched with a face full of annoyance and didn't care if he saw his parents about to start a fight. The most anxious person is Chang Miao. Chang Miao looked around hopelessly and finally could only look at Qin Rong viciously. Qin Rong suddenly picked up her cell phone and edited a text message, then gestured to Chang Miao, who was watching her, to read the message. Chang Miao suspiciously frowned, lowered his head to check. Oh look, his face suddenly changed. Actually, your brother secretly dated me a couple times behind your back and told me not to tell you. GM happened to be standing right behind Qin Rong and saw the content of the message. After savoring it for a moment, she looked at Chang Miao and Chang Yu again. Chang Miao's face turned white as she went to pull Chang Yu's hand and said, Brother, no matter what, let me leave the country first. If I stay, the 2 of us will always be pointed at. This opportunity is not easy to come by. You quickly stop Mom. Chang Yu shook his head. If you leave the country, then what about me? I will also be poked and prodded, and the house is spent for you. How can I secure my life in the future? You don't want to run away by yourself and leave me behind. Brother, you don't believe me. How can I? You're more cunning than anyone. How can I trust you? The 2 people who love each other finally fight when confronted with their own interests. That message was the trigger that made Chang Miao doubt Chang Yu's feelings for her and start to think only about planning for herself. GM felt that what Qin Rong said was true, remembering that image when Qin Chao initially met them. How can you be like that where no one can see if you're just playing along with your sister? This proves that the boy Sungak is not an honest one himself. With Qin Rong as a girlfriend, both the freshness and the capital to show off overpowered the years of feelings for Chang Miao. It's just that for the time being, I have the heart of color, but not the guts. In the end, how much deeper love is there for someone with such a vile nature? In the end, the staff couldn't take it anymore and just sent security guards to kick people out. That's when the curtain came down on this farce. Qin Rong also has paintings left in the rental house. At first Chang Yu also want to play hooligan not to give. Qin Rank directly helped the police. The police came, the belonging of the items naturally have nothing to say. In the end, Qin Rong hugged her painting in the car and cried all the way home. On the other hand, Cheng's family fought a lot, and in the end, it was Cheng's father who, with a face full of scratches, broke his bones and sold his house to snatch back the opportunity for his daughter to go abroad. Cheng Miao also vowed that once he went to school he would immediately start selling paintings and definitely repay his father. Sun's father is just waiting for her to become a great painter, while Sun's mother and Sunyak and they are sort of turned against each other, but they have no choice but to accept the reality. However, the next day, Cheng Miao received a phone call. The foreign school suddenly decided to reduce the number of places, because she was the last place, so directly disqualified. The money returned the same way. For the Cheng family, it was like a thunderbolt. There's no way they can buy their house back at the original price. And with all that money left over they can only buy an old rundown house with a family of 4 to live in. Cheng mother and Cheng Yu heart schadenfreude. Surface bickering, but joy begets sorrow. Cheng Yu bumped into some bad, was crippled, in order to cure, and consumed a lot of money. In the end, they couldn't even afford to buy their old house. The family lived at a snail's pace and quarreled every day, and Cheng Miao wanted to go back to school, but the video of that day had been all over the campus forums for a long time, and everyone on campus knew about her. She couldn't stand the strange looks from others and had to drop out of school. Eventually the family moved to who knows where. When Qin Chao told Qin Rong what happened, Qin Rong was still in a trance from those tragic encounters, and after listening, she couldn't help but say, "Is it true that what goes around comes around?" Qin Chao just wanted to nod. Just then, he heard Ji Yim's heartfelt voice come through. "That certainly did not is your father and brothers to be the messenger of justice? The Qin family of good people have to suffer them these villains? That is also too suffocating. Power should be used up when it's time to use it up, so that they don't know the heights of heaven and earth." Qin Rong froze for a moment, a smile finally appearing on her face. He went downstairs that night, dined with everyone, and after the meal, facing the family, solemnly bowed and apologized, confessing his folly. To this GM's comment is, love brain when is really angry, hate to send to dig wild vegetables, but wake up is also really fast, kind of children can teach also. The Qin family fake coughs to hide their embarrassment. Qin Rong, however, looked at her second sister-in-law who saved her with stars in her eyes. "Go back and ask Ergo secretly. I want to thank my second sister-in-law, and you know what she likes?" Qin Rank was going to say no, because of the rescue of the fourth sister. The family has already found all kinds of reasons to send red envelopes to Jihim. It feels like if this continues, Jihim is going to be able to get together enough to get a divorce of 200 million. But fortunately, the money was transferred to him. As a result, he heard Qin Rong murmur, "I know that in the past, second sister-in-law was obsessed with you, as long as she sent things related to you, but it seems like that's not the case anymore. Second sister-in-law has changed a lot." Qin Rank felt an arrow in his knee. "Sister? What should I give her?" Qin Rong didn't realize that she had inadvertently stabbed her second brother in the back, so when she didn't get an answer from her second brother's side, she still found it baffling. Turning to my eldest sister, I asked her and got the correct answer. "My second sister-in-law doesn't like Ergo right now. She likes money." Qin Rong, who had just experienced the baptism of dark love, said in response, "Second sister-in-law has great wisdom. Qin Yan is also doing well in her career now," and nodded her head in agreement with this. Then Jihim received a transfer. P.S. Luckily, my second sister-in-law ordered me takeout to bring me to my senses, which is a token of my appreciation. Thanks to her, the amount is over $2 million. Chapter 57 How a Life of Lying Down Isn't a Dream. At this time, Jihim is Qin Rank study to see him bring back the investment income table, although Well did not understand. Just pretend to supervise a good. He said he was looking at his watch, but his eyes had actually drifted away. White bathrobe slightly open. The light of the crystal chandelier spread on the blocky texture lines, with the exhale undulating pectoral muscles repressing some kind of power. The hair and eyebrows stained by the moisture, like ink like a painting. The side face was circled by the light, as if a filter had been turned on. Ooh, beauty temptation ah. How the president took off the suit will have a lazy casual and exquisite beauty ah. More and more do not want to divorce. Put in front of the eyes to see is also good ah. Qin Bit originally had a cozy face, but immediately froze. Why think of divorce again? But there are still 2 months. His first love White Moonlight will be back ah. By then it is a variety of pulling ambiguous. She aggravated his misunderstanding of her pain he cannot afford. And then he has a tool man caught in the middle to them with the drama. This melon to eat other people's or quite happy. I do not want to eat their own. Qin Rank took a deep breath. I really want to press GM's head and tell her, stop your hair trigger thinking. Where the hell did you get that from? Don't you know how to check? Why don't you check against his memory? It's a first love. Yes, but it's not even a moonlight. Okay? It's just mutual admiration during college. Yuji pursued him. He didn't hate it so he talked along. Since he was very slow to warm up emotionally and didn't like intimacy very much, There was not even a single lingering kiss between lovers during the years they dated, except for the daily classes and study sessions together for academic activities. But he did see Yuji outwardly hint at how sweet they were to each other. Secretary Kim also heard most of it back then, and the whole school ate their CP candy. It made it seem like they were so ingrained in each other, when they weren't at all. After that, Yuji suddenly said she broke up and went abroad, and he naturally accepted and gave his blessing. Later has not been in love because take over the family business is too busy. The president cannot have time to talk about love every day. But everyone just thinks it's because he can't let go of the original white moonlight, but it's not at all. Technically, he wasn't even sure if their part counted as real love, especially after seeing a few siblings who were stupid for love. Of course, according to Chin Rank's character, he couldn't be bothered to grab Jihim by her little ears and strictly emphasize his situation to her. He always felt that Jihim was so gossipy, and one day he would find out on his own, and then make sure that he would never divorce for an outsider, and then rest assured that he would be her Mrs. Chin, and finally they would run their marriage again seriously. For example, he had now listened to his parents and learned to satisfy Jihim's little hobbies and cultivate a relationship when they met in private. But this girl is angry with him mostly. In fact, Jihim is also very wronged. She is not a privacy-snooping maniac, unless there is a melon. She gossiped just a little, otherwise she will not go deeper into anything. After all, now Chin Rank for her is just an acquaintance who looks very much in line with her aesthetics, and then a little too much, barely a friend, sooner or later to be divorced. If you know too much, in case you really move your heart, that's not a problem. After all, she also recognizes the personal charm of Chin Rank. Jian used to be used to living alone before, and was a person who knew how to self-protect and self-avoid. That's why it's hard for her to be sincere to someone, or else she wouldn't have remained single in her last life. Just as GM couldn't help but be stupidly tempted to reach out and poke someone's abs, his cell phone vibrated. I feel like I've been a little bit brutally rich lately. What's up with that? Just because I ordered takeout, it's worth this much? How come there are still zeros and holes? GM instinctively gave Chin Rank a glance at the cell phone interface. Kin, it should be that she gave you all the change she had on hand, and she can't use it during this period of time when she has to concentrate on painting and preparing for her exams at home, sort of eliminating her own distractions. How embarrassing that would be. She said it was from her heart, so take it. Jihim happily returned a thank you rich woman emoticon. Then he turned his head and transferred the big head to Kin. Hearing the movement of the cell phone, Chinbit slightly hooked his lips. The fire that had just been aroused by the exasperated guy disappeared without a trace again. Chin Rong also has quite a backbone, clearly begging you that there might be a chance to reclaim her place. Instead, she chose to take the exam on her own. Jihim said. Chin Rong felt that her lack of a place was a real loss, that it was her punishment for being stupid, but since she was awake, she wouldn't give up on her dreams so easily. When there were no places available, she chose to take the exam herself and made sure to get into the art hall of her dreams. Even if the process was 100 times harder, she wasn't willing to give up. It may not be a bad thing for her. It's only when it's harder that she can cherish it more, lest she be cheated by some wild boy afterward. Chin Rank finished with a faint smile and said, I believe she has the potential to do this because she really likes painting. GM went back and couldn't help but think that everyone seems to have their own dreams. So in contrast, his own lack of dreams could have something to do with the fact that he didn't have any money in the first place, and could only be tired of living. If I had been born rich, would I have had something in particular that I wanted to accomplish? Perhaps it was time for her to work on enriching herself and finding her dreams. After all, she was a bit of a small asset now. A few days later. No, I regret it. How is a life of lying flat not considered a dream? I just want to try to lie flat, because the transfer of the studio is approaching. Gao Hao finally remembers Jihim. So Jihim was gathered up by Qin Chao and Gao Hao and brought to the studio to arrange various courses, disguising Jihim as a potential artist as much as possible before they left, so that they could trick a powerful agent to come over. According to them, they first tricked the person, then promised a high salary, then gave the other party the power to recruit other artists and maintain the studio so that Jihim could continue to pose in his own studio. Jihim held out hard for 3 days, and on the 4th day at 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock, the beautiful sleep hadn't even started yet. He was woken up again by Qin Chao's knock on the door. By the time he sat down for breakfast, Jihim was already in a state of delirium, repenting once again that he had ever even wanted to give up the life of a good salty fish. How can't you spend your life swinging for the fences for the rest of your life? Now she's considering whether she should just give up and go into the entertainment business to make money. Self-abandonment finished. I'll look up, only to find that the same table is surprisingly only Qin Chao and Qin Rong. Qin Title and Qin Yan seems to be up at 6 o'clock. Are better than average and work harder than average? They deserve to be rich. Qin Rong hurriedly finished eating, said hello, and ran to the drawing room to close the door. Eat faster. Just waiting for you. Xin Chao was speechless when he looked at her chewing half a mouthful of salad and hated to sleep on the table. GM had no place to take his anger and suddenly remembered something. Strange, why are you here today? Chapter 58. These melons. If I don't get them live, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. What? Xin Chao replied absent-mindedly as he seemed to be sending a message. GM laughed sinisterly. Why do I remember that today is the day Crescent Moon leaves? Didn't you go to the airport to see her off? Xin Chao said without lifting his head. They have a 6 o'clock flight. I'm coming back to call you after dropping them off. Jiheim was surprised now. You actually went to see them off? During this period of time, Xin Chao really didn't go looking for Chu Xinyue on the surface, except for adding a crescent moon pattern to the back of the name of his official microblog, just single-mindedly executing his plan to shift his work focus. But Jiheim knew that he had secretly gone to see Chu Crescent in private. He just never dared to show his face. Oh, it turns out that he also sneaked off to see them off, and was so wimpy that he used the group's name to upgrade all of them to first class. Xin Chao directly rolled a white eye. No, still ask. Deliberately poke people's heart. Then far from looking at Chu Crescent, that cool look also showed a cheerful smile. Know that she left everything here is really happy. Their own heartbroken run to the restroom wipe. Cough cough cough. Are you done yet? Don't try to renege on the lesson. Xin Chao, shut up you. The heart is going to be poked to pieces for you. Yo. He is anxious. Sure enough, he remembered the sadness to break the defense. I heard that he went abroad to be behind the scenes. In fact, it is afraid that he is in front of the curtain by the new moon to see. Know that he followed him will be uncomfortable. He will not be too high regard for their own. Think that they will definitely be able to be famous abroad? Xin Chao. Damn. Can't stop this mouth? Add courses for her. However, he won't really think that his silent guardianship is very affectionate. If Crescent Moon still finds out in the end that he's been pestering shouldn't be touched. Xin Chao. He is not trying to move anyone. He just, really has no way out. His heart has already followed. He just wants to live under the same sky, and sneak a peek once in a while, or he doesn't know what to do. Xin Chao was fuming, thinking about the fact that the crescent moon at this moment was getting farther and farther away from him, and then his heart was angina and it was hard for him to breathe. I don't know when GM had already finished eating and walked over to him to call him, only to look down at his cell phone interface. Nice guy, dense green dialogue box, accidentally scanning the familiar avatar. It was Chu Crescent's. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, what are you eating, how's your rest, progress is smooth? A series of words of concern, as well as their own mood to share. Love catharsis. Is this not harassment if you don't meet? Jiheim said incredulously. Not a single reply. Is it possible that she's exempted you from disturbances? Xin Chao looked back and pressed off his cell phone. It's not her. GM, I'm not blind. It's obviously. It's really not. I'm rubbing it in. There's nothing wrong with him. He's making himself a small number pretending to be Crescent Moon and then sending messages constantly. Amusing himself? What do you think of writing mood diary memes? Xin Chao turned his back to Jihim and walked out the door, his footsteps getting faster and faster, his expression already embarrassed. He was already emotionally vigorous. Even if he suppressed himself from annoying that person, he still had to have a way to vent, or else sooner or later he would break down one day and rush to harass Chu Crescent. And he had sworn to no longer give Chu Crescent any uncomfortable memories, so he just had to send it to himself, just as it was. In fact, the most he dared to do was to send a message of good luck in their group on New Year's Day, and he didn't even dare to contact her privately. Ugh, and a love brain one too. Xin Chao, I'm not. This is me being very conscious of what I'm doing. It's not love brain. No, he's not. Xin Chao, I told you. Love brain means the kind that has an object. His kind can only be regarded as a licking dog, or the most humble invisible licking dog. Xin Chao, I'll just lick and lick and lick. Maybe after Chu Crescent has an object, he also only dares to silently bless, and then steal his own tears. Can only say, retribution. Xin Chao, I'll cry to you right now, believe it or not. When Xin Chao came to the studio with a tired heart with Ji walking heart-sapping knife him, he was summoned urgently by Gao Hao. What's wrong? Xin Chao inquired Gao Hao, who had a grave expression on his face. GM felt that there should be nothing to do with himself, and took the opportunity to take a seat on the sofa, taking a nap in the process, getting up too early still. I thought you said you'd cancel all my jobs for me? At first it was also to help you that, pave the way, so only to let people deliberately leave a group of places to us. Originally cancelled you. This group is quite difficult for people, so big variety project to not look at the face of the Chin group cannot be promised, but who knows, the list is still leaked. You will participate in the thing has already had a certain amount of dissemination on the internet, but it is estimated that the Chu family is afraid of your misunderstanding to implicate them, so they have been pressing the hot search, but also emphasize the news that Chu Sweki has retired due to illness, but it is not very useful. No, PR off immediately. Chin Chow was also anxious. Even if he felt that Chu Xinu, who was out of the country, would 100% not see the news, and would not care if he saw it. He didn't need narcissistic fantasies at all. But he still can't stand a little bit of news that may make himself and Chu Sweki bind again to send out, in case he has seen it. Must make Chu Crescent Moon feel very disgusting. Direct PR will definitely trigger probing. At times like this, blocking is better than dredging. Directly announce that you're going to participate, but not with Chu Sweki. Gao Hao finished saying, his eyes drifted to a certain guy who was drifting off to sleep. It's a good opportunity to put it off for up to 2 months. And it couldn't be more favorable to not only help you say goodbye to inner entertainment, but also to help her show her face. Gao Hao nodded in satisfaction at his crisis management skills. This studio, they are going to take away 2/3 of the people. Even if they recruit, people have to look at the future prospects of your artist, so they still have to let Jihim show his big face for once. Jiheim shivered in her half-sleep, having a bad feeling, and opened her eyes to see 2 people sizing her up. Startled. What for? I'm not being lazy, I'm just waiting for instructions. Jihim immediately said, there's a variety show. Let Ah Chow bring you along. With that, Gao Hao told the cause and effect. Jiheim blinked. What variety show? Gao Hao replies, my acting. Ka. It's that variety show that has a collection of acting instruction, group popularity PKs, and a semi-live broadcast format with fancy tasks to complete? Jihim summarized. Yeah, a cliffhanger of popularity during every broadcast can make you a hit. Gao Hao coaxed. But I don't know how to act yet, Jiheim said. It's just to go in and learn from various seniors. Learning 1 or 2 points can benefit a lot. You can also get to know a lot of seniors at once and make a lot of contacts. Gao Hao is also considered for Jihim's future. Genuinely consider. If she wants to swing from time to time to Twitch to earn some money, then it is best to increase the advantage of her face value, as an easy guest actor, or occasionally to take the variety show. All of these need popularity. It's going to get a bad rap, isn't it? Jiheim said suspiciously. The first few issues are they're pure newcomers. The audience's attitude towards newcomers is still friendly. A little bit of progress will be encouraged. The late development are very good. Of course, there are also people who take the black and red route. Eat enough traffic dividends, Gao Hao said. It all depends on how you choose. After all, there is still a live link. Can't have a script? Want to show off is very difficult. Jihim thought for a while, but still shook his head to refuse. It feels like it's hard work, not really wanting to go. Then to Chin Chow. Take the blame for the trouble you caused yourself. Chin Chow also guessed that Jihim would refuse. After all, this variety show is really tiring to record. Not suitable for Jihim, a salty fish. I'll do any hard work. Chin Chow tried. Jihim, come on, live streaming ugh. If I don't move a muscle, I'll still be scolded to death by your fans. You get both of our appearance fees. Did you forget that this is a variety show you negotiated for Chu Sweki? So you're appearing for free with no appearance fee. I saw the contract. Jihim pointed to what Gao Hao had just brought him. Gao Hao laughed dryly. Chin Chow said helplessly, don't you want to make money? In this circle, popularity is money. Jiheim said, it's trying to get money, but this show would make me get too aggressive all at once. She wasn't some traveling heroine. How tiring. What did she have to toss herself as the king of push? She preferred to be a passerby, a background plate, a rich NPC spectator of this world, specializing in watching other people's fun just fine. So just be moderate. Chin Chow was about to give up when he suddenly had a flash of light. This program is actually a very serious tear. The first few issues are in a semi-live format, and many of the wonderful images viewers didn't see. Missed a lot of melons. Jihim sat up straight and frowned at Chin Chow. Really? This time, except for the group of 2 of us, the remaining 4 groups were very catchy. Ding! Jiheim's eyes lit up and she let out a soulful match. Oh, yes? Gao Hao immediately responded, raising his voice in a cooperative manner. The reclusive movie star and the former on-screen CP who got everyone high on sugar. The number 1 fairy ancient couple guy and his ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend. The most beautiful Yang Guifei sealed by loving wife persona old actor in Circle of Wives. The up-and-coming youngster who just dumped her boyfriend but will be forced to combine with his mother. Jiheim was jolted and waved her small hand. I sign. These melons, if I don't get them live, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Chapter 59, is every group this powerful? Gao Hao acted very quickly, and after communicating with the side of the program, he sent 2 messages in a row using Chin Chow Studios' account. The first was the announcement that Chin Chow Studio had signed a second artist, Jihim. The second is that Chin Chow will be taking Jihim to my acting. All of a sudden, Chin Chow Studio and personal microblogging below have exploded. Their microblogging behind the microblogging also ate Jihim. So Jihim's microblogging also an instant surge in the number of views. Where did the little fuzzy cur come from that you let your brother bring it himself? Hasn't my brother recently gotten very close to the newest little flower? Shu Sweki said he's taking care of his worldly sister. How long has the upstairs been off the grid? Shu Sweki retired a long time ago. I've long heard of an artist who frequents Qin Chao's studio. The point is, how could our brother's studio sign a second person? Who the hell is she? There's something special about her. 10 minutes. 10 minutes to give me all her information. Sure enough, as Gao Hao expected, such a big beauty suddenly appeared in the public eye were the only artist in the studio. People are more concerned about the relationship between Ji Him and Qin Chao rather than the retired Chu Sweki. 10 minutes later, no one could search the complete news of Ji Him. Even the encyclopedia was incomplete. Only the information of magazines and advertisements that she had shot, and some gossip knew that Ji Him was inextricably linked to the Qin group. Gao Hao will not go to clarify the identity of Ji Him. There are times when the more speculation the greater the flow. Of course, he has let Xiao Tao monitor the whole process. In case some bad rumors form, the climate should be directly knocked down. In fact, Ji Him's big name microblogging has been completely handed over to Gao Hao to reorganize. Ji Him eating melons are using a small number. Only after a long time, Ji Him clicked on his big name microblogging. The previous ones were all deleted except for the work-related retweets, and the new additions were all the video highlights of the recent classes and Mei's photos. Instead, it drew some face fans and, of course, more bored black fans. But the traffic on this side soon diluted as the other groups participating in the show also made official announcements. And with the show's first official promotion, the heat exploded. Sure enough, as Gao Hao said, each group is not simple. Ji Him and the microblogging square to eat melons eat happy. Although these melons are not necessarily fidelity, but eat is really cheerful. The first group, the cool movie star and the former screen CP of the actress. Originally the same company's siblings, the two CP is in full swing when the siblings were arranged by the company to go to the foreign entertainment industry development. It should be developed for a few years, did not splash anything, and went back to the inner entertainment, which is considered her first shot back to the inner entertainment, on the reuse of the CP of the year to take her on the hottest live variety show. With a movie star quality actor grouped with her and escorting her, she is definitely the most popular of the 5 groups of guests. Together with the Master Cheng Hui logo, it revived the CP fans of that year and directly occupied half of the show's traffic. Some paparazzi have already released photos of the two going in and out of various public places together these days, including a tall man holding a bird-like woman with one hand to avoid being photographed, 2 people smiling at each other in a restaurant, and a woman accidentally jumping into a man's arms. Although they are all captured from a very blurry angle, the ambiguous atmosphere is captured with great precision. There is a kind of return of Izzy. Looking back, the harbor of success is still willing to let you dock. It simply stretches the anticipation of a renewed relationship. Ji Him looked at the various road photos and giggled. Simply can't dare to think. If it's revealed that the movie star is married and has such no sense of boundaries with other women, it'll definitely be the rhythm of the whole network blacking out. Although Gao Hao and Xiao Tao were both busy in their own ways, and even Qin Chao had run off to a meeting, everyone still responded enthusiastically once they heard the gossip. Gao Hao pushed his glasses and said, "Hidden marriage for many years have not exploded. This strength is still there. Dare to come up with such a combination. Inevitably defaulted to this kind of hype. This kind of hype is in fact particularly favorable to the female side. The male side is useless. But their company can now clap the board to decide things as the movie star himself." So they really did have an affair? Peach asked. After all, there were times when mismatched pictures were pitiful. Anyway, I don't see the actress' worthiness to be worth the movie star's time. Maybe there are other bitter reasons. Gao Hao shrugged. Sister-in-laws in the entertainment industry are so generous. They can tolerate their husbands being so close to other women? Ji Him marveled in her heart. It is said that the company also has his wife's shares. The showbiz that set, at most, each play their own chanting. Once the divorce hurt, there is no need. Gao Hao rode. Ji Him expressed regret. After all, the movie star looks rather handsome. At first also want to powder him to come. This time to eat such a big melon or forget it. Next up in the hot second is the 2 male duo. They are each very famous in their own field. One is dominating the ancient puppet fairy and the other is dominating the campus youth. The same company. They came to the variety show because they were both approaching their 30s and had thoughts of wanting to transition. The combination is also to draw popularity. But a number of insiders know that the current girlfriend of the campus guy was the underground girlfriend of the uninspiring fairy god 5 years ago. It's been many years since it happened. But just the thought of the former and current working together on the same stage makes you gouge the Maranaya trench for them. Ji Him said, going to see them in front of people and behind their backs. Oh my god, so joyful. The third set of heat has to do with the movie that was just released and the promotion of it. The TV series tells the story of Yang Guifei. The veteran actor played Tang Xuanzong. During the movie's release, the audience was worried that the acting was so good, But don't be seduced by the actress playing Yang Guifei. After all, this actress is the famous Mistress Lover. Fame, Shuta won a scandal, either with the main actor or with the director, is considered to be full of black material, once ordered to be blocked by the circle of wives, but her looks are too exotic and seductive, and her acting skills are hard enough that there is really no substitute for the entertainment industry. She's the only one who was called a vixen by her original partner in front of the media and smiled back and said thanks for the compliment. It's like they're proud of seducing men. And this time, she ran into the famous wife-loving persona of the old actor. So everyone was very curious about the spear and the shield, who was really powerful. Jihan looked at the photo of the actress and was also stunned for a second. Gao said that the old actor's wife will come to stare at the scene. Ji-im dare not think of what kind of a cultivated scene it will be. The last group. According to the original popularity of the lowest heat, but nay everyone likes to eat melon hilarious. The once national TV drama actress and the current TV drama rising starlet were supposed to have a harmonious relationship between their seniors and juniors, but with a man sandwiched in the middle. They came close to turning into a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Originally, it was because of the men that the mom wanted to check out how her son's current girlfriend was as a person, so she asked the women to join the variety show together. The two ended up breaking up before filming even started. The entire internet was embarrassed for the two actresses, but by the official announcement surprisingly no one had quit. How can you not look forward to the future together picture? However, looking at the wind direction, everyone prefers the newest little flower, because the little flower's ex-boyfriend is a mom's man. His mother is already synonymous with the evil mother-in-law. I do not know how many preparatory daughters-in-law to drive away, but this time it is the newest little flower initiative to dump the person. We speculate that the mother does not withdraw from the show is likely to come to take revenge on behalf of her son. After all, in this mom's eyes, her own son is good everywhere, and only her son dumps others, let alone a small actor with no background or power. Ji-im had seen this Rising Young Flowers drama and kinda liked it, and it felt like she was quite productive in filming. When Gao Hao heard Ji-im's comment, he couldn't help but spit out, "You think everyone is like you, entering the circle and swinging for the fences, people are trying to make money." But she did get squeezed a bit too much. Chapter 60, Wife and Manifest CP go at it. Ji-im gossiped around, and there was nothing new, so he could only sit and wait for the follow-up of the melon. When they returned to the Chin family in the evening, everyone knew about the fact that they were going to be on a variety show together. "This is the first time our family Himiko has been on a live variety show. I'll definitely follow the whole thing," Shin Ma said excitedly. Shin Yen and Shin Rong also held hands and excitedly said they would chase together. "I didn't see you guys so excited when I was going on before." Shin Chao was speechless. Shin Ma rolled her eyes. "It's not like you're as pretty as Himiko. Don't be nervous, let Shin Chao do whatever he wants, and if you're not having fun, come back anytime." Dad Shin put down his word. Shin Chao was just about to open his mouth when Shin's father added, "Old San will help you pay for the breach of contract." "Shin Chao, is it a real son?" Ji-im smiled and responded one by one. "How hard it is, I'll persevere to the end." The crowd was surprised in their hearts. This didn't seem like something the current Ji-im would say. "So many melons waiting for me to eat on sight." Hidden marriage movie star cleave legs in progress. Two male love enemies PK. Love wife persona versus vixen. Mom and ex-girlfriend. As long as you can't eat to death to eat to death. I can't even imagine how happy I'll be in these 2 months. Chin family. Is it really true that there are so many melons? Sounds so tantalizing. Why can't the voice of the heart be transmitted live? They're curious too. So except for Chin Rank, everyone looked at Chin Chao, looking at him with a jolt. "Sango, I'm almost done with my painting and have some free time. Can I go work for you as an assistant?" Chin Rong hurriedly asked. The corner of Chin Chao's mouth twitched. Can. Come when you're free." "Great." Chin Rong was the first to grab a point. "Then can we go visit the class?" Chin's mom and dad also responded positively. Chin Chao squinted at his mom and dad. He hadn't seen his parents visit for many years working in the entertainment industry. "Yes, but you can't go every day." Chin's father and Chin's mother high-fived and celebrated. As one of the only 2 people in the family who had to actively work, Chin Yan was really clueless. After all, she still had a child to take care of and could only hold Chin Shi and look at Chin Rong and her mom pitifully. The 2 ladies give a reassuring look and must share. As for Chin Rank, who had never opened his mouth and had been ignored by his family and could only work diligently as a money-making tool, there was naturally no way for him to participate. It's like a passerby who can't get into the wall of people. Sadness. By the way, Brother Gao told me that there are no brand names offering clothes to you for the time being, so you have to prepare your own outfits, Chin Chao said to Ji-im. Ji-im thought for a moment and said, "I have quite a lot of clothes inside my closet, just have the stylist come over and see how it fits." How can that be? On such a big program, it must be a new product of the season, so that Chin's group partners all send clothes. Sheen's mom immediately defended her son. I just happen to be taking Xiaoxi shopping for clothes. Why don't we go out shopping together tomorrow? Qin Yan proposed. Ji-him immediately looked at Qin Chao and said with a smile, then I won't go to class tomorrow. Yoo-hoo! Finally I can miss a day of school with honor. Qin Chao speechless glaring, but also can only helplessly respond. Also can be regarded as a little sweet to the salted fish who try to turn over these days well. Qin Rong immediately lamented. I have to paint. Otherwise I would have gone with you guys. Qin Ma patted her daughter's hand and said, we'll get together next time. Then with a twinkle in her eye, she said to Qin Rank, who was drinking tea with his head bowed. Qin Rank, can you spare some time to accompany us shopping tomorrow? Qin Zhan froze. Qin Yan also picked up her mother's signal. Anyway, it's to the mall under Qin Group, right next to your office building. Qin Bit didn't think much about it and said, that's fine. I'll go take care of the company's business before I come out to find you guys. Ji-him muttered in his heart, what do you need him? A man, to come over when the women are shopping? Qin Rank swept a glance at Ji-him and picked up, I'll go pay for you. Ha, what an irrefutable reason. The next day, Ji-him can finally sleep without a heart until the natural wake up, and then simply eat a little bit with Qin Ma and Qin Yan. With little she ran to the city's highest-end shopping mall. After going in and browsing through 2 children's clothing stores, it was almost time for lunch. A restaurant was chosen and the group had just entered when they rubbed shoulders with a woman. Qin Yan then eeped and stopped the person. Ruan Jia, why are you here? Ji-him looked at it, a female who was about the same age as Qin Yan, wearing a big red knit cap. Her face was a bit not so good looking, facing Qin Yan with a face full of embarrassment. Qin Yan, such a coincidence. Not coincidentally, you shouldn't be here. Qin Yan was rarely a bit stern. Don't be so harsh. Ruan Jia smiled. I'll go back after I finish shopping. I won't delay your dinner. See you later. After that, he ran off in a huff. Don't you run so fast. Qin Yan gave a somewhat helpless reminder. Qin Yan didn't socialize widely and usually knew everyone in her family. So Qin Ma asked with some curiosity, who is it? A patient of our hospital. Qin Yan's mood was a little low. When I took over the hospital, she just happened to move in, and it is also considered to know quite a long time. Forget it, don't say it, eat. Qin Yan is now managing the hospital as a private hospital. Stay are non-rich or noble patients. Qin Yan moody certainly not because the patient does not have the money to see the doctor's situation. It is likely that the patient's disease is not good treatment. With no intention of talking about anyone else's condition, everyone changed the subject and started ordering. Just after ordering, Qin Jia came too. When the food was finished, it was a separate line. Qin Ma is going to accompany Qin Yan and Xiao Shishi to store for children's clothing and let Qin Jia accompany Ji-him to store for women's clothing. Qin Rank instantly reacted, his expression somewhat unnatural. Ji-him froze for a moment, also understood the intentions of the Qin family. She is quite happy. There is a handsome man to follow, but also to pay for the property. What else can be picked? So Ji-him immediately took Qin Bit and started sweeping the goods. As a result, he had just entered the VIP cubicle of the first store and saw Ruan Jia, whom he had just met. At the moment, Ruan Jia seemed to be arguing with someone, and next to her stood a difficult counter girl, and across from her was a woman with sunglasses and a fisherman's hat. Sister Ruan Jia, I'm going to use it on the show. Can't you just let me have it? Wang Jiani, what's mine is mine. I've reserved it. No one else can take it away. Ji-him froze. Wait, Wang Jiani? Isn't that name? Ruan Jia, Wang Jiani? Shang Wenyu's wife and senior sister. Such a coincidence? Qin suddenly spoke. Yes. It's the actress Wang Jiani, who's been stirring up trouble with the recluse movie star Shang Wenyue. Wait a minute. Wife, Ruan Jia? Ji-him looked at Qin Rank in shock. How do you recognize? Qin Bit looked down at Ji-him. You're going to participate in the program, so I naturally have to control who you work with. No. It's normal to know about Gani Wang. Even Gao Hao doesn't necessarily know about Ruan Jia. Qin Rank uncomfortably skimmed his eyes. They seem to have quarreled. Ji-him was immediately distracted. Noisy? How? Pulling Qin quietly closer. Gossip. Big gossip. Invisible wife and visible CP go at it. Chapter 61, Being Wicked and Smoking Hot. This doesn't seem to be pre-ordered by Sister Ruan Jia, but it was Sister Ruan Jia who got her hands on it first, so maybe it's not suitable for you to wear at all, and I've already decided to buy it. Wang Jiani was not in a hurry and smiled with a well-traveled look. I see. It's not a coincidence. You came here on purpose, just to try and steal from me? Ruan Jia's face was blue and white, obviously infuriated. How shameless. Even though she was wearing sunglasses, she could still tell that Wang Jiani's expression was twisted for a moment. I didn't rob it. Some things are destined to be whoever's is whoever's. It's useless to forcefully hog it. Wang Jiani said. Her hand gently stroked over the fishtail long dress, her eyes full of love and compassion. Is this talking about a dress or a person? Carrying the skirt of the counterkeeper has been sweating, which who still do not understand the war of words between the two but also are not good to offend the Lord. Po ha 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 ha, that teller must be screaming in her mind. Somebody help me. Shin Rank looked at Jihim who was lying on the side counter, attempting to hide his figure, excited, and then looked at the counter girl who was ready to come up to serve them next to him who was looking at them with an awkward smile on her face. Shin Rank also can only helplessly waved his hand at the counter sister, signaling that he will serve it later, and let his wife finish her melon first. This side of the counterkeeper breathed a sigh of relief, also stood aside to secretly watch the battle. After all, this kind of drama at first glance is the conflict between the original spouse and lover. They do this line of work often see. Just thinking about it, the sensitive counterkeeper sensed something strange behind her, turned around and was shocked. Good lord! Two ladies with a toddler were catatonic behind the counter further down the hall looking at the place, and waving their hands at her as if she was blocking the view, because those who can enter the VIP compartment must have status. So the counterkeeper obediently followed the command and gave way to the eating route. Shin title has a sense. Look back. Immediately full of black lines. See his mother and big sister rush to him then the shushing gesture. Only the little CC face blankly do not know what to do. It turned out that Qin Ma and Qin Yan wanted to follow to see the two alone together, but as soon as they came in, they heard big melons, and one of them was still known to Qin Yan, so how could they not stay and eat the melons? The argument continues over there. Jihim had sort of heard a little bit of a conclusion. Online Wang Jiani people beautiful heart good intellectual school bully really is the persona, which all dare to provoke to the original match in front of the face, but also so strong. It seems that Wang Jiani and Shang when you really have a leg it is just that today I saw myself. I'll come to verify a little bit. The Qin family instantly pricked up their ears. I see. This is some kind of lame story about a bamboo horse not being able to beat heaven's descent, where the two people who were originally in love for many years were married for 3 years before Shang when you met his little sister who had just joined the company. In the beginning, they were working together on a movie to play a couple, but it turned out that there was something wrong with the acting. The elders of the two families could see that Shang Wenyue was taking special care of Wang Jiani, and for the sake of family harmony, they stifled certain feelings in advance when they were about to break ground. Directly made the decision to send Wang Jiani to the foreign entertainment industry to cultivate. Wang Jiani was pressed to pause, chose the future in the future and the heart of the choice of the future. The result of the career did not rise in foreign countries, but first married a foreign director, but did not expect to run into the scum of the earth, dug up 4 years, was beaten to miscarriage, and finally divorced and returned to find the movie star who was already in charge of the decision-making power of the company, to seek the career redevelopment. And Wang Jiani also feels that it was Ruan Jia who ruined her life. If she wasn't sent away to develop properly, with her potential, she would have become a movie queen long ago, instead of the unembarrassed newcomer she is now. So she came back to not only want to take back her career, but also want to snatch back the man who belongs to her. Oh, our mistress is so righteous now? Wasn't it all her choice? Qin Ma and Qin Yan were also furious as they listened to Jihim's heartfelt words, especially Qin Yan's face was even more ugly because she knew Ruan Jia's situation the best, so she was especially sympathetic. And at this time, Jihim also finally saw Ruan Jia's message, and immediately sucked in a breath. Even the heartbeat was gone, and looked at Ruan Jia with a very complicated expression. Alas, although the feelings of this kind of thing hath not by people, but that is the people who have been in love with each other for many years. How to bear to hurt. Also do not know Shang Wenyu in the end how to think, although it seems to not respond to Wang Jiani emotional hints, but also everywhere to maintain efforts to plan for her. This is not the lotus route, just one layer of window paper? How? Waiting for the time to cheat? Surely there will be a big melon in this variety show. Qin Ma and Qin Yan cannot help but come to anger in their hearts. If there is really, find a way to poke through on the spot. Cheating men do not come with good rewards. The man who cheated on his wife does not deserve a good reward. Qin also frowned slightly. TSK, 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 it's true. Men can be relied on. Sows can get into trees, and love is not to be desired. Thinking of this, Jihim also lightly scraped the Qin rank beside him. Qin rank? No gender bashing, please. In Qin title's opinion, once into the marriage hall, there should not be cheating things happen. That is a man without self-control, moral heart performance. This kind of man is useless waste. Their side relied on Jihim to eat melons, and that side was already white-hot. And in the end it was the cabinet sister who was really afraid of escalating the situation, so she rushed to move out the rules. Despite the complexity of the situation, the handling was clear, and as long as Nguyen Jia paid at this point, she could take the dress with her. I thought that Wang Jiani would still fold, but after hearing the offer from the counter girl, she was all smiles and said, "It's so expensive. Can Sister Ruan Jia afford it? Are you kidding me?" Ruanjia finally raised her eyebrows in general and took out a black card and handed it to the teller, who was relieved and hurried to do her job. As a result, in no time, the teller's face froze in embarrassment as she stepped forward and said, "Ma'am, your card won't swipe out. It's been tried several times. It's probably stopped." Ruanjia's already unhealthy face faded even more in an instant, removing all blood color. The only person who can stop her card is Shang Wenyu. Sister Ruanjia, no money? Wang Jiani seemed to be just waiting to watch the show. Her white face was colored with red, beautiful and pretty. It seems that there are some things that are not destined to be yours. I'm sorry ma'am, if you don't have any money. The counter girl was embarrassed. Ruanjia almost didn't stand still as if she had been slapped through the air. But a loser doesn't lose. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out all the cards and cash he had on him again. He didn't usually use them, so there wasn't much at all. And that dress was so expensive that he couldn't afford to pay for it altogether. The onlookers and eaters were stunned, thinking that they had finally won, but it turned out to be a peek. Oh, what kind of big reversal is this? Lack of virtue plus smoking. Wang Jiani already knew that Wang Jia's card was suspended because it was handled by Shang Wenyu in front of Wang Jiani, saying that it was a lesson for Wang Jia. The Qin family was shocked. What? It can still be like this. I'm pissed off. I want to see what this moralistic, cool-headed movie star has done such a brain-dead thing for. Chapter 62. The skirt. I grab. No. I want it. But without waiting for Ji-him to inquire, Wang Jiani over there burst out on her own. After appreciating Wang Jia's embarrassment, Wang Jiani said proudly, "Who let you trick me into going to that kind of drinking bureau? Letting those men pound me with alcohol, causing me to almost get into an accident. Senior brother said that since you have the money to arrange this kind of bureau, your card will be suspended, so you won't have the means to do harm to anyone again." Nguyen Jia blushed profusely. "I didn't. That wasn't me." Wang Jiani, however, laughed coldly. "I don't have any other enemies, and the only one who wishes for something to happen to me here is you. Who else could it be if not you? It's you. You're the one who set it up. You arranged a scene for yourself, pretending to obey Ruan Jia's summons to go to a drinking game in front of Shang Wenyu. Halfway there, you sent Shang Wenyu a message saying you sensed something was wrong and asked someone to come to your rescue. Jiheim finally caught up with the progress and couldn't help but sputter for a while. I didn't think it wasn't a simple mistress, but she had such a deep heart, and made herself look so miserable that she was almost bullied, to win Shang Wenyu's pity and trust. Shang Wenyu is also a pig brain. After the incident to find Ruan Jia questioned but refused to listen to his wife's explanation, as if by default it was Ruan Jia who did it. It is true that once the hearts of the people are biased, the IQ followed the offset. He came to question just wanting Ruan Jia to voluntarily admit his mistake, and when he saw that Ruan Jia looked annoyed and refused to admit it, he left in disappointment and coldness, and then started the Cold War and stopped the card. The Qin family members who were originally listening to the conversation in a daze, hearing Ji-him's tirade, simply had a suffocating feeling of having a mouthful of dirty words with nowhere to say them. But it was someone's private matter, and something they couldn't possibly know about, so they couldn't be bothered to meddle. Alas, after such a mess, many people in the circle know that Wang Jiani is Shang Wenyu's person and dare not think of her anymore. And Shang Wenyu also used this as a reason to be more determined to redeem herself by escorting Wang Jiani's comeback path. No wonder gossip is flying around and their company doesn't care. Yo, scumbag, kinda good at making grand excuses for pampering his little lover. Bah! Qin Ma and Qin Yan couldn't help but follow suit and poo-poo it. Ruan Jia probably didn't expect the card to be stopped because of this. After all, she was already angry that it wasn't her. Coming to ask her about it was simply an insult. She thought that Shang Wenyu understood her, knew that she couldn't be like that, knew that she was willing to believe that he and Wang Jiani wouldn't cross the line. It turns out that from beginning to end, Shang Wenyu didn't believe her and thought she would hurt Wang Jiani. The lack of attention for so many days was also part of the punishment. Ruan Jia couldn't care less about so many years of friendship in exchange for a simplest trust. She only knew that she didn't want to lose face in front of Wang Jiani right now, not even to die. Because Ruan Jia couldn't come up with enough money, she called Shang Wenyu, but no matter how many times she called, no one answered. She then turned to her assistant, who answered, not knowing what she said. But anyway, Ruan Jia's face was ashen when she hung up. Ji-him looked at the situation and really couldn't help but pat his chest. It's true that you can't rely on a man's card. I'm too prescient. Look at what this so-called husband has done. Sick. Stopping his own wife's card for someone else. I'm laughing my ass off. Obviously it's the husband and wife's joint property, but it's like he's the only one who can dispose of it. Is it reasonable? Qin Ma Qin Yan nodded her head to indicate irrationality. Do they president husbands always love to manipulate this kind of power to regulate their wives? Qin, husband, articulation behind a cold husband group wind evaluation was victimized. Since Sister Ruan Jia doesn't have the money to buy it, I'm embarrassed to take it. Wang Jiani mocked. If I don't have any money, do you? As I recall, you came back from a clean break, a job you haven't even picked up yet. Do you have the skills to buy a dress at this price? But it's just trying to steal it from me. Ruanjia remained stubbornly hard. Wang Jiani mockingly smiled and took out a membership card at the counter girl. The counter girl recognized it as the secondary card of her own super VIP card and hurriedly picked it up for verification. Ruanjia's face, however, changed for a moment, because she remembered that this store often provided private clothes to celebrities, and Shang Wenyu had a super VIP card for this store, because Ruanjia seldom buys these kinds of clothes, so Shang Wenyu has not given her a secondary card. To buy directly, swipe the black card is the same. Ruanjia's eyes grew shaky with fear of hearing certain news, until the counter girl awkwardly opened her mouth. It's Mr. Shang's secondary card, so you can just sign up to spend. Eater's shocked jaws. It turns out that also because of the reason to participate in the program, Shang Wenyu knew that Wang Jiani did not have the money to buy clothes, so he gave her a sub card to let her spend on her own. I'll be damned. The wife does not have a vice card. The junior instead has the husband's vice card. This is too insulting to the original match-it. Ruanjia's breath froze for a moment, while in the next second, she saw Wang Jiani smiling. What? Didn't senior brother provide sister Ruanjia with a secondary card? Bitchy or not? Jiam ate his melon and got angry. Qin Yanqin's mom said, cheap. Turns out there are even more ones. Wang Jiani picked up the skirt hem and gesticulated at her body, took a picture of it in the dressing mirror, and sent it off. And then he voiced, Senior, what do you think of this one? The phone vibrated and returned in almost seconds. Ruanjia, who had just been unable to get through on the phone and had been told by her assistant that her boss was busy, had her pupils shrink. Just see Wang Jiani press the cell phone screen. A voice that was cold and magnetic with a slight air of tenderness came out. It's pretty and it suits you. Wen Jia's body shifted a bit, and she was so angry that she was trembling. Scum. It's so scummy. Qin Yanqin mother said, slag on the sky. Wang Jiani, however, gave back another sentence. What is senior brother saying? I am thinking that this is suitable for sister-in-law, and I intend to give it to her. After all, she must have been very upset because of us during this period of time. Soon after, Shang Wanyue replied back, there's no need to send her. It's not appropriate for her. It's better for you to wear it, and she should be the one apologizing to you. Yue whose mammary glands are not mammary glands. Qin rank? Qin ma Qin yen, that's it. I'm sorry, I was going to borrow a flower, but since senior brother doesn't agree it's fine. But without waiting for Wang Jiani to laugh out in triumph, she only saw Ruanjia move violently. There was a snap. A slap was whistled directly toward Wang Jiani's cheek. Straight up. The man knocked his sunglasses off and his cell phone. The crowd froze at first, and then they all exhaled as if they were watching with a sigh of relief. Wang Jiani screamed in disbelief. You hit me? Wang Jiani reacted violently, about to wave her hand, but she heard a loud hey. Is this place still doing business? Ji Him directly shouted, interrupting Wang Jiani's retort and giving the counter sisters a chance to react. Rushing up to persuade them, Wang Jiani only had time for an after-image scan, knowing that there was a man and a woman standing over there. Her attention was on Ruanjia's side. Seeing Ruanjia's angry tears come out, she immediately stopped fighting back and covered her red and swollen face and sneered. Since senior brother thinks I look better in this dress, I'll take it. Wang Jiani was aware of how to be angry, and in the future, as long as she wore this dress on camera, every time she appeared in front of Ruanjia's eyes, she would be able to stab her once. But the next second, heard just that rude and loud woman raised her voice again. This skirt, I grab. No, I want it. I'm told that my husband owns this mall. Had. Chapter 63, forget it. Bury it. Of course Ji-him wouldn't recklessly jump out to be a mammary gland warrior. Wouldn't it be hilarious if he was slapped in the face? So before the action, Ji-him directly asked Qin Rank in a quiet voice, are you the biggest boss of this mall? Qin Rank froze. Well, which means I can do whatever I want. Qin title. Pretty much. So I'm going to grab that dress? Qin Rank probably knew what Ji-him was going to do, and directly picked up his cell phone and sent a message to the special assistant. In fact, Qin Rank felt that if Ji-him didn't act, those two behind him were going to be unable to hold back. Who made their family hot? Ji-him jumped out and shouted like that, and Qin Rank felt a great exhale coming from behind, and the people in front of them all looked over incredulously because Ji-him shouted so, probably didn't expect a sudden kill. Ruanjia was a bit skeptical to see Ji-him, and didn't think about it for a moment until she saw Qin Yan further back, the female hospital chief who would come to care for her when she was hospitalized alone, and was currently smiling and waving her hand at her. It just occurred to me that I had just met them by chance at dinner. Although it was very embarrassing for her acquaintances to see her in a sorry state, she also understood that the group was trying to help her. Wang Jiani, on the other hand, looked at Ji-him in shock, not understanding what this person was up to. He knew Wang Jia and was helping him? Sister Wang Jia's friend? Wang Jiani tried. Nguyen Jia said, I don't recognize it. Wang Jiani immediately looked at Jihim even more speechlessly. So look, suddenly feel some familiar. Only unfortunately Jihim online photos are belong to the modeling photos. Complete makeup and daily look gap is still very big. This moment, although still a beauty embryo, but without powder. The spirit of vitality, looking much smaller than the modeling photos. More like a youthful large school flowers than artists. The man beside her is even more so that Wang Jiani for one of the surprise. Sword eyebrow starry eyes. Imposing, point lacquer eyes with cold color luster. Like the best quality ink shade. Have rejected people outside of the sense of reserve and cold. There are often beautiful people, but Wang Jiani has rarely seen such a temperament and appearance of the top of the man, even as a movie star's senior brother stood next to him for fear that it will also be eclipsed. Wang Jiani also has eyesight. Looking at the dress of the two people in front of them also know that either rich or noble, but even so, there was no sense in grabbing her skirt. This young lady, I've already ordered this dress. Wang Jiani opened her mouth. It's not like I paid for it, so how is it set? I think I fit the dress better. Jihim stepped forward and smiled. Wang Jiani's face stiffened, and she always felt that what Jihim said meant about the same as what she had said to Ruan Jia before. I said it. I can pay for it. Miss is a step late. Wang Jiani finished and didn't wait for Jihim to answer. She directly turned her head to look at the counter attendant. I'll sign the order. Wrap it up. But without waiting for the teller to respond, an order came from inside the headphones of all the tellers present. The counter attendant who was ready to open the bill changed her face and immediately returned Wang Jiani's secondary card. Wang Jiani's face instantly changed. What do you mean? I'm sorry this guest. This skirt. Our store manager explained that it's not for sale to the public. As an apology, we can give you a 10% discount on other items. The counter's sister smiled. Not selling it to me? Is it going to be sold to her? Wang Jiani incredulously pointed at Jihim. The counter girl was having a hard time. So Jihim stepped forward and took out the membership card that Chin Rank had turned in. The counter keeper took a look and suddenly both eyes were glowing. Seeing this highest level membership card for the first time. Does Miss want this skirt? Jihim nodded. The counter girl said, no problem. Do you need to try it on? Hey, wait. What the hell is this? Wang Jiani was furious and confused. The counter girl explained. This is the highest level membership card of the store. Any item not for sale to the public is open to it. I'm sorry, Miss Wang, even Mr. Shang's main card can't come over here. And the level of the secondary card is even less. One sentence directly caused Wang Jiani's face to turn red. This was also in accordance with the rules, so Wang Jiani knew that it was useless for her to make a noise. She could only say that she was being pressed with power, and in the end, she could only unwillingly sweep a glance at Jihim before leaving. Anyway, Ruan Jia's unpleasantness, she had already finished looking for it. In the end, Ruan Jia wanted to say thank you to Qin Yen, but when she looked up, the person disappeared, and in the end, she could only nod her head to Jihim and Qin Rank, who she didn't recognize, as a way of thanking the other party for their kindness. When Wan Jia was gone as well, Jihim was going to go in and try on the clothes. Qin Jia asked, do you really want this one? Do you like it? Qin Rank thought that Jihim was just helping to piss people off. After all, based on Jihim's taste right now probably wouldn't like this kind of dress. With so many straps, she would find it too much of a hassle to wear. Love it. Qin Rank was surprised that Jihim's taste had changed again. Just the thought of the expression Gani Wang would show when she saw me wearing this dress during the recording of the variety show makes me love it so much. Gusi, Qin title. So it's this kind of like ah. On the other hand, Ruan Jia left in a state of disorientation and had just walked out of the store when her cell phone rang. When Ruan Jia saw the incoming call, her face instantly went ice cold and she picked up the phone. An icy voice line came from the other end. You hit Gani? Ha, this is a tattletale? Shang Wenyu, if it wasn't for this matter, I probably would have never been able to receive your call or get through to you. Ruan Jia, it seems you still haven't reflected. Reflect on what? Reflect on what I didn't do. On why you guys are throwing dirt on me. On my husband suspending my card for another woman's one-sided story. Ha, then it's time for me to reflect on whether or not I should get a new husband. Ruan Jia, you've really changed. Become something I don't even recognize anymore. Do you trust me so little? I'm innocent with her. We've already wronged her enough. I just want to make it up for you. Can you stop targeting her? If you keep this up, we might as well get a divorce. Ruan Jia stiffened at the word divorce. Now, go apologize to Connie. Probably too shocked. Ruan Jia stopped directly in place. Pale face. Froze for a long time before returning. You don't even ask what happened. Whatever happened is no reason for you to hit someone. I don't recognize you either. Shang Wenyu, since you brought it up. Well then, let's divorce. Ruan Jia spoke softly, as if she was tired. Only this time it was the other's turn to pause. I'm serious. Not messing with you. I'm serious too. The other party seemed extremely impatient and took a deep breath. How much longer are you going to be unreasonable? Ruan Jia, you're really close to wearing out all the love I have for you. Forget it. I'll have to make up for your mistakes after all. So calm down alone. And we'll talk about it when I send Johnny back to where she belongs. Ruan Jia wanted to say something else, but the other party had already hung up. It didn't give her a chance to clarify at all. Ruan Jia only felt a mouthful of blood being held in her chest. Suddenly she felt her eyes go black and she fell backwards, but she didn't fall down. There were two people holding her up. As soon as she turned around, she saw Qin Yan smiling awkwardly. It turned out that Qin Yan and Qin Mother just outside the corner of the store is hesitant to continue to track inside the two or to stroll their own to go. The result is encountered Ruan Jia out of the side of the phone. This piece is very quiet. The conversation heard clearly. Really, is the two people angry enough? Looking at Ruan Jia's ugly face, Qin Yan couldn't say anything else. Come on, let's get you to the hospital. Waiting until the evening to go back. Jihim and Qin Rank only received Qin Mom and Little Shishi, which only knew that Qin Yan sent Ruan Jia to the hospital. Qin Mom, to find people to share gossip, rushed to the Jihim to tell them to hear the phone. Jihim stared in disbelief. His wife suffered aggression. He is not willing to listen to a word. Is completely for the mistress to find bad luck. This kind of man can still be justified to say that love is the wife. With the mistress of the innocent, forget it, buried it. Chapter 64. That scene, really dare not think about. And Qin Chao, who was at the same table, couldn't believe it even more. They just went out for a shopping trip. How did they strip the first group of guests naked? When Qin Yan returned, the crowd was still very curious, although it was not good to pry into the patient's privacy. Qin Yan could only say, she is a poor person. From the time she was admitted to the hospital until now she has been alone. It is said that her own parents have passed away, and her husband is, alas, doesn't she tell her husband about her condition? Qin Ma worried. She said that, but her husband didn't believe her and said that she was acting to deceive him and hated the fact that she cursed her body for the sake of jealousy. And then she said that such a husband didn't deserve to know the truth. Qin Yan shook her head straight. That's a terminal disease. I don't know how many days I have left to live. Why do I have the feeling that I'm gambling with my own life and betting that the man will regret it when he finds out? Isn't that silly? Although Qin Yan did not say anything, but Jihim accidentally exposed. Qin family members listened to the heart even more bad taste. It's a joke on your life. Qin Yan also finally couldn't help but spit out. She doesn't cooperate with the treatment at all, although her disease, even if treated, feels like she has some broken ideas anyway. Mourning is better than dying. Qin Ma regretfully shook her head. The crowd sputtered again. In a few days, my acting, Ka, is going to shoot an early promo. I heard that this is the first big gathering of the group, where everyone formally meets, and there might be a potluck dinner. Jihim was excited to bring that fishtail dress. When Gaohao came to pick up the people with the nanny car, he saw the dress that Jihim had prepared and couldn't help but praise Jihim's vision. Yeah, I think it looks good too. Jihim smiled wider and wider. Qin Chao, who was traveling with him, however, inexplicably shivered and pulled Gaohao. Remember to always be alert to social occasions later. Gaohao looked confused. Why? Qin Chao implicitly patted Gaohao's shoulder. He and Jihim didn't care about offending people. It was Gaohao's deception plan that suffered. Gaohao, however, smiled and said, are you worried that Jihim won't be able to speak and accidentally offend others? Then don't worry, I've analyzed it. Jihim may not be able to socialize the hypocritical set, but he's sincere and friendly, good-looking, and as the only actor who was a pure newcomer with no conflict of interest with the families, he'll be the one that the families like to draw close to in front of and behind the camera, and he'll be very likable overall. Qin Chao laughed twice and stopped talking. Gaohao looked back at Jihim in disbelief, only to see that Jihim had already begun to share the various gossips that he had seen on his cell phone with Xiao Tao with great gusto. There's nothing to worry about except gossiping a bit. When we arrived at the shooting building, the chief director and producer personally transported us, because he knew that it was Qin Rank who had revealed his identity to these two people in advance. Jihim didn't feel abrupt in the face of the warm treatment, and acted in a very well-spoken manner, like a humble and polite newcomer in the circle. The two immediately put heart. Look, not like a will cause trouble lord. I'm afraid that the high status does not cooperate with the love of the whole moth. That program is really difficult to get. We're just going to do a photo shoot today and do a brief solo and group interview. The producer opened his mouth to explain and sent everyone to the makeup room. Their 5 groups of people all use the same makeup room. Will not favor one over the other. After all, the show's makeup room is well equipped. The space is also very large. There are stalls. Everyone has their own small area. Can accommodate many people at the same time to get makeup. Even if the emperor after the vision won't be aggrieved by anyone. The crew thought it would be convenient if they notified something, and the general director also wanted everyone to spend more time together, so they could get acquainted as soon as possible, so they wouldn't be awkward during the live broadcast. Everyone arrived at different times, and when Ji-him and Chin Chao went in, there were already 3 groups of people there. Gao Hao is the socialite, once inside like a fish out of water, roaming around. Ji-him was dragged around the circle of greetings. His head is big, just barely put everyone with their melon right, but none of them cared about Ji-him. After all, they were considered pure newcomers in the circle, and with a glance, Ji-him's eyes lit up, looking at each of their heads as if they were knotted with melons, waiting for her to pick them. But before Ji-him could eat their melons, he heard someone say, "There's only the group of Shang Shadow Emperor and Wang Jiani left to come. You guys didn't read the marketing number that was just posted?" The well-informed man laughed. "I guess it will come later. Young people these days, maybe our show will really become a love affair between the two." Someone joked. In fact, some people have heard of the movie star's hidden marriage, but heard and really know are 2 different things. This will be a person those who have heard of it suspect that the hidden marriage is a rumor. Otherwise the gossip is so excessive. How can the original match be so quiet? At least learn from the old actors over there. Ah, their wives are close by. Late at night rushed to Wang Jiani's neighborhood, stayed out all night, and really did not avoid people. "I'll see what's going on." What? Sitting aside, Chin Chao was about to determine the hairstyle. It once heard could not help but sit upright. Still cannot help but gossip. Because of thunder and rain, high-end neighborhood power outage. Wang Jiani is afraid of the dark, so she calls Shang Wenyue for help. So is Shang Wenyue the electricity or the light? Does he or does he not know that when he accompanies someone all night because they are afraid of the dark, his wife is enduring the adverse effects of the treatment alone? Chin Chao originally thought that Shang Wenyue was a good person, dedicated and professional, but now he just wanted to sneer. Just as he was thinking about it, another crowd came in. It should be the staff from the movie star group. They didn't see Shang Wenyue and Wang Jiani. Gao Hao and the female agent of the Guru Guy were the first to react, going up to greet Shang Wenyue's geezer and showing courtesy concern for the movie star who had not arrived. "Oh, we'll come and get ready first, and the 2 of them will follow." Once the crowd heard this, they naturally had a scale in their hearts. Those 2 people had set out alone from somewhere else. The agent unexpectedly did not avoid at all, but also so blatantly put the 2 together. It seems that it is not the unilateral capricious behavior of the movie star. This agent is also confused. Both Gao Hao and the female agent were really aware of the movie star's hidden marriage, and their eyes flashed with an expression of looking at stupid people. Even if the other party is a veteran agent who trained a movie star, now he is acting arrogant and ignorant, knowing that the high ground is not enough to leave such a big handle to the outside world. If the opposite family really wants to mess with Shang Wenyue, he will let him collapse his room in a minute. But spit and spit and spit. The surface was still maintained with nice, false pleasantries, because their makeup team was right across from Ji-him and Chin Chao. The makeup artist's conversations could be carried over even in a whisper. "Take care of the grooming later. Hasn't the swelling gone down on Connie-san's face yet? I hear there's still a bit of trace." No wonder teacher Shang even apologized to sister Connie earlier. After all, that's the guy who hit it. "Oh, M.O., what did she hear? Still swollen? How many days has it been? The swelling should have gone down by the time you hit it with a brick, right? Strange." It turns out that in order to keep Shang Wenyue in mind, she slapped herself in the same spot every morning. Hiss. The corner of Chin Chao's mouth twitched. This junior is really dedicated, and she is too hard on herself. Aha, it's really not my fault. Who let this pair of dogs come late? Chin Chao? I heard Ji-him whisper to Peach beside her. Cooperate later. A witty expression appeared on Momo's flinty face from receiving the signal. Chin Chao, why do you have a bad feeling about this? The crowd was doing styling while casually socializing. Gossip suddenly bubbled up in the cluttered hustle and bustle, driven by human nature, and couldn't help but gradually quiet down and perk up their ears, when they heard a conversation coming from Ji-him's side of the room. That dress was robbed on purpose. Peachy, why? Because the 2 people who robbed it in the first place. One was the original and the other was the mistress. Peachy, really? At the time it was actually at #UN% and, Peach, huh? Yeah, geez, huh? Mr. G, you're doing God's work for him. Ji-him had forgotten that one of their guests was an actress who had been crowned as the strongest lover's little third head, and when that person heard this she thought that Ji-him was also not used to seeing that she was hinting at mocking herself, so she couldn't help but turn her head to look over. Next to her, there was an unkind look thrown by the wife of the veteran actor. The actress ignored it. It was then that he saw Ji-him describe what had happened with a fluttering brow, and it seemed to have really happened, not a deliberate mockery. Immediately also curious gossip, especially when I heard all the operations of the little 3. The heart followed the spit too low, but where that man a little more brain can be minutes to find the true face of the little 3. Even the general director and producer, who felt that the crowd was almost complete and therefore came early to make session notes, silently joined the crowd of eaters when they arrived. When Ji-him finished a burst of gossip, the crowd gradually returned to the lively. But it was just an ordinary person's melon, just a casual bite. Even Gao Hao wasn't curious enough to ask what kind of person it was. While this was happening, there was a commotion coming from outside the door. Obviously someone was coming. Ji-him seized the opportunity to bring his assistant to the dressing room ahead of time. All of their artists' clothes had been sent to the dressing room to be organized. Watching Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani, who had missed out with Ji-him, walk in, Qin Chao had begun to pick his toes off the ground in embarrassment. Later, once Ji-him changes clothes and comes out, that scene, really dare not think. Chapter 65. Who would have thought that you would be eating a melon from your own melon field? Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani is the last to come. After arriving, the crowd have warmly greeted each other, cared to recognize each other, then each back to their original position to continue to do styling. The director and producer came to Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani to give instructions. Other people cannot help but sneak in their own small area whisper gossip to people that ambiguous relationship. Occasionally see the two people look at each other, a smile of tacit understanding. Really think it is a good thing will be close. There were also staff members present who might have been involved in those days of universal CP highs when they were young, and they couldn't help but smile their anti-smiles when they saw these two sitting together. The atmosphere was in harmony when suddenly the door to the locker room not far away opened. When he just met with the other artists, only Qin Chao's group was one less. Ji-him didn't greet Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani. It was self-evident who the person who came out of the change of clothes was. With that ghostly blue fishtail dress wrapped around a marvelous body shining on the stage, everyone's eyes were attracted. Although the makeup creation is still incomplete, the tall figure, delicate curves, naturally cold white skin, right-angled shoulders, small waist, and straight legs show the advantages of the fishtail dress to the fullest. There was only one sigh in the hearts of the crowd. It was worthy of being a model, even without acting skills. As long as they appeared in the picture, they would focus all the eyes. Of course, this is the sentiment of most people, except for three. For example, the nervous Qin Chao, the frowning Shang Wenyu, and the stunned Wang Jiani. Without waiting for Wang Jiani to react, the closest Shang Wenyu frowned with his long brows and directly spoke out. Isn't this dress prepared by Connie? This young lady, are you wearing someone else's clothes by mistake? Everyone's outfits would be sent directly to the dressing room for the assistants to take care of when they arrived, and the person would go back in when it was time to change. So everyone's clothes are all together. He had seen that dress before. It was bought by Wang Jiani for the shoot. How could it be worn on someone else? Unless someone does it on purpose. Shang Wenyu's face sank. A newcomer. Even if he had something to do with the Qin group, he couldn't use his power to bully the people he was protecting. In fact, usually Shang Wenyu would not directly open fire. Just Wang Jiani in front of him too many times to sell misery, resulting in him becoming very sensitive. A little stimulation on the impulse, always worried about their own shelter, also let Wang Jiani aggrieved. This would make him even more ashamed of Wang Jiani, and he always couldn't help but think that if she hadn't been kicked out because of himself, then she would already have an extraordinary position in the circle today, and who else could bully her? But when Shang Wenyu finished speaking, the staff of their group were bewildered, and the agent looked at him suspiciously. The others were even more confused. They did think that there would definitely be all sorts of conflicts in the shooting of the program. After all, everyone had a bit of status and more or less had their own temper, but never expected the first clash to come from the circle of movie stars and newcomers who have only just joined the industry. And didn't she bring this dress herself? She even flaunted it for half a day. How can she say it's Ginny Wang's? Gao Hao reacted the fastest and was the first to speak up. That, Mr. Shang isn't mistaken somewhere. This is the clothes our artist bought herself. Did it clash with Mr. Wang? Ha ha ha, that's fate. It was only then that Wang Jiani came back from the shock of the coincidence. What she didn't expect was that the person she ran into that day was the newcomer Ji-him who was filming the program with them. Thinking about what happened then, Wang Jiani's face changed. Being somewhat at a loss for words, she saw Ji-him suddenly point at her with a look of disbelief. It's you! Then with a reactive look, you're Gani Wang. With that, it was written all over his face. So embarrassing. Met the party. The atmosphere was weird for a moment. The crowd looked back and forth. What's going on? It feels like the two of them seem to be in conflict, and just now the movie star mentioned dresses? Ugh, wait a minute, what seems to be wrong? And at this moment, Wang Jiani swept Ji-him up and down. Seeing her standing in a fidgety manner, she suddenly had a bottom. Ji-him didn't even know her, so he must not have known the exact circumstances of that day, and now that he was so embarrassed, he probably felt that he had offended someone. Sorry, misunderstanding, before is indeed I fancy the skirt. Sent to the senior brother has seen, we're going to pay, the results of, probably G teacher has a relationship, directly let the businessman to destroy the single, skirt which was G teacher took away. Wang Jiani had a forced smile on her face, as if she couldn't do anything about being bullied. I'll bear it. This is the moment when whatever brain capacity begins to run at high speed and ends up spinning up in smoke. Gradually, everyone's mouths opened wide and their pupils quaked. Emotions rolled and she couldn't afford to miss a second of the exciting drama as she stared at the two people who were still out of the situation. Wang Jiani still had an apologetic look on her face when she finished speaking. Turning to Shang Wenyu, "I'm sorry, senior brother. I didn't have time to tell you." Shang Wenyu frowned. Although it was his own misunderstanding, but it was true that he had grabbed Wang Jiani's skirt in a different situation, and he was definitely an arrogant and bossy one as well. Shang Wenyu looked at Ji-him. Ji-him had an uncomfortable expression on his face, as if he was truly embarrassed for grabbing someone's clothes. But Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani both think, if we'll do this moment, Ji-him should make amends and apologize. But no, really is relying on Qin Chao to give her backing? Both of their faces relaxed a bit, especially Shang Wenyu. In an obscure tone, she said, "At that time, when Jia and I sent me a picture to look at, I thought this dress was good. Mr. Ji has a good eye, and he and Jia and I saw the same one, but it's a pity that it's the only one available." So it's true. Shang Wenyu, you are really hiding your marriage. So the mistress is Wang Jiani. Junior grabbed the original skirt, in front of the face of the original mate to send photos. You damn, only back to Junior. Even the original mate's phone does not pick up? Also froze the original partner's card and gave his affiliate card to the mistress. Over here, Shang Wenyu still didn't feel the gradually burning atmosphere in the air, hinting clearly in his words that he hoped Ji-him would recognize the situation and apologize. But not only did Ji-him not react, even Gao Hao, who should know better, was still in a state of delirium right now. Shang Wenyu frowned in confusion. Could it be that the emotional intelligence is too low? Wang Jiani though was very diabolical in her mind about her wearing this dress, as if it was a constant reminder of the day she was grayed out and pissed off. However, on the surface, she still showed generosity and decency, and did not want Shang Wenyu to make things difficult for her. "It doesn't matter, la. I can see that Ms. G likes this dress. She looks better in it, and this whole thing is kind of a big watery mess. But don't drown yourself later." This one gloating voice, which only Qin Chao could hear, almost sprayed out. Everyone else, "Oh crap, my toes are itching." Embarrassment on behalf of others is going to be a problem. Rather, I should be the one to say I'm sorry. I just didn't get it right and assumed you were wearing Connie's clothes by mistake. Shang Wenyu couldn't see the expressions of the other groups in the back and continued to be sarcastic. "No, brother Day, you're not getting it right now either." What to do? I want to laugh so bad my chest hurts from holding it in. Shang Wenyu saw Ji-him as if she still looked embarrassed to the point of being at a loss for words, wondering why she could be embarrassed for so long, too incapable of being a human being, and could only smile and say, "In the future, we will all take care of each other." Shouldn't have warned him, but it doesn't seem like anyone on their team has come back to their senses either. After all, they were crunching on melons before. Who would have thought that they would be eating melons from inside their own melon fields? Chapter 66. A female voice screamed directly out of control. "What?" Listening to Shang Wenyu's suppressed breath and still polite speech, Ji-him finally couldn't help but take a closer look at what it meant to be human-like. It's really a cool movie star, the face of a popular man. This air of pretentiousness, you have to remember to maintain it later. Fearing that he wouldn't be able to suppress the corners of his mouth if he didn't leave, Ji-him hurriedly nodded politely before quickly retreating to his position, putting on an innocent look of relief. On the contrary, Gao Hao next to him had been completely petrified that the artists under him had accidentally gotten into a heavenly mess. "It's careless, isn't it? Can you still find a replacement? Let me think about it. I'll hurry up and think about it. If I can't think of anything, this will be the biggest black eye in my agent's history." Qin Chao on the side sympathetically swept a glance at Gao Hao, but inwardly already began to tremble. Later, immediately, everyone in their group looked at the mirror reflection in unison, not wanting to miss the slightest bit. The other groups have done the same, and some have even moved their spacers on purpose. And at that moment, although Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani were not happy with Ji-him's reaction in their hearts, they sort of let the matter go and looked at the director and producer in front of them and were about to continue their exchange. As a result, he saw that the two people in front of him both had a constipated look on their faces at some point, and their eyes were too flustered to look at them. Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani? I remembered there was something unscheduled. The director flashes. I remembered. I haven't scheduled a director yet. The producer flashed, leaving the two of them in a daze. They turned their heads again, only to see their own team members, except for their manager. All of them panicked and lowered their heads, pretending that they were a deaf person, constantly busy with the tasks in their hands. The agent, on the other hand, had a vegetable face, a mouth that was about to open and not open. and his gaze was about to circle sparks on Wang Jiani and Shang Wenyue. While it was true that the agent disliked the Mrs. Shang, with whom he often didn't get along, and hated the idea of giving the movie star a partner with more commercial value in the future, he was also happy to put together a pairing of Wang Jiani and Shang Wenyue, and was confident that he could market it very well to bring Shang Wenyue up to the next level. But who would have thought that it was the two of them who had just told that little girl story about the mistress versus the original wife? Wasn't it always Ruan Jia who was aggressive and Wang Jiani who was weak? No, this is not the time to worry about that. Now is the time for everyone to hear it. And just now Wang Jiani and Shang Wenyue were the equivalent of blowing themselves up on the spot. Doing it behind your back is one thing, blowing yourself up in your face is another. The agent was already sweating. What's wrong? Wang Jiani felt a sudden uneasiness in her heart. The agent woke up in a big dream, can't lose face anymore, hurriedly pulled up the two. There is something outside to say. When the door closed, the makeup room was eerily quiet until outside the door. A female voice screamed out of control straight away. What? I don't know who suddenly couldn't help but let out a asterisk, followed by another ft. Then like the transit of locusts, whispers turned into loud clamor, and many people cast admiring glances at GM. It was impossible for them to think that GM had done it on purpose from start to finish. They just felt that this coincidence was simply bad blood luck for Shang Wenyue and Wang Jiani. Grateful to GM. Let them eat such a big melon. It's simply not too wonderful. I haven't seen such a gripping reversal in how many years of entertainment. Many people picked up their cell phones, and before the show even started filming, there was already a powerful message circulating in the circles. It quickly attacked various gossip platforms, and although Shadow Emperor's PR team was quick to find out and the message was deleted quickly, it still caused a certain impact. The original Crazy Brush Master Greenback Square, CP Super Talk gradually had a different voice. Black Powder also began to take shape. The others had a good time watching. Only Gao Hao's side was so bitter and hateful that his face went a degree white, pointing at Ji-him with a trembling hand. I really didn't mean it. Look at my eyes. How sincere they are. Ji-him blinked with a pair of big innocent eyes. Alas, if it is not Shang Wenyue full of heart full of eyes, Wang Jiani, the first to stand up for people, and Wang Jiani bad intentions want to sue her in front of Shang Wenyue, there is still a way out of this. As long as they do not admit it, people may not be associated with it. Can only say that self-inflicted sins cannot live? Qin Shao coughed and still had to protect his own family, pulling the trembling Gao Hao. He said, this matter can't be blamed on Ji-him. Where would she have thought that it's their own right? It's called digging their own graves, and one has to admit, the hilarity is so fun to watch. Right, to share with the family. Ji-him gave Qin Shao an approving look. The buzz in the makeup room naturally spread to the hallway. Listening to those movements, Wang Jiani directly sobbed and wept. That's not true. How could Ji-him make up a story like that? It's not like that at all. Shang Wenyue remembered what had just happened. A burst of numbness came to his cheeks as if they had been scraped by steel knives. It was not hard to imagine how the people inside were laughing at them. The blow made him go into a bit of a trance. Johnny, didn't you say that you met Ruan Jia later on, and that she found out about the card suspension and then beat you out of it? Ji-him and they are not familiar. No grievances. How could they make up stories out of thin air? Which even if Shang Wenyue's head is not normal again, he also noticed that it is not right. Wang Jiani's crying stopped for a split second, and then she burst into tears again. Senior, you don't believe me? How could I do such a thing? I was in a bad mood that day, and my ex-husband called to pester me. I was afraid that if I stayed by myself I would be sick again. That's why I went out for a walk, and I found a nice-looking dress and shared it with you. What? Your ex-husband contacted you again? Why didn't you tell me? As soon as Shang Wenyue heard this, he remembered when he received Wang Jiani. That look of being tortured by domestic violence. Everything is their fault. Shang Wenyue looks at the now teary-eyed Wang Jiani, and his heart aches with guilt. Wang Jiani desperately shook her head. I've already caused trouble for you and your sister-in-law, causing you to fight over me constantly, so I don't want to trouble you. If I'm caught on camera again, my sister-in-law might want to make trouble with you again. I really don't know why Ji-him is targeting me so much. Could sister-in-law know her? Shang Wenyue's brows wrinkled, and immediately picked up his cell phone to look for the number, only to find it after half a day of rummaging. He froze for a moment. Hadn't Ruan Jia called him in so long? It didn't occur to him that he hadn't actually called Nguyen Jia in a long time either. The phone rang for a long time, and Shang Wenyue was impatiently waiting before the other party answered the phone. The first burst of dry heaving sound, Shang Wenyue thought it was a murmur or misheard, and directly opened his mouth and questioned, what took you so long to answer the phone? The opposite side was quiet for a while, before speaking somewhat hoarsely. What? Calling to explain to me that last night was also spent clean? Shang Wenyue choked before remembering that there was this matter. Immediately a little annoyed and said, enough. How many more times do I have to explain this type of thing? I don't have time to argue with you now. There is something else to ask you. Do you know Ji-him? Ruanjia froze for a moment. She really did recognize it. It's only because after Qin Yan sent her back to the hospital that day, she inquired about it, and Qin Yan introduced that to her as her sibling, who was also going to participate in the program. Feeling the other's unusual pause. You really do recognize. Shang Wenyu's voice became lower and lower, as if he was suppressing something. So what? Ruanjia was uncertain. And aside, Wang Jiani was relieved and at the same time very annoyed. She really knew her, and was deliberately dealing with her that day. Ruanjia, did you not listen to my last warning at all? You are simply hopeless. Listening to the sound of a really thoroughly irritated voice, Ruanjia frowned. What the hell are you talking about? Skirt, Shang Wenyu said. Ruanjia froze. Ha, you know? Knowing is surprisingly. Ruanjia, next time, we're divorced. I can't communicate with you anymore. This time it was again Shang Wenyu who hung up first. Ruanjia stared blankly at her cell phone, unable to figure it out. Really unable to figure it out. Followed by another bout of dry heaving. Chapter 67. Why did he come back and humiliate himself? Shang Wenyu hung up the phone and looked very disappointed. He did not expect Ruanjia to become so unscrupulous. To Wang Jian he said, I am sorry. I apologize to you for Ruanjia. She is simply crazy. I will turn around and talk to her properly. It's okay. I know she loves you. Loving someone is always crazy. I understand. Wang Jiani heard Shang Wenyue say divorce. A burst of excitement in her heart. I did not expect to be blessed by the disaster. So that Shang Wenyue even more biased in her favor. Her eyes flowed as she looked at Shang Wenyu. But Shang Wenyu couldn't help but avoid the sight. Wang Jiani put on a poor innocent aggrieved look. Shang Wenyue still see. Heart as soft. An impulse. Pull Wang Jiani wrist. Wang Jiani was just about to be surprised. I'll take you to clarify. Wang Jiani's face suddenly changed. How dare she? Wanting to pull Shang Wenyu, but it was already too late. Who let Shang Wenyu's heart ache when he saw that pitiful look of hers, and was bound to stick up for her and seek justice for the two of them, and their agent was busy deleting the post, and didn't stop Shang Wenyu's impulsive act of justice in time. The door to the makeup room was violently pushed open, and the chamber, which had just been like a food market, was instantly pin-sharp. Probably no one had expected them to return. They were all mentally prepared to not participate in the shooting with the group of movie stars later. After all, this kind of public self-explosion of black information is too embarrassing. Damn, now they came back to make the melon eaters embarrassed too, okay? They don't even dare to lock eyes with Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani. Shouldn't you be ashamed of yourself and finish your work alone, then sneak away? Not to mention Ji-him, even Xin Chao and Gao Hao looked at the two people at the door in surprise. I can feel the word embarrassment floating in the air. Are they trying to deal with all this with the as long as I'm not embarrassed? It's others who are embarrassed stunt? It's true that there aren't many thin-skinned people who can be in the entertainment industry. Ji-him was casting aspersions in her mind when she ended up seeing Shang Wenyu with an iron face pulling Wang Jiani towards her. By the look on his face he was probably fighting hard. Only Shang Wenyu transformed his irritation at having just lost face into anger at Ji-him and fired straight away. Miss Ji-him, it's even if you grabbed Jiani's skirt before. Now you are indiscriminately making up stories and rumors about my relationship with my senior sister, isn't it too much? After Shang Wenyu finished speaking, his eyes swept over Gao Hao and Qin Chao, implying a warning. Wang Jiani's face went white with weakness, but suddenly with a twinkle in her eye, she remembered that that kind of store would never be able to provide CCTV footage, otherwise it would jeopardize the privacy of customers and cause brand reputation problems. So what happened that day is basically dead. It all depends on what they say. Shang Wenyu so trust her. What else does she have to worry about? Wang Jiani put her heart on the line and directly took a big gamble, intending to carry out the scam to the end. So she put on a look of humiliation and looked at Ji-him. Now everyone's eyes lit up again. Is there a melon inside a melon? Wasn't the joke an accident? Is it that good? Ji-him was dumbfounded. She was just looking down on them to give them a little bit of a hard time, and they should have chosen to swallow their anger because they were weak. She didn't expect them to come to her door. She did grab the dress for Ruanjia and set them up. But, I'm a rumor monger? I am indiscriminate? How in the world did he brainstorm into? Hiss I wipe. Absolute. This thing reversed I cannot keep up. The scum of the earth are really all wives say anything is not true. Green tea say anything is true. Just because Ruanjia knew my identity from her big sister's side. He even decided that it was me and Ruanjia who conspired? Is this an attempt to stand up for Gani Wang and settle the score with me? Qin Chao frowned and immediately stood up, protecting in front of Ji-him, just about to open his mouth with venom, but was stopped by Gao Hao. Gao Hao couldn't let the two make a scene, but he wouldn't let the other party ride on his head either, so he smiled and said, Mr. Shang, it's all a misunderstanding. Ji-him was talking about someone else. So how come you guys are still right on top of each other? Shang Wenyu's agent also came. In fact, the smart person's approach should be to deal with the cold. But Shang Wenyu has been impulsive. That inevitably can only be done to the end. Otherwise, the movie star's status in the jungle will not be guaranteed. But also let people laugh. Teacher Ji is talking about who? We all know clearly. We do not mess with things and are not afraid of things. In the future, we still have to shoot the program together. It is best to explain the misunderstanding now. We believe that Teacher G meets a person who is not a good person, and may be taken advantage of. If Teacher G is willing to sincerely apologize, this matter will not be pursued by us. Holy, this agent in Shang when you can't put together a complete brain. Surprisingly, he also really believes in Wang Jianni's words. With the two agents so much on top of each other, the atmosphere became anxious, and the other crew members wanted to go to the director and producer. But the eaters in each group got excited, eager to crowd around and yell fight fight fight. He, asking our people to apologize? Qin Chao directly said in a cold voice. Are you guys kidding? Shang Wenyu's three faces changed. I'm afraid that would be too strong. I believe that our teacher Ji shouldn't have done anything wrong. Gao Hao's face also sank. Although he was initially anxious about the trouble Ji-him had caused, he did believe that Ji-him definitely wasn't lying. So now it was Shang Wenyu and his group who wanted to be dead wrong and try to bite Ji-him back, which couldn't be done. Are you guys trying to harbor her? Shang Wenyu had been completely enraged in his demeanor. Qin Chao and Gao Hao were about to open their mouths, but they were interrupted by Ji-him. That, I didn't understand. Mr. Shang, did you just say that I made up rumors? Ji-him suddenly said with an innocent face. Could it be that you didn't? Shang Wenyu said with cold eyes. Ji-him opened his mouth and said with a look of complete confusion. So you're not married? Or single? Shang Wenyu choked, not understanding how such a question suddenly appeared. Ji-him curved the corner of his mouth. Or did you not stop your own wife's card because of Mr. Wang? Instead, you gave your VIP affiliate card to Mr. Wang to use? Shang Wenyu's pupils shrunk. Or you didn't intentionally not answer your wife's phone calls, and you couldn't even reach you when you called your assistant, but you responded to Ms. Wang's messages in seconds? Shang Wenyu's face gradually turned a little red. Could it be that your wife and Mr. Wang had never seen each other at all that day? Shang Wenyu finally had trouble breathing when he remembered the slap. Ji-him said bitterly, Mr. Shang, where exactly did I start a rumor? If you want me to testify against myself, why don't you just let you, the hypocrite, show your true colors first? Qin Chao was relieved. It's true that only the second sister-in-law bullies others. Where is the chance for others to bully the second sister-in-law? The crowd was still suspicious at first, quietly eating melons, waiting for Shang Wenyu to retort. But as a result, after waiting for a while, they found that the person who had just mouthed off about Ji-him's rumors was now unable to put out a single fart. Even the agent was with choking. Is this proof that all the questions just asked are true? Thought there was some kind of reversal? The crowd looked at Shang Wenyu incredulously. Why did he come back and humiliate himself? And you're so aggressive and righteous? How does he have a bottom? I'm afraid it's not a cutie. Right. Chapter 68. This session of netizens is really the best session I've ever led. Shang Wenyu felt like he was walking the talk about certain things, so he didn't even bother to lie. But when something is mentioned over and over again, even if you feel that you have no shame in your heart, your face hurts from the sting of the surrounding sight. I'm not talking about these. I'm talking about. Shang Wenyu for a moment actually inexplicably lost his breath. Ji-him directly did not give him a chance to open his mouth. Not these? So, these are true? In fact, I just wasn't quite sure that what I ran into that day was your wife and Mr. Wang arguing, but now well, the unfinished business is self-evident. Shang Wenyu was completely brought into disarray, not knowing how to react for a moment. Can only say, those are all for a reason. It is she who made a mistake. That is why. What mistake did she make? Wang Jianni is anxious in her heart, afraid that Shang Wenyu will say it. After all, she also has a weak heart. This kind of thing is more wrong to say more. She is also considered to understand Shang Wenyu. She can only go on the field by herself. You need to stop deflecting the point. We're talking about your rumor that I was competing with someone else for the dress. There was no such thing. Someone instructed you to do that, didn't they? This comment led directly to a few awkward coughs. Wang Jianni froze, turning her head in shock but could only see a sea of lustful eyes, as if all the people are saying silently, no, 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 no. Now about the original mate and junior grab skirt gossip is not the focus of the well. The point is that no matter what the hidden reasons are, Mr. Shang has really done such unethical things as bullying his wife and defending his mistress, and he still comes over to others to question them. So are you guys really not guilty? Wang Jianni immediately trembled as if she had been humiliated. Even Shang Wenyu felt the contempt of the crowd, but he wondered why. He hadn't done anything wrong. Not waiting for them to snap, Ji-him simply put on a humiliated look and frowned. What? You said it didn't happen and that someone instructed me? Who was it? That original wife? She admitted that she instructed me to frame you? The agent immediately reacted to the situation and said, yes, she admitted to knowing you. I'm an entertainer, or an entertainer who was on the same show as her husband. Isn't it normal for her to recognize me? Ji-him said incredulously. I'll just ask if she has admitted to instructing me? One sentence dumbed down the trio again. Who would be willing to admit such a thing? Wang Jiani immediately said. Ji-him snorted and looked at Wang Jiani. Lies, you are opening your mouth. Mr. Shang, I'm not lying. Do you believe me? Or do you believe her? Ji-him's sudden shouting blindsided everyone for a split second. Wang Jiani froze for a moment and almost snorted in reaction. Shang Wenyu was also called back to his senses, looking at Ji-him with a shocked face, as if he was incredulous. As a matter of fact, I don't believe in my own senior sister. Do I believe in you? Am I familiar with you? Crowd, Mr. Ji-him, no matter what the truth is, by virtue of the relationship, why should people believe you? This rebuttal is really not smart. Hurry up and change it. Don't lose your excellence. Who knows that Ji-him was chagrined in the next second. Right, I redundantly asked. Mr. Shang doesn't even trust his own wife, so how would he trust me as a first-timer? One sentence directly caused Shang Wenyu's face to freeze. Crowd, huh? Or Mr. Wang is great. Open your mouth. You can get Mr. Shang's absolute trust. You don't even need to provide evidence. Unlike me, I'm afraid I still have to provide evidence in order to prove myself. People are more angry than people. Wang Jiani wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to open her mouth. Only her face gradually turned white. Crowd, ugh, I'm not aggrieved. After all, Mr. Shang's wife was wrongly accused. Even the opportunity to provide evidence is not yet. Casually can be held on the charge of finding someone to bully Mr. Wang. Or really, I balanced my heart. The agent froze. Crowd, holy, awesome. This wave of irony wins the hempa. The temperature in the makeup room began to climb, making certain people's hearts burn and faces shame. However, Wang Jiani still has a Jedi trick. Jedi. All of a sudden, tearful eyes, pearly cry. I get it. You're targeting me so much because you're holding out for your sister-in-law, but elder brother and I are really innocent. She really wronged us. What do I have to do for you guys to believe it? Want me to die? When these words came out, everyone was a bit shocked. Just eating a melon. How can we still run into this kind of thing? Shang Wenyu instantly came to his senses, but Wang Jiani had a self-inflicted mental problem that was not easy to treat. If she hadn't been wrongly accused, how could she suddenly have this impulse again? Enough! You're defending Wan Jia so much and you're saying you don't know her. Shang Wenyu completely ignored all the previous suspicions and desperately defended Wang Jiani. I've already warned Wan Jia. If she targets Jia and I again out of nothing, don't blame me for helping her. Help the right but not the wrong. No, man, can you write these words? I've never seen such a person who was so confused between right and wrong. The problem is, he thinks he's right. Xin Chao, who knew all the truth because of Ji-him's heartfelt words, was also stunned at this moment and directly blurted out, Mr. Shang, you didn't say the opposite? The invisible irony of that statement was even more powerful. It made the crowd cough along with it, and they secretly gave Qin Chao a thumbs up. I don't know if it's for the sake of his own face, or because of his heart's weakness in order to give himself the backbone to prove that he's right. Shang Wenyu directly broke down and said, that's because you guys don't even know what all my wife has done to Wang Jia and I. She's suspicious, doesn't trust me, and is always trying to find ways to deal with Jia and I. Jia and I has never been disrespectful to her, but she is unforgiving. He didn't want to say anything. The family scandal can't be publicized, and he was willing to give Wang Jia a chance to reform. But Wang Jiani is innocent. He can't let her go through this again. Jai Haim, I don't care what she said to you, but this matter of rumor mongering, I will still pursue it to the end. Ji-him did not expect to get to this point. Shang Wanyu still so unconditionally believe in Wang Jiani. It is true that the bamboo horse does not match the skydrop. Really disgusted enough. Immediately thought, why don't we just call the police and forget about it? Although that kind of store won't provide video footage for the sake of reputation, but as long as Ji-him calls the police, he can still get it according to the process. When it comes down to it, trust the law of the land. As a result, just at that moment, the makeup room, which was concentrating on eating melon, suddenly rang with various cell phone movements one after another. The crowd didn't want to pay attention to it, but it was so lively and a bit over the top that people couldn't help but glance at it a few times. One glance and the pupils quake, and the cell phones of Shang Wenyue and his agent went off in a flash. Almost explosively, Shang Wenyu could care less, but his agent still had to care. Picking up his cell phone to take a look. In a flash, his face turned pale and he gulped, his lips trembling as he looked at Wang Jiani, while Shang Wenyu was still defending Wang Jiani, warning Ji-him sternly with his eyes. hoping that she'd be sensible and stop helping her. He realized that Ji-him suddenly had a blank look on his face, followed by a weird and excited smile. Gao Hao was puzzled and took out his cell phone that was vibrating non-stop. Qin Chao's side didn't care about the cell phone, but he heard Ji-him's heartfelt voice. This is God, can't stand it anymore. It's true that the power of netizens searching for evidence of gossip is something no capital can carry. Because of the prank just now, the leaked gossip information makes the netizens itchy. A meal operation, but also found the store at the time of the sneak peek video. Oh, it turned out to be the staff at the time to see there are other guests in, so boldly secretly shoot gossip, because so even if the investigation by the top cannot prove that it is the staff to shoot, then this employee made a habit of sharing the odd guest online, and although the video didn't show his face, it matched the story carried by the marketing number, and many of the details proving the identity issue instantly became hard evidence. The mouth of the mistress bullying the original spouse comes alive, and the fans start to panic. Ruanjia and Shang Wenyu's marriage certificate surprisingly also broke out, and all the internet traces of their childhood friendships from elementary school to work have been sorted out. Surprisingly, someone even took a picture of Ruanjia sunbathing in the hospital. Some people began to speculate that Ruanjia was seriously ill. This next Master Cheng Hui CP fans confused. The online wind direction quickly changed, and when the reaction has been sprayed silly by the keyboard warrior, hidden marriage, married couple, CP gossip, cheating tendency, the original partner is seriously ill, but also bullied by the third party. This is simply heavenly anger and people's resentment. The movie star's filter is shattered all over the place. Ha 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 ha. This class of netizens is really the best class I've ever led. Wait a minute. I have to watch Shang Wenyu carefully. I want to see how he's going to be firm in defending his Skyfall after seeing the video. Not waiting for the agent to pull Shang Wenyu, the producer and director finally stopped cowering and rushed over to find someone. This is a major accident. Chapter 69, it's time to throw stones. Mr. Shang, Mr. Wang, you guys have to give us a statement about this, the producer shouted anxiously. Shang Wenyu, who was saber-rattling against Ji-him, and Wang Jiani, who was softly pretending to break down, both froze at the words. It seemed to startle the entire air of the makeup room into agitation. Everyone looked dumbfounded, checking their cell phones for a moment, then looking at them strangely. Some of those looks were lustful, some were darkly mocking, and some were full of disrespect and gloating. What's going on? Something happened online? Although it was known that the trouble Ji-him had caused was rumored, it should have long since disappeared due to being sprayed by their fans without proof. What is it? Shang Wenyu opened his mouth and asked. The broker retracted his shocked gaze and was about to take his cell phone and show it to Shang Wenyu, but his hand couldn't help but tremble because he also didn't expect that the person who lied from beginning to end on this matter was actually Wang Jiani. But without waiting for him to operate it, the normally unused projection in the makeup room suddenly lit up. Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani were in a state of uncertainty when a voice came out abruptly. It's so expensive. Can Sister Ruanjia afford it? The familiar voice, the mention of the name, made Shang Wenyu turn his head violently. On the large gray screen, only the silhouettes below the neck could be seen as the two female guests stood facing each other. One of them, who looked very polished, was wearing the same dress as Wang Jiani had been wearing that day when she held up her dress for the photoshoot and sent it over. As for the person across from Wang Jiani, Shang Wenyu couldn't even distinguish Ruanjia's figure and clothes for a split second, as they were too thin and the clothes appeared to be very wide. He could only rely on that black card and the sound coming out of the stereo to recognize it. Listening to Ruanjia's dilemma, watching her anxious movements when she couldn't get through on the phone, finally Wang Jiani took out his affiliate card. And the slap. Don't! Wang Jiani finally screamed out of control, her brain blanking out and forgetting to maintain her quiet, soft and pitiful image, yelling, turn it off, turn it off. Who made it? Turn it off. Qin Chao looked at Wang Jiani's clown-like behavior and silently accepted the phone. Just now, because Ji-him suddenly spat out, it would be nice if we could have a public execution. Qin Chao then thought of using this trick. Who let this Wang Jiani herself do nasty things and still try to die without admitting it to throw dirty water on Ji-him? The Qin family members are very protective of their shortcomings. Someone who couldn't stand the noise of Wang Jiani spat out a direct line that, it's useless for Mr. Wang to be anxious. This video has already spread all over the internet. Everyone has seen it. A sentence of 5 thunderbolts directly caused Wang Jiani's legs to go limp and she directly paralyzed on the ground. And at this moment, Shang Wenyu seemed to have lost his soul, staring blankly at the video as it continued to play. Jihan didn't expect a public execution, and almost didn't hold back her laughter. This is the time when you have to fall on your sword. Watch me perform. Going up to Wang Jiani, she said, MS. Wang, does this still have to die to prove innocence? Wang Jiani's expression stiffened and she looked at Ji-him in annoyance, only to see Ji-him blinking with a sigh. I have to say, it's not bad to come from a science class. Coming over to film a program really does teach you something. Wang Jiani instantly looked distorted, her face radiating a colorful glow. The crowd sniffed, wanting to laugh and hold it in, all remembering Wang Jiani's previous meltdown performance, which still startled them. Yes, that's right, Korban's acting is professional. Families who get it. I didn't realize the show was taking acting lessons before it even started filming. GM turned his head to look at Shang Wenyu with a smile. There's another one. Catch a thief in the act of getting dirty. Catch an adulterer in the act, and you won't get away with it. Is that what Mr. Shang said? Shang Wenyu looked over almost mechanically, and heard GM mimic what he had just said, opening wide directly against his face, saying, Jia and I has never been disrespectful to her m. The blood on Shang Wenyu's face receded inch by inch. The video plays just in time for Nguyen Jia to pass by the two sidekicks. Ji Him directly pointed at one of them and said, This is Mi La. See, your wife really didn't say a word to me. So, Shang Wenyu's figure shifted. So it turned out that they really didn't know each other. So there really wasn't any encouragement or instruction. Everything was a coincidence. Ji Him smiled brightly and said, Therefore, I will still pursue this matter of rumor mongering to the end. Unless you guys sincerely apologize to me. Ji Him returned almost all of Shang Wenyu's and Wang Jiani's outbursts at her just now, and finally added, I'm sure Mr. Shang, who saw the truth, will help reason rather than family. Now everyone finally couldn't hold back their laughter. It's not that you can't behave. You really can't help it. Their agents' faces went white. They were high and mighty when they came before, but now they were really trembling and trying to go up to ease the situation. Mr. G, it's all a misunderstanding. We can handle it properly. Gao Hao instantly tilted his head and said, No, we need your apology. If it wasn't for the sudden festering out on the internet, our teacher Ji wouldn't have been wrongly accused. The agent hurriedly pounded Shang Wenyu, but Shang Wenyu's expression was already chafed, and he had no time to care about anything else, not even the taunts of the crowd. He couldn't believe it and looked down at Wang Jiani, and this time there was no heartache to help people, but his voice trembled and said, What is going on? You lied to me? And Wang Jiani no longer dared to raise her head. Ironclad evidence. She was no longer able to sophistry. She could only whimper and cry. Tell me why you lied. Shang Wenyu was suddenly furious. I just don't know if it's because he regrets realizing that he wronged his wife, or if he's ashamed that he was so justified in defending the person who cheated him. No, elder brother, it's not. I don't want to. Probably knowing that there was no way back. Wang Jiani unexpectedly suddenly burst out in tears with a broken look. Wang Jiani's assistant and other staff members were naturally embarrassed and hurriedly chased them out, while Shang Wenyue was still frozen in place, trembling with anger, but full of bewilderment, as if he still couldn't believe this fact. The agent, however, has been as anxious as a hot potato. Microblogging hot search because of the explosion of the film Emperor's family melon paralyzed. The crowd of netizens then turned to short video platforms. Within half an hour the news blossomed all over the place. Even if the ready to stand by the public relations group in the form of tentacle monsters cannot be intercepted in time, he knew that this was the biggest hijacking in Shang Wenyu's career. After all, the matter could be more than just a simple video. It was already a matter of character and morality. The director and producer were also eyeing them intently, waiting for them to give a solution. The Master Chingweed group can be considered the My Acting, the number one traffic body of the program group. If something happens, it can indeed bring a short-lived traffic explosion to the program, but at the same time, it will also involve the program group in a scandalous storm. After all, they are equal to the banner of helping the movie star to assist the comeback of the former CP. There's already scorn on the internet for them aiding and abetting the mistress. That's why directors and production talent are in a hurry, and they have to come up with an immediate response. Chapter 70. Is there something on your mind when you scold so civilly? The agent also knows the consequences if it's not handled well. He wanted to hurriedly pull the disoriented Shang Wenyu back to deal with it. As a result, before he could take a step out, he heard Gao Hao's cough as if reminding of something. The agent was spitting blood in a hurry, but he really didn't dare to offend any other forces additionally. I'm sorry, we didn't investigate this matter clearly. We apologize to Teacher G. The agent was sort of professional at this point, able to bend the rules, but the other side was faceless and unresponsive. The agent could only pull Shang Wenyu as hard as he could, and Shang Wenyu came back to his senses, gradually feeling ashamed and angry. After all, he is a movie star. His status is not much higher than Ji-him, a newcomer. Even if he got something wrong, Ji-him did not have anything substantial to lose. How can he still be aggressive and force him to apologize? Shang Wenyue's face was a little embarrassed, but his face had long been crushed repeatedly in this room, so having an ugly face wasn't much of a deterrent. The agent prodded so hard that Shang Wenyu could only speak with difficulty. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. A movie star bowing down to a newcomer is kind of a strange story in the biz, The rest of the group was impressed with Jihim, a newcomer who was really amazing and magical, but also think that she is too offended. This time should be put to rest. Give some face, people before a line. Good to see each other in the future. Why still insist on apologizing? As a result, they didn't expect that in the next second, Jihim let them know that they had still jumped to an early conclusion. Only Jihim sighed and said, I am also a generous person, although I have suffered an undeserved disaster. I will not be calculating, but you are still one person short of apologizing, so I can't say that I forgive for now. Crowd, won't a few pounds count? Agents, directors and producers, whose disaster is this anyway? Shang Wenyu did not expect Jihim to be able to say that he does not forgive, and was directly dumbfounded, and in the end was pulled away by the agent. The movie stars group naturally didn't shoot a promo. The other groups shot it first, only everyone wasn't too focused. They were distracted by the internet and eating melons. Everyone was curious as to how the movie star would resolve this crisis, but until the evening, when their respective shoots were over and they had all gone home, there was no response from the movie star's side. The show was in a hurry to clear the air, saying they knew nothing and were waiting for a response from the movie star's side. On the internet, die-hard fans and CP fans are still begging for the truth and refusing to recognize the reality. But ordinary fans and passers-by have completely joined in the frenzy of tearing apart the facade of the scummy movie star and his junior sister. From the marriage 7 years ago, to CP's dysfunctional relationship 4 years ago, Wang Jiani being suddenly sent away, to the current various used to look romantic, now look hot-eyed scandals, all of which have been rehashed back and forth by netizens. The analysis postings are endless, the curses are getting more and more vicious, and it's safe to say that the traffic from the movie star and former CP has finally backfired. Chin family, the people after tea, gossiping and discussing Jihim's first day of work triggered an internal entertainment earthquake. But apart from Jihim, who was really chatting while web surfing and continuing to eat his melon, the others were pretending to surf and were actually listening intently to Jihim's heart. After all, the melons on the internet are not fidelity, but the melons of Jihim must be fidelity, but also can be eaten more flavorful. Surprisingly, half of the netizens are cursing. It's really worrying. Is the other half of the netizens having their keyboard stolen? Cursing so civilly. Is there something on your mind? What? There's still someone who believes they're innocent? Are there 2 air holes under their eyebrows? Can you blink without looking? Forget it, there's no progress. I'll see what's going on with Jinny Wan. The crowd immediately pricked up their ears. What the? Committed suicide? The crowd was shocked. Fake? A disguise to fool Shang Wenyu. Crowd. True absolute. Said what? Because when she lied to her into the drinking game, things in the heart have a grudge. Emotional instability will be like this. Impulsive after the very regret. Afraid of being Shang Wenyu hate only lied. This is to dump the pot all to the psychiatric department? You've asked the doctor if he's willing to do it. If Shang Wenyue believes this, then he is no different from a pig. The crowd couldn't help but nod their heads. The reason was too far-fetched, and they had all heard that the drinking game was simply directed by Wang Jiani. And all this lying has happened. Doesn't Shang Wenyu reflect on whether the drinking game is true or not? Gosh, is not believed. The crowd caught their breath a little, and there was still a sense of salvation when they heard Jihim curse in his mind. It is not as good as a pig. Shang Wenyu expressed doubt. Wang Jiani broke the pot, directly confessed, said that because of love for him, on the year was sent away to break up the things nagging, so did not hold back. You, the crowd was listening in shock when they heard the commotion. Hate to grab Jihim and ask, what's wrong? What's wrong? She actually lunged to kiss him. Surprisingly, he didn't dodge. After being kissed for a while, he came back to his senses and pushed Wang Jiani away, stating that he couldn't respond to her feelings because he actually loved Wan Jia. OMG. Shut up you. Wicked not disgusting Crowd, you. No, that's it. One confession. One kiss. And Shang Wenyu doesn't pursue Wang Jiani for bullying Wan Jia. He thinks it's just a matter of love. And it's justifiable. He also comforted Wang Jiani not to cry, and would find a way to solve the current dilemma. How dare you call Wan Jia in Johnny Wang's house? Luckily Wan Jia didn't answer. My ass. Wan Jia is now in a coma due to the treatment of drug problems. He even thought it was Wan Jia who deliberately did not answer the phone, and originally felt guilty. This moment has been unable to call the phone. He felt that the other party is unreasonable and deliberately play a tantrum? No, big brother, you still know you're irrational. Are you forgetting about how you used to be cold and violent and not answer Wan Jia's calls? It's true that the silence of a distant person is no match for the tears of the person in front of me. Although it was pressed to be someone they didn't know, the Qin family members were already furious when they heard this. No wonder the keyboard warriors liked to fire their cannons online to maintain justice. They also wanted to fire their cannons fiercely to scold people. Ya owaha. Suddenly Jihim was internally shocked and angry, and her face changed. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Could there be more to it? This agent went so far as to encourage Shang Wenyu to put all the blame on Wang Jia, then divorce Wang Jia and marry Wang Jiani so that it would hurt everyone the least? The situation can be salvaged. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Is the word lack of virtue engraved on your brain as a lamp? Crowd, I don't know how this agent will operate, but it really lacks great virtue. The balcony of Johnny Wang's apartment. The agent said, "It's time for you to make a decision. Get a divorce, having Gwen Jia issue a statement admitting her mistake, and after that officially get together with Johnny before this hurdle can be passed." No way, Shang Wenyu said. You're crazy. She's my wife. When I told Wang Jia about the divorce it was just to scare her so she wouldn't make trouble every day. I never thought. Chapter 71, so mischievous content, sorry. The agent said, if you hadn't gotten in the way 4 years ago, maybe you would have been together already, so why lie to yourself? Shang Wenyu's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. I've never thought of cheating on my wife and doing things to wrong Wang Jia, but now the netizens don't think so, and what's breaking now can never be labeled as marital infidelity. Otherwise you and Wang Jiani are both doomed. When the broker saw that Shang Wenyu was still not relenting, he could only continue to crankily analyze. Even if you let Wang Jiani be the villain, you and Wang Jia opened the business, saying that you were just helping a fellow sister and didn't think it would cause a misunderstanding. But it is not enough to prove your innocence. People will say that you misbehave and do not avoid suspicion. Shang Wenyu, however, interrupted in annoyance. I have a clear conscience and am innocent, but your endorsements, the company's stock price, have all been affected. It's not like you can change the trend by saying you have a clear conscience. Broker said, you can't be the at-fault party, can only be the injured party to keep everything you have now. As long as you listen to me, the divorce will be finalized. Enough, stop it, I won't get a divorce. Shang Wenyu firmly said, then what do you say to fix it? With that video around, Wang Jiani can't be cleared. If it's handled coldly, that results in the same effect as letting her take the blame for everything. But are you willing to give up? Wang Jiani is a talented actress. If she really chooses to do this, she will be completely ruined. She's already been ruined once. Aren't you afraid she'll kill herself again? Didn't you always say that you and Wang Jia owed her? Shang Wenyu's body stiffened and his eyes began to empty. His lips trembled. I can't treat Wang Jia like this. She didn't do anything wrong. The agent, however, blushed and said, that's not necessarily true. Shang Wenyu immediately looked at the agent in shock and said, what do you mean? The agent calmly analyzed. What's with those pictures of getting sick? Shang Wenyu's figure shifted, seemed to remember that there was this detail, and a flash of worry passed through his mind. Could it be that he was really sick? Didn't you say that she faked her illness on purpose in order for you not to help Wang Jiani? Where in the world is there such a coincidence? The agent said. And after the incident, why didn't she answer the phone? Isn't she just weak-minded? Shang Wenyu froze and frowned. You mean she deliberately posed for those photos to push the envelope? Isn't it just seeing the opportunity to try to get back at you guys? Gaining sympathy from netizens, standing on the moral high ground, and forcing you to give up Wang Jiani and come back to you? The agent said with disdain. Shang Wenyu's eyes changed. Right, it was impossible for Wang Jia to suddenly fall ill, yet there was such a false photo. It was obviously intentional. How much trouble has she caused us by being so inconsiderate of the big picture? Fumiyoshi, you really should teach her a lesson. Even if she can't help you in your career, she still wants to hinder your career. The agent knew that according to Shang Wenyu's acting skills, he was currently at the peak of his popularity, and at this age, it was time to change direction and seek greater development. So he designed a blueprint for a movie star and actress to work hand in hand towards a middle-aged career line, rather than a vegetarian wife who can only be hidden in the background and has to worry about the risk of exposure at any time. It's just that Shang Wenyu has been stubbornly sticking to the bottom line, making it impossible for him to fulfill his vision. But he also feels that Shang Wenyu will eventually follow his own heart and choose true love. Maybe this is the opportunity. Seeing that Shang Wenyu's face had begun to look ugly, he started to get cranky again and tried to call Wang Jia, but there was still no answer. The agent was still trying to goad him, but Shang Wenyu still wasn't going to let up. The agent sighed and only addressed the current situation. In fact, you can first coax Wang Jia to get the divorce finalized, and you guys can treat it as a fake divorce and wait until this fiasco passes first. When the time comes, the agent doesn't care if they have to remarry someone else. Shang Wenyu visibly paused for a moment, pretending to be divorced and genuinely divorced, even if both were de facto divorced, seemed to represent completely different meanings in his eyes. The broker felt that there was a game, and directly said, you talked to Wang Jia about the pros and cons of the matter. I'm not targeting your wife. It's just that if you let Wang Jia be the villain of this, the loss is indeed the smallest. She's a vegetarian. Even if she is blackened by the whole network, she goes abroad to avoid it, and there will be no hotness after a while, and she doesn't lose the slightest bit of money, which is better than destroying you and Wang Jiani, as well as the whole company. The big deal is that you can make it up to her afterwards. If she really loves you, she definitely won't be willing to really ruin you and will definitely cooperate with you. Shang Wenyu's eyes flickered slightly. Just then the phone connected. Shang Wenyu's heart was flustered, but he reflexively asked in the coldest tone, "Where are you? Why are you not answering the phone for so long? I have something to talk to you about. Meet me. I'm at the hospital." Shang Wenyu froze, only to feel a ball of fire suddenly jumped high, already annoyed by the dizzy head. Ruanjia but still full of lies. Enough. There's no end to it. Ruanjia, it's true that the video thing wronged you. It's my fault, but do you need to add fuel to the fire? I've clearly told you that there's nothing between me and Johnny. I won't apologize for our marriage. So why are you still using the trick of pretending to be sick to kidnap me? Shang Wenyu instinctively retorted, as if firmly believing that Ruanjia couldn't possibly be sick. Ruanjia's side was quiet, and Shang Wenyu inexplicably choked for a moment, but he was still furious and ignored all the anomalies. Forget it, I'm not going to argue with you, and I don't care about you messing around with the pictures. You know what's going on online. It's so serious that Connie just almost died. We've come up with a solution on our side, said Shang Wenyu quickly said the pros and cons of who took the blame, but to the mouth of the fake divorce but it seems to be unable to speak, inexplicably panicked, waiting for the agent to constantly urge him, but Ruanjia's side suddenly broke out. Shang Wenyu, did I hear you wrong? You're asking me to admit that I initiated the provocation on the video, asking me to admit to pretending to be sick, making me apologize all over the internet. Are you out of your mind? You clearly know that your wife is being bullied and aggrieved, yet you still want to defend Wang Jiani and make me admit to those unfounded things. Is this what you mean by you didn't apologize for our marriage? Then what does it mean to be sorry? That you're only sorry to me after you slept with her? Nguyen was at that moment in a sorry state, paralyzed on the bed, her body sweating profusely from the pain and trembling with rage, almost hissing and yelling in a general emotional breakdown. Shang Wenyu was roared at. Hearing the two words of going to bed was like being stabbed and insulting the character of the person, and he was furious. What are you babbling about? Don't argue, Ruanjia, this time you are aggrieved. I will definitely make it up to you. Listen to me. Forget it. Let me clear her and pave the way for your future. Don't even think about it. She's so suicidal. How come she always dies? Hurry up and die. Why should that kind of person not die but let her? Shang Wenyu did not expect Ruanjia to say such vicious words, so angry that he could not hear Ruanjia's cries at all. Annoyed and cold, if you don't cooperate, get a divorce. As always, feeling that this was enough to threaten Nguyen, who had loved him dearly for years, he hung up the phone after that, giving the other man time to reflect. However, all that could be heard was Ruanjia losing almost all of her emotions coldly saying, I will not cooperate even if I die. Don't dream of it. Divorce is divorce. Instead, Nguyen hung up first. Shang Wenyu looked at his cell phone. His face was ugly, and the company side had already pushed to the deadline, so they could not afford to think any further. Chin's side of the family. The family members were all a little nervous listening to Jiim's heartfelt words, constantly refreshing the hot search on their phones, very skeptical that Shang Wenyu would really sacrifice his innocent wife. I always feel that since they are childhood friends and love each other to the extent of marriage, they won't be so dim as to bully the original spouse to this extent for the sake of the mistress. But thinking about that black card and the affiliate card, the Chin family felt bad enough. Soon, the first bombshell came out. Nguyen medical report was placed on the homepage of the movie star's studio, with the word healthy typed in big green. Public opinion instantly exploded. Where did the medical report come from? Do they even dare to fake this? Qin Yan was the most vocal about this. After all, the person was still receiving treatment in their hospital. Ji Him also brushed it. This is too shameless, right? This report doesn't look like a fake. But there's no time. Shin Rank also came to Ji Him to look at her cell phone and saw the problem at a glance. I checked, and sure enough, the report was Ruan Jia's medical checkup report from a year ago, but the date was cut off by them, directing netizens to question the photos of those in hospital gowns, just short of typing out the claim that Ruan Jia had directed herself to be a liar. Chapter 72, The Spreading of Slander. The movie star's PR team is naturally great at confusing black and white, day and night. A statement immediately following the use of the health report to sway the army of condemnation built up by netizens, first admitting the fault of the hidden marriage and then giving a teaser saying that he will tell all the truth in the live show, and imply that both the movie star and Gani Wang are innocent. I rub it in. They're going to use the heat of the show to vocally act out the lies to help them clear their name. And by not stating it now, they're also giving Ruan Jia a last chance to not use it if Ruan Jia goes along with the rest of their offer. The Qin family was shocked. It could still be played like this? That Ruan Jia will come out and prove her innocence, right? Qin's mother was stunned. Ruan Jia has never wanted anyone to know about her illness. Qin Yan frowned. Why don't you go persuade big sister? Qin Rong said anxiously. Qin Yan felt that as a dean she could also care about the patient and asked about the situation. The hospital side tells Qin Yan that Wang Jia has seen the news on the internet and seems to be devastated, locking herself away, and the nurses and doctors are unable to communicate with her. If Wang Jia didn't step in, there was no way for anyone else to cross her and do anything for her. The next day, the online promos for both Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani were filmed, and CP fans died with anticipation. Public opinion has been completely guided. Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani are bitter lovers who love each other but can't keep each other. And Wang Jia is the evil original spouse, who obviously doesn't have love to death and won't let go, and still tosses people around. It wasn't official, but it sparked a crowd to spread the word. It's not hard to see whose marketing handiwork it is. The Qin family members were dumbfounded by this operation. Why is it that negative people always live better than obsessed people? Xin Rong couldn't help but ask Jiam. Jaiheim said, because infatuated people are more morally bound than negative people. They also think more heavily, and people who think more heavily are more likely to get sick. So this teaches us a lesson. The crowd looked over curiously, going more crazy and externally depleting others, and less introspective and internally depleting oneself. That's the secret to longevity, Jiam said with an inscrutable face. Jiam was just sputtering when he received a call from Gao Hao. Gao Hao's side just got the notice. The first day of shooting plan came out. I don't know whether it was an accidental lottery, or the program group staged a gimmick. We will be PK with the group of the movie star. To true love as the theme of the show. They acted first, you then. Although the system is more advantageous to us, but obviously there will not be anyone to pay attention to us. This look at the program group to give the movie star group the opportunity to let them open the clarification conference. We know that the program group is giving the movie emperor group the opportunity to have a clarification conference. The others are cannon fodder with their group, so we can only relax our mindset. The script we will be conservative. Wait for the public opinion storm they brought to pass before we talk, lest we get caught in the crossfire. Ji-him curiously said, choosing our group on purpose to retaliate? Gao Hao sneered. Ji-him said thoughtfully, true love. I have some ideas for the script. The waiting area on the day of the shoot. Shang Wenyu held his cell phone in a daze. He had been waiting for Wang Jia to contact him. He thought that Wang Jia would see the news and storm to come to him, but Wang Jia did nothing. Instead, it made his heart uneasy. Senior brother, why don't we just forget about it? It's all my fault, Wang Jiani said with a pitiful look. There's no going back from where things have gone. With the show on the air, a divorce statement has to come out, the agent reminded. Shang Wenyu closed his eyes. Not even coming to bow his head like this. Forget it, let the lawyer go directly to her. Wang Jiani's eyes flashed. What if sister Wang Jia doesn't sign? Shang Wenyu avoided Wang Jiani's line of sight and said somewhat stiffly, I'll assure her that it's a fake divorce, and when the arrangements are made for you, I'll never get involved in your affairs again, and will always be there for her, so she shouldn't make a scene. This is also considered us making it up to you. Jia and I'm sorry, I can only do this much. Wang Jiani's eyes flashed with hatred. I'm afraid that my sister-in-law will be angry with you, and when she's angry, she won't forgive you. No, we've been together since we can remember. She loves me very much. Even if she will be angry for a while, she will eventually forgive me. Shang Wenyu finished and smiled. He even laughed. Is he thinking that having already made the most resolute choice between the two, the future will be bright? What kind of strange thinking is that? Ji-him crunched on melon in the waiting area, while Qin Chao and Qin Rong, who came as an assistant, quietly eavesdropped. Qin's father and mother in the audience area were too far away to hear the heartbeat. Much to their chagrin, the broadcast started soon after, though, and after the host announced the match format, the Shadow Emperor group was up first. At the same time, Uguin Jia answered the call because it was an unknown call. Hello, we are Mr. Shang's legal representative. May I ask where MS Ruan is now? Waiting for the lawyer to come over. Ruan Jia speculated in her mind about Shang Wenyue's purpose. In fact, she knew that Shang Wenyue was scaring her every time he said divorce. But what if it was true this time? She still can't give it up? Shang Wenyu is like that dirty thing inside her brain. If she doesn't dig it out, she will die. But the process of digging it out is too dangerous. Without her parents, the dream that can support her beliefs has also been long forgotten. She has been living around Shang Wenyu. That kind of stripping pain, she may not be able to endure. As if wanting to self-mutilate to ease the pain, she wanted to see an ending. Inside the hospital room, the television was on, and Wang Jia looked straight at the live broadcast on which Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani entered hand in hand. A beautiful love story begins, and Wang Jia's eyes gradually lost their luster. But the millions of netizens watching the live stream are going to be dumbfounded and crippled. It was all a short stage play, but it showed a snippet of a hopeless love story. Childhood sweethearts, entangled since childhood. The elders of the two families to cooperate to open a company as the reason to urge the marriage. The male lead is committed to the cause. No desire, but also in order to realize the mistake of marriage, want to divorce. But the original spouse has been stalking the movie star. The movie star is soft on the original spouse was entangled for many years, can only work through the work to paralyze themselves, otherwise it would not have been hidden marriage. And these years the company is also relying on the commercial value of the movie star to do big and strong. The original spouse sitting and enjoying the benefits has been good enough. The movie star did not owe her anything. For years ago it was hard to meet the soulmate true love, want to start a new life. The result of the original partner will use power to drive away the true love, so that the true love in foreign countries suffered a lot of suffering, career destroyed, is not easy to come back. The movie emperor also just want to make up to take care of, never thought of derailment, but the original spouse suspicious, not only set up the drinking incident, but also pretending to be sick to cheat, and then against the true love to design all sorts of things. Look at things to develop into this. The movie emperor finally do not intend to tolerate, formally announced, to be with the original pair of divorce. Fans instantly saw the stage show as the truth they were waiting for. Based on recent investigations into the real-life events of the trio, the pop-ups fell instantly and the internet exploded. Is divorce without love a capital offense these days? At least the movie star hasn't really cheated on his wife. Can you set my brother free? My brother has the right to pursue his own happiness. If you ask me, ever since Shang actor acted with Wang Jiani 4 years ago in that pair that was rumored to be scandalous, he's been clean all these years no matter what the scene is, so you can see that it's true love. Now that he's being beaten up by a paranoid maniac, it's quite pathetic. The most pitiful is Wang Jiani, driven away, targeted, framed, obviously just fell in love with another poor man, two lonely hearts close to each other only. It is Ruan Jia entangled and refused to let go, had to torture the movie star. There are also passers-by who disagree. What's wrong with a change of heart? Am I the only one who sympathizes with the original partner? What kind of mistress logic is in power now? But it was quickly covered up by the overwhelming barrage of pop-ups. It was almost a one-sided trend. The stage play ends with the two divorcing, true love staying together, and the evil original spouse leaving their world. The pop-ups were all over the place until the end of the stage. No one seems to care at all about the next act. On the other hand, Qin Yan was really shocked to watch the live broadcast, worried about the situation of Ruan Jia, and rushed to the ward, but saw a lawyer walking in. Miss Ruan, we are entrusted by Mr. Sheng to give you this divorce agreement. I hope you sign. The lawyer looked up and looked at the girl in the hospital bed, directly tensed their professional conduct, even came directly to the sentence. That is the script. You do not have to take it seriously. Qin Yan looked at Ruan Jia's appearance and directly sucked in a breath, the kind that feels as if the soul has been pulled out of it. And at that moment the live feed shifted and it was a new set of guests making their appearance. The screen went surprisingly dark straight away, as if one was in the dark. Suddenly an ethereal voice rang out. Why don't you treat it aggressively? Because you want to punish the people who hurt you by getting yourself killed? You're not afraid to die, but you're afraid to live? In the darkness, a light hit Jiheim as she lay in the hospital bed, alone, as if on the verge of death. I don't know. If you were given the chance to do it all over again, what would you choose? The ethereal voice continued. Pick what? Jiheim continued to be at a loss. Physical health or him? Your choice? Both parents and him? Your choice? Famous overseas photographers and him? Your choice? You actually have a lot of options, don't you? The light gradually brightened, and Jiheim slowly sat up, a gleam in her eyes. It seemed like the answer came out in a clear light, and inside the hospital room, a frozen Ruan Jia froze. Watching the performance, Shang Wenyu's face changed slightly. Photographer? Presumably it started off unusually, and the pop-ups broke off for a bit, but then faded out of focus. But the next second, the lights dimmed and lit up again, and a slap rang out across the room, causing the pop-ups to stop in shock. And Ruan Jia was even a flashback. Stinking scum, cheating is cheating, and trying to embellish it with lies. Just you deserve to ruin my life. I think it's cursing the who? The pop-ups exploded again. Chapter 73, The Complete Feeling of the Control Group. The lines were so targeted that they caused an uproar almost instantly. There was a camera that was pointed at the waiting area all the time, and Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani, who were sitting in the middle of the other teams, couldn't have looked worse. Is this a deliberate attempt to yin and yang them, right? Qin Chao and Ji Him are sick, right? What the hell does this matter have to do with them? Surprisingly, they keep finding bad luck with them. Is it true that you are not afraid of tearing your face off with them and making a scene? The other teams were looking differently, with a stance of watching the show. After all, no one was stupid. And wasn't the Shadow Emperor group deliberately choosing the top stream group to be PKs to teach them a lesson for what they had mouthed off about in the first place? The public opinion is all focused on Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani right now. And the performance just now is the truth that they declared earlier that they are going to publicize. The whole internet must be talking about this true love story. so whoever teams up with the movie star will be cannon fodder. This live show of theirs was meant to be used to boost their own popularity. Who would want to waste an issue to be a backdrop? However, they also felt that Chin Chao Ji-him's approach was unwise. You can't return the favor when people come on afoot. Since you're not destined to draw attention away from it, don't make a fool of yourself. As a result, they were so good that they came with a wave of mockery at the very first part of the performance just to take the piss. And even if you say that this little bit was scripted and set up for the show, you're still going to get crushed by netizens and fans. Not only did he not grab the attention, he was caught hacking after it was over, simply asking for trouble. Both the guests in the waiting area and the spectators in the audience area were embarrassed for them. Everyone was less interested in the next performance. Anyone who thought that Chin Chao and Ji-him would at most just open the scalp for a while and then they would perform peacefully. They were more curious about how the two parties would meet after the next show. Only Chin Dad, Chin Mom, Chin Rong and the three of them stared at the stage with bright eyes, the corners of their mouths harder to suppress than AK. At this time, the stage painting style changed, as if it was a youthful school skit, with Ji-him and Chin Chao playing the male and female protagonists. The two families were neighbors, grew up together and were there for each other at times. Elementary school, boys to girls every day with breakfast, middle school bike ride to and from school, high school tutoring together cried and laughed and ran, initially carefree together to the youthful lovebirds. The most important melody in life is each other. One likes to act to get into the entertainment industry and the other goes around with a camera and sends it to magazines. The big screen at the back of the stage is divided into two acts, with the boys appearing on the left as they film their efforts to finally take the stage to receive their awards. On the right side, there are all kinds of photographs, mountains, sea, lakes, snowfields, all of them are full of charming and vibrant nature landscapes, as well as all kinds of awards and invitations sent back by the magazine. Ji-him's acting is raw, but it can't hold up to the eye-catching story. This is surprisingly again the story of childhood sweethearts, only in the group of the Shadow Emperor. It is the original match unilaterally pestered the Shadow Emperor, while the top stream of this group is the true meaning of the childhood sweethearts too small. No one pestered who, are each developed very well. This different direction of the story is exactly how the control group felt. All of them smelled the fragrance of the melon and immediately sat upright, not daring to believe that Ji-him and Chin Chao's head was so iron, and it was their underestimation. Is this an attempt to go dark and grab attention by rubbing it in? Gosh, the scene is so exciting to eat melon ah, this is to fight the rhythm ah. The online pop-up screen is even more explosive. Originally are not looking forward to the show, is about to distract the organization Black Chin Chao and Ji-him. The results tell them that this is where to wear. Just started it. This is throwing acid directly into their fans' eyes. Monitor the program team are frozen. This is not the same as the submitted script ah. Your rehearsal is not this color ah. Suddenly being demolished by his own guests. He was about to think of a way to save the day when he heard that the backstage live streaming data had even surpassed that of the Shadow Emperor's group in front of him, and it was even going up. Program team, how many passers-by did this come in? Surely everyone loves a good time? Some responsive netizens have already begun to search the internet. After all, there is no reason to deliberately appear photographer this setting. Right, maybe it is not a coincidence. As a result of the search, the first hard evidence of the Shadow Emperor group and the top stream group tearing each other apart appeared. Those who see the truth spread it fast. Who would have thought that the original spouse of a movie star would have once actually been a photographer whose work could be searched? The very same ones that were posted on that big stage screen. Because it's a story for a stage play, it's usually a fictionalized account of some material, and no one expected that the top stream group would be so rigid as to use someone's wife's work directly. Even the award information is real, and the careful observer will notice that those photos were uploaded 7 years ago. That would mean that Wan Jia would have no more output after marrying Shang Wenyu. The performance of the movie star group, on the other hand, doesn't even mention the fact that the original spouse used to be the one who could take such excellent photos, and only shows how she is madly entangled and obsessed with the movie star, as if she is a crazy who doesn't have her own life at all, and is only a brainless lover of her husband without any charisma whatsoever. This comparison made the hearts of those who searched for the photo stutter, and on the principle that I can't be the only one to find such a big suspicion, it began to spread rapidly. In the hospital room, Wan Jia's eyes were not focused on the performance stage, but the big screen, on which the photos were like countless fine lights shining into Wan Jia's eyes. Gradually her eyes were lit up. The cell phone on the side suddenly lit up. I don't know who saw the live broadcast and sent a message to her. She just saw that the lock screen wallpaper was a picture of Shang Wenyu. In fact, her original wallpaper was her first shot of the aurora borealis. It was the most satisfying photo she had ever taken. After crouching within the Arctic Circle for a whole month, she used to be such a fighter. What happened to her? How did she become what she is now? Wan Jia suddenly stiffened, and her heart felt like it was about to split open. The lines from just now rang in her head. famous overseas photographers and him. Your choice? And at this moment, Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani both trembled up. Wang Jiani was angry by Jihim and Qin Chao, but Shang Wenyu seemed to have been hit hard in the chest with a hammer, and a dull pain came. Although the performance was exaggerated, what they portrayed was indeed his and Ruan Jia's past, especially the photos. He had the impression that it should be Ruan Jia's, although he didn't remember it completely. After the smothering pain, it was a trance. He suspected that all these hours Ruan Jia didn't lower her head, just waiting here. She must have been in contact with Qin Chao and Jihim, otherwise there wouldn't have been this stage play. This is really intend to revenge him and Wang Jiani, but she was so confused. This is to destroy him and Wang Jiani. For the first time, Shang Wenyu, who was attacked by Ruan Jia clearly targeting him, was surprisingly a bit unable to accept that the woman who loved him so much would do this to him for a while, even repeatedly began to self-doubt again. Maybe he thought wrong, maybe it is Qin Chao and Jihim have a disease deliberately targeting them, and then accidental story overlap, but either way it doesn't matter. The direction of public opinion is still in the hands of people with a lot of fans. People will only think that it's Jihim and Qin Chao who are really intentionally leading a rhythm to blacken him and Wang Jiani. Chapter 74, The Most Poisonous Heart. The stage show continues as the supporting cast takes the stage playing the elders of the two families standing around and applauding happily. The boy got down on one knee. Marry me, be my wife. The girl is surprised. But isn't it better for your career to get married later as an entertainer? Instead, the boy said, it's definitely you for the rest of your life anyway, sooner or later, and we can get married by stealth. It's just aggravating. The girl had a moment of hesitation, but both parents were happy and the boy was sincere, so the girl finally nodded her head yes. For just a split second, the picture of the right side of the large rear screen about the heroine's life instantly turned into a shattered black and white image, and then it kept shrinking and moving up, and a new picture began to appear below it, resembling a graph of various data about the company's stock. And while the guys started performing a shoot with a group of people on the side of the stage, the girls were sitting in their offices, on the phone, working on paperwork. It seemed like a couple working together to run a business, and the two performances came to an abrupt end. All the light all disappeared and all focused on Jihim. Jihim jumped out of the original identity, went up to the darkness of Qin Chao in the air as a slap resounded throughout the scene. It was as if his future self rushed back to fight the scum. You proposed to me, but you were just worried that if I pursued my dream of photography and didn't come back from my round-the-world sojourn, you were afraid you wouldn't be able to keep me. You broke my wings so that I would live off of you and be your good wife. I'm the one who was stupid enough to think that true love is all about sacrifice, compromise, and concessions. But why did you abandon me after sacrificing my dreams for your career? Where is your conscience? Eaten by dogs? Jihim hissed and roared, coming in for a hearty round of questioning curses. While the show was still awkward, the crowd was completely taken in. Even though it was impossible to tell who was real and who was fake, everyone was willing to conspire a little. So most likely it wasn't the parents on both sides who pushed for the marriage. It wasn't the movie star who casually performed his own marriage. It was simply the movie star himself who proposed and begged the other to stay at the expense of himself. Afterward, he never wanted a divorce, and the other party did not pester but single-mindedly assisted him. What kind of sitting ducks is that? You don't owe me? It's a big loss. If the top stream group performed the truth, then the so-called clarification statement of the Shadow Emperor group is also too disgusting, right? It is simply distorting the facts. Rumor and slander. Is it true that the most poisonous thing is the human heart? She gave him everything, and he's beating him up for his mistress? Not only was the crowd at the scene filled with shock, even the picture of the pop-up screen was distorted. Cursing half the time and questioning discussion speculation took up the other half. Twitter started looking around for evidence. Inside the hospital room, Ruan Jia listened to Jihim's last monologue, as if she had been scolded to wake up, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yes, she was planning to leave at that time. She hesitated because they really loved each other at that time. But why was she the one who was sacrificed in the first place? If Shang Wenyue really loved her, shouldn't he have supported her in pursuing her dream, just like he supported him? But Shang Wenyu never said anything about it from the beginning to the end, and he completely ignored that her dream was also her career. It's often said that some things can't be counted in too much detail, the same as a cold math problem, because once you think about it on both ends of the scale, you can't live your life. But when a person grows numb to your sacrifices, ungrateful and rightfully forgetful, that person is not worth your sacrifices. At this moment, Shang Wenyu in the waiting area seemed to have been slapped countless times through the air, and when the two comparisons appeared clearly and unambiguously in front of his eyes, he was almost annoyed and wanted to stand up, losing his decorum. At this point, he gradually ignored the annoyance of the truth being revealed. He just wanted to retort. He felt that he was not the way Jihim said he wanted to think. Love for each other has to have a person to back down. How else can you be a couple? He loves acting. he just wants to act. He can't help it. Sheen's father and Sheen's mother watched as the audience around them began to whisper. Some of them were simultaneously looking at the live streaming room in the waiting area, and could see the camera teacher very rebelliously pointing the camera directly at Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani. The faces of the two men were analyzed frame by everyone. Was this because they were weak because the truth had been revealed, or were they angry because they had been wrongly accused? The stage was set to watch a special female guest come on stage to support the show. The crowd raised a breath. Even the pop-ups paused as everyone seemed to realize who this person would be playing. Everyone stared nervously. Backstage crews brought in by each team are here to eat melons together. Sheen Ron was watching her little face redden with great excitement, but she ended up seeing Gao Hao on the side with a lifeless face, and asked Xiao Tao by her side with some worry. Gao, is everything okay? Xiao Tao swept a glance and knew that the script that Jihim and Qin Chao were going to act in was actually partially hidden from Gao, and was quite sympathetic about it. After all, Gao was trying to trick the studio into bringing some more staff over. As a result, who would dare to take over such a troublemaking artist like this now? One can only sigh. Some of them look peaceful, but they've actually been gone for a while. On the side, the female manager of the Gugu Men's God glanced at Gao Hao and couldn't help but spit out. Don't you want to die when the artists under you act so well? As he was talking, Shang Wenyu's manager rushed to Gao Hao in a fiery rage. What the hell are you guys doing? Stop it. It's about time for Junior to make his debut. Are you going to play it all out? Gao Hao came back to his senses and coughed. Although he wanted to ruthlessly pull the ears of the two people above him, but the face of his own family could not be lost. Ah, it's all an act. You're ruthless and disregard the law. We're shameless and unqualified. Not much difference. One sentence even scolded himself, directly making the other party choke. The others had secretly given Gao Hao a thumbs up. This paste face open big operation in the whole entertainment industry is quite explosive. The director and producers are almost have Parkinson's. The pop-ups are with the pumping of the wind. Who dash asterisk 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 ing quivering. Gao Hao also gasped and said, fortunately, we were chosen and provided such a good topic. I can only say thank you to Mr. Shang and Mr. Wang for sending the splash of riches. Especially Senior you all worthy of enjoying the Imperial Temple. Oh, the agent could have fainted if he hadn't been held up. But who was he to faint? As the stage show's more bombastic performances began, only on the boys' side there is a distinctive female second, and the two of them are filming ambiguously together. The girls' side, however, is still working with her back to everything. Although the boys and girls would still occasionally get together, they gradually ran out of things to talk about in common. Boys say Windflower, Temple of Art. Girls talk about stock management, hiring experience. Why do I think you're full of brass now? The boy turned around and walked into the set after the sentence, getting together with the second female again and chatting happily, and said to the second female, you're very artistic, a talented one. The second female smiled with a floral twig. Many thanks, senior brother. And the girls were still busy working and didn't even seem to realize what was happening. Suddenly, 4 old men appeared in front of the second female. The boys continue to act and don't seem to notice anything unusual, so the second female leaves the stage, and later realizes that the second female is missing and is lost for a while and doesn't show much. The girl continues to work hard, but as more and more papers pile up on her desktop, the girl is overwhelmed and finally recruits a number of people to share the burden for her. Gradually, she exits the stage, and the company picture on the big screen turns into her parents' hospital room. The girl reappears, that is, to take care of her parents in the hospital room, that is, until the parents exit and the second female re-enters the scene, sobbing and jumping into the boy's arms, and then the two of them look together at the girl who has appeared, glaring at her angrily. At that moment, the light changed again, and Ji-him jumped out of his original position and slapped down. What do you mean you don't have anything in common? You're the one who doesn't want to have anything in common with me. I can be an artist. You're the one who made me stink of brass. How do you have the face to come to resent me and justify your change of heart in cheating? Don't go into a marriage without the determination to discipline yourself and wreak havoc on others. Another slap. Said I used my power to drive her away. I didn't even know her then. She said I owed her. But what do you mean? She's from our company. She knows you have a wife. What's wrong with seducing a married man? How can you call immoral love true love? You're all soulmates. Your hearts are really dirty. After cursing one side, he backhanded and struck down at the other side. Another resounding slap. And you're really good. The master sword maker has to praise a good when he sees you. It was someone else who forced you to leave in the first place? It was the elders who saw you intent on destroying other people's families, wanting to be a mistress. They were defending their own home, giving you a choice. It was you who chose to go abroad for better development. But where you were forced to do so, could you not contact this dog man to help you? Have you ever once? Another slap. You're so well resourced when you're out of the country. You're having a bad time yourself. And when you come back you pull a dog man on me? What? Blame me for not making room for you, the Junior Reserve Army, or blame me for not escorting you in the foreign entertainment industry to make you a movie queen? Otherwise I really don't know where I have wronged you. Need to be dragged by your own husband to make up for his sole true love. The live broadcast room was jammed. The Weibo server was down. The live audience area was in an uproar. And everyone in the waiting area was looking at the two people in the very center. Those 4 slaps seemed to literally hit them in the face, causing their faces to go green and red. The body shook and the pupils quaked. Chapter 75, It's Always Them Who's Wrong. The pop-ups on the live feed were so butchered by mindless fans that they were almost stuck to PPT. Maybe it was really brainwashed successfully. Or maybe it was a bluff and the backlash was very severe and all invective. Even classic quotes like "it's the unloved who are the mistresses" were forced out. The microblogging has even exploded, a few hot search phrases scolded into a piece. Even if Qin Chao also has the top stream of fans, also some cannot carry. But soon different voices began to dominate the screen. People aren't stupid. When Ji-him curses, the logic is organized clearly for everyone. Unless they deceive themselves, anyone can see the doorway. When you look at it this way, the performance explanations of the movie star group simply don't hold up. They are entirely emotionally rendered and don't stand up to logical scrutiny. The audience watched the live feed from the waiting area and couldn't help but spit as they watched the faces of the two men. Negative people are the best at making excuses for themselves. I just felt a little trippy watching them. If they really don't love each other, why should they enter the marriage hall? That's right. Since you're married, mind your own business. Don't cheat. True love is a shield or going to be when tired, disgusting or not. If what's playing out here is true, it means that Wang Jia is not a good-for-nothing rich wife at all. People are accompanying their husbands to work hard to start their own businesses, stabilize the logistics, so that the Shadow Emperor has no worries. After striking the kingdom, she didn't crave for power to give others development, and went to accompany her parents to fulfill her filial piety herself, which led to her gradually disappearing from the public's view, so that the movie Emperor's group could rest assured and boldly discredit her, as it would be difficult to find evidence. I chased after Gani Wang back in the day, and now that I think about it, she left the country in the first place with everyone cheering and wishing her well. She received a big production in the first year, but got married in the second year, and only heard nothing after that. It can be said that the resources at the beginning were completely fine, so how can she blame her incompetent difficulties on others? I'm numb from listening. If that's really the case, then won't Shang Wenyu's conscience hurt if he makes things up? This is too morally corrupt, thanks to me liking him so much before. I have to say, the top stream group is really just. Who gave them the courage? Qin Dad Qin Mom sat in the crowd listening to the surrounding discussion has gradually tilted Ji-him and Qin Chao, satisfied head held high, and the look in everyone's eyes in the waiting area made the two in the center look like they were on the edge of their seats. Shang Wenyu's head buzzed for half a day from the scolding, as if he had never been in such a sorry state. His brain was so confused right now that he didn't even bother to dwell on the fact that these were probably made up by Ji-him and Qin Chao. He couldn't help but turn his head to Wang Jiani. Didn't you say it was Wang Jia who drove you away? Because of this sentence, Shang Wenyu later mixed so bad little sister, has always felt guilty, always feel that it is the original Wang Jia fuss, messy jealousy, only to ruin the life of Wang Jiani. He then obviously never moved to cheat on the heart. How can he not feel guilty about this innocent girl? And Wang Jiani had long ago had venom in her eyes and was trembling uncontrollably with anger. She couldn't understand at all why Ji-him and the others would know so much. There are some things that are simply just in her mind. Is it really a coincidence? When she realized that Shang Wenyu was asking her, her eyes flustered, her lips trembled, her eyes reddened, and she said accusingly, "Those elders came looking for me, saying that it was for sister-in-law. Isn't it sister-in-law who forced me to leave?" Shang Wenyu opened his mouth, but surprisingly he couldn't refute it. He only felt that his head was getting more and more painful and it was hard to breathe. So maybe Wang Jia really doesn't even know you? Wang Jiani, however, said gamely, "At that time, our CP was so popular. How could sister-in-law not know about it? Isn't she managing the company? Shouldn't she know the company's artists too?" Wang Jiani still felt that Wang Jia had instructed those four old men to come. However, Shang Wenyu choked. That period of time was Wang Jia's busiest time, because it happened to be in the process of starting to find someone to take over the management and hand over the affairs. Even he didn't dare to say that Wang Jia had paid attention to him during that time. He couldn't help but inwardly favor Wang Jiani's claim that Wang Jia was his wife and loved him so much that she must have known about it at the time when it was a national high CP. Why doesn't he ask his parents the truth? A voice suddenly came from the back. It made the sensitive Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani turn back violently, as if they were uncovered, only to realize that everyone was looking at the big screen above them, as if they weren't talking about the two of them at all, but about the stage play they had just put on. Even if the parents had said it, do you think the man who has completely favored his mistress would have believed the truth? Maybe he'll even think that the parents helped lie in order to harbor his wife. Shang Wenyu's blood seemed to freeze in his body for a moment. It did just flash through his mind to ask mom and dad to go, but in the next second, he thought that they might not tell the truth. Trusting an outsider when you don't trust your own mom and dad or your own wife is really TSK. Shang Wenyu was inexplicably heartless. Isn't the point that the mistress went out by her own choice? According to their act, the mistress didn't contact the boys at all. Shang Wenyu's face suddenly changed, but he remembered that when he did ask Wang Jiani why she didn't contact him earlier, Wang Jiani said that she didn't want to drag him down. At that time, Wang Jiani wanted to say something as if she was hinting at something. They have a kind of ambiguous feeling of being more than friends and not yet lovers, just that the window paper has not been pierced yet. Shang Wenyu then thinks that it's because Wang Jiani likes him, but doesn't want to break up their family, that's why she doesn't look for him. This made him pity him even more. But now, he faltered. She came back just because her original path didn't work and she wants to eat her way back? Stealing other people's husbands. It's also really powerful. Obviously she is incapable, but she doesn't admit that she has failed, and wants someone to pay for her failed life before she comes back to mislead others and disguise herself as a victim. Guess she herself still justifies feeling like she's a real victim. Shameless enough indeed. You guys? Wang Jiani seemed to finally not be able to endure herself being mocked so much, and was so angry that she spoke directly to her face. Tears were really falling this time, but the person who spoke had an innocent look on his face and said, "We're discussing the play." Why? Ji-him acted well. Someone with eyes wide open praised Ji-him's fake acting skills, which were really all emotion and no skill. On their side of the live room, as long as they don't open the microphone, there is no sound spread out. The camera is also all on Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani. The other is just piggybacking, so the audience can see Wang Jiani's almost out of control expression management and Shang Wenyu's hard to control the lost look. This seems to confirm certain things even more laterally. The agent was in the background anxiously trying to figure out how to communicate with the director and producer, and told Wang Jiani and Shang Wenyu to come down first. They had to discuss how to deal with the public opinion later. But so what if Ji-him and Qin Chao performed the truth? They dare to say it's the truth? No proof, no evidence. Beware of suing them. In the hospital room, although Qin Yen, like the other Qin family members, had already known a rough idea of the truth through Ji-him's heartfelt words, she still found it exceptionally painful to watch Ji-him and Qin Chao's real performance, and even the lawyer representing Shang Wenyu on the side couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Forgetting to finish his own work, Ruan Jia, who was on the hospital bed, just looked at the screen with her eyes straight up. Yeah, what's wrong with me? It's never them who are wrong. It's them. Why am I the one who's being punished? And at that moment, the final act on stage began. Chapter 76, Sister Slap. Ah no, Sister Beep. The second girl is seen secretly calling and pretending to be contacted by a girl, but the girl on the other side of the stage is at the hospital with a medical report, full of panicked inquiries about something. The second female tears her own clothes while asking for help from the boys. Meanwhile the girl seems to know what's going on and contacts the boy in tears, but the boy has no time to answer the phone. He's on his way to rescue girl too. In the end, the boys defended the second female and said to the girls, "You're so evil. How dare you design a trap?" The girl argues. The boy doesn't believe the black card is stopped. The girl says she's sick. The boy says she's faking it. In the end the girl was treated alone, but was photographed and uploaded on the internet. The boys bring the female second to question the girls and threaten them. "You're just a vegetarian. We're entertainers. We can only sacrifice you to cooperate with our whitewashing. You love me so much. You'll definitely agree, right? If you don't cooperate, I'll divorce you." This time there were no lighting changes, and Ji-him, who played the patient, jumped straight up from his wheelchair. It was as if a patient was revitalized. Using a fake fight, she slapped Qin Chao to the ground, and backhanded the second female to Qin Chao's arms, then started to keep fake kicking the two with their feet. Dog man and woman, bones, slandering me. The police case is still concerned about evidence. You just listen to a ring and convict me. You are so powerful. Does the police department know? Do I have to turn you into the state? After all, you can be without evidence. On the other side of the mouth to conclude the case. No, the state does not accept garbage. Geez, I still feel so dark and evil from the drinking incident that the movie star group acted in before. Is it that with absolutely no evidence? It's just that Wang Jiani said it, and Shang Wenyu believed that it was his own wife who did it? Then we'll see if they dare to provide evidence later. Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani, who were called down, went backstage and heard someone whispering. Shang Wenyu stiffened, full of numbness, as if dying. He indeed has no evidence. But, on the stage, this time Qin Chao was the setting where he could rebel, and exclaimed angrily, You don't have any evidence to prove your innocence either. Ji-him directly kicked his face this time. That stance made the acting Qin Chao doubt that his second sister-in-law would really kick him in the face under false pretenses. You want to hear what you're talking about? You want evidence from your own wife, not from outsiders? What's the matter? She's weak and you're more protective. So she's innocent? If she said with empty words that I killed someone, you could send me to jail tomorrow, right? I'm not soft. I don't cry. I'm just evil. Shang Wenyu was so numb that he could barely walk. He looked over at Wang Jiani, only to see that Wang Jiani's face was pale, and the backstage eating crowd that hadn't noticed them coming down was still actively discussing it. I know. I have a memory of this time. One of the scandals caught by the paparazzi, and if I can find out where the original partner was on that day, I might have proof of it. Even if it's found out, maybe the other movie star will just say it's fake, just like he flipped that photo of his recuperation. After all, didn't he provide a health checkup report? Do you guys think that the movie star actually knows that his wife might actually be sick? Shang Wenyu's figure swayed, and if it wasn't for the agent's support, he almost didn't stand still. It is impossible to be sick. It is impossible to be really sick. It is absolutely impossible. It must be Ruan Jia scaring him and getting back at him, as if he was afraid to face it. Shang Wenyu had denied it desperately, but it cannot block the mouth of the people. I'm kind of completely convinced by the top stream group now. It feels like theirs is the truth. The movie star is really sorry for his wife. Shang Wenyu's look cannot be controlled. Why is everyone saying this to him? He did not apologize. It was true that their performances were fake, but he never denied what Nguyen Jia had done for him, because netizens wouldn't believe a simple clarification. Shang Wenyu had to choose to fictionalize his way through this crisis. It's just a matter of aggravating Ruan Jia. Isn't it enough that he knows those things in his heart? I'm afraid that the information on why Qin Chao and Ji-him did what they did, in that much detail, was really provided by Ruan Jia. But Ji-him and Qin Chao are not righteous people. They also twisted and scandalized his and Ruan Jia's past, portraying him as a negative and thin-skinned person. In fact Shang Wenyu wanted to retort, but his brain went blank. He didn't know which sentence to start explaining about those accusations. He only felt incomparably aggrieved. How dare Ruan Jia really want to deal with him because of a misunderstanding? Completely unwilling to learn the truth? But he never wanted to betray her. He still wanted to have a good life with her. Even though he had wandered off inside, he was in love with Ruan Jia. Just as Shang Wenyu was rambling on, lines similar to his inner self appeared on the stage play. I didn't betray you. I love you. Ji-him picked up Qin Chao's collar. A slap goes down. You're kinda condescending, aren't you? You cuddle and kiss her. But you love me. A slap. You defend it at every turn, trampling my dignity underfoot to hold her up and cajole her. But you love me. A slap. Smearing, rumor mongering, and making me attract all the scorn is not a problem in order to protect her. Because you love me. A slap. If you minded your lower body and didn't sleep with her, you didn't do me wrong. You didn't cheat on me. You were honest and clean. Last slap. And I but a little bit of resistance. That's just being unreasonable. Not trusting you. Not understanding you? Qin Chao's acting skill is naturally no problem. It is the head pivoting back and forth a little guilty of whiplash, but quickly and professionally show a look of shame and anger, and still feel as if he is right. Let me just ask, would you be happy if I found a man right now who would do the same thing as you? But I love you? Qin Chao's face stiffened and he performed shy anger. Oh, or not. Double standard dog. You deserve to talk about love? Then your love is truly disgusting enough to turn one's stomach. I must have killed and set fire to receive your love in my previous life. At this time, Shang Wenyu actually really all of a sudden cannot breathe. Covering his head, Pain can only hurry to sit down against the wall to breathe. And Wang Jiani can only be panicked and helpless to look at Shang Wenyu. She is worried that she cannot fool people. This commotion immediately caught the attention of the melon eaters in the background. The crowd's eyes glowed, just like Badger in the ground seeing a melon, itching to come forward and ask the original owner a few questions. But seeing as how the other guy looks like he has a headache so bad he's going to hit the wall, it's best to take it easy. There was a gradual feeling in everyone's mind that the tide had turned. Qin Rong whispered a bleep. He looks like he's got a bit of a headache. Peach analyzed it. I guess my brain is itching to grow something. The broker's side is also completely disorganized. Couldn't help but say, when you don't be brought into the rhythm, where did you apologize to her? You are the victim. You. On stage, Qin Chao happens to show a look of resignation. Ji-him snorted. Do you think that controlling yourself not to cheat is already very good for me? I should be grateful. After all, you give up your true love just to give me a complete home. You carry the responsibility to make yourself live such a painful life. Already sacrificed enough, and I'm still in hysterics. It's just unbelievable. Ji-him, however, let go of him and let him go limp. Qin Chao, however, couldn't help but say, isn't it? I sacrificed my true love for you, and I am also a victim. Are you sick? I could have had a better life. You want to cheat on the go, dragging me for what? Don't be so self-motivated and moralistic over there. Who cares about your sacrifice? Do you think you're air? I can't live without you? No, you're just a piece of. This time, the agent cannot stand. Shang Wenyu was even more tranced looking at the big screen. Face like death. He no longer have the sanity to think. Why Ji-him can guess his psychology so accurate? Those curses as countless thunder and lightning in the split him. It made his eyes go black and his mouth actually tasted a little bloody. The cursing continued on the screen. Actually, you're even more shameless than she is. You bleeping. All the online and offline viewers who are listening. Blocked for swearing too dirty? LOL? Nope. Why do you still manually shield yourself? We want to hear scold us. It's hard to block in time for a live broadcast, but Ji-him insisted on shielding herself. After all, her cursing was a bit dirty. It was just that the Chin family members present were listening to that. Eventually the lights dimmed. Only one light was left for the various landscape shots that gradually lit up again on the big screen. Ji-him didn't show his face, and his voice slowly appeared. Without you, I might have met true love who really respects me, loves me, supports me, and has only me in mind, and I deserve that. Even if we don't meet, I can take back all the energy I wasted on you to love myself. Love yourself well. That's true love of the highest order. Everyone who was excitedly eating melon was confused for a moment when they heard this last sentence. Originally, I thought it was the top stream group that had a hard-on with the Shadow Emperor group, and deliberately came up with a stage show like this. I didn't realize you were on point at the end. Yeah, PK's theme is true love. There's no one who says true love can't be love of self. The crowd felt inexplicably sublimated and couldn't help but give Ji-him praise in their hearts. You're such a little wit. Sister slap. No. Sister beep. As a result, I didn't expect to think the stage was over when the lights went all the way down. Ji-him's voice reappeared with a hint of playfulness, as if speaking to someone. You always run into a few psychos in life. Stomp them to death and get over it. Otherwise how can you call it a wonderful life? Look ahead. A new life begins. Chapter 77, Meeting on a Narrow Road. My acting. Cut. For the first installment, the live viewership blew right out of the water. When Ji-him and Qin Chao took the curtain call with their performance team, there was literally thunderous applause from the stage, with Qin's father and Qin's mother waving their hands in excitement. It's not hard to imagine which way the wind is blowing online from the way everyone on the site is behaving. The broadcast now features the hosts interviewing other guests in the waiting area, asking for their thoughts on the two sets of performances. Everyone basically crowned a critique of the acting, and then hurriedly made excuses to leave the waiting area. If not for the fact that they couldn't suppress the excited expressions on their faces. Everyone really thought that these people had a collective pissing fit. Asterisk. They must have gone backstage to eat their melon. What is there that a VIP, can't see? I'll swipe the rocket and hurry up and take us backstage. The Shadow Emperor group went backstage before, and now the top stream group just went down. And once this meets up, I can't begin to think of how lively backstage is right now. Let me get it together. Let me get it together. Let me get it together. The host was barely keeping the interview going while reading the pop-ups. She wanted to be there too. Damn her job. It was holding her back from eating her melon. The guests had all run away, so she could only walk the process to the teachers of the professional acting academy that she had hired for this PK. But the teachers were also distracted and kept looking at the tweets on their cell phones. The top 10 hot searches were almost all taken up. The real-time square was constantly refreshed with new breaking news, setting off wave after wave. So it could be said that the walls were falling down. Even the capital can't suppress the extent. After such a stage show, everyone else, except for the brain-dead fans who are completely brainless and protective of their masters, have long since seen a reason for it. After all, as long as the so-called true love skin, in accordance with the logic of a little thought, inside is just a naked cheating man and the junior join forces to pit open the original story. As when all the people were high on CP, now it's all the people catching adultery and hammering the scum to death. Backstage, Shang Wenyu seems to have lost his soul and is in a state of tremendous self-doubt, while his manager is still dying, constantly barking orders and trying to figure out how to save public opinion. After all, there is still very little solid evidence. Most of it was just the stage play that brought up the tempo. Now the agent just needs to grasp the fact that Shang Wenyu really has no feelings for Wan Jia. It has been Wan Jia's one-sided entanglement, as well as the fact that Wan Jia is not sick at all and everything is a smear campaign against Shang Wenyu in retaliation. And as long as he grasps these 2 points, he won't be easily knocked down. Until now the broker does not believe that Ji-him and Qin Chao and their performances are real. It only felt that everything was a joint act and a design to set up a trap. The most common tactic used in the entertainment industry if you want to mess with someone is to break news that is both true and false. And he felt that Nguyen Jia had gotten the same way. Wan Jia is really vicious. This is to completely stomp on you guys. The agent looked at the situation that was getting out of control, and was so angry that he didn't care about the occasion, and said to Shang Wenyu, "You quickly contact her." Wang Jiani looked at her cell phone with a pale face. This current situation is something she never expected. She could only look to Shang Wenyu for help. Senior brother. And it was as if Shang Wenyue couldn't hear the voices outside. All he could think about was Jihim's curses. Was he really that sorry for Wanjia? He was just distracted for a moment, taking care of it. How did he get like this? Just at this time, Jihim and Qin Chao walked in. The backstage, which was originally filled with whispering voices, was quiet for an instant, and all eyes looked over in unison. Qin Rong and Xiao Tao happily went forward to greet the two. Gao Hao went forward with a face that hid a knife and a smile, only to see Qin Dad and Qin Mom following behind the two, and immediately the knife was withdrawn, and he could only force a smile. Although he was able to preach a few words to Qin Chao and Jihim, but to the previous generation of Qin clan group's power holders, Gao Hao, the onion, would still be able to recognize the time, and the two old men came over, naturally, to eat melon on the spot. At this point everyone's eyes were hovering over both groups. The next second, Shang Wenyu's agent moved, angrily rushed to Jihim and Qin Chao. The crowd instantly brightened up. Immediately should be seated sit well, should stand well stand. Breathless, waiting for the melon to ripen. The agent's cell phone kept responding, signaling that the situation was getting tougher and tougher, and he could only break down and play rough and open his mouth. If you guys send out a statement right now saying that your stage show doesn't have anything to do with us at all, then let's pretend that nothing has happened. But what is he talking about? Jihim was directly amused by what he heard. Qin Chao also twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Gao Hao on the side. This kind of occasion doesn't need Jihim and Qin Chao to come. Gao Hao directly stepped forward and said, "What is Senior talking about? This is all scripted. It's just normal acting. How come you're still right on top of it? You can't do things too far." The agent pressed on. Gao Hao laughed. "We're just performing normally according to the program's requirements." The agent finally yelled, "Are you guys sick? How much did Wan Jia give you guys to set us up like this?" Qin Chao looked at the agent with a face full of contempt and said, "Framed? What kind of framing? Aren't you the ones who are framing others?" The broker instantly seemed to be choked. Eaters pinched their thighs hard to stifle their laughter. "You guys think you can win this way?" The agent said fiercely. "You guys also have no proof. Don't forget that Wan Jia is Shang Wenyu's wife. Husband and wife quarrel at the head of the bed and at the end of the bed. She has not come forward to provide any evidence against Wenyu. It proves that she can't afford to give up Wenyu. She just wants to force Wenyu to bow down. You guys are being used as a knife to make it happen. When Wenyu coaxed her back, you guys are not the right people inside and outside. Then everyone will think that you guys are intentionally hacking Wenyu. Don't pit yourself. Now is the time to give you guys a chance to redeem yourselves. A good bluff he simply does not have the certainty to take Wan Jia again. After all, from just now the phone cannot be reached, but can fool us. Let us doubt back down. Give them to leave an opening." The Qin family members were listening intently. What started? But when the others heard it, they had a feeling of being winded. Yeah, if Qin Chao and Jihim were really helping Wan Jia, shouldn't Wan Jia offer something more favorable? Is it really family business like that? That's weirdly disgusting. Even Shang Wenyu's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had some kind of bottom, and his cheeks flushed. Love him, resent him, but ultimately still cannot give up him. Left the back way to him, is to want to win back his love. Just now, he almost thought that Wan Jia hit so hard to be completely. He knew that Wan Jia was just playing a temper. It was just a bit too indiscriminate, and he'd be sure to give Wan Jia a good talking to later. I don't know if it's really stupid, or not daring to face it. Shang Wenyue even coaxed himself up, and even had the strength to stand up, came to Qin Chao and Jihim, and said with a serious look, "Wan Jia and I will be reconciled, and she'll help to clarify it, and please don't stir up trouble in the middle anymore." Jihim looked at Shang Wenyu with a confident look and really wanted to laugh. After doing everything to hurt her, you still have the nerve to lick your chops and ask for her help. So let's hope you're still this confident later. Chapter 78, all I can think of is, it's over. Gao Hao, however, was a bit worried and couldn't help but ask Qin Chao what he meant. Qin Chao swept a glance at Jihim. "Don't worry, it's fine. And the people who are eating it are the ones who have set off all kinds of doubts in their minds. If Wan Jia could still be coaxed back by Shang Wenyu to be a stepping stone for them, that would be really wonderful." At this time the director and producer came over sweating. They were already numb. True or false, they could only let it develop. Anyway, this wave of heavenly traffic, they have to catch it. It's time to go through the rest of the process and get both teams on stage to announce the results. It will be divided into teacher scoring and audience voting. Before scoring, the two groups of guests will be allowed to speak for themselves, and the big screen at the back had turned into real-time pop-ups. At a glance most of them were cursing the Shadow Emperor group. Obviously change of heart has been enough to be sorry for people. but the result has also put people to the death inside step. Simply is the fighter among the scum. It's scumbags like this who think they've done nothing wrong that are the most disgusting than those who are clearly scumbags. Still talking about divorcing your sister? Sister, hurry up and divorce. Sister, doke me. Why is my girlfriend madly entering me? I can't do such nasty things. If I got married and did that to my wife, I'd rip my own head off. However, because of the agent's temporary remedial guidance, which salvaged a little more support for the two, along with the buying of Water Army, the pop-up curses didn't completely crush, and there were still quite a few voices for the Shadow Emperors group. No one has any proof, and people shouldn't open their mouths to bleep if they don't know the whole picture. I'm sure the movie star and his sister were forced into it. I think it's just Wonja forcing the movie star to love her back. Otherwise, why has she been keeping quiet? She simply can't let go. True love is not guilty. Following the process, the top stream group spoke. Shin Chao and Jihim were both absent-mindedly saying something pretty. In fact, Jihim was eating melon in real time, while Shin Chao was concentrating on eavesdropping. At this point, no one had realized that the pop-ups were silently appearing with some new information and gradually repeating the swipes. It's the turn of the movie star group. Wang Jiani was on stage with red eyes and a look of being angry and crying, and Shang Wanyue posed himself as a cool movie star, as if he was out of the mud. When the microphone was given to them, Shang Wanyue said directly, "The cleaner the better." But when he finished, the room was inexplicably a little eerily quiet, and the audience kept looking up and down, hovering between their cell phones and the stage. Shang Wenyu frowned and could only give the microphone to Wang Jiani. Wang Jiani directly choked and said, "I'm sorry to trouble you all, but I have no complaints." Then there was a bow with a look of "I'm aggrieved, but I won't say anything." The pop-up screen was filled with solidarity for a short time. You don't have to care too much about other people's eyes when you're a human being. Jaiheim, is it discernment? I think it's not caring too much about other people's slaps is more like it. Shin Chao on the side froze and was wondering when he saw a figure rushing onto the stage. Without waiting for the crowd to react, a slap directly hit Wang Jiani's face. Shameless, Wang Jiani was directly hit and couldn't stand up, or Shang when you caught the person. This can be regarded as a live broadcast accident, but the melon-eating crowd was smashed numb by the successive melons. Surprisingly, no one first time to go forward to arrest people, and pinch the microphone. That's why everyone heard Shang when use shocked words to the woman who hit him. "Mom, why are you guys here?" Shang father also rushed up and kicked Shang Wenyu twice, supporting the angry and trembling Shang mother and said, "Shang Wenyu, can you stand up to Ruan Jia's parents like this? We are really too disappointed in you. You even ruined your wife so much for this mistress. How could we have a son like you who can't distinguish between right and wrong? We're sorry to Ruan Jia's parents. We're sorry to Ruan Jia." Shang Wenyu froze. Why did mom and dad also distrust him so much? Now it's just a matter of expediency. Who can imagine? Two old people traveling on a sea cruise. The internet is inconvenient. Did not pay attention to things on the internet. The results once the ship was shocked by the live broadcast, cannot contact the daughter-in-law, rushed to this scene. I hope the son can repent. As a result, we saw that both of them had been exposed to the truth and were still acting over there. So angry that they completely disregarded the occasion and lost their minds. Shang mother looked at her son still holding the crying woman, her eyes bloodshot, angrily rebuked. "Back then, we sent you away in a good voice, already kind enough. I didn't expect that you would never change your nature, and come back to hook up with other people's husbands." Mother Shang tore Wang Jiani's hair, picked it up, and slapped it violently twice. Shang Wenyu reacted and hurriedly stopped. "Mom and Dad, stop it. Did Wan Jia send you guys here? You're still protecting her? Sinning simply obsessed. If it wasn't for us covering up for you in the first place, Wan Jia would have long since stopped wanting you." Mother Shang cried in anger. "Had I known this, had I known that you were unrepentant, we shouldn't have meddled." Shang Wenyu froze, suddenly feeling very flustered. He even forgot that he was now on a live broadcast and that they had fictionalized the direction of public opinion. Surprisingly, he directly opened his mouth. "She won't not want me. I'll talk to her properly later. You guys don't. It's too late. Son, it's too late. Turn around and see for yourself," Shang's father said in pain. Shang Wenyu froze, and only then did he turn back to look at the screen full of pop-ups that had completely changed its style, and the agent who just got the news was holding his cell phone to deal with it. But as soon as he saw that, his hand shook and the phone just shattered. All I could think was, it's over. Nguyen Jia has posted photos using a photographer's account from years ago. People, a picture of a childhood friend. That's proof. What stalker? Clearly a male favorite girl. Ruan Jia's work photos when she was the general manager, as well as photos of some investment project activities she participated in. Hard evidence. I'm an ex-employee of the company. My speeches were always deleted before. Now that I finally have a chance, I'm going to say that if it wasn't for Sister Ruanja stabilizing the big back for the emperor of the film wouldn't have achieved this at all. Now it's just crossing the river and reversing right and wrong. Sister is going full tier? Who said before that sister had a weak heart, couldn't give up, and used the top stream group to force the Shadow Emperor to turn back? Ha ha ha, die laughing. I see my sister dumping so much evidence at once. So sharp, I love it so much. I should have come sooner. It seems that we don't need our help to persuade. This is the rhythm of wanting to completely sever the relationship. Wang Jiani also cannot care about the live broadcast and the pain in the face. Unbelievably took out his cell phone to check the online revelations. A look at the surprisingly true. Then the whole person is stupid. After all, in the bottom of her heart, the reason she could keep bullying Ruanja so smoothly was because she relied on Shang Wenyu's importance to Ruanja and knew that Ruanja couldn't afford to destroy Shang Wenyu. But now, doesn't seem to be. And as Shang Wenyu on the side looked at the evidence that could have completely hammered him to death, his first thought was that it definitely wouldn't be Ruanja who broke the news. Ha ha ha, family. The full medical report released by the movie star studio before Ruanja sent it out is surprisingly from a year ago. What a great way to take time out of context. Just want to ask the current movie star, do you hit your face? Is it fun to fool the fans who believe in you like this? Brainwashed fans? Still support? That report is only available to Nguyenjia. So, could only have been sent by Nguyenjia. Shang Wenyu's face instantly looked like a dead man. Those disturbing factors in his heart collapsed. Compared to all the uncertain speculations before, now it was Ruanja who had really taken a knife and stabbed it into his heart. He felt no resentment, but a momentary flash of fear, especially when the screen was full of support your sister's divorce and leave the scum. Love yourself, divorce, fake divorce, and more. Shang Wenyu seemed to realize that something was about to get away and hurriedly called Ruanja. No one answered. We can't even contact them. They must be hiding. What can we do? Father Shang lamented. Shang Wenyu immediately dialed another phone number. And it was that lawyer's. But without waiting for Shang Wenyu to speak, the lawyer spoke first. Congratulations, Mr. Shang. Miss Ruan has signed the divorce. The words came out through the mic. It instantly silenced the room and the pop-up stopped for a split second. No, that's not true. We're not really getting a divorce. Did you tell her? Shang Wenyu lost his comportment, slurred his words, and almost shouted in his anxiety. Attorney, there is the fulfillment of Mr. Shang's mandate. It's just that Ms. Ruan doesn't see it that way, and she has entrusted us with full authority to handle the division of her property. Shang Wenyu's face suddenly changed. No, we didn't divorce. You destroyed the agreement. I'm sorry, sir, because of Miss Ruan's urging. It's gone through legal procedures and can't be withdrawn, the lawyer said. Shang Wenyu's lips trembled. Fear, regret felt like 10,000 ants gnawing at his heart. The whole person seemed to be drained of his soul. He desperately wanted to salvage. He kept telling himself that it was definitely not too late. She misunderstood me. I'll explain it to her. You give her your cell phone, the lawyer said. I'm sorry, sir, but Miss Nguyen has just entered the operating room and is not expected to be available for the next 10 hours. When Ms. Ruan comes out, the two of you will be divorced. By the way, because of the excessive risk of the surgery, Miss Ruan has also entrusted the estate. This side Mr. Shang can cooperate with the property division as soon as possible if it's convenient. Shang Wenyu froze, his pupils shrank, his hand gripping the phone began to tremble, his voice hoarse. What are you talking about? What? Sir doesn't know that Miss Ruan is sick? It's been hospitalized for months. This time the whole room is not the silence of watching a good show, but the silence of the heart stunned. It turns out that Ji Him and Qin Chao acted really no exaggeration. Are you really that sick? The pop-up exploded again. Oh my god, what do I see? A diagnostic certificate and consent for surgery from XX Hospital, signed by the sister herself? It's today, to have the surgery. Thank you for meeting us in 2023 and look forward to being with us in 2024. I wish you all the best for the new year. Chapter 79, She Lost Her Memory. Sick. Ruanja is sick. You didn't even know. I'll beat you to death, you bastard boy. Shang father reacted, out of anger. Mother Shang was also shocked and froze in place. Ruanjia's mom and dad are gone and she's left with you. You even managed to take care of someone who got sick. Mother Shang also slapped Shang Wenyu, so angry that she could barely stand. The movie star was beaten up by his parents in full view of the public. The agent rushes up in a hurry to stop it, not wanting things to get worse, desperately trying to get the director and producer to turn off the live feed. And the director and producer have already Buddha. Anyway, it's like this. Might as well earn enough traffic and popularity, and also take the opportunity to set aside the suspicion that they have accidentally become accomplices. Anyway, in their opinion, the movie star was completely confused after this one. I don't know. I really don't know. She didn't tell me. Shang Wenyu murmured incredulously. Ji Him and Qin Chao, who were watching from the side, were dumbfounded when they heard this. It would be shameless to pass the buck at this point. Qin Chao sneered and said, "It seems that the drama we just performed was in vain." People recalled it, and the pop-ups went straight to cursing. Before the movie star's cell phone was even closed, he heard someone else's voice coming from the other end of the phone, and upon hearing it, it turned out to be that of his big sister, Qin Yan. Apparently both the lawyer and Qin Yan were outside the operating room. Does Shadow Emperor Shang still want to throw dirt on the victim at this point? When Ms. Ruan Jia was hospitalized, we instructed her to notify her family. She once called you in front of our medical staff. Have you forgotten how you returned the call? Shang Wenyu's breath hitched as if he had remembered something. You said she's acting to deceive you, tired of her cursing her body for the sake of jealousy. Qin Yan faintly said. Shang Wenyu panicked, as if unable to accept that he had made such a mistake, instinctively looking for excuses. At that time we were quarreling. I really thought that she was talking out of turn. Why didn't she say anything after that? If I was shown the report, to tell those closest to you that you're sick and be questioned repeatedly, did Ms. Nguyen used to lie to you a lot? Shang's father couldn't help but cry out when he heard the questioning over the phone. How can that be? Ruan Jia was never like this. Mother Shang also smashed Shang Wenyu's chest and said, how did you become like this? Don't you even recognize Ruan Jia anymore? No, it's us who don't recognize you anymore. Shang Wenyu's brainwang sound. Not to mention the scandal that you were photographed the next day accompanying Ms. Wang Jiani to the hospital because she sprained her foot. Ms. Ruan Jia probably didn't feel the need to tell you anymore. Qin Yan continued to fill in the gaps. All the blood color on Shang Wenyu's face faded. Wang Jiani was even more pale. Ji Im couldn't help but to see the needle in the eye and mocked. Speaking of which, Ruan Jia has been sick for almost 3 months now, and the last time I saw her when I bought a dress, I felt that her thinness was morbidly abnormal. How is it that Shadow Emperor Shang is the one who never saw his wife for 3 months or accompanying someone else? Qin Chao snorted. Maybe it's just bad eyesight and you can only see other women who are hurt and scared? Maybe it's really a vision problem. After all, that sneak peek of the hospital release photo, he even thinks it's a forgery. Surprisingly, he didn't see that it's really sick. Ji Im pretended to whisper to Qin Chao, but the sound was all broadcast out live. Shang Wenyu could barely stand and went limp. His lips trembled, wanting to open his mouth to deny something, but he could only shake his head frantically. His expression seemed to be very painful, but he could not attract anyone's sympathy. Because of the more detailed revelations, all the viewers on the offstage line felt incredibly blown away. The more they thought back, the more disgusted they felt, like they had eaten a bowl of rice. I thought I was high on candy at first, but I didn't realize I was high on. I want to throw up. Where are all those people who love the movie star, get high on CP, and call out the original couple? Come out and get beat up and give thanks. I apologize first. I'm kneeling down for my sister. I'm sorry, it's because I don't know people well. I even supported the scummy man and I don't know how much merit this is going to take off. And it's also because I deserve it. Scummy boys and girls get out of showbiz. The lawyer coughed and maintained his professionalism. Then Mr. Shang, regarding your commission, I've completed it, so I'll hang up. First, Shang Wenyu, however, suddenly seemed to wake up. No, where are you guys? I'm going to watch over her. How can she have surgery alone? I'm going to be there for her and, we're not divorced. I'm not going to say yes. That's not true. Shang Wenyu was so anxious that tears were flowing out of his eyes, and the whole person seemed to be about to collapse. Some things really are not panicked until they are about to be lost. Acting affectionate at this time? He wouldn't still want to pester Ruan Jia, would he? Sir, let me emphasize again. Regardless of whether your intention is true or false, and whether there are other operations in the future, that is legally valid. And it was you who signed it first for me to give it to Ms. Ruan, so it was you who gave the decision of the divorce to Ms. Ruan, and Ms. Ruan who decided to get divorced. The lawyer quickly hung up the phone after saying in a serious manner, I'm really laughing my ass off. Shang Wenyu is planning to fake a divorce with his own wife to help clear his name with Wang Jiani. Is he brain developed? How do you think? The question is, how is Shang Wenyu so confident that he thinks his wife can agree to something so ridiculous? I think he's been so enamored by Junior that he's surrendered his wits. The pop-ups taunted Shang Wenyu in wave after wave, and the big screen couldn't even watch it. In the end, it was the overly grieving Shang father and mother who came to their senses and angrily pulled the person away. When Shang Wenyu left, the screen was filled with shame on you. Irritated, Wang Jiani couldn't stay any longer and turned around and rushed off the stage in tears. Before the final vote had even begun, the stage was left with the top stream group, solidly taking the first PK. After returning home, both Ji Him and the Qin family members still couldn't help but continue to follow the online gossip, seeing people dig out more of Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani's inappropriate way of getting along with each other, and just like that, they still dare to mouth off that they didn't cheat on each other. Ji-him is also admired. Before going to sleep, I learned 2 news. The first Ruanja surgery is over, but has not yet awakened. Shang father, Shang mother and Shang Wenyu has found the hospital, but they no longer have a legal relationship, so the hospital does not give them a chaperone, and they can only guard the outside of the hospital. Secondly, the upper echelon sent out an announcement that the movie star and Wang Jiani were named and criticized because of this defamation incident, which was morally corrupt and had a bad influence. All endorsements and collaborations were lifted overnight, the text was deleted, and their former fixation was washed out by the netizens' pop-ups, all curses, and finally had to be temporarily taken off the shelves. Now the movie star and Gani Wang are just street rats. Everyone is shouting at them. There is not the slightest possibility of a reversal anymore. Many people prayed for Nguyen Jia online, hoping that she would get better soon and start her life again. 3 days later, Ji-him was sleeping. It was a 3-day vacation fought for after recording the program, so he could not go to the studio for classes. Suddenly there was a knock on the door of the room. When he opened the door in a daze, he saw Qin Rong and Qin Ma standing anxiously at the door. Just now Qin Yan said inside the group that Ruan Jia woke up. Ji-him instantly had a jolt of clarity and said happily, "Great, it's true that good people get good karma." But Qin Ma and Qin Rong were too excited, weren't they, and were worried that she was asleep and couldn't see, so they specially came to wake her up? You know that normally they wouldn't care what time she sleeps, but she lost her memory. Qin Ma was as agitated as she was holding her breath. Ji-him. Ha! Chapter 80, just forget the dirt. Qin Ma and Qin Rong, who had said the heavy news, then looked at Ji-him nervously. Sure enough, the next second he heard Ji-him's heart drifting by like a raging storm. Amnesia. Really fake. Let's see. It's still true. And it's still that dramatic way of forgetting only one person's memory loss. She's forgotten Shang Wenyu from start to finish. Qin Ma Qin Rong, the doctors on Qin Yan's side are still working on it. So it's true that it's still the fastest news from Himiko's side of the gossip. This is too colorful to just forget about Shang Wenyu? How much does this disgust a person to cause the body mechanism to choose to forget all the love and hate about him? But won't this be fooled by Shang Wenyu? What if he's desperate enough to ask for a remarriage? Qin Ma Qin Rong, hiss. What to do? So curious. Facing the amnesiac Ruan Jia. What will Shang Wenyu do? Qin Ma and Qin Rong were also super curious. So the three looked at each other. Haven't been to see where Big Sister works yet. Ji-him spoke up. Qin Ma and Qin Rong nodded their heads, stating that we hadn't been there either. Then go visit Big Sister together? Ji-him said. Qin Ma and Qin Rong hurriedly turned around and went to make preparations for the trip. It was only when they arrived at the hospital that Qin Yan received a call and came down to pick them up. The three of them were still a bit weak, but as soon as Qin Yan received the person, she said excitedly, "Come with me." The 3 members of the Shang family already know about Ruan Jia's situation and are now going to the hospital room to see the person. 3. So the melon-eating quartet went to Ruan Jia's ward together as if they were visiting a patient. Just as he arrived at the door he heard Shang Wenyu's voice hoarse, deep and painful. "Ruan Jia, you really don't remember me? I'm your husband." The eating quartet all shivered in discomfort and were getting a little worried. Just hearing Wen Jia's tone soar, like a clear but wary college girl against strangers, permeated with a certain vigor. "There is no you inside my memory, but I'm not stupid. I know your uncle Shang and Shang's son, and I'm a childhood friend. Married, but we're divorced now, and there are photos of the divorce agreement and property disposal inside my cell phone. There is a wedding ring inside the trash can, so you don't fool me. You can only be considered my ex-husband. That was an accident. We were going to fake a divorce. I never wanted to talk to you. Stop. I don't care how you originally envisioned it. I know myself. I'm not the one who's going to play such a boring trick with you. I never decide something impulsively, even if I forget it, and I believe in the decision I made at the time, and that must have been that I didn't want you anymore, and that's just not going to happen. Trying to fool me, that's impossible." When Ji-him went in they saw Ruan Jia with a cheat less witty look on her face. Although she was still skinny and had white gauze wrapped around her head, her eyes were very soulful. She no longer focused on Shang Wenyu when she saw him like she did in the past, but as soon as she saw that there was another situation, she was immediately diverted to look at Ji-him and the others. "Ah, it's you, Mr. Ji-him. Hello, I remember you. You helped me out at the mall, and I saw you on the internet. Thank you for helping me out with that place you acted in." Ruan Jia smiled brightly and sincerely thanked her, because that stage play made her free from the panic of missing memories. Ji-him laughed. "I heard you were awake and came to visit." I didn't realize that she was so full of vigor without the interference of Shang Wenyu's life. The Qin family trio also felt incredible. It was completely like a different person. They had all seen Ruan Jia before and felt like she was like a wilting flower, withering a little, while now she was like a seed that had just broken the ground. Ji-him swept his gaze across, only to see Shang Wenyu kneeling in front of the hospital bed in a pathetic and supplicating posture, and Shang's father and mother wiping their tears as they stood by. And the moment Ruan Jia spoke to Ji-him, Shang Wenyu froze. That feeling of being completely ignored by the one who loved him with all his heart and soul was horrible. Ruan Jia. Shang Wenyu anxiously tried to reach out to pull Ruan Jia's hand and said, "Look at me. Even if you forget, you should still feel it. You love me. You have loved me for so many years. I beg you, Ruan Jia. I beg you. I really can't live without you. I really." When you can't say it, you just choke on your tears. Ruan Jia, however, didn't eat this and directly avoided it in disgust, not giving the other party a chance to touch her at all. "I've loved you for years? Then I must be blind. What do I love about you? A scumbag like you who cheated on me 4 years ago? Love your unfaithfulness? Love your disrespect? To the extent that I even gave up my dreams for you. Did you put me under a compulsion?" After saying that, Ruan Jia also touched her head in extreme incredulity, probably because the look of disgust was too sincere. Shang Wenyu was directly frozen by the sting. Shang father Shang mother still couldn't help but open her mouth, trembling and cautious. "This brat is sorry for you. He's just confused. He has no sense of proportion. He can't make sense of it. But in fact he really loves you, waiting for you to wake up these days. He doesn't eat, he doesn't drink, he's just like a dead man. We do believe that he has you in his heart. We hate this kid too. But, can you give him a chance? And since the bad things are forgotten, let him take care of you for the rest of your life, okay?" The melon-eating quartet was really quite speechless when they heard these words. Fortunately, Nguyen Jia isn't confused anymore. "Uncle and auntie, since he is the one who has wronged me, I won't say anything about being sorry. You guys have watched me grow up. You should know my nature. There is no way I can be with someone I don't love. Not to mention knowing that he has done so much to wrong me. I don't even want to see him right now. And if he is going to show up in front of me every day, I feel like I will have to have another surgery." Nguyen Jia held her head, which had just been cut open, with a headache. This all made the eating foursome laugh. "Shang Wenyu, the ex should be as good as dead. Get together. Don't pester me and I can still think highly of you." Ruan Jia waved her hand when she finished. "Uncle and auntie, please take the people away. I don't want to be disturbed from my recuperation." Shang Wenyu's body swayed, almost unable to kneel. Ruan Jia, I really know I'm wrong. I now realize that you're the only one in my heart, and that everyone else is just an illusion. Yeah? Ruan Jia suddenly raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth, picking up the cell phone on the side and tapping on something, then read in a serious manner. October 10th, I finally realized the reason why Wenyu has been cold to me lately. He got drunk, hugged me and shouted "Jia Jia, don't leave," then kissed me and even tried to hug me. I was disgusted. He never shouted "Jia Jia," that wasn't me. So I looked it up and it turns out there was a Jaja who left a year ago. When these words came out, Shang Wenyu's face turned pale and his pupils trembled in disbelief. The melon-eating foursome was disgusted. All looked at Shang Wenyu with contempt. "And this still says it's only me?" Ruan Jia finished mocking and continued. October 12th, I'm not going to tell Shang Wenyu about my pregnancy. I can't have this child. In case I decide to leave him, the child would be too innocent. The current him doesn't deserve to be the father of my child. Until he heard this sentence, it was as if the air surrounding him froze. Shang Wenyu was stunned as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. His eyes reddened as he looked at Ruan Jia. "A child? We had a child? P.S. The next set of PKs was for a group of 2 male gods, but the original set of melons was a bit boring, so it was changed. Turns out, the number 1 fairy guy puppet guy and his ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend are working together." Chapter 81, Dog Eat Dog. Shang Wenyu killed himself not realizing that they were actually supposed to have a child. Not to mention Shang Wenyu. Shang's father and mother cannot hold on. Shang's mother directly want to faint by Shang's father to hold their long-awaited child, who would have been 4 years old by now if they hadn't aborted it. The melon-eating foursome also froze. Jaiheim couldn't believe she had missed such a big melon. After all, her system had to be searched by her to know the answer. It wouldn't jump out at her of its own accord. There's such a thing as a melon? Let's see. Gosh, there really has been. In fact, they haven't had a child for years because both of their bodies were too overworked to prepare for pregnancy, and it was an accident that they were able to get pregnant. But with Ruan Jia's kind of nature, if she wasn't sure of their love, then she would never want a child. She's not the type of woman who would pathetically use a child as a bargaining chip to tie down a man. She would only feel that child as a shackle to tie her down. Why didn't you stay? Why didn't you tell me? If I had known, I would have. I've only made a small mistake. You've got to give me a chance to correct it. Shang Wenyu held his head as if he was going crazy. Ruan Jia was a bit speechless. I didn't even divorce you back then. Wasn't that giving you a chance? But the ending seems to have proved that my original decision was not wrong. You still let me down. Little walkouts inside a marriage may be compromised once because of deep feelings or fear of making changes, but they definitely don't last forever. That is, a strong woman who could once accompany Shang Wenyue to start her own business would have known better what she wanted if she hadn't been hit too hard by the successive betrayal of her husband and the death of her parents. Instead of dragging her feet until now, GM spat in his mind, and the trio of melon eaters couldn't help but nod their heads. And everyone knew that Wan Jia was able to bring to light such a deeply hidden secret not only because of her memory loss, but also because of her determination not to be involved again. Shang Wenyu naturally thought of this as well, and his body began to tremble, his expression agonizing to the point where his forehead veins rippled. Wan Jia, I won't give up on you. I know I love you. I was sorry for you before. I'm going to pursue you again. I'll always wait for you to turn back and wait for you. This line is so familiar. The Qin family eating group, inexplicably recalling a certain unlucky contraption. Qin Chao, who was discussing things with Gao Hao in the studio, sneezed heavily. Stop. Wan Jia wrinkled her eyebrows. I don't care what you think. What needs to be said has been said. If you guys don't leave, I'm really going to call the police and sue you for harassment. Speaking of which, Wan Jia said with a cold face, I'm not joking. Shang Wenyu was stabbed by the coldness on that face. Shang's father couldn't help but anxiously try to say something, but was directly interrupted by Wan Jia. I respect my elders, but if my elders want to use their feelings to kidnap me to make me uncomfortable and unhappy just to make others happy, then I don't respect that either. I'm the one who died once, and my parents are gone, so now I just fulfill my own emotions. That's almost as good as the main thrust of Jaiheim's performance. After all, Shang's father could not say a word and could only sadly help Shang's mother to leave. Shang Wenyu doesn't want to leave and tries to stalk them, but there's no need to call the police. They're already divorced and Qin Yan has the power to ask the security guards to kick them out. It's when he's driven away that Shang Wenyu has to say something self-motivated. Wan Jia disliked pulling out her ears and didn't say anything. The Qin family several people did look at Wan Jia with some concern, worrying that Wan Jia would be softened. After all, a strong woman is afraid of a stalker. Laughing, Qin Chao can't even do it. If Shang Wenyue can, I'll wash my head upside down. Qin's family, ahem. Elsewhere, Qin Chao's ears are so hot. Before we arrived, Wan Jia had already contacted the former freelance photographer group with her cell phone. For someone like Wan Jia, who is unattached and only laments the wasted years of her life and is now bent on accomplishing her dream, nothing can trip her up. I'm afraid that being discharged from the hospital is the same as leaving the country. Shang Wenyu wants to pester also have to find someone. Thanks to him once on Wan Jia's ignorance of the bar, only focus on their own careers. In the end, even Wan Jia's professional circle has not been involved in a step. By the time Wan Jia is gone, he even looked for who to ask who have no candidates. Ha ha ha. Now he is still undying, thinking that he can coax women back, but in the near future, he will also be left with despair. With the eyesore gone, everyone cared for Wan Jia for a while, seeing that Wan Jia was really completely fine on her own, but instead, she had an excited urge to regain her life, as if she was looking forward to recovering and going to fulfill her dreams sooner. Everyone was relieved to leave and let Wan Jia get well. Just came out. Eat melon eat excited Qin Ron proposed that we shop together to play a game. Last time I missed to accompany the whole family to shop together. Rare today out. Jian thought about the last day of vacation, so naturally he wanted to have a good time. Having just watched another good show, her mood was exactly beautiful. It always felt like it was time to celebrate. Qin Yan had nothing to be busy with right now, so she naturally came along. I ended up just getting to the front door and saw that the obscure thing hadn't left yet, and two more dirty ones, brokers and Johnny Wang. Wang Jiani back is to rely on Shang Wenyu's support, and now the reputation of the inner entertainment circle and completely stink. There is no way to go, can only make a strong pickpocket, people do not let go. However, the current Shang Wenyu seemed to be awake, lifting off Wang Jiani without mercy, and also threw a heavy slap, viciously opening his mouth. It's all because of you. It's all because you ruined my family and career. If you didn't show up and come back, Wan Jia and I wouldn't have come this far. It's all your fault. You still dare to appear in front of me. I can't wait to strangle you. Being hit by Shang Wenyu was probably Wang Jiani's bottom line, and all of a sudden, she was completely confused, and then she twisted madly, reaching out forcefully to scratch Shang Wenyu. Do you think you can alleviate your guilt by blaming it all on me? If it wasn't for you giving me the signals to think I could take a shot, I wouldn't have come this far. It was you who gave me hope, and later on it was you who gave me the qualifications to hurt Wan Jia. It was you who acquiesced to everything, and now you want to set it aside. You're dreaming. You're just a thin-skinned scumbag who sees things differently. Wan Jia is blind for liking you. She's just a stupid woman. By their own once as the most tender flowers care of the woman pointed at the nose scolding. Simply let Shang Wenyue lose his mind. The two directly fought. Shang father Shang mother cold eyes. the agent can only rush forward to pull the fight. The melon-eating group hid and watched from a distance, lest they be splattered with blood. What a dog-eat-dog drama. Ha, I think I saw a passerby outside the fence spot this place and videotape it on his cell phone. Looks like the hot search is about to explode again. As a result, Ji-him had just finished spitting, and when he turned his eyes, he saw all three ladies of the Chin family holding their cell phones in unison, excitedly recording. Chapter 82, Creating a Shura? Ji-him, when did the Chin family's powerful noble women become so gossipy? The Chin family's melon-eating group recorded while helplessly sweeping a glance at Ji-him, and it wasn't even brought on by Ji-him, and they all have their own little groups of friends in their circles now, sharing gossip all the time. Chin Chao and Ji-him participated in the variety show to make such a big noise. The upper-class circle cannot help but eat melon. Finally, it is good to say that Qin Yan was afraid of making a scene, and hurriedly released the security guard. Shang Wenyu and Wang Jiani were like mortal enemies, making each other see blood. While walking out, they were still cursing each other with the most vicious language. Whoever saw this could have imagined that they were sugarcoating in front of a national audience not too long ago. Wang Jiani was driven away. The agent to Shang Wenyu bit her persuasion, but was killed. Red-eyed Shang Wenyu direct fist served, directly knocked out a few teeth. You are also a devourer. It's all because you lured me into making a mistake. You're my most trusted companion. Why did you want to harm me? The agent also has a fire. Originally thought that Shang Wenyu, although the whole network black, but did not touch the red line. Maybe there is still a possibility of turning over. After all, after a long time, the netizens are no memory, and his reputation also stinks. Before offending too many people, and with Shang Wenyu binding in too deep, this life can only count on Shang Wenyu to raise his head again. As a result, he, the only one who hadn't given up on Shang Wenyu, was still beaten, so how could he not be angry? Harm you? You get it right. I've always been thinking about your future. Before Wan Jia was favorable to you, I supported Wan Jia. Now Wang Jiani is favorable to you. I'm just supporting Wang Jiani. Who would have thought that you didn't hold Wan Jia well? Shang Wenyu looked at him angrily while his parents, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't help but open their mouths. Back then, I saw that you were warm and honest, and said that you treated Wenyu as a family member. That's why I'd been letting you be Wenyu's agent. But it turns out that you actually think this way. Wan Jia isn't someone else, it's his wife. When you did wrong, you should advise, not condone. I just treat him too much as a family member, knowing that he has been repressing his heart for Wang Jiani, being morally bound to be Wan Jia's husband. That's why I took a step. It's not like love has a first come first served right or wrong. The agent justified. But I love Wan Jia. But it's just a case of failing now and fooling yourself. The agent grunted coldly. Shang Wenyu broke down and cried as if he was caught in a self-contradiction. The agent, however, couldn't help but be aggressive. If our plan succeeds, not only will you and Wang Jiani be able to love each other in a righteous way, your career will also take off again. So I'm right. As for Wan Jia, it's not right to ditch without love. Shang father Shang mother scolded this deadbeat guy. You're fired. Then he pulled Shang Wenyu away. He actually really doesn't think he's at fault? The eating group couldn't help but explore. GM couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart. Good lord, he's right to say there's no love left and abandonment. Does he know his wife is hooking up with his assistant behind his back? Eating group. He was busy at the front. His wife was lonely and helpless, and fell in love with his assistant. When he wasn't at home, they were no different from husband and wife. Laughing his ass off because something went wrong, and now his wife is planning to roll up all his money and run away with his assistant. He was supposed to come out for a busy day today, but he got fired this moment and had to go home. So I don't know if he'll run into it. But since he recognizes that true love is paramount, he should understand his wife. After all, there is no right or wrong in love. Ha 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 ha. Watching such a fun time had gotten a few people excited. And it wasn't until after they went out shopping that they ran into a not so small amount of trouble. Because Jiheim was famous, the less than professional disguise allowed her to be quickly recognized. It was the first time Jiheim was surrounded by so many people asking for autographs and pictures, so he could only hurry to hide in the store, leave the professional questions to the professionals and call for help with Gaho. When Gao Hao heard this, he was speechless. Weren't you an entertainer before? Jiheim used to be a nameless model, without makeup. People cannot recognize now not used to it. I'll ask Xiao Tao to pick you up. By the way, just one thing to tell you. Gao Hao will just tell Qin Chao about the matter in passing to give Jiheim a thorough understanding. The Shadow Emperor group has withdrawn, and the 5 groups have become 4, so the system has changed, and your next match will be a direct PK with the double male duo that had their turn before. Current boyfriend and ex-boyfriend? Jiheim's tone rose instantly. The eating trio pricked up their ears. After all, compared to the lackluster and disgusting fake candy of the movie star group, this combination is so awkward that everyone can't help but look forward to watching them act together on stage. The immortal god's son Mo. cold and domineering face, paralyzed face, with his habitual role is basically the same. Outwardly has always claimed to be single, dedicated to the cause, in the film and television base of the continuous rotation kind. Basically do not speculate CP. Campus boy got Young Hong, more gossip, self-cooked, enthusiastic and active, a bit of capital background, and the current girlfriend, although there is no official announcement, but explicitly and implicitly sprinkle sugar. The fans partly accept good, partly cover their ears. Netizens only thought it was a double male god combination to support their own brother. Where could they have thought? Your sister-in-law is actually my ex-sister-in-law. Ji-him still remembered the last time she shot a promo. Although her attention was on the side of the movie star group, she also noticed the subtle atmosphere between these two. Sun Mo was not looking at Young Hong at all, but Young Hong smiled and licked his face and took the initiative to get closer. When it was finally time to take a group photo, Sun Mo didn't move a muscle. Or Yang Hong snapped out and wrapped his arm around Sun Mo's neck for an intimate photo. One cold, one passionate, a combination of ice and fire. The promo came out, but also brought out some rotten girls high on CP, circling up. But apparently Sun Mo felt that the other party was disgusted with himself, and once the shot was finished, he almost sharply shrugged it off, not giving the slightest face. It was the other party's manager who finally came forward to apologize with a smile. Yang Hong, on the other hand, was still cheerful, as if he didn't mind the other party's impoliteness at all, a bit cynical and deliberately looking for fun. When the program was recorded afterwards, Young Hong often took time off, so he didn't see the two on the same occasions much, but since it's PK, it's definitely the same feast. Cough cough cough. So it's hard enough for them to reconcile their internal conflicts. Basically they won't have any conflicts with us. Sun Mo's agent Pei Mingxian is more than well acquainted with me. She just contacted me. She hopes that we will develop peacefully and act well individually. So you guys just hone your acting skills this time and show your expertise. And the most important is to behave yourselves. Redeem a bit of the industry's image and help me trick more people in. Gao Hao said bitterly. Ji-him didn't listen carefully at all, because when he just recalled it, he swept Sun Mo and Young Hong with the eating system in passing. As a result, the message at the top popped right out with a big melon. Gah! The trio of melon eaters were immediately shocked and their hands trembled, staring at each other with wide eyes in shock, not daring to look at Ji-him. Ji-him could be heard cawing in his heart like a great white goose that had its neck stepped on, crying out in shock. Eating trio, what's going on? What's going on? What a big deal. Yang Hong wants his girlfriend Su Lemon to be the supporting actress for the next PK. Eating trio, excuse him. Personally create the Shura? Holy, is that so explosive? Oh, well, that Su Lemon guy didn't say yes. That's right, the eating trio, regrets. Ya oh wah. Does this Young Hong have some weird fetish? He even made an appointment to see Sun Mo to persuade Su Lemon. The first thing I'd like to say is that I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this. However, Sun Mo should not agree. Before listening to Gao Hao said inside information, when Sun Mo was not mixed out by Su Lemon mercilessly dumped, it is reasonable to say that the two should be adamantly refused to the same stage. Hate the relationship between the old and the dead. Right. Sun Mo didn't respond. The eating trio, apparently, but he drove to the Starlight Club. That's where Yang Hong had his appointment. Is this kind of saying no with his mouth but being very honest with his body? He wants Su Lemon to assist in the movie too? Eat melon trio, why Apparently Jaiheim was also at a loss. What kind of love/hate relationship do you three want to act out? The most important thing is who's going to play who. Eating trio, arranged and combined. Feel all will see blood what is going on? Asterisk 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 grass. Eating trio, what's going on again? Pei Mingxian found Sun Mo disappeared. Looking for it everywhere. She is so loved the artist feathers of the agent certainly will not allow such a combination to happen. If you find the person will certainly stop it. I do not know when she will look for the past. The heart itch. Although by eating melon system can also know, but wanna personally go to a lively eat a melon Starlight Clubhouse. Want not. The eating trio, either. Hey, 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 can you hear me? Gao Hao was still shouting over there. Here. I have something to do first hang up. After Ji-him finished speaking, he smiled at the three people. I'll be, later. Seeing that she was going to be dumped, Qin Ma was the first to quit and spoke. Let's play somewhere else later. Qin Yan immediately comprehended. It's rare to come out. How about we play all night and have fun? Qin Ron's little face was also red with excitement. Together, the women of our Qin family, no one can be absent. Ji-him, I've heard of a high-end clubhouse that seems to be quite good. Later on, let Xiao Tao take us. It passed unanimously. Gao Hao, who was far away from the studio, suddenly received the message. His face instantly changed. Ji-him took a few of your Qin family members to the Starlight Club? Qin Chao, who was sitting on the sofa, froze. What place? Gao Hao was full of bewilderment and said, the private high-end clubs favored by industry insiders. In the past, I was afraid that you would play around. I made a good relationship with other people's staffs, and notified me when I saw my artists, but you cleaned up your act and never went there. Qin Chao raised an eyebrow. It's okay, Mom and her big sister and little sister are with Jihim today. They should just be going to sing and have some fun. Gao Hao looked subtle. It shouldn't matter. Although that side provides beautiful men and women to accompany the singing service. Qin Chao? Beautiful man? All red lips and white teeth, 8-pack abs kind of thing. Qin Chao's eyebrows jumped. As a result, Gao Hao's cell phone shook, looked down, and then the corners of his mouth twitched. That. Your family seems to have ordered 10 handsome men together. All theme styles. Qin Chao's face darkened. The Qin family men's group. Qin Chao, alert, alert. At Ergo don't have a meeting, at Dad don't fish, and at Big Nephew you. Keep working on your homework. Go. Chapter 83 is sturdy and flexible and feels awesome. When Jihim and the girls arrived at the melon-eating location, they asked for the private room across from the trio of Shure Yakuza. It was only with hindsight that they felt different from what they had imagined. After all, they couldn't rush to the inside of someone's private room to eat melons, could they? But come all the way over here, so feel free to have some fun. So when the manager took out his tablet and asked if they wanted to order an escort, Jihim got excited. Isn't this something I've always wanted to do? The 3 Qin family members, what's the matter? Until they came up and watched the manager attentively sliding pictures of different handsome men, the 3 Qin family members blushed in shame. Although the Qin family was considered to be the top gentry in the upper-class circle, the family style had always been very good, never extravagant and enjoyable. So it was the first time for the Qin family women to come to this kind of place and experience this kind of thing. But half an hour later, 4 drunken women were playing in a private room forgetting the point of the trip. Qin's mom sings a nostalgic golden oldie with the young handsome man while taking pictures and sending them to the old sisters group. Finally, I know why guys like to go out and socialize and talk about meeting people, and that's what I like. Qin Yan was surrounded by 2 tall handsome men playing dice. Qin Yan lost a sip of wine. The handsome men lost a variety of pinches and pinches. Pinches the cheeks, pinches the arm, pinches the nose. Constrained Qin Yan pinches to the biceps when you want to laugh but do not dare to be too loss of decorum. Only take pictures and send them to the divorced group in the upper circle. Send a real heartfelt message. Understand men, envy men, become a man. Qin Rong was sitting on the sofa, her little face red, covering her eyes while peeking and letting out screams from time to time. And in front of her were 3 men in nothing but pants dancing close to each other, showing the art student different types of musculature and throwing a seductive glance every now and then. Qin Rong excitedly took 10 consecutive shots and sent them to the little sisters group. The little brothers are all very talented and well-spoken, and it's super fun here. The 4 remaining dudes, each with animal hair bands and tight animal tails, circled around Jihim in the clearing. And Jihim is just like the ancient dim king, blindfolded, catching beautiful men. Sister, I'm here. Sister, come and get me. At this time someone tired, walked to the door, looked at Peach, who was guarding the door, always keeping an eye on the situation outside, and warmly entertained. Doesn't Miss Sister want to play together? Peach expressed her refusal with a straight face and said, I abstain from male sex. The visitor choked and could only leave, leaving behind little Peach who was bent on carrying out Jihim's orders. When something flashed through the doorway, Xiao Dao said, Sister Him, Pei Mingxian has found her and has already gone in. Jihim had gotten high and wasn't very sober, saying, wait until someone comes out. Then he continued to catch his little brother. Peachy commented, a mess of flowers. Qin Ma happened to finish singing a song at this time, happy, directly flinging banknotes to reward. And the 3 men of the Qin family came over to see such a paper-thin look. The music was still blaring, and all 3 women, except Jihim, saw the man of the house standing in the doorway with a grimace on his face, and instinctively froze despite being drunk. The dudes who came to accompany the gang were all shocked by the aura of those 3 Qin family men, seeing that one of the day's dudes was about to be grabbed by Jihim, who was coming over blindfolded. Qin Jia's long legs stepped in, his face so gloomy that it was almost dripping ink, and he blocked Jihim's heels. Jihim grabbed the sturdy arm in a flash and smiled. I've got it. You want a drink? With that, Jihim took off her blindfold, but she didn't look up, just a confused wobble at the sudden appearance of her waist in front of her. The black shirt wrapped around the lean waist, the folds of the shirt undulating along the waistline, full of ascetic atmosphere. The shirt appliqued place with heavy breathing can see the outline of the undulating abdominal muscles. Looking at Jihim, he couldn't control his heave-ho. This is the golden ratio. What a waste. What a waste. Qin title. Aha, if I wasn't still a married man. No, a married woman. I could have circled a bit. Quinn title, you still want to circle a little bit? As a result, he saw Ji-him wiggle his body and stretch out his fingers as if he wanted to poke at Qin Jie's abdomen. Qin Zhan's forehead was bruised as he reached out and tackled Ji-him's wrist. Ji-him was also tipsy and instantly disgruntled. How come there is a chaste man? So insensitive. Just touch it. Qin's eyebrows danced furiously. Ji-him's hand exerted force, but Qin Jie's arm remained motionless. As a result, she didn't expect Ji-him to fail to stand still, and her body, which was already bent over, directly smashed a headbutt into Qin Rank's chest. Qin Jie stumbled a bit with a muffled grunt from the smash, but fearing that Ji-him, who had no strength, would fall, he could only raise his hand to gather the person into his arms. But the next second, he felt his abs being touched, and there was an unaccustomed twitch in his musculature. Even though he was married, he had never been slimed so much by a woman in his 20 years of life. Sturdy and elastic. It feels awesome. It might be comparable to Qin Rank's. With an insensible hee-haw sound, Qin was instantly annoyed. Ji-him. It wasn't anger at being taken advantage of. It was a couple after all, and that wasn't taking advantage. But if it hadn't been him, and it had been someone else who had swept her up, had she taken the opportunity to fumble around as well? Even being drunk is no excuse. The words female hooligan bolded and enlarged drifted through Qin's mind, and the attention of almost everyone in the room shifted. Wanting to laugh but not daring to, Ji-him was shouted at, which barely raised his head to look, and immediately saw a face as cold as ice. Immediately, his brain short-circuited. I saw Qin-bit? Oh, it's really Qin-bit. Why did he show up? I want to vomit. Expecting Ji-him to be shocked and regretful, he ended up making Qin Jia on the spot and on fire. You're having so much fun touching me that you want to vomit when you see my face? The Qin family members were also shocked when they heard this heartbeat, but the next second, he saw Ji-him covering his mouth and rushing out with a really painful look, obviously drunk and really wanting to vomit. Qin's face was really colorful, and in the end, he could only muffle his voice to catch up before something happened. By the time he watched Ji-him's figure rush into the women's restroom, he heard the exaggerated sound of vomiting. Qin Rank could only stand outside, waiting with a sullen face, only to wait for a while and realize that there was no sound, and suddenly became worried. Ji-him, how are you doing? After shouting a few times, there was still no response, so Qin Rank immediately frowned and immediately shouted, May I ask if there is anyone inside? Anyone? My lady needs help. There was still no answer after a few shouts. Excuse me, I'm going in. Finally, unable to wait, Qin picked up the nearby suspension reminder sign and placed it on the doorway, hurrying inside. As soon as he entered, he saw Ji-him spread out by the sink, apparently vomiting without strength. Qin Rank helplessly stepped forward and helped the person up. Ji-him's alcohol spit almost, already not sober. Embarrassed blinking, wordless in Qin Rank helped to wash up. Finally, he took the paper towel handed to him by Qin Rank and wiped his wet mouth and hands. Thank you. I didn't expect Qin Rank to take care of people quite carefully. Look at the expression. The iceberg melted. Won't pursue me again. Qin Rank swept a glance at Ji-him. You still know that I may pursue Go on. Get back. Being tossed around a bit didn't seem so angry. Looks like the problem shouldn't be serious. After all, I didn't do anything, and the only abs I accidentally touched are still his. Qin title. Unique? The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly, but then again, it feels so good in your hands. The tips of the ears are red. He scores 99 points. Qin Bian raised his eyebrows. On what grounds? 1 point less buttoned in the spaced out clothes. It doesn't feel real. Ears are red. Sure enough, it's a female hooligan. The two were about to go out when they heard the sudden sound of hurried footsteps in the distance. Stand still. Sue Lemon. Sue Lemon? Wait a minute. Is it? With the sound of running high heels coming towards here. Not waiting for Qin Rank to react. Just now still breathless Ji-him instantly turned people into the toilet cubicle with a carp-like excitement. Chapter 84 Eating in the Toilet. The slamming of the cubicle door drowned out the backing music of the clubhouse, and Qin Rank looked rare and dismayed, only to see that at this moment, Ji-him pressed him against the door panel, the whole person lying in front of him. One hand covered his mouth, the other hand compared to a shushing movement. Qin title eyes wide, dark eyelashes feather lightly trembling. Not angry and authoritative high-ranking person aura has disappeared. That black night like dark hidden bright starlight eyes froze. No resistance. Overwhelmed look at the person in front of him. It could be said that the Qin title in this moment was just like a male demonic spirit that had just cultivated into a spirit. Clear but alluring, filled with an unspeakable attraction. Such Qin Rank but also only flashed Ji-him for a second, because the next second, the melon delivered to the door. Male color is not as important as eating. Ji-him excitedly sideways looking out from the doorway, in order to see the angle. Even not resting tightly pressed towards Qin Rank, their bodies almost closely together. Qin Jie's pupils shrank, only to feel the wine scent mixed with his daughter's fragrance constantly overflowing from Ji-him. causing an unnatural blush to rise on his face. Ji-hyun wore a set of comfortable slim-fit sportswear today, but because of the good proportion of her body, she also looked curvy and sexy and boneless as she leaned against Chin Rank's arms, and she could even feel the temperature that was transmitted from the other party's body through a shirt. The temperature paralyzed Chin Jie, filled with discomfort. He stiffened even more when he realized that one of his arms happened to be circled around Ji-hyun's waist at some point, especially from Chin Rank's angle. The line of sight just happened to extend down from Ji-hyun's slender white neck towards the back of his beautiful shoulders, inside to the invisible waistline, and his arm just happened to be resting over there. Over the arm was another arc. Chin Rank awkwardly moved away from the line of sight, and put down his arm again. Also wanted to twist his head to avoid Ji-hyun pressed on his lips, but the result is that because of peeping too focused, Ji-hyun did not let go of the force at all, and in the end, Chin Rank can only helplessly let Ji-hyun fool around. It was only until this moment that Chin Rank realized from Ji-hyun's excited and confused heart that the reason they came here together was not really to look for the 8-pack abs little puppy, but to get together and listen to the gossip. At this moment a classical beauty with raven hair and snowy skin, dressed in a cheongsam, rushed in wearing white high heels. Is this Sue Lemon? I've seen her in dramas, and her looks are very suitable for the kind of poor, bullied, weak and helpless characters, so she has a good reputation, and she's not being blackmailed by her fans even though she's in love with Young Hong. I didn't realize that the reality seems to be the same. Seeing Sue Lemon with red eyes, a look of helplessness as if she couldn't find her way, as if she was going to cry in the next second. Her footsteps slowed down and she began to spin in place. Soon came the sound of a heavy door opening. Sue Lemon was like a frightened white rabbit, turning her head in consternation. How can you come in? This is the women's restroom. As the other party's footsteps approached, Sue Lemon kept backing up until she hit the wall. Although this scene is very nice, but I really want to spit. You have this backward effort. If you really want to hide, you rush to the toilet cubicle can lock the door. As if unable to think, Sue Lemon was forced to the front by a tall man. It was none other than Sun Mo, whose fans claimed to have the face of a domineering immortal monarch who ruled over the 3 realms. Sun Mo sank his face, his eyes slightly red as he looked at Sue Lemon, but he didn't say a word. This atmosphere is so damn dog blood idol drama. A camera can be set up to start shooting on the spot. Axes meet, really either red eyes or red face. Looking at Ji-hyun's excited face, Kin wanted to be disgusted, but he couldn't put on any disgusting expression and could only silently spit in his heart. They're a dog and pony show. What's wrong with us hiding by the toilet bowl to watch and listen? A spy drama? Wait a minute, no one's here? Qin Zhang, do you still want to have a meeting inside the toilet? Where's the current boyfriend and manager? Just let the two of them come out alone. Aren't you afraid something will happen? Let's see. When Kin heard this, he also felt strange. What kind of boyfriend is so inattentive? Yang Hong is taking care of Pei Mingxian? What's going on here? I see. Before Pei Mingxian came, Sun Mo was silent in the face of the enthusiastic Young Hong and Sue Lemon, who was full of resistance, and didn't even look at Sue Lemon more than once. No, your boss is reluctant. What are you doing here? The corners of Qin Jie's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but relocate his anger. Yes. What's the point of coming if you don't want to? Causing their entire family to come out. Yang Hong makes an effort to persuade cooperation. Sue Lemon is in front of Yang Hong and wants to say something. Seems to want to refuse, but there is nothing to do, until Pei Mingxian arrives. What the hell was Yang Hong thinking? He was the one who sent the coordinate information to Pei Mingxian? No, big brother, are you organizing a game to watch the show? As a result, before Pei Mingxian could speak, Sue Lemon expressed her unwillingness to assist in the show with red eyes as if she had summoned up courage. Pei Mingxian instantly realized what an outrageous proposal Yang Hong had made, and immediately said it was inappropriate as well. And Sun Mo, who had been non-committal before, suddenly spoke up and said, I'll listen to Xian. He also directly humiliated Sue Lemon on the spot, saying, she's not qualified to stand beside me. OMG. This is the same line Sue Lemon said when she broke up with Sun Mo. It's awesome. Sue Lemon was humiliated and trembled on the spot with tears in her eyes, but Young Hong didn't care, only saying that the company side was quite satisfied with the proposal. After all, it's an unofficially announced couple that comes with its own flow, and if you want to play against the current heat of the top stream group, you have to bring the topic with you. However, Pei Mingxian still forcefully refused, compared to the traffic brought, in case the consequences of being found out about the previous love affair is simply unpredictable. Not to mention, for 5 years, every time Sun Mo heard news related to Sue Lemon, he would be low pressure, not to say emotionally out of control. Yet he still used his position to secretly pressurize and trip against Sue Lemon. Ming Xian could do nothing about his vindictive behavior and only felt it was a hidden danger, so she didn't want the two to come into contact with each other on the same stage. As Qin Tidal listened, He thought, this Pei Mingxian is an excellent agent who can analyze the pros and cons. It's a pity that she and Sun Mo were supporting each other from the humble beginnings all the way to the top. And the friendship is not ordinary. Otherwise, Qin would have considered poaching Pei Mingxian to take Gao Hao's place to look after GM. Young Hong, this person is on purpose. Right, even said that this has another purpose, is to propose to Su Lemon in the case of PK win, not, how are you sure you can win? No, the point is that you said you were going to propose with a stage together in front of someone's ex-boyfriend. Brother, are you always this brave? I'd really like to see on the spot what's going on with the so-called Sun Mo's frozen expression and Su Lemon's little white face. It must have been wonderful. So this is stimulated to come out one after the other? I'll take another look. Chapter 85, My emotions are like fangraphs. It turns out that Su Lemon didn't even know that Young Hong had the idea of proposing, and was instantly shocked and didn't know what to say. Or Pei Mingxian was calm and asked if he was really proposing. In case you lose? Young Hong surprisingly answered that if you lose, you don't beg, and if you win, you propose to heat up the degree, and also pave the way for his transformation. And after that, he also added that he also really wants to get married to Su Lemon. Little brother, you're also a little too fake. Sheen title, it's hard to qualify. After all, the entertainment industry for the sake of the interests of the contract marriage of not a few, but now is basically the flow of actors when the road. If you get married, regardless of men and women, popularity resources will be greatly reduced. Unless Yang Hong has decided to give up the flow, really transform to take the road of strength actors. Ha 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 ha, I'm really laughing my ass off. Yang Hong's maneuvering is too tawdry to seek his girlfriend's ex's blessing on the spot. Sun Mo and Su Lemon's faces will be wonderful, right? However, Sun Mo was a bit impecunious, mocking Su Lemon on the spot, saying that she loves vanity and forgets her own interests, and that she doesn't know how many gold masters are tired of playing with her before looking for Young Hong to take over, and that such a shameless woman is not bad enough for Young Hong to be willing to be a little cutie pie, and she's not afraid of being cuckolded after marriage. It's also his luck that he didn't get beaten up. Sheen Rank listened backwards to remember the information from the investigation. It is said that Sun Mo, in order to support Su Lemon, early morning and late at night to take the work, but also because of overworked accident hospitalized. Lemon, however, was pursued by a rich young man, presumably still defeated by reality. The longtime girlfriend abandons the wounded subject and leaves without a second thought. That's what struck Sun Mo to hate Su Lemon so much. But Young Hong surprisingly doesn't get angry and only says Su Lemon is very good, as if he unconditionally believes in his girlfriend. But this makes Sun Mo even more angry, directly making conditions. If Su Lemon kneels in front of him and kowtows and apologizes, and drinks a whole bottle of wine, he will agree to work together. He shouldn't be playing a domineering immortal ruler. He should be playing a domineering president. Doesn't it feel shameful to say such things? True hegemony Chin title? Su Lemon couldn't bear the humiliation and ran out. After Pei Mingxian reprimanded Sun Mo was too annoyed to come out alone on the grounds of chest congestion. Pei Mingxian pulling people did not pull and broke his foot, so Yang Hong stayed behind to take care of Pei Mingxian. Pei Mingxian urged him to come out and find someone in a good voice, but he took it as a whisper. This Yang Hong also has a big heart. Sheen title, it's weird. What the hell is this guy thinking? Ji-him was also wondering, but then he heard a commotion outside, only to see Sun Mo's tone hoarse. As if suppressing his anger, he questioned, run for what? Just so afraid to face me? You get out of the way. Su Lemon stretched out her thin white wrist and pushed at Sun Mo's chest, but it seemed that the power disparity was so great that it did nothing at all, but it angered Sun Mo. Sun Mo directly single-handedly captured Su Lemon's hands, pressed on the top of the head. Su Lemon wanted to struggle, but it seems to have no strength, just like the soft beauty of the general, can only tilt his head, pitiful and tearful eyes watching Sun Mo. This scene watching TV may also groundhog barking, but appeared in reality, how to say it, when the bystanders, really let a person's mood complex with the fan chart. 1/3 of embarrassment, 1/3 shame, 1/3 of the excitement. Sheen title, describes it well, next time don't describe it. Sun Mo locked eyes with it and froze. Then he said fiercely, who are you trying to seduce by putting on this look again? Do you think I will still be fooled by you? I didn't. Sun Mo, you are not reasonable. I am now Yang Hong's girlfriend, please let go of me. The voice was soft and delicate. Hearing Ji-him's ears were numb, and could only subconsciously scrape his ears on Qin Jie's chest, scraping the ears in not quite the right place, and now it was Qin Jie's turn to be numb. A slight struggle on Su Lemon's side was violently pressed back again by Sun Mo. Girlfriend? As if gnashing his teeth, Sun Mo chewed on the 3 words. What? You really want to marry him? You're willing to give up looking for someone better? Don't you just want to climb up the ladder? Yang Hong doesn't have a base like your rich ex-boyfriend. Is he too old to catch a better one so he's settling for second best? Sun Mo, You asshole. Sue Lemon's tone directly took on a crying tone, as if she had endless grievances. Sun Mo, however, snorted. It's hard to believe that you're going to tell me that you love Yang Hong? What does someone like you know about love? Sue Lemon was directly said to cry. My things have nothing to do with you. I just love Yang Hong. I just love him. Sun Mo, as if he was an offended lion, slammed his fist on the wall next to him with a thud. Gee him, doesn't it hurt? Yang Hong is the same curiosity as me now, so how could you love him? Don't lie. Sue Lemon, is he trying to express that? Obviously at the same level. If Sue Lemon can love Yang Hong, she can love him, so why not him? Sheen rank listening to the same meaning. It seems to be the mouth is too straight. The heart still cannot let go of this ex-girlfriend who abandoned him. Sun Mo said and stared straight at Sue Lemon. Seeing Sue Lemon open her mouth but did not speak, just shedding tears, Sun Mo's eyes flashed. Sue Lemon, you can't pay back what you owe me for the rest of your life. I won't let you get on with your life. And you still want me to provide you with a marriage proposal stage and be a dowry for you. Don't even think about it. Sun Mo, you. Sue Lemon looked at Sun Mo in a daze. Sun Mo suddenly snorted and said, why don't you guys make me a dowry instead? I can consider it. What do you mean? Sun Mo laughed lightly. I'm also planning to get married to Ah Xian. Why don't you give the stage to me and Ah Xian? If that's the case, it's not as if I can't consider having you come to support the show, and at that time, I'd like to please ask the two of you to offer your blessings to me and Ah Xian. Sue Lemon as if suddenly suffered a great blow generally looked at Sun Mo, eyes broken, voice hoarse. You really want to marry her? You have been single for so many years in the past, so it is because there is her around. Those rumors are true? Sure enough, you don't want me. That last one seemed like a mumble between lost thoughts, but not too loud to be heard by all. Jaiheim? Sheen rank? What did you say? Sun Mo suddenly became agitated and glared viciously at the person. Sue Lemon, however, seemed to come back to his senses again, and said with a face full of fear, I didn't say anything. You misheard me. Let go of me. I want to go back. Jaiheim, my fan art is going to split another piece, and that's speechless. No, could someone really unconsciously speak from the heart, and then get caught and still panic here and they're denying it? Quinn title, I don't believe it. But Sun Mo believed. In Sue Lemon struggling to go. Out of control red eyes. Pinch waist. Strong kiss. That atmosphere is close to come to a sentence. Say a word to want me. Life to you. No. Woo. Looking at Sue Lemon struggling, Him for a moment was really a little hesitant to be rescued, no matter what his heart thinks. But a forced kiss, this kind of thing, is still somewhat against the will of women. But the next second, the corner of Him's mouth twitched as she watched Sue Lemon's strength to pound Sun Mo's shoulders gradually become smaller until she had no strength to circle the other person's neck. As if following her remembered instincts, the two of them obliviously nibbled on each other. Him just looked at it for a few moments before a large hand suddenly covered his eyes. Well, I didn't want to see it. It's just that these two aren't forgetting that one of them has a boyfriend, and one of them just blurted out that they're going to marry their agent. They're doing this in a nice way called rekindling an old flame. A difficult love affair? In an ugly way. Words, Sun Mo said, should be deliberately angry words. Whether it is my melon eating system, or Gaohao's gossip intelligence have not heard that Pei Mingxian and Sun Mo is a pair of awe. Chapter 86, as expected. A man's mouth is a ghost of a liar. Him really couldn't help gossiping and looked up Sun Mo and Pei Mingxian's gossip. And at that moment, another voice came from the doorway. Sun Mo and Sue Lemon separated almost lightning fast. Sue Lemon wiped her mouth in panic, while Sun Mo's face was blue as if he didn't understand what he had just done. What are you guys doing here? Sun Mo, this is the women's restroom. An obviously displeased voice came from none other than Pei Mingxian, who had limped over to find her. Pei Mingxian, a professional suit, sharp short hair, skin cold white, lip color is light, clear looks at a glance is very capable of the image of a strong woman. Only when her eyes swept over the state of the two, her complexion became obscure. Sun Mo, however, was silent, stinking as if he was too lazy to explain. Why are you all here together? Yang Hong's rather surprised voice came, and then he also walked in. He was born sunny and tall and handsome, like an 18-year-old college sports student. The whole block was slightly bigger than Sun Mo, worthy of the name of campus male god, only to hear Yang Hong say in a worried tone, Lemon, why are you crying? Now the Shura is flush. Him watched with interest. Chin title, so you really want to meet together in the restroom? I'm fine, it's all a misunderstanding. It's me who accidentally fell, probably Mr. Sun heard the commotion so he came in to help me, Sue Lemon said and carefully swept a glance at Sun Mo. Sun Mo, on the other hand, was looking straight at Yang Hong, taking Sue Lemon into his arms, and asking gently, and kissing his forehead affectionately after asking. Sun Mo's eyes took on a murderous aura. but he was pulled back by Pei Mingxian, who walked over to him. Wonderful. Alright, this isn't the place to talk. Get out. Pei Mingxian seemed to frown with a bit of a headache. Right. Let's go out and continue discussing the performance and proposal. Yang Hong helped Su Lemon walk outside. Sun Mo, however, directly said in a cold voice, is that so? Why don't you ask Ms. Su's opinion first? She doesn't even seem too willing. Su Lemon shuddered. Pei Mingxian froze and looked at Sun Mo suspiciously. Did Sun Mo know how Su Lemon would answer? Also, after all, they just nibbled each other. Yang Hong looked at the person in his arms and said gently, Lemon, coming to support the show is also your chance. You should know that. And didn't you say you were willing to marry me? I'll propose to you in front of the national audience. Isn't that good? Of course, if you say no now, I'll immediately give up the proposal. Sun Mo's eyes changed as he stared sorrowfully at Su Lemon. Su Lemon hung her head down, looking like she didn't dare to raise her head, was aggrieved, and didn't want to speak. Yang Hong's eyes flickered slightly. Then since you don't, I'm willing. Su Lemon immediately opened her mouth, but her voice was not so dry and decisive, as if she had no choice. Only after she finished speaking did she raise her head and swept a mournful glance at Sun Mo. Great, I knew it. Yang Hong finished happily and looked up at Sun Mo, only to see Sun Mo's face turning blue, his eyes staring at Su Lemon without blinking as if he were staring at his prey. Mo, that's no problem now, is it? Sun Mo, however, directly said in a cold voice, Humph, Yang Hong, don't get ahead of yourself. This is not a stage for you alone. We are a combination. Just a partnership. I am not your stepping stone. Pei Mingxian breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Mo at least didn't have a confused head once he came across Su Lemon's matter. That's right, Mr. Yang, whether it's your girlfriend coming to help or proposing, it's your stage, your heat, this way down the line. Our Sun Mo has become your supporting act. It's not appropriate. Even if the company asks for it, we'll reject it to the end. Yang Hong said with a helpless face, I really don't have the intention to grab popularity with you guys. Mo and I both belong to the dangerous period of transition right now. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity, it's hard to have a better development in the future. Who let the top stream group's hotness is so high? If we don't make something happen, we're afraid that we'll be viciously crushed without any chance to come out of it. The reasoning is this. But Pei Mingxian is still most worried about Sun Mo's side being dug out of the past dating things. Then it really is the benefits Yang Hong received, the disadvantages Sun Mo bear. Pei Mingxian is not stupid. This kind of natural to firmly reject to the end, to maintain the interests of the artist. This belongs to official business and is usually decided by Pei Mingxian. But without waiting for Pei Mingxian to open her mouth, Sun Mo suddenly shifted his tone and said, it's impossible to let you guys propose. Assistant actor. I can agree to it, but accordingly I have to do one thing to balance the heat. Su Lemon looked violently at Sun Mo as if she was stung. Sun Mo looked at Su Lemon almost provocatively. Yang Hong also asked with true candor. Anything, it can be discussed. Sun Mo suddenly turned his head and looked softly at Pei Mingxian. Pei Mingxian was stunned and instinctively took a step back, only to be swept into Sun Mo's arms as he circled his waist. Actually, I also plan to find time to propose to Xian in the near future. If the stage is available, I also want to get the blessing of the national audience with Xian. Sun Mo spoke with deep emotion, and his eyes seemed to contain love eyes. But Pei Mingxian's face darkened, and she opened her mouth, words pouring back and forth between her lips. But in the end, she shut her mouth. Sister Pei must have cursed dirty. Chin bit? Doesn't Pei Mingxian like Sun Mo? You guys are a couple? No wonder everyone says you're clean and never hype. Maybe there's someone around for a long time, just completely underground. Yang Hong's tone was finally a bit unnatural, and he even let go of Su Lemon in his embrace. Pei Mingxian seemed to finally be unable to resist. Regarding this matter, we haven't discussed it yet. Why don't you let us discuss it first? Yang Hong quickly regained his form again, pulling Su Lemon outside in a manner that made room for someone. Waiting for the sound of the door closing, Pei Mingxian directly pushed Sun Mo away. You're crazy. What nonsense are you talking about? Sun Mo was in a trance for a while and suddenly said seriously to Pei Mingxian. Xian, let's be together. What? I say we're together. And if that stage, with Su Lemon as a support act, I'll propose to you, officially and publicly. Wait, you're doing this to deliberately piss off Su Lemon? Could it be that you still can't let go of? I can't let go, but it's not love, it's hate. I can never forgive her for the harm she did to me. I just want to be happy earlier than her, to prove that I've had a better life than her. Xian, for so many years it was you who accompanied me through the low period, always by my side. I know it all, although I have never expressed it, but I have you in my heart. I know only you can give me happiness. Let's not waste time. Anyway, to transform, why don't we just do it directly? No, You just kissed someone else with that mouth and now you can say that? Don't be ridiculous. I'm sure it's a man's mouth that's a ghost of a liar? The still muffled Chin title. Sun Mo said, then raised his hand to hug Pei Mingxian. It seemed like he was really moved. Sun Mo made a deep confession. Ah Xian, I love you. Pei Mingxian directly pushed Sun Mo away. Are you serious? You like me? Sun Mo nodded firmly. I know you're a professional agent and you're worried about ruining me, but I'm not afraid. I'm willing to face it with you. Pei Mingxian looked at him suspiciously for half a day, and finally said, you've had too much to drink. Go back and sober up before you say anything. Things like a marriage proposal, don't even think about it. About the stage, I'll think of a way to negotiate. Still the cool agent. Chapter 87. That's not love? It's sister Pei being a chicken child. What does this mean? You don't believe in my heart? Sun Mo instantly chilled his face as if he had been disfigured. My marriage proposal can only be this one time. If you miss it, it's gone. Pei Mingxian simply looked at Sun Mo incredulously, and Qin Rank realized that Jiam, who was leaning in his arms, had been shaking like a twitch since just now. Qin Rank swept a glance. Well, is trying very hard to hold back laughter? Face is holding red. Look closely. Tears are about to slip from the corner of the eyes. So much so that Qin Bit couldn't help but get curious. What was so funny? Unfortunately, someone was so focused on laughing that nothing heartfelt came out. Not long after, it was as if the sound of Pei Mingxian taking a deep breath could be heard. This transition is crucial for us. You're getting emotional at this point. Do you want to suffer a massive deflowering? Sun Mo heard Pei Mingxian is still considering his career. Immediately face better. He knows how much Pei Mingxian love him. Probably still too single-minded for his future considerations, so do not dare to agree. This makes Sun Mo's heart soften some. More and more determined to marry Pei Mingxian. Give her a promise. Anyway, Su Lemon has agreed to marry Yang Hong. Why can't he marry Pei Mingxian? Pei Mingxian can pay much more for him than Su Lemon. He should have married the woman who was good to him, not the hateful one. Qin Rank realized that the Jihim in his arms was shaking even more, and even he and the door panel behind him were trembling lightly. He was really worried that Jiheim was holding her laughter and holding her breath. Don't worry about this aspect. I have to be careful about what I do in my current curiosity. Then I don't need to mix. Am I relying on my girlfriend's fans? I rely on works. Don't look down on me all day. Pei Mingxuan's face was ugly for a moment, but she still forced herself to hold it down. Sun Mo, it's not easy for us to get to this point. Give me one reason why you have to make your career more difficult. Sun Mo, however, could not be persuaded. What's wrong with getting married? He, Yang Hong, can use it as a weapon. Why can't I? That is a double-edged sword. Even if it fails, people have capital backing. Cannot rely on any fans to receive a job offer, but we are not. Even if we want to transform, we still have to rely on the fans to support. This is the exchange that must be paid for when an idol-type actor eats the dividends. What's more, people's relationship is considered to be over the clear path. There is a bottom in their hearts. Otherwise the company can't agree. Sun Mo simply couldn't listen to the words that he was inferior to Yang Hong at this time, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. But he knew that Pei Mingxian had a point. In the end, he said in a cold voice, fine, since you don't like it, then I cannot propose on stage. But I must win over Yang Hong. Pei Mingxian finally let out a sigh of relief and said, if you want to win, listen to my arrangements. Sun Mo finally also no longer refute, is considered to be the default. Pei Mingxian turned to go. Sun Mo then found Pei Mingxuan's feet broken. Suddenly a few steps forward, not waiting for Pei Mingxian reaction. Directly Pei Mingxian princess hold. Startled, Pei Mingxian lost her temper and exclaimed, do what? Sun Mo, isn't it sprained? I'll carry you out. You're crazy to be seen. I don't know if Pei Mingxian said anything. The door closed, and the toilet meeting was finally over. The black business car was filled with the 7 members of the Qin family. The 2 had disappeared for so long that they naturally had to be accounted for. Jihim then began the process of sharing the melons he had eaten throughout. Of course, one can only share what happened in reality. So as soon as Jihim finished speaking, still holding back his laughter, he heard Qin Chao say with an obscure face, no wonder, I saw that kind of image. A phrase that immediately caused the crowd to gossip. What's the picture? The corner of Qin Chao's mouth twitched. Just now when I went to look for you guys I saw Yang Hong holding Su Lemon in his arms and kissing her. Although people are the serious boyfriend and girlfriend. But how to listen to so twisted? Remember just Jihim said Su Lemon and Sun Mo in the toilet deep passionate kiss. Turn your head. That is, they just went out on a mouthful? Does Yang Hong know he's eating Sun Mo's spit? When the crowd heard this, they didn't know whether to be disgusted or sympathize with Yang Hong. Qin Chao, however, picked up. Then it was Sun Mo who passed by holding Pei Mingxian. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to follow up on this. I should have known that it would be better to follow it out immediately. I blame Qin Zhan for taking so long with his pants. The Qin family members who were waiting for Qin Chao to explode the melon. What did they hear? Blame it on the title? The pants? Aren't you guys eating in the bathroom? What else did you do? In the face of the crowd's fiery, probing gaze, Qin Jia had the stunned look of having dirty water thrown at him. If it weren't for his expensive clothes, I'd have torn him up on the spot. All of you, wait, don't talk about it, we don't want to hear about it. The love affair between you and your husband and wife. It's not for us to hear about it. Qin Jia's face flushed red. Fortunately, the next second Ji-him didn't sell out to the end and directly told the truth. Wasted time untangling the part hooked on the doorknob, delaying my time eating the melon. I don't know how he hooked it on. The Qin family members retracted their eyes. Title party. Selling fake melons. Excessive. Qin title. It's not all because she moved around at that time, causing him to follow the move before. Ji-him did not know that he was a distraction almost set off a bigger melon-eating frenzy, only to collect regret, and hurriedly asked Qin Chao to follow up in detail. Qin Chao coughed. It's nothing. It was when she saw someone coming that Su Lemon panicked and withdrew from Yang Hong's embrace, too embarrassed to look at anyone, and Sun Mo just paused, firmly and incomparably holding Pei Mingxian as she passed by. Yang Hong also cared. Sun Mo then said, Ah, Xian's feet hurt, I don't want to let her walk. Then he was about to leave. Oh yeah. Pei Mingxian seemed to want to struggle down, but Sun Mo just stopped for a moment, kissed her on the forehead, and said good boy, stop. Then he forcefully hugged Pei Mingxian and left the clubhouse. After saying that, Qin Chao even shivered a bit, as if he was diaphragmatized by the memories. The crowd listened with a sigh of relief. What a death-defying four-cornered relationship. Although Yang Hong is unlucky, Sister Pei is even more unlucky, because Eat Melon went as an assistant last time. Qin Rong was still familiar with Pei Mingxian. The crowd remembered what Ji-him had just told them, all holding out for Pei Mingxian. This Sun Mo is also too shameless. He just kissed his ex-girlfriend and turned around to propose to another girl. Qin Ma sighed. Selfish guy, failing someone else's girl's heart. Qin Dad mocked. This is simply taking Sister Pei as a tool person. Qin Rong couldn't help but say, Sister Pei is quite nice. She took care of us assistants backstage before. Will she agree? Should we tell her the truth? I feel a bit sorry for her. The person who has been with her for so many years, marrying her in order to irritate other women. Qin Yan frowned even more. She hated this kind of man the most and couldn't help but speculate. Maybe after getting married to his agent, he will still be coupled up with his ex-girlfriend. It's simply dragging an innocent woman into hell. The crowd spoke and realized that Ji-him didn't make a point. They couldn't help but look over, only to see that Ji-him's expression was a bit unnaturally stiff, and he seemed to be holding his breath. Soon they heard mad laughter. Ha 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 ha, I can't hold it in. Why is everyone like Sun Moa? All think Pei Mingxian likes him. The Qin family was shocked. What? Don't like it? Qin had pretty much guessed it before when he saw Ji-him smiling like that. Is it love when an agent works hard for an artist, takes care of him in every way, and offers him up like an ancestor for years without leaving? Then if you don't care about gender, Gao is also deeply in love with Qin Chao. Ha 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 ha. Qin Chao almost sprayed out a breath and was scared enough, but the crowd was also awakened by the appalling analogy. Yes, oh, a high-quality agent is like Pei Mingxian. It's just that because she's young, pretty, and followed by a male entertainer, it seems like it's easy to lead people towards love affairs. Ahem. I think Pei Mingxian is just a professional agent. She shouldn't like Sun Mo. Qin Chao couldn't help but find a remedy. Ji-him's smiling eyes looked over. Counting you kid is smart. If Sun Mo had half your brain, I wouldn't have nearly broken my bowels laughing tonight. He thought Pei Mingxian had always liked him. That's why she did so much for him. I guess in his egomaniacal eyes, a woman who can give so much for a man is loving him. Is there a possibility that she loves the kingdom she has built? People are not treating you as a man. They are treating you as a son to be nurtured. In the chicken child, okay? I just didn't realize you're a rebellious son. Chapter 88. This rebellious son is quite a rebel. A retrograde son fell. It was as if the driver felt the car he was driving was shaking slightly, and for a moment he was worried if it was a vehicle safety issue. Who would have thought it was the eaters who were holding their laughter in the back going crazy? If he himself is a love brain, does he think others are too? He even thought he was repaying a favor by proposing marriage, something Pei Mingxian could only dream of, which is why he was so upset when it was vetoed. The problem is that people are not even picking up the conversation, but he has not even realized the problem, and thought that it was Pei Mingxian who was too humble in love, too concerned about his career, and did not dare to look straight at the opportunity he bestowed on him to spend his life with him. The Qin family, too humble? Po ha ha ha. What's even funnier is that he genuinely wants to get married, and feels that he shouldn't be led by Su Lemon anymore, and should look for Pei Mingxian who loves him unreservedly. So even without the arrangement of a stage proposal, he acquiesces that Pei Mingxian is his fiancée. Isn't Pei Mingxian aware that she was forced to join your strange play? Qin's family, stop it. Stop it. It's going to kill me with laughter. The crowd really can't help it. Afraid of laughing out loud, can only hurriedly open their mouths to pick up the words of Qin Chao just now, indicating that they are doubtful about the feelings of the two people. But in case Sister Pei believes it, will not be cheated emotionally. Qin Rong worried. After all, it's a true confession from someone who has been together for so many years. She's so professional, she might be able to see the problems. Xin Yan said, it's not really sure. I can only say that I blame my sister Pei for not having a god's perspective. Otherwise I would have already slapped this upside down male awake. After all, looked at Sun Mo was mercilessly betrayed and abandoned. So painful to get through. And did so many times to Su Lemon revenge. 5 years never active contact. Mouth hate. For love insulator Pei sister probably will not think of someone as a self-mutilation body. She and Sun Mo do have deep feelings for each other. So Sun Mo's confession is something she is really unsure of whether it is true or not. When the crowd heard, they immediately worried for Pei Mingxian, in case this shrewd girl was soft for a moment and coaxed. But, people simply do not care about the real or fake. Pei just wants Sun Mo honestly work for her. Do not make a mess on it. So if she really likes her, she's still glad that it's a controllable range. It's better than having residual feelings for Su Lemon, so as to save trouble affecting her future and causing her to try to find a way to public relations. Now is their critical period. She can't wait to take a small whip to whip Sun Mo to properly prepare for the show. What love or not, marriage or not, all pressed, and wait to finish all the things, and then properly break with him, lest in the middle of the stimulation of the people, to give her trouble. Hearing this, Qin suddenly spoke. Pei Mingxian is very professional and ambitious, so she won't care about feelings. And this period of time is indeed the most crucial time, because of the transformation? Qin Chao said. Qin Title helplessly swept a glance at Qin Chao. Don't you also pay attention to what's going on in the industry? Pei Mingxian is making a bet with their company with Sun Mo. She wants to bring Sun Mo along to make herself a king. That's why she can't afford any ups and downs right now. The crowd then suddenly realized why Sun Mo said the proposal of marriage. Pei Mingxian did not immediately say everything clearly. To Sun Mo, wake up. The original is afraid of delaying the main event. In the use of delaying tactics, is afraid of the upside-down male seizure, the key time to fall off the chain. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time they wanted to laugh what was going on. It is reasonable to say that what Pei Mingxian did, Sun Mo must have known, obviously concerned about his future, but as a result, he is now full of love and affection. Sister Pei is good at everything, but her eyes are bad. Ji Yim couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Qin Chao said, if we really follow the professional perspective, Sun Mo is indeed a good seedling, and Pei Mingxian can indeed rely on him to let go. But who would have thought he was the love brain? Jiheim, depending on the mountain will fall. The love brain can't live for more than 3 seconds. After all, it was the next set of PKs, and Ji-him felt the need to carefully grasp the information. Definitely not because he wanted to watch the jokes. So the next few days, Sun Mo actually took the initiative to mention dating Sister Pei, who took the person to the acting teacher's side. Sun Mo saw Yang Hong and Su Lemon going out in pairs, and went directly to Sister Pei's house that night, intending to stay over there, only to be dosed with a few bottles of coffee by Sister Pei, and worked on script issues all night long. It's all like this. Sun Mo even thinks that it's Pei Mingxian who is not confident, afraid that he is not sincere to her, so he dares not allow himself to fall. In the morning with dark circles under his eyes, Sun Mo went to the company for a meeting, and someone teased him about where he went to play last night without resting. Sun Mo said he didn't go anywhere. He went to Xian's house. One is to return to Yang Hong and Su Lemon out of the pair. The second is also to give Pei Mingxian confidence. Just inside which true, which false, melon eating system cannot give an answer. After all, the hearts of the people are difficult to guess. Just by him so tossed. Originally two people are still quite clean and clear relationship, instantly polluted, resulting in the leadership directly looking for Sister Pei for a meeting. It is estimated that on this day, Sister Pei's mood of wanting to beat her child has reached its peak. Surprisingly endured. Emotional stability my Sister Pei, and so it wobbled through to rehearsal day. Usually before the live broadcast, the program will provide a venue and a performance teacher to help with rehearsals and to communicate what stage effects will be needed when the time comes. There will also be some simple filming scheduled to go over everyone's rehearsal process, which will later be released as a blooper reel of the middle transitions of the live broadcast. But this is all about saying hello in advance before the filming, so everyone will be shown with a purpose, whether it's rehearsing hard, combining conflicts, or working together silently. It all depends on how everyone needs to suck up. Him, under Gao Hao's pressure, rehearsed honestly, and couldn't even be distracted from eating melon. As a result, not a moment later, Shin Rong, who had followed over as an assistant, ran over and said excitedly, "There's a quarrel next door." Ji-him immediately switched from being half dead. "Gao, I'll take a break." Gao Hao was just about to say no. "What's the matter?" He went to see, but then he saw that not only Ji-him, even Qin Chao had his hands in his pockets, and slowly followed over to join in the fun. Gao Hao held his forehead. The ones he brought up were a bunch of rebellious sons. Never mind, he went to check it out too. There were long glass windows above the wall of the rehearsal room, which were originally intended to facilitate the filming perspective, but it turned out to be just right for them to eat their melon for a while. Just the same white rehearsal room, 2 by 2. Sun Mo and Su Lemon stood to the side, Sun Mo grimacing, Su Lemon's eyes red and overwhelmed. Pei Mingxuan's face was green with rage as she stared at the two men. Beside her stood Yang Hong, only Yang Hong's face was blocked, so his expression could not be seen. According to the previous news, Sun Mo and Su Lemon should be rehearsing, while Pei Mingxian and Yang Hong probably had their own things delayed and just arrived together. Was it a sighting? The crowd is wondering. One could hear Ji-him's insides pouring out a breath straight away. I wipe. In the rehearsal of the play directly hugged and nibbled. Two people nibble to forget. The result is that the other two people who came to see a square, this time there is no buffer, is really directly see. A word. Absolute. Qin Chao and Shin Rong sucked in a sharp breath after hearing this. How dare this? Only Gao Hao, who didn't have mind-reading skills, looked suspiciously at the three people who were suddenly trembling and holding their breath as if they were jerking off to the side, and had an inexplicable feeling of being ostracized and puzzled. Chapter 89, Hugging and Kissing and Saying It's Not Love But Hate. When Sun Mo came, he found Su Lemon alone, and as soon as Su Lemon saw him, she panicked and tried to leave the place, as if she didn't want to be alone in a space with him. Irritated, Sun Mo directly pulled Su Lemon's arm as she passed by and questioned in a cold voice, "What are you hiding from? Aren't you here to rehearse?" I don't think it's appropriate for us to be alone right now. I have a boyfriend. Don't you also have a fiancé? Su Lemon lowered her eyes and resisted trying to break free, but her eyes were uncontrollably red. Any way you look at it, you look like you're trying to hold back your inner sadness. Sun Mo's heart fluctuated as if he couldn't breathe. You're right. I have a fiancé. I love her very much. She has been with me for many years. She's a loving woman. After filming this program, we'll still get married. So don't be too self-righteous. Could it be that something else will happen if I stay alone with you? Sun Mo said forcefully. Su Lemon instantly shuddered and fell silent. The condition of letting you assist this time is that I'll be the stage's male lead. So you're all supporting me? And I don't want you to delay my business. Or is it that you abandoned me back then, but now you're holding me up so much that you can't stand it? Su Lemon jerked her head up to look at Sun Mo, and tears fell directly from her eyes. Sun Mo's eyes sank, but it was as if he didn't see Su Lemon crying. Stay and rehearse well. Su Lemon was forcefully left behind by Sun Mo and was forced to start rehearsing. Jaiheim flipped through the gossip and ate her melon. Sun Mo, you dare to say you didn't do it on purpose? There are so many scenes, but you've chosen the one with a kissing scene that needs to be rehearsed? And it's also a scene that requires Su Lemon to take the initiative to confess and ask for a kiss. Sun Mo was thinking in his heart to humiliate Su Lemon. You are really looking for an excuse to cheat even yourself for the sake of welfare. Qin Chao Qin Rong, oh, the drunkard is not drunk. If you're capable, don't force someone into your arms and kiss them afterward. Just because Su Lemon's hesitant and reluctant look irritates you? Is she a walking spring that just happens to make you an animal with an underdeveloped brain? In heat? Qin Chao Qin Rong, shameless, nasty, shameless. This is with those sadistic love idol drama. Brain loaded with male lead is really exactly the same. And hugging and kissing and said that it is not love is hate. Your hate is quite chic. Have to blindly folded. In fact, it is to engage in ambiguity. Although I do not know how these two people will end up. Just pity Yang Hong and Pei Mingxian. Qin Chao and Shin Rong can't help but nod their heads. It's not true. One is glowing green on top of his head, and the other is forced to add drama as a tool. Still really think they are the main man and woman. Other people are to give them love on the road to supporting the cannon fodder it? Inside, Pei Mingxian was already trembling with anger. Especially after hearing Sun Mo's grandiose reasoning, she was practically laughing with anger. This kind of stage performance, even if it is officially broadcast, only need to borrow a seat. Serious people who rehearse like this. Rehearsal? Sun Mo, do you know what this place is? Pei Mingxuan's bright eyes stared deathly at Sun Mo. A public place where people come and go, where there are a lot of people talking. But for a man with a certain bug, anytime, anywhere, there's absolutely no extra brain to think about how much trouble it will lead to. Sure enough, Sun Mo showed impatience. I repeat, it's just a rehearsal. But the netizens won't listen to such an explanation. But wherever what just happened is captured on camera and has the intention to spread it out, then the headline of Sun Mo. Taking advantage of other people's girlfriends by taking advantage of the filming can hang all over the hot search. Sun Mo was instantly sarcastic, and immediately became irritated. Enough, it's not over yet. Don't be indiscriminately jealous without distinguishing the occasion. Like a shrew, Pei Mingxian was directly frozen by the words. Onlookers outside. Ha 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 ha. What the hell he thinks? Obviously the most reasonable assumption. He even thought it was Pei's sister in acid jealousy intentionally said. I bet Pei's sister's blood pressure now iron must soar. Probably there is also a sense of shame of being yellow rumor mongering. As if Pei Mingxian had only just regained her senses from the rolling thunder of the sky, she pointed at herself and said absurdly, I'm jealous, like a shrew? Sun Mo, you have the guts to say it again. Oh ho. Sister Pei can't suppress her temper. Sun Mo froze. Pei Mingxian for the first time in front of outsiders, so do not give him face, was still a bit of a loss. This time directly justified. Anyway, I have explained. Do not find nothing to do. In his perception, Pei Mingxian was just mad because he kissed Su Lemon. After all, he had already given Pei Mingxian a promise, which was tantamount to giving Pei Mingxian the backbone to have a seizure. But he didn't like the way Pei Mingxian looked like the mistress was in charge. It seemed like he had to chill her. So after he finished, he looked like he was playing with his temper and wanted to leave. Stop, Sun Mo, Pei Mingxian angrily rebuked. Causing trouble and patting her ass and leaving? It turned out that the person who didn't expect to persuade her turned out to be Yang Hong. Sister Pei, don't be angry. This is really a script. Probably because the two of them just got into the scene. That's why. The onlookers of the melon-eating crowd looked at Yang Hong with different eyes. What kind of contemporary cuckold is this? Surprisingly, he made excuses for the man who took advantage of his girlfriend. Even Sun Mo looked at Yang Hong with some unresponsiveness. Yang Hong, however, smiled generously at Sun Mo and said, Brother Mo, don't worry, I have no misunderstanding. This moment even Su Lemon, who had been acting aggrieved on the opposite side of the room, forgot about expression management. Pei Mingxian looked at Yang Hong incredulously, but looking at it, she suddenly reacted with a jolt. Wait, the script, your script doesn't have emotional scenes, worthy of being Sister Pei. She still found the blind spot in the face of this awful scene. Their theme for this PK is faith. Pei Mingxian wanted to develop peacefully, so she greatly communicated with Gao how to make sure that both groups were on different subjects. She didn't want her group to suffer the embarrassment of the last time the movie star group was crushed by all-around mockery. And Pei Mingxian is also for Sun Mo consider a lot, in order to connect the future direction of transformation, so chose the red theme, interpretation of a belief in the motherland hero. Yang Hong is playing the villain, Su Lemon is one of the victims of the association. The whole three is no emotional drama. Pei Mingxian was also furious, and it was only in this moment that she reacted. Where on earth did the kissing scene come from? Extra drama? Qin Chao whispered doubtfully. Adding this kind of drama? Qin Rong said in shock. Maybe it didn't add up at all. Just making excuses, Gao Hao said in disgust. Ji him scared twice. It's not adding drama. It's that the scripts have all been changed. Qin Chao and Qin Rong were shocked. Changing scripts was nothing, but as an agent how could they not know? And at this time Pei Mingxian inside also finally realized that what they were acting was not the previous script at all, even from a long way away. I can feel that at this moment Pei Mingxian is only one step away from the eruption of the volcano. The words of the script are yours, and you're the one who decided to change it? Pei Mingxian gritted her teeth and looked at Sun Mo. Sun Mo probably finally knew how to write the word faint-hearted, avoiding Pei Mingxian's gaze and said, I think the current one is better than good. Pei Mingxian laughed, behind my back. Discarding the script I carefully selected especially for you and replacing it with a fairy puppet love triangle. You're not going to transform? Chapter 90, there's no such thing as the most upside down, only the more upside down. Sun Mo was asked a little bit of face and said, I just think that you can first pull a wave of traffic with your own area of specialization, and after that PK then. Sun Mo, do you take me for a cutie? Do you think I'm a little cutie? All of your fans know that you're here to transform and need you to rely on this to pull in traffic? Pei Mingxian snapped. People are waiting for this program to see your transformation, not to eat their old money. Sun Mo's face was suddenly green and white, but on this kind of stage, it's a loss not to play emotional scenes, and this book of ours fits the theme. It's just once. Originally Pei Mingxian was still a bit uncertain about Sun Mo and Su Lemon's situation, but now she was 100% sure. This was clearly something that Sun Mo had deliberately tossed out for the sake of his selfishness towards Su Lemon. Every opportunity is so precious now. Are you taking your own future and the expectations of your fans to pay for your childishness? Pei Mingxian angrily rebuked. Change it back. Sun Mo didn't want to be reprimanded like a grandson by Pei Mingxian in front of Su Lemon. Enough, my stage. I decide. You don't have to say it again. I'm not going to change it. You know, for the sake of Sun Mo's transformation, How many fans day and night for Sun Mo to provide both spiritual and material support? For fear that they support the person who is taunted by others do not have the strength to only play the face-paralyzed immortal monarch. They believe in Sun Mo's strength, that it is just the market is so that Sun Mo cannot play it. So Sun Mo's transformation, they are very supportive and look forward to, and even early on the internet to Sun Mo pad, in case the acting so that people are not accustomed to seeing black how to do? What if the transformation fails? Everyone for Sun Mo exhaustion, careful to maintain their common dream. But then, in the blink of an eye, the one who appeared on the livestream was the facepalmed immortal monarch again. So what does that make the fans think? Pei Mingxian almost gas not. Obviously to Sun Mo arranged the road of prosperity. People preferred to go to the ravine inside the drill. Pei Mingxian really as if for the first time to know Sun Mo general. Akira used to fight for every role even with a high fever, taking every script seriously and talking about how his work is something he shares with his fans. Results now. Sun Mo is now completely a time bomb. Or the love brain card. It is also difficult for Sister Pei, probably being shocked by one thing after another. Even the most powerful agent couldn't carry it, and in the end Pei Mingxian sank her face, turned around and left. The eating group immediately withdrew. The aftermath was not watched. However, with Ji-him there, Xin Chao and Xin Rong still knew the situation. Sun Mo is gone too? It's also true. How can he have the face to face the cuckold brother Young Hong? After all, even if it is a new script of emotional scenes there is no reason to hold and nibble. Su Lemon has to be left alone to explain. Su Lemon is also vain. After all, this kind of public place, if you want to avoid that kind of situation, or easily, say what into the scene at all also cannot stand. She on the surface of all kinds of forced, as if forever in the body of the body, in fact, is also indulged in this kind of pull. Both Qin Chao and Xin Rong felt that Yang Hong's previous comment about entering the theater was just giving steps, not wanting to make a scene on the spot and affect their cooperation. But when alone with Su Lemon, it's probably going to be difficult. After all, who could stand the thought of their girlfriend having an affair with their ex-boyfriend? And just as he was wondering what Young Hong would do he heard a sharp pop from within Ji-him. The fact is that the company is not going to explain what is going on in the past. And what is going on in the past is that the company is going to hug and chew on Su Lemon. Su Lemon's mouth has no honey only the last saliva goodwill. Is it possible that a man's possessiveness can reach such a level that he doesn't find it disgusting? Not to mention Ji-him, Xin Chao and Xin Rong all wanted to scream. Did you really love Su Lemon badly? And so on. He really didn't feel disgusted. And after the kiss, he even complimented Su Lemon by patting her face, saying that it was so sweet. No wonder Brother Mo liked it. Thank you. Disgusted again. Xin Chao Xin Rong, is this guy really normal? Su Lemon is all confused, thinking that Yang Hong is blaming him in a different way, and hurriedly apologizes, tearfully expressing his victim status. But Yang Hong is really not angry and says he understands Mo's inability to help himself. Xin Chao Xin Rong, oh my god. No, is this something a boyfriend should say? There is no such thing as the most upside down, only the more upside down. You're not the cuckold, you're the real upside down male. What the hell is this guy thinking? There's always a purpose, right? I'll check it out. Xin Chao Xin Rong was also curious and hurriedly perked up his ears. Strange, nothing can be found. I wipe. What kind of melon is this? Damn. Previously, I only focused on the 3-person cultivation field. I didn't notice. So it turns out that Yang Hong is Sun Mo's hidden fan. Xin Chao Xin Rong. What? No one else knows it, but he specializes in a room in his villa filled with things endorsed by Sun Mo. Collects everything related to Sun Mo. Is the Ashes level fan? No wonder he has such a good attitude towards Sun Mo's even more rude behavior. Xin Chao Xin Rong. No. Even if you are a fan, you can't let your idol green yourself. Wait, something doesn't seem right. Xin Chao Xin Rong is too wrong. Well, always feel things a little off. Ji-him felt a sharp chill, remembering the small group of CP fans that had suddenly popped up on the internet after the previous promo shoot. No, it won't. If that's really something. Ji-him watched as an evil smile floated out. Xin Chao Xin Rong, more than powerful. It is unimaginable. Afterward, Xin Chao felt awkward seeing those 3 rehearsing together and couldn't help but ask Gao Hao, do you think Yang Hong is gay? Gao Hao said inexplicably, no, there are no rumors in the industry, and he's quite the playboy. The ones he's dated are all beauties. But what? Xin Chao immediately followed up with curiosity. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but besides the person he's dating now being Sun Mo's ex-girlfriend, I've noticed an additional pattern. And that's that all the other exes he's dated have been actresses who've been in a movie with Sun Mo. Xin Chao was shocked. He really collects all things related to Sun Mo. Is this fan behavior or something else? Soon, they were gathered in the waiting area as the live stream of another group of PKs began. Both Ji-him and Xin Chao's eyes uncontrollably glanced at Sun Mo and Young Hong who were sitting together. Yang Hong smiled and whispered to Sun Mo as if his girlfriend being kissed earlier had no effect at all. Another group of PK, because there is nothing melons. Everyone performs smoothly. The heat is almost half of the last installment. The director and producer is a little lost. Although that kind of face opening is scary, but after experiencing that kind of heat, who still looks at the current mediocrity? The broadcast was underway and came backstage to meet up with the agent's assistant. GM then saw Pei Mingxian, who was having a good conversation with Gao Hao. Although she was so angry that she lost her temper last time, a professional agent will still do professional things, such as making good relations with their group now. To buy dinner. I apologize to the two teachers. We were wrong about this time. We originally said we would act in a modern drama, but we didn't expect to grind it out badly and change it to fairy puppets, clashing with your subject matter. Not really a bump, not a style, Xin Chao said indifferently. Pei Mingxian, however, laughed. Even though we say that, we still feel very sorry, so please do give us your face. They didn't change their script back in the end, but the mess still needs to be cleaned up by Pei Mingxian, who has to give them a smile and give the fans a heads up. Pity my sister Pei, there is no choice. After all, already tied to a rope, obviously found that the other side has begun to rot and stink, but can only help to maneuver, and strive to put the rotten mud on the wall. As they were talking, Sun Mo and Yang Hong also came, and Yang Hong directly smiled and said, "Can I bring my girlfriend along?" In fact, when the two groups get together, they usually don't bring a support act. After all, it's a socialization between their PK groups. Not to mention that during this period of rehearsal, Pei Mingxian had been keeping an eye on Sun Mo. That is, she didn't really want Sun Mo to have private contact with Su Lemon anymore, lest she cause any more trouble. So the moment she heard that, she immediately blackened her face. As for Ji-him and the others, naturally, they were better off eating than eating melons and didn't mind at all. It's just a bit hard to see what Yang Hong is up to. Chapter 91. You guys need to not be so upside down. Pei Mingxian didn't have a black face the entire time because of Su Lemon's additions, and when she sat in the private room, she was already the conductor of the atmosphere in all 8 directions. Rather, it was Ji-him who saw a good show as soon as they arrived. When Yang Hong went to pick up Su Lemon, there were only 2 seats left in the private room, right between Yang Hong's agent and Sun Mo. Although there was a lot of space between the seats, by all rights, Su Lemon should have sat on the side leaning against Yang Hong's agent in order to avoid suspicion, so that Yang Hong could sit next to Sun Mo. But when Yang Hong came with his men, circling around from the doorway to the empty seats, Su Lemon just happened to pause for a split second as she passed by Sun Mo's side. Sun Mo was expressionlessly playing with his cell phone, but his eyebrows were slightly knitted, and as a result, the next second, Su Lemon raised her foot to walk away, but she tripped over the chair leg and fell into the seat next to Sun Mo. Su Lemon panicked and wanted to stand up. Her description was a bit lousy. In the end it was Yang Hong who held her down. "Just sit here. Did you get hurt just now?" "I'm fine," Su Lemon replied tenderly to Yang Hong while timidly raising her head and quickly sweeping a glance at Sun Mo. The expression was one of great difficulty and hesitation. Sun Mo didn't react the entire time, but it was Pei Mingxian who couldn't hang on to the expression on her face. In fact, Yang Hong's agent's face was quite wonderful, presumably knowing a little bit of insider information, somewhat squinting at Su Lemon, seemingly very dissatisfied with her. As for the opposite side of the entire trio of melon eaters, Ji-him, Xin Chao and Gao Hao, the expressions on their faces almost didn't collapse. "That's okay? High, really high. A handful of X's and a handful of incumbents is really extreme pulling. It's true that triangles are the most stable." "Xin Chao, what triangle? A perversion triangle?" Even Gao Hao thought that coming to dinner and socializing wasn't as fun as watching the Shura up close, especially since the troublemakers were under other agents, and it was fun to think about it. Ha. Getting to the point, Pei Mingxian raised her cup with a smile and spoke. "We'll have to ask the 2 teachers to be merciful in the next match." The crowd raised their glasses and Gao Hao said with a fake smile, "It's you guys who are merciful." Agent Yang Hong laughed. "Brother Gao is being overly modest. We just need to not be as miserable as the last group. That's not an accident. In fact, we have a lot of problems on our side. After all, there is still an acting white, pure newcomer. In the future, please take care of more guidance." When Gao Hao finished speaking, he used his elbow to pound Ji-him, who was holding a leg of lamb and gnawing on it. It was only then that Ji-him reacted by raising her glass, and everyone wouldn't think she was being rude. After all, they all knew that she was backed by the Qin group. And then look at the side of Qin Chao, see her eat dirty Qin. Will also take the initiative to hand paper towels. Habitual care. Visible Ji-him's status is not extraordinary. Pei Mingxian smiled and said, "Brother Gao's vision is just great, and he's been able to train such a powerful newcomer all of a sudden." Pei Mingxian smiled and said to Ji-him, "Not only is Mr. Ji a good person, but his acting is also so promising. It's just that he entered the circle too late." Otherwise he would have exploded in popularity a long time ago. But now it's also a hit. Probably the fastest to become famous among the newcomers since this program started. Regardless of what Pei Mingxian thought in her heart. But at least she felt sincere when she spoke. And the boast was not false at all. Ji-him smiled at her. Thanks for the compliment, Sister Pei. Pei Mingxian breathed a sigh of relief. Originally she was worried that Ji-him was not easy to get along with. But she didn't expect it to be quite affable. On the desktop, just a few brokers chatting hot. Yang Hong is able to chat with Qin Chao 2 sentences. Su Lemon also finds some topics to talk to Ji-him. Is the Sun Mo throughout not much to say, as if unused to social occasions. Qin Chao was doing better than him and was feeling strange. Just hurt Ji-him in his heart, so that's how it is. In the previous years, every entertainment was the responsibility of Sister Pei. Under Sister Pei's maneuvering, in these years, Sun Mo completely focused on filming and giving back to his fans. Basically he didn't have to worry about anything else. So no wonder he's looking like a twisted person now. Qin Chao was a little surprised. So Pei Mingxian is so powerful. No wonder the second brother and Gao are interested in digging her up. To know in the entertainment industry, half acting skills and half interpersonal to support a big player. Like he is a background. Gao never need him to socialize. And like Sun Mo such a grassroots, but also can be protected so well. I think Pei Mingxian really put a lot of effort. It's really like the mom who works hard to raise her son. And the son who doesn't understand his mom and rebels all day long. Qin Chao was almost choked by the wine in his mouth. Looking at the opposite side of the warm hospitality of Pei Mingxian. And then look at the side of the self-immersed in their own world also put a stink face. Feel who all let him not pain Sun Mo? Really? Too much like a mom to take his son to participate in the adult party of the sense of vestiges. But this isn't a social gathering. It's a dinner party. So is it really because of Su Lemon? Or is she deliberately pretending? The two of them looked at each other for a while. And it was only when Yang Hong gave Su Lemon a dish that Sun Mo sprang into action to give Pei Mingxian a dish. Young Life again takes Sister Pei as a tool person. Deliberately acting love in front of Su Lemon? Your acting is also too fake. Afraid that Su Lemon doesn't know that you're deliberately acting for her to see so that she cares? Qin Chao snorted. It is really Yang Hong once, Sun Mo once, one-to-one confrontation it. And Pei Mingxian ignored him the entire time and didn't eat any of the dishes he chucked over. Sister Pei sees through everything and has politely declined this play. Ha ha ha. Just as he was looking happy, he saw Sun Mo suddenly raise his hand to take away the scallops that Su Lemon had picked up with the pickup clip. Yikes. Su Lemon seemed to exclaim in shock. After all, it caught the attention of everyone present, and the crowd looked different. Pei Mingxian wanted to pretend that nothing was wrong but was made difficult by the sudden quiet and weird atmosphere. She could only hold on to her smile and said, "What's wrong?" Suen Ma, however, froze in general, then tossed the scallops right back into the bucket where the scraps were piled. You don't want to eat, but you're robbing? Shame on you for wasting food. Yang Hong, however, smiled and said to the embarrassed Su Lemon, "Silly girl, how could you forget again that you're allergic to scallops?" But, is that a better explanation than no explanation at all? Su Lemon, however, seemed to suddenly react. Embarrassed again, she swept a glance at Sun Mo and whispered, "Thank you." Ultimately, no one is that clueless to pursue the root cause on the spot. But not a moment later, the two made a whole mess of it. It was also Eater Jiheim who had sharp eyes. Hissing, one left hand down, one right hand down, and leaving it so long? My radar went off. Shin Chao, what? He saw Ji-him next to him drop his chopsticks in a fake manner and bent down to pick them up again on his own. And the two people across the street both had their heads bowed and eyes lowered in their own way, not paying any attention to Ji-him's small movements. In the next second, Qin Chao saw Ji-him trembling and heard her inner scream of excitement. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. Underneath the layers of tablecloths, I'm a couple with her and you're a couple with him, but the only hand I'm holding is yours. You guys have to be so upside down. Qin Chao, how dare they? It's right that Sun Mo forcefully grabbed it, but Su Lemon you struggle you this strength swing mosquito it? How can you let him hold your hand open when he's holding it open? Why are your fingers still interlocked? This force, I'm afraid I have to describe a sentence, the power of heaven and earth can't separate you, right? Qin Chao, two are not good birds. Do you think this is some kind of very thumping behavior? Alas, no. When I used to watch TV and novels, it seems like if it's the hero and heroine doing this, I'm rubbing it in. What happened to my 3 views at that time? Been poisoned? Qin Chao, have I acted? Black history. Absolute black history. If I accidentally knocked over the table or ripped off the tablecloth right now for everyone to see, it would be super exciting, right? What should I do? I want to do it so badly, but I don't know them well, so it seems a bit. The corner of Qin Chao's mouth curled up, which needs to be so troublesome. Chapter 92 Sister Pei is a master of the mouth. Suddenly, Qin Chao stood up boldly and said to Su Lemon, I toast to the three of you. I hope we have a wonderful PK. After saying that without waiting for the other party to respond, Qin Chao quickly drank. In this situation, the other party must react quickly, otherwise it would be a little bit not giving face to Qin Chao. Yang Hong instead immediately raised his glass and stood up, but the two people next to him were still out of the situation, and when they reacted they practically pulled each other to their feet, eastward, and panicked as well. This is a weak heart. This tear away from the 10 fingers clasped hand speed a little bit to keep up, even if they did not see with their own eyes, but such an arc of the arm and flustered posture. It is the opposite side of the Gao how can see that they are in the middle of something tricky, and the corners of their mouths twitch up immediately. Ha 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 ha, Qin Chao, you're really timely. Qin Chao looked at the wretched atmosphere across the street and the corner of his mouth curved higher. Look at how even Yang Hong froze for a moment. Sure enough, even the cuckold probably wouldn't have thought that both of them would be able to play with such flowers in their presence. Qin Chao swept a glance at Yang Hong and saw cynicism flashing under his eyes, and he didn't know to whom, but he quickly recovered. The most pitiful is still pay sister 1,000 defense or no defense. This kind of scene is seen by us outsiders. I guess the CPU is going to smoke. Qin Chao, it's hard to be a man. It's hard to be a woman. And it's even harder to be Sun Mo's female agent. The face of Sun Mo is green. The face of Su Lemon is white. Still like the pursuit of excitement? Are you regretting it? Sun Mo, listen to your mom. Don't fall in love early with the wrong person. It affects the future. Qin Chao ga ga ga. Gao Hao felt that the two people next to him were holding their laughter until they were trembling, so he couldn't be too disrespectful and could only smile and pretend that nothing had happened. Qin Chao, you're drinking too fast. People haven't had a chance to clink their glasses with you yet, and you're not bringing Jiheim along with you? Qin Chao shook his shoulders and picked up his glass again. My bad. Jiheim followed suit and stood up, picking up his wine glass, his voice all a little off-key as he said, let's get together. Together. In the end, Sun Mo and Su Lemon on the opposite side of the table stood up against the word awkward and raised their glasses together. Not long after sitting down, Pei Mingxian finally couldn't help herself and found a reason to choose a drink and called Sun Mo to go outside. Knowing that Pei Mingxian is definitely going to reprimand Sun Mo, although she quite wants to see Sun Mo's unlucky appearance, she doesn't know where they are going, so it's not a good idea to follow them, so she can only wait for the system to update and then eat melon later. Not long after, Jiheim went out to use the restroom, and just as he came out of the restroom, he saw Su Lemon sneaking around the corridor. Jiheim instantly sensed a melon and couldn't help but follow, chasing after Su Lemon's footsteps. He came near the balcony at the end of the corridor and looked at Su Lemon hiding by the huge green plant behind the balcony door. Soon Sun Mo and Pei Mingxuan's voices came, and Jiheim simply chose an empty private room to catcall and eavesdrop. Sun Mo, I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. You want to deceive yourself and others. I don't care. If you continue to be so public and private, and go around flirting, causing trouble, exploding the black information, and destroying this transformation, I will really be very disappointed in you. What are you talking about? Human language. What? Can't understand human language now? Want to discuss again what you guys just did down there? In front of someone's boyfriend. How come I didn't know your morals were so corrupt? She's me. Ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend, are you filled with water inside your head? Don't you dare post what you've done on the internet to show others that you're considered justified? Pei Mingxian, that's enough. Who the hell are you? It was just an accident just now. Shut up. Pei Mingxuan's tone was ferocious, and she had indeed been stimulated into madness. As a result, Sun Mo was still not afraid of death and laughed softly. What qualifications do you have to say about me? In terms of public and private matters, aren't you also indistinguishable? What did you say? Why are you still meddling with the script change since you've already agreed to it? And what's the point of altering our storyline every day for the past few days? It's still not. What? No plot changes so you can spend half of a scene cuddling, hugging and kissing Su Lemon? Do you want a face? That's what the plot needs. Censored. It wouldn't make sense to have love for one another as the highest belief. A professional actor. Even a single look can be a performance of life and death love. What? Have to hold and gnaw to drooling. Watching your verbal sparring to be considered love to the extent of faith in each other? Why didn't I see you this insistent on TV before? Who said anything about that? Yeah, isn't that what you were going to do if I hadn't stopped you? Jiheim almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Sister Pei is really trying hard. It's just that good words are hard to persuade the ghost of that death. Just such a person acted so much cool fairy gentleman. Beauty strong tragic infatuation hero. Fascinated a group of small fans. If his fans know that he uses his career for personal desire. Estimated on the spot autism. Really hard sympathy for his fans. If the live stage was suitable for that kind of too intimate script, the kind of romantic dramas in the movie theater group would have done it a long time ago. Sun Mo over there didn't make a sound for half a day. Ji-him could imagine the disliked and dumbfounded Sun Mo should be holding his face red. Eventually Pei Mingxian sighed and said, Sun Mo, as soon as you started out, I began to bring you, initially so difficult to come over. Can you tell me a word from your heart? What do you really want? Do you really want to be with Su Lemon? Sun Mo almost reflexively said, how can it be? She abandoned me. I hate her. I like you now. I just want to have a family with you. Oh, Sun Mo, you can really do it. How can you say so? Shameless words? As a result, at this time, Ji-him suddenly saw Su Lemon, who had been eavesdropping, take out her cell phone and press it for a while before banging on the door, disturbing the conversation on the balcony. Then he appeared in a panic and stammered, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just saw you guys here and heard you calling my name. I thought. Soon the eyes were red and tears fell like rain. I am sorry, Sister Pei. I really have nothing with Sun Mo. You have heard it. He hates me and loves you. Don't misunderstand us, and don't fight with Sun Mo. I hope you guys are good. If you really hate me, I can quit this show. Sun Mo froze at once. You, didn't he let you quit? When she finished speaking, she looked at Pei Mingxian. Her face had undisguised dissatisfaction, as if she was blaming her for making such a commotion. Pei Mingxian was simply infuriated and laughed. I've just been scolding Sun Mo. When did I say I hate you? Please don't add drama to yourself. Mr. Su, okay? Put. Sister Pei is not giving face to anyone now, and the little white flower is still bumping into the muzzle of the gun, probably not expecting to be choked like this. Su Lemon froze, and Sun Mo immediately rebuked unhappily. Pei Mingxian, however, said, calling for souls, I can hear you. It's the two of you who are deaf, and can only listen to partiality, with self-fantasy and self-motion. I see you're getting restless and your brain is going bad with you, and I'm not bothering to keep up the pretense that it can't get worse anyway. Ji-him instantly became excited. Is it going to be? Oh ho! Sun Mo, where on earth did you get the confidence that I like you? Have I ever told you even once that I like you? Have I ever told you that I like you even once? Or have I ever secretly gotten close to you in any way? You're just an artist under me in my eyes. Don't say I've never had any feelings for you. If you continue to be so abnormal, I'm going to die for you. Ha 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 ha. Like look at Sun Mo's expression now. It must be wonderful. Sun Mo's current expression was indeed wonderful, even frozen. It is Su Lemon who reacted quickly and immediately said, Sister Pei, it's all my fault. Don't say this kind of gambling words because of me. You've kept Sun Mo for so many years. You've been single all the time. You're willing to pay for everything for him. Everyone is looking at it. You're the one who deserves to be taken care of by Sun Mo for the rest of his life. How can he fail you? Sun Mo immediately seemed to gasp as if he had caught his breath. But Pei Mingxian wasn't one to be bullied. I didn't say you, but you're in a hurry? How to act more drama? Have to find a deep love female second to accompany you. Even if I'm not, you have to mold me into this. And then you pretend to be generous to push the male lead over. Very accomplished? I'm just his agent. If you like him, be honorable. Act like you're committing for love. Who are you doing it for? Here except for Cutie Pie. Male lead. There's no one who appreciates your acting. Or do you just want to act for Cutie Pie? Or do you just want to act for Cutie? It's nice to be fought over by men and have the stars aligning for you, isn't it? It's satisfying to feel your ex-boyfriend's thoughts about you, isn't it? The heart can be proud and beautiful, right? Or is it that you're not sure who is the best choice right now? Yan Hong doesn't look like one who is settling down for a good life, while Sun Mo may have a very good future ahead of him still pining after you for years. It's indeed hard to choose, so you have to hang on to both sides? Why do I have a feeling of enlightenment? It's just like hitting the nail on the head. Mighty I Pei Sister. Mouth Cannon Master Ah. Chapter 93 Sun Mo, are you cheap? Pei Mingxuan's output of a meal directly dried out the two. Su Lemon all but forgot her churlish mask, and her expression twisted for a moment, but soon she reacted, whimpering and crying. I know that Pei Sister you did not like me before, but you, Pei Mingxian, how did you become like this? I don't even recognize you anymore. Sun Mo was shocked. It's probably because you're blind. Pei Mingxian snorted, then pointed at Su Lemon and spoke to Sun Mo about what happened back then. Have you forgotten that you once had the chance to be a hit and be in the movie industry? And I was willing to be your agent in the first place just because I could see that you could be the male lead in that movie. But what about you? For the sake of her, this moron, you missed the best opportunity. And the road to fame was difficult for so many more years. When these words came out, Sun Mo's expression suddenly changed. A flash of panic flashed across Su Lemon's face as well. Ji-him, who was far away, was immediately adding to the point of knowledge. Oh, I see. Back then there was an award-winning movie had opened casting for new actors. Sunmo with a young handsome face and natural acting skills and not afraid of the spirit of hard work successfully promoted to the male candidates. And that year he was the best performance. But before the final round of auditions went up, he suddenly left and missed his chance. And the role was taken by a new actor who was not as good as him. And he won the Best Newcomer award afterward. And has been flat on his back in the movie business ever since. And the reason he left was because of a phone call from Sue Lemon, who said that her home was on fire and she was trapped, crying out to him for help. Sun Mo naturally left without a second thought in order to save his lover. Originally, this is not blameworthy. Pei Mingxian can only bemoan the bad luck of fate. It is impossible to blame Sun Mo should not save people. But when Pei Mingxian understood what happened, she was simply angry to the point that her mind went crazy. I'll be damned. There really is such a person. The private room is not far away. Is eavesdropping on it. The result of GM has been sighing. Can put Qin Chao appetite. Qin Chao, what in the world When her home was on fire, Sue Lemon surprisingly didn't make the first call to put out the fire, but instead chose to keep calling Sun Mo until he answered. Chin Chao, what kind of confusing operation is this? She seems to have that big disease, right? She really thinks she's the heroine who got into trouble and has to wait for the hero to save her. In fact, if Sue Lemon had called the police the first time, when Sun Mo went back, the firefighters would have been able to deal with the fire thoroughly, and it wouldn't have spread upstairs at all. They're upstairs or the old couple, light sleepers, found the fire, called the police. So Sun Mo just came back before the fire trucks drove over. The old grandfather wrapped his arms around the frightened old lady down. When informed of the situation, suddenly realized that the little girl downstairs is not at all unconscious or other circumstances, just the door is broken out of the way. At this time is being taught by the firefighters. After all, as long as she contacted the firefighters in the first place, according to the time, as far as their own living room cannot be burned, the angry old grandpa went straight up and cursed her, greeted her 8 generations of ancestors, and questioned if she was out of her mind and wanted to be sent to a mental hospital. And Sue Lemon just cried and hid in Sun Mo's arms, stating that she was just terrified and couldn't think of anything but Sun Mo coming to his rescue. Qin Chao was also baffled by the news, and directly came to say, nuts. The whole table was quiet and looked over, and Qin Chao immediately pointed to his cell phone awkwardly and said, look at the message. Then he gave Yang Hong a strange look with his eyes. Just such a woman with a pit in her brain. How on earth did he look at her? Was it just to collect idle peripherals? And Jaiheim's heartbeat continued. Sister Pei was the one who came to hear the truth at this time, and immediately became so angry that she couldn't wait to go up and fling Sue Lemon 2 slaps. Fight Pei sister, how can bear not to fight? This, feel anorexia stupidity to commit. For someone like you, isn't it normal for others to dislike you? Pei Mingxian disgustedly said. There are times when I really suspect that you do it on purpose. Sue Lemon's eyes were instantly flustered, and she immediately shook her head, crying even harder. Wait, why is there a melon behind this fire? I flip. Surprisingly is not really stupid. Pei sister is really right. She is intentional. Was bought by $500,000. The use of Sun Mo, this love brain attribute, betrayed this grassroots against the odds. Let him withdraw from the selection. To give money to the man is Sue Lemon later rich second-generation boyfriend. Also because of this the two talents to get acquainted. Wow, wipe. Hidden melon This seems like even Pei Mingxian doesn't know Sun Mo must be even more unaware of it. Qin Chao sucked in a breath. This big bite of melon caught him off guard. Hurrying to ask the Pepsi beside him in a low voice. Brother Gao, do you remember who XX's capital behind holding him up is? Gao didn't understand why Qin Chao suddenly and inexplicably asked this, but still recalled. Gao's group. So Sue Lemon used to have a rich boyfriend? What happened to the second son of the Lin family? Qin Chao immediately sent a message to ask if there is any relationship between the two families of the second brother. Qin Rank looked at the message and fell into silence. Didn't they have a get-together tonight? On second thought, it was probably him eating some melon again. Can only answer, nothing to do with, but the juniors a few years ago all day mixed together to play well, and then because of various contradictions is also to fall out. So even if Pei Mingxian and Sun Mo had the ability now, they wouldn't be able to find out that there was something fishy going on back then. Qin Chao silently sympathized with Sun Mo in his heart. How badly he was pitched. Almost okay. It's not like the fire was humanly controllable back then. She was just scared. Sun Mo couldn't help but shout stop. He was a man's man, but he wouldn't blame a woman whenever something happened. Sue Lemon was so dependent on him at the time. So what was wrong with that? There's no point in going over old ground. But it's really sympathetic. If you know the truth someday, don't rehash the past if you can. Isn't the only one that can be turned over the one where she dumped you? How come after a few times of intimacy, you're going to eat back the grass? Sun Mo, are you cheap? Jaiheim was soothed. Pei Mingxian was extremely mocking and kept tearing open her wounds, probably still wanting to scold Sun Mo into sobriety. Sun Mo twisted, where he is willing to admit that he just cannot let go of this woman who betrayed him. That is not to admit that he is a, but meeting again and spending constant time together. He really couldn't do without caring about her. He knew that he loved and hated Su Lemon, but he was respectful and ashamed of Pei Mingxian, so he was clearly determined to marry Pei Mingxian, but he still could not control himself to want to be close to Su Lemon, and he was chagrined and self-condemned, but he allowed himself to fall. Sun Mo revealed a pained look. I didn't forget. Don't worry, I will never forget the humiliation she brought to me. Okay, Xian, don't be angry. Let's go back. I promise I won't see any with her in the future. Sun Mo seemed to have made a choice, but as soon as he turned his head to meet Su Lemon's pale little face, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his heart, and as he saw that she seemed to be unable to stand and was about to fall, he still couldn't help but want to reach out to help, but Su Lemon avoided it. Su Lemon's eyes were permeated with endless sorrow. Just then, a voice rang out from afar, frightening Ji-him, who was hiding inside the private room, to close the door in a hurry, but he could still see from his afterglow that a little girl rushed over and held Su Lemon. Sun Mo, you're heartless. You're sorry for Lemon. You asshole. The little girl was like a firecracker, cursing frantically. Chapter 94, Magic Defeats Magic. Sun Mo didn't expect a random person to scold him, and was immediately annoyed. You're Su Lemon's assistant. What are you talking about? The little girl was about to open her mouth, but Su Lemon's tearful eyes desperately stopped her. No talking. The little girl, however, seemed to be exasperated and said defiantly, back then, Lemon was threatened by Lin Ershao. If she didn't leave you, Lin Ershao would block you and find someone to deal with you. Didn't you have an accident in a movie during that time, and you still always failed to get good roles? It's all because Lin Ershao wanted to snatch Lemon away. It was Lemon who finally chose to settle for less, and because she didn't want to let you risk your life for her, she pretended to be a villain and abandoned you. But what about you? After that you gained power, seeing Lemon being abandoned by Lin Ershao. Not only did you not come back to find her, but you also dealt with her at every turn, tripping her up. Lemon didn't even think of going back to find you even after she suffered so much aggression, just for fear that you'd dislike her and not be able to look at her anymore. And now that it's gotten better, you're still letting the women around you insult her. Sun Mo, you heartless man. The little girl spoke with such urgency and confusion that those who didn't know thought that she was furious and mouth-breathing. How she was fighting for Su Lemon. In fact, the heart is trembling. Alas, I finally know what Su Lemon was doing with her cell phone just now. So it was to contact her assistant to come up and accompany her to put on such a good show. The more Ji-him thought about it, the more agitated she became. This is afraid of not being able to take Sun Mo, so he came to a trick. Shooting a lot of theater shooting is going to round the plot logic. This can be reversed. Wonderful. More wonderful than the drama. Now Qin Chao in the private room couldn't sit still, so he wanted to get up and come out to eat melon on the spot. As a result, Yang Hong on the opposite side probably waited for a long time, and also impatiently stood up and said that he went to the restroom. This room are gone a big half. Just two brokers left face to face. Qin Chao no longer good to leave, can only helplessly continue to listen to the heart of Ji-him relay. And over there, Ji-him naturally heard certain movements, and fortunately, she was hiding stealthily, so she instantly saw Yang Hong sneaking closer. Another one? Sun Mo froze after hearing the little assistant's words and looked at Su Lemon in disbelief. Su Lemon, is this for real? Su Lemon just cried and didn't even look at him. But Sun Mo is a little cutie. Pei Mingxian is not. She said it casually. You wouldn't believe it just like that. Pei Mingxian frowned. In fact, Pei Mingxian couldn't tell the difference between true and false. She could only rely on her knowledge of Su Lemon and felt that she wasn't the kind of person who would be self-sacrificing. Is there any evidence? The little girl immediately glared angrily and said, what kind of evidence can be produced for this kind of thing? Pei Mingxian, don't you think you're too vicious? At first, if you hadn't also told Lemon that you wanted them to break up and told her not to delay Sun Mo, Lemon wouldn't have made up her mind. When these words came out, Sun Mo looked violently at Pei Mingxian, as if he was looking at a vicious woman who was stirring up trouble and breaking up lovers. It must be said that friends who had been with each other for years like comrades in arms in their careers looked over with such eyes, which did sting Pei Mingxian. Pei Mingxian was also bold and courageous. Indeed, I said that. Sun Mo's eyes instantly filled with blood. But you forget that I said it to your face. Pei Mingxian said. Oh, so that's what being pissed off about that fire said. And it seems perfectly within the realm of duty as an agent to not want an artist under your supervision to be in a relationship with a woman with a problem. Probably remembering that time, Sun Mo's eyes did not change, yet he still seemed to look at Pei Mingxian with a skeptical look, except for that one time? Because Sun Mo still felt that Pei Mingxian liked herself. She instinctively felt that Pei Mingxian would wish to drive away Su Lemon. Pei Mingxian even just now still holds the last glimmer of hope for Sun Imo. There are still expectations for their future career prospects. But now, Pei Mingxian's heart gradually cooled. Pei Mingxian smiled coldly at Sun Imo, who doubted her as if she was looking at a fool. No, I dare to confront. But Su Lemon buried his head in the assistant's shoulder, sobbing. No, Sun Imo, don't blame Sister Pei. She really did a lot for you. Back then, things are past for a long, long time. I am voluntary. Never thought you could know. We have missed. Let us not pursue the true and false. Wow, that's a good explanation. Next time you explain it like that, I'll call the police. The little assistant naturally sang in unison. That's not good. Because of your sacrifice, he can finally shoot the movie properly. But as a result, he gives all the credit to Pei Mingxian, thinking that it's her who accompanied him through the downturn. So what's your sacrifice counting for? And he's still bullying you and hurting you. That's not fair. If I didn't have the melon eating system, I'd be swaying left and right. Not to mention Sun Mo's love brain. Sure enough, the next second, Sun Mo had tears in his eyes. Su Lemon, tell me if what she said is true. I want you to say it yourself. Su Lemon, however, said, fake. It's all fake. Don't ask. With that, she was about to leave, but was pulled by Sun Mo's arm. Eyes on another sadistic love affair. Pei Mingxian pressed her temples, seemingly tired of her heart. She didn't care at all about her credit being overturned by others in a few words, and she didn't care to argue about such boring things. After all, she kind of knew Sun Mo, and knew who he would believe in and who he would favor. It was also her own business, so she never needed Sun Mo to be grateful to her. It's naturally good to be able to cooperate and fight the world together, but forget it if you can't. Disappointment builds up enough, and it's time to break off and look for other ways to live. Pei Mingxian didn't say a word and directly lifted her feet and left. As a result, Sun Mo panicked again and shouted, Ah Xian. Pei Mingxian turned back and said in a cold voice, I'll emphasize again. I'm just your agent. You're already a mature artist. I've said what I should have said and you didn't listen, so I naturally have no power to interfere in the artist's emotional problems. You take care of yourself. After saying that, Pei Mingxian left without a care in the world. Oh ho! This is good. I'm afraid that the betting agreement can't stop Sister Pei from wanting to terminate Sun Mo's contract. Xin Chao inside the private room was startled. His eyes lit up and he turned his head to Gao Hao. Brother Gao, you can prepare to dig in. Koho, huh? Although Pei Mingxian had left, Ji Him couldn't leave yet. The young assistant had the good sense to leave, leaving the balcony for the hero and heroine to talk to each other. Su Lemon lulled to his heart's content, and Sun Mo was filled with moving remorse. Sometimes, maybe it's not that men are easy to be cheated, just overconfident, self-righteous, think the other side should be so infatuated and unrepentant, for him to pay for it. That's why it's so easy to fall for even a scam. This doesn't even come out to stop. Sure enough, your kid's intentions are not pure. In the end, it was Su Lemon who panted and pushed Sun Mo away. No, you should go to Sister Pei. Haven't you already proposed to her? I also have a boyfriend. I can't apologize to Yang Hong. That to Pei Mingxian is just honoring love. Then I ask you, do you love me or him? Lemon, don't lie to me. Sun Mo looked infatuated and agonized. Su Lemon, however, looked like she didn't know how to answer. Suddenly a voice broke everything. What are you doing? Yang Hong finally made his appearance. This time, Su Lemon was truly alarmed and pushed Sun Mo away. It seems like Su Lemon still wants to maintain the balance between the two sides and doesn't want Yang Hong to see her with Sun Mo until death do us part. But Sun Mo spoke up. Yang Hong, I have something to say to you. The result was interrupted by Su Lemon. Sun Mo, we're done. I'll properly help you finish this stage. You go back. Speaking in a very small voice at the end, she said, please. Sun Mo sadly looked at Su Lemon, but Su Lemon firmly looked at Sun Mo, but her eyes were aggrieved, as if tears were going to come down in the next second. Sun Mo couldn't bear to see his beloved in trouble, and in the end, he could only temporarily endure this chaotic emotion and go back to calm down. By the time Sun Mo retired, there were only two people left in the balcony again. This time, without waiting for Su Lemon to speak, Yang Hong started again. So, your kid's aim is really still to enjoy what Sun Mo has used, you crazy bastard fan. Su Lemon, on the other hand, felt that Yang Hong must have seen something. It was his possessiveness. Yang Hong, I'm sorry, I don't have the strength to resist. I don't want it. It's him who is forced to force me by the influence of his past feelings. I love you. You know. Su Lemon looked like a condescending and soft little white flower. I know. Don't be afraid. Yang Hong let go of Su Lemon and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. I'm willing to quit and let you guys get back together. Su Lemon froze and looked at Yang Hong in shock. What are you talking about? panicked. She's so flustered. She's not even clamping down on her tone. Yeah, she's still trying to play this passive role of maneuvering between two men. How can you upset her balance? And she's still betting on who she'll be most favorable with. How can you push her out? Ha 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 ha. However, Yang Hong still put on a posture of being an honest, abusive person with no complaints. I know that you guys love each other. You don't have to worry about me. I love you. So I just want you guys to be happy. Sue Lemon's face froze, wanting to open her mouth to explain that it wasn't like that. But Yang Hong didn't listen at all. With an I know, I understand everything. You don't have to explain posture. And even assured, I'll find a way to make sure you guys don't get scolded by the whole network. So don't worry. This caused all of Sue Lemon's skills to hit empty. It simply couldn't be more dumbfounded. Laughing my ass off. I'm sure I can only defeat magic with magic. Chapter 95, like a laborer before he leaves his job. Sue Lemon really didn't want to choose Sun Mo so quickly. It turned out that as long as Yang Hong didn't let go, she could still continue to maneuver. But now that Yang Hong was acting like a generous person, in case she made a scene in front of Sun Mo, it would be really difficult for her to ride the tiger. So the only way to avoid the topic is to back away from it. Yang Hong, don't say that. You are like this. Sue Lemon tears said to fall, a look of pain and struggle. Yang Hong, Sue Lemon, don't be sad. In the future, as long as you need me, I'll be by your side anytime. Don't you talk nonsense. What I said is true. Even if you stay with Mo, I will always be with you. Yang Hong spoke in a highly suggestive manner. It made Sue Lemon think on first hearing that she had completely taken Yang Hong and turned him into an uncomplaining infatuated man. Sue Lemon didn't even know she was this good. Why does this sound so awkward? It's hard to believe that after Sue Lemon and Sun Mo really get back together, Yang Hong can't still be Sue Lemon's spare tire. Yuck. Inside the private room, Qin Chao watched Pei Mingxian and Sun Mo, who came back successively, fall into a state of Cold War while continuing to eavesdrop on the gossip over here. Just as he was listening to it, he heard Jian keep poo-pooing it in his head as if he had seen something dirty. Lord Yang Bump, you're awesome. You actually intend to fulfill them and then become Sue Lemon's underground lover yourself. As long as you continue to bring Sue Lemon favors, you know Sue Lemon won't give up on you as a fish. Do you want to be infinitely close to your idol so badly? Qin Chao was silent like he saw the crazy behavior of some private fans, then looked rather sympathetically at the side of the low head to get a cell phone Sun Mo, although stupid and slag. But, the crime is not to this right. It wasn't long before the remaining three finally returned one after the other, and the meal came to an uncomfortable end. Just after watching Sun Mo and Sue Lemon look at each other fondly at the door and then each get into their cars and leave, a car came to pick up Qin Chao and Jiam. As soon as they opened the door, they found that Qin Rank was there, having come to pick them up on purpose. After Jiam got into the car, he heard Qin Rank inquire, "Did something else happen today?" This topic started to arouse Jiam's desire to share. Immediately, her eyes were starry-eyed and she crackled at Qin Bit for a while. Qin Rank's smile was shallow, but he listened intently. From time to time, he nodded his head and frowned in response. Jiam's only complaint was that he couldn't tell the more powerful information he had gotten within his melon-eating system. Cao Hao twitched the corner of his mouth on the side. Being away for so long isn't diarrhea, it's hiding to eavesdrop on gossip. And the gossip is surprisingly so explosive. Simply melon in melon. Even if he is a showbiz veteran agent cannot help but sigh. Jiheim hemmed and hawed. Cao Hao sighed. Then I can really fight for Pei Mingxian. Ah, brother Gao, you like sister Pei? Going after her? Jihim was stunned. Gao Hao immediately choked on his saliva. What nonsense. I'm talking about striving to poach. Letting her come to our studio as an agent and bring you later. It was then that Jihim realized that they had even considered Pei Mingxian. Jiheim thought about it and suddenly broke into a smile. Sister Pei was able to take care of Sun Mo so well before, not needing him to do anything extra at all. Just like an old mom. So if she became my manager, wouldn't I be able to be a good waist artist? Qin Title and Qin Chao. Although the person has not yet dug over, but the thought of letting so combative Pei Mingxian bring such an artist, so guilty is what is going on. Cao Hao, on the contrary, had already begun to think about the possibilities, and it just so happened that the two men who had an absolute say in the matter were present. So Gao Hao inquired directly. Qin Chao didn't have an opinion, but Qin Rank lowered his head and pondered for a while. Mr. Qin, is there anything inappropriate? Gao Hao inquired. Is it that you're worried that Pei Mingxian won't be able to give up her feelings and won't be willing to break the contract with Sun Mo? Jiheim said. It won't. Qin Bit nodded. Pei Mingxian is smart and ambitious. She is also kind to Sun Mo, and Sun Mo will have trouble in the future with the naked eye. She won't continue to stay in the pit. She will definitely dissolve the partnership as soon as possible. Only she may not be able to get out in one piece. Qin Chao said. The issue of the betting agreement. If we can dig her over, we can help her cover her losses first. Sheen Rank shook his head. Money is not a problem. Jiheim was all curious now. So what else could be the problem? Sheen Rank looked over, his dark eyes seeming to be able to see through everything. You just said that Young Hong promised to get them back together and promised that the whole internet wouldn't call them out. So what do you guys think can be done about it? The three blinked, all puzzled. An event that can set off fans' emotions has to have a culprit that carries everyone's malicious emotions. Not Young Hong, who was robbed of his girlfriend. Not Sun Mo, who robbed someone else's girlfriend. Not Su Lemon, who swung from side to side between the two men. Then who else could be the most logical and reasonable? Even backed up by certain facts from the past? The car was quiet for a long time after Sheen Rank's words. Ji-him was reacting for a long time before he reacted. No, it can't be. Sun Mo, even if he's not a thing, is not so beneficent. If there is no he cooperates. N, wasn't N already taken by Su Lemon? Sheen Chao frowned. Sheen Rank said, of course, it's just a possibility, and if we're going to sign her, we have to consider that. Gao Hao coughed. I think digging up Pei Mingxian can be put on hold. From an agent's point of view, Gao Hao wouldn't want to dig up an agent who was covered in black material. And if things really developed as Sheen Rank expected, then Pei Mingxian could only quit the entertainment industry. But what Gao Hao doesn't realize is that the artists under his command are not the ones who are resting on their laurels. Ji-him clenched the cell phone in his hand and said with an evil smile, fear not, if that's the case, I have a way to cure them. Sheen Chao also spoke, about the script. I suddenly want to change the acting. Ji-him froze. Wait, what do you mean? I just finished memorizing my lines. Sheen Chao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Don't worry, play freely, you'll have fun acting. Ji-him, true doo-doo? The show's director and producer panicked as the top stream crew switched back to a confidential script. The last time it was kept secret was still the last time, and then the Shadow Master group was gone. Thinking about it, the two male groups shouldn't have clashed with the top stream group, so there shouldn't be anything that they were worried about. The director and producer hold hands and cheer each other on as we finally get to the third installment of the live show. Before the broadcast, people greeted each other backstage. Ji-him broke away from the intense rehearsals and was finally able to eat his melon in peace. If it was usual, Pei Mingxian must have already come over for her own artists to inquire about confidential scripts just in case. But this time Pei Mingxian is just dealing with what the agent should deal with step by step, not bothering with one more effort. Pei's sister like this, like a hit worker before leaving, not willing to put out a point more than the wages outside the force. But the face is cold and the heart is warm, and at this time, she still remembers Sun Mo's fans. Only Pei Mingxian and Sun Mo's side were heard arguing. Originally, the atmosphere between the two had been very low pressure lately, and this moment had caused the busy staff around them to quiet down and prick up their ears to eavesdrop. Chapter 96, Duplicity or Shamelessness? I said for you to prepare milk tea for your fans. It's so cold. They work hard to support you outside. They have to stand for so long. Don't you feel sorry for your fans? When Pei Mingxian came, she saw that all the other fans' homes had all sorts of condolences, and only Sun Mo's fans were shivering in the cold wind, so she couldn't even look at her as an agent. Sun Mo was reprimanded in public and his face was not good. Isn't this something you as an agent should do? Just because you had to deal with your other things, that's why you were asked to set it up, and today is when you need their support and understanding. And I've told you so many times, why don't you remember? Isn't it just forgetting once? Are you as far as that? Sun Mo was impatient. As for that, Pei Mingxian repeated incredulously, and although she was mentally prepared to leave, she was also stupefied with anger. I'll ask my assistant to buy it right away. Why are you so emotional? I'm agitated because you don't listen to. That's enough. I'm just going to place an order for delivery now. It's faster, okay? Pei Mingxian was completely enraged and directly said in a cold voice, no need to bother you with a big drive. I'm going to do it and you're not doing it, so you have to mess with me? Sun Mo immediately said angrily, it's not about making a scene. It's that Pei Mingxian immediately engaged in an act of making amends when she found out he didn't do it, and even found a reason to apologize to the fans on Sun Mo's behalf. Even if she had to go, the responsibilities that an agent should have, she wouldn't throw them away. But just then, Sun Mo's assistant returned. Pei Mingxian immediately chided, where did you run off to? The assistant was startled and subconsciously said, give milk tea to Mr. Su. In an instant, the entire room was quiet, and they all looked at Sun Mo in shock. Although all three have been rehearsing together recently, they have seen Sun Mo and Su Lemon getting close on more than one occasion, and there are rumors that the two are double-crossing together. But looking at Yang Hong's frank appearance, it seems to be not. But looking at Pei Mingxuan's recent obvious Cold War, it seems to be. The crowd couldn't get enough of it, but it was still wonderful. Sun Mo's face stiffened, but he didn't open his mouth, instead looking at Pei Mingxian, obviously not able to cope with this kind of occasion, waiting for Pei Mingxian to give him a step down, especially when he made mistakes. It was always Pei Mingxian who helped him to bow down. What's more, this time the matter was originally provoked by Pei Mingxian. As a result, he didn't expect Pei Mingxian to directly snort coldly and not say a word, leaving Sun Mo stranded in embarrassment. Sun Mo snapped to his feet and pulled Pei Mingxian outside. Come with me, I have something to say. As soon as the two left, the backstage was immediately gossiping and buzzing with whispers. Qin Chao and Qin Rong, who came to be his assistant, directly coughed up. After savoring it, he felt that Jihim had described it quite accurately. Qin Rong hurriedly sent the melon she had just seen to Qin Dad, Qin Mom and Qin Yen, who had the time to come along, in the audience. Although they still had to stay in the audience and couldn't hear Jihim's heart, they had little sounding boards, aim for no melon left behind. And the only person not present in this group was Qin Jie, who was still working part-time in the office. Qin Rank processed the documents while scanning the group chat, and the program's live feed was still up on the computer next to him. TSK, shameless, really shameless. He even thinks that Sister Pei is looking for him everywhere because she likes him. Qin family members, why on earth is he so confident? The other room, are you deaf or have you lost your memory? I repeat, Auntie doesn't like you at all. As a result, Sun Mo was still looking at Pei Mingxian with a don't talk tough stance. Sun Mo said, alas, let us not make a scene. Ah Xian, I, indeed can't do right by you. Since I already know Su Lemon's aggression, I can't fail her again. I want to marry her. Pei Mingxian are surprised to forget to refute that breathless misunderstanding. Really pure curiosity. Yang Hong, can promise? His fans still not tear you? This is considered robbing someone's girlfriend. Your fans, even if they don't care if you get married, they won't put up with this kind of behavior. You want to ruin yourself? Sun Mo, however, looked at Pei Mingxian with deep eyes and sighed. Yang Hong is willing to fulfill us and is also willing to help us together to guide the public opinion marketing against blackness. The three of us have no opinion. What opinion can the fans have? Pei Mingxian was simply dumbfounded, wanting to say something but not bothering to say it again. Sun Mo was naturally vain, but firmly said, so you help me figure out together how to peacefully guide the fans. Pei Mingxian, however, the corner of her mouth twitched. I wanted to talk about it after this episode, but since you're so crazy, I'll go ahead and say it. Way to find a new agent you want. I'm going to terminate the partnership with you, and I'll give you the termination contract afterward. Sun Mo froze, then he immediately stormed into a rage. Do you know that I rejected the best approach because of you, and yet you want to terminate my contract? Pei Mingxian froze, not understanding. What? Sun Mo reacted, his eyes dodged, and immediately said, just because I want to marry Su Lemon? You heard it last time. Su Lemon has done so much for me. I can't apologize to her, but I also have love for you. Continue to be my agent. The staff passing by in the corridor suddenly heard a loud slap and were all startled. And then they saw Pei Mingxian walking out as if she was covered in black gas. Her face was cold and frightening. Oh ho, beaten. Qin Chao and Qin Rong instantly pricked up their ears. Ha 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 ha, deserved. You think it's ancient times, a wife and a concubine, but also hope that everyone defaults to each other's existence. Work together to run the business and family. At home wife warm bed, outside the agent to warm the bed. You can really pay sisters many years of friendship stepped on the soles of the feet insulted. I reckon Pei probably wants to be reborn into the past to beat that she who signed you up. How blind is this to sign up for the big oddball? Ah. Qin Rong spat as she listened, desperately typing on her cell phone. The group followed and cursed. Qin Chao didn't feel much surprise. After all, this kind of situation is really quite a lot in the entertainment circle. Even brokers will take couples at the same time and then screw one of them. Interests are connected and everyone is in harmony by default. Shortly after Pei Mingxian returned backstage, Sun Mo returned with a gloomy face. A bit of redness could be seen on his cheeks, but it wasn't obvious. It looks like it's second skin face again for a while, and you can't get through a slap. Immediately after the other two people changed their costumes and also arrived, Su Lemon is still holding the milk tea in a beautiful way. Seeing that there was nothing to see, Jihim continued to rummage through the melons. So, really let Qin rank guessed right. Yang Hong and Sun Mo reached a consensus and then proposed a way to deal with public opinion. Really use Pei's sister. Pretend that back then it was Sister Pei who broke them up and caused the misunderstanding. And now that they are reunited to clear up the misunderstanding, Yang Hong voluntarily withdraws and fulfills them. All three are very wonderful. Only Sister Pei is evil. But Sun Mo's conscience is still left a little. Did not agree? Intends to think of other ways after. But not so much that you girl think Pei's sister owes you a favor. Should be backed down for this. Qin Rong angrily typed, too hateful, too much, too shameless, too. Shinsha, how is this different from a bad guy who attempts to harm asking his victim to say thank you? Crowned. Why don't you see the three of you pull out the original Lin Ershao to be the villain? He is the rightful owner. Is not want to? All the Qin family members, it's that they don't dare. It's because they're afraid of being exposed. They're all a bunch of trashy cowards. Just spitballing. Live countdown. The trash trio takes the stage and begins to perform their beautiful fairy idol drama. Chapter 97. Is this really a horse-catching situation that they can see? There were still 2 groups of guests left in the waiting area, including Ji Him and Qin Chao, and everyone was bored and looking at the big screen in front of them. It's not that they're bad actors, it's just so cheesy that they don't even need to be acting to know what the next storyline is going to be. The Emperor of the Heavenly Realm, played by Sun Mo, falls in love with a mortal woman, played by Su Lemon, through a calamity, who in turn saves the injured demon emperor, played by Yang Hong. The 3 of them then staged various pulls in the mortal world, until the end of the tribulation. The Emperor's identity is revealed and he has to return to the Heavenly Realm. Not only was the live audience bored, even the number of people online in the live broadcast room was gradually decreasing. The pop-ups weren't as exaggerated as they were when the show first started. Only when the stage was initially presented did the pop-ups blow up for a split second, with a flood of question marks coming in, because the 2 fans are still in competition even though they are friendly now. Your brother is good at fairies and my brother is good at school, so since we're working together we can't favor anyone, not to mention the fact that it was for a transformation, such a great stage, and all sorts of professional support. Fans assumed that their brother would perform something a little different and show off his strength. The result is still immortal. Yang Hong's fans are not doing it. Doesn't that make my brother a supporting character? Then started targeting Sun Mo's fans. Sun Mo's fans are also very stifled. Sun Mo acted immortal no less than 5. The persona is similar. They really do not lack of food. They prefer to see more possibilities of the brother Ah. But although he expressed great incomprehension at Sun Mo's choice of immortal, he still had to stand guard for his own brother and guide the public opinion of the passers-by. It's only the first round of the live PK. What's the rush? Maybe just polishing each other's understanding. And we haven't even mentioned your family brother dragging his family home. And Fairy Warrior, your brother hasn't acted before. It's just the right time to give him a chance to perform. It's a good thing for your family. Don't take advantage of it. Anyway, the pop-ups are not a few discussions about the plot. Even the director and producer shook their heads in regret. And I don't know why this script was chosen. There's no pop at all. So it looks like this segment is collapsing. As they were talking, suddenly there were exclamations of surprise from the stage. The 2 immediately looked over, and the people were dumbfounded. The guests in the waiting area also watched with wide eyes. The pop-ups are once again at a new high, filling the screen at. The Emperor is finally confronted with his inner love before he has to leave. But the mortal girl, knowing that she is not worthy of the Emperor, pretends to be with the devil. Su Lemon was cradled in Yang Hong's arms, and Yang Hong kissed him right in front of Sun Mo to demonstrate ownership, only to have Sun Mo pull Su Lemon out with force, forcing her into his arms, and kissing her in a domineering manner. Because of the angle, it was obvious to everyone that they were either borrowing or kissing. Really kissing, even though it's a play and it's okay to have a kissing scene, but a stage play as far as that goes? And in front of someone's boyfriend, kissing so sensationally. Is this really a catch-22 situation that they can see? The spectators were more curious about the hilarity behind the scene than the play itself. After all, who can't gossip? The other 2 groups of actors in the waiting area looked mocking and just assumed that they were trying to create a buzz and grab popularity. But so shameless practice only 18 lines of paste curry in order to bow the position will do. Their kind of curry do so is not a wise move. Easy to provoke fans reverse psychology. Before I thought they had deleted all these kinds of episodes, but I didn't expect that as soon as Sister Pei didn't care. She immediately unblocked them. Qin Chao did think that they might be psychologically prepping their fans for a girlfriend change afterward. GM looked at the looks of those 3 and felt that Yang Hong was the only one who almost made a scene. After all, he should be furious, but a trace of excitement actually flashed across his face. Sure enough, it was Lord Yang Ban. The pop-ups were confusing, saying anything but self-congratulatory self-seeking fans mostly. The show goes on. The 2 men, who have regained their identities, naturally fight over the mortal girl, with all the stage effects following suit to mold the battle as much as possible. All kinds of houses collapsed around them and the ground shook. In the end, the mortal girl was taken away by the devil, and the Emperor was seriously injured and returned to the heavenly realm. After recuperating from his injuries, the Emperor still wanted to go find the mortal woman, but was stopped by all the fairies in the heavenly realm, who thought that the Emperor shouldn't look for a woman who was entangled with a demon. And one fairy even took the initiative to come out and propose that the Emperor should draw out his love affairs and forget about the mortal woman, and then said a bunch of reasons for the sake of all the people in the world. It was at this time that the immortal and demon worlds made peace, and the demon lord went up to the heavenly realm with his mortal daughter in a big way. The crowd just watched as the Emperor and the mortal woman looked away from each other, seemingly having 1,000 words to say. That's when the pop-ups finally got some speculation about the plot. Just me, I think this mortal girl can even talk to the devil honors. Why can't she talk to my emperor? Ah, probably forced to stay with them by the demon lord. Going around in such a big circle. Am I the only one who sees something wrong with that fairy? What she said about drawing out the threads of love is that she wants the emperor to not love mortal women. So she must be coveting the emperor. Well, it must be, forcing the emperor with great righteousness, actually wanting to ascend to the throne herself. She must be the evil female match. The watchers didn't react to it. It was a generic episode after all. But the members of the top stream group who had seen them rehearse knew it, and had not designed this fairy plot before. And when you think about it, the answer seems to call out, really shameless. Before also said that will not take advantage of Pei sister. In fact, has long been buried mine. The surface looks like a generic set. In fact, is to imply that Pei sister in their relationship is like this fairy. No way, no way. Sun Mo wouldn't think that such a subtle approach wouldn't count as using Sister Pei to clear his name. Right, and before that he could shamelessly ask Sister Pei to help figure out how to do it? I also admire him to the core for his shamelessness. Qin Chao sneered, they do understand the imagination of netizens. They know where netizens will think once things break out, and as soon as they think of this stage show there will be evidence to prove that their imagination is right. Then the contradictions afterward would be transferred even more recklessly to Pei Mingxian. The three members of the Qin family under the stage had heard all the gossip, and at this time, they also reacted when they heard the people around them talking about the fairy who might become a vicious female match. Feeling the thought patterns of everyone around him who wanted to take things for granted, he felt a nasty chill. And backstage, Pei Mingxian looked at the big screen. Her face had completely darkened, her eyes flashing with disbelief. Obviously as smart as she was, she also reacted to something this moment, and her heart was suddenly cold as iron. Qin Rong and Gao Xiaotao whispered for a while. Gao Hao directly went forward and patted Pei Mingxian's shoulder. Pei Mingxian was startled, only to see Gao Hao say nothing and hand over a business card. It was a business card customized by Qin Chao as the studio owner. What do you mean? Pei Mingxian was stunned. Gao Hao said, you're well informed, so you should have heard about Qin Chao and I going abroad for development, so our studio still needs a professional agent. Pei Mingxian's face changed slightly. She hadn't even considered her future for the time being, but she didn't expect someone to hand her an olive branch. Pei Mingxian's meticulous mind wouldn't easily agree and just frowned in thought. Gao Hao smiled and said, there's no rush. I'm just expressing that we have the will to do this, and we'll contact you afterward. After that, he continued to watch the show. Chapter 98. I hope you just don't scold us later. The Emperor and the mortal woman in the same place naturally, and a variety of separate coincidental encounters. The mortal woman, although resisting each other close, but still by the Emperor forced to take staged a variety of forced love. During this time the fairies do everything they can to stop the two from falling in love. The acting is clumsy and ridiculous, until they kissed together and were bumped into by the demon lord. The demon lord was furious, so the immortals and demons fought, and heaven and earth were in turmoil. The mortal woman once again stood between the two men and suffered a severe blow, only to state the truth just before she died. The mortal girl was actually dying, but she chose to stay with the devil in order to beg him to take her to see the emperor one last time. In fact, she loves the emperor from beginning to end. When the devil learns the truth, he is saddened and chooses to disappear. The emperor collapsed, watched the mortal girl die in his arms, cried his heart out, messed up his Taoist heart, and entered the devil. Gradually, the pop-ups brought in more and more viewers. There wasn't much discussion of the gripping threesome. After all, the trio's acting skills are still very much online, and despite the cheesy plot, the acting is truly infectious. Why should I miss it like this? I'm crying my eyes out. It can't be helped. Mortal women do it for the emperor's good, but how can the emperor be well without her? And the devil's father is also pitiful. He really loves the mortal woman. Why doesn't the mortal woman take a look at the devil's father? Damn it! I hope the emperor is the first one to kill that disgusting fairy after demonization to take revenge for the mortal girl. The audience offstage felt pretty much the same way. The mad emperor, dressed in black with red eyeliner, makes a fuss in the underworld looking for the reincarnation of a mortal girl, but cannot find one, and thinking that his soul is scattered, he plans to die for his love. But before that, vowed to drag the immortal world with them to avenge their love. So the emperor completely became the new demon lord. Sure enough, the first one to kill was the fairy who came out to persuade him. Another catastrophe in heaven and earth. Just then, the mortal woman appeared. It's just that it's in the capacity of a goddess. It turns out that the mortal woman was originally a goddess naturally generated by the heavenly Tao for the purpose of allowing her to shelter the world and maintain peace in the three realms, and that becoming a mortal woman was part of the cultivation process, and that she could regain her true body after death. The goddess urged the emperor to let go of his obsession and bind his hands. The emperor, however, only wanted the goddess to be with him, but the goddess is a derivative of the heavenly Tao. She should be emotionless and ready to sacrifice her life for the living. If she is with the emperor, it is against the heavenly Tao, so she firmly refused. She also falsely claimed that there was no more love, and that she didn't love the emperor anymore. So another round of you running away and me chasing you. You can't get away. The pop-ups are screaming. Say yes to him. He's so poor, so humble, so in love with you. It's crazy enough for you to do this. So stop restraining yourself and face your heart. The way he looks at you, it breaks our hearts to watch. Not, where's my demonic father? Where is my brother? This paragraph are not on the field? Isn't it too much of a loss? Not long after, Hong Yang poured on, pulling the stage show straight into the grand finale. Still with the same cheesy plot, the devil has reappeared, bringing news that an uncontrollable force has leaked out, and the three realms are about to be destroyed. The goddess suddenly felt the will of heaven and knew it was time for her to be sacrificed. To this both the emperor and the demon lord refused at first, but while the demon lord gradually understood that this was something that couldn't be helped, the emperor was unwilling to lose the goddess once more, imprisoning her and preventing her from sacrificing herself. In the end, it was the devil's father who helped the goddess escape and told her to get ready, and in order to force the goddess to come back, the emperor first captured the demon lord in a fit of rage, and then used the lives of all living beings in the three realms as blackmail, so that if the goddess dared to go to the sacrifice, he would take matters into his own hands and destroy the three realms. However, the goddess still refused to show up, and she didn't come out until the demon emperor was almost killed, by which time there were already a number of immortals and demons joining hands to send their divine weapons in the hope that the goddess would put to death the insane emperor, as they knew that the emperor was the biggest obstacle preventing the goddess from saving the world. But just when the goddess had the best chance to be embraced by the emperor, the goddess couldn't lay her hands on it and gave it up. The crisis also comes just in time, so the goddess threatens the emperor to let her go by cutting herself. Watching the goddess tear up, the emperor's heart ached. The goddess is worshipped by the faith of the living beings of the three worlds, and I have made you cry. It is my fault, but remember, my love for you is a faith that all the living beings put together can't compare to, an eternal faith. After saying that, the emperor turned around and left, volunteering to sacrifice to save the world. Finally collapsing into the arms of the goddess breaks down and cries, finally admitting her heart. I was wrong, I love you, you're the one I'll always believe in. Finally the three worlds are restored to peace. The goddess traveled through the three worlds with a wisp of her soul, waiting 10,000 years for her lover to return restored. Awa, for crying out loud, thank goodness it ended well. I have to say, it's the same old story, but I literally cried in front of the screen. My love for you is absolute faith. So romantic, so absolute. The pop-ups finally had a little spike. The stage also resounded with booming applause, and presumably the only people in the audience who didn't applaud were the three members of the Chin family, who instead began to look at each other worriedly. They should be fine, Papa Chin said. This seems to be very popular with everyone. Chin Ma couldn't help but say. Chin Yan gave her mom and dad a pep talk. You have to believe in Himiko and Ah Chao. They worked a miracle last time. Backstage, Pei Mingxian has been watching the online environment since then, and she's genuinely worried about getting backstabbed. She naturally wasn't someone who would sit back and wait for her to die, but Sun Mo had been arranged well by her over the years, so there wasn't any black material at all that she could use in her defense. It's finally our turn, Qin Rong said excitedly. It'll be good to see later, Peachy said. Cao Hao, on the other hand, had a complex expression, as if he was a bit excited, yet secretly worried, and sighed from time to time. This made Pei Mingxian curious. What exactly is the type of script your group is working on? Cao Hao didn't need to keep it a secret at this time. It's kind of immortal. Pei Mingxian? No wonder Pei Mingxian didn't believe it. After all, their makeup was already prepared. It was just that of an ordinary mortal. Even the last group's mortal period clothes were fairy-like. She thought they were ancient life types. And by now, Sun Mo and Yang Hong had returned to the waiting area and accepted everyone's congratulations, rubbing shoulders with the two from the top stream group. Sun Mo was in a good mood and even took the initiative to greet him. Good luck with your performance. Only Ji Him and Qin Chao looked at Sun Mo with unnatural expressions, and the corners of their mouths twitched almost simultaneously. Thank you for the good wishes sent by Old Iron. We'll work on it. Qin Chao, I hope you just don't yell at us later. The stage lights dimmed and the performers took the stage. The director and producer finally smiled with satisfaction as they watched the rising number of people online on the live stream. It seemed that the top stream group's aftermath from last time was still there, and the overall ratings for this installment were definitely guaranteed. They're not greedy either, just enough to keep the heat on to get through this installment. After all, no one wants to go through a big thunderstorm like the last one. Both men prayed silently within themselves almost at the same time that everything would go well, only to have their dreams shattered by the appearance of a voiceover line in the next second, only to see a grand vocal line like a sharp blade running through the pitch-black stage all of a sudden. When the gods are in love, the three worlds are unsettled. When the gods talk about love, The living beings are victimized. Director, producer, why do you smell gunpowder? Off stage, in the waiting area, everyone backstage froze as well. Another matchup on the same subject? The pop-ups were a waterfall of question marks. Immortal theme? This Pearl is not afraid of. Did the villainous fairy say that line in the last scene? On purpose, right? Not really, it's a pretty common line. Wait and see. The two of our family didn't mess with them, nor did they act inappropriately in any way. Aren't they the righteous ones? It's not like they're going to deliberately pick a fight, is it? The lights suddenly came on. Everyone's hearts were in their throats for a moment. Just see the stage as the scene of ordinary people hard work. Farming Chin Chow. Weaving Jihim, with children's grandparents. The village is a peaceful scene. The sun sets. Everyone has the purest smile on their faces, ready to go home hand in hand. But a white fog suddenly rose from behind their stage. The crowd was shocked. Was something about to make an entrance? As a result, he saw the big screen behind him light up, and surprisingly, a video was played, only to see that the three people in the video were all wearing fairy-like ancient costumes wearing masks, presumably to symbolize a certain type of character. Familiar scene. The man in white confronted the man in black, and in the center stood a woman with her hands full. You guys stop fighting. Stop fighting for me. Then the special effects of lightning and thunder appeared, and along with the off-screen stage the ground began to shake and the storm raged. Forces unfathomable to mortals suddenly appeared, devouring everything in front of them like monstrous beasts. It was as if the people on the stage were frozen for a moment, leaving only the desperate running to their nearest and dearest, embracing each other in fear and watching everything on the big screen in horror. Chapter 99. We're all going to be short-lived because of this program. The video continues on the screen as the trio is engrossed in their love-hate relationship, not caring about the effect it has on their surroundings, and those helpless mortals confused, crying, hissing, shouting, but the three on the screen cannot hear their voices. Just you and me, a move to make all the people as mole crickets generally disappeared. After several generations of hard work to build a small village only to leave broken walls, full of devastation, and the three on the screen finally ended the drama of two men fighting over a woman. They didn't even bother to look at what they had caused. The white man flew straight away and the black man left with the woman. A performance ended and the lights dimmed. There was silence, and the pop-ups were almost empty for several seconds. But the number of people online spiked in just a few minutes, as if someone had heard about it. The director and producer are already sweating. Why again? We're all going to be short-lived by the end of this show. You guys are so topsy-turvy. Why don't you just use the stage recordings of the male group as your support material? How hard it is for people to do that. I haven't heard that they've offended you either. Even the behind-the-scenes crew was panicked because they were responsible for limited stage effects and used almost the same props as they did during the last set of performances. This makes it look like they're helping to target the male group together. Will they be killed by the male group's fans? The staff was quivering in both strands, but the watchers were dazzled and their hearts were racing. How can I put it? It's as if the angle of thinking has been forced to make a 180-degree turn. The love story that had just felt so touching was instantly colored with absurdity. Both on stage, backstage, or in the waiting area were in some kind of shock. And Sun Mo Yang Hong and Su Lemon's faces were all very ugly at the moment. They were staring at the big screen with their eyes on fire. Are you crazy? Targeting them like this? Trying to deliberately step on them to get to the top? This is too despicable. It's as if you're doing someone else's bidding, and it feels like you're being put on the spot. And the pop-ups are finally reacting. The strife began. What it means? It means deliberately targeting and using our brother's performance as a clown to highlight their performance. How can one be so vicious? I was going to support a friendly competition, and I kinda liked you guys before, but I didn't realize you guys would do anything to win. The top stream group are just barflies. Deliberately looking for tricky angles to mock other people's performances is a sign of disrespect. Trash with no artistic integrity. Will the fans of the male group be too sensitive? It's just a matter of using the most common trope of the immortals. If you can use it, we can't? That's right. If you have the guts, tell your brother not to act out such a boring script. This kind of plot is just pure coincidence if there is any similarity. That I'm a passerby. I actually think it's a bit of a target too. But as far as the plot goes, I'm standing with the top stream group. They're playing it right. You're in love up there, but the people down there are going to die and live because of your ripple effect. That's right. I was just about to spit out that the top stream group kills their Sith in style. Microblogging also began to discuss a variety of topics. The relevant hot search is gradually up again, but at this time the attitude of the two groups is still half and half, and the show continues on stage. The lights come on, and it seems that the villagers who have traveled far away have returned, unable to see their relatives, loved ones, or friends. Homes have also been destroyed, and even those who can be found are severely injured and disabled, with no hope for life. Coffins, burials, weeping, the whole world seems to be filled with sheer agony. Because of those immortal laws and magic techniques, the rivers that were caused to dry up, the earth collapsed, the farmland was destroyed, which brought about famine, and the death of many people brought about pestilence. Countless people fleeing ended up gathering near the temple. Brother, I'm so cold and hungry. What are we doing? Ji-him followed Qin Chao and knelt together, asking with a face full of confusion. Qin Chao trembled his lips and said, "We are worshipping the immortals. This is our faith. As long as our hearts are sincere enough, the immortals are merciful and will surely come to save us from our suffering. I miss my father and mother. I miss my sister Erhua, the little yellow dog. I also miss the sugar gourd on East Street, the tofu flour on West Street. I still want to." Ji-him with a sobbing voice, as if thinking about it more will not be cold or hungry. Obviously these are all the happiness that was within reach not long ago. Brother, are we sinful people? Is God going to punish us like this? We probably are. All we have to be more religious about it. Qin Chao pulled Ji-him and the crowd together to solemnly kowtow, and at that moment the big screen lit up, and in what was like the fairy realm, there were no gods at all watching what was going on down there. They were crowding around to watch a new round of love/hate relationships. You let go of me. You'll never go with him. Tell me it's me you love. I don't love you. Forget about me. Let her go. Only a few voices are speaking. Emperor, you shouldn't be obsessed with personal feelings. The mortals' prayers have increased and they need shelter. Emperor, you are their faith and they need your response. But I am not a man of many words. The two men who clashed could not be stopped. The screen is a wonderful emotional scene, but off-screen, on stage, everyone bowed numbly and then fell one by one, bleak and sad, until Qin Chao collapsed. The last Ji-him muttered, "Isn't it their duty to shelter us? Do they exist or not? If they exist, why don't they come? Isn't it our faith? Then why do we believe?" Ji-him collapsed, but that's not enough. Because of the competition for a girl, the fairy war begins. Smoke reappears on the stage. A round of stage scenes flashed quickly. There are those who are getting married, those who are studying peacefully, those who are leaning on their beds and breastfeeding, those who are getting up early in the morning and just getting ready to open their stores, and those who are in the courtroom discussing fiercely about the future policies of the state, how to settle the country and how to let the people live in a better and more peaceful way. In just a moment, electricity flashed and thunder roared, and heaven and earth swept away. The sky is a battlefield and the earth is a purgatory. The heavens are still telling of love between acid-filled fights. Some are demonized, some are eclipsed, and some are sacrificed. The earth is a place where wives and families are separated, where nations are broken, where there is no way to fight the power of the gods, where the waves are allowed to ripple through, and where lives are turned upside down in a matter of moments. Even earthly emperors can only cry hopelessly at this moment. Where are the gods we believe in? Who can do us justice? Since you cannot take refuge, what gives you the power to destroy us? You don't deserve to be high and mighty. You don't deserve our faith. You don't deserve it. The heavenly Tao is unjust. The stage lights dimmed and the screen remained lit, playing out the sad back of the man in white painfully holding the woman far away. It was as if the world had been lost. Chapter 100. Looking at the up and down comparison. Mocking attack max. The whole room was silent. Even the director and producer were stunned over there. This scene is a collection of human tragedies. Because the supporting cast were all acting greats, even though Ji-him was mixed in, the overall effect was actually more shocking than the previous confrontation with the movie star group because the scenes weren't heavy. The last male group's performance was made frequently out of order due to stage constraints. Instead, this time, one completely ignores the stage and becomes immersed in the fate of the characters of the plot. Qin Yan and Qin Ma's eyes under the stage were directly red. Originally thought that their tear points were already low enough, but did not expect the next Qin dad suddenly huffed. He looked straight at the emperor's back, as if he empathized with the emperor's powerless grief. It was at this time that Qin Yan and Qin Ma realized that many people around them were emotional, choked up and angry. Backstage Qin Rong directly hugged Xiao Tao and cried, "Peachy, didn't you see them rehearse?" But, Gao Hao instead kept tapping his phone to check the livestream and Weibo, only to hear Pei Mingxian on the side say, "There's no need to look, they've won steadily." Gao Hao froze, only to see Pei Mingxian smile brightly and turn her head. "You guys picked the best topic, and thanks." Gao Hao raised his eyebrows. It was really a keen insight. Pei Mingxian was seeing that there were certain little thoughts hidden in their performance. The other two groups in the waiting area began to look at Sun Mo and Young Hong. Their eyes were filled with teasing, especially when they remembered that these two had just told the top stream group to cheer. It wasn't well-intentioned either, but the top stream group was kinda unkind. Yang Hong grimaced, then carefully swept towards Sun Mo. Sun Mo had already had his face filled with blood in general, and his fists were clenched tightly, almost gritting his teeth in annoyance. The contrast between that screen and the stage was simply a silent mockery of the performance they had just given, and a dismissal of so many of his interpretations. It's almost like slapping them directly in the face. What a humiliation. And Sue Lemon, the assistant actor who was waiting in the other area, was already crying at this point. There were really some people who sympathized with her and felt a little bit sorry for them being given a performance by the top stream group. Can't say the acting crushes it. It really crushes the plot. And at this time online, whether it is the pop-up screen in the live broadcast or the microblogging hot search, after a short silence, it directly exploded. It's really true that when the immortals fight, the mortals suffer. In the past, we used to substitute men and women, but in fact, we are the living beings. Nima, you guys fall in love? Why are we the ones who suffer? Lao Zi is not convinced. Sorry for being too vicarious. What's the matter? We only lost our lives, and they lost their love, right? Look at the up and down contrast. Taunt attack max. Not ashamed of you guys. Shin Chao Ji-him, still so like to stick the face open big. I see so angry suddenly feel that the previous drama to watch so disgusting. They toss to toss in fact is in love only. Obviously the gods why is full of love Why don't you fall in love properly, but have to toss around people? Most of the netizens were struck by the resonance, and probably had been tempted to spout off before, just not in a centralized form. This time the top stream group gave them the chance to go straight as if they had blown up, frantically criticizing the current immortal dramas, but there were a few of them who resisted. But it's just the setting of a TV show. You guys are too serious. There are people who love to watch it. I love to watch fairies fall in love. You have to criticize it to look like you're different, right? Can't I watch sweet divine love when life is already like this? It's so pointless to intentionally create black spots for black people. The top stream group is vicious. The top stream group is deliberately targeting. And the top stream group is program bullying. The online beings are all over the place. So drop it and the show goes on. Originally, we thought that it would continue to reflect the contrast between the two, allowing the audience to see what it means for the gods to move and the three worlds to be unsettled. As a result, the painting style turned around. Ji-him walked out of the earthly purgatory, cultivated into an immortal, ascended to the heavenly realm, and coldly observed everything. This next stage was the immortal world scene. Shin Chao, who played the emperor, and the goddess, who played the assistant actress from last time. It's almost like the last set of renditions, where the heroine's identity is changed. She comes back from the dead, and the two of them get to toss around again. Then it starts with her running away and him chasing. The goddess escaped into the forest. The emperor started a mountain fire. The goddess was forced out. The two pulled to resist the ambiguity, but did not look back to see those who were affected by the mountain fire of the nearby villagers, dead and wounded. The goddess fled into the sea. The emperor raised huge waves. The two hissed in the sea to tell each other's agonizing thoughts, but did not look up to see that countless fishing boats were swept into the sea. None of the small fishing villages along the coast were spared. Even the races in the sea were in mourning because of their excessive weakness. The goddess continued to flee. The emperor continued to chase after her, and the three realms continued to be affected by the waves, dying in pieces at any time, until the power that can truly destroy the three worlds appears. Only when the emperor starts slaughtering mortals in order to force the goddess to give up her salvation. It's a real show where people keep dying at the emperor's hands. If you die, I want the world to die with you. Sun Mo in the waiting area finally couldn't bear it and stood up violently, losing his demeanor and saying, "Doesn't the director even care? This is maliciously scandalizing our previous performance." Although Yang Hong felt that Sun Mo shouldn't have stood up, he could only follow along and protest at this point. Someone in the back couldn't help but make snide remarks. "But your rendition just now did mention the constant killing of people in order to force the goddess to appear. It's just that you avoid these types of renditions. Young people, I advise you that you'd better not pay too much attention to each other's plots right now, or you're likely to be justified in the logic of the plot. Even though there's no sound on our side of the broadcast, the audience is watching your performance. Be poised or you'll be a clown." When the two old seniors present said this, it instantly made Sun Mo so angry that he was red in the face and neck. But in the end, he was still pulled to sit down by Yang Hong. "Don't be angry, Mo. We're frankly following the general rendition of the set, and even if it's not flattering by comparison, we won't be implicated by it." Indeed, the watchers were stunned, as if they had watched the last set of episodes from a different perspective. Nothing against the performers, just shock at the usual formula of fairy dramas. Turns out there was so much bloodshed hidden behind the domineering paranoid love. More cursing on the internet. Asterisk. If you want to talk about it, you can talk about it. If you want to split it, the light will involve two innocent people. How? The world is a part of your play? What has the world done to you? Do we know you? Why should we die for your love? Bad luck. Too bad luck. And let us be buried with you. I'll give you face. Who's going to cure these two upside-down men and women? Most of the netizens could no longer see the heart-throbbing love and were only filled with anger. The show continues on stage. Until the emperor wanted to kill the demon lord. The the goddess appeared to block it. And when she was ready to kill the emperor with everyone's persuasion, she couldn't let go, hugging the emperor and crying. The more people watched, the angrier they got, thinking it was the same stalking act again. Just then, Ji-him, who had been a bystander, standing at the edge of the stage, suddenly rushed out. A sword ran through the emperor. The crowd looked at Ji-him in horror. The goddess clutched the fallen emperor in shock. Who are you? I am the thousands of souls who have died because of you. The watchers were dumbfounded. Chapter 101, Sister Him smacks him. Perhaps all the supporting acts performed so brilliantly that the watchers' thoughts were carried away completely. So ignoring Ji-him, who had been standing at the edge of the stage, coldly watching everything. It wasn't until Ji-him appeared and ran a sword through the emperor who had just been exchanging words with the goddess that the crowd woke up. Yeah, the previous setting was that Ji-him came from the earthly purgatory and cultivated and ascended. So that sentence, I am the thousands of wronged souls who died because of you, it immediately made one's scalp tingle and one's heart pound. Not to mention that the people on the scene were not expected. The netizens across the screen were even more caught off guard, and the screen was full of exclamation points. This reversal is turning my back. I've wanted to get these two relationship brains killed for a long time. I would have wanted to stick my hand in the screen if Haim hadn't stepped in so quickly. Heaven and earth are going to be destroyed. You guys are still resting here hugging and crying, saying love or not love, stupid fork question. Really speechless. His mom to speechless open the door. Speechless to the home. Can only say kill well. While this may not be a good association, you guys look at the live feed in the waiting area and Sunmo's face. Sorry, I'm laughing. Even though he knew he shouldn't lose his temper, Suwonmo failed in his expression management, only to see his face turn blue and his expression twisted, as if it was really them acting out a deep love scene up there, only to turn their heads and be stabbed by Ji-him, making what they thought they were doing touching the heavens and the earth a complete joke. It's a ing slap in the face. Although he knew it was an act, who could endure such humiliation? Not leaving angrily was already his greatest patience, and such Sun-mo naturally caused heartache among some of his fans. It's too much. What did our brother do wrong to be targeted like this? Ji-him and Shin-chao's hearts are too dirty. As a matter of fact, why can't a god fall in love? Why should an emperor sacrifice his lover for the sake of the world? Why does a goddess have to sacrifice? Less moral abduction. Things don't know pain until they happen to you. That's right, sacrifice your loved ones if you can. I have to say that fans of the male group and fans of the fairy romance drama don't admit defeat easily. The stage continues. The emperor naturally wouldn't die from a single sword, but fell into the arms of the goddess with serious injuries. The goddess was anxious to use her divine power to save people and looked at Ji-him, sad and confused. What are you talking about? What wronged soul? Ji-him went straight up and slapped him. Still want to pretend you don't know? The goddess was directly hit with a crooked cheek, still with an innocent expression, looking at Ji-him with disbelief. Ji-him choked the goddess and forced her to look back, as if using fairy magic to get the goddess to look at the sins they had created. On the big screen, all the fiascos flashed quickly. The goddess' face was pale, her pupils trembled, and she burst into tears before frantically shaking her head in denial, as if she couldn't face it. I didn't know this would happen? I really didn't know, cried the goddess. Ji-him slapped over again. Still saying you don't know? You were once a mortal as well. Can you not know? Or did you treat them like ants too? So you don't even care? Goddess shook her head and retorted. I'm not. I'm really not. I'm the goddess. The goddess loves the world. Fine. You're pretending to be deaf and dumb, aren't you? Then why didn't you come out before when the emperor killed so many people to force you to come out? I'm sacrificing myself to save the world. I can't be stopped by the emperor. The goddess seemed to have an immediate boost of energy. Then why don't you hide to the end and sneak off to make the sacrifice? Only coming out when he's about to kill the demon lord? How is it that you're not afraid to leave halfway through this moment? One sentence directly caused the goddess to be dumbfounded, her lips trembling. And this part of the plot was almost similar to the male group's rendition. So after Ji-him's straight to the heart question was thrown out, whether it was live or online, people felt as if they had been struck by lightning. I can't believe I didn't realize that just now. Asterisk. Claiming to be a goddess, treating the world's living beings equally. As a result, you don't show up when you kill mortals, and when you kill demonic beings, you're forced to be helpless? If you stick to hiding to the end and fulfill your mission, I'll still honor you as the way. Yeah, if you don't stick it out to the end, won't those mortals that were killed by the emperor before become a joke? More than a joke, it's just cannon fodder for their love game. You guys take a closer look. Like the male and female main characters gambling, the female main character ran away. The male main character tossed a group of cannon fodder. Wait for the female main character has no way out before coming back to save the rest of the cannon fodder. On this, still expect us cannon fodder to be thankful to her, is not it? The original is an unmitigated disaster. I can't believe I was just moved by that kind of drama. Oh my god, I'm sick to my stomach. Hypocrisy. Just hypocrisy. Sister him smoked his ass. This time, the opposing fans couldn't say anything favorable, and could only reluctantly say, it's not like the goddess knew that the emperor would really be so ruthless. When she knew it, she could only protect the rest as much as possible. The emperor here is already possessed. Would she not think of it? It's just that those sacrifices are inconsequential in her eyes. The show continues on stage. I really didn't mean to do it. I'm sorry. The goddess looked repentant, unable to defend the calamity that had started because of them, only to look at the emperor in the next moment as he continued to spit out blood, but was anxious to save him. Ji-him directly pressed his sword against the goddess's neck. You still want to use your divine power to save him? Is that where your divine power is supposed to be used? The goddess looked at her lover sadly. He was originally an honored emperor of the heavenly realm. It was all because of me that he momentarily fell into the devil. The fault was not his. The fault is not his? Then have you asked those living beings who were slaughtered by him? Ji-him's tone was icy cold. This kind of evil demon who disregards his own duties, who delves into love, who, for the sake of his own selfish desires, in a fit of rage, floats corpses for thousands of miles, bloodsheds the living beings, kills innocents indiscriminately, and is tyrannical in nature. What qualifies him to be rescued? The goddess trembled at what was said, but refused to stop saving her hand. He's just obsessed by his love for me. Ji-him snorted. Could it be that your love is measured in terms of human lives, in terms of how ingrained it is? It's really sick. Ji-him didn't seem to bother saying anything else, lifting the emperor and leaving. The goddess anxiously hugged the emperor. What are you doing? Evil demons should be put to death and sacrificed to save the world. Ji-him finished in a cold voice and directly kicked the goddess away, throwing the person into the smoke on the stage. The goddess immediately exclaimed, Don't! Why do you? Please don't hurt him. It is my duty to offer sacrifices to save the world. Ji-him laughed coldly. So you still remember that this is your duty? The heavenly Tao allowed you to descend into the world and only allowed you to do this one thing well, and you can't even do it well. Waste of a man. As he watched the emperor disappear into the smoke, it didn't take long for the heavens and earth to return to calm. The goddess broke down and cried, unable to save her beloved, and finally began to question the ways of the world. Was I born to be sacrificed? If that's the case, then let me sacrifice. Why let the emperor go for me? How else am I going to live alone without him? As he was talking, Xin Chao, who had changed into white clothes, appeared again, similar to the soul return state in the last scene. After all, immortal dramas love this, and it's fine for them to use the same routine. The goddess immediately cried tears of joy, but without waiting for her to rush up to greet their final Ji-him wrapped a chain around the emperor's neck with a single throw, imprisoning the person. It's not over yet. Chapter 102, You're sick too. You deserve to die. The goddess looked at Ji-him in shock. He survived with great difficulty. What more do you want? I said I am the coalescence of thousands of wrong souls. I have to take revenge. Ji-him laughed evilly. Do you think that you don't need to atone for your sins after creating them? Then where is the justice in this world? The goddess cried and begged. It's all my fault. I'm a goddess. I shouldn't have gotten involved in personal affairs. Ji-him directly interrupted. Then you don't move. Being and standing, habitually playing a passive role. After all, this way, you don't have to bear any sins and infamy, do you? The goddess froze. Although the emperor was unable to struggle, he immediately defended the goddess. We've already saved the world. What more do you want? The goddess also came back to her senses. Is it not enough for the emperor to sacrifice his own body to save the world? Is it not enough to atone for his sins? Laugh your asses off. It is your duty to save the world. What does it have to do with the sins you have committed? The emperor disliked this kind of speech the most. By what right? You all want her to be sacrificed. Which of you has thought about her? Isn't it enough that I went for her now? Ji-him snorted and pointed at the emperor. You are an emperor who is nourished by the heaven and earth's chi, and after you take the throne, you should maintain the order of heaven and earth and keep peace in the three realms. Then he pointed at the goddess and said, You are a goddess generated by the heavenly Tao for a special purpose, and the responsibility of your birth is to guard the living and shelter the living. The emperor and goddess were just about to retort. They were interrupted by Ji-him. Because of these duties, you have enjoyed all the favors of this world from the very beginning, and those favors were formed by the power of the faith and offerings of living beings. This was originally an exchange of equals. To speak of sacrifice is ridiculous. Rather, it was you who neglected your duties and thought only of the wind and flowers, causing so many people to die because of you. And now you take what you should have done as merit to atone for your sins? You don't deserve to be the lord of this heaven and earth and be worshipped by 10,000 people. You don't deserve to be a divine daughter of the heavenly Tao and be subject to the beliefs of the three realms. Ji-him had a burst of output, disliking the emperor and goddess dumbfounded. In the end it was the emperor who couldn't help but hiss. I just love her. Can't a goddess fall in love? Ji-him sneered. It's okay to want to fall in love? Dig out your immortal bones and become mortals. Feel free to fall in love as much as you want. Both the emperor and the goddess were stunned. What? Haven't you thought about it? If you guys get rid of your identities, naturally you won't need to sacrifice anything. The heavenly Tao will find a way to fill everything. Are you blind to the mountains of mortal bones piled up at your feet because of your selfish desires? When did dying for one man in a city become a love to be glorified? You delude yourselves into thinking that you can marry and have children, talk about love, and move to fight over your personal feelings just as mortals do. And what makes you worthy of being that high and mighty God? Since you are in that position, enjoying the pilgrimage, faith, and offerings of all the people of the world, and receiving benefits, you should do what you should do. How is it that you want to be a god again who is highly provided for and enjoys all the benefits of the world, and you are not willing to sacrifice love? It is fatal to be so greedy. Well said. Whoever shouted from the stage, especially prominent in the quiet studio, didn't disturb everyone's viewing experience, because everyone was thinking the same thing in their hearts, and almost no one would be on the side of the emperor and the goddess this moment, because Jihim and Qin Chao's stage play finally helped clear up one thing. The aftermath is endless. The internet is also finally trending one way or the other. Those fans who stubbornly resisted were drowned by the big trend and then gradually assimilated. While refusing to admit that the male group is bad, they have to admit that there are problems with the script. Sister Him, I've come to my senses. Isn't this like receiving a lifetime's paycheck and not wanting to work at the end of it? What a big face. We pray to God every day and make offerings to you, not for you to fall in love. Go to work honestly for your aunt and bless us well. It's okay. If it's not okay, you're laid off. There are plenty of gods and goddesses who want to sit in your place. Big deal. I'll change my beliefs in my favor. If the gods I believe in don't bless me, why should I believe in them? To watch you fall in love is spiritual food? I'm not sick. We hold you high so that you can show us the hope of life, the direction of happiness, and we have given all our faith. And you don't want to give anything back but yourselves? If you want to become a god, you must break the root of your love. And it's only fair that a god born of love must descend into the world as a human being, and rightly question why we should ask you to return the favor. Don't make us believe in the first place if you can. Teacher-disciple romance on this side, immortal fan romance on that side, and then another immortal demon romance, and then a big fight when you're not moving in anger. The powers we have given you are used by you to be jealous and to affect us? Sue Lemon wasn't in the waiting area, so she could look at her phone anytime she wanted, and at this moment, she was biting her lower lip tightly and staring at the pop-ups with a deadly stare. She suddenly had a bad feeling. The plan for the three of them was originally to utilize the stage effects to elicit pity and empathy, and when the time came to voice out their emotional problems, the fans would be very receptive when they thought of their sadistic love on stage, so that it would be a smooth transition over. But now it's the complete opposite. After all, nowadays, if the pop-up accuses the stage of being divine, it can also be accusing the idol of falling in love, right? While neither Sun Mo nor Yang Hong are strictly idols, their live curiosity does rely on their fans. The reason why there was little opposition to Yang Hong's romance with her was because she didn't jeopardize Yang Hong's career. She is a qualified and low-key sister-in-law. But now, their stage play was already unpopular and even mocked because of this onslaught from the top stream group. And in case their emotional problems were to be revealed at this time, I'm afraid that it would instantly bring to mind the current discussion of full-blown indignation. No, this plan absolutely must be shelved. And just in case, the script they performed had to be dumped. It has to be that they didn't pick this script by choice. It was forced by Pei Mingxian to act in this script. Yeah, it's the only way the three of them can get out of this mess. At this time in the background, Gao Hao looked at his cell phone and suddenly eeped. Qin Rong and Xiao Tao looked over curiously, but Gao Hao took his cell phone and handed it to Pei Mingxian to see. Someone took a picture of Su Lemon kissing Sun Mo, and it's already starting to spread on a small scale that Sun Mo is cuckolding Yang Hong. And this kind of internal conflict stunt will spread fast. If it was before, Pei Mingxian would have been shocked in her heart when she saw such a photo. Now, however, he just sneered and broke down. Who let them get so carried away? They deserve it. Qin Rong and Xiao Tao, once they heard that it had actually exploded, were so excited that their smiles were wide and they began to stroll around the plaza, watching the super talk and sharing gossip with others. Dogs will jump over the wall in a hurry. Will Sun Mo choose to give up? At a critical time, Gao Hao worried. Pei Mingxian said, "It's okay, because I've given up on him too." Online smoke and mirrors. A storm is coming, and the final stage has begun. The emperor and goddess could no longer say a word in the face of Jihim's mockery, but when Jihim wanted to make a move against the emperor, the goddess begged again. He knows he's wrong. He's come to his senses. Don't you see that he's already removed his heart demons? I promise you that I'll bring him back into seclusion to atone for his sins from now on. It was also a comforting ending to the last stage. Of course, Many of the audience members who felt relieved at the time are now sick to their stomachs. Couldn't help but wonder how Ji-him would handle it. Shouldn't disappoint them. As a result, the next second, there was a flash of cold light. Without saying a word, Ji-him also raised his sword and stabbed through the goddess chest. You take me for a cutie, going into seclusion to atone for your sins? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you just want to go to a paradise in the world to talk about love? With the blood of thousands of wronged souls on your hands, what qualifications do you have to be reborn to have happiness? You're sick too. You deserve to die too. If you really want to atone for your sins, then go to the path of reincarnation for me and taste all the sufferings that those who died because of your selfish desires suffered in life. Heaven's way is good. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end, and no one will be treated differently because of their status, position, origin. If the gods of heaven and earth are unjust, then I will kill the gods. Be only what you believe in. Chapter 103. This is what happens to a perfunctory audience. At the end of the stage play, the bodies of the goddess and the emperor are killed and their souls are thrown into the path of reincarnation by Ji-him, which is not really reincarnation, but a kind of illusionary realm that can project someone else's life. Ji-him is to let them keep going through the life of all the people they have killed, from hopeful to desperate and helpless, and finally dying to recover their memories of being a god, and then plunging into the next part of their life, so that they can feel for themselves what they have really brought to their believers as immortals, faith worshipping and worshipping them. Ji-him took the divine power that had been stripped from the goddess and sprinkled it on the earth, so that the wronged souls who had died because of them could ascend to the ultimate bliss early, and all things would be restored to life. And these powers originally came from the beliefs of the beings of the three realms in the heavenly Tao, and since the goddess wasn't going to use them properly, Ji-him would help her use them. Ji-him's exit was a gradual disappearance into the dimmed lights. It was as if thousands of wronged souls had gotten what they wanted and finally dispersed, until the muffled Ed voiceover comes on again. Are you qualified to accept the faith and admiration of others? Are you ready? At the end of a performance, everyone held their breath. This alternative script showed everyone's a different world. The last question is even more deafening. The people on stage didn't need field control to guide them, cheering and applauding spontaneously. Among them, Qin's father, Qin's mother, Xinyan all looked around in surprise and followed with honor to stand up and shout for the top stream group. The director and producer looked at the online heat and all the soaring figures. People were dumbfounded. The theme of faith is one that they have thought of every possible way to answer. But I didn't want the top stream group to end up with a rebuke. You want to enjoy the offerings of the believers and be the faith of others. Are you qualified for that? Are you ready for that? Will you discipline yourself and lead by example in the future? It's not just about giving you power. You have to fulfill your obligations as well. Otherwise, what do you need? In this comparison, the men's group's belief in love affairs as a religion is very devoid of depth. It may be true that there is great love that can rise to the level of faith, but the contrast between the two stage play scripts is so tragic. It's a rub on the ground kind of thing. And now who would dare to say that the love performed by the men's group has that kind of depth? Even the fans of the male group were now as quiet as if they didn't exist. On the pop-ups, on Twitter, there were no more voices praising the male group's stage show, and even the mentions were held up for comparison whipping. People's arguments on the internet intensified, even pulling out all the immortal dramas from previous years for discussion. And then Sun Mo's almost one-size-fits-all character was naturally the focus of attention. Who told them not to choose their scripts properly? That's what happens when you perfume the audience. If we didn't pick such a set script, we wouldn't have run into the guns of the top stream group. Sun Mo even tweeted before he joined the show for fans to look forward to his transformation, but it turned out that he was still eating his old food, and fans shuffled around saying that it was for the sake of bonding. Grinding it out my ass. Look at the top stream group, there's still Haim-san, the newcomer with the raw acting skills. Is it good to make this kind of excuse? Where are the fans of the male group? Come out and take a couple steps. Weren't you clamoring before? Do you guys still think your master's performance was touching? In the end, there were die-hard fans who jumped out and talked tough. It's just a mistake in choosing the book. Do you guys know how hard brother is working? We will always believe that brother is working hard for his future. It's just that this time there wasn't a good result. We will always support brother. That's right. Our Yang's girlfriend even sacrificed a lot. It's all for a good stage. You can't dismiss all their efforts just because of a little mistake. It must be the studio's fault. Why did they choose this kind of script? It's basically a plot to harm brother. The staff roll out and give us an explanation. Now that Sun Mo and Young Hong are in a company, the company's PR department naturally rushed to contact them to prepare to discuss a response. It's just that at this moment the furious members of the male god group are waiting for the culprit to return. Ji-him and Qin Chao's side got off the stage all the way back. The assistant actress was worried. Wouldn't we be a little too personal that way? Qin Chao said. Don't worry, I chose the script. I won't implicate you guys. Ji-him also smiled and said, it's fine, we're acting in the same sets as they are. so how can we be blamed? The actors accompanying the show looked at them with extreme distrust, feeling that these two were just masters who liked to mess things up. Such a blatant face-punching behavior was a rare degree of oddity to be seen in the entertainment industry. So much so that they couldn't help gossiping and wanted to follow along backstage to see if the two parties would make a scene when they met. It's hard to say no to this kind of buzz. We all have a heart for gossip. Backstage, people have not yet appeared yet, looking for relations to mix, and the Chin family mentioned Ji-him's heart. They acted so hard before. They should be embarrassed now, and I regret not being able to see their faces in person in the waiting area. The family pressed the corners of their mouths together. No need to be sorry because the expressions were now wonderful as well. Only Sun Mo, Yang Hong and Su Lemon were gathered together. Sun Mo's expression was like a suppressed volcano. Yang Hong's expression was gloomy as if a storm was about to come. And Su Lemon naturally stood in the middle, her eyes already as red as rabbits. As soon as he saw them coming over, Sun Mo directly snorted coldly, his eyes signaling Pei Mingxian. But as soon as he swept over, he realized that Pei Mingxian wasn't even looking at them. In the past, when they encountered this kind of trouble, it was Pei Mingxian who took the lead to help deal with the solution. Even if they had a bad time, Pei Mingxian will still be strong in defense of him externally, and will try to fight for his rights and interests. But now it is. For a while, Sun Mo was really a bit uncomfortable, but remembering the conflict they just had, he couldn't pull his face, and could only stiffen up and wonder if he should rush up and directly look for Qin Chao to ask for a statement. On the contrary, it was Yang Hong who didn't have any worries and directly opened his mouth to question. Both of you, isn't it a bit unethical to pit us like this? We haven't offended you guys, right? Qin Chao stopped and looked at Yang Hong. The surroundings fell silent, the agitation factor drifted in the air, and the atmosphere was instantly tense. Yang Hong has a little capital behind him, plus he was originally quite indifferent to mixing or not mixing with the entertainment industry, so he was not afraid of offending Qin Chao at all. But even so, Ji-him did not expect Yang Hong so courageous, thought they would maintain the surface harmony will be this thing to endure it, and usually look at Yang Hong's character as not so indolent. I see, because this time it's not just a matter of the stage script being crushed, it's also the fact that they were forced to delay their original plans because of our anticlimactic performance. Ugh, no, dude, you just can't wait to give up your girlfriend and abdicate into an underground lover? All I can say is that it's worthy of you. Yang Bengong. A few people from the Qin family almost didn't spurt out when they heard this. Even Qin Chao, who was confronting Yang Hong and facing his anger, almost didn't collapse on his face and could only look at Yang Hong with a complicated expression. Chapter 104, Diverting Conflicts by Self-Direction. Sun Mo also went up to stand beside Yang Hong at this time, expressing the same stance, but he didn't notice that Yang Hong on the side had his eyes lit up because of his actions and couldn't help but glance at him. Qin Chao came back to his senses and said indifferently, "It's no offense, it's just competitive PK. The weak is strong. Why don't we use it when we can come up with a better way? Haven't you guys ever done anything to target others for the sake of your own benefit?" Vocally, Lao San, you're like the villain speaking but what is said is also reasonable. Not to mention the three people in front of us, still want to sacrifice Sister Pei to complete their love story. How do you have the face to question ours? It's all about chucking personal goods in a stage play. We're at least pitting you guys openly and honestly. The Qin family members snickered as they listened, desperately pressing the corners of their mouths together. On the contrary, the trio froze when they heard Qin Chao's reply. I did not expect that Qin Chao would directly admit. Originally thought that Qin Chao would find an excuse to give them a step down. The result of such an answer to Yang Hong and Sun Mo are whole will not. Sun Mo was the worst at dealing with this kind of thing, and instinctively looked at Pei Mingxian again, but there was still no response, not even a glance. For the first time, Sun Mo felt that there was no reliance behind him, like a person walking a one-way bridge, inexplicably feeling uneasy. And just when the atmosphere was incredibly awkward, Yang Hong's manager hurriedly approached and broke the deadlock. The fervor ended and a few people went to a meeting, apparently about this stage. There's a live post-fight interview going on out there right now, and they're going to be on stage later, so they should be trying to take this opportunity to get a refresher. As a result, it didn't take long for Pei Mingxian to return, her face gloomy. The people around them naturally gossiped and peeked. Why is she back alone? Didn't they have a meeting together? The Qin family members gathered around Ji-him gossiped curiously. After all, Pei Mingxian was still Sun Mo's agent now, and without terminating her contract, she naturally had to work for Sun Mo. Seeing this, Ji-him, who was in the process of changing her makeup, couldn't help but check. Oh, gasps and laughs. The Qin family members immediately pricked up their ears. The company wanted to salvage the reputation for the two male gods and provided several PR methods, and Sister Pei, who was still a professional in the end, helped them choose the most appropriate one, which was to apologize for the wrong choice of script, admit the mistake, and promise to try to adjust it next time. No need to do anything else extra. Qin family members thought about it, think it is very reasonable. If they really apologize, the netizens are naturally embarrassed to say more. After all, they acted as indeed the general set. So instead of earning a wave of passers-by goodwill, no, the mistake can be corrected. There is nothing better. Qin Chao as an artist all felt that this was the best public relations method. There are times when it really is better to block than to dredge. Even if you lose a little bit of popularity and face because of this, it is still the most favorable in the long run. But none of the three of them were even willing. Su Lemon even deliberately asked Sister Pei if it was because of her and Sun Mo that she didn't properly think of a solution for everyone. Then she put on a pitiful face and apologized, begging Sister Pei in a low voice for help. Qin family members, hiss, this tea flavor is so strong that you can smell it just by listening to the transcription. Needless to say, Su Lemon was acting for Sun Mo, wanting Sun Mo to make up his mind to side with her so he could pit Pei Mingxian afterwards. Pig-brained Sun Mo immediately got mad at Sister Pei, saying that she even got out without being willing to think about it properly. So that's why Sister Pei came out. The Qin family members couldn't help but spit at Sun Mo in their hearts for having eyes without a pearl. They really thought they were onions? As soon as the resultant people were driven out, these three bad seeds began to plot. To lean, they've already made their move? Sun Mo, you really have no conscience, do not bring hesitation? I'm really disgusted. The Qin family members were immediately curious and moved towards Jihim again. What had they done? As a result, he saw Jihim not have a heartfelt voice, but instead immediately flipped out his cell phone and quickly swiped it up. Qin's family members ate melon quickly and immediately followed Jihim to flip through the microblogging. At that moment, many people's cell phones also rang, especially Pei Mingxian's. Pei Mingxian picked up her cell phone and took a look, her face instantly freezing. Hashtag the culprit of the hashtag men's group stage play flopping has topped the hot search. The topic is rapidly fermenting. Someone provided the marketing number with a variety of rehearsal photos, and inside the photos were all scenes of Pei Mingxian supervising the work with a script. A so-called insider started breaking wild stories that, in fact, the original script for the male group was Faith of Great Justice, not A Small Love at all, and it was forced to be replaced by his agent. Those intimate scenes were originally rejected by everyone, and were also requested to be added by the agent for the sake of eyeballs. Sun Mo's old fans should know that his agent Pei Mingxian has always been in charge of Sun Mo's affairs and is solely responsible for them. Sun Mo doesn't have the right to make decisions at all. He listens to her. So this stage blunder really isn't the fault of the male group. It can only be said that the agent's vision is not working, thinking that he can resist the top stream group with this kind of area of specialization. But he didn't expect to lift a stone and smash his own foot. Someone at the bottom immediately responded. How could the agent be so stupid? Not letting Sun Mo transform, but instead letting him eat his old money. Isn't this looking for a scolding? It shouldn't have another purpose. She used to be very shrewd. I don't think she's trying to ruin my brother's star. A fan sniffed and was outraged. Soon after, a highly liked comment was topped with, word on the street is that the two seem to be breaking off their contract. This immediately stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. After all, the showbiz industry released agent backstabbing artists is really not uncommon. Maybe the benefits weren't negotiated, or maybe there was a grudge, so they were looking for an opportunity to teach a lesson. This explanation instantly shifted the object of the fans' hatred. After all, they were more willing to believe that the others were the villains than their own brother, who must be the victim. Hashtag sympathize with Sun Mo Yanghong hashtag artists right to choose the script hashtag mean to transform. What's stopping you hashtag and other phrases appeared one by one, as if they were trying to portray Pei Mingxian as a big devil in control of everything. These messages also affected the pop-up screen, and the previous water of mocking the male god group gradually began to sympathize, and even began to put words for Pei Mingxian to go to the live broadcast to apologize. Let's just say that public opinion, once channeled, is pretty transient, and the real staff who knew the truth all looked sympathetically at Pei Mingxian, knowing that she had been pushed out to take the heat, but they were small in number, and they didn't have the big capital to spend money to help them buy hot searches and hire water armies, so it was useless even if they stood up and said anything. It will only be drowned in the flow of information. Directors and producers have not dared to venture out until now, apparently not wanting to get involved in this dispute. After all, it's their own business. This circle is deep water, the least of which is the wrongly accused. However, the melon-eating Qin family members were furious and frantically hinted at Qin Chao. Qin Chao gave Gao Hao a wink. Gao Hao helplessly took the cell phone and walked towards Pei Mingxian. Do you need help? Pei Mingxian's ice-cold face slowly lifted, and with a cold smile, she said, if you can't handle this point, are you still willing to dig me? Seeing this, Gao Hao raised his eyebrows and said, it seems like it's hard to beat Sister Pei. Chapter 105, I'm going to appoint Sister Pei as a yin-yang master. One can only say that this move of Sun Mo's and theirs, if they want to take shape, It's bound to be Pei Mingxuan's willingness to sacrifice. Qin Chao analyzed to the Qin family. Ji Him said, if it is the previous Pei sister, as a broker for the artists to take the blame is nothing. After all, artists and brokers are one. As long as the artists do not lose their hearts and minds, the money they are still earning, but cannot let their own hands to make money tools out of the problem. But nowadays, Qin Rong sighed. Sister Pei and Sun Mo's relationship has stiffened to such a state. It's really unbelievable that Sun Mo still dares to do this. Qin Ma said, the brat is emboldened and thinks that little Pei won't ruin him. Qin Yan was stunned. He's still really confident. He doesn't still think Pei Mingxian likes him. Qin Dad and Qin Chao looked at each other and were tempted to say that Sun Mo wasn't so stupid. Gao Hao walked back and everyone looked at him curiously. Gao Hao laughed. There's no need for us to worry. Isn't there some kind of call log chat message posted online that can prove it? Qin Rong asked excitedly. Gao Hao laughed. How can I use this move? That's hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging herself 800 times. Pei Mingxian can't eat such a loss. Several of the melon-eating Qin family members didn't react and looked at Gao Hao suspiciously. Gao Hao explained. Think about it. Those rumors can be other people's outbursts. Explicitly the male god group didn't say anything. If at this time Pei Mingxian personally came out to break the news, handing over the evidence and dumping all the responsibility on the male god group, it's equivalent to backing the master. The more sensible fans will look at the truth. The irrational ones. The crowd instantly reacted. The heart was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. Sensible fans will also remember who chose the script. Why was Pei Mingxian pulled out to block the arrows? And irrational fans take it to another level. They will not think that this is their brother behind the back of the encouragement. Will only think that our brother obviously did not do anything. It is someone else to sow discord. You as an agent do not protect your brother. How can you still betray your brother? You have failed your brother's trust. The crowd could already imagine what those people would say. Most importantly, the reputation in the circle won't be good either, and no one will dare to use her in the future. Unless she doesn't stay in the circle and wants to fight for herself as well. She could do that, but she's not that reckless. After Gao Hao calmly analyzed the situation, he saw that the crowd was staring at him with a curious look, and instantly satisfied the agent's desire to tell the story. If only all the artists under his command were so obedient when he spoke. One Qin Chao never rambled, and one Ji Him started to wander off into space while listening. It was just too uncooperative. It was when Gao Hao was preparing to give the crowd a tall talk to analyze a wave of what Pei Mingxian would do. He saw the crowd's expressions change rapidly, then look as if they had come to a realization, and in a split second, they lacked interest in what he was about to say. Ko-o, Ji Him, who had already watched Pei Mingxuan's operation through the melon eating system, bloated and began to brush the post, and the crowd that had already listened to their hearts began to witness how those fans who had blasted Pei Mingxian were slapped in the face. In fact, the operation is very simple. Before there is a breakout of Sun Mo and Su Lemon kissing photos, although it spread quickly, it never got up under the onslaught of heavyweight traffic information online. Some people saw and dismissed the photo as a muddy pic because of its lack of clarity. Pei Mingxian only had to secretly buy them a wave of traffic, and then gave a strong title, and everything fell into place. Hashtag Sun Mo doesn't seem to be forced to do this, and he's been rehearsing very hard outside of the theater. But if Sister Pei can talk, say more. I want to seal Sister Pei as a yin-yang master. Wait, I haven't even seen this photo. Dare they are so horny in private. What is this? The company's rooftop? I'm curious. Did Yang Bengong relay to it this time? Qin's family actually saw the photo before, but with this caption, crazy to hold back laughter. Well, sure enough, a sharp marketing number soon noticed and immediately retweeted it, just waiting to fester. Except they just happened to be invited on stage for the final session. I don't know if it was because they didn't dare to face Pei Mingxian, so Sun Mo and the others directly went on stage from somewhere else. After Qin Chao and Ji Him went up, they saw that they looked recovered and obviously felt that the damaging method had pulled them out of their predicament. Qin Chao and Ji Him hold back their expressions as they are interviewed and go through the motions. From the acting discussion to the script, Suanma and the gang also implicitly expressed their helplessness with the script of their own show and agreed with the vision of the top stream group's script. In that instant, Ji Him and Qin Chao directly coughed. Their faces were suffocating red. The men's group probably still thinks it's their generosity that surprises the top stream group. In fact, it was those two who were really close to stifling their laughter. There was no fuss this time, and it went down smoothly, except that before it went down, none of them saw the director and producer behind the camera wind up facing a bunch of sudden and unexpected pop-ups, then hurry up and close the live feed. Their show is over, and the furor afterward has nothing to do with them. Nothing. Not long ago, netizens were excitedly eating melons and watching all kinds of conspiracy theories from fans of the Double Boys, but then they turned their heads and were shocked. What is this? Outsiders don't understand that when actors rehearse, this kind of kissing scene has to be real too? Rehearse my ass. This isn't a rehearsal room. They're out there like this. Don't say they're forced to rehearse. Contemporary netizens are not easy to fool. Look at this posture. The kiss is so deep. Completely moved. If this is forced, I'll spin upside down and wash my hair. The photo of this dress. I think I've seen their fans posting roadshows. It's just every day. Not work. Cheating, no doubt. Asterisk 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 then just said that the agent forced them to act in a script like that and forced them to do a kissing scene. I told you, those fans don't use their brains? Even if the manager can influence Sun Mo's decision, how can he control Young Hong and Su Lemon? Joke. Even if Sun Mo's curiosity, it's impossible that he doesn't have a voice on the agent's side. Disguising himself as a victim, doesn't he just want to shake off the blame for this failure? As a man is also too unresponsive. I declare that I'm taking off my powder. Let's not jump to conclusions and get carried away. What if it's a black man deliberately using fake photos to hack our brother? Maybe it's some other shot. Not waiting for Sun Mo's fans to find a reason to comfort themselves. Yang Hong's fans quit first. His own sister-in-law, who was so hard to admit had cheated on him. That Sun Mo before robbing Young Hong some, even if we generous. This also rob girlfriend? No, must be clear. The live stream was just about at the end of the broadcast at this point, and the pop-ups were coming in all over the place. Only the actors had turned their heads and were no longer projected on the big screen, so no one saw them. With the battle turned on for the fans of Hong Yang, under a burst of professional identification, the photo is 100% real and valid. It is a stolen kiss accidentally photographed by someone's drone. This is a direct hammering death. Young Hong's fans exploded. At once, they quarreled with Sun Mo's fans, throwing black material at each other. Su Lemon is also a small third-line actor. A little fan base, her fans have no choice. Cannot admit that their own sister is a shameless scum, so half of them begged her sister to come out and explain. Half of them began to suspect that it is Su Lemon was forced. In short, the three-party melee, coupled with Chin Dinglio's fighting fans and Jian's melon-eating fans to get along, made the microblogging server paralyzed for a while. When it's recovered, basically some things are capped. Die laughing. I think it's Sun Mo who arranged this kind of script in order to screw Young Hong's girlfriend. They hooked up long ago. Yang Hong has his head in the green grass. He's been robbed of his wife, and he's still stupid enough to help out with the other party's best play. Eye-rubbing powerful explosion. Before Yang Hong's fans also said for this stage play sacrifice a lot. Their girlfriends are contributing. I thought it was for the sake of art dedication. Dare to say that someone wants to wear a cuckold. Saying that, I suddenly felt that the image of watching them act out the emperor and goddess kissing together before was too disgusting. It turned out that it wasn't for the sake of performance at all. It was just for selfishness. Simply treating the audience like monkeys. We're all good. It's their fans that are like sizable cuties. Ha 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 ha. Sympathize. Take off the powder. Take off the powder. Sun Mo was black for life. Sister Pei has worked so hard by your side for so long. You don't appreciate it even if you don't. When it comes to things, in order to protect yourself and your little lover, you even dumped the pot on Sister Pei. I've misjudged you. Sun Mo, do you have a conscience? The old lady stayed up for your career, but you messed around with such an important stage show for you to steal someone else's girlfriend. You're just shameless. I told you how a good transformation suddenly has to act in something old-fashioned. So that's how it is. Sun Mo, if you want to fall in love, I won't stop you. But you can't pretend to be upwardly mobile and enjoy what we're paying for while swinging your own career to fall in love. I'm really blind. Passers-by look at a hilarious situation and can't help but express their opinions. Not to mention, it's really a bit of that flavor between the gods and believers. The idol spoiling his career for the sake of love. Isn't it similar to the gods neglecting their duties for the sake of falling in love? Both of them failing the people who trust him, provide for him, support him, and treat him as a spiritual pillar. Watson, you found the blind spot. Of course there is the presence of tenacious fans who resist. Those are marketing numbers breaking news. Not Sun Mo's words. He's not dumping. Be careful of being reversed. Just tell me if he's screwing someone else's girlfriend. No, everything is Jihim Chin Chao's fault. They designed to harm our brother. Before we met them, our brother was fine. Brother is my eternal faith. I believe in brother. I will go to settle the score with them now. Only a few extreme fans would still brainlessly support Sun Mo, but they couldn't make any waves at all. Once again, the two groups there are backstage, and inexplicably, the backstage crew has gotten bigger. Jihim and Chin Chao know that they are all comrades who came to eat melon. Chapter 106, doesn't a narcissist brother want to lose face? When Young Hong's agent refreshed his phone, the tweets were still crashing, so without noticing anything different, he went out to arrange for the return trip. Su Lemon's assistant is protective of his master. Only at this time, he is still arranging for the water army to blacken Pei Mingxian, and did not pay attention to other news. So this moment Sun Mo was still calm and relaxed and took the initiative to come to Pei Mingxian's front, and seeing her ugly face, he knew that Pei Mingxian had already understood what they were doing. Sun Mo looked a bit uncomfortable, but he still spoke. Ah Xian, I have something to say to you. Come out for a moment. Pei Mingxian raised a pair of ice-cold Danfang eyes, and her sharp line of sight made Sun Mo's heart unhappy. Do you have the nerve to do this? Do you think I'm so used to taking the fall for you anyway that it wouldn't hurt to do it one more time? Sun Mo's face suddenly changed. His eyes swept around. How could he say it directly in a place with so many people? He glared at Pei Mingxian unhappily. Come out and talk. Pei Mingxian, however, sneered and said, there's no need. After signing this termination letter, from now on we'll return to the bridge, return to the road, and I can guarantee that I definitely won't make any public statements to refute on the matter of script dumping. As he spoke, a freshly released termination letter was pulled out of Pei Mingxuan's bag and placed in front of Sun Mo. When these words came out, everyone in the room sucked in a breath of air. It had gotten so far that the contract had to be terminated? It seems that what Sun Mo did this time really hurt the agent's heart. After all, the staff present knew that the agent had made a scene before over the matter of changing the script, and it was Sun Mo who had not listened to the advice. Now that PK has lost and is still being mocked by the group, Sun Mo's dumping of pots to salvage his reputation is really classless enough. People's brokers are also considered to be mindful of the old feelings, do not intend to drag Sun Mo down in this matter, intend to recognize and then go their own way, is also considered to be sentimental and righteous. The crowd looked down awkwardly at the cell phones in their hands, the new messages that kept popping up, and then looked up at the three people who had come in. Did they not see that picture yet? Is this the time to be concerned about termination? Yang Hong, strange? Why are so many people looking at me? Su Lemon, strange? It seems like a lot of people are stealing glances at me. No surprise, just looking at you guys, ha ha ha. The Qin family swept their excited gazes back and forth, wanting to see when they would change their faces. Sun Mo didn't pay attention to the situation around him, but interrupted in shock. Pei Mingxian, as far as, it's not like it's the first time you have to gamble on terminating your contract? Pei Mingxian was close to rolling her eyes. I mentioned the termination of the contract to you before. You took it as an earworm. After I finished, I went to prepare. I've already signed the words. Now that you signed it, the contract will come into effect. Do you still think that I'm gambling? Sun Mo froze. Pei Mingxian, however, said to herself, as for the other contracts that can't be dismantled, they can be dealt with slowly in accordance with the law, and I'm willing to bear any losses that are within my portion. So now immediately terminate our partnership right away. But I know Pei can't stand it for a moment. Qin's family, of course the garbage should be thrown away in a hurry. Pei Mingxian took out a signing pen when she finished speaking, and both handed it to Sun Mo's eyes. You really want to do this? You can't tolerate me and me that much. Sun Mo swept a glance at Su Lemon on the side. Man, your name is narcissism. Qin's family, it's narcissistic. Pei Mingxian was also disgusted as the corners of her mouth twitched, incredulously saying, still think I like you and am jealous. I really didn't know that your imagination turned out to be so rich. I can only say that your fantasies disgust me. Alas, blindly what big truth, but also in front of so many people say, narcissistic brother do not want to face? The Qin family, PFFFFFFF. The eaters had their hands full, pretending to be busy, but they couldn't help but perk up their ears. Say more, whoever blocks the door, never let them go. You should never eat a melon only halfway. I'm sure the backstage is a melon-eating destination. Sun Mo's face suddenly a burst of green and red. Shame and anger. You are not jealous as what? In the past you obviously did so much for me. Talk about the contract to drink to the stomach bleeding. Cannot sleep for a few days and nights to block the producer for me to seek opportunities. I no matter how hard the work, you will accompany me to give me encouragement. Suanma quieted himself as he spoke. The others even listened in awe. So Pei Mingxian did so many things for him. That Sun Mo is still treating her like this is really too heartless. You don't think that I'm doing so much because my old lady has her eye on you, do you? Pei Mingxian arrogantly smiled. Even if I have to train a dog actor, I can pay so much because it's my career. Sun Mo could barely stand in shame and anger and took a step back. Sister, don't be so mean. A dog actor is more dedicated than he is. Not only will he never collapse, he won't backstab his master. Qin's family, can't tell which of you is more damaging. You used to be a potential tool man in my eyes. Now you're a piece of. I don't want to sync with you. One more second tied to you and I'll be all over the place. So sign it quickly or you should know that I have plenty of proof that you guys lied. The color on Sun Mo's face seemed to be falling off layer by layer, probably finally snapping out of his narcissism. His lips went white and trembled. You really want to do such a desperate thing? To break off with me? How is he nice? Why does he still look like a victim? Any more nonsense? I can. Pei Mingxian took out her cell phone and made a threatening gesture. Brother Mo. Yang Hong reminded. Sun Mo looked over. The two of them naturally had a bit of a tacit understanding. and then they looked at Sue Lemon. Although she didn't open her mouth, her eyes were full of worry. As they watched the trio exchange glances, the entire room's pupils trembled lightly and their toes dug into the ground in embarrassment. They don't know yet. Also, no one has a cell phone. Damn it, someone tell them. But no one can afford to give up this hilarity. Sun Emo took a deep breath, calmed down, took the contract, and said with a complicated expression, "Are you really going to terminate my contract?" Pei Mingxian nodded her head. Sun Mo's eyes twinkled. "Then you promise you won't?" "I've always been a man of my word. And when I say I won't publicly publish the relevant arguments, I won't. So if you guys really hold it over my head, I'll just acquiesce." Pei Mingxuan's eyes were deep as she opened her mouth to promise. "Good, I believe you." Sun Emo swished a few times and signed, in duplicate, then looked up with a grave expression and exchanged contracts. "This matter is what I owe you. Later, there's no need for that. The two don't owe each other, each according to their own abilities in the future." Pei Mingxian was satisfied and accepted the contract, completely becoming a free agent. Ji-im finally couldn't hold back his heart and laughed maniacally. "Po ha 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 ha, Sister Pei Kao ah, not openly published, but she's already sneaking a counterattack ah." Sure enough, mixed to Pei sister this level, only possible ruthless, absolutely not merciful, still able to utilize this wave to smoothly terminate the contract. "Sister Pei, you are my eternal sister." Qin family members, two birds with one stone. Perhaps from the moment Sun Mo stepped in here, Pei Mingxian sensed that the opportunity to break the contract had come. The other melon eaters can only see the surface and can't help but exclaim, "Pei Mingxian is really atmospheric." But it's true that God still has an eye for them. They accidentally made a mistake themselves, and this moment is estimated to be. Just then, Yang Hong's manager and Su Lemon's assistant arrived in a hurry and almost bumped into each other at the door. "Yang Hong, something's wrong," the agent shouted while glaring angrily at Su Lemon. "Lemon, look at your cell phone," the assistant said anxiously as well. Sun Mo immediately had a bad feeling, took out his cell phone and hurriedly looked. At a glance, his body was like being struck by lightning, and his legs were soft and swayed a few times before he could barely stand. He snapped his head up to look at Pei Mingxian. "It's you?" Chapter 107, Encountering Fans' Crazy Attack. Pei Mingxian was not so stupid, and her acting skills at the moment were comparable to a movie queen. "What?" Sun Mo's expression was obscure, and he couldn't tell the difference between true and false. "Don't say it. Let's hurry back to the company and discuss." Yang Hong hurried over to pull Sun Mo away, and turned back to glare fiercely at Pei Mingxian. He would never allow someone to hurt Sun Mo like this. It was forcing them to take the final step. When the gang is gone, Gao Hao stepped forward and said, "Looks like there's still a fight to be had. Then come and try." Pei Mingxian sneered. Xin Chao stepped forward and said, "Ms. Pei, on behalf of the studio, I officially invite you." Pei Mingxian froze and looked over to see Ji-im at the back also blinking a pair of clear almond eyes at her. The top stream group really is a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. Thanks a lot, but I can't go to a new owner in a situation where I might be carrying black material. Right, I'll come to you guys when this wave passes. Pei Mingxian nodded her head and thanked her before leaving alone. Obviously, Pei Mingxian still planned to meet the next raging storm on her own, and the possibilities that Qin Jia could analyze, she might not be unable to guess. It's just that she may not have a good way to fight back anymore. I guess. Looks like a good show tonight. Got to stay on my phone and eat the melon firsthand. The Qin family thought the same thing. After all chasing gossip to this point. "Let's go." Ertie said to pick us up to celebrate the success of your performance tonight. Qin Yan stepped forward and laughed. Gao Hao, on the other hand, went up to the Qin family and said, "Everyone, you guys go through the back door with Little Peach and let Ji-him and Qin Chao go through the front door. There are quite a few fans coming." When Qin Chao and Ji-him followed Gao Hao to the door, Ji-him was dumbfounded. "I just saw that there were almost all people outside, and I couldn't see the end of it. The program group also arranged security guards. So exaggerated?" Qin Chao said, "There should be more than just our fans." Qin Chao still has a good idea of the amount of fans he may come to support. Too much and the studio will intervene. And Ji-him is still a newcomer. Although he has attracted a lot of fans, the extent to which he can spontaneously come to support him is still relatively small. After all, strictly speaking, Ji-him is still considered a variety artist. And the fans of the male group, Qin Chao was surprised. They haven't left yet? Where do they dare to meet their fans now? Sneaking out the back door, Gao Hao mocked. Didn't any of the staff tell the fans they were gone? Jaiheim wondered. No one will believe me if I say so. Qin Chao turned his head to Ji-him and said, "There are too many people. Be careful of being squeezed later." Ji-him nodded. As soon as the two went out the door, they heard all kinds of excited shouts, and fans on both sides of the room crowded forward, so that the security guards could only hold hands and barely keep them apart. In addition to the ones who had responded to the support, Ji-him heard many inquiring about the news of the male god group. Listening to that tone, it was almost as if they were here to question the culprits, so it was no wonder they didn't dare to walk through the front door. But it did involve them inching forward, and several times the wall of security guards couldn't carry them. Not a moment later, some black-clothed bodyguards walked up to help maintain order. These were the Chin family's bodyguards. From a distance, Ji-him saw Chin Rank, dressed in formal attire, standing by the side of the road, waiting for them. Apparently they were worried about them, so they arranged for the accompanying bodyguards to come over and help. With the Chin family bodyguards present, soon, Ji-him and Chin Chao got into the car. Chin Chao took a bunch of fan letters. Ji-him saw it and was kinda curious as to what kind of letters fans would write to their idols. Just as he was thinking, he heard a mournful shout. Ji-him, I'm your fan, please read my letter. Ji-him instantly had a jolt of excitement, not so much vanity as pure curiosity, so while the car was still running, she pressed down on the window and saw a young girl being stopped by a bodyguard. The young girl's excitement twisted as soon as she saw her, holding a pink letter in her hand and waving it desperately. The bodyguard glanced back and saw Chin Rank, who had peeked out from behind Ji-him, nod his head and let the young girl rush to the car. The young girl picked at the car door, and Ji-him was just about to say thank you and go get the letter. As a result, he saw a flash of cold light, and Chin Rank's sharp breathing immediately came from his ears. Get out of the way. Before Ji-him could react, he was pulled back by his collar and slammed into a solid embrace. Inside the car were mingled exclamations of shock, and Ji-him was already confused, hearing only Chin Jia's heartbeat behind her that was as heavy as thunder, and an arm across her eyes. The sharp edge cut through the sleeves of the black suit, then the white shirt inside, and finally blood instantly soaked out. It's all your fault. It must be you guys who designed to harm Brother Mo. Brother Mo is so good. Those exposés are all deliberately hacking him. It's you guys who did whatever you could to win. You bought your agents to work together to harm him. It must be like this. The young girl outside looked twisted and tried to draw her knife and stab again, but she was tackled and pinned to the ground by the bodyguard who arrived behind her. The people around were in shock and some kept taking pictures and videos. Chin Chao stormed down with Gao Hao to call the police to deal with this young girl. The car started immediately, and the others accompanied Qin to the hospital to treat his wounds. Ji-him blamed himself for helping to hold Chin Rank's hand and said, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it's not that I'm curious, what does it have to do with you? The script Chin Chao wrote. The fans are someone else's family. You are just unlucky. Chin Dad urged the driver to drive faster while speaking. It's fine, the wound isn't deep. Shin Yan at least studied medicine and was still able to treat it urgently. Shin Rong, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, had actually reddened with fear, but still patted Ji-him's hand and said, Second sister-in-law, don't be afraid. This kind of thing, third brother has encountered it before. Some fans are just more irrational. Shin Ma also worriedly said to Ji-him, don't blame yourself. Just now it was this brat Chin Rank who asked the bodyguard to let the people in. It was him who caused the trouble. Ji-him's heart swelled, and she turned her head to look at Chin Jia. Chin Rank looked at Ji-him calmly, a soft light flooding the cold texture of his point-painted eyes. It's fine. Ji-him opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Inside, she was actually a bit uncomfortable, and the first time someone was so protective of her, it just felt a bit awkward. Just that fruit knife in fact the most scratch my arm. Own suffer a bit also nothing. Shin title so. See justice. People also strange good. Turned back to have to thank him properly. Shin Jia slanted a helpless glance at her, and could only continue to speak. Protecting you is what I should have done in the first place. It's not bravery. It's a husband protecting his wife. Ah yes. I forgot. This guy values responsibility more than anything else. Protecting his nominal wife is his duty. I'm enjoying the convenience of my status. Chin title. He doesn't seem to be trying to convey that. When the Chin family heard, they couldn't help but look at each other and see the worry in each other's eyes. How can I say this? Although they know that Chin Rank and Ji-him are a form of couple, but Ji-him subconsciously is also too raw with her own husband, right? It used to be clingy, but now it's not only not clingy, it's got an outsider's attitude. Even Chin Rank sacrificing his life to save others didn't move Ji-him to tears. It was too worrying. So the crowd took advantage of the time when Ji-him accompanied Chin Rank to treat his wounds to gather and plot things. While treating the wound, Chin Chao brought the police to take evidence. That's when they learned the situation. That the young girl was an underage fan and her family got a call to rush over and make a scene. Look at the unreasonable look of those parents. I know how to spoil such a crazy child. Chin Chao gasped. At the police station, they even clamored for the police to come and arrest me and my second sister-in-law, saying that we framed Sun Mo. It's our fault that Sun Mo performed a disappointing stage performance, and it's also our fault that Sun Mo hooked up with someone else's girlfriend, because those who go against us don't have a good ending, and cite the movie star groups as evidence. Chasing stars is like being initiated into a religion. Your brain is gone. What's even funnier is that she even asked Sun Mo to come to her rescue, saying that Sun Mo cares about them fans the most. Will manage? Jiheim said in shock. Of course not. This is a fan's personal behavior. Not to mention Sun Mo. His company's people won't care. If it's the old Pei Mingxian, I guess she will come to deal with it. Fight to minimize the bad influence, and buy a wave of people's hearts in the meantime. But now it's the time when Sun Mo is burnt out. How can he deal with the fans? At most, he will issue a statement to apologize to us, and then severely condemn the fans' behavior. After Qin Chao finished speaking, Gao Hao walked in and said, the other party has already sent it out. After all, it's on the hot search, and they dealt with it quite fast. Otherwise, with their current situation, they are really on all sides. Qin Chao snorted. I wonder what that crazy fan will think when she watches her own master apologizing to us and clearing the air with her second sister-in-law. What do you think? I plan to sue to the end anyway. Gao Hao frowned at Jihem. He knew that Qin Chao was stubborn. He could only try to persuade Jihem. The other party is underage. In case they do something excessive. There are many examples of this kind in the entertainment industry. It will be very troublesome. You have to know that public opinion usually stands on the weaker side rather than the one that has a point. Moral kidnapping is very scary. You have only just entered the industry. It is not good to stick to such a thing. It is best to trivialize the matter and solve it peacefully. Qin Chao moved his mouth in a less than satisfied manner. Jihem looked at Qin Rank. You're the one who got hurt. What do you think? Qin Title said. The target is you and Qin Chao. You decide. Gao Hao was about to let out a sigh of relief, feeling that Jihem was still a better person to talk to. Jihem swept a glance at Qin Rank's wound and spoke, then sue to the end. Qin Chao immediately laughed. Koho ahs. Jihem said, age is never a get-out-of-jail-free card. Everyone has to pay for their own behavior. What depression? What suicide threat? All said in advance. We don't eat this set. If she harms herself, it's also the responsibility of her and her parents. By their own responsibility. It has nothing to do with us. We only ask for a legal notarization. We only ask for any person who is in this kind of situation to also be able to get the most just response. Even if the final result is not good, public opinion is not on my side. The big deal is to quit the entertainment industry. I do not have to enter. Chapter 108, Numbness. Numbness of people. Gao Hao was surprised. It was rare for Jihem to be so serious. But since she said that, Gao Hao could only go ahead and make a statement to deal with it. Jiheim turned around to see both brothers looking at her. What for? Jiheim said uncomfortably. You're actually so angry? Qin Chao was surprised. I'm not angry. Jiheim wondered. Qin Chao laughed dryly and got up to leave. Qin Rank looked at Jihem and said, don't be angry. I'm really not mad. Jiheim was speechless. Angry me. I said I'm not angry. Injured and not me. Just think why, because of the age of the preferential treatment. She but hurt you. Cut such a big mouth. The meat is turned out. But also stitches. But also flowed so much blood. She should pay the due price. The corners of Qin Jie's mouth hooked up slightly. Soon, the cell phone rang a bit. Jihem flipped out the phone to see. The studio has tweeted. The attitude is very tough. And also expressed the meaning of those words that Jihem just said. It was also specifically emphasized that it was Jihem's very important family that was hurt. Probably Inner Entertainment had this kind of reverse moral abduction by so-called small fans too many times. That's why even with a strong attitude against it, surprisingly there weren't many accusations, and there were even quite a few passers-by who supported it. This time Suwonmo was held up to the fire. After all, he was his fan. Quite a few of Sunmo's current fanbase were present at the time, and not only did they not wait for Sun Mo to come out and explain to them what happened tonight, but there were also companions who made such a humiliating situation, and Sun Mo didn't come out to deal with it. They didn't blame Jihem and Qin Chao. After all, even if they were biased in favor of their own masters, they knew that this matter had nothing to do with the top stream group. All of this is because of Sun Mo's inappropriate behavior. His fans were furious. The fan site shut down. The fan heads stood up and threatened to withdraw their fans, asking Sun Mo to hurry up and come out to explain everything. Finally Sun Mo's microblog sent out a live statement. Yam Hong and Su Lemon's microblog retweeted it, and the three of them jointly stated that they would make everything clear on the air. And at this time, Jihem they have returned home. Jihem just lay down, saw the live broadcast statement, was about to squat later live. Just got a message from Qin's mom. Jiheim, when he gets home, Qin Rank, with his arm hanging and needing help undressing for the shower, is surprised to find that the housekeeper is not there and calls his father. I have a backache. I need to rest and find your daughter-in-law. Qin Chao went to find a lawyer. Can only count on the little nephew Qin Shi. The result is that the phone over there is not yet through. The door came knocking. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Jihem holding a cell phone, standing awkwardly in the doorway and said, Mom asked me to come help you for a moment. I definitely didn't come here because I heard that I could help Chin Rank undress and bathe. I definitely came here to return the favor. Chin title. Inside the bathroom, the shower had been turned on. Chin Rank's injured right hand was wrapped in cling film for several times, and the expensive clothes had already had their sleeves cut open while treating the wound, so it was simple for Ji-him to handle it. Fading away one by one, looking at the top-notch body that gradually appeared, the corner of Ji-him's mouth just couldn't be pressed down a bit. Is this considered a blessing due to a misfortune? But it's Chin Rank's misfortune. My blessing. Is it too bad for me to think like this? Here. Chin Jia leaned against the sink, his eyes drooping, but the tips of his ears were reddened by Ji-him's constant heartfelt teasing. Ji-him was outwardly serious and businesslike, but inwardly he was whistling furiously and constantly commenting. Who isn't a female critic in the future? This neck, this larynx, the knot in Chin Jia's throat rolled, this collarbone, these shoulders. Chin Bit took a deep breath and tensed at his collarbone. This abs, will it hurt my knees to kneel on it? This mermaid line, if I could touch it. Chin Rank felt hairy in front of his body. His body was uncomfortable. Even his mind uncontrollably thought about how Ji-him looked when he did such a thing, and immediately felt that he was not going crazy. Somewhat annoyed, he raised his eyes to look at the person, trying to warn them, but the person's eyes never lifted. Water vapor plus this healthy skin color? Perfect lines, broad shoulders and narrow waist. Yo 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 yo. Chin title, numb. People numb. We are husband and wife. Right. Not some not strange channel to recognize people. Right. Chin Chang, you are truly a male bodhisattva. You are more eye-catching than all the beautiful men in drag in my short video collection. Chin title, what kind of stuff do you have in your collection? Family members, who understands this sense of atmosphere. So I want to take a picture and send it out, so that sisters to enjoy the good scenery. Kin you people are still weirdly generous. Next up is, should I take a peek? I haven't seen it yet. No, or forget it. It's too weird. Kin instantly realized what Ji-him said was strange. Shame breaks through to a certain point where it shouldn't feel like it anymore. Not to mention the fact that they're a married couple, and sooner or later they're going to have to come to this. But Kin was still inexplicably unsettled, only to feel his body stiffen and hurriedly avoid it. I can do the next one. You get out. What? Gee, that's right, a husband and wife in name only. How can he be honest about it? He seems to be nervous. Should I take the opportunity to tease a little? I pretend to be eager to help, pull some, and then accidentally. I'm too bad. With a red face, Chin Bit stood up and forced himself to calm down, his voice a little dry and hoarse. Don't you still have to watch the live broadcast? Hurry up and go. Otherwise, you will miss the hilarity. What? That's right. Eat melon. How could I have forgotten? Has it started? I'm going. It started. Ji-him immediately abandoned the bathroom beauty, and while walking outside, she perfunctorily said, don't let the wound get wet. I'll be right outside. Call me if something happens. Then the wind ran out. Looking at the door that was brought up, Kin didn't know whether to be thankful that he wasn't embarrassed to be viewed by someone, or whether to be helpless that his wife cared more about eating gossip than he did. What Chin Bit didn't know was that a group of people were now crouching at their door, very worried about the commotion inside, but being far away, you can't hear much of the heartbeat with the door closed. Just thinking about whether Ji-him started to help Chin Rank to take a bath. Washing will not be. As a result, Ji-him's heart could be heard screaming. Beginning. What did the beginning of the broadcast say? I'll check. They apologized together, saying that the script was indeed chosen by them and had nothing to do with the agent, and that those marketing numbers were rumors. I'll be damned. You guys really know how to cross a bridge. Sun Mo and Su Lemon admit to having dated. Awesome. Playing for real? Chin family eaters? Wait. Live? Attention was diverted to pulling out their phones, finding a place to sit, watching the live stream, and eating their melon. Family's happiness? Care for it later. Chapter 109, 3 People and a Beautiful Family. Fans, the original clown was actually myself. Live in front of the problem of explaining the selection of scripts are okay. After all, who is behind the bomber? Who can not say? They say so, as a misunderstanding. We all knowingly also passed. Sun Mo even pretended a bit and took the blame on himself, saying that he didn't have the confidence to win over the top stream group and that's why he chose his best, and that it was all his fault for not making deeper considerations. In fact, it was perfectly possible to handle it with this method from the beginning. Only Sun Mo was unwilling to bow his head and felt ashamed to admit his failure, preferring to dump it on someone else rather than suffer a little damage himself. I did not expect that in the end I had to come out and admit it. After all, it will soon be a public statement of their relationship. If you still say that the script is a ghost of the agent, it is really the netizens as a little cute. so you can only overturn your previous calculations and zero in on everything. GM couldn't help but laugh just by thinking of Sun Mo's bamboo basket and easily terminating Sister Pei's contract. Then saw the live broadcast. Young Hong and Su Lemon cooperated, said it was their joint decision, so they share the consequences, a good set of sentimental and righteous suffering together. Jiheim then wanted to laugh even more, but the livestream was a screen full of question marks. Not to mention GM, the whole network of melon eaters have never seen such a tawdry operation. Simply shocked you and me. Only 3 people were seen sitting together live. Sun Mo was sitting in the center, while Young Hong and Su Lemon were sitting on the left and right. Can someone tell me why the 3 of you are so harmonized? Young Hong, are you blind or stupid? If you were kidnapped, blink your eyes. Don't let the 2 scummy girls around you fool you. Sun Mo, why are you sitting in the middle? You are this in the figurative. Tell us what is called meddling. What? Our male mistress is so honorable now? No, our Muriel didn't come to break up this family. He came to join it. Never mind. You 3 make your days better than anything else. Don't understand. But blessings. Seeing this scene, the old man is inexplicably inexplicable for a moment. Yang Hong, you're the most generous man I've ever seen. What's this? You have to carry some green on your back if you want to get by in life. Brother, I support you. Why don't you guys pay me a little bit of money, or I won't be able to get past this inside. Seeing those pop-ups, Jiheim was no longer laughing inwardly. Qin, who was struggling to undress in the bathroom, heard fufufu barbell-like laughter. The Qin family's gathering of eaters were also each twitching with laughter. There's a beauty in this generation of internet users that doesn't care about the fans or the rightful owners. Except for the mentally unstable eating netizens, the fans are in a stable state of mind that is collectively going crazy and ranting and questioning, completely differentiating themselves from the statements of the eating netizens. Sun Mo, you speak you did not backstabbing companion rob girlfriend. Yang Hong, break up with that. Su Lemon, tell everyone you're not a footloose. Presumably, they had already been prepared for this, so none of the 3 looked at the pop-ups, but instead burst out with separate messages. Young Hong was the first to speak up. I wanted to send out a statement after the program ended, but I didn't expect things to get so big. In fact, Su Lemon and I broke up peacefully a long time ago. We are just good friends now. The first sentence was like a thunderbolt from the ground, directly causing the pop-ups in the live broadcast to explode. Various skeptical analyses ensue. Lying to hell? You've been in and out of situations as a couple before. Do you think we're stupid? That's how it is in the entertainment industry. Maybe it's a negotiation. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Maybe it's a real breakup, but they have to keep pretending to be a couple because of contractual issues. Our family Young Hong is too pitiful. Surely he didn't want his former lover to suffer indignities, so he broke his teeth and swallowed it in his stomach. Come on, Young Hong is already a playboy and has talked a lot. Maybe our Lemon is the one who got dumped. Whatever happened to Young Hong and Su Lemon? Su Lemon and Sun Mo are definitely together, right? I can only say that your circle will play the same group. Ex-boyfriends and current boyfriends are both there. Girl Su, you're so lucky. The storm of the last wave of speeches had not yet ended, and it was immediately followed by Su Lemon's speech. Yang and I have indeed broken up. As for with brother Mo, actually we dated 5 years ago when we were still newcomers, but because of all kinds of misunderstandings broke up. This accidental cooperation lifted the misunderstanding, and just got back together. After saying that, Su Lemon turned her head in embarrassment to look at Sun Mo, who also looked at her fondly. Young Hong smiled and picked up. Although we broke up, I still hope that she can find a good person to entrust. It just so happens that I and Mo accompany, and Mo's relationship is also good, from which I understand some of the misunderstandings in the beginning, so I helped to set up a match, and I am also considered to be the red bride for a while. Originally, Su Lemon's speech was already explosive enough. After all, Su Lemon and Sun Mo's part was really little known, so all of a sudden, it directly turned all the comments into exclamation marks and question marks. Then when it came time for Yang Hong to speak, the comments were empty for a while. It was as if everyone was on that end of the screen digesting the information. In brain downtime, ha 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 ha, I've only heard of accidentally bursting melons. I've never heard of putting melons hard into the mouths of netizens. Have you considered the tolerance of your fans? The refreshing speed of the comments was constantly 99 plus. All the netizens were bombarded with a belly full of words they wanted to spit out, and the information became incredibly mixed. Twitter's hot search terms are constantly being updated. Hashtag Sun Mo is not a mistress. She's an ex. She's not cheating. She's rekindling an old flame. Hashtag ex Yang Hongjin was generous and secretly set them up as a bride. Hashtag your sisters-in-law are all the same. Hashtag the trio and the family. Fans, it turns out the clown is actually me. Hashtag. So, fans of the trio, should they now be blessed, or should they be angry? It seems like everyone's idols are not out of principle and still look like they are happy. But how can they have a stifled feeling of being tricked? They have supported their idols for half a day, fought 300 rounds of battles with people online for their idols, found all kinds of reasons to defend their idols, and even had crazy fans go to the police station because of those rumors. In the end, their idol falls in love? Even that stage play about the future transformation of the relationship may not have been an error in judgment at all, but more of a dedication to get the two back together. Just when the winds of fan opinion were a bit uncontrollable, Sun Mo began to speak. Sun Mo said, "I'm sorry everyone, because of the three of us relationship problems to bring trouble to everyone. We sincerely apologize. Originally this is our private problem. I did not expect to be put on the stage to say, but I do not want my lover and my friends to suffer from the nonsense. Only here to formally clarify, the three of us do not have any inappropriate relationship, are all in line with the reasoning and morality." Ha 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 ha. How can you say that in a serious way? Of the three lies you made up the funniest. I want to throw the evidence in your face. At this moment, I recognize that the three of you are great actors, but the current statement is much better than the vicious approach you originally envisioned. Not pouring dirty water on Pei Mingxian is still considered conscientious. Hearing this, most of it is self-explanatory, and while there will be a backlash of public opinion afterward, and even a large amount of disenchantment, it's a peaceful solution to the problem. Sun Mo's side was jabbering in the official language. The sound of a door opening came from behind him. Ji-him hurriedly swept back, and instantly her eyesight became a bit distracted, only to see Qin Rang topped with half-dried hair, water vapor staining his eyebrows like ink staining away on a canvas. Lifting his eyes, black and white, deep and clear, a bath towel rested on his broad, solid shoulders, and he wore black silk pajama pants, with a robe of the same material pulled over one arm. The body washed by the hot water showed a light moisturizing feeling, like a superb jade that had been finely carved by a sculptor to show its best condition. Facing Ji-him's line of sight, Qin Rank had already lightened up and walked over to Ji-him with his clothes. "The watery man is really sucking, really stunning." Qin Rank stiffened. "Why don't you call me when you're done washing? Here, let me help you." Ji-him excitedly stood up and directly grabbed the clothes in Qin Ji's hands, happily helping to put them on, wrapping them from one hand around to the back and then to the other. Ji-him was very careful, as if he was afraid of touching Qin Ji's arm. Instead, his fingers inadvertently traced those tight muscles, feeling the power that lurked underneath, making those places incredibly sensitive. Qin Rank hung his head and lowered his eyebrows, watching Ji-him come around in front of him and help him tie his bathrobe sash, which he was doing. Suwonma's voice came on the live feed in the background. "There's also one more thing I'm taking this opportunity to announce. Because my manager Pei Mingxian and I have different development philosophies, we will officially dissolve our partnership as of today and go our separate ways from now on." Ji-him was instantly distracted. The belt of the bathrobe was not even tied. The lapel was loose, revealing a piece, but Ji-him already had no time to care. Immediately sat back and continued to watch the live broadcast. "What's the situation? Didn't we stop mentioning Sister Pei? Why do I have a bad feeling?" Qin Rank helplessly looked at his bathrobe, took the bath towel to wipe his hair with one hand, walked to the chair on the side of Ji-him and sat down, accompanied by watching the live broadcast together. Chapter 110, You're really a genius at making money. Another wave of information to hit the fans. Artist and agent broke up their contracts? They went their separate ways? That's why. Immediately, a number of people began to speculate, and it seems like Suwonma has started watching the pop-ups to answer some questions. It has nothing to do with the stage show. I've already stated that it's a rumor, and the scripts are all at my sole discretion. The gossip about my manager and I is even more of a rumor. We haven't dated each other in love. We're just companions. When Ji-him Jin listened in confusion. Just then, he heard Sun Mo's words change. His tone was serious and his eyes were firm as if he was speaking to someone. "I know you're watching live, and I'm so grateful for all these years, your company, and I've grown to where I am today thanks to you, and I'm the one who failed you. Even though you didn't think much of us from the beginning and wanted us to break up, I'll prove to you that we're in true love, and even if we stay together, it won't affect my future. We'll work together, and this time, no one will be able to separate us." After saying that, Sun Mo firmly held Su Lemon's hand and raised it. "Why does it sound like something's wrong to me?" Ji-him frowned. Qin Rank coldly said, "Specious words play a leading role. Although the current breakup and reunion has nothing to do with Pei Mingxian, but the breakup 5 years ago, Sun Mo avoids the main reason and only mentions Pei Mingxuan's part. But every word said is true. Pei Mingxian can't refute it, and this can still succeed in gaining sympathy and diverting public opinion from malice." Ji-him turned her head dumbfounded to look at Qin Rank. "Why do we have to go around in a circle?" Qin Rank analyzed. Because their original approach always had a moral problem. In order to neutralize this problem, They would have to portray Pei Mingxian as a very obviously evil character to shift the conflict, but this would not only cause Pei Mingxuan's backlash, it would also lead to accusations of Sun Mo being ungrateful, and in the end it was planted. There would always be evidence that would backfire on them, so they switched to a more secure method, letting the fans' imagination do the knifing. After all, the real villain in this matter, Lin Ershao, won't come out and say what tactics he used to steal someone else's girlfriend in the first place. Su Lemon also won't admit that she broke up because she was in love with vanity. Qin Rank signaled Ji-him to look at the live feed. Sun Mo's words had just finished. The comments in the live broadcast room delayed for a moment, and then it was suddenly like hot water in a frying pan. Why do I hear a little something else? Did both Su Lemon and Yang Hong just mention that Su Lemon and Sun Mo's breakup 5 years ago was due to a misunderstanding? Could it be that someone is making trouble out of it? Since the agent wanted them to break up, it shouldn't be the agent who did it. Say did not love each other dating. Also cannot hold may someone unrequited love to drive away other people's girlfriend As a result, she couldn't get it for 5 years, and when they got back together, she had to leave in disgrace. Gosh, if that's the case, both Mo and Su Lemon are so pathetic. So it was our Yang Hong, the road warrior, who helped them clear up their misunderstanding and dismantle the agent's plot. That's why the contract was suddenly terminated at such a strange time? I feel like people truth. This reversal. I feel like I'm suffering from mental pollution. Qin said. Pei Mingxian is having a bit of a hard time with this one. This hurdle is indeed difficult. Pei Mingxian prepared things can only be in the case of Sun Mo. They clearly take her as the villain. Make up some lies. She can take all the evidence retained to prove that she has been working diligently. Never had any overstepped the bounds of the practice and ideas. She even thought about shaking out Lin Ershao and Su Lemon's affair. With all of their lies being dismantled, the affair with Lin Ershao would be the last straw to press them to death. But Pei Mingxian is not the only smart person in this world. Naturally there are ways to break the situation. 3 people become a tiger. This time, no matter what Pei Mingxian said, others would only scold her. And if she said something about Lin Ershao, not only would she offend Lin Ershao, others wouldn't believe her, or even feel that she was climbing up the ladder indiscriminately. In fact, as a smart broker, this moment should be silent, ignoring those who are guided out of public opinion. On the surface meaning of Sun Mo answer, but this breath, she really couldn't swallow it. Yet, had to swallow. It wasn't until the end of the live broadcast that the crowd saw Pei Mingxuan's microblogging response. As an agent, all don't want their own artists to fall in love. At that time I was also young and stubborn. Now you guys are reunited again. It's really congratulatory. I wish you lovebirds to be happy together. And thank you for your struggle all the way to make my career. Thank you very much. The comments section is closed, because Pei Mingxian knew what she would face. After all, the internet was already full of all kinds of conspiracy theories about her. Qin Rank looked to the side of Ji-him hanging her head low and brought over a cup of hot milk. She is a smart agent. This is the best way to deal with it. Rather, it shows everyone her professionalism. But don't worry, since she was chosen to be your agent, Qin Chao's side and I will. Jaiheim's shoulders shook. Qin Rank's words were in a flurry. His heart was in disarray, and he wanted to hurriedly open his mouth to comfort him. But then he heard a burst of laughter. I thought I had no chance. Just now it was hard to convince myself to forgive others. Letting go is also a virtue. Don't make trouble. Some popping melons just eat a little by themselves. Don't just make the world in chaos. But since you guys belong to the walnut, so is the hammer. Then don't blame me for the outbreak of the universe. GGG. Qin Rank? I can hear that you're repressing hard and talking yourself out of so much. But what kind of popping melon can you really take out to save the day? As a result, he saw Ji-him take out his cell phone and operate on his computer for a while, uploading 2 video files. Then 2 of the most skeptical marketing numbers that spoke out about the event were approached, and the trumpets sent private messages. Dude, I've got the big melon. Reversing all the drama of tonight, with video to prove it, with price negotiation. Qin Rank? Still want to sell? You're really a genius at making money. No wonder you suppressed yourself so much before and almost missed out on $100 million, right? Can watch Ji-him bargain with someone while he watched Ji-him open the video, editing it slightly to avoid the leakage of some other private thoughts. His own cell phone was full of messages from the family group. All of the Qin family members thought that there was no melon to eat, screaming in the group. Very indignant. Let Qin Chao think of a way. Qin Chao outside with Gao Hao is also quite speechless. Qin Chao can only contact the Qin Rank. After all, before the Qin Rank said, in case he really expected, then come to him, he has a way to deal with everything. Seeing that his third brother had come to ask, Qin Rank looked at the video on the computer, and then looked down and said back, there's no need to rush. There will be a headline in the morning to resolve everything. Your second sister-in-law has stepped in. Qin Chao, wasn't it you who struck? Qinbit, can't use me. He can't hinder his daughter-in-law's plans to make money. Those 2 videos, One is the balcony of all kinds of confrontation. Not only demolish their breakup time is not right, and the limit of the kissing operation, but also shows that Pei Mingxian just as a broker proposed the breakup of 5 years ago, but never really used any means. It is someone else's hand. The other is today's backstage dismissal scene, which not only takes the script backstabbing out and flogs it, but also emphasizes Sunmo's narcissism and Pei Mingxian's innocence. I shudder to think what kind of world they'll wake up to tomorrow. It's going to be wonderful. I really kind of can't wait for it. Ha 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 ha. Qin Rank also helplessly laughed. Indeed it will be wonderful. Simply completely hammered to death. Never turn over. They even went back to Sun Mo's house for a drink to celebrate. Drink up. The last pot of joyful wine in life. Jian laughed while picking up the warm milk in her hand and took a sip before realizing that it was Qin Rank who poured it for her. This is awkward. Qin Rank is the injured patient. She should be the one to take care of it. And how he knew she drank warm milk at night before bed. Jian turned his head to look at Qin Rank, who was intently watching the video on the side, and then opened his mouth to explain about the video. Qin Title said, "Well, thanks to you for filming it." Jian swept a glance at his injured arm on the desktop. Usually work at night people, rare leisure down to eat melon together, should not be accompanied by her. It is estimated that the right hand is injured to do anything inconvenient. Alas, delay the big brother to make money. It's kind of revenge for you. After all, if it wasn't for them being demons, they wouldn't have been able to get out of this kind of thing. It's all their fault. Qin Rank froze, turned his head to look at Ji-Him's indignant little expression, shuddered inwardly, his eyes flickered with a fine light, and guffawed. Well, then thanks for avenging me. Chapter 111. My family doesn't live in a garbage dump and doesn't care about garbage classification. Pei Mingxian is the person who spits out blood and swallows it inside her stomach. She will never let others see her weakness. She locked herself inside her room, blocking out all information, and waited for the unsettling night to pass. She knew she had lost this round, but she wouldn't admit defeat, and one day she would find a way to get it back. After a sleepless night, it was dawn, makeup on, cell phone on, and ready to head out the door to the office to take care of the handover. As a result, the cell phone was just turned on. Pei Mingxian let out a cold laugh. Presumably it was Sun Mo's brainwashed fans who still refused to let her go, in order to call in when she had just turned on her cell phone. It turned out to be the company's. When I flipped open my cell phone, the latest hotspot on Twitter popped up at the top of the phone. #surprise. The truth about a messy love triangle is surprising. Hashtag Sun Mo's agent is the biggest backstabber. Hashtag was last night's live broadcast aimed at inducing fans to cyberstorm the agent and shift the focus of the conflict. Hashtag Two Faces Sun Mo, cuckold King Yong Hong, fish farmer Su Lemon. Hashtag. In the face of such a sharp turn in the hotspot, Pei Mingxian, confused, immediately clicked on the microblogging, and saw several boiling point burst melon top in the hot search homepage. Just an hour ago, at 7:30 in the morning, just as the morning rush hour opened, the two marketing numbers successively exposed the video borrowed the heat of last night has not receded, directly detonated the internet. Pei Mingxian pupils gradually dilated. Pick up the noisy phone, there came a roar. Is the company's vice president? After all, this is a direct hit. 3 money-making tools. Pei Mingxian, did you do this? Pei Mingxian said in a cold voice, if I had the ability, I would have made my move last night. Forget it, you quickly go to Sun Mo's house to look for him. We can't reach him. You guys need to hurry up and discuss how to solve this matter. Pei Mingxian sneered, pulled out her ears, and said, we've already terminated our contract. His crisis is none of my business. That's what you raised. Are you that cruel? Ah yes, I'm the meanest. The other man seemed to choke. Are you set on not caring? My family doesn't live in a dumpster and doesn't care about sorting garbage. All the other person could say was, then at least delete your tweets from last night first. Pei Mingxian laughed. That's my microblog. I can do whatever I want. None of your business. It was a means of self-preservation for her, the victim, who had been framed beyond hope. So how could it be deleted? The fans must be reminded every now and then about the despicable things their idols have done. Not only is she not deleting it, she's turning on the comment feature. It's time to not step on it and apologize for helping her. Both videos may have people and are willing to put out to help her. She can only think of the people in the top stream group. Picking up her handbag, the professional agent stepped out of the door and headed to Qin Chao's studio. It's clearly an early morning time slot, and it's amazing that the internet is blowing up with as much heat as it did last night. What did I see? Su Lemon kisses Sun Mo first, performs a sadistic love affair, and then kisses Yong Hong, emphasizing that she still loves you. And you call this a peaceful breakup and renewing your relationship? God damn, the relationship between these three really confused me. So Su Lemon was forced by another bad guy to break up with Sun Mo in the first place. So why last night? Can't afford to offend that person. bully in fear of hardened goons. Yesterday I think the agent is right. Who agent allows their idol to fall in love during the rising period? So it really is a framing tactic. The matter of choosing a script can even be dumped on the agent. It's really a case of knowing the face of a person and not knowing the heart. Underneath the skin of a person is a human being or an animal can't be distinguished. So the manager had tried to save our eyes. Didn't want us to see that nibbling around on stage. But unfortunately it didn't work. That's why we were spiced up by Sun Mo and Sue Lemon. Fortunately, the agent's sister managed to get out of her contract and is out of the misery. And the movie with the three of them is too crowded. So it's better not to get involved. I just edited half of the little essay condemning the agent and you're letting me see this? I'm even worse. Just with my friends, only those three people how to frankly face the feelings. Lovers end up in love. And now I feel my face hurts. My friends are looking at me with a different look at. The publicity was harmed. There are so many slots. I don't really know how to spit them out for a while. Whatever. I can't be left alone with this disgusting. Forward it to my sisters first. My sisters are always one step behind me. There was a frantic knock on the door of Sun Mo's apartment. The doorway was blocked with Sun Mo's assistant, Sue Lemon's assistant, and Young Hong's agent. All three were sweating and grimacing with their cell phones, but no one opened the door for half a day. Sue Lemon, who slept in the room on the first floor, was eventually woken up, holding her hungover head and bracing her sore body to wake up in a daze. Recalling what was going on, a moment of fright rushed him out of bed and he turned his head to look, only to find the bed empty. There was a momentary sigh of relief. It was noisy outside. Sue Lemon hurriedly packed up and came out to open the door to avoid waking up Sun Mo upstairs. Seeing the visitor through the cat's eye, he opened the door and frowned. What's all the noise in the morning? Be quiet. Something's happened to Lemon. Where's Yang Hong? Where's Mo? The three colleagues spoke to Sue Lemon for a while. Yang Hong went back a long time ago. Sun Mo should still be upstairs. What happened to you guys? Yang Hong didn't go back. Can't you see? There are still his shoes on the floor, the agent said angrily. Sue Lemon froze, not reacting. Lemon, something big has happened. Look at your phone. Sue Lemon's assistant hurriedly picked up her cell phone and showed it to Sue Lemon. First two familiar videos, then hot takes, comments. If I didn't see the video, I really didn't realize that the hard-working, upwardly mobile, non-demonic young lady I've been a fan of for so long looked like this. Your master is shameless. Cheating doesn't count, but also poor Yang Hong. Don't worry upstairs Yang Hong's fans. Isn't your master voluntarily demoted to a spare tire? Maybe he just has that kind of hobby. It's really what pot goes with what lid. Ha 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 ha. In short, being disgusted. These three people. It's best for all of them to get out of the entertainment industry. This kind of three views blow up. Morally corrupt people will only bring down the entertainment industry. But there's one thing, the breakup 5 years ago was really forced. I still kind of sympathize with the initial new couple. If they hadn't broken up, wouldn't they have made it this far? You're so simple. Just her style back there. She's obviously a fish farmer. How can she sacrifice for others? Only that idiot Sun Mo would believe it. Sue Lemon's face went pale from the moment she saw the first video, her lips trembling as she snatched the phone and stared at it dead on. How could this happen? How could this happen? The comment messages directed at her pretty much uncovered all her heart and nailed her to a pillar of shame. Her hard-earned persona seems to be crumbling. There's another most troublesome thing. She slandered the original Lin Ershao in the video. If seen by Lin Ershao, the blood on Sue Lemon's face gradually faded because of those messages, and finally the whole person began to tremble. It's over. It's really over. Immediately panicked, he climbed up to the second floor and rushed to the master bedroom. The other three also hurriedly followed and rushed in. I just want to see if those three people saw the news. What was their reaction? Why did they suffer from this kind of mental pollution? A rare family breakfast moment. Although everyone was enthusiastically discussing this morning's big happy melon, but did not want to still be Ji-him's sudden burst of heart, so shocked that he almost could not hold the cutlery in his hands. Chapter 112, After the melon there is the melon. The melon, the melon, the melon. The Chin family members all looked at Ji-him uncontrollably, only to see Ji-him looking like she couldn't return to her senses. What's going on here? What mental pollution? Is there even a time when it can make Ji-him, who is accustomed to eating big melons, go into a panic? The crowd is scratching their heads in curiosity. Finally, someone couldn't help but mention, I wonder how those three are doing now. A word woke Ji-him up. This world is too metaphysical. The hospital is big, and there are all kinds of strange patients. The Chin family members held their breath at once. What in the world is it? You'd better say it. Don't be appetizing. This melon is so powerful. I want to share it. Shin's family, it's okay for you to say it in your heart and share us too. If I don't say it, who would know that after the three of them celebrated and drank too much last night? Sun Mo directly took Sue Lemon back to his room to rekindle his old flame. The family, it's not hard to imagine. They're already back together. After the end, Su Lemon received a message. Surprised that Young Hong did not go, immediately went out, and saw Young Hong stood in the doorway complex color. Is embarrassed to want to say something? The result was Young Hong hugged downstairs, the two in the guest room of the apartment of Sun Mo and Chin's family. Our spirit is also polluted, and these three people are too. After Su Lemon tired to fall asleep, Young Hong still feels uncomfortable. He had an epiphany. It turns out that he is not just taking Sun Mo as his idol, he really wants to get Sun Mo. So, this is the reason why I couldn't accurately check his gossip news in the beginning? Because he didn't think clearly in his own head? The family, why do they have a bad feeling about what's going on and they want to cover their ears? Then he pushed open the door to Sun Mo's room. Yu Yang Bengong Yang Bengong, who can be subverted by you? Qin family, what did they hear? Is it what they think it is? The first time I didn't want to hear Jaiheim's heart so much. The men in the room, in particular, went white for a minute. Qin Chao as their counterparts, is even more dumbfounded. Was guessing that Young Hong a little that meaning, but did not think that Young Hong actually dared to directly out. Can Sun Mo not resist? Isn't Sun Mo in love with Su Lemon? He is also not the same. Although Sun Mo fell asleep drunk and tired, but still woke up at the critical moment, when the sky fell apart. Angry, big fight, and Young Hong also broke. Simply want to force to get people. Although the Qin family didn't want to hear about it, they couldn't help but be curious about the outcome. How did it turn out? One knows that there is only one chance. One swore to defend his innocence, and then both struck too hard. The two have been hit by each other to faint and die. Only both of them were not wearing clothes at that time, and Yang Hong had also made some traces of Sun Mo before. So when Su Lemon's four people pushed the door to enter, Qin family, what? Or Su Lemon? Still four people pushed the door to enter? Silence echoed around the Qin family table. Instead, scream after scream rang out in Sun Mo's bedroom. Su Lemon leaned against the door in disbelief, looking at the two people on the bed, and dry heaving as soon as she turned her head. The remaining three people were even shouting louder than one another, but never let the two people wake up. Looking at the two corners of the mouth or blood, face also swollen into a pig head. Done feel that the big thing is not good. It was a time of chickens coming home to roost and a double hospitalization. I did not think it was the end of the violent hospitalization. I do not know Sun Mo woke up still cannot hold up. After all, Lin Ershao was also blown out, began to explode. He is going to know the truth of his own back then was pitched. TSK. Left Pei sister of the shelter, but also really is. Thinking of his speech last night, alas. Qin's family members also shocked their hearts and agreed that it was estimated that Sun Mo would not be able to hold out. The melon was almost ready to be eaten here, and they didn't have much appetite to continue with breakfast anyway. Lao Air, don't go to work today, wait until the wound is better. Qin dad changed the topic and said. Qin Rank nodded. Aha. Going to the hospital later to review and rebandage? Qin's mom asked. Qin Rank continued to nod his head. Then I accompany. Qin Yan was just about to open her mouth when she was stopped by a look from Qin Ma, and instantly reacted. Looking at Ji Him, she smiled and said, I said that today. Him got up so early, so it's to accompany the second brother to deal with the wound. Jaiheim nodded. After all, it was because of me that I was injured, so I'll help if I can during Qin Rank's inconvenience. Qin Jia ticked the corner of his mouth a few times imperceptibly. At least it's the gold master who helped me make money greatly. This conscience must be there. The corners of Qin Jia's mouth stiffened. The Qin family wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. When he arrived at the hospital, he finished treating his wounds and was about to leave, only to suddenly see a group of reporters rushing into the hospital. Jaiheim's first reaction was to think that she hadn't handled her disguise well enough to be exposed. But on second thought, he wasn't so popular that he deserved the presence of so many entertainers. Was he? So many reporters came to the hospital to look for someone. Is there any star hospitalized? Suddenly, Qin Rank opened his mouth and swept a glance at Jihim when he finished, feeling that the reminder was in place. Jihim froze, his mind spinning. It's really the same one. I can't believe I didn't realize it before. Are those reporters here to ask about the video and Lin Ershao? Not. It's not about the video anymore. Qin Rank was shocked. After all, they get from the quarter him heart voice of the big gossip is very secret. It is unlikely. Ha 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 ha. I don't want to laugh. I really don't want to laugh. But really, is that sort of what comes around? Qin Rank looked aside. Jihim to hold back laughter is about to hold back the past, has begun to guess to the most bizarre situation. Why don't we go take a look? Qin Bitudu couldn't help but propose. Jihim could no longer speak, but could only nod desperately. On the other hand, half an hour ago, after waking up, Sun Mo inquired about Yang Hong's ward, not noticing the nurse's strange eyes, still not relieved, dragging his injured body rushed over. remembering last night's encounter. Disgusted, his blood rushed up. Did not expect to be cheated by a kid so miserably, almost lost his innocence. As a result, just as he reached the door, he heard noises coming from inside. Yang Hong, you lied to me. So that's what you were playing at. You're disgusting. Su Lemon broke down and cried. Sun Mo was just about to be heartbroken when he ended up hearing Yang Hong's voice. Humph, weren't you the one who had an affair with me last night behind my new boyfriend's back? Aren't you the one who promised to secretly sleep with me in the future? We're just as disgusting. Sun Mo's face changed greatly, violently pushed the door and rushed in. What are you saying? Su Lemon was so confused that she forgot to shed her tears, and Yang Hong's face changed and changed. In the end the two actually said in unison, I was drunk and he seduced me. Sun Mo's face was green and white for a while, his brain was buzzing, and his eyes were on fire. He didn't even know who to look at, worried about Sun Mo striking again. Yang Hong agent protects people, hurriedly said, where is your assistant? Didn't I tell you? There's a big deal on the internet. You guys are still here discussing what kind of children's love. There's some kind of internal conflict that will be dealt with afterward. Discuss the countermeasures first. If this matter is not handled well, you guys will wait to quit the entertainment industry. The intimidating power of these words caused Sun Mo's chaotic and angry brain to finally clear up for a moment. What? Look at the phone. Only then did Sun Mo pick up his cell phone. Because the parties involved in the accident, so cannot do any explanation of the video out of the news, just their studio to send out a lawyer letter, warning some of the netizens who speak too much, and then delay a wave, saying that they will give netizens a satisfactory explanation afterward. Netizens can only continue to eat the previous melon, analyze it frame by frame, and continue to dig. Seeing those things, Sun Mo could barely stand and fell against the wall. The face, which was already bloodless, was now not even popular, only to see the internet flooded with mockery of him. I really want to be laughed to death by Sun Mo. He really looks like that kind of greasy narcissist. He has to think that the woman who treats him well around him is secretly in love with him. Even if the other party denies it, he is still stubbornly insisting on his own views. I want to interview Mr. Sun Mo. What exactly does it take for someone to answer that before you will believe that she doesn't like you at all? Ah, ha ha ha, no matter what you say, he thinks you're being tough talking and that you just love him. Like one of those poobah men who think you're crushing on him after one more look. Sun Mo. Shameless. I didn't expect you to be such a person. You've disappointed us too much. Thanks to the fact that I've been supporting you unconditionally. Can you afford our trust? I'm really blind. You still know how much Sister Pei has done for you. People like you lock up with Su Lemon in this life. You're a match made in heaven. Sun Mo is being used by Su Lemon as a fish inside a fish pond and still doesn't know it. You deserve it. Sun Mo, it really is like giving some sunshine and flooding. Stupid without realizing it. Sun Mo's hand holding the cell phone began to tremble. Don't look. Mo, don't look. Su Lemon looked like she thought of something and hurriedly rushed over to grab the cell phone. The look was almost twisted, and it was too late, because Sun Mo had already seen the newly topped hot search. Hashtag Lin Ershao cursed and clarified that it was Su Lemon who took the initiative to follow him back then. Hashtag Su Lemon. Won't your conscience hurt if you do this to Sun Mo? Hashtag. Sun Mo reacted furiously, pushing Su Lemon away as he clicked on the two hot searches. It was Lin Ershao himself who made the post. Damn, it's really bad blood luck. Why are you guys rekindling your old love? Why are you pulling me as the villain? You guys deserve it too? Sun Mo, do you want to know how Su Lemon and I met? It's when the movie auditions were held back then. I found Su Lemon in order to pave the way for my buddy's family's artist, and gave her $500,000 to stall you at the final audition. She thought it was just an ordinary opportunity, so she sold you out for $500,000, not realizing that it was the only time you were the closest to success. And back then you were injured is also Su Lemon let me do. The purpose is to be afraid of you and her, and you mentioned break up after pestering her. She is the initiative to go with me. I never do things that force people. You ask around yourself to know. She and I together do not know how happy to laugh. After leaving me, and with a lot of rich second generation, and finally went with the Yang Hong. You are the last to take over. You're the last one. If you continue to use the past to slander me, I will have to throw out the evidence to sue you. When the transfer records, chat records and so on are still there, the crowd of netizens was shocked, mocked, and boiled over. Melons within melons, melons without stopping. They are like badger inside the melon field. Au turn ah. In contrast to the excitement of the netizens, Sun Mo's heart was almost as if it had died all over again, and the expression on his face gradually looked like an evil spirit. Because it was so shocking, he didn't notice that a new hot search had topped it. He raised his head, his eyes staring at Su Lemon in death. Frightened, Su Lemon took a step back, wanting to open her mouth to argue, but she was hammered too dead to do so. Brother Mo, this kind of woman is not worth it at all. Yan Hong also added fuel to the fire. Thinking of his current situation, remembering all the past, Sun Mo finally couldn't bear it. His reasoning collapsed, and he directly pounced towards Su Lemon, strangling Su Lemon by the neck. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You, I'm going to kill you. However, he was already heavily injured, so Su Lemon desperately struggled or was able to break free, and she cried out and violently pushed Sun Mo away. Sun Mo stumbled and fell back towards the hospital bed, being held by Yang Hong, and just in the nick of time, the door to the hospital room was squeezed open. Countless journalists poured in. Sun Mo, may I ask if you're with Su Lemon or Yang Hong? Chapter 113, the level of twists and turns I can't even stand as a crappy reader of literature. Looking at the door to the hospital room, which had been rushed open by reporters, Qin pulled Ji-him, who wanted to move forward, to avoid being affected. Ji-him was also concerned about Qin Jie's injured arm, so he stayed with Qin Jie at a farther corner to watch the fun. Even though it was a VIP ward floor, it drew quite a crowd. Some of the medical staff called security up to deal with the situation, while others came together to gossip. There happened to be a few standing in front of Ji-him and Qin Rank. It's been out in the ambulance group for a long time. They went to pull those two, and when they were in the car for an emergency check, when the clothes were peeled back, the marks TSK seemed like someone intercepted the conversation and spread the word. None of this conversation is anything. It's blind speculation at best. The main reason for the association is that a paparazzo secretly filmed the living room of Sun Mo's apartment. They filmed Su Lemon on the first floor, and they filmed a lot of people carrying Sun Mo and Yang Hong down from the second floor. Nope. The hard evidence is that Sun Mo's assistant hooked him up with anorectal medicine. What? So Sun Mo was really being... Actually no. I guess it is to prepare for the time. Accidentally hurt. Check the time to scare the assistant. So just. Although the truth had long been known through the melon eating system, but this moment, hearing others gather to eat melon, still amused Ji-him to no end. And the corner of Qin Jie's mouth on the side twitched madly. What's supposed to come? Can't hide. TSK. Ji-him stifled a laugh while bellyaching. Sun Mo is now yellow mud falling into his pants. It's either or it's not. Qin Rank was diabolized by Ji-him's description, but it was true, and couldn't help but mock a little. After leaving Pei Mingxian, he really is nothing but an actor. After all, both were sent to the hospital. There are many people, without Pei Mingxuan's strict confidentiality. Others are still negligent. That's not true. This kind of thing can even be leaked out. That's why people can't do anything wrong. It's not that the time has not yet come. Ji-him bloated and spat. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "They're actually hugging each other." Ji-him immediately became agitated. What? Quite a few people rushed over, and as soon as Ji-him saw that there were so many people, he couldn't squeeze himself in, so he could only hop around and look out, hoping to see through the top of the room door. As a result, in the next second, his waist was encircled by sturdy and powerful arms, and with an easy lift, Ji-him's field of vision was instantly elevated. Ji-him let out a soft cry and turned around to look in shock, only to see that Qin Rank was circling her with one hand, an arm, very steady, with a face that didn't change at all. Qin Bian also looked up and over, and when the four eyes met, they only saw Ji-him's almond eyes glaring roundly, like a cat that had been frightened and fried. No? Ji-him's brain nerves dinged. Eating melon is important. Hurry to see. Although only partially visible, the two men's forms were still seen pressed together on the bed. Ha 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 ha. This is alright? What the hell are they doing? What are they doing? Goosey. Although Qin Rank couldn't see it, his eyes couldn't help but be tinted with laughter as he listened to Ji-him's inner maniacal laughter. Although the reporters rushed in to grab the first-hand news, they didn't expect to see such a powerful image just after the question was thrown out. Everyone forgot to ask questions for a moment, and the flashbulbs kept on flashing as if they didn't need any money. The image of Yang Hong holding Sun Mo tightly on the bed was filmed clearly in 360 degrees without any dead angle. When the people inside reacted, Sun Mo immediately broke free from the embrace, but his brain was already down, because he didn't know that he and Yang Hong had been rumored to be in a mess, so his head was confused at the sudden question, and his agent's assistant rushed forward to push people out, but the reporters still asked a series of questions. Sun Mo, are you using Su Lemon as a shield when you have this kind of relationship with Yang Hong? Sun Mo, have you been informed of Su Lemon's betrayal back then? Is it because of this that you snatched her boyfriend and deliberately took revenge? Yang Hong, you've been dating women related to Sun Mo. Have you been coveting Sun Mo for a long time? Yang Hong, do you love Su Lemon or Sun Mo? Su Lemon, what exactly do you think of the relationship between these two people? And do you realize that you're actually the outsider? The series of questions were like countless slaps on Sunmo's face. It was as if Sunmo was breathing on again until the hospital security rushed in to get rid of the people and the doors closed. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Sunmo's jaw dropped as he looked at the others. The others seemed confused as well, so they all hurriedly took out their cell phones to look. At first glance, everyone's faces were strangely pale. Sunmo also rushed to check his cell phone, and the internet could no longer see the tirade against his character and morality, nor the humiliation of his wronged intelligence. The screen is filled with the news of him being admitted to the anorectal unit and the surreptitious photos of his apartment. All the speculation brings to light what Sunmo couldn't face the most last night. To make matters worse, there was someone in the group that had just squeezed in who was live streaming. The netizens in the live stream were not calm. I didn't realize that the outrageous big melon that suddenly came out was not a rumor, but also fidelity. Am I some kind of a? Let me witness the love of these three. I have to say, this is the moment my cerebellum shriveled up. I can't stand the level of twists and turns for a broken reader of literature. My 3 views. Sparse. What a dog and pony show of the year this is. It must be the wrong way I opened the live broadcast. Although I'm a melon eater, I really can't eat this melon. It'll choke me to death. I thought it was Sunmo Su Lemon versus Young Hong Su Lemon, but I didn't realize it was Su Lemon Sunmo versus Young Hong Sunmo, so the winner is Sunmo. 1 game down. Left and right. Sun drying my silence. May I ask how many more scares you 3 have that I don't know about? Families, remember last night's live broadcast of the century together? The 3 of them turned out to be monogamous. No wonder Mo sat in the C seat. I have long felt that Young Hong is unusually doting on Sunmo. Ask who can be so generous to send his wife and send the stage some. Yang brother, you do not love too much I suddenly realized that every one of Yang Hong's ex-girlfriends is related to Sunmo. Grass. There are Yang Hong's ex-girlfriends broke the news. When they are dating they ask if they have had sex with Sunmo. It's hard to judge. It's really hard to judge. Before I only sympathized with Young Hong. Now I don't know who to sympathize with. Actually, Su Lemon is the toolman? It's too pathetic for a co-wife. You are afraid to eat too much melon. Before the melon have forgotten it. These 3 is all the villains well. But they're all injured and anal. Sunmo is the victim, right? So then it's a crime to say that Young Hong was forced to do it. So Sunmo really was slept with by Young Hong? No. What good is it to you to laugh me to death? To inherit my flowers? This side suggests you guys V me 50. Or I'll fend off all 3 of you in 1 click. Paragraphs of humiliating words exploded like landmines. And there were sharp pops in the hospital room. Sunmo's eyes stared deathly onto the pale-faced Young Hong. It's you. It's all because of you. This dead pervert. Then he turned to Su Lemon who was trying to sneak away. And you. It's all because of you guys. If you hadn't shown up, none of this would have happened. You're the ones who ruined me. Sunmo went crazy and pounced over to punch someone. Some people pulled the fight. Some people shouted. There was so much commotion that eventually the paramedics had to go in and pull the plug. And everyone was hanging on for dear life. Then there are the ousted amateurs trying their best to leave some evidence of the melee. The family that believed in loving each other last night is now a dog-eat-dog mess. Some netizens spliced these videos together with the video of Sunmo's sworn statement last night, playing with the stunt heavily. It is claimed to be the fastest case of punching yourself in the face in the entertainment industry. That's why there are times when words aren't said too absolutely. Jiheim giggled. I can't believe someone was bored enough to start a poll? Chin Rank looked over curiously. What vote? Let's see how their 3 brothers actually end up combining their votes. Ji-him laughed. What a bunch of lackluster netizens. Then, vote. Seeing that she had voted for Sunmo and Young Hong, Chin Bian was stunned and said, You think so? Ji-him waved his hand and said, I just voted for the least likely one. Ha 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 ha. Chin Jia thought for a moment and said, Not necessarily. Ha. Chapter 114, Finally Tricking Sister Pei. Chin Rank may not have confused Ji-him and wanted to ask after him, but Chin Rank said, It's just a blind guess. After all, this option is not without benefit. Let's see how they choose. This really whetted Jiheim's appetite. In fact, Jiheim felt that the most likely ending for them was to go their separate ways. The 2 were about to leave the hospital when they received a call from their lawyer. The fan who hurt them has pleaded guilty. Because wave after wave of online reversals eventually made all the fans no longer find any excuse to defend them. They are completely collapsing the house. As if their love and support had become a joke. Fans of the trio, no matter who they were, began to disengage en masse, never turning up another word of support. After all, the extreme tart operation is really too much. The general public cannot bear. It just feels like a clown, making the people who used to believe in them feel tired. No amount of blind love can withstand this kind of wear and tear. Even the young girl who was locked up, after learning all the truth through her cell phone when her lawyer came to handle the case for her, broke down and cried, cursed Sunmo in pain. and finally never screamed again, as if her essence had been drained away. And her parents originally wanted to morally kidnap Ji-him and Chin Chao. As a result of learning that the forces behind the huge, but also do not dare to mess with, is trying to change Sun Mo kidnapping a little bit, so that he stood up for the fans. I did not expect that people collapsed their own difficult to protect, which is now this pair of oddball parents are also honest with the same as the quail, to accept the law's most just sentence. After dealing with the young girl, they were called to the studio by Chin Chao again. When they went, Gao Hao had already finished showing Pei Mingxian the contract. Seeing Ji-him and Qin Rank coming over, Pei Mingxian got up and bowed to Ji-him. Thanks to Mr. Ji for his righteousness. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Ji-him waved his hand and said, I'm just eating melon. No need to be polite. As she was talking, Pei Mingxian's cell phone vibrated frantically again. It had probably happened many times, and seeing Pei Mingxian about to press off again, this time Gao Hao spoke directly. Why don't you answer it? Some people don't die. There's no end to it. Ji-him looked at them curiously and Chin Chao spoke. It's Sun Mo. Keep changing numbers to call her. He even called you? Ji-him was surprised. What did he call you for? Begging you to go back? Oof. Pei Mingxian unconsciously snorted coldly, obviously not wanting to take care of it at all. And if it wasn't for the fear of delaying the main event, she would have chosen to turn off the phone. Perhaps it was Ji-him's eyes that were too curious, making Pei Mingxian act as if she couldn't do anything without satisfying her curiosity. You can only pick up the phone in person and have it on speakerphone. Ah Xian, help me. Sun Mo's voice is almost like a plea for help. Obviously has been struck by the events of this short 12 hours of mental collapse. He instinctively looked for his most trusted, most reliable people. How do I remember that we've already terminated our contract? Pei Mingxian said in a cold voice, so please also ask Mr. Sun not to harass me. Ah Xian, I'm wrong. I've been cheated. All of this is fake. Ah Xian, please come back. We'll re-sign the contract. You can distribute the benefits however you want. I'll cooperate with you. I'll do whatever you tell me to do in the future. I'll listen to you completely. The company has decided to give up on me. If you don't save me, I'm really finished this time. I still have dreams that haven't been realized. I still have. Sun Mo, have you lost your memory? Have you forgotten how you dealt with me? Do you think I'm stupid enough to help someone who's my enemy? Sun Mo gave a beat and immediately said, I really don't want that. It's just that I can't part with my own interests more than the guilt of dealing with me. So I'm the same I have to defend my interests too You're a completely collapsed artist now. I can't see any value in you. What makes you think I'm going to recycle you as a piece of trash Are you dreaming? Pei Mingxian coldly analyzed. No, I still have value. I have acting skills. I could have been a movie star. It's all that. It's all Sue Lemon. Sun Mo's voice was choked with sobs, presumably crying in pain. Yo, broke up? Didn't you say you'd be together forever? Didn't you say it wouldn't affect your future? Didn't you say no one could separate you? What? You turned around and cheated on Yang Hong? After knowing you for so many years, I can't believe I didn't know you were this attribute Po ha 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 ha. Sister Pei, you really are killing people. The front was able to hold it in. This moment was really unable to hold it in. Ji-him laughed inwardly. The others were stifling their laughter. On the other side of the phone, Sun Mo seemed to have his breath stagnate directly, probably not expecting Pei Mingxian to deliberately mock him like this. After several mouthfuls of heavy breathing, Sun Mo spoke with difficulty. Pei Mingxian, we've been together for so many years. We swore to climb to the top together from the time we were unknown. I'd been good to you at that time, and you've been grateful to me. Have you forgotten all that? I only made a mistake once. You can't leave me behind at a time like this. But Pei Mingxian's heart had long been as cold as iron. You're the one who broke the oath first, and it's really hard to see you pestering yourself now. Sun Mo had been held up as too self-righteous before, suppressing his temper and begging for forgiveness, and was able to suppress it for a while. This time he finally couldn't pretend anymore, as if holding the mentality of destroying together roared. Pei Mingxian, do you think you'll have any good place to go if you leave me? You're just a woman with no background. All I have to do is spread some more rumors and you'll be ruined in the industry. Let's see who dares to take a chance on using you. Wow. Is this a plan to destroy if you can't get it? It turns out that a person's shameless side can be constantly enlarged. In the face of Sun Mo's almost frantic appearance, Pei Mingxian just lightly said, oh, the conversation just now. Recorded. This time, Sun Mo was instantly quiet. It was only then that the others noticed that Pei Mingxian's cell phone did have a recording, and it was really a shrewd broker. Qin Chao smiled with satisfaction and turned his head to look at Qin Jie, who had been quietly watching the show, and Qin Jie nodded his head. Qin Chao then suddenly spoke. Ms. Pei's whereabouts. Mr. Sun doesn't need to worry. We are in the middle of negotiating a contract. Qin Chao? You guys want her? Sun Mo seemed to come back to his senses, not daring to believe. Pei Mingxian looked at Qin Chao. Qin Chao laughed. Sign up with us. Qin Group is your most powerful background. We'll give you the most complete resources. Everything is at your disposal to play and deploy. Pei Mingxian froze and turned her head to glance at Qin Jie. After all, when she had just come in, she already knew Jihim and Qin Jie's identity and relationship. Having her as Jihim's manager was indeed considered backing the Qin Group. Gao Hao also smiled and said, "Our studio does not have many artists now. In the future you want to sign whoever you decide. In addition to me, you are the first agent, fully responsible for the development of the artists under you. I believe in your strength and vision. With your wrist, the next 10 years of the movie star, the top stream of the star may be from your hand." Pei Mingxuan's eyes lit up almost instantly. It was ambition blazing. "How about just signing up with us and we'll take care of the part of your betting agreement that you're liable for? This is now truly worry-free." Pei Mingxian immediately said, "It's my honor to join you. I'll sign." The other end of the phone, however, kept coming. "Impossible. This is impossible. Pei Mingxian, don't leave me behind. Don't." But Pei Mingxian was in a hurry to sign, and was already too lazy to pay attention to him. "Harass me again, and I'll send out the recording I just made." After the threat, the phone hung up. Chasing away the annoying flies, Pei Mingxian took the contract on the table, and although she was delighted, she still cautiously read it carefully. Of course, there was no need for her to find out, and Gao Hao was straightforward and honest. "There's a supplemental agreement regarding MSG. To add to this, Jihim has a free choice of jobs." Pei Mingxian immediately felt very regrettable. After all, the performance of the two programs, so that Pei Mingxian is very optimistic about Jihim, and felt that well polished, with her acting talent, and innate external conditions, the future is unlimited. But no one expected her to be the wife of the president of the Qin Group, and it was understandable that this level of relationship had requirements for work. Immediately felt that there was no problem. Pei Mingxian readily signed the contract. When she lowered her head, she didn't see that both Gao Hao and Qin Chao revealed evil smiles. Jia. Finally tricked one. When Pei Mingxian was full of enthusiasm, stayed up all night without having to catch up on sleep, and was about to devote herself to the work handover, she gradually realized that something was wrong. She does become a handful at the studio as Qin Chao and Gao Hao are about to make a run for it. She does have control over the artists, but there is only one under her, Jihim, who is intent on swinging for the fences and being lazy at all times, as well as privileges. The only consolation was that this studio did have the Qin Group at its back, provided that the couple's relationship wouldn't go awry. After this round of blows, Gao Hao Qin Chao was careful to avoid Pei Mingxian in the studio. Finally, Pei Mingxian made up her mind and looked for Gao Hao and Qin Chao in the office and said, "While you guys are still here, trick a few more into coming in." As soon as Gao Hao heard that she had figured it out, he was immediately happy to show his cooperation. "Do you have a target?" Pei Mingxian raised her eyebrows and said, "My acting, aren't there still a few more installments?" Gao Hao frowned. "The rest all have their own problems." "Tricky." Pei Mingxian laughed. "Only when there is a problem is there a topic. Only when there is a topic is there traffic. Not afraid that they have a problem, just afraid that they don't have the strength. I don't want wastes under me, and I don't want people with a wolf's heart. So, I'm going to examine them properly." Gao Hao looked at Qin Chao. Qin Chao shrugged and said, "You decide for yourself." Koho reminded, "By the way, you can tweet and announce you're joining." Pei Mingxian immediately laughed. "What? Sun Mo's side has produced results?" Originally, they had planned to take advantage of the heat from those few scandalous characters and find a chance to announce her as Jihim's manager. Gao Hao's expression was all over the place as he reversed the computer screen to show her the latest hot search. Hashtag Su Lemon's love-hate relationship with two ex-boyfriends, claiming to have suffered from the same malice. Hashtag Yang Hong and Sun Mo admitted to loving each other and had asked Su Lemon to help cover it up, but they didn't want it to come back to bite them in the ass. Hashtag Chapter 115 Judge of Internal Entertainment, Ceiling of Future Prospects. Looking at the hot search on the cell phone, it is considered that both sides of the people keep pouring dirty water on each other, but no one has absolute evidence. Just this combination, Jihim is really do not understand. I didn't realize the vote came true. With Lin Ershao's revelations, Su Lemon's black information couldn't be cleared no matter what, and since she had already completely torn her face off from Sun Mo and Yang Hong, she could only use the other two's rumors, which could never be explained, to disguise herself as a victim. The latest microblogging epileptic. I just have feelings for both of them. Both cannot let go. I just long for happiness. Afraid of loneliness of the girl, but I did not expect them to be from the beginning to the end of the limey, just to make me their shield. I respect different orientations, but I don't want to be a wife. It's her usual routine, always redeeming the continued defense of brainwashed fans who think they see through the truth and understand conspiracy theories. There are also defenders of various doctrines who will stand up and blindly support them. But she probably didn't expect that in this situation. Yang Hong and Sun Mo would work together to figure out tricky angles and pull her along to lose both. The two released a direct video to explain. First, they honestly apologized for the various previous fabrications about Sister Pei, stating that they just ghosted and did unethical things. As for the relationship between the three, it was Yang Hong who first realized that his fondness for Sun Mo was not just for the idol. Feeling very painful, he thought that Sun Mo was still in love with Su Lemon. So he broke up with Su Lemon and was willing to fulfill the two. As a result, they didn't expect that in the process, Sun Mo also fell in love with Yang Hong, but they were afraid of other people's eyes, so they asked Su Lemon, who was very close to all of them, to help cover it up. And they knew that this was a little bit of a sorry for Su Lemon, so they promised to give Su Lemon the resources afterward, and Su Lemon agreed to do the same. That's why they cooperated with the acting to present the three of them as a family, so that if the two of them were photographed being close in the future, they wouldn't be exposed, and Su Lemon was the bridge between them. I just didn't expect Su Lemon to be greedy enough to try to harm them to protect herself. The intimate get-togethers that were photographed were also for show for outsiders, or else the paparazzi wouldn't have captured Su Lemon sleeping alone in the downstairs guest room. How can you do that? I'll give you guys the benefit of the doubt. You can't really believe this, can you? Someone is really standing up for us? It's the Navy. It's got to be the Navy. And how did Sun Mo compromise? He was almost XX. Angry to beat the person into the hospital. Why? This is a very difficult setup to understand. What do I see? They're even touching shoulders? Yang Hong is leaning on Sun Mo, and Sun Mo can even tolerate it? Is Yang Hong really so powerful? Did he really break Sun Mo? Sun Mo's surprising expression, there is a hint of tenderness. Can only say that Pei's sister's strict selection? Acting? He is a professional. Oh my god. Yang Hong is actually directly linked to Sun Mo with his fingers. Ahem. Jian came back to his senses and turned his head to look at Qin Jie, who was working at the desk next to him. What's wrong? At this moment, both she and Qin Rank were in Qin Rank's presidential office. After all, he was a laboring president, so he only took 3 days off and came to work. The Qin family showed great concern. Ji-him initially felt that the company had various secretarial assistants from the president's office, so it certainly wouldn't be inconvenient. But the Qin family members you talk about all kinds of details, so that Ji-him feel that only the left hand can move or very inconvenient. Just the studio to give her a vacation. So it is responsible for being a small follower of the Qin rank. Qin rank is not bad, did not get up too deranged as in the past, efforts to delay until 9 o'clock to go out. But Ji-him came to realize that there wasn't really much that was needed of her. So 90% of the day is spent playing with my phone and reading gossip in the extra boss chair next to my desk. But Ji-him is still very measured, basically not disturbing Qin rank. Our inwardly crunching joy, the surface is very quiet. Until this moment, Ji-him thought that Qin rank had some instructions. Thirsty? I'll have my assistant bring in water? With a rather bitter expression, Qin swept a glance at Ji-him. Although he had already gotten used to it, he was still disturbed by the sudden bursting within Ji-him. On the surface, he could only say smoothly, need a cup of coffee to congeal. Ji-him immediately called and asked for a cup of milk tea for herself in the meantime. Seeing him resting, Ji-him finally couldn't help but share gossip before asking, how did you guess so accurately? You should know that the votes I've forwarded to other Qin family members, and I'm the only one who won the bidding. Qin eyelids jumped. So the group bickering before was analyzing the vote? He just swept a glance and found that it was still talking about the gossip of those 3 people, so he didn't look at it. Did the family even play this vote? Sure enough, they were all idle, and he was the only one who was busy working. The laborious Qin rank suddenly developed a trace of resentment of being squeezed, seeing Ji-him looking at him with great curiosity. Qin bit then explained, nothing, just the principle of maximizing benefits. Sun Mo has long been out of the way. Rumors have been explained. There are other black materials entangled. Rather than be the object of ridicule, the smartest thing to do is to reverse the use of rumors. The news of the entertainment industry is the real and the fake is indistinguishable. People only need to see a more explosive point. Will not go to the more serious before the thing. Fooling around is more convenient. That's why there are all those flawed explanations. Because they know that the focus of the fans' attention will be diverted by the other things they're blabbing about. The only thing Sun Mo knows how to do is acting. Letting him retreat into being an ordinary person. A high-minded person like him won't be willing to do that. After all, he's someone who once wiped the floor with a movie star. The path left for him then is to go abroad for development, using this rumor to directly act in relevant genre films. Instead, it's another fast track. Modern society is relatively tolerant a lot. Foreign countries are even more liberal. As long as you can tolerate humiliation, there may not be no possibility of turning over a new leaf. It's just that he needs resources and connections, and these, now only Yang Hong can give him. Many people in the entertainment industry can bend and pretend to be straight for the sake of resources and fame and fortune. So naturally the opposite is also possible. Jiheim was dumbfounded by what she heard. As a result, immediately the two on the cell phone announced that they would temporarily retire from the internal entertainment and go abroad. Jiheim's mouth turned into an O as he looked at Chin Rank in admiration. You're too smart for that, too. In the face of Jiheim's bright eyes, Chin Rank was slightly embarrassed. It is normal speculation. No businessman is a crook, and it's true that a crooked businessman's brain is just not normal. Chin title. Can you give a good compliment? But Jiheim's attention had shifted. Knowing that this is the case, Yang Hong still wants to be utilized. No, surprisingly, it was he who took the initiative to propose it. So this is a duel between the paranoid Yang Bengong and the tolerant Ink. Look at Yang Bengong take down the blackened Ink first, or look at the blackened Ink first use up Yang Bengong? Thinking about it is still a little exciting. Jiheim grinned as he drank milk tea while surfing. Netizens were also surprised by those statements in a variety of ways. They were probably already tired. So the most common sentence that appeared was finally, the male group has replaced the previous movie star group, and it has become the biggest joke of this half of the month. Finally, Yang Hong and Sun Mo also announced in passing that they were quitting my acting. Cut. Same ending. I can think of the director and producer hugging each other and crying. Chin Rank came over to take a look and said, I don't think so. After their accident, this program should already be planning to not give them a chance to participate. After all, they are one step away from being officially named. The program group doesn't want to keep on mosaicing behind them. Jiheim froze. Then, we are left with 3 groups? Don't they still have several programs to record? How can this be recorded? Maybe find another person to fill it? On this point, Chin Rank didn't know anymore. The two soon learned though, as there was also quite a bit of concern about what happens to the rest of the show. The program group was urged to directly post a blog that the remaining 3 groups to take the wheel battle. The next time to draw lots, draw the theme to determine the PK object. Isn't this also not enough to make up for it? Jiheim couldn't help but check with the eater system when he was curious in his heart. As a result, the milk tea in my mouth almost spewed out when I checked. Chin Rank looked over strangely, only to see the corner of Jiheim's mouth twitch. Oh, the feelings of the director and producer in the male group after the incident is about to terminate their contracts, and has begun to contact the new group over to fill the vacancy. The results of contacting a few groups have not returned, and went to contact those who before looking for relations to find a doorway to want to participate in the artists, but also be rejected. Shin Jian, huh? Why? What do you mean? You're afraid of colliding with the top stream group, afraid that this will be the last program they participate in, and that we're evil and hard-living and have to be avoided. Rely on. Why don't you say that you guys are weak-minded and afraid of being dug up for something unclean? Jiheim was disgruntled. While the 2 groups currently piking, each group is sending them thousands of miles away. Chin Rank listened with good humor and amusement. Who would have thought that the once hottest variety show, which climbed to the pinnacle of popularity this season, would go unnoticed? I'm guessing the director and producer will really be crying in the toilet at this point. Chin title, should, and at the same time as trolling the program team's speech, Jiheim received a message from Gao Hao asking her to retweet the microblogging, and that's when Jiheim saw that Pei Mingxian had ate her on the microblogging, but she was just too busy eating melons to pay attention to it. Pei Mingxian announced that she had become her manager, and Jiheim immediately retweeted the tweet. Now she's also an artist with millions of followers, so the comments section was immediately buzzing. Jiheim waited for a while to refresh, originally thought that the top would be the highest number of likes for Qin Chao's formulaic blessing. As a result, Qin Chao's reply was actually squeezed into the second place. The first one turned out to be, enter my hymen, slap forever, inner entertainment judge, seal the future, come on, follow sister him together to eat melon. Jiheim. Chapter 116, the judge of internal entertainment is going to be on duty? Wouldn't it be too ridiculous? The melon can be eaten indiscriminately. The terrier cannot be played indiscriminately. I used to call me Sister Slap, Sister Beep, even if it's not enough. This moment also come up with such a wicked thing. Jiheim is really this group of lack of moral netizens play bad. Period. With the new agent Pei sister accusation, Sister Pei coldly dismissed Jiheim. What a good thing. It's spontaneous traffic. No one else would think of it if they wanted to, and it's positive for you too. Pei Mingxian said while also aiding and abetting that reply. Exasperated Jiheim finished the remaining half cup of milk tea in one gulp. Suddenly there was a soft laugh from the side. Jiheim immediately stared over. Qin immediately pretended to be reading the documents seriously, as if he wasn't the one who had just been amused. Hey, Qin Jie coughed and said, Pei Mingxian probably wants to mold your persona just like that. That way in the future, ordinary people won't dare to mess with you, and unproductive jobs won't dare to find you. Ji Him froze. Huh? Like this? Qin bit nodded. She also wants to use this stunt of yours to set up an implied image of the studio that never collapses a room, and in the future, the artists who join your studio will spontaneously have an extra sense of trust in the hearts of the people, and it will be easier for them to get the goodwill of their fans, and peace of mind of their cooperative partners. So there is no harm in 100 benefits. Jaiheim instantly pointed at herself, indicating that she had been victimized. She didn't want to carry such a strange persona. After thinking for a moment, Qin spoke up instead. If you really don't want to, tell Pei Mingxian directly and let her handle it. Jaiheim froze. May I? Qin nodded seriously. No one can force you to do something you don't want to do. If she can't handle it, I'll handle it. Being answered so seriously by Qin Rank all of a sudden made Ji-him have to think hard for a moment. In fact, the person in question would have looked quite cheerful if he hadn't been himself. Finally thought about it. Forget about it. After all, he entered the entertainment industry in addition to killing time and eating melon gossip, but also want to earn a little money. Pei's sister is right. There is traffic is good. It's just that as time festered, by the afternoon, the online trend was getting progressively stranger, as if artists who dared to PK with their top stream group and survived unscathed were proof that they were idols who wouldn't cave in and were worth chasing. Some fans are more bluffing, going so far as to directly ask their own wall to go hard to justify their own black material. But those who really have black material artists can only fool the fans. Who dares to pay attention to this time have become a shrunken head turtle. A lot of laughs broke out at once. Ji-him was crunching all afternoon, and in the end, Qin Rank had to go to a meeting and didn't even dare to take her. It was too distracting. Don't you need me to go? Then help me organize the files on the computer. Qin explained and left. Ji-him nodded in response and stayed in the office. In fact, on this day, the most Ji-him could do was to help turn over some documents, look for contracts, type on the computer, and return messages for Qin Rank on his cell phone. Because the document contract cell phone computer belongs to the important things, especially after the last incident of Secretary Kim, Qin Rank are not allowed to have access to it. I didn't expect to go around in circles, or for Ji-him to be the only one allowed near these. Secretary Kim in jail would vomit blood if she knew. Ji-him couldn't help but laugh and was about to leave after finishing up when he suddenly saw an email message pop up on the screen. Ji-him had also helped Qin Rank with his emails before and saw that it was from an unfamiliar source, so he just clicked on it. As soon as he opened it, Jaiheim froze. Articulate. I'll be back home in half a month. Can we meet? Ji-him blinked and instantly reacted. This should be the message sent by Yu Ji, Qin Rank's first love. Let go of the mouse and scratched his head. I should have known not to open it quickly by hand, making it weirdly embarrassing. Jaiheim couldn't help but stare at the email for a while longer. Strange. Shouldn't she be happy? After all, because of the so-called fate, she could not take the initiative to mention the divorce. And only Qin Rank's initiative to divorce could be successfully detached. So her plan all along was to behave herself. Wait for her first love to return. Wait for them to start entangling. Wait for Qin Jie to have a bad conscience about herself so she could get a huge breakup fee in divorce. And then get away with it and be free. It was the exit script she'd put together for herself. She's supposed to be having fun getting ready for the countdown. Got it. The days had been too comfortable, and she'd taken the way she lived in the Qin family as a comfort zone. So the thought of breaking away from the habits she'd formed still made her uncomfortable on the inside. But it didn't matter. Once he thought of the surely more than $200 million in future breakup fees, as well as all sorts of investments, along with the already paved road in the entertainment industry, Ji-him's expression as he looked at the email was instantly as bright as a flower. Kisses, just waiting for you. Yo. Ji-him gave a heart to the email, then got up and left Qin Rank's office. Anyway, the meeting of Qin Rank will take a long time. She went to sit down below. Just milk tea did not drink enough. The place where the special assistant bought her milk tea was the lounge bar within the group company. Since it wasn't counted as afternoon tea time, very few people could come over here to sit down and relax. I just went to the front desk to order and the staff knew her and respectfully asked her to just sign the order later. As a result, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind her. Mr. Ji-him froze. It couldn't be someone from the company who would call her that. It was usually someone from the entertainment industry who would call her that. As soon as I turned around, I saw someone surprising, only to see not far away inside the elegant seat sat 5 glorious women. They were all imposing, bejeweled, elegantly sitting inside and drinking tea, only to look over with eyes that were permeated with condescending scorn, with a hint of contempt and overlooking in the bottom of their eyes. The person who called out to her was none other than the woman in the very center. Mrs. Zong. It is the guest of the third group, the wife of the loving wife persona veteran actor Zong Chun. Ji-him hadn't formally interacted with her except for the first time she was brought in to be introduced and greeted. After all, she was mainly there to keep an eye on her husband and that most beautiful young Guifei Yuruyan, who had been blocked by the Circle's wife's group. Their two groups hadn't run into each other, so naturally they hadn't interacted with each other in any other way. Ji-him thought it was a coincidence, since people called her. A hint of cunning flashed in the bottom of Ji-him's eyes, so he knew how to politely go over to greet them. Mrs. Zong didn't get up. She just nodded her head, then introduced herself to the old sister beside her. She's Ji-him. It was introducing her to the others, but the others just nodded arrogantly, not introducing themselves at all. Ji-him didn't have the anger of being looked down upon. Instead, she tried very hard to hold in her laughter, because she knew why the group was treating her the way they were. They didn't know her identity and had probably been thinking that she was a young mistress who had been adopted by one of the old bosses of the Qin group. In fact, Ji-him and Qin rank is not considered a hidden marriage. It is just that the general business family enterprises do not like to expose their family privacy situation. So even if it's Qin Chao, the fans won't know that he's the third son of Qin group. Just that the industry will still circulate the identity of the other party. And about the identity of Ji-him, in the entertainment industry is still a mystery. Only know is not Qin Chao's lover, but also the upper class circle out to play the ticket. Mrs. Zong knows the identity of Qin Chao. Qin Chao is willing to take the newcomer. That is bound to have a great relationship with the Qin group. Just did not expect to be the president's wife. After all, who is the president's wife to be a variety show curator? Ji-him thought that she would be able to leave after greeting her, but it turned out that she didn't expect Mrs. Zong to say, "Please sit down," after introducing her. Ji-him froze. Won't this disturb the party? No, technically speaking, we are also considered to be here to look for you. Since we met with you first, let's get right to it. We have something to ask for your help. Mrs. Zong spoke directly and seriously. The eyes did not allow for refusal in general. Ji-him got curious. What is it? Aren't you the inner entertainment judge? We want you to help us block Yuzuin together in the next PK. We want this mistress to lose her name and disappear from inner entertainment. Chapter 117. What a life of persecution by dogmen. The corners of Ji-him's mouth twitched, and he was no longer able to spit at the point of the inner entertainment judge. I thought it was just a netizen playing terrier, but I didn't expect this noble-faced Mrs. Zong to take it seriously, and she really doesn't feel like burning her mouth when she says it? I am embarrassed. Scalp a burst of numbness. Really don't be too ridiculous. Ji-him inwardly crazy spit, face but not show, but do not know because of her spit. Just ready to come in here. Qin Ma and Qin Rong suddenly stopped their footsteps. The two were currently the most idle people at home, and because they were really curious about how Qin Rank and Ji-him were getting along in the company, they planned to come over and sneak a peek. As a result, they just came and heard that both of them were not in the office, so they had no choice but to come here to rest their feet first. As a result, I didn't expect to encounter the eating scene as soon as I arrived. The two men looked at each other, and in each other's eyes, fully armed with fishermen's hats and sunglasses, and blocking their faces. Sneaking in shouldn't be a problem. The two of them then took advantage of the effort of talking over there and sneaked in, finding a nearby elegant seat to block themselves and sitting down to secretly eat melon. Mrs. Zong, are you kidding me? Ji-him laughed dryly. Mrs. Zong's eyes were stern as she said, of course not. The previous two groups, didn't you do well? I believe that Mr. Ji is a very righteous person, and will definitely get rid of that kind of shameless and immoral people. In fact, Mrs. Zong felt that even if she didn't come to Ji-him today, according to the usual routine of the top stream group, no matter if they were doing it for the sake of their own popularity, or whatever it was, they would surely catch the vixen's foot in the door and give a fatal blow on stage. It's just that that vixen is so good at seducing people that every time she goes quiet for a while after an incident, she always finds a way to come out. So, this time they approached to seek to work together to put an end to the problem forever. If Ms. G is willing to cooperate, we will arrange everything. When Mrs. Zong finished speaking, she locked her gaze on Ji-him with an oppressive aura. Ji-him wondered, how do you want to arrange this? Mrs. Zong frowned slightly. Probably Ji-him's unimpressed attitude made her a little dissatisfied. Although PK is a lottery, with the five of us joining forces to apply pressure, the director's team will obediently let your two groups meet first. I'll provide the theme, and it's set, red faces. I will imply to my husband their teacher who writes scripts to write the script of the redheads, and then you just have to act out the so-called redheads are shameless, seducing other people's husbands' mistresses, and don't glorify the effect of what redheads are, and those who destroy people's families should be retributed. When the time comes, we'll put the information on the internet, build up the momentum, and make her completely rotten and stinky. Mrs. Zong's tone was filled with cynicism, as if she could no longer bear it, and the others were also filled with ruthlessness. Qin Ma and Qin Rong were surprised to hear this and couldn't help but whisper, Such a big battle? Could it be that because of this program, what the netizens were worried about has come true? Chin Rong was shocked. Didn't Mrs. Zong and teacher you barely get along before? How come all of a sudden? Chin Ma had also been on the front line of the eating front recently, so she knew a little bit about Zong Chun and Yu Royin's situation, because of Yang Guifei's TV series, Tang Xuanzong and Zongchuan, who played the role of Tang Xuanzong, and Yu Ruyin, who played the role of Yang Guifei, had become the center of discussion among netizens for a while. Everyone is speculating whether Mr. Zong, who has a wife-loving persona, will be rumored like other men who have worked with Yu Zoing. In fact, until the TV series was finished it was safe and sound, and no suspicious images were taken. Seeing Mrs. Zong's sudden change of attitude, something should have happened. Chin Ma frowned. So, teacher you really seduced teacher Zong and was discovered by Mrs. Zong? Chin Rong said in shock. I rub really hard don't know still think that mess. You really how to seduce your husband it. Chin Rong, isn't it? Then why is Mrs. Zong suddenly angry? Isn't it your husband who wants to divorce you? Chin Rong, I can't believe you're divorcing her? No wonder. Have you forgotten that he is where he is today because of you? Chin Rong immediately stared with wide eyes. The original old actor is also a soft rice to get rich. Not grateful, but also divorce? If you can't give it up, you should block your husband and make him come around. Chin Rong almost sprayed out and hurriedly stifled her laughter, but she couldn't help but want to give Ji-him a thumbs up. Why is it that when a woman encounters this kind of thing, she first deals with other women instead of men? Solve the problem at the root. Sister. Chin Rong couldn't help but nod her head. It was still Himiko who was right. The other party was still talking after Ji-him inwardly spat for a while. This is easy for you guys, isn't it? Almost like the first group. Mrs. Zong said in a cold voice. Ji-him thought about Mrs. Zong some kind of angle is also poor people, raised his eyebrows and said, the first group's situation is that we know all the truth to act that way, but now, I don't even know what happened Mrs. Zong said that Yu Royin is a mistress. Is there any proof? Come on, sis, think about it. Do you have any proof? Don't take it for granted when you're going to deal with people, okay? Mr. G is rejecting us. Do you want to help that vixen? Mrs. Zong immediately snapped. Ji-him laughed. After all, I can't count on someone just because of Madame Zong's words, right? Kidding. Want to use me as a knife? Do I look like a knife to you? There is no evidence. Just because now the netizens take me as the judge of the inner entertainment, it seems that no evidence is needed. As long as I casually guide, I can ruin people's life. This kind of karma, I will not just carry it. When Chin Ma and Chin Rong heard this, they became disgruntled. Their him is not a knife. This group of wives want a beauty hidden behind the scenes, in case by the time Yu Ruin can prove her innocence to counterattack, then him will not be a reputation. Reputation ruined? Ji-him's request was considered reasonable, but it caused Mrs. Zong to become furious. She is who encouraged my husband to divorce me. Isn't that enough? This kind of morally flawed, unsympathetic woman who hooks up everywhere is a scourge if she stays in the entertainment industry. What more evidence do you need? Mrs. Zong looked at Ji-him as if she was looking at someone who was unbelievable and partial to bad people. Shouldn't everyone be on her side to help her fight the mistress of the house when she's such a pathetic original wife? Ji-him was also quite speechless. To the edge of the mouth of the Yu personally heard her encouragement? He didn't say it out. He always felt that once he said it out, there was bound to be a clamor. After all, Mrs. Zong didn't know that Ji-him could find out all the gossip information. In fact, it is your husband wants to get her. She is forced to now also live, relying on him to combine PK. Only euphemistically said I do not win the little three, because she knows that your husband is relying on you to make a fortune. Thought he did not dare to leave you. The result is that your husband is obsessed and thinks he is deeply in love with her to divorce her and give her a name. It was only when Chin Rong heard this that she finally understood something. I don't know if Yu Zoyin is at fault in this case, but the main fault is definitely the man, who can't keep himself and is sorry for the original partner. Looking at Mrs. Zong, she won't be able to analyze what's right or wrong. As long as Zong Chun wants to divorce her for Yu Ruin's sake for one day, she will firmly believe that it's Yu Ruin who is playing tricks to break them up. Yu Zoyin is the only villain. Her husband is pure and innocent, just confused by the seduction. Seeing that Ji-him was not very cooperative, the other ladies couldn't sit still either. Yu Roin is the mistress. What's so questionable about that? Finally the other ladies couldn't help but speak up. When she was acting with my husband, she kept going into my husband's RV on the pretext of being in the right scene. My husband was directing a play for her, and she actually sat right on my husband's lap and asked him to tell her the play. She was caught on camera going into my husband's room in the middle of the night and said she was working on a script. My husband was filming with her, and she purposely stuck close to her and rubbed up against her. hooking my husband's soul and going behind my back every day. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, talking about accusing Yu Ruein, a league of victims in its own right. Sure enough, they are the same wives group that blocked Yu Zoein before, and now they are joining up with Mrs. Zong again. Let me see. Ji-him directly took out his cell phone and started searching in front of everyone. Nothing could interfere with her melon eating. What are you doing? The group of wives had just finished their output, and they all froze when they looked at Ji-him's appearance of ignoring them. Oh, I haven't paid attention before. I'll look up what you guys are talking about. Ji-him, still smiling, said, instantly causing the Mrs. group to gasp. A few people pacified each other, feeling that Ji-him had no one in sight, thinking that if they saw the man behind Ji-him later, they would have to ruthlessly sue him. When Shin Ma and Shin Rong heard this, they also couldn't help but take out their cell phones to search. After all, their output just shocked the two of them as well. Listening to it like this, Yu Ruin's title of Junior Lover was really firmly attached to her head. Inside the entertainment industry, it's all about truth and falsehood. It's really hard to say what kind of attributes Yu Ruein has. Ji-him does not interfere, only gossip, but also because she has never liked meddling. Respect for the fate of others has always been her guidelines. Unless like the first two very absolute right and wrong situation, maybe by the way to do a good deed in the day, save up merit. So for a moment now, Ji-him's heart for gossiping was heavier than being some kind of inner entertainment judge. Oh, the one who said to go into the RV was your husband forcing Yu Zoein to go in with him for the scene, to pull people towards the bed on purpose and move their hands. The one sitting on the lap, it was your husband who forced people to sit down, and if not, he intentionally gave her NG, so that she would be blamed by the whole staff for the delay. People want to run, but also forced to hold a hooligan. Midnight study script that. Is your husband to find an excuse to change her script? Let her midnight to discuss. Not to discuss. Delay the start of work. Also intentionally pouring wine. Pretending to be drunk to take advantage of. Pulling people's clothes, only to be photographed clothed out of the. Deliberately stick to the body. Why don't you say your husband colorful heart? Good dragonfly to him into a disgusting strong kiss. But also in people's body to touch and feel. Hate to fake drama. But also on the spot have a reaction. The end of the shooting is really wanting to be great. With the pressure can't be nature of the a glance on the daily harassment of people. Damn, the more I see the more angry. I previously see Yu Ruein a look of ease. The knit brows are all the style of the look. Thought she is really relaxed about this aspect. I did not think that behind the scenes to live this kind of day simply everywhere sexual harassment. Really showbiz is dark and dirty. Really terrible. Now I'm also running into these stepford wives who defend their own men. And the mistakes are all outside vixens. I really sympathize with Yu Ruin. Chin Mom Chin Rong heard also angry. Because they search and search, they will find that their husbands and not only with Yu Ruein rumors. This does not show that the problem is actually in their husbands? What a life of persecution by dogmen. Chapter 118. No one can steal my scene. Ji-him, Chin Ma Chin Rong are all sympathetic to Yu Ruin's situation. But it's really confusing to see how the internet treats Zoein, and you're accidentally brainwashed into seeing things the same way everyone else does. The men flirted with the sexy figure, charming and enchanting face. 8 out of 10 were dipped in dirty jokes, but also said that it was not a slander. It was their men's praise for Zoein, as if it was something that Zoein should feel proud of. He even fought with other women over Yu Ruin, making it a male-female confrontation. But this kind of maintenance really makes people feel uncomfortable. The women, on the other hand, were divided into two factions. One was like Mrs. Zong and the others, mocking and abusing and despising, as if they had seen with their own eyes how she hooked up with men and how many shameless acts she had, worried that their idol would be haunted by this dirty thing. The other kind was the real mistresses who envied Yu Ruin's condition and followed her example, known as brainwashed fans with the same 3 wrong views as Yu Ruin. Only a very small number of people were really praising Yu Zoein's beauty and recognizing her professional acting skills. In this almost black and red situation, Ji-him looked at it and felt Alexandria. And the netizens who had previously found it cute and funny all seemed to become scary. Sure enough, those who can last in showbiz as black and red are ruthless. Ji-him had no intention of prying into too much of other people's privacy, and at most, he was just eating his melon. See, also stop here. When she looked up, she realized that the wives were still looking at her intently from across the room, waiting for an answer. Women should be able to understand the plight of women more easily, but some women tend to become men's accomplices in persecuting other women. See what's going on? Know what kind of person she is. Ji-him hurriedly nodded his head, knowing very well, thinking that Ji-him agreed. Mrs. Zong said righteously, we'll purge her and return the inner amusement to a clean slate. Ji-him thought for a moment and asked, isn't Mrs. Zong afraid that this will involve Teacher Zong? After all, we were completely wiped out before. Mrs. Zong immediately changed her face and said, of course not. I will find a way to let my husband see the true face of this person. It is she who seduced my husband. My husband stood firm on his heart. GM couldn't help but laugh badly. Isn't this kind of man who was going to divorce you for another woman already changed his heart? You still want it. Mrs. Zong, however, frowned. What do you know as a little girl? We have been husband and wife for many years with deep feelings. I can't give up on him just because he's haunted for a while. I have to save him. There's no need for you to meddle in this aspect. Just do what we've explained to you. GM shrugged and showed his teeth. I refuse. What? Mrs. Zong probably didn't expect them to say half a day's worth of words, but this so-called justice messenger, the judge of inner entertainment, would actually refuse. A few of the other ladies immediately exploded. Have you thought about the consequences of refusing us? Do you really think you're a dish? Are we really here to beg you? Ungrateful little girl. You don't want to hang out in the inner circle anymore. Don't bull her. Talk to the man behind her. But it's just a canary. Mrs. Zong also looked at GM fiercely and said, your man is at the top of the Chin group, right? My cousin is a director of the Chin group. Originally this time I wanted to talk to your man directly so that he could give you an explanation. But I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. There are many women of your quality in the circle. I don't mind giving your man a new canary. Him. Put. Hold back. Don't laugh. In the distance, Chinron was already lying on the table, trembling. Oh, so you guys don't look for Chin Chao because you know his identity and know that you can't order him. So you come to me? GM stifled a laugh. There was a moment of subtle blushing on the faces of the wives group. One of them suddenly opened his mouth. Speaking of which, you are quite close to Chin Chao when you participate in the program together. If you collect a little bit of video and photos for your man. Jaeheim froze for a moment. Talent. Definitely talent. Chinron also froze, and the table they were lying on trembled even more. At this time, Mrs. Zong had already picked up her phone as if she was going to make a phone call. Knowing the time is a good thing. If I contacted my cousin, this would have been troublesome. Since we met by chance, it's destiny, and it's also for a good cause. Teacher G shouldn't reject us again. Jaeheim pursed her lips in a distressed manner. What should I do? I'm so excited that I'm about to play a pig in a poke in the face scene. What should I do? Should I ask the waitress to assist me if she knows who I am? Or should I just ask her to call her cousin, since the directors all know me anyway, and then I'll surprise them? Ah, how to start the show. What a pain in the ass. Listening to Him's heartfelt voice, Chinron were also excited. They also wanted to come out to assist in the show. When the time came, they would directly reveal their identity. Maybe this group of wives still didn't believe them and then offended them. This way they can play the boss's mom and the boss's sister once. Arrogant and domineering, bullying people. Think about it is also a little bit excited. Various angles of the trio ready to fist pump. But suddenly someone pushed the door in. What brings you here? Old sister? Cousin? I came to find you. Mrs. Zong looked to the door in surprise and beckoned, then gave Him across the room just a cruel smile. It seems that you are unlucky. I have kind of given you a chance, but you don't give face. Little girl, it's time to learn from your mistakes. It's time to suffer a little and learn a long lesson. Looking for me? Why are you reprimanding people? An employee of our company? Did something wrong and upset you guys? Because Him didn't turn around, only his back. The other party didn't recognize it. Now that the stage was set, Him waited for the perfect time to go on. That's right. Some little girls, 3 views are not correct. Think now being held up. Cannot distinguish between east and west, north and south. No respect. Cousin to recognize look. Whose family? Trouble people to lead back to a good education. The director laughed softly, understanding the situation at once, and was about to go up and ask who had brought his young mistress. Shin's mom and her own sister came to the fore, and it was time to stand up and answer. Jaeheim jumped up. It was time to stand up and be scary. Just then, a cool voice, not the least bit creative, came from the doorway. My family, what's wrong? Instantly everyone looked to the doorway. The people who had entered later than the directors and had just finished the meeting. The director was startled. Mr. Shin, wait, what is the situation? Shin rank where there is what little lover, only one now brought in the side of the forehead. Finished. The director froze in place with a blank face. And Mrs. Zong had also naturally seen Shin rank a few times because of her cousin's position as a director here. And Shin rank's face was impossible to forget after seeing it. For a moment, Mrs. Zong's brain was a bit down, not reacting to what Shin rank had just said. That is, until Shin rank walked over to where they were and stood next to GM. Some people kept asking Mrs. Zong in a low voice. This is, after all, they also realized that the atmosphere was a bit off by observing the words. Mr. Shin, she is your family. Mrs. Zong. I swept back and forth, Kim put one hand on Ji-him's shoulder as if he was holding the person in his arms, ignoring Mrs. Zong, but instead, he lowered his head to Ji-him and said in a gentle tone, "What happened?" Ji-him looked up with a disgruntled face at Chin Rank. "Chin Rank? My good show, my appearance, my pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Chin Rank, what do you owe me to take back? Oh, what's the difference between having your coolness interrupted and ting halfway through? Chin Rank, wait, have a word, what the hell kind of description is this?" Suddenly, Ji-him narrowed his eyes and violently turned his head to tightly encircle Chin Jie's waist, rubbing frantically on the tight abs that could be felt through his shirt. Chin Jie's body stiffened. "Ooh, husband, I'm shocked. I just refused to do something for them. They said they'll find you a woman to replace me, and they're going to slander my relationship with my third brother. Ooh, I'm so wrong. Chin title, no one can steal my play. Oh ho, abs, this is really not on purpose. Hey, so sturdy, oh, bury it for a while. Chin title, Mrs. Mission was petrified. Chapter 119, I wanted to support her, but someone broke his back for money. But, just ask you guys, are you embarrassed and does your face hurt? Ji-him spat happily while putting on a show. The air was filled with Ji-him's aggrieved accusations, a crying scene that couldn't be faked, but made the heads of the wife's group and the director's heads explode with electricity. Mrs. Group, she, is not a canary raised by a certain big brother. It is the rightful wife of the heir of the Chin group. Who's the rightful wife who doesn't stay home to raise her children and runs out to be a variety artist? Director, introducing women, speculating on uncles and sisters-in-law relationships. Cousin, when have I ever offended you? You have to harm me so much. Chin Rank knew that Ji-him was playing, and could only cooperate in a raw manner, gently wrapping the person around him, and when he lifted his eyes, his complexion was already ice cold. Although Ji-him wouldn't be at a disadvantage, Chin Rank wouldn't allow someone to offend his lady like that. Everyone, my lady is young and has always disliked provoking right and wrong. You guys are so threatening and provocative, coming to Chin's group to bully my lady. Should you not give us an explanation and give my lady an apology? Chin Bit's voice sounded clear and cold, but it carried a heart-stopping aura that pressed the crowd. Chin Jia said this line well, it's worthy of having the potential of a hegemon. Give him a nod. Chin Rank was helpless. His originally serious mind was instantly messed up by Ji-him's heartfelt voice. Their faces are colorful and wonderful now. Their intestines are green with remorse. Don't they want to dig a hole and bury themselves? Ji-him bloated and peeked at a few people. Chin Rong missed the opportunity to perform on the stage, and originally had a little regret inside, but this moment the attention had completely shifted. Watch the show and look at the wives group over there, so that you can flaunt your power and bully others. Come to our family turf and bully our family. Are you feeling tired of your current life and want to challenge yourself to a life of excitement? Although the position of the group of wives in the entertainment industry is untouchable, they are now facing the real ladies of the mansion. Just now they were even threatening this lady. Thinking about it makes my scalp numb. I can't wait to turn back time, knowing that their husbands often have to pull in investments to create a work. If they offend Chin, it won't be their wives group blocking others, it'll be their husbands who will be blocked. After knowing that they had offended someone they shouldn't have, the wife's group reacted in panic, rushing to their feet and stiffening their own attitudes in a 180-degree turnaround. So it's Mrs. Chin. See, you didn't say so earlier. I thought it was a newcomer in the circle, so I talked a bit more, thinking to guide the juniors. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Mrs. Chin, we apologize. We really didn't mean anything else just now. It was just a joke. Embarrassed smiles piled up on the faces of the four wives, smiling and apologizing, desperately trying to say nice things to coax the little girl they had just despised. Compared to before, it was comparable to a Sichuan opera face change, and the more you say it, the smoother it gets, as if as long as you're not embarrassed, you pretend the embarrassment didn't happen. Though it's good to know what's going on. I like you guys better when you're bossing people around. Seeing that Ji-him was unmoved, the group of wives suddenly remembered that before, they had gone shopping together, so they all took out the latest jeweled bags that had just arrived, and sent them to Ji-him as a compensatory gift. Having just offended Mrs. Chin, this is a little token of our appreciation. Please be sure to smile. Looking at the way each of them obviously had a great deal of pain and suffocated but had to squeeze out a smile, it was clear that all of those things were of great value and were very hard to come by. Chin Ma and Chin Rong, who were watching from the back, were also very surprised. This was simply hemorrhaging money. It seemed that they were really worried about offending the Chin clan. Ji-him let go of Chin Rank's waist in an instant and looked at the gifts piled up in front of him. Suddenly feel that they know the look of the time is also very good. Hey, who do not like the skydrop horizontal welfit? Being said a few words is nothing. People cannot refuse money for a breath. These add up. To say a few million small hair a sum of money. Yo roar. Chin title. wanted to give her support, but it turned out that someone folded for the sake of money. Lee Ji-him put on a false show and finally accepted the reparation. The four wives looked at the gifts that were accepted. That can be their heart good, not yet warmed up in the hands of it to go out, the heart that is a pain. Before, they said that they would let the little girls grow a lesson, but it turned out to be them who grew a lesson themselves, and this is called trouble coming out of the mouth. What's even more annoying is how Mrs. Zong did not move. Cannot just ask them to compensate and apologize for it. Things but Mrs. Zong provoked, but also Mrs. Zong misunderstood the identity of the season Crimson, only to cause them to offend people. So the four of them frantically flicked their eyes at Mrs. Zong. They are considered to have come from the entertainment industry into the capital, so it's easy for them to drop their postures. But Mrs. Zong is supposed to be the capital, so it's not that easy for her to pull her face down. Not to mention the fact that she had just suffered a divorce crisis from her husband at a time when she was prone to hysteria. Still, at the wildly suggestive look in her cousin's eyes, she offered to send a reparation, which she was fine with. It was the words of apology that burned her mouth a bit. Mrs. Zong gagged and said, "Some of the things I just said were indeed said because I misunderstood Mr. G's identity, but it's also because your wife, General Manager Chin, is too disappointing." When these words came out, the whole room looked at Mrs. Zong in shock, and the director was also in tears. He knew that this old cousin's stubbornness was guilty. "Cousin, shut up. It was you who was rude to Lady Chin, so why don't you hurry up and apologize?" Mrs. Zong, however, gritted her teeth and said unconvincingly, "I merely invited her to join forces to dispose of an evil person. Before that, I had always felt that Teacher G's age was light and her outlook on the three things was correct, but I didn't want to make a mistake at this time, and even wanted to defend Junior. I was merely afraid that she would go down the wrong path, and so I spoke a bit harshly." The director who said this was stunned, and immediately looked at Ji-him with some speculation. After all, the original body of Ji-him's reputation is indeed not very good, only recently settled down. It seems that her husband wants to divorce her for the sake of Yuruain is really a great blow to her. She is now desperate to get everyone's sympathy and recognition, and united front with her to deal with Yuruain. If she disagrees, even if it's just not helping her, she has to break it to the other side? However, I'm all anti-bone. I just can't break it over. How about that? Hurry up and die. Slightly. Although she had received a compensation gift, the other party was dead set on not recognizing her mistake, so don't blame her, just thinking about how to reply to the dislike. However, he didn't want the Chin rank on the side to sink his face directly after listening to Mrs. Zong's words, and after listening to a few key information in the heart's voice, and probably knowing the ins and outs, he opened his mouth in a cold voice. Mrs. Zong is taking the liberty of expecting something from Mr. G, and taking the liberty of blaming him for being disappointed because he thinks differently from you, which is a bit too presumptuous. Chapter 120 Eating Your Own Melon? Mrs. Zong stiffened and suddenly blanched. Chin Rank was nonchalant, his eyes sharp. Teacher G's path is how he wants it to be. Whether it's right or wrong is not the turn of an outsider to educate. Now the director couldn't help but sweat, because he could hear that Chin Rank was truly angered. A sentence of defending Junior. Open mouth. How much reputation damage can such a sentence bring to Mr. G? It seems that we have to find a lawyer to talk to Mrs. Zong. I hope that by that time, Mrs. Zong will be able to give conclusive evidence to prove that Mr. G has the fact of defending Junior. The last sentence directly made Mrs. Zong almost didn't stand still, or was held up by the director. This is not the same as what she thought. She thought that when she said that Ji-him defended the matter of the mistress, Mr. Chin would at least ask about the cause and educate Ji-him, but she didn't expect that Mr. Chin would react in this way, and how the couple's claims are so similar. Just now Ji-him also asked her for proof that Yuroin is a mistress. In the distance, wow, it's the first time I've heard second brother say so many disliked words. Chin Rong was surprised. Chin Ma froze for a moment, but she couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Chin Rong looked at her mother in disbelief. Chin Ma said, "It is that you feel that your second brother has changed a little bit. Obviously Crimson can completely control the field and easily counterattack. Usually in this situation, your second brother will not intervene. This time, suddenly not Comet." Chin Rong thought for a moment and asked, "Second brother used to defend second sister-in-law, too?" Chin Ma smiled and didn't say any more. Chin Rank would defend his wife for the sake of duty, but it wouldn't be like this, where he reacted immediately as soon as someone else made a move, and then killed them with a single blow, not giving the other party any more chances to deal with Ji-him. The kind of defense that comes from a heartfelt reflex can have nothing to do with responsibility. Not to mention them, even the special assistant who was now following Mr. Chin all day long was a bit surprised. "Mr. Chin has said so. If you still refute it, then you are either crazy or a little cute. Mrs. Zong, even if she was aggrieved and unwilling, had to recognize the situation, and in the end, it was the director who accompanied her and solemnly apologized for the improper speech. But Qin Rank still didn't give the other party a good face, and directly said, if there are any such remarks circulating after that, and it affects Mr. G, we will pursue the matter to the end. There was no need to say anything else after the words were spoken, so Qin Rank looked toward Ji-him and asked in a low voice, going back? And Ji-him was looking straight at him, and in her black and white eyes was the reflection of Qin Rank. Qin Rank was puzzled when he heard Ji-him and growl in a heartbeat. Damn, he's loaded to the hilt. This bully quote say 666 a little handsome to me yo. The remaining frost on Qin's face melted in an instant, and his cheeks instantly burned. Things that were quite normal had become shameful when they were flirted with by the heartfelt voice of Ji Himiko. As expected, Ji-him is a professional when it comes to scenery busting. Qin Rank patted Ji-him on the shoulder, and only then did Ji-him get up. Qin Rank asked the special assistant to help hold the compensation given by the other party. After all, it was Ji-him's crossroads, and he could not lose it, leaving behind the rest of the people who were intimidated in place by Qin Rank's aura and didn't dare to move. Almost to the door, Qin Rank stopped just to the side of the elegant seat. Mom, little sister. Qin Ma and Qin Rong both thought that Qin Jia hadn't noticed them. The two awkwardly removed their sunglasses and said hello. Jaihime was surprised, obviously not knowing they were here. Now the others are even more shocked. The wives of the group simply do not know the president of his mother and the president of his sister when to come. Anyway, certainly earlier than the Qin title, but also must have heard them on the Ji-him words not good. This is sort of a direct grab bag and is more disturbing than paraphrasing. But they didn't come forward to defend Ji-him before. Does it mean that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law aunt and sister-in-law's relationship is actually not good? Maybe they won't remember that they are not polite to Ji-him. Just as she was feeling anxious, she saw Qin Ma and Qin Rong leaving the elegant seat and running forward in a hurry. Qin Jia automatically made way, and Qin Ma and Qin Rong then held Ji-him intimately on their left and right sides. When did you guys get here? Why didn't you call me? This is not the first time I came to see a good show. Curious as to what person could be so honorable as to instruct my family Himiko to do something. Second sister-in-law. We were all just about to make a magnificent entrance, and we were all interrupted by second brother. What? You guys were planning on stealing the show too? 3 women are a drama. Laughter is non-stop, but the president of the Qin Rank obediently helped them to open the door to lead the way. Those who stayed in the lounge bar were naturally ashen, and only prayed that the gifts they gave would be substantial enough to make the other party calm down. The director didn't give Mrs. Zong a good face and just kicked her out. The other 4 wives followed suit and left in a mess, and when they reached the gate, they couldn't help but complain about Mrs. Zong. Enough, this is just an accident. Even if they want to retaliate, it's me who will take the heat for you guys. Now make a noise. Don't you guys want to block Yuzhuin anymore? So what do you say? What you're trying to do certainly won't work, and we don't dare to go back on our luck. Mrs. Zong's eyes flashed with a fierce look. I don't need them. I can make that vixen be reviled by the netizens. At the same time, Pei Mingxian, who had just taken over the work of Ji-him's related information, received a phone call and unexpectedly raised her eyebrows. Mr. Yu, are you asking me for a favor? Wanting to join our studio? You'll be at a disadvantage with these conditions you're offering. On the other hand, Ji-him and the girls went back to the president's office together. After all, it was almost time for them to finish work, so they could go home together when Qin Rank dealt with the work at hand. So the 3 of them were sitting on the long couch in the office discussing the gossip they had just had enthusiastically while opening the reparation gift from the grudge seed. Although the Qin family members are not short of money, but inexplicably get fun. Very excited, Qin Rank to the desk, just sat down, touched the mouse. The computer screen lit up, the eyes carried over and settled, then looked at Ji-him who was holding the jewelry and competing with Qin Ma Qin Rong to guess the price. Ji-him, come here. Qin Rank spoke faintly. Jaihime thought she was being asked to help and happily went over. What for? Qin Rank pointed at the screen. Jaihime's smile froze as she turned her head. I can't believe I forgot. The corners of Qin Jia's mouth moved, and the bottom of his eyes were a little bleak. Go back a bit. Jaihime made a face full of questions. Let me go back? Let me answer what? Doesn't he know it's an email from his ex? I don't think so. It's easy to guess the name of the time. Qin's mom, Qin Rong. Who opens gifts? What's the situation? Exes? Emails? Qin's family really doesn't know much about Yuji. They only know that their son had a love affair during his college years, as Qin Rank never brought this girlfriend back home. Even they seldom hear this name from Qin Rank's mouth, and have never seen him faint for love and act strangely, feeling about as existential as his other college friends. They have always been at ease with Qin Rank. and did not pay attention to his romance, but the result was that they did not expect to hear again that it had been broken up, and the result was that Chin Rank was not sad at all, so that they did not have any way to comfort them. It ended in such a confused manner. Last I heard it was still about Secretary Kim. Anymore, the other party should know that Chin Rank is married, and also send emails to Chin Rank, and as a result, it was also seen by Jihim. This is the rhythm of the inner house on fire. The little bit of progress in getting along that Chin Rank had squeezed out only after hurting his hand could not be destroyed. The two of them moved instantly, peeking out while their ears perked up to listen. Jihim inexplicably felt that this scene was a bit of a shura. She couldn't even decide what kind of reaction she should have. Gulping, he cautiously said, "Okay, go ahead. I'll help you back." Chin Rank glanced at Jihim. "It's not to help me return, it's for you to return." Jihim's pupils quake. "Eat your own head? What kind of game is this? My CPU is about to be fried by you. People are asking you to meet in half a month. How do you want me to get back to you? Back to what? However, Chin Jie's eyes burned. Didn't you guess who sent the email? As my wife, don't you know what to reply? Chapter 121, I'm a witty bunch. Thunder rolls in the sky. Let me email back as your wife to the ex-girlfriend who asked you to meet her? Is this really a good idea? Jihim's brain was literally going up in smoke. All I can think about is what the hell does Chin Jie mean? Originally, it was also accidentally clicked on the mail, and I wanted to pretend to be unaware of it, so that Chin Rank himself secretly dealt with it. As a result, Chin Rank directly pasted the face to open big, and also a questioning tone. Is he implying to me that his first love is coming back and it's time for me to step aside? Chin Bit's brows trembled as a wave of anger surged through his heart. Chin Ma Chin Rong. Nope, he's talking about what I should do back as a lady. Chin Title. Press down the gas. You better think clearly. Chin Ma and Chin Rong didn't dare to breathe, their moods rising and falling, their hearts thumping anxiously. Chin Ma, Himawana, as a madam, of course you should take out the air of a proper lady and warn the other party that a qualified ex should be as good as dead, and there's no need to show up even to visit the grave. Chin Rong, sister-in-law, my brother asked you to go back just to tell you that he is honest and clean, and will not break ties with his ex. What a great sense of security this is. Although second brother didn't value you in the past, don't give up on second brother. Seize the opportunity and eliminate the hidden dangers. Tell the ex to off. Unfortunately, Chin Mother Chin Rong's heart Jihim cannot be heard. Mother and child solo someone. The brain is still like a paste, and there is even some small excitement and gossip inside. Playing so big? Seeing Jihim's eyes staring like bronze bells, under the softness of his heart, his tone was soft and still had a hint of indulgence, saying, you can go back any way you want. Jihim's eyes flashed, her inner fantasies like running cows and horses that she couldn't even pull back. Really? Then I'll return a normal model. Okay, wait for you. Chin Jie's expression froze. Or back to a boss paragraph. At first you want to separate. Separated on separation. Now you want to find back. You take me as what? Chin Jie's expression cracked. And a tough-talking paragraph. If you don't love me, then don't say anything and don't come to see me again. Chin Jie felt a mouthful of old blood smothering his chest. One more refusal paragraph. I'm not divorced yet. Kin flashed a kind smile. Or else it's still. Chin Ma Chin Rong, stop. Stop. Our hearts can't take it anymore. Oh. Wife, have you thought it through? Kin suddenly spoke out to interrupt Jihim's debauched fantasies. Jihim shivered at the cry of wife. Although she often made a play to call Chin Rank her husband and he cooperated, but he almost never called her wife face to face. He. What's wrong with him? Why is he calling me his wife all of a sudden? Is he on drugs? Stimulated by the news that his ex is coming back to see him? Quinn title, no, I'm irritated by you. Chin Ma Chin Rong, it's you. Jihim couldn't believe it and looked at Chin Bit, suddenly realizing that although he was smiling, his eyes were very strange, and although he couldn't read them, it inexplicably made Jihim's instincts initiate the signal, danger. Jihim got goosebumps all over his body. Either, or I scold her? Chin title eyes flickered, just to speak, heard Jihim and backtracked. People also did not mention any excessive requirements. If I scolded her seems to be a bit too much or, just as not seen? Do not reply. There's no mistaking it around. Is there? Perfect bonding answer. I'm a witty one. Chin Mom Chin Rong instantly deflated, and could not figure out whether Jihim was afraid of Chin Rank's anger like this, was testing Chin Rank, or really did not care about Chin Rank anymore. Chin Rank, that pair of deep black eyes, quietly looked at Jihim for a while, looking at the Jihim are beginning to self-doubt, and finally he just lowered his eyes, expressionless and sound. In fact, he wanted Jihim to reply, but he also had certain considerations. Yuji used to be considered a dignified and measured person, and he didn't understand why Yuji would contact him again. If it was his wife who minded the appearance of his ex, Yuji should have stopped this inappropriate behavior and stopped contacting him. This way once and for all. After all, in Chin Rank's opinion, if he replied, it would be considered reconnecting with his ex, and maybe the other person would carry the conversation forward. Before, when he had less to say, Yuji would keep connecting the dots between them. Not to mention that Ji-him's series of quirky heartbeats just now had proved that no matter how he replied, it might lead people to think. So forget it, let's just follow Ji-him's idea. Ji-him couldn't figure out what he was thinking, only that he seemed to be a little upset. Anyway, the decision was handed back to Chin Rank. She didn't care. As soon as he looked up, he saw that the two over there were gossiping and looking at this place. Ji-him was a little embarrassed, and just as he walked over, he heard Chin Rong couldn't help but be agitated. Second sister-in-law, why don't you go back You should scold back Ha, do you know who it is? You'll just let me curse back? If you just listen to the dialogue it's definitely a blur. At that moment, Chin Rong's heart panicked, and Chin Ma hurriedly said, there's no need to ask. Judging by your expressions, you must be related to the gang just now. That must be scolded back. Chin Rong instantly gave her mom a thumbs up in her mind for her proximity. Jaiheim laughed dryly. It's not them. Chin Rong naturally did not dare to discuss more, feeling that it was not the right time to stay and eat melon, and hurriedly found an excuse to leave and make room for the two. I'm going to go to the restroom for a bit. Rong accompanies me. Fine. The two slipped away at once. Ji-him fell back to spitting in his mind while returning to the sofa coffee table to clean up. If I scolded back, it would be really stupid. Regardless of what Chin Rank now think in his heart, intentionally or unintentionally, if I scolded her, in case the two of them are good at that time, I'm not a person inside or outside. Maybe because I offended my first love. Even the breakup fee is going to fracture my bones. Prudent as I absolutely will not leave this hidden danger. Will not play the role of the villain in vain, and become a catalyst for their feelings. Just about to delete the email Chin title, King coolly swept a glance at Ji-him and felt breathless when he saw her humming a little tune in her mind, mindlessly organizing the valuables she had just collected. Retracting his gaze, expressionless, his left hand sharply took the mouse and clicked reply. Then use your left hand to type quickly on the keyboard with one hand. Although he is not left-handed, he is actually just as ambidextrous as he is right or left-handed. But this is something he selfishly hides. I'm Ji-him, Mrs. Chin. My husband asked me to handle this email. MS. I don't want you to meet with my husband again. Please don't contact my husband again. Send. The corners of Chin Jia's mouth curved up as if the prank had been successful. But as soon as he looked up and saw Ji-him, in the end, he was still a little weak. Come on, let's eat out today. What do you want to eat? Chin Rank secretly poked and prodded to compensate, then took the family out for a big dinner. And when Yuji, who was far away overseas, saw the reply email, a hint of mockery flashed at the corner of her mouth. After seeing this, my good sister said, what the hell? She really thinks she is Mrs. Chin? I have heard that she is simply a means to marry Chin Rank, otherwise it would not even have a wedding. Chin Rank brothers have not mentioned her. I've heard that she used tricks to get married, otherwise she wouldn't have even gotten married. And her brothers haven't mentioned her, but she even dared to steal back Chin Rank's mail. Her guts are too big. She wouldn't believe in such nonsense as, my husband told me to handle it. After all, Chin Rank is very bounded. Even the old Yuji couldn't check Chin Rank's emails without permission, or touch his cell phone. Yuji smiled contemptuously and said, it's quite good. It's good to deal with such a brainless woman. Seeing as she's so stupid, I'm relieved. Then you immediately contact Chin Rank and dismantle her little trick. Yuji, however, confidently collected her cell phone. How can that be? I won't contact Chin Rank again. When I appear in front of Chin Rank again, Chin Rank will know what I have suffered. The sister was also happy when she thought about it. That's right. Chin Rank must be very surprised that he doesn't even know that you've returned to the country. And then you can show this mail to Chin Rank, and publicly dismantle that woman's ugly face that she's making trouble out of it. And Chin Rank will surely despise her even more. And then his heart will ache for you. Maybe you'll soon become the new Mrs. Chin. Yuji revealed a transporting smile, and at that moment, Ji-him sneezed heavily. Chin Rank went forward and draped his own jacket over Ji-him. Cold? Jaiheim rubbed her nose. No, someone must be cursing me. Could it be the wives? Ken frowned slightly. As he was thinking about it, his cell phone rang. Ji-him picked up his cell phone and saw that Sister Pei was calling. Chapter 122. She's joining our studio? What do you think about Zoe-in? Pei Mingxian opened the door. Ji-him froze. Why are so many people asking me about Yu Zoe-in today? In the restaurant, the originally lively eating session was suddenly quiet because of Ji-him's heartfelt words. Chin title is otherwise quiet. Chin mom Chin Rong is completely want to eat melon. Jaiheim expressed a question. Did you hear about what happened to me today? Pei Mingxian froze. What? I hadn't heard. Anyway, It was something related to the entertainment industry, so just in case, Ji-him had dutifully explained it to his new manager. Wouldn't even say what he knew through the melon eating system, but also roughly expressed his attitude. I think they must have a misunderstanding. After all, I asked Mrs. Zong to bring me evidence and she couldn't even bring it out, so she just kept on cursing. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a burst of laughter from the other side of the phone. She even went so far as to threaten you to help. Ha 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 ha. That group of wives, really still so arrogant. Must have been scared to death by your identity. I wish I was there. Ha 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 ha. Well, feeling Sister Pei is also a melon eater. But after laughing for a while, Pei Mingxian became serious. It seems that Mrs. Zong is trying to deal with you, Rueyin. No wonder she came to me in a hurry. It should be because Zong-chan expressed his desire to be together with her, and she knew that there was no turning back, so she wanted to look for a backer, and that's why she chose us. Jai-heim, huh? Pei Mingxian directly said, we added our contact information before, and today she contacted me and expressed her desire to join our studio. What? She's joining our studio? The Chin family members all looked over with some surprise, because her last contract was about to expire and she was either renewing or looking for a new home. She had wanted to use the show to prove her acting worth so she could find a new home for herself. We certainly weren't considered originally. After all, everyone knows that Chin Chao's studio only serves him. And then you came along and dug me up. And with that couple's aggressiveness, that's when the gamble was attempted. Pei Mingxian stopped when she said this, seemingly not wanting to say more, and opened her mouth to say, the reason for calling you is to ask for your opinion. But, Ji-him was a bit surprised. When Sister Pei signed the contract, didn't she have the right to decide about signing her own artists? Why ask me? Pei Mingxian was truly amused by Ji-him's lack of bravado. Gao Hao and Qin Chao had actually hinted to her that Ji-him was the next boss of the studio. So even if she had the right to decide again, she should still ask her boss what he wanted. It's just that she's an artist who may have to swing for the fences later, not just as an artist, but as a boss who is probably too much of a pain in the ass. Pei Mingxian clarified, since they're all artists in a studio, naturally I want to have an amicable relationship. If you hate her, I'm sure I won't sign. Ji-him smiled and said, how could I? I don't even know her well. How could I hate it? At least 90% of the female artists in this circle who don't know her well hate her. This was something that Jai-heim had learned from reading the gossip. Excluding those messy persona scandals, most female artists didn't like Yu Zuiyin when they saw her and would instinctively avoid and not want to stick with her. Nothing else, just because of the looks. There are many kinds of beautiful women, and Yu Ruin's beauty is the most troublesome kind. It was beauty that was seductive to men and offensive to girls. It was like a ripe fruit with charming eyes and charming bones. If there is not enough strength, background, status, then most men want to sleep with her rather than love her. And most women will be the first to speculate about her with malice. One of the most iconic shows of all time. The same dress on other female artists is a virtuous woman, and after a button was squeezed off on her, a middle-aged male host said without thinking, if you were to stand next to me in this dress, I would be worried that the police would come and arrest me. The implication was what the people in the room understood, so there was laughter. And Yu Zoin's expression is impeccable, ranting a bit on the spot, jokingly self-hacking to find the stage. But the male host was like some kind of bug in his head. Immediately see Yui the game of riding a fake horse, and I don't know if it was intentionally designed by the program team. The other female guests were kind of able to say a few words about valor and whatnot when they got on, but it turned out that as soon as Yu Ruin rode up, there were all sorts of laughs and indescribable expressions as the fake horse started to lurch. Yu Zoiyin finished the game as if she hadn't noticed, but by the female guests present Yin Yang said, we don't need to compare. Definitely lost to Mr. Yu. Just this one show shows exactly how much malice Zoiyin suffers in general. Her videos are also heavily edited, and the level of blackmail is definitely no one in the inner entertainment. But heat and power come with those. Ji-him was just thinking about it when she heard Pei Mingxian say, however, since Mrs. Zong has made up her mind to make her lose her reputation, let's just forget about it. In fact, after Yu Rueyin contacted her, she discussed it with Gao Hao. After all, Yu Rueyin was in a special situation. Gao Hao is actually not in favor of signing her. Yu Rueyin has too much black material and is a very troublesome artist. Signing her will probably not pay off. And knowing a person's face is not knowing his heart. He still wanted the studio he left behind to be a bit more peaceful. Although Pei Mingxian was interested in Zoian's acting skills and self-talking black and red flow, she was confident that she could lead this artist like a good challenge. And Yu Zoiyin backed down a lot of conditions that made Pei Mingxian very tempted. Knowing what this woman is going through and knowing a lot about the inner workings, she is also willing to help out. After all, she had only survived because she had been kindly helped, but there was such a group of powerful people staring at trying to screw over Yu Ruin. Then Pei Mingxian had to weigh the pros and cons from a professional point of view. and couldn't harm the proprietor who had saved his own life. There was no way she could lose her rationality because of a little sympathy. In the end, she should be responsible for the studio and Ji-him. Pei Mingxian was a bit disappointed inside and was about to end the call when she heard Ji-him speak. Yu Roin didn't do anything wrong. Why would she be ruined? Pei Mingxuan's heart trembled. Remembering what Ji-him had done before, her eyes suddenly lit up. How do you know she didn't do anything wrong? Ji-him touched her nose uncomfortably. If she truly wandered among men, how could she have run out of options and begged to come to our side? To you, Mrs. Zong has a background, but there are many powerful men who have been rumored to be with Yu Roin. If she is willing to turn to those people and sell her beauty, will she not be able to find a good place to go? Even if she comes to us, according to the rumors about her outside, shouldn't she be the first to find Qin Chao and Gao? Isn't finding Sister Pei, a strong woman, on her side because she sees that Sister Pei only cares about professionalism and potential? That's why it's strength she wants to win the future on. Qin Rong immediately nodded her head as she listened, feeling the same way. Pei Mingxian laughed. You're right to consider it from this perspective. She signed with us with very low requirements for compensation and whatnot, but only one special requirement. What? Ji-him wondered. No sleeping with. Ji-him blushed. The quiet booth was even quieter when they heard this, and it seemed that even their breathing was lighter. It's as if I see a woman whose fate is playing tricks on her, seeking every possible way to save herself. Chapter 123, Ask me if I can be a backer? Pei Mingxian didn't intentionally help Yu Ruyan sell her misery. It's just that in this circle, she does know some insider information. Yu Ruyan is miserable, but in this circle inside the more miserable that batch of long ago committed suicide. Yu Ruyan belongs to the inner strong and intelligent type, so Pei Mingxian quite want to bring her. Thinks she will have some achievements, but brokers are still cautious. So continued, although this is her mention, but it is also difficult to say that nowadays Yu Ruyan heart in the end how, after all, is already in the die stuff sinking 10 years of people, and even once was blocked. Outside trouble is already difficult to deal with, in case she herself is also trouble. Ji-him came back to his senses and thought about it. Isn't signing an artist like this, whether it's good or bad on the hands to know? The big deal is to terminate the contract. Above the contract, I believe that Sister Pei will not let herself suffer. Pei Mingxian smiled. So, Mr. Ji is in favor of me signing her? Ji-him suddenly puzzled. Pei Mingxian why always ask her opinion? She did not say with Pei sister idea? She doesn't know anything about this aspect. Suddenly, the Qin rank next to her hooked a finger at her, signaling her to come over and whisper. Ji-him pressed down on her cell phone and listened with her side ear. Qin rank also leaned over and came to Ji-him's ear. She wants to make sure that you can be a backer if she signs Yu Roin. Warm breath sprayed on Ji-him's ear, causing Ji-him's ear to itch. Instinctively struggling a bit, but accidentally brushed against Qin Jia's slightly cool lips. Ji-him didn't care where he touched, but Qin Jia pursed his lips and uncomfortably backed away a bit, the knot in his throat rolling a bit. Ji-him, on the other hand, had heard and understood Qin Rank's hints. Worthy of being a treacherous businessman, his brain is just flexible haha. Ji-him is also quite speechless. Pei Mingxian still bent with her for half a day. It turned out to be worried that Yu Ruyan is too inviting to the black. If there is no strong backing, even if she is innocent, she will be struck by the opposite family, such as this time the wives group blocking plan. After all, the showbiz is right and wrong is not by fairness and justice, but by who is behind the capital is powerful. In the case of capital backing, fairness and justice is justified icing on the cake. Otherwise, the entertainment industry would not have so many old cases to wait until the parties concerned after the loss of power will be turned over to the world. Pei Mingxian knows that Yu Ruyan is covered in trouble. If there is Ji-him, this Mrs. Qin, as a backer, then naturally not afraid, but instead to take advantage of the east wind. The more violent the black material comes, the higher Yu Ruyan will fly. But if Ji-him is too much trouble, then signing Yu Ruyan is like smashing in the hands. After all, Qin Chao was going to be a shirker soon, so Pei Mingxian had to make sure of that, and that was the key to her call tonight. Originally, after hearing about the wives group, Pei Mingxian felt that it was too tricky, so she flinched at the idea of having Ji-him as a backer and was ready to give up. But she didn't want Ji-him to have a good attitude towards Zoe-in, so she tried again. Ask me if I can be a backer? That's hard for me. Who knows? Qin instantly jumped with an eyebrow, as if he knew Ji-him would say something unpleasant, and hurriedly interrupted. Seriously, he said, remember, you are Mrs. Qin, you share everything I have, and you can be anyone's backer as long as you like. Ji-him was a little surprised that Qin Rank was so giving face, but he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. In case of divorce in the future, Qin title, can you be positive about our marriage? Across the street, Qin Rong directly coughed. Qin Ma hurriedly said, don't worry Himiko, if it's really a poor girl, coincidentally known by our Qin family, it's fate, help if you can. we're willing to pay out this head, just as charity. With Qin Ma's words to back her up, Jiam then answered Pei Mingxian, sister Pei, there's no problem on my side. Pei Mingxian probably also heard the conversation over here and guessed that the opposite side must be the Qin family of the big and powerful family. No wonder there is such a daughter-in-law. The feelings of the family are all kind-hearted. Okay, I know. Anyway, the contract release on her end is probably after the next PK. I'll take a closer look at her before then. Pei Mingxian hung up the phone after deciding, because they were really curious. On the way back everyone was searching for all kinds of information about Yu Zuiyin. The words had just come out, and there were all kinds of words about being a mistress, a lover, a vixen, and seducing whoever. And the pandemonium was a headache to watch. People preferred to eat melon from Jiam's side so as not to be misled, and Jiam lived up to his promise. After all, he was really curious now. God damn it, this is too bad. For the first time, Qin's family ate melon with a heavy and worried heart. This skin is really an original sin. The atmosphere in the car was quiet and everyone waited nervously. From a young age, Yu Ruyan developed faster than girls of the same age, so she has encountered hooliganism from young boys and ostracism from young girls since she was a child. But fortunately she also has a happy family, so there are no defects in her character. The first time I encountered a terrible thing or elementary school 6th grade, was a teacher forced to embrace, want to misbehave. Fortunately, her character from a young age is not defeated, smashed the teacher's head to escape parents in order to give her a claim to the school. The results do not know that the school does not want to cause a scandal, or to take sides with the male teacher, even completely do not believe in the encounter with Yu Ruyin, but also said that it is a small child's fantasy, telling lies deliberately attracting parents' attention, or lying because the teacher didn't give her high grades, so she deliberately retaliated against the teacher, because there is really no evidence, and Yu Zuiyin's parents are honest people. Finally angry can only help their daughter to transfer to another school. Qin Rong was furious when she heard this, just as Qin Rong flipped to a gossip message. It was an elementary school teacher who broke the news that Yu Zuiyin had been sexually precocious since she was a child, and loved to use that kind of yellow lies to gain advantage, and had slandered him, but in fact, she wanted to seduce him, and she had been a prodigal since she was a child. Qin Rong was so angry that she hurriedly took it out and showed it to everyone. This kind of scum can't be let go. Cough cough. This kind of claim and there is no evidence. Things have two sides. I think we can investigate. In case this teacher is the one with the problem, then I don't know how many children will be harmed. Qin Ma hurriedly said. Qin's mom has a high level of awareness. Yes. Qin Xian took a look and said, got it. I'll arrange for someone to handle it. The result was that as soon as the words left his mouth, he heard Jiam eke out. It doesn't seem to be necessary. The male teacher has been dealt with. The crowd peeked at Jiam in surprise, only to see Jiam frown slightly. She also saw that rumor before she remembered the scum teacher, also out of revenge, but also out of fear that there are more girls like her suffered. So she asked the gold master she was forced to follow at that time to help. The gold master is also too lazy to use the legal means. Just think that it is the person who offended Yu Zuiyin. So they sent someone to break the teacher's 3 legs, so that he became an invalid. The car was quiet for a moment. Then why don't you find those 3 junior high boys and get revenge together? They deserve to have their 3 legs broken too. Chapter 124, A Beauty's Life of Sorrow. Qin Ma and Qin Rong hurriedly rummaged to see if there were any rumors. Sure enough, I saw a so-called middle school classmate break the news. Yu Zuiyin Junior High School when she likes to hook boys. A hook on hook several. Hate the whole school boys around her. Can be flirtatious. People were hooked away from her soul. She is not happy with people good. Play with people. And finally angry boys retaliate against her. To the police. She also want to sue people, causing people to transfer to a different school male students. It's just a pest. All our classmates don't like her. We all know what kind of good she is. Instead, this side heard a completely different story being told in Jaiheim's mind. Those 3 are also small. Sitting in the back row of Yu Ruyin, adolescence directly into a perverted period, cannot restrain their reverie and impulse to look at something not dry. With tinted glasses to see Yu Ruyin, misinterpretation of all the moves of Yu Ruyin, but also constantly bragging climbing. One said he felt Yu Ruyin like him. One said Yu Ruyin intentionally in front of him to show off, wanting to seduce him. One simply directly said with you. One of them said that Yu Ruyin deliberately showed off in front of him to seduce him, and the other one simply said that she was with Yu Ruyin in the grove. Some people didn't believe in it and wanted to prove it, while others were jealous and wanted to try it. Initially or questioned Yu Ruyin in the end interested in who Yu Ruyin did not think has been low profile enough to do, but also encountered this kind of thing. Angry scolded them, but the man's cheek is the most inadmissible to hurt, no matter what age. The evil thought of uncontrolled outpouring rushed to Yu Ruyin. The school in the end is a school, with the screams, Soon someone rushed, blocked the crime. Teenagers wake up, but also scared. Ruein parents arrived. The police, the charges. The other parents made a big fuss, defending their own children. For Ruein crazy tirade of abuse, said to look at her look no is not decent, a slap in the face and so on. And the three of them also bites as Ruein seduced them in the first. Because there were so many witnesses, the situation was so bad that Ruein was treated fairly by the law. But because she was a minor, the punishment was not severe and she was transferred to another school. And Ruein changed schools again. Shinma and Shinrong were so angry that they hurriedly took out this breaking news and discussed it with Jiam, firmly stating that they did not believe in the breaking news, pointing out the logical errors, spitting at these three little people, clearly their fault, and also cursing the person who broke the news, deliberately distorting the facts, was cursing. I ended up shaking my hand and sliding to a blub. There was a high school boy who killed himself over Ruein. The three of them fell silent, and Shinma and Shinrong hurriedly looked. Ji-him hurriedly checked. Alas, the twine picks out the thin places to break. The bad luck specializes in finding the bitter people. That looks is really a curse, right? No wonder she almost gave herself up in high school to the point of destroying her own face. Who can stand the blow of both parents dying? Shinma and Shinrong's breath froze. In fact, it's really an unmitigated disaster. High school Ruein hardly smiles. All day long she keeps a stern face and doesn't get close to anyone for fear of another misunderstanding. But she was still crushed on by a boy. Boys have strong parents at home, forcing him to study, so that the pressure is so high that people are a little abnormal. But the parents did not pay attention to psychological problems. Just in the boy's grades slipped, searching the boy's room to find him hidden about Ruein's various sneak peek. They do not believe their son sneak peeks at other girls, so they found the school, dragged Ruein out, and questioned her about why she gave her own son pictures to seduce him and distract him from his studies. Being seen by the whole school naturally irritated the boys. Finally could not withstand the pressure, jumped off the building. But even after the incident proved that Ruein did not know him at all, the parents of that family is still crazy revenge on Ruein, denigrating her, saying that it is all the fault of her looks. It is she who killed their son, and also sued her for compensation. Not only did they make fun of her, but they also made fun of her parents, making work uneventful, and in the end, they had a mental breakdown and had an accident while driving, and both husband and wife passed away, leaving only a seriously injured grandmother behind. After that, people who see Ruein have to sigh. Not the child is pitiful, but the red face is a scourge. Hearing this, Shinma and Shinrong's eyes were red. How could they make Ruein pay such a big price? This was simply more bitter than the bitter dramas they had seen. What kind of human tragedy was this? This outburst is even more fake than the one we just had. What's it got to do with girls? Shinma said. Shinrong also couldn't help but say, that's it. This revelation is not allowed. I suspect it's because his parents made a big deal that they forced the child to jump off the building. Hearing this, Ji-him hurriedly stated I guess so. Taking a calming breath, Ji-him only continued to read on. But, I guess the reason why she entered the entertainment industry. Sure enough it's because of her grandmother's condition, which requires a lot of money. And initially, even though she dropped out of school to work to earn money, she suffered from harassment everywhere because of her looks, which made her realize that just wherever she went with her appearance she is going to suffer from malice. And normal part-time work simply cannot support her grandmother's convalescence fee, so she tried to use her appearance. So is this the reason why it is rumored that she used to sit on the stage before entering the circle? Because of working in a clubhouse. It's not like you have to purposely go through your cell phone. After all, this black material is everywhere. She originally had a very rigid personality, and was also home there to swim with ease. The most important thing she learned from the sister who took her was how to please men to give her favors while preserving herself. And anyway, with this kind of looks on top and bearing the heavy pressure of life, she already had no choice, until she met the agency that scoops her up today to get her into showbiz. In her opinion the entertainment industry is at least a little safer than the clubhouse, but she doesn't know that the agency has long investigated her background clearly, and is dead set on pinching her, and at a time when she was still too young to be involved in the world. She was fooled into signing a 10-year contract, with a liquidated damages of almost astronomical proportions, and regardless of the amount of work that she was allowed to take on and what she was allowed to do, her monthly salary was only enough to pay for her grandma's convalescence, and anything more than that is simply not possible. And because of her looks, the men who say they love her even if they are powerful almost always just want to get her, not to save her, and she never counted on men, she just wanted to rely on herself. Now that the contract has finally expired and she's going to be free, the conditions she mentioned to Sister Pei were surprisingly just a small increase in her salary, a breach of contract that was within her affordable range, and not to betray her, because she knows she's in constant trouble. There's a lot of black material, and signing her is a big gamble. But she never wants anything else to happen to her besides working hard. She did not want her grandmother dying still worried about her situation, listening to all the abuse her. Even if she no longer how to fool the grandmother or black people deliberately black her, there will always be fooled the day. Ooh, I'm so damned. I should have just directly told Sister Pei to sign her. Sign her. Definitely sign her. Ji-him saw here has been incomparable regret. Before seeing Yu Rue-in, completely want to see the Shura court gossip, but also think she is beautiful, sexy, charming, natural beauty of the big beautiful. Admired her looks and loved watching her in some of her roles, but didn't want to go through such blood and tears behind the scenes. Both Mother Qin and Qin Rome had already lowered their heads and pretended to look at their cell phones, or else tears would have fallen from their eyes. Qin Rank is not as empathetic as they are. After all, there are too many miserable people in the world, and Yu Rue-in's situation similar to the poor girls in the entertainment industry is really not a minority. The previous era there are a lot of family members to pay off their debts to come in. At least Yu Rue-in has found a balance of relative self-preservation in which she has not fallen into the plaything of capital, despite the countless black materials, because she's smart enough to know the hard truth about strength, and she knows how to leverage it, and that kind of looks and acting is what's kept her going this far without breaking down, and she's preserved the only support she has inside, her own grandmother. Seeing Ji-him's difficult look, Qin Jie was also helpless, although he knew that Ji-him usually acted as if she didn't care about anything, didn't interfere with other people's destiny, and didn't meddle in other people's business. But Qin Jie knew that she was actually very soft-hearted. Qin Rank patted her head and comforted her. She used to be unlucky, but when she met you guys, she should be starting to turn her luck around, shouldn't she? Ji-him froze for a moment, seeing that Qin Jie's eyes were deep, but they were permeated with a certain kind of perseverance, which inexplicably made her feel as if she was doing everything with a great deal of confidence. Ji-him blinked and messaged with Sister Pei to emphasize her point, although Sister Pei continued to say that she wanted to examine it cautiously, but it has actually started talking to the writers, with the intention of following the style of the inner entertainment judges and paving a bright path for future recruits. 3 days later, the lot was drawn, and it was redhead. It's also true that it's a PK for both of their groups. The internet is already saying that this time, the person who walks away is definitely Yu Rue-in, and a crowd-appealing scene has been formed. Only the director and producer covered their chests as they watched the messages coming from the top stream crew and stayed up all night. Also as a confidential script. Chapter 125 The action stops with a melon. Hearing that it was a confidential script, Mrs. Zong was still a little uneasy. After all, did Ji-him once say before that he wasn't afraid of total annihilation when he asked her to act? Not to mention being a bit offended by them at the time. Mrs. Zhang is worried that the top stream group's script will target Zhangxun, so for the last rehearsal today, Mrs. Zong still couldn't help but ask the director and producer about it. Mrs. Zong, we really don't know, even though there were rehearsal footage filmed, yet we could only capture a little bit, the producer said helplessly. The director is even more impatient with Mrs. Zong, who is trying to make a good show, so he is particularly resistant to the kind of privilege that interferes with the direction of the show. Mrs. Zong has nothing to worry about. It's not like there's anything wrong with your family's teacher zone. Isn't the top stream group the inner entertainment judges? Could it still injure Mr. Zong by mistake? Mrs. Zong frowned. Of course my old Zong doesn't have a problem with it, but who knows exactly what the top stream group's purpose is in always performing those targeted stage plays? Would the entertainment industry really have the kind of cutie who stretches justice and dares to offend all capitals? Is there? Are they afraid that their purpose is to deal with all the people who PK with them? The previous two groups were just coincidences, and in the future, they might have to intentionally discredit even the good guys they meet to maintain their persona. These words made the director and producer not know how to retort. Indeed, what the top stream group was doing was quite fantastic. The entertainment industry was a place of fame and fortune. Could it be that they were here to straighten out the entertainment industry? It was absurd to the extent of thinking about it. Mrs. Zong said, in case they are deliberately targeting, I would also like to take precautions for the sake of my family's old Zong, so please let go of your hands. The producer felt that he couldn't make sense to Mrs. Zong. It's really not hidden from you. I really don't know. Seeing that there was no way out, Mrs. Zong could only say, then mentioned to you before. The director was instantly displeased. When you say no, you can't. Unless it's something from their own stage show. How can a live variety show add a video of someone else's performance in the middle of the show, and deliberately discredit someone else's? While this similar thing was done by the top stream group, it was an integral part of their stage show, and Mrs. Zong was looking for someone to perform something intended to be shown after the Noble Lady group. Isn't that messing with the program? Their shows are hands-off with the actors, but they don't take it personally either. It's all about their own performances. Mrs. Zong's face changed. What's smearing? That's the truth. It's just that we got someone to perform it. As a stage supplement, how can it not work? The director no longer wanted to pay attention to Mrs. Zong. The producer's face was not good either. The face that should be given. We have given it. But interfering with the normal broadcast of the program, that is absolutely not acceptable. Seeing that the best way to deal with you Ruin didn't work, Mrs. Zong became so annoyed that she couldn't stop talking. The two of you are so defensive of you Ruin. You wouldn't be having an affair with her as well. When these words came out, the director and producer's faces changed, looking at Mrs. Zong in shock. And this time, Mrs. Zong also snapped out of it, knowing that it was absolutely impossible. So she apologized awkwardly and left. Just came out and encountered a few staff members who looked embarrassed and hurriedly left. Mrs. Zong was even more inexplicably annoyed, but she turned her head and saw a youth walking over. Zong Siki looked worried. Auntie, how is it? Mrs. Zong blushed a little better. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on your uncle and that vixen? Zong Siki said. During the rehearsal break, that woman went out, and it's useless for me to keep an eye on it. They used the rehearsal as a front for browbeating. That woman hated to turn her eyes into hooks. I think the script we gave sort of allowed that woman to unleash her nature. It's basically a tart who can't wait to roll in bed with my uncle right away. The more Zong Siki said, the more red Mrs. Zong's eyes became, and if Yu Ruyan was standing in front of her, she probably couldn't wait to immediately call out her slap up. Seeing Mrs. Zong angry like this, Zong Siki sighed and said, obviously little uncle has everything he has now, all depends on you. Even I was able to join the industry as an actor also depends on auntie. Back then our family was so bitter. Thanks to auntie we have today. Little uncle is so confused. He boasts of his innocence. He was seduced by a vixen, and still dares to ask you for a divorce. But don't worry, auntie, our family is all on your side. And if little uncle dares to wrong you, we would rather disown him. Being recognized by her husband's relatives still made Mrs. Zong feel better inside. Don't worry, your uncle and I won't divorce. Zong Siki's eyes flickered, and seeing that Mrs. Zong's face looked a little better, he hurriedly went up to her and spoke kind words attentively. Mrs. Zong looked at Zong Siki with relief. She and Zong Chun had never had any children, so she took care of the children of Zong Chun's elder brother's family, or else with Zong Siki's age of almost 30, there was no way that he would be qualified to suddenly come and hang out in the entertainment industry. Siki, you are a good person. Not hooked by that, Mrs. Zong exclaimed. It was as if she felt that a man who stayed by Yu Ruyan's side would be seduced by her. A hint of indignation flashed under Zong Siki's eyes. She hooked me, but I'm afraid of getting dirty. This, Mrs. Zong loves to hear. Isn't it just dirty? The two men talked and walked back. At this point, the women's restroom. Ji him legs numb, blame her, gossip news read too long, was slowing down, ready to get up, when she heard a few women come in outside, washing their hands while gossiping. You guys didn't believe me last time I said that. Now you know. Jiheim paused in her movements. There were melons. I've heard of her great name before. I didn't think it was true. Really going to a place to hook a few men. The internet is betting that she'll be tried by the top stream group this time. But since she's already slept with both the director and the producer, the top stream group might have to hit a wall this time. Jiheim, fake melons. Jihim was a little upset, secretly opened the door and looked at the two people who were talking. They seemed to be the director's side assistants. Even dare to make rumors about their own boss. Awesome. Even the director and producer would have a hard time stopping the top stream group, right? The first two installments caught them off guard, and I think the director and producer are borrowing alcohol to drown their sorrows. Him. Weirdly embarrassing. Wouldn't that be sleeping for nothing? Someone gloated. It's better this way. This is how a woman who disrupts the normal professional ecosystem should suffer, lest she thinks she can get it all on her body. Shameless. Wow. Why do I feel like you hate her in particular? This I know. Because his boyfriend came to pick her up and saw Yu Zuayin, then compared her to Yu Zuayin every day. I don't know where else, but I hooked up with my boyfriend, or else my boyfriend's straight attributes wouldn't have noticed her at all. Ji-him almost laughed out loud. The Stepford wives in this world were really special. Ugh, do you guys think she's talking to the director and producer separately? Or, three's a crowd? I saw her go in alone when the director and producer were in the break room, stayed for over an hour, came out with one of those looks. Which one? Imagine for yourself. A few of the women laughed before they left together. Jiheim was about to open the door and go out when he heard the same door open. Jiheim paused for a moment, seeing the person who came out through the doorway, and her eyes widened, only to see Yu Ruyan's face as gloomy as ink, eyes slightly red, came to the mirror, slapped her face violently a few times, then squeezed out a smile into the mirror, practiced a few times, and then another leisurely, indestructible, flirtatious smile, before she turned to leave. Jiheim sked twice and raised an eyebrow. Just as he went out, he saw Peach, who was looking for him. Mr. G, Sister Pei asked me to come and fish for you. G him. I thought it was because I had been lazy for too long, and Pei asked her to go back and continue rehearsing, but I didn't realize that it was the director who called them to go over and discuss the other processes. Jihan's eyes lit up at once. As a result, on the other side, Qin Chao and Qin Rong, who came over first, heard heartfelt voices from far and near. Hey, 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 I'm in the middle of something. Isn't this a chance for me? Don't blame me for being a bully. You should know that trouble comes out of the mouth. Qin Chao Qin Rong, I don't know what's going on, but inexplicably I feel like I'm about to have a melon to eat. Chapter 126, Under the Light, Can Dirt Still Be Hidden? Jihan was the last to arrive, and as soon as he did, he scanned the circle of those present. It was good, well staffed. The only one following the top stream group now was Pei Mingxian, and Gaohao's main focus now was dealing with Qin Chao's departure from the country. Pei Mingxian didn't know much about the top stream group yet. Seeing Ji Him's expression of excitement and eagerness to try, Qin Chao Qin Rong's expression also changed the moment Ji Him appeared. His eyes were almost glowing, and he was a bit unsure of what was going on. What's wrong with them? Didn't they all not want to come just now? Why do you have a bad feeling? Ji Him looked at the director and producer behind a few staff members, at this time, but also unknown, meaning to look at each other and smile, and then sneak a glance at the director and producer and Yu Roin. The director and producer naturally see nothing. Yu Roin, who was diagonally across the street, didn't seem to notice those unfriendly eyes, still leaning to the side with a smile on her face, as if she hadn't heard those vicious rumors just now. Only her gaze changed slightly when she looked their way, a different light in her eyes, because Pei Mingxian hadn't yet given her an answer. No rejection means there's hope. Although the veteran actor Zongchuan still had a good-natured senior faction, his gaze always fell deeply on Yu Ruin's body. Although for love, age is not a problem, but the difference of 20 years to look at people with such eyes, it is really a bit. Uncle, can't you see that actually Yu Ruin is avoiding your eyes? Qin Chao and Qin Rong cannot help but look over. Before a few issues of Zongchuan is not obvious. This time is a complete liberalization of the feeling. Really intend to divorce after nothing to worry about? It's just that at this moment, he's still next to Mrs. Zong, as if he's guarding against Zong Chun leaving her behind to find Yu Roin. Even with her gaze, Mrs. Zong actually wanted to block it, but she just couldn't. But soon a tall figure helped him. When Yu Roin saw Zong Siki standing close to her, her expression changed imperceptibly. In fact, Zong Siki was sort of their support act, and usually he didn't need to come over in this situation. Who is that? Jiheim asked curiously when she saw such a person appear out of nowhere. Supporting actor, I think. Don't recognize it, Qin Chao said, without knowing the name. Naturally he couldn't eat the melon. Jian just felt that he was leaning too close, and was a little worried that he was also a hooligan. Pei Mingxian immediately replied, Zong Siki, Zong Chun's great-nephew, an actor who has just joined the industry, a jerk, was specially helped by Mrs. Zong to arrange in with the purpose of helping her keep an eye on people. The crowd immediately looked at Pei Mingxian in surprise, as if surprised that she knew so well. I'm an agent, Pei Mingxian said unhappily, as if the crowd's surprise was an insult to her professional abilities. The crowd immediately gave her a thumbs up in recognition. If that's the case, then it's not hooliganism but defense? Not interested then. I'll check how prepared Mrs. So's plan is. The director began to talk about things. The top stream group side, in addition to Pei Mingxian and Xiao Tao, are all wandering around eating melon. Gossip came with the same as did not come. Toxic. Really too toxic. Luckily the director's team has a work ethic. Sinful. To think that we were the inspiration. So it's not slander to smear a person like that? Since your wife's group smears a person with such disregard for evidence, there's nothing to worry about when we act like that. GM Hart voice said in no detail, but Qin Chao and Qin Rong were anxious. What's going on? Don't tell us half of what you're going to say. We're willing to be dramatized, to know early, to be on guard, in case we can't carry it off. Just as he was growling inwardly, he saw Ji-him suddenly give a start, at which point the director's speech had just ended before he joined the producer and said, That's pretty much it. Good luck to everyone in the competition. Just when the crowd thought the meeting was about to be adjourned, Ji-him suddenly stepped forward in excitement. I have a question I want to ask clearly, otherwise I'm afraid of delaying the fairness of the match. This was clearly directed at the director and producer. After all, they organized the show, and impartiality is definitely guaranteed by them. When Ji-him suddenly said this, the director and producer were really a bit weak. After all, the order and theme of PK was actually a bit shady, but they felt that it actually wasn't too much of an impact on the fairness of PK, so they compromised under the pressure of power. Did the top stream group know about it and mind this? Zone Chun and Yuru were actually unaware of the situation, so the only person who was anxious inside this side was Mrs. Zong, but Mrs. Zong had clearly mentioned it to Jihim before. When it came to the draw, Jihim and the others didn't react, and Mrs. Zong thought they were oblivious to it. The producer was internally panicked as hell, but on the surface, he still smiled and said, "The program is going to be broadcast live tomorrow, so if you think there's a problem, we're all open to discussion." The director also had a sweaty forehead and kept nodding his head yes. Jihim purposely turned his head to look at Yuroin. Yuroin froze and was puzzled when she heard Jihim speak in a mean tone. "I heard that mess. You slept with the director and producer for the PK, so how can we believe in the fairness of the competition?" With one word, Yuroin's face was completely blank. It was rare that she would mess up when confronted with someone's bad words. Probably because Jihim and the others' previous behavior had made her think that they were full of righteousness and had been harboring some sort of childish expectation within her. But she didn't want to make a tiger out of 3 people. That kind of rumor had really spread out. She knew that usually in this kind of situation, it was impossible to stop the rumor. Her words wouldn't be believed by anyone, and there was no use for her to do anything except pretending to be deaf and dumb. She just didn't expect the top stream group to misunderstand her as well, so it looked like there was no chance of her signing on. And she felt devastated, wanted to cry, but the tears wouldn't come out. She'd gotten used to this kind of blow a long time ago, but this time it was still different, because it was said in public and amounted to a public insult. She had suffered from having her hair pulled in public, and then the men would carry off the crazy women without leaving a word to prove it to her, and the whole room would look at her, and the gaze would chill her to the bone, and no matter what she said, no one would believe it. And it was almost the same scene at this point. The whole room was silent, all looking at her, their eyes like knife blades. Instinctively, she opened her mouth to argue, but it felt like her throat was being pinched, and she finally gave up numbly. But the next second, "What?" the director exclaimed. The producer's face also turned green. "Mr. G, words can't be spoken out of turn." The 2 men were clearly angry. Others were either embarrassed, gossiping, or excited. Yuzhuan froze as she reacted to the fact that there was indeed something else different going on this time. Since the director and producer had literally never thought anything of her, maybe this time it could be argued. Yuruain raised her head and found that Jihim was looking at her. Slightly stunned, her throat tightened and she hurriedly said, "Teacher G misunderstood. I don't have any improper relationship with the director and producer. Those are all rumors. I am innocent." After saying that, without questioning or mocking, she looked up, only to find Jihim looking at her with a smile on his lips, his gaze permeated with delight, and Yuroin froze. Jihim turned her head and said with a puzzled look, "Ha, is it a rumor? But I clearly heard it from the director's assistant." As soon as the words fell out of her mouth, Jihim pointed at the 3 girls behind the director and producer whose faces were suddenly pale and said, "They were just in the restroom saying that teacher you had a threesome with the director and producer, and spent an hour seeing it with their own eyes. The purpose is to win us over." Jihim ignored the sudden and shocked reactions of the people present and shrugged. "I was definitely anxious to hear such words, which is why I had to open my mouth and ask for clarification. Since the parties involved are present, let's all confront each other." The director and producer looked back at the 3 men in disbelief. The 3 men were instantly exposed to everyone's gaze and their legs trembled. Can you still hide dirt under the light? Chapter 127, the paparazzi aren't as dedicated as her, right? Reported to the face, without regard to any human feelings. Not to give anyone a step, the adult world encountered this situation and asked you embarrassed? Anyway, Jihim wasn't embarrassed and finished with a look like you guys were watching. Xin Chao pressed the corners of his mouth to hide it, and Qin Rong's eyes glowed with excitement. Pei Mingxian, however, wanted to hold her forehead. As an agent she hated unexpected situations, but, looks like an opportunity to build some momentum. Yuroin looked at Jihim in shock. So she was in the restroom at that time and heard those conversations. That's why she asked this question? People didn't expect to come across a big show today, and eating such a big melon, whether true or false, is quite explosive. Those 3 girls' faces changed around, obviously in shock. There's no such thing. What are you guys babbling about? The director questioned furiously. The producer also looked at the trio with a grim expression. How dare you, in our program, choreographing us? Do you guys not want to work anymore? Tell me, which eye did you guys see that? 2 of the girls had completely panicked, and while they couldn't get any ivory out of their mouths, they were solid listeners in this matter, so they hurriedly pushed the girl in the center to come out, the very one who said he saw it with his own eyes. But at this point where the girls still have the guts to chew the cud, they can only vaguely say, Mr. G must have heard it wrong. How could our director and producer have any inappropriate relationship with Mr. You mean I have bad ears at a young age? But you're talking super loud. Ji-him laughed, knowing that there might be someone in the restroom, but you deliberately said it so loudly. Isn't that because you want to spread it so that more people can hear it? I heard it very well. So why are you denying it again? The girl's face was ugly to the extreme. Her eyes were red, aggrieved and panicked, looking at Jihim, as if Jihim was bullying people. I really didn't say. If she admitted it, then she would really be completely finished. She didn't understand why someone of Jihim's status would have trouble with her as a little girl. It was just too much of a bully. How can she be so condescending? I know. She thought that even if I heard it, I should write it down and secretly retaliate against you, Rowan. So she couldn't possibly confront her face to face? That's why she's so reckless with her rumors? Chin Chao Chin Rong, TSK, 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 scumbag. You clearly said that you saw Mr. You walk into the break room where the director and producer were. Jihim pursued with amusement. The girl's face turned white and she hurriedly waved her hand. How could that be? I've always followed the director around. Mr. You hasn't even approached the director or producer alone. So it's impossible for me to say such things. Please don't make things difficult for me. Mr. G. When the girl said that, the expressions of the two girls around her changed, but were forced to go along with her words. Teacher G. It's all our fault for chatting blindly and not making it clear. Making you misunderstand. I'm really sorry. Yeah, we apologize to you, and our show will make sure the competition is fair. Jihim knew they were trying to muddy the waters. So you're sure that teacher you didn't do anything to seduce the director and producer for the competition? And you've always known that MS. You has been honest in her behavior? The three men nodded in unison. That's strange. Jihim smiled and took out her cell phone. The three were already sweating profusely, and for a moment they were confused. It couldn't be what they thought it was. Sure enough, he saw Jihim pull up a sneak peek video. It's the most explosive back portion of the conversation that filmed them in the restroom. In an instant, the three people's faces suddenly changed and their jaws dropped. After all, if you want to report it, you definitely need to keep evidence. Jihim sked twice and said. The crowd did not expect Jihim to have a video. The paparazzi are not as dedicated as she is, right, but can be the first to think of leaving evidence. The unmistakable sound of the conversation reached everyone's ears, and the entire room was in awe. Not only did she really say it, but it wasn't just a blackmail to hear someone else say it, but she saw it with her own eyes and that's why she said it, almost as if she was the one involved. The director and producer looked even more grim. They shuddered to think when this rumor started and how long it had been circulating. Just now there was a split second of thinking that maybe it was really a misunderstanding. After all, these three people were all assistants by their side. They should be very clear about them. And there was no injustice or hatred with Yuruyan, so it was impossible to create a rumor. I didn't realize that there were really people in the world who would create something out of nothing. You, the producer fumed. Now the three men were in internal turmoil. We don't know. We heard it all from her. This matter has nothing to do with us. The girl in the middle has a bloodless face and is trembling, originally thinking that she could make a big deal out of it, but she didn't want to be pushed into a desperate situation, and she finally couldn't hold on and cried. As a result, he just cried, and the director angrily roared. You still have the face to cry. Why are you rumoring about us? You said yourself that you've been following us all along, and you've never seen Mr. Tai looking for us, so how can you have the nerve to tell such lies? The girl was so scared that her legs went limp and she sat down. This time she finally stopped sophistry. After all, the evidence was overwhelming. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. I just got confused. The director and producer were furious, but there was no way they could punch or kick a girl in the face, although it was apologized for and clarified. Just appease the guests next and then dispose of the three privately. But how is it so unpleasant inside? There is a feeling of being thrown in the dirt somehow. Don't tell us you're sorry. You should tell Mr. You, the producer said impatiently. That girl had completely panicked and did whatever others said, hurriedly climbing up and bowing to Yuruin to apologize. I'm sorry, teacher you. This action was reminiscent of some rumors. It was said that in the past, when someone offended Yuruin and apologized to her, Yuruin never condescendingly ignored them. This makes for bad feelings, and the crowd generally does not feel that it is one's right not to forgive, but only to be justified, and perhaps not even justified, but just forced to be lewd. That's why Yuruin gives off the impression of being a bully and arrogant and self-satisfied. And now Yuruin, who heard the apology, did pay no attention to it, and even had a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth. The crowd felt that the scene had fallen back into some sort of awkwardness. Yuruin also understood that Jihim was intentionally saying it bluntly as a way to stop the rumors. Jihim should be trying to help her, and she is grateful. But it is estimated to be trouble for nothing. The rumor monger admitted to the rumor. But did it work? In the past, this kind of thing, Yuruin never thought about the question of confrontation. Not weakness. because even if they were confronted on the spot and told the so-called truth, it wouldn't help. Ruin swept her gaze to the spectators present. In fact, those who were familiar with the director and producer felt that this rumor was very ridiculous and didn't believe it from the very beginning. After all, the director and producer certainly couldn't do such a thing. Even Mrs. Zong understood that it was impossible, or else she wouldn't have backed out before. But those who aren't familiar with them just watch for a laugh. Hilarious to see here. Give each other a look. Everything is in the air. When they leave here, can be a good gossip. Everything is still the same. It hasn't changed. Chapter 128. There are melons at such times? But right at this moment, Ji-him spoke again. It can't be that you apologized because of the pressure, right? For fear of retaliation by the director and producer? I saw that you said it sincerely in the video. The watching crowd froze, not to mention that Ji-him had spoken to their hearts. This kind of thing, to reveal it to your face, can't you find a backstabber? Maybe what the little girl said was true. Ro-in, however, was startled violently, as if an arrow that was stuck in her chest had been plucked off, and looked at Ji-him in consternation. The clouds were lifted. No, I just casually made it up. The girls were confused, totally confused about the situation, whether they want her to admit it or don't want her to be an adult. What she didn't know was that some words, once uttered, were as good as spilled water. Even if they evaporated, they were spilled forever. The director and producer initially thought that Ji-him's unrelenting questioning really suspected that they were related to Ro-in. As a result, they scanned the circle and saw the various different expressions of the people around them. It was also finally clear where the wrong taste was. Even if the rumor monger admits it, people might not believe it. Plus how exaggerated the rumors will spread about tonight's farce. The director and producer really want to punch someone right now. Suddenly, they had a sigh of relief, and could not help but look at Ro-in. Could it be that those circle rumors she had before were also like this? At this moment, the director and producer finally ignored the trouble and embarrassment that Ji-him had brought them, and were glad in their hearts that the matter had come out. At least the director and producer, unlike in other cases, could have been completely self-incriminating. The producer didn't even bother to say it himself, beckoning for a veteran cameraman. Old Zhang, help us out. Could this sort of thing possibly be true? Old Zhang was also quite speechless. This is definitely fake. But the newcomers probably don't know that our producer is the director's brother-in-law. How can they do this kind of thing together? Not only will they not do it together, the producer will also help prevent other women from approaching the director. That's why our director hasn't had any scandals for so many years. The director is a fearful one. The producer is even a sister controller. They're both super sticky. The more Lao Zhang talked, the more excited he got. But the director and producer covered his mouth with their hands. Enough is enough. Enough is enough to prove our innocence with Mr. You, right? Those in the room were shocked, embarrassed, and wanted to laugh. Ji-him was already laughing on the inside. I was trying to get the director and producer to take their relationship and clarify that they could never do anything on the rumor mill, and I didn't expect to blow up so much. It's none of my business. Pei Mingxian and Qin Chao were aware of this, and the fact that these two would come up with such a prestigious program together was also because they had such a strong woman behind them. Qin Rong heard it for the first time and couldn't help but smile brightly. This would always prove Mr. Yu's innocence. Qin Rong looked over, only to see Ro-in looking blankly at Ji-him, her expression no longer that masked, flirtatious smile, but a youthful bewilderment, as if a prisoner who would not believe that good fortune could come to him. And as Ji-him looked at the expressions of the people around him, he knew that he'd wrapped it up having achieved his goal. Since it's like this, then I believe it. After saying that, but not forgetting to add, then what you said about mess, you seducing your boyfriend. The girl seemed to have been stabbed again, once again unable to tense up. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. My boyfriend just looked at Mr. Yu from afar. It's all because I'm talking nonsense. Yeah, why are you like this? Teacher Yu is so innocent. You should go and toss your boyfriend. Why toss Teacher Yu? TSK. Why are women so hard on women? Ji-him sighed, turned his head to Ro-in and smiled. I also apologize to Teacher Yu. I almost misunderstood you just now. Yu-in reacted. No, it's me who should thank you, Mr. G. Thank you indeed. Ro-in's tone was especially different, causing those who were familiar with her to look at her. She was in a restrained mood of excitement, but her expression control was still professional, revealing her best smile. Only her eyes were embellished with some more starlight. She wondered if Mr. G's willingness to help her was proof that their studio had the will to sign her. Luckily it's all said and done. Things are not debatable, all spread out. There will be no misunderstanding. Ji-him smiled, sweeping her gaze towards Mrs. Zong. For the teacher it is also an unmitigated disaster, being passively involved in this right and wrong. In the end it will be true in the end anyway, and false in the end. The people on Jihim's side tasted a bit of meaning. Jihim was sort of using this matter to give Mrs. Zong one last reminder, letting her see with her own eyes how a black material was pasted onto Yuruin's body. They all heard it, and I'm guessing Mrs. Zong heard it too, and hoped she'd hang back. Don't venture anger at an innocent person with rumor mongering. But when it was over, looking at her husband who rushed off to comfort Yuruin, Mrs. Zong still hated her red eyes. I just didn't expect Yu Zuyin to take the initiative to find her. Previously, Yu Zuyin had avoided Mrs. Zong, knowing that the wives group was going to deal with her en masse, sniping at her about the stage this time. But this was the most important bet she had when she was about to be released from her contract, betting on her dream of gradually developing a love for acting, and betting on her grandma's future medical expenses, and she didn't want to suffer from any mishaps. Mrs. Zong, I think there might be a misunderstanding between us. Whatever doubts you have, I am willing to explain clearly, Yu Ruoyin said sincerely. Although this kind of thing, in the first 3 years of her career, she had done it many times, but every time she was ushered in by abuse and slaps, so she no longer made a fool of herself. Others can think what they want to think. Anyway, what she encountered will never change. But today, she also wanted to argue, but it was still a pair of resentful eyes that he looked up into. Misunderstanding? Yu Ruoyin's face was unsightly. I never seduced Mr. Zong, nor did I try to break up your marriage. I clearly rejected Mr. Zong. If you don't believe me, I'm willing to confront you both as a couple. Mrs. Zong, however, laughed hideously. Confrontation? Do you want her to listen to her husband say divorce and marry someone else in front of this mistress? Seeing her disbelief, Yu Ruoyin added, I can swear that after this stage, I will never work with Mrs. Zong again. In this way, can Mrs. Zong believe that I didn't seduce Mr. Zong? You want me to believe that you haven't seduced him? Mrs. Zong couldn't listen at all and was shaking with anger. You really know how to talk nonsense with your eyes open. If you hadn't seduced him and asked him to give you favors, would he have come to accompany you on this show? Don't you just want to use this program to prove your strength and step on him to get to the top? The program was signed for me by the company, and I haven't contacted Mr. Zong since I finished filming the TV series. Yu Ruoyin gritted her teeth and said, you can check all the chat records. Then you shouldn't have come to the meeting. By attending you are implying him. Yu Zuiyin's eyes reddened, although she wasn't sure why the company had given her this opportunity, but since she had been made to realize that this was the best path for her future, who was she to give it up just to avoid suspicion? She didn't have a choice in her life. Obviously it's a conflict between you guys. Why should I lose? Yu Zuiyin paused, knowing that it's useless to say this. I can swear on my grandmother's health that I never gave Mr. Zong any hints. Yu Ruoyin's eyes were on the verge of tears, not realizing that self-argument after such a long time was still so aggravating that she wanted to cry. Ha, you're really filial, aren't you? I'm afraid your grandmother has been cursed to death several times. Yu Ruoyin immediately turned pale. You can insult me, but you can't talk about my grandmother. Probably because Yu Ruoyin's tone was too harsh. It really made Mrs. Zong freeze at once. However, soon after, Mrs. Zong spoke. I know what you want to do by looking for me, but you should die of this heart. You broke up my marriage. I won't let you go. After saying that, Mrs. Zong turned around and left. Only Yu Ruoyin stayed in place with a pale face. She really didn't know what to say before others would believe her. Later that night, Pei Mingxian has edited today's story to go to a variety of assembly of people in the know to break the news, which is the first step to whitewash Yu Ruoyin. Since PK is live tomorrow, this kind of thread gets a lot of heat when it's posted. GM also swiped it at home, but after scrolling up and down, all the heat had already flowed to Yu Ruoyin's black material except for this one. All sorts of old black stuff is constantly summarized and refurbished, and you can see a little bit of bootstrapping. So I guess it's going to intensify starting tomorrow. This shouldn't just be the handiwork of the wife's group. After all, there are also a lot of reminiscences about Yu Zuoyin's past student days popping up, and it really is a case of whatever jumped the gun came out, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to step on it. It wasn't until an hour before the next day's broadcast opened that everyone was getting ready in the dressing room. Surprisingly, GM had already seen several black words hanging on the hot search. At the top, hashtag please officially clean up the air, and get out of showbiz for Yu Zuoyin. Hashtag. GM looked over and Yu Ruoyin had a calm expression as she looked at her cell phone. Zong Chun and Zong Siki both looked preoccupied. Where is Mrs. Zong? Person? GM was curious that Mrs. Zong didn't come along, and was about to eat melon when he heard the director's team reminding everyone that there was still a while to go on stage. At this time, Zong Chun suddenly stood up and walked over to Yu Ruoyin and said, Ruoyin, I have something to discuss with you. Let's go out and talk about it. Yu Ruoyin froze and followed out with a puzzled look on her face. As a result, just after entering an empty room, I saw Zongchuan take out the ring box and said, Zoe-in, marry me. Ji-him, who was secretly eating melon in the dressing room. The Chin family crowd that was about to go to the audience to wait for the opening. There are melons at times like this? Chapter 129, usually a dignified appearance. Did not expect so upside down. In order to eat the melon firsthand, Chin's family members dawdled and stalled, unwilling to leave the backstage. Zongchuan gave Mrs. Zong the divorce papers and officially filed for divorce. Mrs. Zong was so angry with him that she was hospitalized. That's why she didn't come after him tonight. No, Zong-chun, you're being ridiculous, aren't you? Your wife is still lying down and you're proposing to someone else? Usually a moralistic look. I didn't expect it to be so upside down. Chin's family, so outrageous. It turns out that yesterday, Yu Ruiyin summoned up the courage to find Mrs. Zong to explain the situation, and although Mrs. Zong didn't believe it on the surface, she had a moment of inner turmoil when she went back. As a result, when she arrived home, she saw the divorce agreement, and with a few words, she once again dragged the innocent Yu Ruiyin into the fray. Lao Zong, knowing you, it must be because Yu Zoe-in made too many sins in her past life. The corners of Ji-himdu's mouth twitched. Chin family members are listening to the speechless to the extreme. Is not it? This is not want to marry with people. Is to want to feud with people is more or less. It turns out that the reason why he proposed so early was because Jiang Soon was irritated by what Mrs. Jiang said. Chin's family, how is it exciting? Oh, it turns out that Mrs. Zong also saw that Yu Ruiyin did not love Zong-chun at all, but Zong-chun did not believe it, thinking that she must have him in her heart as well. Acting, a look in the eyes can be seen. Don't be too outrageous, uncle. Chin Chow, people are actors, acting like you when acting, what is the problem? Zongchuan genuinely felt that Yu Ruiyin, a girl in her 20s, adored him, a gentle, well-maintained, capable, dignified and cultured uncle in his 40s, because she would usually take the initiative to get close and ask him about acting, with very sincere eyes, unlike treating other men in a perfunctory manner. Zongchuan believed that Yu Ruiyin wasn't trying to hang on to him, but was genuinely fond of him. I have a say in this one. The few times I've watched Yu Ruiyin being very sincere to other professional teachers who don't covet her beauty, and will take the initiative to get close when she has a question she wants to ask for advice. Is it possible that you disguised yourself too well in the beginning? Making a mess. You mistakenly think that you are also some kind of a decent person? Chin Dad, dare to think that half a day of self-righteousness, how to rival the theater of the juniors to ask you to teach you is to adore you. If I thought so, how many admirers must I have before I retired? It's basically a secret coveting of beauty. And he still won't admit it. Zong-chun still said that it is not a change of heart. It is a long time ago with Mrs. Zong, no feelings. A few years without married life is the evidence. Because Mrs. Zong let him can't bring up the interest of men. Chin Ma. This sentence is the biggest insult to old couples. Is it possible that you can't? It was Yu Ruiyan's appearance that filled his heart with a renewed sense of love and a vibrant life. Since he has moved his heart, he will do whatever it takes to give Yu Ruiyan what she wants. He is willing to face up to all the criticisms given by the world and is only willing to be with the woman he loves. Xin Yen, geez, did you ask her about Yu Ruiyan's wishes? Mrs. Zong must be mad, but she can't scold Yu Ruiyan in such an insulting manner. You should scold your husband. Chin's family, that's it. Scold the wrong person, auntie. What kind of devil cycle is this? The harder Mrs. Zong scolds, the more Zong-chun defends Yu Ruiyan and scolds Mrs. Zong in turn, so Mrs. Zong hates Yu Ruiyan the more. This hate value is pulled. Come on, you two can't force someone else to be in your play. Chin's family, blah, blah, blah. What bad luck, because in the end, Mrs. Zong told Zong-chun about those skimming words Yu Ruiyan said when she came to her, and emphasized that Yu Ruiyan was using Zong-chun's reputation and status to achieve her goals. One thing in front of her and another in front of him, and that she would dump him when she achieved her goals, just like those previous scandals, and that it would be impossible for her to marry him at all. Though Zongchuan's mouth is stiff and says that he is willing to be used even if he is being used, because he is truly in love with Zoe-in, unlike those other men who only want her body. But the mask of blind self-confidence inside was still uncovered a crack, and that's why he was in a hurry to propose in this moment. Chin's family, oh, wait to be rejected. You old den, oh ho, refused. Chin's family, cool. Well, surely it's not so easy to repel an old man's enthusiasm, and a whole lot of deep promises? Chin's family, what promises? Regardless of how you before, I do not care, nor do I care. I will protect you. I know you must have long wanted a stable home. As long as you marry me, you can leave the entertainment industry, this big dyke. Peace of mind as a good wife and mother. You are only in your 20s, still a little girl. I am willing to redeem you, not letting other men pull you into the abyss again. I know that all those things in the past, you are unwilling in your heart. I understand your struggles. As long as you follow me, You will have a clean and dry future. Chin family. Why does it sound so awkward? It's like there's something weird. Holy, isn't this one of the dialogues we deleted during rehearsals? It's the one where the man says something similar when he persuades the flower girl to leave the country. The plot of that episode was that the man who thought he was saving the lost woman portrayed himself as righteous and selfless, but in fact, he was enjoying the sense of salvation that comes from being on high and changing the fate of others. Qin Chao and Qin Rong both do remember that episode, which ended with the man essentially still coveting beauty and that sense of adoration in the girl's eyes of being saved, and then when he really saved it, married it, and got tired of it, he started to dislike and abhor the girl's past again. The crowd's expressions were really all over the place as they thought about it. What's wrong? Not feeling well? Why this expression? It's almost time to go on stage. You don't want to have problems. Pei Mingxian suddenly noticed Ji Him's strange expression. Qin Chao on the side was also a bit weird, but he didn't look at the Qin family much, otherwise he would think that there was something wrong with their family. Should I talk to Sister Pei about the proposal? Just in case? Ji Him thought about it, but still spoke, just a little curious. What? Pei Mingxian said. Mrs. Zong didn't come. It can't be that she's really divorced. If so, Mr. Zong shouldn't be proposing to Yu Ruyan soon. Then we're signing up for Yu Ruyan's business. Ji Him said casually. Yu Ruyan won't say yes anyway, as long as he isn't sending out bumps to propose to Yu Ruyan right now. No interference. Pei Mingxian said. Ha, as long as it's not now? Jaihan didn't respond for a moment. Pei Mingxian, however, said, yes, if you propose now, isn't it a threat, or subterfuge for Yu Ruyan? After all, we'll be on stage soon. If there's no such thing as us signing up, this is the most important performance for Zoe Yin. It determines her future. Ji Him, Qin's family, Chapter 130. The proposal failed. Listening to Zongchuan finish a large paragraph, Yu Ruyan's face was already unsightly, but she was too embarrassed to retort too harshly. Mr. Zong, you are a senior in my eyes. Teacher, I respect you. The smile on Zongchun's face gradually put down, his face also gradually gloomy. He is not unable to see out of Ruyin frown tightly, simply do not want to agree to the attitude. He felt that Yu Ruyin some take Joe, refute his face. Zoe Yin, do you know why your company didn't give you another hard time after only inquiring about you a couple times when your contract was about to expire? Zongchuan suddenly spoke up. Yu Zuoyin froze. Expiration. They can't make things difficult for me even if they want to. In fact, she knows that she must be considered to have offended the former company. In recent days the black hot search is becoming more and more rampant. The brokerage company should be dealt with. After all, it is still in the contract validity period, but the brokerage company is almost inactive. And even Zoe Yin guessed that there are former companies in the forces that came to hack her, and the purpose is naturally to want to force her to go back. Just then the original expected means to be a lot more moderate. With all the things the former company had used her for in the past, how could the kind of company that ate people and specialized in scamming ignorant young men and women suddenly have a clear conscience? It had been so peaceful all this time. Yu Ruyin thought it was because she was getting older and the other party felt that they couldn't find value in her anymore, so they didn't use their thunderous tactics. But now that she heard what Junzong said, Yu Ruyin was a little uneasy. They naturally can't afford to give up such a moneymaker as you, who can earn money and should be paid. Yu Ruin's face turned ugly for a moment. It was for my sake that you were spared because I said you were the one I wanted. Junzong said slowly, the fact that your company was still willing to negotiate this program for you before you left is also because of me, and I wanted to treat this program as my proposal gift to you. Yu Ruin was filled with astonishment. How could they listen to you? I told your old boss that as long as I give you freedom, I'll pull investments and find connections for their company. Zongchuan said. Yu Ruin felt a wave of nausea as if she had associated it with something. Although Zongchuan made his fortune with his wife, he has been in the business for many years and has his own network of contacts no matter what channel he is in, but these should not be enough to make the company back down. What the company is actually afraid of is the capital behind Mrs. Zong. The company naturally understands that Mrs. Zong is definitely not happy to find herself a love rival, but the company is even more worried about the case of refusing Zong Chun. Zong Chun directly find a reason to blow the pillow, so that Mrs. Zong cynical on their company, looking for relations, it is easy to deal with them, even if they tell Mrs. Zong the reason may not be useful. You can tell Mrs. Zong is clueless from the fact that she's willing to let her husband go on the show with her love rival. It's just a fight between husband and wife and they suffer. So they didn't dare to offend Zongchuan and could only endure this time. After Yu Ruin thought about it, she suddenly felt that the man in front of her was stupid and bad, unintentionally using her own wife's intimidation to get another woman, and thought she was so great. Yu Ruin maintains expression management, can only cope with, in fact, even if the company plays any tricks, it's useless. My heart to leave is very resolute. At most, I will suffer a little bit. And anyway, it's fine if I can't die. On the contrary, this program is still thanks to Mr. Zong. I will repay in the future. But this intention, I really can't accept. Yu Zoe-in meant it when she said she would repay. After all, this show was the best opportunity she could have come across. Zong-chun did not expect to have said so clearly. Yu Roe-in even still do not accept. Also too ungrateful. Really an ungrateful cruel woman. He did not want to admit that Mrs. Zong was right. So he gave Yu Roe-in one last chance. You really made me sad. I suddenly feel a little sick, said Zong-chun, and pretended to cover his heart. Can you call the director for me? I probably can't perform. Yu Roe-in froze. All of a sudden the blood in her body began to flow backwards. She couldn't believe that the other party had threatened her in such a despicable manner. Mr. Zong, this is also your show. If you don't go on stage, it's also a very serious performance accident. I am old. My heart is not good. I believe that the netizens will not blame me. If it is serious, maybe also continue to be hospitalized for observation and quit the program. Anyway, there have been so many groups quit. I believe the director will have a way to deal with it. Zongchuan looked like a dead pig. Yu Zuoyin, however, began to tremble all over. Now that the whole internet is hacking you, I'm sure the netizens don't want to see you much. Yu Ruin's eyes reddened, her voice hoarse. Mr. Zong, must you do things so absolutely? Pei Mingxuan's side is still in the inspection period. She knows that her situation is very troublesome. The other side's studio focuses on the internal entertainment judge, never hides dirt, and is not necessarily willing to take over. So she has never put her expectations completely on Pei Mingxuan's side. Her expectation had always been to use this live show to show her professionalism and absorb the heat. During the last installment, she had received some signing inquiries, just still jealous of the black material she was carrying, but she believed that if she continued to perform, more companies would see her. Today, for example, even though the entire internet had already blackened her, the heat brought was at its peak, and as long as she performed well, she could definitely reverse the word of mouth. And she was waiting for this turnaround with high fighting spirit. She thought that even if conflicts arose because of misunderstandings, even if she refused to show her love, people are professional actors will choose to respect the stage. Otherwise it is also a breach of contract. Even if the other party did not perform well, he or she would carry all the pressure to perform well. But I didn't expect. Without this opportunity, she amounts to complete hopelessness. Seeing Yu Ruin's completely stricken appearance, Zong-chun smiled and resumed his gentle appearance, lifting the ring box and handing it to Yu Ruin. Marry me, be good, and I'll save you. Backstage, Ji Hexin's voice stopped abruptly, and she stood up violently to scare Pei Mingxian, only to turn her head to see the Qin family greeting to leave the backstage. Ji Him and Qin Chao surprisingly said in unison, I'll see you off. Pei Mingxian had a face of uncertainty, and was about to say that they should stay, and that they were about to go to the waiting area to start the live broadcast, when she saw that they all went out of the door at a racing speed. Pei Mingxian had no choice but to follow, to keep an eye on the time. She hated mistakes. As a result, he had just circled out when he heard the director's cranky exclamation from the far corridor. What? Mr. Zong isn't feeling well and won't be on stage? You're going to temporarily find another actor to help? This is not a matter of success or failure. It's a matter of time. You guys are going to perform soon. It's simply too late. Do you want to give me a window of opportunity? Let me give some time. What the hell are you guys doing? If you don't want to perform, don't do it. I'm still not serving. Yes, sorry. The almost pale, breathless voice filled the hallway with sobs. Then Pei Mingxian heard Ji Him's voice ring out. Ugh, that. Pei Mingxian, what's with the bad feeling? The live channel opens. It's about to start and I'm so excited. Wait for the big execution scene. Yu Zoe-in, get out of showbiz. The entertainment industry is already enough to be criticized. And this kind of mistress who comes in openly and sells, who relies on her body to get to the top and destroys other people's families. If it's not dealt with, then it's really not justifiable. Yu Zoe-in, get out here and apologize. Apologize for the poor women you've persecuted. Apologize for all the innocent men you've victimized. I suggest checking Yu Zoe-in's record of money coming and going. Maybe we can find evidence of a violation of the law. I think her sleep and taxes might not be clean. It's only right to send her straight to jail. Zoe's the prettiest. Zoe's the best. Zoe's being herself. Wow. There's even a trippy fan on her side. So it looks like it's all the way with her. Actually, there is one thing to say. Yu Zuoyin's acting skills are still quite professional. Bull ***** professional. It's all about selling out the role. Isn't that what it is? It's starting. So watch carefully now. And then watch the top stream groups face punching afterward. And you're sure to get more than a few laughs. I've gone ahead and dug a hole for the noble team. Am I the only one who sympathizes with Teacher Zong? just for being an abusive old-timer. It's pitiful to be taken advantage of like that. Everyone remember later, just scold the fox charmers. Don't scold the honest people. Our teacher Zong is the Tang monk. He won't be bewitched by goblins. Confidant? Oh, what a Thai theme. A confidant is a mistress lover. Everyone, look at a netizen releasing a homemade skit video. It is said that consuming it with the stage play of the Guifei group can adjust the taste. Oh, it was clear that no one was even on stage yet, and already people were weirdly promoting strange pieces. Mrs. Zong in the hospital had a harsh expression and said into her phone, "Sent out? Good. Start buying hot searches. I want her to be taunted and abused by pop-ups the entire time." But in the next second, the stage curtain opposite the live broadcast suddenly fell back down. A question mark drifted across the pop-up. The host came on and awkwardly said, "Sorry everyone, because Mr. Zong is not feeling well, we have temporarily decided to switch the order of the two groups' performances. Next, we have the theme performance brought to you by the duo of Qin Xiao and Jiam, the Red Face." Chapter 131. Tonight's changes come in waves. An impromptu change in the livestream caused the pop-ups to all turn into exclamation points. What's going on? I was waiting to see the Guifei group perform first before the top stream group hit them in the face with a stage play. After all, that red face theme of theirs looks teary anyways. Mr. Zong is unwell? Really? Such a coincidence? There shouldn't be any conspiracy against the top stream group. Shouldn't have thought that by going on in the back we wouldn't be able to punch them in the face in comparison to the plot. It's true that all the artists with problems are afraid of the top stream group, and they're all on the verge of running away. Maybe the vixen saw the rhythm of the entire network blacking out and was too scared to go on, so she sought the help of good old Mr. Zong for an excuse. You have to go on even if you're afraid to, or else sit around and chat for the rest of the program? Sit back and wait to see what the Noblesse Oblige group can get up to. Whatever, let's enjoy the top stream group first. I'm way too curious to see what they can toss out this time. Red Face Scourge. The name of this theme is not to be messed with as soon as it is heard. I guess it is going to severely criticize those bad women who rely on their bodies to get to the top and also scourge others. And at this point on Twitter there's a different story because of the delay. A video skit parachuted into the hot search. The name of the theme taken was also Red Face Confidant. But since the Noble Princess group didn't start the show, this hot search didn't cause any uproar other than rubbing off on the name. Netizens have backbones, and it's easy to succeed in guiding public opinion in a dark way. But this blatant blackness, or brainless blackness, will make the netizens feel over the top and very disgusted. Instead, some people will come to their senses and stand up to a fair point of view. What's even funnier is that because the video was on the hot seat, at the same time, the wives united to post the same message on Twitter. People who get roles based on their skills should be respected. Crooked people, please leave the entertainment industry. You are not welcome here. It's not like they've been eyeing anyone, but everyone knows who they've blocked before, so the target is pretty obvious. Originally, if it was the Noble Princess group that was opening the show now, the tweets they sent would have been quite timely. The netizens couldn't wait to see them messing around, fighting, and eating melons. But now that people aren't even acting and they're sending it out, it's indescribably awkward. The wife's group was also quite confused. Always high and mighty, they certainly wouldn't be discreet enough to get this done as a job. It's just the group talking about it and everyone sending out a tweet along the way. As a result, after posting it, after reading the comments, netizens were taunting them to look at the live broadcast before speaking. Posting at the wrong time. He was so confused that he went to the group to find Mrs. Zong. However, it's impossible to delete either the video or the Twitter statement, which netizens presumably retained a long time ago. It will have to come into play when the Noble team takes the stage for another performance later on. Mrs. Zong was also confused, but she was even more worried about her husband's situation and hurriedly called Zong Siki. Although she couldn't go as a person, she asked Zong Siki to keep an eye on them. I'm not sure. Little uncle said he's not feeling well, but he doesn't need to be sent to the hospital. He's only slowing down backstage. He'll probably still go on when he's slowed down. I can only wait for the notification right now, but Yu Zoin seems to be in a big hurry. Even though the order of the performances has been changed, she's still contacting people all over the place to come over to emergency rescue the show. What? Surely it's a who only cares about herself. My husband is like this. She even only thinks about her own stage performance. Not even willing to wait for my husband. Just think of changing immediately. Sure enough, she is a watchman and a playwright. She has all of them. Although Mrs. Zong had only just been hospitalized by her heartless husband's anger. When things came up, her first reaction was still to feel sorry for her husband. And when he was sick, and was cast aside in such a disgusting manner, she couldn't bear it. I'll greet whoever she wants to contact. I just can't believe that the circle won't give me face and have to go help her. Mrs. Zong stormed out. It is not necessary. I eavesdropped on 2 phone calls. Are not willing to help her. Not to mention that everyone is afraid that she is now black material entangled. Let's talk about the performance. Who dares to go to an impromptu performance without any preparation? It is not good to say that the evening will not be safe. Only she is still dreaming, thinking that she can find someone to replace the younger uncle on the stage. Mrs. Zong thought about it. What goes around comes around. Maybe it's because your little uncle finally listened to me and isn't going to help her. Zong Siki on the other end of the phone did not think so, although I do not know what happened, but always feel that the younger uncle temporarily out of the problem is very subtle. Put down the phone. Not long after, Sayu Ruain pale face found his heel, look fragile and helpless, as if it has been desperate to say, you cannot take the stage for your little uncle. You should know how the plot is played. You can rest assured, even if it is not complete. It does not matter. I will think of a way to make up for it. If I take the field for little uncle, how do you plan to repay me? Suddenly, Zong Siki laughed, his gaze sweeping up and down. You beat me severely last time, and now you expect me to help you? Yu Royin's face became even more ugly. Once Zong Siqi had laid hands on her one night when rehearsal was late, only to be taught a hard lesson by her. Zong Siki looked at Yu Royin's face, which revealed a softness and a feeling of needing to be protected by a man anyhow. Hooking up again. Can't help the body's agitation. Eyes flashed, came to Yu Royin's ear and said, help you. Come with me to the toilet. As long as you serve me cool. Dare to refuse him. When served, I do not go on stage. And what can take me? He raised his hand and prepared to grab Yu Zui's arm, but Yu Zui dodged out of the way. Zong Siki's face sank, and he snorted coldly, if you don't know how to be nice, just keep looking for someone. After saying that, he turned around and left. Yu Roin leaned helplessly against the corridor wall, her eyes gradually becoming listless. It was usually difficult to find someone to top this situation, let alone an artist with a reputation like hers. The top stream group had managed to buy her time, but it seemed she was going to be let down. She couldn't help but wonder if she shouldn't continue to be naive. Maybe she should compromise, otherwise her career is ruined. What about her grandmother? It was collapsing when they heard a cacophony of noises coming from the backstage side. Yu Ruin looked over in bewilderment, and then after seeing one or two figures, her pupils gradually trembled. The stage props were re-prepared and all the crew were busy jumping up and down. Pei Mingxian cursed while quickly arranging for all the supporting cast to enter the backstage to prepare for the show. And the staff still backstage fell into deep self-doubt when they saw the large group of support acts that had suddenly appeared. Tonight has been one change after another, one stronger than the other. Sickness refuses to act scene, adjusting the order of performances scene. But it's the first time I've seen a supporting cast debut just before they go on stage, with even the show's staff hidden from view. Unless it's a famous support act, people usually don't pay much attention to who the support act is. But everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the familiar or unfamiliar actresses pass by one by one. Gradually, everyone realized that these people all seemed to have one thing in common. All of them, like Yu Zoe-in, were once plagued by peachy scandals. Chapter 132, The red color is not a scourge. If it is not a temporary adjustment to cause all the people are busy feet, these first-hand melon eaters, cannot wait to take out their cell phones crazy out to share the gossip. And now they could only express the wild emotions within themselves by hinting wildly at each other with their eyes. It's a blast. Absolutely dynamite. Top stream group. Well played. That's juggling to the heavens. They can already imagine a big earthquake in the inner recreation tonight. Watch. Even their producer and director are blowing up all over the place. The confidential script had already made them scared today, ready to deal with all kinds of public opinion storms at all times. But seeing the current situation, their high-hanging hearts finally died completely. The director and producer are off stage in a cold sweat, so light a cigarette and enjoy the last calm before the storm. The stage lights dimmed and the background sound came on. In ancient times, there were beauties who served people with their colors, disregarded moral laws, profited from benefits, and wreaked havoc on everything, and the so-called red faces have been a scourge since the ancient times. The strong male narrator sounded, but just as he said that, he was interrupted by a clear female voice in a conspiratorial manner. Everyone heard that it was Jihim's voice. Dump the pot of pretending to be a scourge all over the red face, but it mustn't be a scourge of the red face. Live streaming pop-ups, isn't it a critique of those redneck upstaging shows? What? It seems to be different from what people think. The audience is also silly, only sitting in the front row of the Chin family members excitedly rubbing their hands. Came to come, know the inside story in advance is cool, too curious about the reaction of everyone later. When it comes to redheads since ancient times, the first one that comes to mind is Sudaji. Sure enough, the stage smoke went up and Qin Chao, who played King Zhou of Shang, and Ji Him, who played Su Daji, took the stage. It was a huge forged bath, presumably meant to behave as a wine pool. Qin Chao and Ji Him were in the pool, listening to the sound and music of silk feet around them. very extravagant and enjoyable. Ji-him was obediently feeding wine to Qin Chao, and Ji-him was not the only beauty around. Suddenly a courtier rushed in and knelt down with a gesture of putting everything on the line. Please also ask the king to withdraw the order. The star extracting building is laborious and injurious to the nation's fortunes, resulting in the people's grievances boiling over. It cannot be built. Qin Chao was instantly furious. What's wrong with me building the star-picking building for my beloved concubine? It's not your turn to talk nonsense about what I want to do. After saying that, he took Ji-him's shoulder and said, Beauty, continue. Oligarchs still need to drink. Ji-him, on the other hand, behaved stiffly. Netizens watched with a bit of disappointment as they initially thought it was Ji-him's raw acting skills, nervousness about being on stage early, and not acting well. As a result, in the next second, he saw Qin Chao smilingly pinching Ji-him's chin and forcing her to look up. Does Beauty also think that I should listen to them? Doesn't Beauty want to ascend the star-picking tower with me, invite the immortals, and ask for immortality? Ji-him immediately shook her hand in fear, not daring to raise her head to look at Qin Chao, mumbling, I want to. Naturally the concubine wants to. Now everyone could kind of see that Ji-him was truly afraid of this brutal king. It seemed to be different from the legendary demon princess who used King Zhou of Shan like a puppet. Demon princess, you are indeed confusing the great king. The minister immediately pointed at Ji-him's nose and cursed angrily. You're dominating the great king, causing him to desert the court and just enjoy himself. I'm going to kill you to make the great king come to his senses. Ji-him immediately hid behind Qin Chao in fear. The minister, however, was immediately stopped by the guards. The minister was in tears. Your Majesty, this is the scourge of the red face. It will harm you and the whole world. You must not disregard the foundation of Cheng Tang for this woman. Killing her will save everything. Ji-him shivered and blanched. Qin Chao, however, smiled cruelly. I am more interested in killing you first. In an instant, the swords fell and the minister was cut down. The lights suddenly changed. The big screen lit up, and ancient texts constantly appeared, scrolling frantically, as if there were countless people frantically pointing accusations and hurling insults. Su Daji is a demonic spirit, seducing the great king, charming him and making him lose his mind. She is ruthless and comes here specifically to wreak havoc on the great Shang. Those cruel things were all done by Su Daji to confuse the great king. Without Sudaji, everything will be fine for the great Shang. Kill the scourge Sudaji. Kill the demon princess Sudaji. The stage was plunged into darkness as if time stood still, with only a beam of light hitting Ji-him who was hiding behind Qin Chao. Ji-him trembled, hissed, and cried out in a collapsed voice. What the hell did I do? Why did you pour this heavenly woe on me? She stood up and slapped hard towards Qin Chao in the past, saying, I was originally a maiden in the boudoir, with a sweetheart fiancé, who was forcibly declared into the palace by him, who loved my color and pestered me. What is my status? Can I refuse? Can I refuse? Can a beauty rebuke the king? Why do you say that it is I who dominates him, keeping him out of court? All you can see is that he doesn't go to court and that he wants me to serve. And who the hell are you to prove that I'm capable of swaying a great king's decision? She walked towards the courtier again and slapped him down as well, saying, the star-picking building is what the great king wants to build. It's him who wants to become immortal and live a long life. What does it have to do with me? Is it my fault that he wants to bring me along? It's his fault that he deserted the dynasty and only cared about enjoyment. So you kill him. What are you killing me for? It's his own problem that he succumbed to degradation because of my beauty. Even if it wasn't me, someone else would have gotten him to this point. And if it's wrong to serve him as an attendant with orders to serve him, then you should kill every single courtier in this palace. Why should you kill only me? Finally, Ji-him turned around and pointed at the big screen in grief and roared. It's just a bunch of cowards, wanting to use the affairs of the wind and moon to cover up your incompetence. The great king is dim. The courtiers are useless. A group of you men in power have ruined the world, and not wanting to take the blame, you just splashed dirty water towards me. A weak woman. I'm not convinced. I'm right. I'm a redhead, but never a scourge. After a roar, the credits on the big screen exploded and the room was plunged into darkness. End of Act 1. The audience was a little taken back, probably not expecting to see a show like this. Netflix is also a bit of a sigh of relief. I see. The top stream group is trying to present different perspectives of King Shangzhou and Su Daji to validate the false claim that red faces are a curse. It's a kinda rare angle. In fact, I used to think, do all the ancient redheads who could sway emperors have a penchant for abusing others? Having to be cruel and do things to enjoy themselves? That's pretty strange in itself, isn't it? And as many facts can now prove, the so-called bogeyman is most likely nothing more than a man-dumping. In the ancient male-dominated world, it's hard to imagine a woman having such a big role. Didn't Sister Him say that? Because rumors of the wind and moon are more conducive to spreading. The people won't care about the complicated dynastic politics they're running the country with at the time. And if the country loses, instead of the great king and courtiers taking the blame, it's better to dump it on the women who don't have any say in the matter. It's also true that we, the melon eaters, would have loved to hear this kind of rumor even more, and it's easier for everyone to accept it when it's spread widely this way. In the future, as long as you fly the flag, you won't be as dim and horny as the previous emperors who were mesmerized by women. Cocky? Let's just say that when men are cocky, it's always the women who get counted. King Zhou of Shang used Sudaji as a shield for enjoyment. Courtiers used Sudaji as a shield for their own inability to persuade the king, and it was all Sudaji's fault anyway. Watching the pop-up discussion of the plot proper, the director and producer gulped and hoped the same would follow. But the next second, the pop-up exploded. Wait, who do I see? How come it's not Jiheim making an appearance? Qin Chao played King Yu of Zhou, so shouldn't it be Ji Him who played Baosi? Didn't this actress quit showbiz? Yeah, because of seducing the capital boss. A handful of investment in dozens of her big movies, the result of the loss of blood and money, by the old boss's wife all over the network to send her small video, deploring her for destroying people's families and also destroying people's careers. A blood-sucking vixen. Back then, she was scolded on the hot search and ridiculed all over the internet, and she even came out in tears to apologize and announced that she was quitting the entertainment industry. Is the top stream group crazy? Why did they hire her, who has a black history, to be a supporting actress? Wait, I think she's starring in this scene. Side stage, Yu Ruoyan stared at the actress who reappeared on the stage. She remembered her, once tearfully trying to explain that she did not do anything. Everything is that the old boss wishful thinking, but no one believed. She was once depressed and suicidal because of the video, and eventually retired from showbiz and died down. And the only thing that remains on the internet is blackmail scorn. But Yu Zoe-in has seen her movies. The scripts suck, but her acting is great. Chapter 133, believe that Sister Him is right. There must be something fishy here. On the stage is the legendary King Yu of Zhou. In order to win the iceberg beauty Baoxi's sweet smile, and Beacon play the lords. The angle of the show naturally follows the style of the previous act. The actress is a clear beauty, although she has been away from the inner entertainment for several years. But under the makeup will be the peak of her face value after the debut of the restoration of the 7 or 8. She is lying on the windowsill in a sulky way, the look of sadness, the eyes are all the drama. That is the state of depression and sadness, as if a bird in a cage. King Yu of Zhou, played by Qin Chao, passed by and seemed to be quite distressed, saying, "How can I make a beauty smile?" The treacherous minister came forward and proposed to make a big show to tease all the lords, thinking that it would amuse the beauty. As soon as King Yu of Zhou thought about it, he found it very interesting, so he laughed a few times and settled on the idea right away. Soon Bergzi was brought up on the high platform, looking sickly and being taken by King Yu of Zhou in his arms to talk and laugh, with the words "I can't help it" written all over her body, until the beacons rose, and 10,000 horses galloped, and the generals of the lords rushed under the high platform with great noise and anxiety to inquire where the enemy was. But there was only the sound of King Yu of Zhou laughing on the high platform, and all the treacherous sycophants around him laughed along with him. Baoxi looked at the scene below with an expression that looked like she was stunned. Where did she know the meaning of beacon fire, and where had she seen such a battle? It only felt that the people below were raging and very appalling. It was as if something very serious had happened. "Beauty, why don't you laugh at the good show that I have specially arranged for you? Is it not funny?" King Yu of Zhou asked. Baoxi's eyes are panicked. Seems to be in such a big scene some overwhelmed. In the face of King Yu Zhou's questioning, listening to the surrounding concurring laughter. Do not laugh as if it is out of place. Can only be hard to hook the corners of the mouth. When the beauty smiled, King Yu of Zhou was naturally comfortable, while the lords below naturally realized that they were being played as monkeys, and some of them were annoyed and questioned. King Yu of Zhou, however, dimly said, "It is your honor to amuse the beauty of the widow." Baoxi's face went white for a moment, as she saw countless pairs of eyes below staring at her in death, as if she was some unforgivable sinner who wanted to kill her by 1,000 cuts. "How dare you confuse the king into doing such a ridiculous thing? The demoness teased us. Be put to death." Numerous accusatory tirades were paired with the background sounds of a broken nation until the big screen lit up with scrolling subtitles, all of which criticized Berthold over the millennia of history. The great week ended because of her. Scourge of the world, scourge of the red face. The stage was plunged into darkness and that light hit the actress. She stood up trembling and staggered a few steps, as if she was afraid to face that big screen, hiding her face and crying, "No, no, it's not me. Why are you talking about me like that? I was originally a beauty captured by King Yu of Zhou after losing a battle in my hometown, far away from home and being forcibly married. I am not happy. I am homesick. I can't laugh. I am not intentionally not laughing, waiting for the great king to coax me. Even if I don't think the beacon play is funny at all, but the great king has taken the trouble to coax me to laugh, making such a big commotion, and everyone is laughing, so how can I dare not laugh? But I didn't realize that with just a smile like that, I would have to carry the burden of this disaster of a fallen nation. I don't understand. I don't get it. Why me? It was a real crying scene, coughing up blood and sobbing. The watchers were dumbfounded. Compared to Ji-Him's rusty acting, this is real professional acting. A single eye play substitutes everyone into the scene, savoring Bergson's helplessness and injustice. The pop-ups couldn't help but discuss it. Not to mention, good acting skills, good looks. If she hadn't retired from the circle, she would be a popular big flower now, right? She was admitted to the acting department with the first grade in her major, so that strength is naturally there. What? Doesn't the internet have a memory? She but just entered the university was adopted by the gold master, using the resources of other people's husbands to force to promote themselves. The result of the pounce a mess. Even dragged other people's company almost closed down. Other people's wives are still angry to send a video to question her if she is shameless to climb the bed of other people's husbands. This kind of morally corrupt woman is simply the same as Yu Ruain. I was quite supportive of the top stream group before. After all, there is the name of the inner entertainment judge. But how can you not think of finding this kind of person to act? I'm very disappointed. Could it be that she wants to return? Not to mention the heat is really big. The original spouse who drove her out of the entertainment industry has come out to speak out, condemning the top stream group for using such a private and corrupt actress. Please use your brains, okay? Our top stream group does not lack capital, does not lack popularity. Ask her to play this theme is obviously intentional. This is a retired actor. In addition to the inner entertainment judge, justice, I cannot think of any other reason. So I'm now going to go to check the gossip of the year. There is no reversal. My intuition tells me that trusting Sister Haim is right. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Not to mention how the truth, when the man was beautiful and invisible, only said a woman hooked soul confused. The whole time is the actress out to take a beating. But it is very similar to this scene. Obviously the king of Zhou you played lost the kingdom. The result is that most of the culpability fell on the commendation of C. It's really like Zhou Yuan whole bunch of things to coax praise C lost the kingdom. That old boss invested in a bunch of projects to coax actresses almost ruined the company. The end is, the man hides behind the woman. In front of the cursing saliva came, the first to be sprayed only the woman. The pop-ups, the attitudes on the internet were almost half and half, rather than just smearing the actress. Probably because this actress has indeed retired from the circle for a long time. Everyone's disgust is not as strong as the emotions facing Yu Ruain now. On the stage, the voice of Bertha's sorrowful sobbing became smaller and smaller, but at a certain moment, the voice suddenly changed, as if it had suddenly awakened and exploded. On what grounds? She turned around and frantically grabbed the lapel of King Yu Zhou's coat. It's clearly you yourself who don't know what's important, who are reckless, and who want to use your power to perform in front of women. Did I ever ask you to do that for me? It's all your wishful thinking trying to coax a beauty. Why be a shrinking violet when you make a problem and let others blame me for all the faults? Then he turned around and kicked over those vassals again. What? You don't dare to blame your king for losing your country by mindlessly teasing you. You don't dare to blame yourself for failing to do your duty of counseling, and you only dare to take it out on me? Just because I am a weak woman? Hypocritical, disgusting, shameless. The camera gives her a big close-up of her face as she curses frantically, her eyes full of grief and resentment, as if she's venting something, surprisingly more into the act than the crying she just did. It's as if they're literally cursing at someone. Finally she picked up her bow and arrow from the floor and shot an arrow at the big screen. The big screen played along with the special effects, instantly crushing the words criticizing her. As the wind picked up, Barry stood alone and turned to face the camera. Tears are still hanging from the corners of her eyes, but her eyes are determined. I am a redhead, but not a scourge. After the scene, the audience on stage couldn't help but applaud for the nice acting. The pop-ups, however, painted a different picture, as netizens were checking out all sorts of gossip in real time. Just as the actress finished her performance, a breaking post went out telling the truth about the actress' exit. A huge wave has risen over the internet. The comments section of the old boss's wife, who had spoken earlier in criticism, went straight to a two-level reversal, from enthusiastic support to angry questioning. Actually, when the actress who was still a student was spotted by the old boss, in order to chase her, specially invested in a movie, invited her to play the female lead. As a newcomer actor is sure to seize every opportunity to take the drama. It is always impossible to take the drama before investigating. The investor is not trying to subterfuge her. So the beginning of the students to take the drama, trying to act, was the old boss show, reacted to the rush to refuse. But the old man where will easily let go of young and naive girls, means endless, to film failure as the reason. Soft and hard to let the girls have been acting in his investment in the film. thought that this can let the girls see his financial strength, and ultimately corrupted by the assimilation of fame and fortune, and willingly go to understand the rules of the adults, obediently reduced to the old boss's canary. As a result, it was improperly operated, poor investment vision, and the capital chain broke, almost causing the old company to close down. And those so-called video was also because the old boss lost money and did not get the person annoyed, under the drug, but also took the video, and finally the old boss's wife to get more annoyed, directly choose to publicize the coded video, although only show the face, but enough to make the girl's reputation. Because there's also all kinds of recorded chat evidence in the explosive post proving that the girls were involuntary, and financial report evidence proving that there were problems with the original company they were working for. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, because the beacon's different interpretation of the psychological implication, so that the netizens are from another perspective to think about the problem, and will never again only be harsh on the girls. Chapter 134, Inside Entertainment Not Sleeping Tonight. If the revelation is true, it seems like the last line just now was something she wanted to say to the people who caused her to quit showbiz in the first place. No wonder it was said with such truthfulness. What an injustice. If you dare to break the news like that, it must be true. The evidence is all there. So why didn't you break the news until now? Is it possible that people didn't have a backer before? And even if they broke the news, they would be capitalized on. And now there are inner entertainment judges to help her? Really? By you guys guessed right. I found out that year there is the actress's police record, but because of the lack of evidence, cannot be characterized. The news was also suppressed. Almost no netizens know also when she is in the show, and finally unsettled. The law cannot help her. Can we still expect her to face public opinion alone? Did I win over 90% of the netizens here when I didn't scold her in the first place? It was weird to watch the news then, and I thought to myself, a little actress taking down a company? It's illogical to even think about it. It seems that some things haven't changed since the beginning of time. If you can't do it yourself, don't dump it on a woman. Just because dumping the pot on other reasons may be met with a rebuttal that in turn proves one's uselessness. But as long as the dumping pot is given to a woman, the woman will be left with no defense. After all, men are all about women. As a mixed financial circle, I just want to say that she became a perfect scapegoat. The investment of those movies was not at all a decisive factor in the company's near collapse. It was their own mismanagement, which was already experiencing financial problems, and it just so happened that the movie's matter appeared in the eyes of the public, and it became that old boss's excuse to save his own position. Ha ha, I've seen a few more 18-line female artists breaking the news that they were once suborned by the old boss. Looks like repeat offenders. I really want to chop my hand. I just went to the comments section of that old boss's wife to support her. How can she be so shameless? His husband drugged and harmed people. She even wants to ruin people's reputation. It's really a family of evil people who are united in their actions. Let's see which company. What? And it's listed? Brothers and sisters? Can we make this evil person's stock good? Absolutely not. Not long after, but all the accounts related to this company suffered a cyberstorm strike. The company's employees did not expect to watch a live variety show at home but received an emergency call asking them to rush to deal with the company's crisis. But no matter what statement they made, it was useless. After all, the top stream group, the inner entertainment judges had too much wind in their sails. They probably also felt the isolation of that actress in the beginning. They no longer dared to imagine what kind of blow their company would suffer when the stock market opened tomorrow. The old boss's wife, who was fuming at the phone, turned pale. The door was opened. The old boss rushed in and directly gave the wife a slap. What do you have to go up to? Biting the bullet and not letting go now was bitten back. We are finished. It's over. And at this point many of the pop-ups on the live stream were swiping sentences apologizing to the actress. The director and producer breathed a sigh of relief when they saw it. Still thought it would make a mess. I didn't expect the Wind review to shift so quickly, directly suppressing the end. Can only say that the rhythm of public opinion arranged by the top stream group is really powerful. With the heat of the live broadcast, completely did not give the other side the power to fight back, and fully prepared, reversing one wave after another. It seems like they didn't just pick the supporting cast randomly when they did, so that leaves a few. In the third act, and Lushan uses Young Guifei as an excuse to revolt, and in the end, Tang Xuanzong forces Young Guifei to die. In the fourth act, Wu Sangui rushed for Chen Yuan and drew the Qing troops into the country. Act V. This scene makes a point. There's never been such a thing as a red herring. So many emperors, lords, surrounded by beauty, bullying is not a few, and did not see them die and lose the country. So the red face is never a scourge. Of course, in addition to the live onstage audience paying more attention to the performance, the internet has already started a feeding frenzy of reverse melons. While watching the live show, while surfing the internet, busy feet, hot search for a while, several times paralyzed, can only turn to other social platforms, because every single one of the actress's appearances has set the internet on fire. The reversal of that initial one led to a lot less vitriol being directed at the next few actresses, and everyone's first thought upon seeing them was that they must have had grievances as well, then self-organized to look up the black stuff, gather information, refute the arguments, and then restore the truths that have been buried by the powers that be in conjunction with the explosive postings that are sent out anonymously. Let one of the moralizing, the victims and innocents of the original public opinion war be dragged out into the sunlight to be judged. This night, spanning from the Inner Entertainment Network to the Capitol Mansion Network, countless people's cell phones were ringing non-stop with attempts to save the day. Threats, pleas for mercy, and bribes. But it was all a step too late. Who made the secrecy so good before? They, the evildoers, didn't know that those people would be on stage, and by the time people's performance started it was already too late. One can only watch as the selfish and despicable truth of the year is stripped away a little. From well-known directors to hot actors, there are men and women who do evil, and none of them can straighten up and stop the snowball from rolling. Those who dared to stand up and refute it were slammed into self-imposed isolation by a blob that went straight to the wall and exploded into a more serious accident. The smart ones went straight to stealth, but everyone was bound together in this holocaust, and no one could escape. The director and producer had long since turned off their phones and just watched the pop-up wins, as long as it wasn't their show's crew that was cursing. But there was still a point where I had to go and inform Pei Mingxian. After all, it was their group's match PK, so it was impossible for Ji-him to stay off. Siphoning off a couple of those scenes for those actresses was the limit. Pei Mingxian received the notification and turned her head to look at Ji-him, who was looking at her cell phone in a frenzy, and giggling while doing so. Second sister-in-law. Look. Shin Rome was also excitedly looking at her cell phone and letting Ji-him look when she saw something funny. Holy, did the top stream group intentionally find these actresses who harbor grievances and clear their names? What's the difference between this and doing charity? Perfectly fitting to the theme of the show, and doing good. And by the way, avoiding a bit of my Haim-san's acting shortcomings, ha ha ha. I knew Haim-san was in the right place. I feel like I've accumulated a lot of merit from all the fighting I've done this night. Suddenly, I felt that the inner entertainment judge was not bad, but it's all thanks to Sister Pei, who actually did find so many female artists who were wrongly accused, and all of them have solid evidence. So I can only say, awesome. This is 3 birds with 1 stone, helping them clear their names, helping the stage this time, and paving the way for the studio's newest member. When it was time to implement this plan, Brother Hao was crying and begging Sister Pei for fear of completely offending the entertainment industry to death. But Sister Pei's skill and courage, I guess it has something to do with my last promise to give you Rui-in as a backer. But in the end it was still Qin Chao who made the decision. Look at the effect now. Brother Hao can't say anything, right? Of course, the best part is that I can be lazy for several acts. How many less lines to memorize? Just now Qin Chao was full of displeasure. It's true that he can't see others being lazy the most when he's working. Ji-him's ancient costume had been changed to a modern one, and Pei Mingxian stepped forward and said, "It's time to go on stage. There are 5 more acts." Ji-him got up and went to get ready. "By the way, how is Yu Zuyin doing?" Pei Mingxian said. "I originally thought that after these few shows it would be a bit good for her reputation as well, and that someone would come to help save the day. But the improv was ultimately too difficult, so I guess I won't be able to get on it. But since I've already paved the way for her, it won't be hard to sign her afterward." Ji-him nodded and didn't think much of it, except that when he went out he saw Yu still actively on the phone, a face full of resignation and unyielding. Ji-him thought for a moment, then sheepishly glanced at Pei Mingxian. "When we got on stage, the lights flashed. Haven't even opened and said my lines yet." It was then that they heard Ji-him let out an ah and fell straight off the stage. Chapter 135, "Can you perform on stage for me?" This change directly let the live broadcast interrupted. The camera immediately shifted to the judge's table. The host rushed to save the scene. "There was an accident. We give Mr. G and Mr. Sheen's stage a little time to adjust. Then let's listen to the review of the judges on the previous performances. This time there are a lot of unexpected supporting actors." The camera turns to the judges, who have received urgent instructions from the director and producer to cooperate with the host and start critiquing the acting skills of the previous assistants and so on. But the pop-ups don't eat that up. It's already blowing up. Everyone's in a high mood. Now that the top stream group is performing as if they were the grand old man of heaven adjudicating a case. Who's the next wrongdoer? Who's going to make a comeback? Who is going to completely collapse the house? Whether it's the melon netizens, or those who are weak-minded, all waiting for the point of view. Of course there are many fans who are concerned about Ji-him. Where's my sister Haim? What happened to Sister Im? What's going on with your program group? Is it bad luck? 1 by 2 all have accidents. Someone with such deep merit as my sister Him can have an accident. I'm still waiting to see Sister Haim continue her performance. I always feel like there are more big melons yet to come. It's not as if those pups who were exposed to the truth are now collectively cursing me behind my back as an inner entertainment judge. Scratch that. It's very likely. After all, after my sister-him trial, their ugly faces are revealed, and the only thing waiting for them is to lose their reputation. It must not be a fish death. Not to mention, there's some cerebral palsy that's going to send a lawyer's letter suing the top stream group for honor infringement. Yo, why don't you sue for rumor? Is it because you don't want to? What? There are still such cubs. Wait for me to copy the keyboard to teach them how to behave. In fact, I can't help but conspiracy theories. Is it that the top stream group has moved the capital artery? The inner entertainment circle has joined forces to not let them act, so they had to come to such a move to suspend the show. Maybe it's still being threatened with a warning. It's not easy for inner entertainment to come up with a living person who is not afraid of power. Is it going to fall like this? There's no way. The officials are protecting each other. Let's see if the performance will continue. I hope the top stream group can resist the pressure. Everyone waited anxiously on the air, and the people in the background at this time are more anxious than one. In addition to the Chin family. Well, everyone in the Chin family rushed to Ji-him's side the first time she fell down. Anxious and worried, panicked and inquiring, and none of them dared to touch Ji-him. It wasn't until Ji-him said that he had fallen on his foot that everyone got on their hands and knees to help the person backstage. Chin dad and Chin mom want to call an ambulance. Chin Chow proposes to drive directly to the hospital. Chin Rong Chin Yan rushes to check Ji-him's body, just in case she falls somewhere else and doesn't know it. There was simply no part for Pei Mingxian and Xiao Tao to interrupt, and they could only be separated from the periphery by the Chin family's wall of people. I'm fine. I'm really fine. It's not serious. It's not serious at all. Asterisk. So guilty. Everyone's so worried about me. In fact, the feet did not fall. I jumped down on my own. The Chin family's collective movements froze as they looked at Ji-him in shock. Chin Chow even stared with rounded eyes, not waiting for him to react until he was squeezed away by Pei Mingxian. Pei Mingxian immediately asked, "What's your situation now? Can you go on stage?" Ji-him had an embarrassed and weak expression. "I seem to have sprained my foot. It hurts. I can't go on stage." Pei Mingxian wanted to yell, "Can you bear with it and suffer more? The performance can't be terminated like this." But one look at the surrounding Chin family members who were so precious to this delicate daughter-in-law. They instantly couldn't open their mouths. The person in front of her is not a simple actor, although she doesn't look like it, but she is actually the daughter-in-law of the heir of a luxurious family. Pei Mingxuan's brain buzzed, and at this time, the director and producer also rushed over, anxiously inquiring about the situation. Chin's family didn't dare to speak up, although they didn't know what Ji-him was going to do in the end, but as a family, they must have unconditional support first. When they heard that Ji-him might not be able to get on stage to finish the show, the director and producer's expressions ranged from brilliant to lifeless, as if one night's experience had faded their lives. After all, the stage for your group may still be a long way off, and even if they delayed the length of the show as much as possible and were prepared to give up another group's performance, it was still quite a stretch. All that and a reduced show, then they're in violation of the law. In the entertainment industry, what big wind and waves have not seen, but really have not seen the wind and waves come in succession, have to wash down the program group as if both of them wanted to kneel down to everyone in the top stream group. They really didn't ask for the program to be number one in terms of heat. They only asked for the program to be recorded peacefully. Ji-him was afraid that their blood pressure wouldn't be able to carry them, and hurriedly proposed, "Don't worry, we'll find someone to understudy and finish the show." The director and producer were like grasping at straws. "Do you have any more actors who can understudy?" Ji-him nodded. Pei Mingxian, however, looked at Ji-him in consternation. Where did they? After all, the other supporting acts were rehearsing their own parts at the time to keep it a secret. How can you give such a promise off the cuff? She was thinking of making do with the rehearsal footage. Or maybe Ji-him would just walk through the show in his wheelchair. Chin Chow, who was the other lead actor, also looked at Ji-him in surprise, and without waiting for him to ask, he heard Ji-him's heartfelt words. "Of course, it's far away and close at hand. It's you Zoe Na. But, if people think it doesn't work, then I'll resume and finish the show. It's not good to really disrupt the live broadcast. This should work. Try it." When the Chin family members heard this, their eyes widened and were filled with amazement. So it turned out that Ji-him had hit on this idea, and the director and producer, they couldn't care less about the rule that Ji-him, who was the main star, should perform to take up half of the show. They just want the show to go on. So hurry up and say, "You guys just have to have a way. I'll give you 10 more minutes to get ready as soon as possible, and we'll go maintain the live broadcast. Is that okay?" Without waiting for Pei Mingxian to respond, Ji-him nodded. The director and producer fled as fast as if they had received an imperial decree. "Teacher Ji." Pei Mingxuan's voice was a bit out of control. Ji-him hurriedly smiled, just in time to see someone coming to the door. Yuroin had come over to take a look because she was worried about Jihim's condition. Her hand was still tightly squeezing her cell phone and she looked tired, but as a result, she had just arrived at the door when she saw Jihim waving towards her. Yu Zoe-in walked in disbelief. The others also looked at the object of Jihim's beckoning, especially Pei Mingxian, who seemed to have thought of something the moment she saw Yu Ruiyin, her eyes glowing like a wolf seeing a sheep. Mr. Yu, I probably won't be able to perform on stage, and I can't find anyone to help me at the moment, so could I trouble you to perform for me? When these words came out, the other staff members who were still secretly eating melon in the background were dumbfounded. Yu Ruiyin also looked at Jihim dumbfounded, as if she had hallucinated. What? Chapter 136, What big storms have I never seen? Pei Mingxian hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Yu Ruiyin's hand, saying, it's hard to find someone to save your stage. What the director and producer mean is that if you can't find anyone, they'll cancel your group's stage show, so why don't you come over to our side and perform? And there's no rule that says you can't have a PK subject to assist you anyway. Pei Mingxian pondered while saying, and you even dared to find someone to save the stage temporarily. That proves that you're confident in your acting resilience, so it should be fine to come and act in our stage play temporarily. Pei Mingxian seemed to feel as if that was the case the more she spoke, and suddenly, she glanced at Jihim suspiciously. Strange, what a coincidence. Jihim vainly did not slant her eyes, and directly smiled. Sister Pei's analysis is right. Mr. Yu, you have a grasp of it. Right, this is a chance to prove you owe. Originally, Yu Ruiyin was still dizzy, but when she heard the chance to prove herself, her eyes suddenly lit up. Didn't she beg around so hard and refuse to give up for a chance to prove herself? Zhang Chun ruined her chances, and this moment, there was an opportunity that fell from the sky. What's so scary about improv? What's scary is not being able to perform. Although this proposal was very outrageous, looking at the top stream group that had created so many impossible miracles tonight, Yu Zuoyin's heart was irrepressibly impulsive. Ambition swelled in her heart. Her eyes grew brighter and brighter as she looked at Jihim and said, really? I can really perform for you? You guys are willing to give me this opportunity? You just have to answer whether you can act or not. Pei Mingxian smiled. Yu Ruiyin hurriedly nodded her head, as if she was afraid that if she was late, she would miss the opportunity. She was the one who seized any opportunity. Without saying a word, Pei Mingxian directly handed over the script for the last 5 acts to Yu Ruiyin, and the remaining time was probably only enough for Yu Ruiyin to go through at once. All the people eating backstage looked at the group of them like they were crazy. What a duck-driving heart-stopping scene this is. And just then, Qin Chao finally couldn't help himself. Hey! The crowd looked at Qin Chao. Qin Chao had a constipated expression on his face and just wanted to speak. I believe you, Jihim firmly said. Blame me if you misbehave. Mr. Qin is a professional. Pei Mingxian only remembered that there was another main character this moment as well. Just improvise. Anyway, the front is already colorful enough. It doesn't matter if you can't act well in the back. Qin family people look around. They seem to prefer to see the current situation, really too curious about what the netizens will react later. Such a big melon they ate it again in advance. As for Qin Chao's mood, go for it. Qin Chao, Yu Ruiyin, who received the script, did not pay attention to the situation outside at all, and stood in place, engrossed in flipping through the script. Or Pei Mingxian pulled the person to the front of the dressing table, and ordered the makeup artist brought by the family to hurry up to casually change it. Yu Ruiyin is just like a puppet, letting others primping, but her eyes are like raw nails straight nailed on the script. She didn't even ask if Pei Mingxian was planning on signing her before plunging into the intense interpretation of the script. Seeing that she hadn't reacted the entire time, it was a bit of a surprise to the people in the top stream group. After all, those last 5 acts were barely adapted from the various accusations against Yu Zuoyin provided by the wives group that day. Yu Zuoyin no longer seemed to have the extra brain to realize this, as if the whole world was left with only her and the script. She can't fail people, and this is feedback she's desperately trying to capitalize on. 10 minutes passed quickly. Zong Siki slipped past the backstage and got the news, and immediately rushed to inform Zong Jun. Zong Chun was originally sipping tea in a good mood, waiting for Yu Ruiyin's final submission. When he heard this news, he was shocked, immediately rushing off to find the director and producer. How could such a ridiculous thing be allowed? The director and producer were Buddhists by this point. After all, what big storms haven't been seen? Change the actors. Change your opponent to help with the show. It's no big deal. This kind doesn't scare them anymore. They're mentally prepared to move on to other shows in the future anyway. And this being their legacy, it can be tossed around however they want. But look at the people who are about to take the stage. They were still looking at the stage a little nervously, and by looking at Yu Ruiyin just now they could tell that she was completely unprepared to go on stage. In other words, Yu Ruiyin had to improvise according to the improvised outline of the plot, and based on the dialogue performance guide given by her counterpart, Qin Chao. still live streaming. If she can't act, the whole performance will collapse here. Everyone will blame her. She will be burdened with charges she should never have had to carry. And no one in their right mind should accept this extremely risky invitation. The director said. The producer said, if she can act on, she will leave an acting miracle in the inner entertainment. Everyone will no longer deny her professional ability, will no longer see only her beauty. Anyway, Zonchuan is not going to let her finish her stage. She can only grab this only straw to save her life, even if it's hard. As he was talking, he noticed Zhangchun coming. The two looked at each other with nothing but a good face for the person who had caused trouble for their program, and simply said, if Mr. Zone can't perform after that, we're going to arrange for other extensions and delete your stage. Zonchuan was about to say something when he saw that the director had already started arranging all the crew. Working together, we must make this fight with our lives worry-free with the most perfect coordination. Zongchun's face changed. Knowing what they meant, he could only greatly come to the side of the stage, trying to stop Roin. After all, it was PK. How could he help his opponent? Is she crazy or not? As a result, as soon as they arrived, they saw Roin and Qin Chao standing on the steps, always ready to board the stage. Later, you follow the script and I'll do my best to cooperate, Ruin said nervously. Qin Chao swept her a glance before he spoke. This is a stage where everyone works together. The pressure won't be on you alone. Don't worry. Zuin froze and suddenly her eyes twinkled. Since joining the industry, she had rarely received respect and trust as an actress. Thanks. I won't let you guys down. After Zuin finished speaking, she swept her gaze and saw those who wanted to drag her into hell. She flashed a most contemptuous smile towards them, as if silently saying, I will not be destroyed by you. Zong Jun and Zong Siki both looked at her in shock. Until the host chimes in, the live broadcast room listened to the announcement, and the pop-up screen directly went empty for several seconds. This was immediately followed by an overwhelming army of pop-ups that directly jammed the live broadcast. What? What did I hear? Ruin is going to perform on stage instead of Sister Him? Ruin on? So the performance order adjustment wasn't her being afraid to go on stage. It was really a problem on Mr. Zone's end? Hey, aren't they competitors? Who wouldn't it be good for the judge of internal entertainment to find? But to find her to help act for herself? What kind of netherworld operation is this? I haven't seen it in all my years in the young world. Could it be a deliberate plot to humiliate her? Maybe it's a means for the judge of internal entertainment to judge the bad guys. Yes. I'm sure we'll be able to see Zuin make a fool of herself later. Let her act out how she seduces others. Ha. Professional hacks get out of the live room. Come on. As long as you've carefully watched the previous stage performances, you wouldn't be firmly convinced that Ruin is a bad person at this moment? Everything is yet to be examined. That's just it. Looking at the actresses who came to support the show, don't you really see the intention of the top stream group? Families, Early Badger has gone rummaging through the past melon fields. I have a hunch that the top stream group must know the truth about certain black material if they dare to operate like this. Wait, am I the only one worried about the presentation of the entire stage play? Sister Him's fall was an accident, and Zuin is temporarily filling in. She hasn't even read the script. How can she act? How to act? Just play it on the spot. And anyway, Qin Tinglu knows all the plots and dialogues. If you look for that kind of acting skills, thief pull awesome old actor. It is still a bit possible. Looking for her, so I mainly rely on the face value of the actor. Undeniably she has acting skills, but it is not the academy school. Only shot a TV series. This kind of scene, I already dare not imagine the performance later. No, you should think this way. If Zuin this can even catch, then doesn't it prove even more that all those black materials in the past are problematic? Chapter 137, that posture is actually planning to pick up Ji Him horizontally. Zong Chun and Zong Siki came back in a huff, and when they passed through the backstage door, Pei Mingxian even asked with a smile, Teacher Zong, how's your body? The veteran Zongchuan couldn't even do expression management well this moment, sweeping Pei Mingxian almost hideously, as if blaming them for meddling. Yo, looking at the face still doesn't look too good. Really don't need to call an ambulance? Pei Mingxian pretended to be worried. As a result, Zhang Chun ignored it and left. Zong Siki's eyes are also gloomy. Unexpectedly let that little goblin find a way to live. He has not yet got it. And if it is really like this, then the little uncle will not be divorced? Zong Siki left with a grim face. Jiheim caught a glimpse of the two and was straight up happy in her heart. It's rare to see Sister Pei so unmellowed. And it's true that this old man Zongchuan is doing things that are just too diaphragmatic. Pei Mingxian turned around and came back, saying, it's also a good thing that was accomplished by mistake. Ji Him smugly said, of course it's a good thing. It's to make Zong Chun steal the chicken but not the rice. Of course inwardly dejected, but did not dare to show too much in front of Pei Mingxian, lest he be suspected. Shin's family members were still accompanying Jihim, and when they remembered the reason for the program's reordering, they had a raised eyebrow in their hearts. Pei Mingxian prepared to arrange for public relations personnel to monitor the network wind direction while saying, "Originally, we had to wait until the stage show on Zoean's side was finished before arranging for whitewashing matters in response to the allegations of the Wives Group. But this time, it saves us the effort." Qin Rong asked curiously, "No need to wash your hands of it?" "Because of the trend brought up by our theme. When people see you reenacting in those 5 acts, they will definitely go looking for relevant black materials. Even if we haven't prepared any evidence for the latter 5 acts, those things will be hard to escape the netizens' fiery eyes as long as they change their angle." Pei Mingxuan's fingers flipped over her notebook. Then she let out a cold cry. "Sure enough, it's still here." The crowd was very curious, but seeing Pei Mingxuan's excited face, obviously preparing for a big move, they couldn't be bothered to ask anything afterward. But Jaiheim was quick to give an answer. "It's true that those clowns just can't see Yuruin doing well, and when they see that there is a possibility that Yuruin can clear her name, they immediately start jumping on the bandwagon. The Qin family, the Wife's Group? How dare they? How dare you think you're a victim? At this time still dare to jump out of the black people. Is really did not feel the hammer of justice. Ah, come on, Sister Pei, kill them." The Qin family realized that it was the previous black information about Yuruin's student days that had been brought up. Those who were originally able to stand on the moral high ground toward Yuruin to vent their hearts malicious to transfer their own stains. How could they be willing to Yuruin to see the light again? After all, once Yuruin cleared the white, then they will become the ugly corner. For this kind of thing Pei Mingxian is already familiar with it. The explosive posting is released, the water army is bought, and the heat is bought. Actually, back then it all depended on people's perspectives. If there was malice towards Zoean, then naturally it would still be the same as it was in the beginning, with Zoean being blamed for everything, but if there was goodwill, then it would be a complete reversal. So Pei Mingxian only needed to send out the complete story of what happened, not letting those people find a chance to take things out of context, and the rest would depend on which way the wind blew. Maybe a perfect grand finale can be arranged. Jihim immediately became curious. "Are you planning to finish the performance and directly invite Yuroin to our studio under the live camera? That would certainly push the night's hilarity to its peak." When the Qin family heard this, they immediately looked at Pei Mingxian with anticipation as well. Pei Mingxian inexplicably felt pressured, but the cautious agent still pressed down. Wait for the wind review. After all, the Wives Group was planning to block Yuruin, and although their various tactics hit the pause button because the order of the performances had been disrupted, they were not going to sit back and wait for things to happen nowadays. If it's not controllable, then you have to avoid it and prepare other options. And at this time the Wives Group has indeed been anxious. The top stream group this hand operation makes them all confused. Before Mrs. Zong prepared used to mock Yu Ruein skit video was equal to the direct nullification. And because of the previous few scenes of the actress set off the public opinion of the reversal of the windstorm, so that they are now a little uneasy. What now? We've all spoken. We can't stop. Can't you see? Jihim and Qin Chao are on Yu Ruein's side. Don't forget Jihim and Qin Chao's identities. We can't afford to offend them. Why don't we see how Yu Ruin acts? If she fails, the entire internet will blacken her without us having to say anything. Mrs. Zong, say something. At this time, Mrs. Zong has already learned from Zong Siki's side that it was actually Zong Chun who helped plead for Yuruyan to get this opportunity. Mrs. Zong's eyes were scarlet because her husband was so devoted to caring for a woman. Finally a message was sent. Look at what happened to those people before. Now it's either you or me. Mobilize all your resources and make sure to completely nail Yuruin. Otherwise it's all over. By Mrs. Zong's words, the other wives also came to their senses and immediately arranged for manpower. A large number of water armies began to post guiding comments all over the network. And there are people who come to the live broadcast to fish in the water. But the tap water and passersby who love to eat melons are just too many. And the effect is not obvious. And naturally, Mrs. Zong had other things to do. She contacted her own family, hoping to find a relationship to keep the Qin group out of this matter. And she promised not to hurt the Qin family members, and to only target Yu Ruin. You don't have to tell me. A lot of people have already looked over there. The other party said breathlessly. After all, there were too many people who had been offended this night, and when the network of relationships turned left and right, it would always turn to Qin's side. And at this time, Qin Chao on the stage is unlikely to answer the phone. Jian's cell phone number not many people know, so some people call another person who can handle the matter on their cell phone. Ignoring the vibration of the cell phone in his pocket, Qin Rank pushed open the door of the backstage, and saw Jiam alone watching the live broadcast on the screen while quacking happily holding his cell phone and typing non-stop, which didn't seem to have any problems. Qin breathed a sigh of relief at last and rushed over. The few staff members who stayed here suddenly saw such an imposing man walk in and go straight to Jiam. and immediately lost interest in eating Manhwa, and instead looked at these two with curiosity. Previously, they had speculated whether Jihim was related to Qin Chao, or else how come Qin Chao's family members were also close to Jihim. This time another man appeared who looked even more handsome and gold than Qin Chao. The crowd's gossip hearts were flying. Although they couldn't hear them speak, they could watch the atmosphere of the two. Jihim, Qin Jia spoke out, his voice slightly tight. Jihim turned her head and instantly looked at the visitor in surprise. Why are you here? There was something strange about Qin Rank tonight. His clothes, which should be meticulous, were no longer regular because of running, and his hair was slightly disheveled. Qin Rank, eyes burning, leaned forward to look at Jihim's feet, but also cannot distinguish between her foot sprained. After all, are well placed in the stirrups leisurely frame it. I watched the live feed to see you fall and asked Dad, who said you hurt your foot, and since the stage is already okay, I'll take you to the hospital. Saying that, he was actually going to raise his hand towards Jihim, and that gesture was actually intending to hug Jihim horizontally. Chapter 138. Did you have a good time tonight? Jihim was instantly startled, hurriedly pushed Qin Rank's shoulder and laughed dryly. No. Small sprain, no effort. It will be fine in a while. I have experience. Qin Zhan frowned, just about to reprimand Jihim for being too casual with his body. I'm so sorry, but it takes 100 lies to fulfill a lie. Qin instantly stiffened and looked at Jihim, and sure enough, he saw that Jihim's expression was uncomfortable. Qin then followed Jihim's force and was pushed away. Is it really alright? Jihim hurriedly smiled sarcastically. It's fine. I jumped on my own. How could I be okay? Qin bit thought for a second and realized what Jihim had done, and immediately looked at Jihim with a mixture of anger and amusement. But in the end, he didn't tear someone down. Then thinking of Qin Dad's reply, he couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitching. Why are you the only one? Where are the others? Jihim was also quite surprised that just now, Qin's father and Qin's mother suddenly greeted the crowd and went to the side of the stage to watch the play. She had thought that at least Xiao Tao would be left behind to accompany her, the fake injured person, but she didn't expect that she would also be pulled away by Qin Rong, who found an excuse to do so. In the end, she was surprisingly left alone here to eat melon. But Jihim didn't care at all. After explaining to Qin Rank, she saw that Qin Rank's expression was a bit subtle, and then seemed helpless as he pulled over a chair to sit next to her. You really don't need to go to the hospital? A little pain can also go to the hospital to rub the medicinal wine. That stage is also a meter high, so jumping off, in case of a carelessness, will also suffer pain. Jihim firmly stated that he didn't need to go. As he was talking, he heard the sound of his cell phone vibrating again. Was it busy? Did it hold you up at work? Jihim asked. After all, after Qin Rank's arm healed, he resumed his overtime routine. As a result, he purposely ran over for the soups for her, which made Jihim vain. Qin Bit said blandly, it's fine. With that, he took out his cell phone. I just drove all the way over here and didn't have time to bother with the phone. Once connected, it wasn't a surprise that the other party had the same intentions. After all, he had gotten a few similar calls while in the office. Jihim seemed to have heard the other party say something about Qin Chao or something about the show, and instantly looked over curiously. It seemed that her and Qin Chao's actions had indeed caused some trouble. Qin Rank swept a glance at Jihim, then responded lightly. Of course my wife and my brother know what they are doing. I have no opinion on that. If they hurt someone else, then it should be someone else who should reflect on it. What does it have to do with my wife and brother? That's right, I'm supporting them to the end. The other party seems to be exasperated. Did not say anything for a long time? Qin Rank is polite in place to say goodbye with a greeting. As soon as he raised his head, he saw Jihim looking at him with bright eyes, and Qin Jia's heart trembled at the tip of his heart, and his eyes softened. Did you have fun tonight? Jihim couldn't help but get excited and share gossip, and Qin Rank was always a good listener. Come on, look how well you Ruin performed. Do you dare to think that this is the result of reading the script for 10 minutes? Look at the pop-ups in the live broadcast. Ha ha ha, it's killing me with laughter. I can imagine their jaws dropping in shock in front of the screen. Qin Rank spoiled a smile and came close to Jihim to look at the live performance on the screen. It's a professional actor. It looks like your studio is going to have one more fierce general, but pay is still a drop of worry. At this time, Ruin is playing a rushed and nervous, fledgling newcomer to the company. Obviously sultry looks, sexy body curves, but because of the expression on the face, clear eyes and some stiff body movements and perfect interpretation of the feeling of youthfulness. For just a moment, even the boys couldn't look at her with admiring colorful eyes, as if they were looking at their juniors or schoolmates. That feeling of youthfulness that comes with just graduating from college. This scene alone made netizens freeze as if they didn't recognize Ruin. After all, most of the Ruin they saw was the role of a scourge of the nation and a dumping ground. No director gave her the chance to portray anything else. So people didn't know that Yu Ruiyin could swim into another kind of person after getting out of the same type of role. Xin Chao, who was playing opposite her, and the other supporting actors in the supporting scenes had fantasized about various emergencies to save the day. But they didn't want to start the show. The other side's lines were almost never missed, and even if they were different, the meaning was the same. The acting was surprisingly not bad at all, as if the person rehearsing with them these days was not Ji-him but her. Xin Chao even felt very smooth to ride the scene. Surprisingly, there is not the slightest jam. The object is like what she promised, as long as he acted his part. In the first act, he had to communicate clearly with his leader because he had to negotiate a very important contract while traveling. The crowd then saw Yu Ruiyin talking to Xin Chao on the phone in a formal and serious manner, communicating the details clearly for fear of making mistakes or omissions. And Xin Chao was sitting on a bed on the stage, wearing a tawdry bathrobe, holding a cell phone, saying, "It's not clear on the phone. Come to my room and we'll double check." Yu Ruiyin's expression clearly froze for a moment, as if she was a bit at a loss for words. Theoretically, she knew that this was inappropriate, but inwardly, she was in a dilemma because it was the leader's request. Get it done as soon as possible, so that there will be no mistakes in the work tomorrow. Otherwise, the tone has taken on the oppressive feeling of the superior. Yu Ruiyin performs the newcomer's clarity and stupidity, uncertainty and helplessness, and finally the mindless venture to the room. After coming to the room, Yu Ruiyin was a bit embarrassed to see Xin Chao and stood far away, took out the contract and was about to speak, but Xin Chao beckoned, "Bring it over for me to see." Seeing the leader's serious look, Yu Ruiyin walked over, only to be pulled by Xin Chao to sit on the bed just before she passed. "Sit down and watch together." Yu Ruiyin was startled and immediately stood up, but was pulled and tugged by Xin Chao, reprimanding the person with the posture that the other party was thinking too much and that he was insulted by the other party's behavior, but actually moved his hand. In the end, Yu Ruiyin managed to maintain her dignity and retreated, but she didn't want to realize that the images of her going in and out of the room had been seen by other colleagues. When she returned to the company, a woman rushed to her and directly gave her a slap. Looking like a foxy look, shamelessly using work as a reason to enter my husband's room and seduce my husband. Yu Ruiyin was dumbfounded, and a circle of people around her whispered around her, and Yu Ruiyin could only cover her ears helplessly, constantly murmuring, I didn't, I'm the victim, finally breaking down and shouting, still in the same performance mode. Time suspended. Yu Ruiyin indignantly flung back that slap, hit the so-called madam, and hit the leader. Obviously he is the one who presses people with power and wants to take a shot at me. Such shameless behavior. Why do you not accuse the bad guys? Why do you want to bully me? Just because of my looks? Because I am a woman. Am I good to bully? You guys can't tell right from wrong, black and white, and you keep pouring dirty water on me. Yu Ruiyin was panting, hissing and trembling as if she had been bullied by the whole world, interpreting a newcomer who had been aggrieved and was unable to defend herself, but as if she was venting her own grievances that had been pent up for years. You're trying to stomp me into the mud, and I'm not going to let you get away with it. Her eyes were bloodshot, as if she could cry tears of blood in the next second, but never a single tear fell. But that silent weeping was heart-stopping. Such a short-term emotional outburst performance that even those few supporting actors before her didn't manage. It was the first time ever on this stage, and even the director and producer looked dumbfounded. Even after hitting those slaps and taking revenge, the pain was still infecting the audience on stage, and the angry crowd couldn't help but clench their fists, as if they could empathize with the situation. The live feed went even more crazy. Those purposely arranged batches of job blacks were completely drowned out and disappeared in the netizens marveling at the stage performances. A nursing home ward. Some medical staff looked at the big screen in shock. Private contact for a long time. Know that Yu Ruiyin is not bad, but for her private life, they are not clear. This time is heard of a very important live show, so they accompanied the grandmother to watch. I didn't expect to see a completely different rendition of the character, which judge said she could only perform with her face before. Bull *******. Just looking at it, I heard movement coming from the hospital bed. The crowd looked over, and saw that Grandma Yu was full of tears, but her face was a happy smile, and she raised her finger with difficulty to point to the screen, and mumbled proudly, my granddaughter, it is my granddaughter. My granddaughter is the most powerful. Chapter 139. You call this improvising? Holy, I've got goosebumps. Is this really unrehearsed and just got the script? You call this improvising? Mr. Yu, it's a bit insulting. Then shouldn't the other actors go back to the drawing board if they even have to say 123,456 for their lines? Himiko, I'm sorry, I'm climbing up a new wall this second. Sister Yu, you acted so well. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can someone be so beautiful, and have such great acting skills, and be non-scientific? I don't believe it. It's an illusion. I'm going to wake myself up. Did you wake up from the fight in front of you? Beaten into a pig's head. Woke up and realized it wasn't a hallucination. Oh, Your Highness. I'm late. Simply a treasure actor. Are people in the entertainment industry all blind? No one has realized that she's actually a powerhouse? Don't you guys think this stage show has a more straightforward plot? I'd like to say, the same thing happened to me. They all said I seduced the leader, but it was actually me who was sexually harassed. And I was warned by the leader's wife and ostracized by my coworkers. And then I resigned because it really is an arm-twisting thigh. I also encountered a similar thing. I was on the spot to give the leader a slap. Scolded him stink. But I can understand those who cannot react on the spot. Because as a girl, we have been regulated since childhood some unspeakable behavioral reflexes. Do not dare to make a big deal. Do not dare to publicize. And even some people will be too afraid to fight back. Sisters, do not be afraid. Do the wrong thing as they should be afraid of it should be them. All I'm saying is that flirting where power is not reciprocated is sexual harassment, especially when the other person has control over your professional future. I haven't encountered it. Is it because of my looks? If I look as good as you, Roeen, is it impossible to avoid encountering such a thing at all? Being bullied and then having to be made up. Why bully us girls? As a boy, I just want to tell the sisters up there that when it comes to this kind of situation, it's all about making a scene and letting them know that you're not soft. That way they won't have the guts to be thieves. Hey, am I the only one who associates that blackout with that time when it hung on the hot search for a day and netizens chased after it with tens of thousands of curses? Come to think of it, the one that went into the writer's room and got caught on camera? No, it's the one that goes into the lead actor's RV. I told you there was something fishy going on. If you look at it from the perspective of this stage show, there's something wrong with those. There's no evidence of anything. It's just the man being invisible, the man's wife busting a gut, and some catch-all statements and photos. This is exactly the same. Dare to be like this after the truth is restored. I feel like I was used as a knife all those years. Damn it, I'll curse them to death. Mrs. Group have not even reacted yet. 2 of the microblogging fell. Their husbands also followed the scolding on the hot search. As the remaining acts of the stage are performed, that old case is rummaged through, and none of the wives expect the stage show to be aimed at them in the slightest, and not one of them gets away. Whatever emergency measures they took were useless. Same as before. Some of the men even dumped on their wives. After all, none of them came forward in the first place. They were all invisible. Brainwashed fans still insist on believing in them. As it turned out, other victims came forward to attack their husbands, and all of a sudden, new garbage was put up on the wall, scorned by thousands of netizens, lining up with the scum in front of them. Rueen's superb acting skills continue to attract new fans. The number of microblogging fans continue to grow. Some of them are convinced by Rueen's acting skills. Some guilty because of what happened back then. Some heartbroken by what happened to her. A time of complete reversal of the wind comment. It's as if all the blacks are just professional blacks. And of course some of the so-called victims of the day. With the end of the show, those victims of the mask has finally been completely uncovered. Not to mention the network, as far as their surrounding people cannot help but spit up. After all, they usually mention Rueen, but slander is very deserved. Yo, didn't you say that your family's husband was persecuted by the gold master who had adopted her because he had offended Rueen when she was a child? Bereft of conscience, get out. I actually believed you. See you poor, and let my daughter come to your home to tutor. Today I realized why my daughter said she didn't like to come here. So it's not that she doesn't like to study, it's that you are always making moves on her. I'll beat you to death. Something with 3 broken legs, but he still has a lustful heart. In the beginning, he really was looking at Rueen's beauty, so he set his eyes on other people's little girls. Simply moralistic and animalistic. The boss fired her, who made her such a low character, saying something about their junior high school classmates being transferred to another school because of Rueen's harm. I think it's because she herself was flirting with those boys, and saw that the boys were all staring at Rueen, and was jealous. That's why she's making up such a story about others. I see the breaking news. Obviously Rueen is the victim. Those parties involved are dead wrong even if they don't recognize their mistakes. Even the bystanders are treating her this way. If my daughter encounters this kind of thing, I'll really cut someone. The same as a girl, not the same enemy even if it is. But also continue to rumor throwing dirty water after the fact is simply pandering to the male. Disgusting. I heard that the identity of those 3 junior high school students has been raked out. They are married. Family harmony, mixed up well. This moment peeled off this layer of skin. It should also atone for their initial evil deeds. Before always thought that family poor, good son just so because a girl did not have feelings people simply with his son did not contact. It is his son's wishful thinking that he likes, and it is also bad luck to be entangled in such a family, and it is simply that they killed their own son. So little regard for the dignity of a child. Make such a joke. Already have a mental illness, how can live? I heard that the psychiatrists have warned them. They do not care, turn back to their son died, but also refuse to introspection, and instead go to blame someone else. Really, what oddballs are there? I also laughed. Dead is marvelous. You can so persecute others. People are because of your family broke. So many years passed. Said she is still broken. Conscience? In the end, who sinned deeply, and not afraid of retribution. Maybe it's karma. I heard they were in a car accident not too long ago too. On the other side, there are smart fans who have already discovered something deeper. Why is it that Yoo So-in has been blackballed for so many years? Her company has never helped her clarify, and this moment she has to rely on her PK rival to clear her name. There's a problem. Her company is very problematic. Gradually, people began to pick on Yoo So-in's company. At this time, naturally, there are people in the know who are not willing to be lonely to expose some inside information, so that the people who are eating will know how Yoo So-in has been bullied over the years. Seeing certain outrageous clauses simply shocked all the internet users. 10-year contract, fixed salary, millions and millions of dollars for others, but Yoo So-in is just a laborer? Some netizens have even begun to question the legality of the contract, and if it is legal, then it is unethical. And what to do in the face of an unethical company? Then report it for tax problems. Such exploitation of an actress, do not believe it tax normal. For a while, Yoo So-in's former company power holders stormed out, furious and frantically contacting Yoo So-in, wanting her to help clarify things. Only by this time, Yoo So-in was already exhausted to the point of mental exhaustion from performing all 5 acts wholeheartedly, and was dazedly pulled backstage for a rest under the thunderous applause of the cheering crowd. Before he seemed to have reacted to the fact that his fortunes had shifted, he simply leaned back in his chair and fell asleep, as if he had been robbed of his life. Chapter 140. Backstage, Pei Mingxian was standing next to Yoo So-in with satisfaction and love, preventing others from disturbing her, as if she had finally dug up a good seedling that she could wholeheartedly cultivate, and couldn't wait to provide her with a good supply. What's more, the current online situation was surprisingly better than Pei Mingxian had expected, and she knew that all of this had been fought for by Yoo So-in with her subversive acting skills. Qin's family also came over and smiled with satisfaction when they saw Ji-him and Qin Rank sitting together. Qin Chao tiredly leaned aside to talk to Qin Rank. He was sensitive enough to know that someone must be looking for Qin Rank. Qin Jia only said, "Don't worry." On this side, Ji-him was leading the Qin family's ladies to discuss the various endless gossips on the internet in a whisper. It was then that the obtrusive uncle and nephew still sought them out. Everyone's gazes were directed towards them. Their faces could not hide the excitement of watching the show. All of them were ready to see a good show. Look at this face. It's whiter than someone who's been dead for 3 days. I guess veteran actor Zhong Chun didn't expect Yoo So-in's acting to be this good. It's true that strength is the only surefire way to kill the family. It's really white and white. But no sooner had they found Yoo So-in to follow them, the director and producer arrived as well. Mr. Zhong, just in time to find you, the director spoke. When Zhongchuan saw the two, he remembered what was going to happen later, but he still hardened his heart and stepped forward. I think we can go on stage and act. The chips are already gone, and now that Yoo So-in has flipped the Jedi, he and Yoo So-in are considered to have torn their faces off. In case she said something afterward about having made up something about not performing on stage, it would be troublesome. Although annoyed and hate to skin this person, but this moment he must do something. As a result, the producer simply laughed and said, "Mr. Zhong can stay off the stage." Zhongchuan's expression froze. That's not good. This is a competition. But looking at Ms. Yu's appearance, she's already exhausted and obviously can't perform anymore. The director sneered. She doesn't need to perform anymore either. Zhongchun's face changed, still intending to open his mouth to argue, but was interrupted by the producer. We've already made program adjustments in response to the netizens' expectations. Besides, the one who couldn't go on stage in the beginning was Mr. Zhong. We can't always match your situation. The crowd listening on the sidelines almost laughed out loud. It's just that people don't owe you anything, so it's hard for you to say you're going to be on the show and not say you're not going to be on the show. What's more, the directors and producers aren't stupid. Can't they see that you're using their program as a tool to pin down women? The Qin family members stifled laughter as they listened to Ji-him's tirade. Probably the surrounding line of sight is too hot. Zhong Chun couldn't bear it. In this kind of occasion was under the face. Immediately moved to anger. What is the meaning of this? Is it that all the live broadcasts in the future don't need me to appear? John Chun also tried to take the show down with his withdrawal, forcing the director and producer to bow down. As a result, the director and producer looked at him with a numb look on their faces, a look that seemed to say, a live broadcast quitting a group was their fate, and they had resigned themselves to it. Threatening with this, ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off, he'll soon learn that he indeed doesn't need to appear, because the netizens are already protesting. firmly boycotting him and Yu Ruin from participating in this program together again. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long for it to hit the hot searches. As expected, the netizens have struck, leaving no one behind. When these words came out, the Chin family members who were originally watching the confrontation between the two sides suddenly became curious. How could this be? After all, no matter what nasty things Zhangchun has done in private, but still maintaining a false appearance, netizens should not know about his situation with Yu Zoing yet. They were dying of curiosity, but Jaihan's heartfelt voice only gloated and didn't explain why. Everyone can only do their own abundance, so get out your cell phone and search. I almost laughed when I ended up searching. It turns out that because the wife's group suffered heavy losses, they turned around and saw that Zhangchun and Mrs. Zhang were intact, and immediately felt that they had been used as knives. When they were questioned about how they still had the nerve to come back together to block Yu Zuiyin, someone couldn't help but pull Mrs. Zhang down with them, declaring that this time it was all started by Mrs. Zhang because her husband, Zhangchun, wanted to divorce Mrs. Zhang for the sake of Yu Zuiyin. Because of the revelation of this matter, it naturally set off a furor. But the netizens now are not the same netizens they were in the beginning. They are new netizens. Too many cases solved tonight. Several sets of experience have been gained, and the truth has been pieced together almost minute by minute. Come on, you're not going to say that Ryu Beauty seduced your Lao Zong and caused him to divorce you again. I'm laughing my ass off. With my Beauty Yu's acting skills and looks, how can she be attracted to your Lao Zong? Is it because he's older or because he's a softie? It's Mr. Zong who covets my family's Beauty Yu's beauty. So that's why he wants to get a divorce, right? But what's it got to do with our family's Beauty Yu? You can't control your own man, but you can bully and find trouble with innocent women. Women like you who can't distinguish between right and wrong should be expelled from womanhood. Families. I'm suddenly reminded of the video that went airborne on the Hot 100 earlier, and it seems obvious who's behind it. Not to mention, you really don't say. Someone has released a script that seems to be the original performance script for Beauty Yu. If you compare it with the video, the scene is unthinkable. The script is about the tragic story of a family, a confidant, and the death of a confidant in a chaotic world, transcending the feelings of men and women. It sort of justifies the term confidant, which after all is often substituted in a derogatory context in modern times. Yu Ruiyin's purpose was originally to use her appearance and acting skills to form a contrast, proving that even with her red-faced appearance she could still meet a confidant who understands her and believes in her, and that there would be no ulterior motives and ambiguity between them. As long as she can perform that effect, it will inevitably be the strongest testament to her acting skills. And Mrs. Zong came out of the video as a junior pretentious use of confidant identity in the man beside the good behavior, invisible suppression stimulation of the man's original wife. The man is only concerned with confidants and confidants of the wind and snow, completely ignoring the wife of the bitterness. In the end, the original wife was forced to be pitiful to the extreme, only to dismantle the confidant's true colors. The mini-plots are all against the script, so it's easy to put them together and compare them. But now it's a joke and proof that Mrs. Zong was indeed involved in the joint blocking. Surely the judge of the inner entertainment, sentencing and punishing all sins, so that you black-heartedly want to harm people, have your retribution. Looking at the online tirades against herself, Mrs. Zong finally couldn't hold it together. She never thought that she would have a day where she encountered cyber violence. Not only her, but even her family background was dug out by the netizens, and all kinds of relatives had already begun to call to greet her. She was pale. 65% of the time, she was going to call her husband. Yet another netizen began to speculate on the reason why Zhangchun wasn't on, and immediately someone analyzed it. Is it that after the divorce, he planned to propose to Beauty Yu, but Beauty Yu refused, so he gave her a lesson and threatened her? Otherwise, what happened tonight doesn't make any logical sense at all. Families, we're waiting right now outside the main door of the live hall with the other fans. We haven't seen an ambulance or Zhangchun come out from the beginning to the end. And I really don't believe it when they say that he's too sick to appear on stage. Okay, holy, being disgusted. Old men don't come in for a dip. Mrs. Zong looked at the speeches and couldn't help but freeze. And at this point, Zhangchun is still looking like a fool trying to make things difficult for the director-producer. After Qin Chao looked at the heat on the internet, he only said, Mr. Zong, it's better to look at the internet wind direction. Now the director won't let you go on stage, but it's for your own good. Lest the evening is not safe. Put, really quickly spread out well. But Qin Chao said this. Boarding stage, he is also late to the party. Zongchuan froze, uneasily took out his cell phone to look at it, and at a glance, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Chapter 141, a person with a dignified appearance who completely breaks the big defense can be really too interesting. The director and producer were already basically numb to what would happen on the internet and didn't even bother to check. Anyway, they weren't going to let Zhongchun on stage. Turning his head, He discussed with Pei Mingxian about the next arrangements, and Zhongchuan over there had become completely tense. Regarding the decision to divorce and remarry, Zhongchuan was originally justified, but this moment when he saw such news really appear on the internet, accompanied by all kinds of mocking and abusive comments, he finally realized that the impact of such public opinion, he really seems to be unable to withstand. Not to mention the fact that the internet has already begun to spread the word about his intentions for the night in a big way. The 4 big words late in life were like a slap in his face. Let's just say that middle-aged and older men who are well protected by their wives don't even realize how stupid they were before, and just take it for granted that they can charge for love. And now the remorse is so great that you can't even stand. Look at this sweaty head. I wonder if I ever thought about this ending when I made this decision in the first place. Ha ha ha. Sheen's family members think that even without this tonight, really let him make a divorce and remarriage, and then found that the network public opinion attack is too strong. It is estimated that they will immediately put Yu Zueyin out to block the gun. Who let Zhongchun be selfish and cool at heart? Suddenly, Zhongchuan rushed towards Yu Ruin with a startled awakening. Yo, is he planning to let Yu Ruin help him clarify that there is no such thing, and he is still thinking of getting out of this whole thing? Sheen's family, I'm sure the old man has a thick skin. Spitting it out, everyone still approached the place where Yu Zueyin was resting with the intention of stopping Zhongchuan, and Pei Mingxian, who was talking to the director and producer, immediately reacted and directly blocked in front of Zhongchuan. Zhongchuan was already anxious with his skin smiling. I'm looking for Zoin for something. Pei Mingxian smiled hypocritically. Anyway, your performance was cancelled. Where is it now? MS. You was working so hard. Let her take a break. Immediately let the supporting cast be interviewed. MS. You has to be in good shape to go on stage. This side suggests that teacher Zong should hurry up and find a publicist to deal with the public opinion on the internet. Zhongchun's expression was completely uncontrollable and directly twisted. What the hell does it have to do with you guys to meddle here? Rush rush rush. He's in a hurry. It can be really fun to watch someone who is usually so moralistic completely break the big defense. Not to mention the Qin family members. The other people eating in the background were watching with glowing eyes. It's going to be relevant soon, Pei Mingxian said with a wry smile. After all, isn't Mr. Yu's contract about to expire? Zhongchuan froze and looked at Pei Mingxian incredulously. Originally he dared to envision letting Yu Ruin come out to help him clarify, but also because Yu Ruin was about to terminate her contract, which was equivalent to being completely without a backer. It was still possible to intimidate a bit, but this moment, Zhongchuan put his eyes to look over, only to be stunned and awakened. Yu Ruin at this time around all the people of the top stream group. Yu Zueyin is no longer alone, no longer a person who can be coerced at will. In the end, Zhongchun left in disgrace. Zong Siki was actually scared by today's situation. He was a small shrimp who was new to the entertainment industry, naturally did not have the backbone to do anything, and hurriedly ran out after him, and as a result, he had just found Zhongchun. When he heard Zhongchun talking to Mrs. Zong on the phone, Zong Siki immediately went up to eavesdrop with some nervousness. After all, he stirred up some from it, fearing that the two sides would confront each other and his own small actions would be exposed. What have you done? What Zong Siki didn't expect was that his youngest uncle would not ask for his aunt's help when things came to a head, and even opened his mouth to lecture him. The point of soft food and hard food really made Zong Siki out of reach. Hubby, did you propose because you couldn't? Mrs. Zong's voice was hesitant, as if she was still in a daze over getting the news online. Shut up, do you know that your trespassing has ruined everything for me? This was supposed to be our private matter. Why did you say anything about it? Why did you unite with the Wives group to do those things? And now it's backfired. Do you know what the director and producer just said to me? They won't let me go on stage. It's also not rare for me to participate in the show afterward. I've been in the industry for many years, but I've been looked down upon so much. All of this is because of you. Zhongchun prided himself on his elegance. Even when he talked to Mrs. Zong about divorce he had never been so fierce. This stunned Mrs. Zong. Hubby, I'm sorry. I didn't know that they would even bite me back. I really didn't know. The more Zhongchun spoke, the angrier he became, feeling that he was simply too innocent. He had never taken advantage of Yu Ruin. It was just an attempted marriage proposal. Why should he be treated like this? His own wife is a stupid one, and Yu Ruin is also their husband's indiscretions are really doing those nasty things. So who am I to put myself in the same category as them and criticize them? After all these years, what kind of person am I? Aren't you clear? Have I ever blamed you for not being able to have a child? Even told others that I didn't want to have a child. I've been so kind to you, and you've done this to me. No, husband, I just wanted to deal with Yu Zueyin. It was all an accident. How could I possibly deal with you? Zhongchun said viciously. You hurry up and think of a way to help me eliminate the influence. Otherwise our couple really made it to the head. Mrs. Zong's voice lurched and went quiet. It wasn't until Zong Chun became impatient that Mrs. Zong whispered, "Husband, let's talk about it at home. We can't talk about this for a while." Zong Chun saw that she intended to deal with it, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, fortunately occupying the initiative. In case Mrs. Zong at this time then made trouble with him because of what happened before, it would be really troublesome. On the side, Zong Siki was speechless as he looked at Zong Chun's hypocritical appearance. But what made him even more speechless was that Mrs. Zong didn't give up on Zong Chun even after this. Looks like he'll have to think of something else. On the other hand, once the eyesore had left, the director and producer started arranging for the supporting cast to come on stage and conduct interviews. The gesture naturally captured the hearts of the netizens. In the past, people were afraid that the vixen would stick to the old actor, but now they are afraid that the old unashamed will pester the U-beauty. As the big and beautiful actresses took the stage one by one, the pop-ups were once again in full force, constantly blowing rainbow farts on all the actresses. But with the host of the interview can be seen, those actresses are not accustomed to face this kind of camera, and even some are afraid to face. When the black material is wrapped up, forced to leave, the showbiz left a lot of psychological shadow. Seems a bit nervous, the host smiled, and understandably so. After all, it's been 7 years. The actress smiled and nodded. Well, 7 years. But it was so natural and great when I just performed it, because I love performing. If anyone else had said it, it would have been an official answer, but it was especially true when they said it. How can you perform so well after being away from the stage for so long if you don't love it? The host laughed. This handful of turnarounds won beautifully. There are already many netizens launching pop-up inquiries asking when you're going to do another movie, and they're waiting to see it. The actress's smile was much more natural, but there was a sense of relief. I'm already satisfied to be able to act to my heart's content, and I'm thankful to Mr. Ji Him and Mr. Shin Shao for giving me the opportunity to understand that good and evil will be rewarded in the end. I have completely retired from the industry and will not make a comeback. If one day Teacher Ji and Teacher Chin need me to make a guest appearance, I would be willing. Chapter 142, Beauty Stickers, Beauty's Kisses. When these words came out, not to mention the live broadcast pop-ups, the live audience on stage let out a pitying gasp. After the other actresses have also given almost the same answer, the live broadcast pop-up screen is simply a wail. This is the loss of how many good actors still want to see the beautiful sister. Angry netizens went back to flogging the nasty men and devious women. The host couldn't even help but choke out. Are you really not considering it? At least after this stage, I believe your acting career should be smoother in the future. After all, the discerning know that the top stream group has paved a good road for them. And in the future, even if there is another marketing number rumor and someone else is framed, the netizens will not easily believe it. In fact, Pei Mingxian had all taken the initiative to look for them and wanted to sign them. After all, they were all good seedlings, but they both refused, presumably because their hearts were now at peace. The actress laughed. Well, I didn't come for a comeback in the first place. The host seemed to notice a different gleam in the eyes of these actresses and busily asked, is there any other reason than to perform for once and set the record straight for yourself? The crowd instantly got curious to look at the actresses on stage. The actresses smiled at each other. We come out and write a letter of self-evidence for the entertainment industry with our blood lessons, hoping that in the future, actresses who share the same fate as ours will have tough shields to protect themselves, so that those evil spirits hiding in the shadows will never be able to put their dirty hands on them again. One of the actresses even made a particularly playful reference to the wife's group blocking Yu Zoein. People who get roles based on their skills should be respected. Crooked people, please leave the entertainment industry. You are not welcome here. There was almost total silence when these words were spoken, and when they were finished, there was thunderous applause for a long time. The pop-ups were no longer urging them to stay, lamenting their talent, or berating the evil ones. Instead, their words were repeated over and over again. Though weak and limited in what they can do, they have chosen to stand up and do what they can to change the difficult situation of actresses in the entertainment industry. They are actors, not capital playthings, not possessions under the gaze of men. It may be true that some actresses want to go down the wrong path, but most of them are not, and many of them are wrapped up in men's ugly desires, forced to survive between the cracks, and in the end, even if they achieve success, a rumor or two about a fling will ruin their accomplishments. How unjust, but there is always light. With the lights sweeping across the stage, it was just about time for the final support act, Yu Zuoyin, to take the stage. The actresses on the stage smiled at Yu Ruin, as if they were waiting for her to walk onto the stage that they had cleared. Yu Ruin also looked at them in a daze. After all, they once had similar fates. Yu Ruin smiled gently. She turned back, reached out, and set up Ji Him, who came out with a jump, and they were followed by Qin Chao. The three of them are on stage together. Thunderous applause once again overturned the whole scene. The pop-up screen is shouting Hyman forever. Rectify the entertainment industry. Shin Chao and Ji-him took the opportunity to make an offer when Yu Ruoyin was being interviewed, bringing the night to its peak. Although Pei Mingxian had already ventilated with Yu Ruoyin, at this moment Yu Ruoyin was still in hot tears, trembling, and turned around to hug Ji-him. The atmosphere too. Everyone is not good to interact with Shin Chao. The actresses are rushing to Ji-him. And finally Ji-him got every big beauty present in the fragrant kiss. Suddenly gave Ji-him excited little face red. Almost forgot to pretend to be a cripple. Ji-him got off the stage with a face full of lipstick marks, still giggling in her heart. Beauty sticker. The kiss of a beautiful woman is really fragrant. I'm blessed. I do not know how many men to die of envy. Ga. Peach, take a picture for me to remember. Ji-him smiled and said, it would have been a cheerful atmosphere, except that the Qin family members all sneaked glances at Qin Rank, who had a subtle expression on his face since just now. Qin Jiezge stared slyly at the lipstick marks on Ji-him's face, and when Xiao Tao helped take the photos, Qin Jie directly went forward to take advantage of the fact that Ji-him didn't react, and picked up Ji-him in a cross hug. Ji-him was so scared she almost screamed. What for? The show's over. It's time to go home. Your feet hurt. I'll carry you. So many people are watching. It's not necessary. Ji-him instantly had a mouthful of words, and could only whisper, it actually doesn't seem to hurt. I can walk by myself. No. Qin Rank stopped talking nonsense and directly hugged Ji-him and left through the safe passage of the live broadcast building. Qin Bit's legs are long and his stride is big, so it doesn't give Ji-him the feeling of being surrounded. In fact, Ji-him was also overly concerned. According to their identity, even if someone photographed something, they couldn't send it out. Body temperature began to merge with the embrace, and Qin Jie's inexplicably upset heart gradually calmed down. Seeing that Ji-him had been very quiet, he couldn't help but reflect on whether he had been too forceful and made Ji-him feel uncomfortable. As a result, the next second, Qin Rank knew that he had overthought it, because a paw was taking the opportunity to feel back and forth on him, and pretending that the rubbing was forming because of his walk. Walking to his car in the parking lot, Qin Rank was blushing from all the groping. Beauty's kiss, handsome man's arms, what a top experience. Listening to Ji-him's broken thoughts, in fact, Qin knew that she was really happy tonight. Putting someone in the passenger side and buckling their seatbelt, it took a moment to realize something. Ugh, where are the others? Ji-him asked. Qin Rank closed the door movement a beat. Forget. Pick up the phone to see that group message without Ji-him in. Papa Qin, just like that? Qin Ma, is this the legendary having a daughter-in-law and forgetting her mother? Excited. JPG. Qin Yen, the only thing in Ertie's eyes is Himiko. Laugh. JPG. Qin Chao, drive away everyone. JPG. Qin Rong, pictures. They were all pictures of Qin Bit holding Ji-him across the room from various angles. Kim looked embarrassed and awkwardly saved the photo while going around to the driver's seat. They're going to wait for the oldest to join them, so we'll go first. By the time they got home, no one else had arrived yet, and Qin Rank still chose to put on a show to the end by carrying Ji-him all the way back to his room. It wasn't until he placed the person on the bed that Ji-him finally felt a little awkward. Hurrying to snort, he said, hard work, I won't have to trouble you next. Qin naturally knew that, and didn't let Ji-him continue to make things difficult for him, and gave an admonition before he was ready to leave. Just before leaving the door, Qin Rank still couldn't help but turn around and say, tonight's thing was beautifully done. Ji-him froze, not knowing exactly what he was talking about, but inexplicably the corners of his mouth tickled. I think so. Qin smiled before leaving. In the end, this installment of the so-called PK ended with the other side abstaining, not counting the winners and losers. But the online buzz didn't die down at all with the end of the broadcast. New melons were constantly popping out, much to the delight of Ji-him and the Qin ladies who came to her room to liven things up. In fact, in the past, the urine of the hot search is that a big melon popped out will cover the previous big melon. But this night is very unfortunate. The ones that were popped out are all the scum of an attribute. So every time a new one comes out, then the previous ones will be pulled out and flogged over and over again, and counting on other people to block the gun. Don't even think about it. The big fans have blacked out their avatars, backstepped, apologized, and collapsed their houses. It's a night of showbiz scumbag cleanup night. As for the ones that weren't nominated, scum are shivering in fear of being nailed. Of course there were some unsuspecting girls who took advantage of the opportunity to make false accusations and fish in troubled waters, but it will soon be overturned. Let's just say that what is true is not true, and what is false is not true, and the trials brought up by the judge of Inside Entertainment are never gender specific, but are the truth. At night, there were only the couple and the Zong family. After seeing all the whitewashing tactics that those who collapsed the room tonight could use out to no avail, Mrs. Zong finally brought up the idea lurking within her heart, but Zong Chun was a bit of a wimp. Ma'am, are you really sure about this? If I don't get this one right, I'll really lose my reputation. Mrs. Zhang's gaze was ghostly as she said, "Don't worry, husband, leave everything to me." Chapter 143, asked me to go to the hotel to take photos of you Roin and Zong Chun cheating on each other. The end of the show's taping opens up a vacation day for Ji-heem, which allows him to lie at home for 3 days first. Naturally, the past 3 days have been spent eating watermelons all over the internet, watching the showbiz world shake, and her reputation as the judge of internal entertainment is becoming more and more arcane. In the living room, Chin's family sat together and chatted. Chin Rong couldn't stop laughing and took her cell phone to show Ji-heem. On the phone is the netizen spicy comment, thought the most easy to collapse the persona. Did not expect to collapse her others. Have to admit that his sister is a bit of metaphysics in the body. Ji-heim, let's just say that I do have metaphysics in me. The Chin family listened to Ji-heem spit, remembering that the system she was carrying was not metaphysical. Look at this, saying that in the future, you are good with whoever. They then choose to chase whoever, or else move the true feelings, and then collapse the room. The love and wealth are empty. Qin Yan also laughed. Himiko has become a weather vane. Qin Ma laughed. Ji-heem spat out in amusement. I microblogging private message inside a bunch of seeking identification. I have become a master of identification. In fact, chasing a star is just like getting married. The beginning may be good. With the end all depends on the conscience. I do not dare to say who will not collapse in the future. The Qin family listened and thought the same thing. By the way, is Yu Zuiyin considered an artist of your studio? Qin Ma asked curiously. Qin Chao, who accompanied Qin Shi to play with the model, looked at the time and said, "It's almost time." Today Pei Mingxian accompanied her to her ex-company to cancel her contract, and then she will officially sign the contract. You guys can't exploit people in your contracts anymore. Qin Ma couldn't help but say, such a poor girl. Qin's father and Qin's mother are both good people, so they decided to provide Yu Ruyan with employee benefits before, and directly helped Grandma Yu to be transferred to the best sanatorium under Qin's banner for rehabilitation and convalescence. Or Qin Yan took over the handling. Qin Chao said breathlessly, do we look like people who lack money? The contract gives her a lot of freedom. Ji-heem smiled and said, according to what Sister Pei said, in the future, we should cultivate Yu Ruyin towards the big screen, and finally aim for an international movie queen. With Yu Ruyan's strength, the future is expensive. Everyone was relieved that Zoe had made it this far. Just talking about it, Ji-heem's cell phone vibrated. A casual look. Is microblogging trumpet sent a private message? Free to go shoot something? Ji-heem froze for half a second. Oh, come to think of it, I've used this number before disguised as a paparazzo to sell videos to marketing numbers to break the news. He asked me to film something? Really think I'm a paparazzi? But let me see what gossip need to be shot. At first, Qin family members didn't care about this sudden little incident, until they were penetrated through their eardrums by Ji-heem's heartbeat bursts, and except for Qin Shi who was ignorant and unaware, everyone else tilted their bodies and almost covered their ears. What's the deal with SH? I was asked to go to the hotel to take photos of Yu Zuiyin and Zhangchun cheating on each other. Qin family members, what? The whole world guessed that it was the two Zong family couples who were pestering Yu Ruyin. Yu Ruyin is the innocent victim. How can there be a cutie at a time like this? Let's have someone take cheating photos. Ha! Ji-heim sat up straight, thumbs in unison, and immediately sent a message asking for information. What? It's someone who secretly released a message to the marketing number that Yu Ruyin will be rooming with Zong Chan at XX Hotel YY tonight. That's why the marketing number went around looking for powerful paparazzi to take first-hand photos. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can that be? The Qin family members also felt that it was very ridiculous, and that it was a complete rumor. It seems the marketing numbers can't tell the difference, but it's better to be wrong than wrong, which is why they pay the paparazzi to get the shot. After all, this is the time of year when whoever gets hold of the reverse windrush blurb is definitely the traffic that immediately rises to the top. This time if the hammer is solid, can directly reverse, not only Yu Ruyin will be in trouble, even help Yu Ruyin's female assistants and the top stream group will be in bad luck together. Ji-heem across the screen can see each other's excitement. After all, for their marketing number can hold the most explosive news, is tantamount to holding the treasure. If they can get a picture, they preview it and wait for the other side to come to negotiate. And if they are not satisfied, or if the right family pays more money, then they release the material. Because the last time Ji-heem provided an exclusive, the marketing number thought she was some kind of powerful paparazzi, thinking that such a private environment generally paparazzi cannot shoot, so they found her to cooperate. Oh, want me to judge the internal entertainment collapse of the persona? Think beautiful. Alas, I don't really want to maintain this persona, do I? I don't care. I'm going to find out what's going on first. The Qin family members sitting on the sofa were immediately silenced and waited for an answer, but of course they thought it must be an oops. As a result, the next second he heard Ji-heem's series of 3-letter words. What an unethical couple. to join forces to set up Yu Zoe-in. The Chin family was shocked, and the fact that neither Yu Ro-in nor the Zong family couple had ever come forward to speak since the incident proved that both sides intended to deal with it coldly. Standing on Yu Ru-yin's point of view, she has no evidence, and she also knows that the poor enemy should not be pursued. See the good reason, cannot be too consumed netizens' sympathy, so she has the intention to let them off the hook. And the Zong family couple, but if they have a brain they should be quail at this time. After all, their gossip are unsupported and unproven. Hide may be over, will not be as bad as those who were so miserable before. Public execution, apologize and withdraw from the circle. And then it turns out that this very moment it says that they're going to make a demon again, to prepare the drug to Yu Ru-in, proving that Yu Ru-in seduced Zong Chun, was photographed by the paparazzi, and then sent out by the marketing number. Rely on, so the marketing number source is actually Mrs. Zong. It's a self-directed drama to catch the adulterer. The purpose is to let the netizens know that it was actually Yu Ru-in who seduced Zong Chun in an attempt to destroy their family, so that Mrs. Zong had previously misunderstood that Zong Chun wanted a divorce, and after that, Zong Chun rejected Yu Ru-in in order to do so, which is why he didn't go on stage to perform, because nothing they've done has left much evidence. A reversal like this coupled with photos of the seduction as evidence could completely turn the tables and whitewash them. The Chin family heard the truth. Before, they only felt that the two of them were shameless, but they didn't expect it to be vicious. No, Mrs. Zong is the love brain. How can she give it up? Is it intended to stop it before something happens? Chin's family, it must be. Otherwise wouldn't we let that old shameless thing, Zong Chun, have his way? What? She told Zong Chun that she would go and stop it, but in fact, she also planned to drug Zong Chun and make the seduction into a cheating affair and derailment, as well as destroying the future of Yu Ruyin and Zong Chun. This way, she can completely trap Zong Chun around. Oh, brain hole is quite big. The family's brain buzzed as if they were hearing a middle-aged or older version of the crazy batch of paranoid mandatory love. But ma'am, I don't have a problem if you want to fix this soft food guy. Just do it yourself. Why drag an innocent girl into this? The Chin family hurriedly looked at Jihim. What now? Now that they know, they have to go save the people. Chapter 144, The Cautious Yu Zuein. Jihim was clearly sitting on his hands, looking like he wanted to find an excuse to leave. The Chin family was also nervous, and they were trying to think of a reason to follow them there. Suddenly Chin Dad had a flash of inspiration and took out his cell phone and pretended to eke out. Chin Rank said that a hotel owned by a friend has shipped in very high quality ingredients and asked us to go out for dinner. Chin's mom instantly acquiesced. What hotel? XX Hotel. As he said is. Chin Dad sent a message to string a confession with Chin Rank. Jian hearing the name of the hotel was a jolt. Chin Yan immediately said, then we just happened to be going for dinner. Chin Rong followed suit and nodded in agreement. Chin Chao immediately pulled Chin Shi up together and said, I'll go ask the driver to prepare the car. Only Chin Shi looked at the crowd with a blank expression. Jihim, holy, what a coincidence. The Chin family members stiffened. Was it really too deliberate? Jihim, it seems that the heavens can't see past us to save you Roin. The Chin family members breathed a sigh of relief and rushed into action. And Chin Rank, who was dealing with the documents, looked at the cell phone message and fell into silence before quickly arranging his work and engaging in family activities. When the family came to the hotel in great numbers, it could only be said that it was fortunate that it was this kind of hotel with good privacy, or else with the current popularity of Chin Chao and Jihim, they might be recognized even if they traveled in disguise. The crowd was greeted by a waitress and milled about until they heard the heartfelt words of Jihim. Just in time. They're still talking about things in the restaurant now, and the drug was put in the coffee, which fortunately hasn't been drunk yet. The Chin family members were immediately anxious. They had already been drugged. Hurriedly, according to Jihim's heart, found the closest elegant seat, because the restaurant's compartments are half enclosed, usually cannot see the guests sitting inside, unless passing by. But listen carefully and you can still hear the dialogue. A table of people pretending to play with their cell phones waiting for Chin Rank to come, bizarrely without any communication. Jihim, concentrated on eavesdropping, did not even notice this anomaly. All she could think of was that in a moment, if there was a possibility of Yu Zoe-in having coffee, she'd immediately come out to stop it by pretending to have a chance encounter. On that side, Yu Ruin's clear and cold voice came. Mrs. Zong, you've been clear about what happened. I really don't have anything with your husband, and all those analyses on the internet are true. I won't stand up and accuse you guys. I hope things between us end here. I've already made a new start, and I don't want to be pestered by you guys anymore. It's so shameless. Mrs. Zong is using the fact that she will continuously deal with her in the future to threaten Yu Zuein to come out and meet her. Otherwise Yu Zuein wouldn't have come to meet her because Yu Zuein doesn't want to cause trouble for the studio. She can only solve the problem by herself. The Chin family members couldn't help but frown. So they could only say that Yu Ruin wasn't used to it and didn't realize that she was an artist signed by the studio, and that her agent and the studio could help her with all those mundane chores she had to deal with. Nowadays, Yu Ruin still instinctively fights alone. Really stupid, single-handedly. In case of trouble, the Chin family members also frequently shook their heads to express their disapproval of Yu Ruin's approach. A woman like you, existence is seduction. Obviously it was you who caused our couple's relationship to break up, and now you're pretending to be innocent. It's your fault for letting him fall in love with you. Who made you look naturally foxy and still come out to flaunt? You really know how to poke people's pain points. Yu Ruin, however, suddenly said, I'm not wrong. It's his fault. It's your fault, but it's definitely not my fault. This one instantly caused the eavesdroppers to exhale a breath of foul air. Well said. And you don't even think you're wrong in the slightest? Someone told me that being beautiful is supposed to be a lucky good thing, that it's the world that's bad, and that I don't have to reflect on other people's mistakes. Do you know how much we loved each other before you showed up? How much love? How much do you love each other when you don't sleep with you for half a year on the pretext of shooting a movie? Or is it the love of a man who obviously eats your soft food but still wants to PUA you, and says you're not good at this and that every day? So you think you don't deserve his talent? Stepford wife, don't comfort yourself anymore. He doesn't love you at all. The Chin family was a bit surprised that this couple got along so well. This is all self-deception? Yu Ruin, however, was too lazy to listen to her nonsense in general. This has nothing to do with me. It's between you guys. I just hope you guys will stop harassing me. Mrs. Zong had more to say. It was an endless catharsis of emotions. It was a while after the Chin family had ordered their drinks and whispered to each other for a while. After all, they knew who they had met through conversation, so there was no need to hide it. Mrs. Zong is such a nag? Now she's stalling, right? Then let me see what Zhongchun is doing. The Chin family got curious. Lean. Mrs. Zong put tea in the hotel room in advance. This moment Zhongchun, because of nervousness, has already drunk several cups. The effect of the drug has fallen asleep in a daze. The Chin family only felt a wave of speechlessness. After Mrs. Zong on the other side sent a message and found out that Zhongchun didn't reply, she let out a cold laugh and immediately stopped talking, picking up her coffee and taking a sip. Usually when there was a pause in the conversation and one person drank water, it was only right that the other would do the same, but Yu Ruin didn't. Mrs. Zong frowned slightly, then her expression changed with a look of sorrow. Maybe you're right, it's all our fault, but it's good that you can figure it out. I'm not trying to blame you. Yu Ruin's voice softened as well. Oh, after talking so much, isn't Mr. Yu thirsty? Drink it, I specially ordered it for you, my favorite flavor, a specialty coffee that only this hotel has. Next door tensed at the sound of that. Ji-him was immediately about to get up to greet her, but as a result, she was halfway to her feet when she heard Yu Ruin say, I'm sorry, it's not convenient for me to drink. Ji-him stiffened and sat down awkwardly, listening in confusion along with the Chin family. What? Mrs. Zong probably didn't expect to hear that answer. Opposite Yu Ruin's smile became faint. Since I entered the society, I have heard a lot of lessons, one of which is without my eyes throughout the attention of the open water. Absolutely do not touch. The words really came out as if they were a blessing in disguise. Everyone in the room looked at each other. What an awesome experience. Especially the girls, if they are out and about and the water and food in front of them is out of their sight, they must be careful. And as far as Zoe was concerned, she hadn't ordered this coffee. It had appeared on the table as soon as it arrived, and there was no way she was going to let something like that get into her mouth. Ha 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 ha. I thought at first that Yu Ruin wasn't cautious. And yes, after so many years of being in the entertainment industry, if she wasn't cautious enough, how could she have gotten to where she is now? It seems like there's no need for me to make an appearance. Mrs. Zhang's face was already twisted at this point. Teacher Yu, I just wanted to put things on ice with you. You're not giving me face. Yo, still want to use your status to oppress people? How much does your face count for? Ji-him was afraid that Yu Ruin would be embarrassed and wanted to appear again, but then he heard Yu Ruin suddenly say, is there something in this coffee? The room went quiet at that one. Chapter 145, Do I Not Resist? Or Do I Not? Asterisk. Grass. How did she know? Ji-him was truly shocked. The Chin family members also looked at each other rather shocked. Mrs. Zong's expression was almost taut for a moment, but she quickly said angrily, what are you talking about? Yu Ruin, however, said, if there really isn't, you should be puzzled, not outright annoyed. Mrs. Zong, you're not an actor. It's hard to fool a professional actor without great acting skills. It was strange to ask me out in the first place, but also gave me something to order in advance, and after ordering it, you still had to ask me to drink it. If I didn't have this alertness, I wouldn't have known how many times I've been punked in the entertainment industry. Mrs. Zong was really a bit carried away this time. Only Yu Roin pressed the cup of coffee in front of her. I wanted to end this peacefully. Mrs. Zong, since you're so vicious, then don't blame me. After saying that, Yu Roin directly picked up her cell phone and was about to make a call. You're calling the police? Mrs. Zong's voice was instantly sharp. GM's side heard an action next door, naturally immediately got up. The Chin family followed along, and the surrounding waiters heard the commotion and rushed over, only to see Mrs. Zong practically pouncing over to grab the coffee cup. Yu Ruin picked up her coffee cup and tried to run, but she was pushed hard from behind by Mrs. Zong. GM was the closest, only had time to catch Yu Ruin, who fell, but the coffee cup came out of his hand, with the coffee inside, showing a parabola, splashing people all over his head. At this time, the Chin family members hadn't come out of the semicircular elegant seats, and were just staring at the visitor in a stupefied manner. Kin topped his head with coffee stains, his face frozen as he looked at the situation in front of him. Mrs. Zong and Yu Ruyan were stunned. They both knew the identity of Chin rank, and also never expected to run into Jihim and the Chin family here. What a scene this is. Jihim stabilized Yu Ruyan and looked at Chin Jia's wretched appearance, wanting to laugh but feeling a bit lacking in virtue. When Chin rank swept over with a glance, Jihim hurriedly went forward and took the paper napkin on the table to wipe him carelessly, as if he was wiping the fur of a drenched dog. Chin Jia did not resist and allowed Jihim to help him. When Mrs. Zong came back to her senses and saw that the coffee was gone, her heart was relieved, so she stepped forward and said, Mr. Chin, I'm sorry, we had a conflict just now and got you involved. I apologize. Yu Ruein also reacted and hurriedly said sorry. She was still clear that she was equal to signing to Chin Group. After saying sorry, she also tenderly said thank you to Jihim. Mrs. Zong, on the other hand, fell away after saying her words. Yu Ruin did not stop it. Her emotions were very stable because she knew that even if she mentioned it, Mrs. Zong would deny it to the death, so there was no need to argue in vain. But she wasn't unprepared. She asked the clerk for a copy of the security camera footage, and if Mrs. Zong came after her again, she'd use the footage as a warning. The Chin family members felt quite sad, regretfully looking at the coffee cup that fell to the ground. But after this time, Mrs. Zong should really not dare to provoke Yu Ruein. Chin Chao, as the boss, still reminded that in the future, do not act alone and take the agent with you for anything. Yu Zuayin nodded her head in response. After that, Yu Ruin also bid farewell to the crowd and left the hotel peacefully. As long as she left now, whatever happened here in the future would have nothing to do with her. At this time, the hotel manager had already rushed over, and very insightfully invited Qin to go upstairs to the presidential suite to organize. It barely kept any more coffee from dripping down his hair, but he couldn't leave with that look, so he had to go upstairs to clean it. The Chin family members glanced at each other and immediately wanted to encourage Jihim to follow along. As a result, without them having to open their mouths, Jihim suddenly said, I'll accompany you. Chin John froze and looked at Jihim. Chin's family is overjoyed. Finally, presidential suite on the same floor, now Zong Chun, but the drug effect of the situation. Mrs. Zong should go to find him, and the paparazzi by then may try to break into the door. Will not shoot what? Gaga gaga gaga. What a wonderful moment want to see. Chin's family. Should be said not to be said. The situation is not expected. Well, they were curious too. They were running to save the day, but now that there was no problem, they could eat their melon in peace. Chin rank sighed silently and turned around. Jihim bumblingly followed. When they left, the Chin family immediately asked for a room and followed them up. Came to the room. Undressing when I realized that Chin Title's clothes also stained. But fortunately his business car have spare clothes. Make a phone call to call the special assistant to send up on the line. Qin took off his outerwear and went to the bathroom first, quickly cleaning up, then came out in his bathrobe to get his new clothes. As soon as he came out, he ended up seeing Jihim sitting on the big soft bed, holding his clothes in his arms, his eyes burning. How to look at this scene is very subtle. Chin rank eyes darkened. I do not know whether it is the warm color lighting effect of the hotel room, or other, always feel a throbbing inside. Suddenly Jihim turned his head to look over. Those eyes were black and white and very soulful. What are you doing? Chin Jia's voice was inexplicably a bit muffled. Jihim suddenly excitedly said, it just occurred to me, can these stained by the clothes be assayed for medicinal effects? Jihim immediately explained the contents of the overheard conversation again, lest it be revealed. Chin Title, have the special assistant send it to try later. Jihim nodded his head, and suddenly his body stiffened, peeking at Chin rank with some suspicion. Chin rank asked again, what else? Jihim hurriedly shook his head. No, are you done washing? Chin rank didn't think much of it, and just as he was about to nod his head, he heard Jihim's heartfelt voice coming from a steady stream. I forgot. Just now Kin lips will not accidentally stain the coffee If a little bit can check the effect of the drug, then he will not be affected He is now slightly red in the face. In the end, is the drug effect up, or the hot water of the bath steam? Sheen Title suddenly heard this also froze for a moment. He was about to open his mouth to shout. Indeed seems to splash a little. In case there's a drug. Then will he suddenly lose his mind, pounce on me, and do this and that? Sheen Rank's cheeks were really hot. So was the throbbing just now because of the medicine? Such abstinence of the extremely handsome man took the initiative. Whether I do not resist, or not to resist. Sheen Jie's ears burned. His hands and feet stiffened, and he stole a glance at Jim. What does she mean by want? After all, it's not like I'm the one who drugged them. I'm the victim. Kin dryly coughed a few times and walked over to the bed to get his clothes. He wasn't going to do this kind of thing unaccountably. When we get divorced in the future, it'll be hard to sleep with this kind of class again. Sheen Rank's movement to take the clothes froze. He couldn't help but feel a strange sensation welling up in his heart. In the past, when he listened to her babbling like this, he would be offended and helpless, but now it was as if he was being poked by a needle. It was uncomfortable. No, it's not good to take advantage of people. Meditate on them. It's almost time. Let me see how they are. Turn my attention. Sheen Jie's eyes flashed a deep color. His head was hot, and without waiting for a reaction, he directly stood in front of her and leaned down. Chapter 146, For the Sake of Uncle's Rice Bowl. The extremely oppressive aura enveloped Jihim at once, and the androgenic hormones that came to her face caused Jihim to almost soften her body and instinctively lean back. Jihim stared at the gradually approaching Sheen Rank with wide eyes, not daring to believe, and even her breathing paused. Sheen Rank deep eyes but softened down, voice low, and full of cold sexy Jihim. What for? Jihim was so shocked that she instinctively raised her hand to fend it off. The bathrobe, which was meant to have its bodice wide open, directly allowed Jihim to place his hand against Sheen Bian's still waterlogged chest. Sheen Rank heart cannot help but flood a sweet. Really? Jihim mouth said powerful. Really want to do afraid immediately shrink back to the turtle shell. He was not trying to do anything. Just because of the drug suddenly wanted to kiss her. Flustered eyes, trembling eyelashes. Wait, what I just saw is not that cup of coffee is actually not drugged? Then, that Sheen Rank should have no Chinese medicine, right? What's he up to? Suddenly out of his mind? Sheen Title. Jihim eyes really changed. Surprised. Sheen Rank, you. Sheen Rank felt like biting his tongue in a hurry. You, pressed into my clothes. Jihim. Sheen Title. Looking down, he saw that a corner of the newly delivered shirt had been accidentally sat on by Jihim. Jihim smiled awkwardly, and Sheen Rank stood up, pretending to be calm, and when Jihim moved away, he picked up his clothes. Phew, scared the hell out of me. I thought, ahem, what a pity. Had thought I could take advantage of it. Sheen Title, tough mouth, covering her thumping heart. Jihim peeked at Sheen Jie and was relieved to see him take his clothes back to the washroom. The thought of the melon that had just been there immediately diverted his attention. What's going on? Why wasn't there any drug in Mrs. Yu's coffee? Someone switched the coffee, and now it's Mrs. Zong who's drugged. 2 reversed, right? That's now with Mrs. Zong. Vomit. Wait, it's not messy. No, they're not related by blood. But it doesn't work. How dare this? Now even Sheen Rank, who was getting dressed inside, was curious as to what was being said. Where's John Chun? Alone in his room, to fend for himself? When Kin came out, he had already seen Jihim crouching at the door, secretly opening the doorway to look out. There seemed to be footsteps outside, and Sheen Jie came to stand behind Jihim. Jihim hurriedly gave him a shushing gesture. Sheen Rank scanned the room and saw someone secretly carrying camera equipment looking for a room. It seemed to lock onto a room and then start acting as if they were the ones who caught the adulterer and then made a lot of noise. And it seemed that a couple of the guests on the same floor were being made to come out of the room. Why are Mom and Dad and the others all here? Surprised, Jihim wanted to go out as well, but was pulled back by Sheen Rank. Didn't you realize that Sheen Chao didn't show up? Now that you're an entertainer, if you're mistakenly photographed, it will cause trouble. Jihim instantly commiserated. Obviously I can eat the first handful of melons. Heaven and earth. Why are you doing this to me? Looking at Jihim's pitiful expression, the corners of Sheen Jie's mouth trembled as he turned back around, picked up his black shirt and draped it over Jihim's head, saying, cover your face, I'll take you there. Won't it be more conspicuous? It's okay to be conspicuous. It's okay to get a picture of not your face. My photos, generally not sent out. Jihim's eyes instantly lit up, covering himself with only a pair of eyes with his black shirt that still carried Sheen Rank's scent. Then looking at Sheen Rank with anticipation, Sheen Rank directly one hand on the shoulders of Jihim, as if completely protect the person in front of the body, greatly out of the door. Hilarious. The Chin family couldn't help but want to laugh when they looked at them appearing in such a combination. After all, such nonsense was something that Chin Rank would never do. Chin Jia was stared at a little uncomfortably, and Chin Chao behind the door on the other side looked at his second brother and second sister-in-law unwillingly. It wasn't good enough to think of a way out for a while, and one more of him would be even more conspicuous. The people on the same floor didn't pay any attention to them. After all, there was a ready-made scene of catching adultery, and everyone couldn't help but want to come forward to join in the fun. Without waiting for them to gather, the paparazzi crashed through the door of the room, and instantly sounds comparable to a small movie came out. Before Ji-him had time to react, his ears were covered with both hands. Looking at the other Chin family members, they also hurriedly covered their ears, but their faces were all somewhat surprised and bewildered. Their first thought was that the drugged Zongchuan had sought out his own daughter-in-law to cure her drugged nature. Two middle-aged people make such a big noise. Really, old and strong. But the next moment, he heard Ji-him's heartbeat. Zong Siki can really be hungry for anything? Not only does his age span 20, but he's also his aunt. Chin family. Wait, what are you saying? Why do you know every word, but you can't understand it? What about Zong Siki? What about his aunt? Isn't that Johnsoon and his wife in there? No. Strictly speaking, the current situation of the two, Mrs. Zong is considered to be in the drug, not necessarily willing, while Zong Siki cannot have Chinese medicine. Chin's family, no. Just let you and Chin title have a date alone. How come we missed so much information? When was Mrs. Zong drugged? Wasn't she the one who drugged you, Zuan? Chin family members are anxious to scratch their ears, itching to grab Ji-him to ask a careful. This melon to eat? Too damn reversed. Are reversed to the family moral issues. With the movement of the slamming door, there was a cry of alarm from inside. They clearly heard Mrs. Zong's voice and a younger man's voice. Then the person who rushed in was heard shouting, "Oh my god, it's not you Ro-in and Zong Chun. It's Mrs. Zong and Zong Chun's great-nephew." A moment that completely validated Ji-him's heart. Chin's family members all feel bad, no matter what their status is. At this time, they all want to shout. The other guests who had come together may not have recognized them, but it felt taboo to hear those titles. Such a forbidden thing. You have to be in the palm of your hand. So a lot of people followed the paparazzi in. Ji-him kinda wanted to go in and take a look, but was afraid of spicing up her eyes, so he guarded the doorway, and then heard Zong Siki's furious roar from inside. What kind of people? You're invading privacy. Get out. You're really good at acting. Didn't you set this up? How dare you use all of your acting skills on this? The Chin family didn't go in to join in the fun, so they stayed nearby to listen to Ji-him's explanations. Zong Si-chi designed it? What does he figure? My 3 views are still really broken. Change coffee is him. Received Mrs. Zong. Mrs. Zong still do not know that he was drugged. First came to the next room to find Zong Siki, so that Zong Siki helped to cancel the plan, so that the paparazzi do not come. But Zong Siki told Mrs. Zong cannot be cancelled. In fact, he secretly told the marketing number to change the room number. That's why the paparazzi had their eyes on the room. I was listening to the cause and effect, but it turned out that there was a loud slap from inside the room. Are you crazy? How can you? It was clearly the aunt. No, Sister Yen. It was clearly you who hugged me first. I want to help you. I like you Oh, Siki. You. Chin's family, I can't believe I'm crying. Listen to Mrs. Zong's tone of voice. Even believe it? This acting. Your uncle came to give you a knee. In order to steal your uncle's rice bowl. In order to fight for 20 years less. Your acting skills have reached the peak. Just then, the door next door suddenly opened, and So-chun, his face pale, stumbled through the crowd and rushed in. What are you doing? Chapter 147. This is Tigwen. Zhang-chun is all here, and this scene is really great. This time, Ji-him's group couldn't help but go in to see what was going on. Inside the room, Zong Siki and Mrs. Zong could only barely put on their tops, their bodies still buried inside the covers, unable to leave the bed. And So-chun, trembling and almost breathless, stood beside the bed, but still pointed at them angrily, his face green. Husband, I'm not. Mrs. Zong's face was pale, and she was already a little panicked. Sister Yen. Zong Siki on the side actually played the role of a small green tea, looking pitifully at Mrs. Zong. His gesture is particularly like, please have mercy on me. Chin's family almost spewed out in laughter. Chin Rank didn't even hold back a cough. After all, Zong Siki actually looked big and thick, like a gym instructor. Can you imagine what it feels like to coach clip tones? With such a shocking scene, the paparazzi stopped pretending and transformed into a gold medal reporter who immediately grabbed Zong Chun and asked, Mr. Zong, how did your family of 3 appear here in such a combination? A family of 3? Ha. This doggy, you do know how to ask questions. Chin's family. Poof. Mrs. Zong, may I ask, who do you love? This uncle and nephew? Goosey, 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 goosey. Now not only the Chin family, but everyone else couldn't help but spew out when they heard such a question from the paparazzi. But the paparazzi are professionals. None of them will laugh. And they keep asking questions as long as they don't get a response. Are the previous divorce rumors true? The reason was not Ms. Yu Zuoyin. But your wife cheated on your nephew? Mr. Zong, are you not performing on stage because you're devastated? Did you come here to catch adultery today? Mrs. Zong, what are you thinking? Cheating on your wife while also joining the wives group against Ms. Yu Zuoyin? Both husband and wife were mortified by the reporter's sharp questions. Mrs. Zong expected Zong Chun to kick the people out and close the door before explaining. But instead, Zong Chun blared at them with bloodshot eyes and general anger. Mr. Zong, don't be too double standard. Before it was clearly you who said you didn't love Mrs. Zong. As a result, it's okay to pursue love by yourself. But if your wife cuckolds you, it's a sinner? The Chin family members also reacted to the fact that Zong Chun's current expression of being let down and betrayed was very ridiculous. He just felt that Mrs. Zong was his possession. He could abandon it, but he couldn't have it taken away by someone else. Zong Chun's heart did stumble inside. He had promised that when this matter was resolved, he wouldn't get divorced and live a good life with her. How could she go behind his back and get involved with her own nephew? Zong Chun finally lost his disguised persona. After all, the last thing a man can afford to lose is his dignity and face. And this kind of catching an adulterer on the spot simply stomped his face under his feet. He cursed, "You're such a at your age. You can't stand loneliness. Even if you can't stand it, find a stick. How dare you look for a junior? Shameless thing." When Jun Zong scolded him like this, the crowd rightly assumed that it was Mrs. Zong who had cheated on him. Mrs. Zong, on the other hand, was pale and looked at Zong Chun with disbelief. Originally encountered this kind of thing on the panic and helpless aggrieved. Want to let their wholeheartedly pay the man to stand out to protect their own, but suffered such insults. Mrs. Zong mentality almost instantly collapse. Suddenly feel the man in front of the face of the abominable, as if it is not at all their own knowledge of Zong Chun. God, Zong Chuan is not yet recognized their own position. He is now a black material entangled. Late in the day, want to turn over can only rely on since Mrs. Zong, even if you cannot turn over, the future rely on a rich woman to support, but also beautiful. What the hell is he thinking? So curse their own dependents? The Chin family members were also shocked, and they all felt that this person, Zong Chun, really had no self-awareness, and had been raised too high by Mrs. Zong, and had become more and more foolish. In their relationship as husband and wife, the one who had the choice was actually never Mrs. Zong, not Jun Zong. After all that Jun Zong had now was from Mrs. Zong. Jian couldn't help but watch the show, flirting in his heart. Old Zong confused. If you want to live a good life, what's wrong with a little green on your head? This kind of time should be broken teeth to the stomach inside swallow but also put out such a high posture. Is really not afraid of being their nephew's pry corner at all? The Chin family members stifled their laughter, worthy of being in Yang Ji masters. But then again, if Mrs. Zong's relationship brain isn't awake, Jun Zong, shut up, Mrs. Zong angrily rebuked with tears in her eyes. Jun Zong froze, not daring to believe that Mrs. Zong would dare to tell him to shut up in public. Yo, is this an awakening? Is a dog-eat-dog drama about to take place? Chin's family members also couldn't help but stretch their necks to watch in anticipation of a good show. It turned out that the first one to speak was actually Zong Siki. Little uncle, how can you say that about Sister Yen? It was an accident, and it was clearly you who moved on and wanted to divorce Sister Yen in the first place, said Zong Siki as if he suddenly woke up and said the wrong thing. Looking at Mrs. Zong at a loss for words. Who says he's a halfway decent newcomer? If Sister Pei sees this acting skill, she will definitely want to sign him. Jerking iron brown man will be delicate and helpless green tea interpretation of the best. This is the iron goddess of mercy. Chin's family, I didn't want to laugh, but I kind of can't help it now. Fortunately, the room was noisy, or their laughter would probably have affected the professional actor Zong Siki. But a few tea lovers in the Chin family decided not to drink tea guanyin in the future. I'm afraid that if I drink it, I'll suddenly remember this Iron Man green tea and spit out a laugh. For saying the wrong thing and instantly giving validation to the previous gossip blurb. The crowd of paparazzi immediately blasted Zong Chun. Zong Chun's expression almost twisted as he rushed up and grabbed Zong Siki's collar, trying to drag the man out. It's you! You set everything up. You did it on purpose. But pulling like that was bound to pull the quilt. So naturally Mrs. Zong instinctively had to protect the quilt along with the pulling frame. As a result, in Sushin's eyes, He was protecting this little one. Zong-chun immediately slapped him across the face. Idiot, you're still helping him. He's the one who set us up as a couple. Do you think he really looks at an old woman like you? He's doing it for your money, your identity. Their family are all bloodsuckers, originally relying on me to support them. Now they're just trying to replace me. How much true love can they have for you? Digging his own grave. Zong-chun is the first person. Mrs. Zong's face is obviously not right in front of him. He even dared to make a move and sarcastically insulted. He is really a warrior. All of the Qin family members could also see that Mrs. Zong's eyes had long since lost their tears, and were instead gradually flooded with coldness. Uncle, you don't cherish Sister Yen. It doesn't mean others don't cherish it. From a long time ago, Sister Yen has been very caring to me. No one has ever been so good to me. What's so unreasonable for me to fall for her? Sister Yen obviously has a lot of advantages. Very good. You can't see it yourself. Do you think others are blind? Zong Siki spoke sincerely. It's going to make the watchers around you believe it. And it's really such a strong contrast between the back and forth of the depreciation and the praise. You this little, you cheated on your own junior uncle's wife. Such heartless things are done. Do you think you still have a future like this? Zong-chun said and then yelled at Mrs. Zong, don't get up yet. Join me in calling the police to arrest this little Sister Yen. Zong Siki seemed to be startled and hurriedly called out to Mrs. Zong. Mrs. Zong suddenly spoke. The divorce agreement. You've given it to me. And how is me and Siki cheating like this? Chapter 148. A real man doesn't last more than 2 minutes. Zong Siki's eyes lit up and he immediately said, you've all been sharing a bed for over a year now, so there's no moral issue with me and Sister Yen being together. It's just that there are some procedures that haven't been taken yet. Zong-chun's entire body froze in place as if struck by lightning, looking at Mrs. Zong with disbelief, his body shaking. It seemed to have been shocked by Mrs. Zong's sudden, cold and unfeeling reaction. Ouch! Mrs. Zong made a choice and chose to bite Junzong with Zong Siki. The Qin family members were also quite surprised, and thought that Mrs. Zong's relationship brain wasn't going to heal that easily, given her reaction earlier. The paparazzi immediately began to question Jong-soon about the divorce, and Jong-soon, in a trance, finally realized that the situation was not good. After Zongchuan's face changed a few times, he actually hardened and resumed his previous gentle and elegant appearance, which was just a bit stiff. He suppressed his temper, put down his frame, and opened his mouth. Madam, the divorce thing is just a momentary impulse. Do you really want to fall out with me for him this little? I can forgive you for this accident. After all, we have been husband and wife for many years. There is no harm for me to endure more for you. I still want to continue to walk with you. Now you choose. Choose to believe in me, or believe in this little who designed you. Zong-chun still knew how to hold Mrs. Zong. After he finished speaking, Mrs. Zong froze, seemingly remembering something. In the end, it was still difficult to part with so many years of love in her heart. Not to mention that when Zong-chun loved her, he really endured a lot for her. It's going to be the end of no fun. Suddenly, Qin-bit whispered in Ji-him's ear. He seems to have something in his words. What does he mean by enduring more for her? Ji-him froze and immediately inquired up curiously. The other Qin family members also heard Qin Rang's words and couldn't help but become curious. Me, Nyat, Ma. At this moment, I really sympathize with Mrs. Zong. The hateful person is really a bit pitiful, although the sin cannot be offset. But Zong-chun, you really deserve to die, you. The Qin family members were all wide-eyed. What's the situation? It was bound to be a big melon if it could make Ji-him talk like that. What the hell? But it didn't wait for Ji-him to reveal the mystery. Zong Siki had already put on a huggy face and spoke. Little uncle, you can't be so shameless. After all this, do you still want to morally kidnap Sister Yen and trick her into coming back to you? Zong-chun's face changed as he looked at Zong Siki in disbelief. Not waiting for him to stop, Zong Siki had already pulled Mrs. Zong's hand and said, I'm sorry, Sister Yen. In fact, I only found out about this matter a while ago. It wasn't you who was infertile at all. It was him. Sister Yen, think about it. My uncle is so much for a minute or two every time. How could he possibly get you pregnant? Do you think he's really sober and doesn't like couples? It's because he can't. Because he saw you rowing, he felt like he could do it again. So he couldn't wait to prove that he's a real man. Lit. Heavenly thunder rolls on. Idiom. Fig. Earth-shattering. The paparazzi were so shocked that they started checking their recording devices in case they hadn't recorded the words and missed the moment. The other eaters also had wonderful faces and looked at Junzong because of this sentence. It's amazing that the man who has played so many leading man roles only has a minute or two. How did Mrs. Zong endure all these years? How could she even suspect she had a problem? How? Possible? Mrs. Zong looked at Zong Siki dumbfounded. Her voice almost trembled, clearly shocked by this fact. Zong Siki whispered to Mrs. Zong's ear and muttered a little more, and Mrs. Zong instantly blushed, then went white again. In the end, the gradually scarlet eyes stared at Sochun in death. The crowd was curious to say what, but only the Chin family can know. Zong Siki is letting Mrs. Zong compare the difference between their uncle and nephew now. Just to know that Mrs. Zong has never been truly happy in a husband and wife relationship, but because of the love affair with Zong Chun at the beginning of the first time to be with the Pua for a small half of his life, and she looks up to her own husband, it is simply not possible to mention this matter to others, so there's no way of knowing that other people actually don't. The two have not been able to get pregnant, but how can they not find out the problem? And Mrs. Zong's family does have examples of women being infertile. So Mrs. Zong has always suspected that it is her own problem and never bothered to check Zongchuan's medical report. Every time she brings up the fact that the two of them went to therapy together, Zhangchun would always pretend not to care and then coax her with sweet words until she got to the age where it would be hard to have another child and would have to carry the guilt of not being able to give her husband a child all the time. Zongchun is actually holding this point. That's why he was so bold in pursuing Yurue-in and causing a divorce, because he determined that even if he divorced, Mrs. Zong psychologically couldn't stay away from him. He's really a cunning old man. Chin's family members also couldn't help but look at Zong Chun with spiteful eyes after hearing this. Truly a dog man. The Chin family members also reacted and were amused. And by now, So Chun had turned white, as if his brain had overloaded on the situation in front of him. You won't believe him. Zongchuan was not seeing the coffin. At this moment, Mrs. Zong's face was like cultivation. Fine, let's go to the hospital for a checkup. If you lied to me, Zong Chun, I swear, I'll make you pay for it. Are you crazy? How dare you disbelieve me so much? You are insulting me. If you want to do this, we will divorce. Even if it proves my innocence, I will never forgive you again. Zong Chun even tried to intimidate Mrs. Zong this moment, pretending to be sworn to death to scare off her ideas. Get it through your head. You're the one who's cheating on me right now. I've never physically cheated on you. As a result of the words, before Zongchuan could stand on the moral high ground, a sentence suddenly floated out from the crowd. Isn't the lack of cheating due to the fact that you know you can't do it, and you're afraid that another woman will find out and expose you? The crowd didn't look back to see who said it. They just thought it was a reasonable thing to say to a thief. Kin helplessly looked down at Jihim, really not afraid of being discovered by the paparazzi. Jihim also looked up at Chinrank, his exposed eyes blinking innocently. I didn't hold back for a moment and accidentally spoke my mind. I've only just figured out why Zongchuan, such a shameless man, never really went rogue on Zoin before, causing you Zoin to keep thinking that Zongchuan was really a high-minded old-timer who didn't hit on her and didn't look at her through tinted glasses. But in fact it was Zongchuan who didn't dare to expose himself. He wanted to get married before trying, because he felt that as long as he got married, his wife would be all his own, and it would be impossible to exposing himself. The Chin family members also sort of reacted when they heard Jihim crumble. Indeed, it made sense to think this way, because of Jihim's deafening sentence. Mrs. Zong directly said angrily, "Investigate. You must investigate. Crazy, you don't calm down now. I'm too lazy to care about you." Zong Chun turned around and was about to leave, but before leaving, he still had a grim expression and said to the paparazzi, "He's slandering me. I'll sue him for libel." This place? Even the paparazzi sympathized with the tough-talking man, an impulse to catch an adulterer, in exchange for a lifetime of lifelong lifelessness. Lao Zong, light the wax for you. At this moment, Zong Chun happened to pass by the Chin family, so even though they wanted to laugh, the Chin family desperately pinched themselves to hold back their laughter. At this time the hotel people finally came late to evacuate the crowd. GM suspected that after they saw the surveillance, they were also eating melons before coming so late. The melon-eating crowd did not expect the plot of this adultery-catching scene to be so ups and downs, and after watching it, they all returned to their rooms with satisfied smiles on their faces. Jihim and Chin's family also went back and waited for the paparazzi to be chased away before leaving together. When I went downstairs, I found the people in the lobby, both guests and wait staff, talking to each other and talking on their cell phones, so I guess Twitter is going to be an earthquake again. Jihim's group couldn't help but look at their cell phones as well. Sure enough, it's been a while. The hot search was full of their words. Hashtag Johnsoon's a real man for no more than 2 minutes. Hashtag Johnsoon Pua's wife. Hashtag uncles and nephews sharing a wife? Is it a moral failing? Or, hashtag love your wife persona. Model couple finally tearing it up to check the truth about infertility. Hashtag tough talking men. Hashtag nephew motivated to replace uncle. Hashtag who could be as bad as you Zoe-in? Hashtag. Chapter 149. I see that they are quite tolerant. The hotel adultery catching drama has been hanging out on Twitter for 2 whole days. After all, There are so many elements to it that it's always new. The scumbags who were dragged out to be flogged before were pretty miserable, but compared to today's John Chun, they don't seem to be that miserable. After all, people are only losing their reputation, and Zongchuan is not only losing his reputation, he also has a hidden disease, a cuckold on his head, and he is being tapped. In a word, miserable. Qin family living room, a large family together. In addition to the small Qin Shi, all the other people newly developed family habits, is to eat melon gossip after tea and dinner, chatting every day, refreshing, 100 times the spirit. It was the occasional Qin title who left work early who accompanied the group, hearing Ji-him gloat inwardly, conspiratorially saying that Zong Chun was miserable. The corners of Qin Jie's mouth hooked, and the others were each smiling as well. It seems like, since Ji-him became like this, their whole family has become more time to talk and laugh together. I brushed up on the latest news. Mrs. Zong has really announced her divorce, and will also send a lawyer's letter to Zong Chun to sue him. Qin Rong immediately reported excitedly. Zong Chun has already been kicked out of the house. It seems to have found out the truth. Qin Ma said, I guess I'm angry enough that I don't care about the reputation. Qin Dad said, Zongchuan is not only going to leave his family, but he's probably going to have to pay compensation. This is now a real career and family double failure. All have paparazzi photographed Zong Siki living in Mrs. Zong's villa. Qin Chao incredibly said, I didn't expect to really succeed on the throne. Mrs. Zong, or Mrs. Zong? The crowd laughed outright. Qin Yan shook her head and said, how dare you trust a man after being screwed over so badly by him? Maybe she may not believe it, but she also wants to enjoy life. Anyway, she has money. Is that they harmed Yu Zui's matter is not settled? Ji-him sadly said. The people also feel pity. Originally thought that maybe the clothes residual coffee can detect the drug, but did not expect the beginning of that coffee is not drugged. Drugged people instead of their own become a victim. Then what can be said? Qin Title suddenly opened his mouth. Mrs. Zong's cousin complained in the company. Her mother's family on both sides of the family because of all the scandals she made online affecting their family company, so she intends to remove her from the family. She herself does not do anything productive, and in the future, I am afraid that there will not be much money to squander. Mrs. Zong's cousin is the one who was a director at the Qin Group, and what he says is bound to be true melon. Just Qin family members are stunned to look at Qin Rank. Who would have thought that in the group seriously as a bully, but heard people complaining about private matters, and then bring the news back to gossip with them. This is so not Qin Title, but turning his head and seeing Ji-him hearing this news, his eyes were glowing, and he even reached out to pickpocket Qin Rank's arm. Qin family members instantly looked at Qin Rank playfully. So, what's this new way of coaxing your wife? Previously, the Qin family's parents were desperate for the two to be a couple, but now they find ways to get high on sugar every day. Really? Ji-him pursued with a face full of interest. Qin Rank nodded and elaborated. Ji-him laughed outright. Bad things done always come back to bite you in some way. One can imagine what will happen to Zong Siki in the future when Mrs. Zong has no money, and Zong Siki has already used this revelation to block all of his career retreats. A person who seduced his aunt and became famous. What future can there be to speak of? Teacher Yu has finally kept the clouds open, and no one will ever think of harming her again, Qin Rong said happily. The crowd laughed. Qin Yan, however, suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, Himiko, Lao San, how will your program continue then? Ji-him has never cared about these. Work, can delay to delay, can ignore to ignore, was so asked. Also looked at Qin Chao. Yu Ro-in and Zong Chun's group is definitely gone. Qin Chao said. Ji-him could already imagine how arcane his reputation must be, so it was no wonder that private messages had increased again recently. Qin Chao continued. Yu Zuiyin is even an artist of our studio, and will continue to be a supporting actor on our stage afterward. Ji-him raised his hand and stated, actually, I can quit and let Yu Ro-in perform on stage with you. It just so happens that Sister Pei doesn't want to train her properly. Qin Chao, however, said, do you want to see the director and producer hanged at your door in the middle of the night? The whole family instantly burst out laughing. Ji-him was full of innocence and said, I see that their ability to endure is quite strong. Qin Chao explained. The first few groups disappeared. Is the program dare not use them again? For fear of being condemned by the public, they are willing to quit, then naturally go along with the termination of the contract, but you don't have any problem to quit. It is necessary to pay for the breach of contract. Compensation? The whole family looked at Ji-him with amusement and helplessness. However, Qin Rank directly said to Ji-him, if you really don't want to participate, I'll pay for the breach of contract. Ji-him, forget it. I'll just join. Lose money, no matter who you lose money to. That's a no-no. It's even more painful than not making money. Qin Chao said breathlessly, there is only the last installment left. just casually participate in it and pass it. The wind was too strong before. Now it's quite good to end it plainly. If anything else goes wrong, I doubt that even the quick-acting heart-saving pills are not enough for the director and producer. Apparently the director and producer have complained a lot before, explicitly and implicitly. Only one more installment? Jaehyun was unsure, having previously signed up for one that spanned a season. Right, there are only 2 teams left. The competition system can't play any other tricks. Want to invite other people to join the program? None of them dared to come anymore. So the director and producer broke down and directly announced that the next period is the last period, and the empty slot is given to other programs on. Shin Chao said. Jaehyun burst out laughing. One of the joys of life is getting paid the same amount of money and working fewer hours. Then in that case, only your group is in a wheel race. Papa Chin laughed. It looks like it's going to be Heim testing every combination. Shin Ma said. The last group, I'm also quite familiar with. When I was young I loved Lu Fei's plays, a national treasure actress, who hasn't seen her plays in the streets, and her combination is her son's ex-girlfriend Sunman. Right, and I don't know how they get along? In fact, there were people online earlier who built tall bets that the ex-mother-in-law and daughter-in-law group would definitely just drop out of the competition. Shin Rong said. Shin Yen, if they withdraw from the competition, it will prove that they don't dare to face Himiko and Sandy, and I'm afraid the netizens will be even more reluctant to let them off the hook. Shin Chao nodded and said, the producer has approached them. They didn't indicate that they want to quit, and Gao Hao and Pei Mingxian also said that they don't have any major problems, and Ms. Lu is considered to have some official background. Restraining herself should do well, except for the criticized evil mother-in-law persona. I've read reports before that she was widowed at a young age and has been dependent on her son. Shin Ma said, so the son is a mommy's boy? Mothers are always interfering with their sons' girlfriends? Shin Yen asked. Shin Chao said, that's how it's rumored in the circle. You could say the same thing, I guess. The crowd froze, the obviously hesitant tone, and the omitted point proved that a completely different message was lurking.